Chapter 1, Breaking Up at the Beginning and Becoming a Father Inexplicably? A Certain Parallel World, Kyoto University. Shiaoi, we are not suitable for each other. Let's break up. You are a good person, but you are not worthy of me. Lu Ruowei spoke coldly on the school playground. When Shiaoi heard the news, his head buzzed. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Break up? Wei, we've been together for so long, and you want to break up with me just because I don't buy you an iPhone 14 Pro Max? After being together for so long, what am I? Lu Ruowei said coldly, it's your bad luck. Shiaoi was stunned. He asked again, we have been dating for 5 months, what are those good memories? Lu Ruowei, you have a good memory. Then what about the vows we made before? It's an idiom. Shiaoi was almost at his wit's end, what about my previous efforts? It's a failed investment. When these words were spoken, the students who were watching the show on the side were all shocked. My goodness, this woman Lu Ruowei is such a jerk. She is so cruel. Everyone couldn't help but look at Shiaoi, their eyes full of sympathy. Shiaoi felt like the sky had fallen, and his limbs would limp. Okay, Wei, you have to take good care of yourself after we break up, and I hope you can meet your other half soon. I have already encountered it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Lu Ruowei, and a fat man about 1.6 meters tall, over 200 pounds, wearing a leopard print shirt, a big gold chain and a gold watch, and with an extremely wretched appearance walked over. After coming over, he directly hugged Lu Ruowei's slender waist and handed over the Apple phone in his hand. Wei, this is the iPhone 14 Pro Max 1TB dark night purple you wanted. Don't talk to him. Only I can give you sexual happiness. Let's go for a ride in my Porsche 718 sports car. I'll treat you to a candlelight dinner in the evening, and then. Hearing this, Lu Ruowei quickly took the iPhone from his hand and punched the man's chest with her little fist. Oh, thank you, Brother Wang, I love you so much. Lu Ruowei gave Shiaoi another cold look, then left with the fat man named Brother Wang. After they got in the car, accompanied by the roar of the engine, Lu Ruowei disappeared from the crowd sight in the sports car. The classmates around were all shocked, and one of them opened his mouth wide. Damn, I didn't expect Lu Ruowei to be a gold digger. Brother, this is a good breakup, don't be sad. Yes, this kind of person is not worth your sadness. Breaking up is to cut losses in time. Shiaoi had a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out the phone and saw that it was a call from his counselor, Lu Tianchuan. After pressing the answer button, the counselor's voice came from the phone. Shiaoi, you scumbag, your wife is about to give birth, and you don't even come to the hospital to see her? Shiaoi was stunned after hearing this. What was going on? How did he get a wife out of nowhere? And she's going to give birth again? The most outrageous thing is that this call came from my own counselor. No. Counselor, did you call the wrong number? When did I have a wife? I can't explain it to you clearly over the phone, so please come to my office right away. Lu Tianchuan hung up the phone directly. At the same time, Shiaoi's brain shook and a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the chosen one, and you are now bound to the God-level selection system for nannies. Hello host, I am number 004, the God-level selection system for nannies. Please make a choice. Option 1, go to Lu Tianchuan's office now and follow her to the hospital to see the baby. You will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash and 3 golden baby carriages. Choice 2, do not go to the office and continue to be Lu Ruowei's bootlicker and be rewarded with the title of Jingda Fiangyang. Seeing these two options, Shiaoi was even more confused. System? Options? Damn, I'm about to reach the peak of my life. Does he have any choice? Lu Ruowei ran off with the little rich man, but he was still acting like a lapdog. Could he really be like Fiangyang, Tomcat, Black Tiger, and Two-Faced Turtle? Although I don't know what the situation is with the wife who was about to give birth that Lu Tianchuan mentioned, I still go and take a look. Without saying a word, he immediately ran towards the office. More than 10 minutes later, Shiaoi pushed open the door of the office. At this time, his counselor Lu Tianchuan was sitting in an office chair in a professional suit. She was wearing black stockings and black framed glasses, and looked exactly like the female stars in some action movies. Especially the chest. What am I thinking? Shiaoi shook his head, wishing he could slap himself. After coming to Lu Tianchuan's side, the latter looked him up and down, and directly grabbed the Audi key on the table. Come on, come with me to the hospital, your wife is about to give birth. After saying that, Lu Tianchuan was about to leave, but Shiaoi quickly stopped her. No, instructor, what's going on? When did I have a wife? Have you forgotten? Lu Tianchuan looked surprised. Su Ruoruo, your professor, you slept with her 10 months ago, and she got pregnant with your children, triplets. Don't you remember all this? Don't you really want to take responsibility? What? Shiaoi had no memories of this at all, because he was not originally from this world. Half a year ago, he suddenly traveled through time and space and came to this parallel world, becoming an ordinary junior student. Originally his name was Shiaoi, and he was married with children. The sudden time travel was a big blow to him. He tried many ways but couldn't go back, so he had no choice but to give up. Later, by some strange coincidence, he got together with Lu Ruohui and unknowingly became a bootlicker. Just then, an invisible memory suddenly came into his mind. About 10 months ago, he went to a bar with his roommates and got drunk. Then suddenly a girl came over to chat with him and drink. Then, the two of them went to the hotel in a daze. His hands were on either side of the pillow. Then, the memory of that time gradually became clearer, and it was then that Shiaoi realized that the person who came to drink with him at that time was actually his university professor Su Ruoruo. You are such a cruel guy, you are so horrible. You actually slept with your university professor. She's pregnant with your triplets. I remember. Shiaoi said hurriedly. Lu Tianchuan took a deep breath after hearing this. It was good enough for her to admit it. She thought Shiaoi would not admit it. Then don't just stand there, come with me to the hospital. Su Ruoruo's parents are very angry about her pregnancy and they didn't even go to the hospital to see her. What? Shiaoi's pupils shrank. He did not dare to hesitate and hurried to the parking lot with Lu Tianchuan and headed to Kyoto Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Chapter 2 Shocked, it turned out to be triplets add to bookshelf to read Gagaxiang. When Lu Tianchuan brought Shiaoi to the hospital, Su Ruoruo had already entered the delivery room. On the way, Shiaoi also learned about the situation. It turned out that 10 months ago, Su Ruoruo was in a bad mood and went to the bar to drink. It was because she drank too much that she had a drinking contest with him and a misunderstanding occurred. She conceived his 3 children after that night. When Su Ruoruo's parents found out about this, they had a big fight with her and asked her to abort the child. However, no matter what her parents said, Su Ruoruo refused and insisted on giving birth to the child and raising it herself. As for why I didn't tell him about my pregnancy, it turned out that Su Ruoruo found out about this a month later. Because of her special status, she was embarrassed to say it. When she was about to tell it, Shiaoi was together with Lu Ruohui again. Secondly, she is his university professor, so this kind of relationship is awkward. What if Shiaoi is a big mouth and spreads this matter to other students? That would be troublesome. Shiaoi and his counselor Lu Tianchuan sat on a chair outside the delivery room waiting. Lu Tianchuan was Su Ruoruo's good friend, so she was very worried about Su Ruoruo's condition. Triplets do exist, but they are very rare. What should I do if there is a heavy bleeding at this time? When I thought of this, the door of the delivery room was suddenly pushed open by a nurse. She looked a little anxious. The mother is bleeding heavily, and the hospital blood bank does not have enough plasma. Who among you has AB blood type? Lu Tianchuan was stunned when she heard the nurse's voice. What was going on? Was she such a pessimist? Was she possessed by Nuan Yang Yang? That's not right. Ruoruo clearly has type O blood, how could she be type AB? When she came to her senses, she realized that the nurse was not talking about them, but people in another delivery room. I was scared to death. Lu Tianchuan covered his chest and took a deep breath. About half an hour later, the door of the delivery room was pushed open again by a nurse. She went straight to Shiaoi and Lu Tianchuan and asked, "Excuse me, are you Su Ruoruo's family members?" Yes. The two stood up at the same time, and the nurse looked at Shiaoi. Are you the father of the child? The next moment, the nurse congratulated, Congratulations, it's triplets, 2 girls and 1 boy, and the children are all very healthy. What? Upon hearing the news, Lu Tianchuan was extremely excited. Wow, 2 girls and 1 boy, Ruoruo now has both a son and a daughter. Before Shiaoi could speak, she said excitedly, Can we go in and take a look? Of course. The nurse nodded with a smile and reminded, But the mother is quite weak now, so it's best not to make loud noises. Okay. Shiaoi and Lu Tianchuan hurried into the delivery room. At this time, the three babies were already wrapped in small mattresses and were lying peacefully on a small bed, with their eyes closed, not crying or making a fuss. They still have some vernix caseosa on their skin, which is normal for all newborns. Shiaoi just took a quick look at the child and his eyes were fixed on Su Ruoro, who was lying on the delivery bed. She was my professor, and we had a very good teacher-student relationship, but I didn't expect that this time we would meet in this capacity. He looked at her. Su Ruoro was only 3 years older than him. She was very beautiful, about 1.7 meters tall, with big breasts and long legs. She had a devilish figure and an angelic face. But her face looked a little pale at this moment. She must have suffered a lot after giving birth to 3 babies. Ruoro, you have worked hard. Shiaoi didn't know whether Su Ruoro would accept him, but as a father, he couldn't help but step forward and hold Su Ruoro's hand. Su Ruoro forced out a smile and shook her head gently. It's okay. Don't worry, as the child's father, I will definitely be responsible for you and the child to the end. Su Ruoro was stunned, but didn't say much. He just nodded slowly. Shiaoi could see that she had accepted him. Turning his head to look at the 3 well-behaved babies, he still couldn't believe it. An hour ago, he was ruthlessly dumped by Lu Ruoe, and an hour later, he became the father of 3 children. This is too dreamy. And it is also bound to a system. When I thought of this, the voice of the system came. Congratulations to the host for meeting your child. You have received 100,000 cash and 3 golden baby carriages. The cash has been deposited into your bank card and the stroller will be delivered to you by express delivery. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that indeed, 100,000 cash had arrived in his account. Father, please come here. The nurse next to her suddenly shouted. Shiaoi walked over, and the nurse took out a birth certificate. This is the child's birth certificate. You can use this to register the baby later. Aha! Shiaoi nodded, because he had been married and had children in his previous life, so he was familiar with the procedures that needed to be done after the child was born. At this time, the nurse focused her attention on the 3 children in the cribs and introduced them. This is the eldest, a girl, born at 15:30 in the afternoon, weighing 6.2 gene. This is the second child, a boy, born at 15:35 in the afternoon, weighing 6.5 gene. This is the third child, a girl, born at 15:37 in the afternoon, weighing 5.9 gene. Okay. Shiaoi looked at the 3 good kids, who all looked like him, and felt very excited. Lu Tianchuang at the side asked, Nurse, what are these dead skin-like things on the child's forehead? They look so disgusting. Can they be washed off? Shiaoi, these are vernix caseosa, which are the oil secreted by the local skin when the fetus is developing in the mother's belly. It can be understood as a protective film on the fetus's skin, which can protect the fetus's skin from infiltration by amniotic fluid and prevent infection. You don't need to wash the vernix caseosa. It will fall off naturally in a month or 2. Washing it may harm the baby's skin. After hearing his explanation, the nurse beside him couldn't help but look at Shiaoi again. She didn't expect that he knew so much. But it was true that as the child's father, he must have done his homework in advance. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Tianchuang nodded and turned to look at Shiaoi, but how do you know all this? It's just common sense, okay? Lu Tianchuang was stunned. Are these common sense? Why doesn't she know them? The nurse at the side continued, we are going to take the child for a physical examination and vaccination. The pregnant woman had a smooth delivery and will be transferred to the general ward. Please go out and wait for a while. Okay. Lu Tianchuang set his sights on Su Ruoro. Ruoro, see you later. Su Ruoro nodded slightly. She tilted her head to look in the direction of the 3 babies, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Chapter 3 Feeding Your Baby for the First Time. Must read. An hour later, Su Ruoro and her 3 lovely babies were sent to the general ward by the nurse. Because Su Ruoro gave birth naturally and she was in good health, she was sent here after being observed for a period of time and no problems were found. According to the doctor, they will be discharged from the hospital early tomorrow morning and go home to recuperate after the baby is born. At this time, Lu Tianchuang was looking at 3 babies wrapped in quilts in the crib, and couldn't help but touch their smooth faces with her hand. Hey, so cute, such a chubby little face, such tender skin. Besides, you all look so much like your mother. Dabao and Sanbao will definitely be very beautiful little girls in the future. Especially Erbao, he has an older sister and a younger sister, he is so lucky. She said this with envy, and at this moment, Shiaoi pushed open the door. Su Ruoruo and Lu Tianxuan simultaneously set their sights on him. Seeing Shiaoi holding a large bag of things, Lu Tianxuan asked, "Shiaoi, what did you buy? Why so much?" "These are all baby supplies, including diapers, clothes, bottles and milk powder," he said patiently while placing the shopping items on the bedside table. In his other hand, he was holding 3 meals he had bought. "Eat something first. Ruoruo, this portion is yours." As he said that, Shiaoi opened a portion of rice. Su Ruoruo's meal was packed from the confinement center. A mother who had just given birth needed to eat light food. After opening the Crucian Carpon tofu soup, a faint fragrance fills the room. Crucian Carpon tofu soup can not only beautify the skin, but also help postpartum women restore their strength, and most importantly, it can produce milk. If 3 children were breastfeeding, Su Ruoruo's milk might not be enough, which is why he bought milk powder in bottles. Smelling the fragrance, Su Ruoruo's stomach started to growl. She was about to sit up and eat, but was stopped by Shiaoi. "Giving birth to a baby is so hard, just don't move, I'll take care of you from now on." Shiaoi is already prepared to take care of his wife and 3 babies, and can be said to have become a full-time dad for the time being. He picked up a small spoon and scooped a small spoonful of porridge. He blew it at the side of his mouth and then brought it to Su Ruoruo's mouth. "Be careful, it's hot." Seeing this scene, Lu Tianxuan's face turned dark, as if she had become a light bulb. "Damn it!" She glanced at Shiaoi again, her face full of black lines. Humph, the sour smell of love. Su Ruoruo was also a little overwhelmed by the sudden concern, but since she had already given birth to his child, she accepted Shiaoi's concern. After all, the 2 of them will be together in the future. However, Su Ruoruo also had some worries in her heart, but she didn't feel comfortable saying them out loud at this time. After feeding Su Ruoruo, Shiaoi picked up a rujiamo and started showing off. At this moment, Erbao on the bed suddenly started crying. "Wow wow." The sound was so sweet and cute, but it did hurt my ears a bit. Lu Tianxuan quickly turned her attention to Erbao. "What's going on? Why is the baby crying for no reason?" Shiaoi checked the time. Babies need to be fed 1 to 2 hours after birth. They have been born for more than an hour, so they must be hungry. Just at this moment, 2 options of the system suddenly appeared in front of him. Option 1, successfully help Su Ruoruo to start breastfeeding and let her breastfeed 3 babies, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 cash and an alpha car with 3 special baby beds in the back seat. Option 2, prepare milk powder for the baby, and then feed the 3 babies with the milk powder, and you will be rewarded with 10,000 cash. Option 3, to train the children's willpower, let the 3 babies find food on their own and reward them with the title of specialized baby. After seeing the 3 options, Shiaoi was stunned at first. Do you even need to look at this? Only a fool would choose 3. Shiaoi chose 1 without hesitation. The main reason was not because of the 100,000 yuan and the alpha car, but because the nutrition in breast milk is simply incomparable to that of milk powder. There are more than 200 nutrients in breast milk, while there are only dozens in formula milk. For example, lipase, which is easily absorbed, is not found in milk powder. For example, it contains various amino acids in a balanced ratio, which are beneficial to brain development, tissue development, and body development. Amino acids are not found in milk powder. Of course, there is one more important point when choosing one. Start breastfeeding. It's not that Shiaoi wants to be a little shy, but if she lets the baby suck the breast directly, it may not be able to produce breast milk. Before feeding your baby breast milk, you need to start breastfeeding. It is also very simple to start breastfeeding. First, stimulate the nipples, then squeeze them to expel the lumps and allow the nipples to secrete milk. If secretion fails, you can let the baby try sucking, but the baby's sucking force is relatively weak. If it hasn't opened yet, you will need help from an adult. After hearing Shiaoi's words, Lu Tianxuan and Su Ruoruo were both briefly stunned. The main reason was that it was their first time giving birth, they had no experience and didn't understand anything. Lu Tianxuan said in a panic, "Ah? If the baby is hungry, should I make some milk powder? I'll go boil some water now. Do I need to use 100-degree boiling water to mix the milk powder?" Shiaoi's face darkened when he heard this. He could never have imagined that his counselor had such a side to him. Do you need to use 100-degree boiling water to mix your milk powder? Do you want to give the baby away? Seeing Lu Tianxuan preparing to boil water, he hurriedly said, "Instructor, don't boil the water. I'm afraid you'll send the baby away. Lu Tianchuan stopped what he was doing and looked at Shiaoi with confusion. Shiaoi, milk powder needs to be mixed with warm water at 40-50 degrees. Too high a temperature will cause the probiotics in the milk powder to lose their activity. This. Lu Tianchuan was shocked after hearing this. Is there such a saying? How could she not know? Shiaoi quickly picked up the crying herbal from the bed and said, besides, it's better for a baby that young to drink breast milk. He glanced at Su Ruoro's baby feeding device and had to admit, it was really big. And breast milk does not affect the size of breasts. All I can say is that Su Ruoro has big breasts and long legs, young and beautiful. Now it was Su Ruoro's turn to be confused. She looked at Shiaoi with a look of helplessness in her eyes. She stammered, Should I breastfeed the baby? Shiaoi nodded, of course, but before that, we have to start breastfeeding. Opening milk? This word was very unfamiliar to Su Ruoro. Yes, it's about opening the breast milk. Shiaoi explained, you have to open the breast milk when you feed your baby for the first time, otherwise there will be no milk. So, how do I open it? I can do it? Omega? Shiaoi showed a wicked smile, then reached out to Su Ruoro's baby feeding device with both hands. Chapter 4 There is a fortune teller over there, maybe he can help you with your fortune, be sure to add it to the bookshelf. Seeing Shiaoi stretching out his hand to attack her, Su Ruoro felt numb. She was so embarrassed that she even thought Shiaoi was being a hooligan. But what could she say at this time? She could only bear it silently. As a mother, I must not let my children go hungry. At the same time, Lu Tianchuan next to him was watching Shiaoi's actions, standing there in confusion. Is this something I can watch? It turns out that this is how you open your breast milk. Are you using your hands so hard? Ouch, why are you still talking about it? Lu Tianchuan's 3 views have been constantly refreshed. At this moment, she has made up her mind that she will never have children and will not fall in love in the future. Of course, this would definitely slap her in the face. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Shiaoi smiled. Because the breast milk finally came out. At this time, in addition to the second baby, the eldest baby also started crying, and the whole room was filled with the crying of babies. He wiped the milk stains from his mouth, then quickly picked up the second baby and put him in Su Ruoro's arms. When his little lips touched the nipple, he immediately opened his little mouth, held it, and began to suck hard. She stopped crying and even looked a bit happy. Xiaoiza picked up Dabeo again and let her suck on the other nipple. In this way, the 2 babies, one on the left and one on the right, began to suck hard. When Su Ruoro saw this scene, she realized that taking care of a child was so troublesome. She originally thought it was simple, thinking that she could raise her babies by herself by feeding them food on time. It was not until now that she realized that raising a child involves many tricks. Shiaoi, who was standing by, saw the 2 babies feeding and burst out laughing because the older and younger babies were so cute. Just when everyone was relaxing, Sanbao on the bed started crying again. Wow. Shiaoi was stunned. Oh my god, 3 little ancestors, can you please not be hungry together? He quickly supported the baby's back with his left hand, then supported her buttocks with his right hand, and gently lifted her up from the bed. Gently pat the baby's back to soothe her emotions. Don't cry, baby. Wait until your sister and brother finish eating, then you can eat. Be good, Sanbao. Hearing the comforting voice, Sanbao cried even harder. Wow. Oh my little ancestor. The stomach of a newborn baby is very small, so when it drinks milk for the first time, it will only drink 10-20 milliliters, which is very little. At this time, Erbo had almost finished drinking, and there were even milk stains at the corners of his mouth. Shiaoi quickly wiped the corners of his mouth that were covered with milk stains with baby wipes, and then let Sanbao continue drinking. When her little mouth drank the delicious breast milk, she sucked it desperately, just like the second baby just now, as if this was the most delicious delicacy in the world. Lu Tianchuan took the second baby in. She looked at the baby's rosy face and suddenly wished she had a baby herself. But she is still a single person now, she doesn't have a boyfriend and she also has a baby. As Shiaoi watched Sanbao drinking milk, the voice of the system also came. Congratulations to the host for successfully starting breastfeeding and letting the baby drink breast milk. You have received 100,000 cash and an alpha car. The cash has been deposited into your bank card, the car has been parked in the underground parking lot of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, the car keys have been put into your pocket, and the vehicle registration certificate is in the armrest box of the car. The license plate has been automatically processed and the gas tank has been filled. When Shiaoi heard the voice of the system, he was a little surprised. How could this guy be so thoughtful? Giving a car was normal, but filling up the gas tank? And he got another 100,000 yuan, which is really cool. Just when Shiaoi thought the system would be down for a while, his voice came again. Host, you have triggered option equals O equals Q. Option 1, name the baby carefully, refer to Su Ruoro's advice, and reward with stretch mark removal ointment. Choice 2, name? What's the use of a name? Just call them Xiao Danny, Xiao Erxiao, Xiao Sani, to get the title I am a silly dad. Stop it. Stop it. Xiao Yi's face turned dark. Oh my god, if he was named like this, how would the 3 babies treat him when they grow up? Although it is impossible to deny him as a father, it is very likely that the oxygen supply will be pulled out when he gets old and sick. Of course, it's a good name. By the time Shiaoi came to his senses, Dabao and Sanbao were full. They had closed their eyes and fell asleep peacefully. They were particularly well behaved. As for babies, it seems that they can't do anything else except eating and sleeping. Just when Shiaoi was about to ask Su Ruoro about what names to give to the 3 babies, a nurse suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, saying, Father, you can go to the director's office now to get the baby's medical examination report, and then go to the first floor to complete the discharge procedures. You can leave the hospital early tomorrow morning. The hospital does not recommend staying here all the time when both the pregnant woman and the baby are very healthy. You can take your wife home or to a confinement center. Okay. Shiaoi nodded slightly, then set his eyes on Su Ruoro. Ruoro, then I will go to the director's office first, and then go to handle the discharge procedures for you. Yeah. Su Ruoro hummed softly and looked at her bag. It's stuck in the bag, and then. It's okay, I have money. Shiaoi interrupted her and walked out. He has already received 200,000 yuan from the system, and he cannot spend Su Ruoro's money now no matter what. After Shiaoi left the room, Su Ruoro glanced at the baby lying in the crib, then sighed softly. Seeing this, Lu Tianshuang asked, What's wrong, Ruoro? Why are you sighing? Because Lu Tianshuang was Su Ruoro's best friend, she didn't hide it. Have you forgotten that Shiaoi seems to have a girlfriend? This is why I didn't tell him all the time. You said he suddenly had a baby, then. When Lu Tianshuang heard this, he was stunned, and then said, Don't worry, didn't Shiaoi say he would be responsible? If he doesn't care about you, I will make sure he can't graduate. Also, I seem to have seen his girlfriend go to a hotel with someone else once. Su Ruoro was confused. On the other side, Shiaoi had already entered the director's office, but there was a man sitting in the office chatting with the director. Director, do you think the baby in my wife's belly is a boy or a girl? The director carefully looked at the ultrasound report and shook his head. I don't know about that, but you can go to the opposite side of the hospital after 9 o'clock tonight or before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to have a look. There's a fortune teller over there who's pretty accurate. Maybe he can help you with your fortune. Chapter 5 Erbo peed on Lu Tianshuang's face. Add to bookshelf to read Gagaxiang. Forehead? After hearing what the director said, the man was a little confused, but he nodded, thanked him and left. Shiaoi didn't think much about it. After stating his purpose, he took the baby's physical examination report to the first floor. After paying the fees, he completed the discharge procedures for Su Ruoro. Then he went to the underground garage to take a look at the Alpha car, and quickly returned to the room to continue taking care of the baby. After all, Lu Tianshuang's train of thought might lead to some mistakes. After returning to the room, Shiaoi was surprised to find that Lu Tianshuang was not there. After asking Su Ruoro, he learned that she had left the hospital after receiving a phone call. And said he would come here to accompany her early tomorrow morning. Now the question is, where should we take Su Ruoro and the 3 babies tomorrow? They don't have a house yet, so it's actually okay for them to go to a confinement center, but Su Ruoro was willing to give birth to the baby even though she was 10 months pregnant, and he really wants to make it up to her. This put Shiaoi in a bit of a dilemma. Shiaoi. At this moment, the silence in the ward was suddenly broken by Su Ruoro. I am here. He hurried to the bedside and held Su Ruoro's hand. At the same time, Su Ruoro did not hesitate and said what she wanted to say. She looked him straight in the eyes. As I recall, you have a girlfriend at school? Hearing this, Shiaoi understood what Su Ruoro was worried about. This may even be related to the fact that Su Ruoro had never told him that she was pregnant. The latter nodded slightly. You mean Lu Ruowei? She was indeed my girlfriend before, but she dumped me today. Su Ruoro hummed, looking confused. Shiaoi laughed at himself. She always asks me to buy her all kinds of things, and she has been dating other people for a long time, making me look like a fool. At this time, he raised his head and couldn't help but glance at the 3 babies in the crib. But don't worry, Ruoro, I will definitely take good care of you and the babies in the future and make up for all the debts in the past 10 months. I'm going to start my internship soon in my senior year. Believe me, I will definitely give you and the baby a home. Let you and your children live a happy life. Looking at Shiaoi's serious eyes, Su Ruoro smiled and nodded, yeah. Her eyes were full of sweetness, perhaps because she was innocent, or perhaps because of the 3 babies. After all, it's her flesh. And what happened 10 months ago wasn't entirely Shiaoi's fault. She gradually closed her eyes, with the same smile on her lips as always. Shiaoi's eyes were all focused on the baby. Ruoro, what do you think would be the best names for our 3 babies? Ruoro, huh? He turned his head and saw that Su Ruoro had fallen asleep, so he didn't disturb her too much. She must not have gotten enough rest before giving birth, and she really should rest for a while now. However, this is destined to be a sleepless night. The babies need to be fed every 2 hours at night, and there are 3 babies in total, so the feeding times are not uniform. This is what happens when you have a child. Fortunately, I have experience from my previous life, so it is convenient to take care of the child. He took out his cell phone and finally decided to rent a house, bring Su Ruoro over, and take care of Ruoro and the 3 babies personally. Of course, renting a house in a big city like Kyoto is also very convenient. There are all kinds of fully furnished houses ready for you to move into, but the rent prices vary widely. 8,000 a month? Not bad, not that expensive. Soon, Shiaoi found the house he liked. This house is near Kyoto University. It is 130 square meters, the bedroom is large and has a bathroom, which is convenient for taking care of the baby and is enough for them to live in. The landlord was also a straightforward person. After the phone call, Shiaoi paid 3 months' rent and 1 month's deposit, and the landlord told him the password of the door lock. We can move there tomorrow and then buy some bedding. The next day, Lu Tianxuan came to the hospital early in the morning. Today happened to be Saturday, and she had no classes at school and nothing to do, so she came to help Su Ruoro and help her get out of the hospital. Ruoro, here I come. Lu Tianxuan was in a good mood after entering the ward. She immediately set her eyes on the 3 babies. At this time, the 3 babies were not sleeping. Instead, they opened their big eyes and looked around curiously, stretching their legs, as if they were full of curiosity about the world. Su Ruoro also got out of bed. Since she was going to be discharged from the hospital soon, she had to change the diapers of the 3 babies first. Changing diapers is actually very simple. Just lift the baby's buttocks, place the diaper flat on the bed, and then put on the Velcro. Just be careful during the process and don't scratch the baby's skin. Lu Tianxuan, who was standing by, felt itchy in her heart when she saw Shiaoi changing Debao's diaper. She really wanted to experience changing a baby's diaper. So she suggested, Shiaoi, can you let me change your Bao's diaper? I want to try it. Okay. Shiaoi nodded and explained the process of changing the diaper in detail before handing the diaper to her. After Lu Tianxuan took off the heavy diaper from her Bao, she threw it into the trash can. Then, according to Shiaoi's instructions, she spread the diaper flat on the bed. Then, she did not put the clothes on the second baby, but gently picked him up. There's nothing I can do about it, the baby smells so good and is so cute. Looking at the naked Erbao, Lu Tianxuan liked him even more. Erbao, how come you are so cute? When he said this, Erbao suddenly laughed, and then flapped his arms, looking very excited. Lu Tianxuan even lifted her above her head. Looking at this cute baby, she thought, how nice it would be if the second baby was her own son. At this moment, Lu Tianxuan suddenly felt, why is there a warm liquid flowing down from the ceiling? Is it even flowing down your face? Is the ceiling leaking? The moment he looked up, Lu Tianxuan was stunned. This is not a leaking ceiling, it's clearly the baby peeing. Ah! She couldn't help but scream out. Shiaoi was startled by the sudden sound. He turned his head and quickly caught the second treasure in Lu Tianxuan's hand. What's wrong? He. Erbao peed, and he peed on my face. It even went into my mouth. Shiaoi? Su Ruoro? Both of them looked at her face at the same time. After seeing the urine marks on Lu Tianxuan's face, Shiaoi burst out laughing. Puff. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Shiaoi looked at Erbao, who was still laughing in his arms, and started coughing violently. Bao is too cool. He must have seen that Lu Tianchuang had asked everyone in their dormitory to clean the dormitory before, so he came here to help his father get revenge. I have to say, well done. Chapter 6. Wow, is the director now working part-time? You're still laughing. Ruoro, your son peed on my face, why don't you help me wipe it off? Lu Tianchuang rolled her eyes, feeling almost wronged. Su Ruoro took out the wet wipes for wiping the babies but with a smile, and then wiped Lu Tianchuang's face. Who told you not to change Bao's diaper properly and to hold him up instead? Don't I think he's cute? Lu Tianchuan's eyes were focused on the bed behind Su Ruoro. When she saw the words baby-specific but wipes, she immediately became anxious. Go Ruoro, what did you use to wipe my face? Wet wipes for babies. Wipe what? To wipe my ass. Lu Tianchuang widened his eyes, as if he wanted to eat Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro said calmly, oh, I haven't used it before, and your face doesn't smell as good as my baby's but it's good enough that I give it to you. Go Ruoro, what did you say? I say, your face doesn't smell as good as my baby's but it's good enough for you to use it. Shiaoi, who was standing aside, looked at the angry Lu Tianchuang and smiled with his hands covering his mouth. It seems that their relationship is better than I thought. After changing the baby's diaper, Shiaoi packed up other things and was ready to leave the hospital. However, the stroller was still in the back seat of the Alpha Nanny car and needed to be pushed up. By the way, Ruoro, I forgot to ask you, if you are discharged from the hospital, are you going back to your parents' home? Lu Tianchuang suddenly asked. At this time, Su Ruoro's eyes were a little dazed, but only for a moment. She smiled and shook her head, well, not for the time being, Shiaoi rented a house near Kyoto University, we will move there first. Okay. She turned her head and glanced at Shiaoi. Shiaoi had just caught Su Ruoro's dazed look. He had not yet asked about her parents. There must be some conflict between Su Ruoro and her parents, otherwise she would not have refused to come to the hospital to see her. Even when the baby is born, she doesn't come. Shiaoi said softly, Ruoro, instructors, please wait here for a moment. I'll go downstairs and push the stroller up, and then we'll go over. Yeah, okay. After Shiaoi left the room, Su Ruoro nudged her gently with her elbow, Ruoro, look how careful Shiaoi is. He even bought the stroller, and he should have spent a lot of time with you last night, right? Su Ruoro hummed softly. Shiaoi has indeed done a good job since he came yesterday. Lu Tianchuang smiled mischievously, you should have told him earlier. By the way, I checked for you after I went back yesterday. Shiaoi has broken up with Lu Ruoe. I know that. Su Ruoro raised her head, I asked him last night, and he confessed the truth. Isn't this good? Lu Tianchuang was happy for Su Ruoro, look, the baby is here, and the baby's father is here too. Can't you and the baby live a good life in the future? I hope so. Su Ruoro sighed, still feeling a little worried. More than 10 minutes later, Shiaoi returned to the room pushing 3 golden baby carriages. The frames of the strollers are made of hollow pure gold, and they are glossy, not matte. Under the light, it can really blind the titanium alloy dog's eyes. The stroller can be connected together left and right or front and back, which makes it more convenient to push. The main roof colors are customized for the 3 babies, 2 pink and 1 blue. After seeing the 3 baby carriages, Su Ruoro frowned and said in a surprised tone, Shiaoi, why did you buy such a flashy baby carriage? I feel kind of ugly. Xiaoyi's face darkened when he heard that. To be honest, he also felt it was quite ugly, but it couldn't help being made of gold. When he is short of money someday, maybe you can lend him some money. The knowledgeable Lu Tianchuang touched her chin with her slender fingers. She looked at the frame and joints of the stroller, then knocked on it secretly, and her pupils suddenly shrank. This is gold. It's okay, we'll buy it for the baby later. After a brief response, Shiaoi put the 3 babies into the stroller. The 3 babies lying in the stroller were very well behaved. They looked at the ceiling curiously and grinned. After packing his luggage, Shiaoi was ready to leave. At this time, Lu Tianchuang behind him said, Ruoro, my car doesn't seem to have room for 3 strollers. All 3 babies need you to hold them. What should I do? It's okay. I have a car. Just let the baby sit in my car. Shiaoi said softly. At the same time, Lu Tianchuang and Su Ruoro were a little surprised. Isn't Shiaoi a senior who is just starting his internship? How come he has a car? Moreover, Lu Tianchuan knew Xiaoyi's family background clearly. He was an orphan with no parents and had received a scholarship from the school before. Looking at Xiaoyi's mysterious look, both of them were puzzled. After arriving at the underground garage, the two were even more surprised to see the parked Alpha nanny car. The vehicle is brand new, even the license plate number is Xiongbi 88888. What is the most important thing? This is Alpha, a luxury MPV that costs more than 1 million yuan in China. While the two were surprised, Xiaoi had already opened the electric door and placed the eldest, second and third children in the back seat, on a special small bed. The three babies also did not cry or make a fuss after entering the car. They looked at the starry sky on the roof and uttered incomprehensible baby talk. Why? Xiaoi looked at the three cute babies and couldn't help but kiss Debeo. Then he said softly, "Be good, three babies. Daddy will take you home soon. When I get home, my grandma will eat it." As he said that, he got out of the car. "Ruoro, you go to the back seat and look after the baby. I'll drive in the front. We'll be where we live in about 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. Su Ruoro got in the car obediently. Lu Tianchuan didn't get in because she drove here. However, she still said that she would follow them and go together to get familiar with the house so that it would be convenient for her to come and see the baby in the future. Sitting in the driver's seat, Xiaoi drove the vehicle and quickly drove out of the underground garage and came outside. When arriving at the gate of the maternal and child health hospital, Xiaoi was surprised to find that the director of the office yesterday had placed a Bagua diagram on the side of the road, and seemed to be calculating something. And the person sitting on the small stool next to him was the man who asked yesterday whether the child was a boy or a girl. This. Xiaoi grinned. Wow, is the director now working part-time? Chapter 7, Send him in? This business is really good. The hospital's rule is that the baby's gender cannot be revealed, but he tells it to the other party through fortune-telling. Is this considered a bug in the hospital? Xiaoi didn't think much about it. After driving for more than 10 minutes, he soon arrived at the community where he rented a house. The community is not big, with only 9 buildings, and the house he rented is in building 2. After explaining his purpose, the guard opened the door. Then Xiaoi drove his car to the downstairs, got out and opened the automatic door at the back seat. Ruoro, get out of the car, let's take the baby upstairs first. He looked at the time on his phone and it was time to feed the baby. Soon, Xiaoi put the 3 babies in the stroller and went upstairs. He opened the door according to the landlord's password, and the house was the same as what he saw on his phone, 130 square meters, fully decorated, and most of the furniture was new. All in all, it looks quite cozy. Xiaoi went up and down the stairs twice and brought back the luggage he brought from the hospital. At this time, the bed was missing some bedding. While Lu Tianchuan was here to take care of the baby, he said. Ruoro, instructor, you guys stay here and take care of the baby first. There are still a lot of things missing in the house. I'll go buy them first. Yeah, okay. Be careful on the road. Good. As Xiaoi walked out the door, Erbao, who was lying in the stroller, started crying. Because Su Ruoro already had experience, she quickly picked up the second baby in the stroller, then lifted up her shirt and began to feed the second baby. Just as she thought, the baby stopped crying immediately after drinking the milk, and his expression showed that he enjoyed it very much. Seeing this, Lu Tianchuan said angrily, Erbao, you are the one who drinks milk the most enthusiastically. Today, you even peed on my face. Snort! At this time, the second baby in Su Ruoro's arms seemed to have heard Lu Tianchuan's words and suddenly stopped drinking milk. Instead, she opened her big watery eyes and smiled at Lu Tianchuan. Eh? He made a soft sound, and Lu Tianchuan couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Since Erbao was so well behaved and cute, I will forgive you. After Lu Tianchuan finished speaking, she wanted to kiss Erbao's face. At this moment, Erbao suddenly stretched out his little arm and slapped Lu Tianchuan in the face. That sound is particularly loud. Lu Tianchuan? Su Ruoro, ha 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 box. 2 hours later. Xiaoi has already bought everything they need for their future life. Bedding, walks, firewood, rice, oil, salt and other necessities are all ready. In addition, he also bought some vegetables, tofu, crucian carp, and meat to make a nutritious lunch for Su Ruoro. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye the sun had set and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoi put the unfinished breast milk for the baby into a milk bag and put it in the refrigerator. Today's babies just eat and sleep, so it is relatively easy to take care of them. All you need to do is feed them and change their diapers in time. In the bedroom, the 3 babies were lying on the bed and had fallen asleep. Su Ruoro was wearing pajamas and sitting on the bed, quietly looking at the 3 sleeping babies. Shiaoi walked in quietly, and after seeing the baby in the same position, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, the baby is asleep. Su Ruoro nodded and made way for Shiaoi. After sitting on the bed, he remembered that he hadn't named the baby yet. So he asked, Ruoro, the baby doesn't have a name yet, why don't we give them a name? This way we can register the babies in a few days. Okay. Su Ruoro lowered her head, looked at the baby and said, actually, I've already thought of names for Dabeo and Sanbao. Shiaoi looked curious. Su Ruoro continued, the first treasure should be named Xiao Mingrua, and the third treasure should be named Xiao Qin Shui. Mengrua, Qin Shui. Shiaoi muttered it to himself and had to admit, this name was really nice. Very suitable for 2 little princesses. Shiaoi picked up the water cup on the bedside table and took a sip of water. What about Erbao? Well, Erbao's name is quite special and often appears in textbooks. How about calling him Xiaoming? When Shiaoi heard this, he choked and started coughing violently. Even water came out of his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. He patted his chest heavily, his eyes full of surprise. Su Ruoro was a little confused when she saw this. She gently patted Shiaoi's back and said, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. Shiaoi waved his hand. At the same time, Su Ruoro asked, is there any problem with the name? I think Xiaoming is a nice name. No problem, no problem. In fact, the reason why Shiaoi was coughing was, his father before he traveled through time was called Xiaoming. It's a bit difficult to adapt to letting my son use his old father's name. But he didn't plan to say anything more at this point. I just choked on the drink, it's nothing, don't wake the baby. Su Ruoro looked down at the 3 babies who had opened their eyes, they are awake. It took Shiaoi a while to coax the 3 babies to sleep. In order to avoid waking up the 3 babies again, he called Su Ruoro to the living room. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro sat on the sofa in the living room. In fact, Shiaoi wanted to ask about her parents. This has always been a knot in his heart. He didn't know what kind of conflict Su Ruoro had with her parents that led to them not coming to see her after the child was born. Ruoro, I just want to ask you about your parents. He spoke straight to the point, and Su Ruoro was not surprised to hear it. She could see that Shiaoi really wanted to live a peaceful life with her and take care of the baby. His parents hadn't come over for the past 2 days, so it was normal for Shiaoi to have doubts in his mind. She sighed, it's simple. When my parents found out I was pregnant, they wanted me to have an abortion. I actually knew the child was yours, but I hid it from my parents and didn't tell them. At the time, I was also planning to raise 3 babies by myself. Later, I had a big fight with my dad, and it even escalated to the point where we severed our father-daughter relationship. Because my father is a criminal policeman, he also threatened. At this moment, Su Ruoro suddenly turned her head and stared at Shiaoi, hesitating. He also threatened that if he knew whose child I was pregnant with, he would be sent to jail. Chapter 8. After the breakup, why did Shiaoi become a driver for others? After hearing Su Ruoro's words, Shiaoi grinned. Now he really wants to ask, is what happened after drinking consensual? If I get caught, will I be sent to jail? At this moment, the voice of the system broke the brief silence. Host, you have named your baby, and I will give you a stretch mark removal ointment as a reward. Just apply the stretch mark removal cream on your wife's lower abdomen, and the stretch marks can be removed within 7 days and restored to their original state. At the same time, your wife's uterus and other organs will also recover, and you can have sex after 7 days. Shiaoi was a little shocked. This system even tells him the time of having sex? After the system finished speaking, Su Ruoro at the side also spoke up. Don't worry, Shiaoi, I won't tell my dad. She looked a little lost. As her father's little cotton padded jacket, she hadn't spoken to him on the phone for a long time. She also didn't want to break off relations with her father. Even if we keep the secret, my dad will eventually find out. It's okay. Shiaoi turned his head and looked at her. Wait a few days, when the babies are stable, take me to visit them. It's not a good idea to keep it a secret. I will find a way to convince our dad. After hearing Shiaoi's words, Su Ruoro raised the corner of her mouth and nodded heavily. Yeah. And Shiaoi organized his words. Ruoro, you don't have to work anymore. I'll take care of you. I made some money from stock trading recently, so it won't be a problem to support you and the baby. It is detected that the host is lying. 1 million has been given to the host as childcare funds. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared, and at the same time, the cell phone in his pocket dinged. I took out my cell phone and saw that 1 million had arrived in my account. Wow, this system is awesome, it's really cool. After hearing Shiaoi's words, Ruoro just nodded slightly and didn't say much. He was driving an Alpha car today, so he probably wouldn't be bragging. After a while, the two returned to the bedroom, where the 3 babies were still sleeping soundly. Shiaoi said, "Ruoro, you should take a rest first. When the baby wakes up later, I will heat up the breast milk in the refrigerator. You should have a good rest tonight." Ruoro did not refuse. Because there are 3 babies, she needs to be fed almost every hour, so she slept very poorly last night. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to take care of it. Shiaoi took out the stretch mark removal ointment given to him by the system. This is the stretch mark removal ointment I bought from an old Chinese doctor. I heard it is very effective. Let me apply it on you. Hearing this, Ruoro was a little surprised. She didn't expect Shiaoi to be so fully prepared. The two of them will get married sooner or later, and they both have a baby, so she doesn't mind it. She just let Shiaoi rub it on her lower abdomen, which felt itchy and a little warm. She looked at Shiaoi's cheek and found that he was quite handsome. The next day, Shiaoi had not slept all night. He had been feeding the baby and changing diapers. He was very sleepy at this time. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came. The host has made a contribution to the baby overnight, and you are rewarded with +5 for your appearance. Your current appearance is 99, a little bit behind the readers, and the average appearance of readers is +. Summer dopamine outfits have been prepared for the host, and the clothes have been stored in your closet. Giving money is fine, but can your appearance be improved? He rushed into the bathroom and was a little surprised when he saw himself in the mirror. His facial features are more 3-dimensional and his skin is more rosy. People like Eddie Pang and Daniel Wu look like his younger brothers when they are next to him. Last night, in order to prevent the baby from disturbing Ruoro's rest, he moved to the second bedroom. At this moment, there was a sizzling sound of frying coming from the kitchen outside. After washing up, Shiaoi walked out. Through the glass door of the kitchen, he saw Ruoro cooking. Shiaoi felt warm in his heart. Ruoro was cooking for him. However, her health has not recovered yet, and there is a lot of smoke in the kitchen, so it is better not to cook. "Ruoro, how did you cook?" Ruoro heard his voice, turned her head and smiled. "I saw that you took care of the baby all night, so I wanted to make you breakfast." "Let me do it." Shiaoi took the spatula from Ruoro's hand. "The kitchen is full of fumes." "You are still recovering, how can you cook?" "Didn't I say I would take care of you and the baby? Remember, don't cook on your own next time. I'll be sad if you do that again. And if you inhale too much oil smoke, your breast milk will be affected, which will harm not only you but also your baby." Upon hearing this, Ruoro immediately became more fond of Shiaoi. She didn't understand why Shiaoi, such a good man who cared so much about his family, was dumped by Ruoro. Ruoro lowered her head, looking as if she admitted her mistake. "Okay. I was wrong." Shiaoi gently touched her head. "It's okay, you should go and have a rest, I'll cook the meal, just don't do this next time. By the way, after dinner I have to go back to school. I'm about to start my internship, and I need to find my counselor to handle the procedures for starting my own business, and then pick up my clothes and computer from school." "Yeah, okay." Ruoro nodded gently. "Then I will take care of the baby at home and wait for you to come back. Then I'll trouble you, don't worry, I'll be back soon." "Okay." At this time, Ruoro couldn't help but kiss Shiaoi on the cheek, and then left the kitchen sweetly. He was stunned by the kiss. During the time he was dating Ruoro, the most he did was hold her hand. Once when they were kissing, Ruoro looked disgusted and even pushed him away. He even dislikes kissing, let alone anything else. After dinner, Shiaoi drove to Kyoto University. Today is the weekend, so many students left school early in the morning to hang out. The students were shocked when they saw an Alpha. Of course, it wasn't the car that was shocking, but the license plate. "Fuck, isn't this the principal's car?" "Why do you say that?" "It's just an ordinary Alpha car. Look at the license plate number. It's Joan B 88888. Only someone like the principal would have a license plate like that, right?" "Fuck, it's true." The two classmates who were watching the show spoke up, but at this time, Xiaoyi's car was stopped by the guard. Oh my god, this shouldn't be the principal's car, why was it stopped? Xiaoi got out of the car helplessly, but as luck would have it, he bumped into the stupid Lu Ruowei as soon as he got out of the car. At this time, Lu Ruowei was holding the arm of the fat man named Wang. She was wearing a short skirt and her butt was almost exposed. Special saw. When she saw Xiaoi, her eyes widened and then she laughed out loud. Sigh, after the breakup, why did Xiaoi become a driver for others? P.S. Please give me a small gift for a 5-star review. Xiao Ming will thank you very much. Chapter 9. I am better as a driver than you as a bus driver. Hey, who is this? Isn't this Xiaoi? I haven't seen him for 2 days. How come he is the driver? Lu Ruowei's words were full of sarcasm. He glanced at the Alpha car behind Xiaoi, but didn't think the car was his. I couldn't even afford an iPhone 14 Pro Max a few days ago, so how could I possibly afford an Alpha car today? According to the usual routine of cool novels, Lu Ruowei should continue to mock Xiaoi by relying on the fat man beside her, and then lay the foundation for Xiaoyi's pretentiousness and face slapping in the future. Xiaoi did not give her the opportunity to continue to mock him, and smiled softly. My job as a driver is better than your job as a bus driver. Anyone can get on the bus as long as they have money. After saying that, he ignored Lu Ruowei and after he showed his student ID, the gatekeeper opened the door for him. Then he drove into the Kyoto University campus. Lu Ruowei was a little exasperated. She clenched her fists and asked, "What do you mean by bus?" She said pitifully to the fat man beside her, "Brother, can you help me teach my ex-boyfriend a lesson? He is really too much." The fat man next to her raised his mouth slightly, thinking, he is right, it's just a bus. In order to give Lu Ruowei more sexual pleasure, the fat man agreed, okay, it's just a hairy boy, isn't it easy? Oh, I knew that brother Wang was good to me. A few minutes later, Xiaoi drove to the teaching building and went straight to the office to find Lu Tianxuan. Lu Tianxuan was not surprised to see him coming. It was already the end of June and the third-year classes had ended. In a few days, many companies would come to the school to recruit. Students need to start internships or start their own businesses before mid-July. Xiaoi now has 3 children and also needs to take care of Su Ruoruo, so how could he possibly find a job or internship? Counselor, please help me with the procedures for starting a business. Hearing this, Lu Tianxuan nodded slightly. She looked at the computer and asked, how are the 3 babies Ruoruo taking care of them at home now? Yes. Xiaoi nodded slightly, but Lu Tianxuan said, actually, you don't have to come to school specially. I can bring the documents to you when I visit Ruoruo. Are you at ease letting Ruoruo take care of 3 babies at home alone? No problem, so instructor, please do it for me quickly, so that I can go back to accompany Ruoruo. Xiaoi smiled. Lu Tianxuan and Su Ruoruo were indeed good friends. They were both thinking about Su Ruoruo now. After learning that she was home alone, Lu Tianxuan's hands moved noticeably faster. She said, if you want to start your own business, you must apply for a business license by the end of July, and then you need to submit the company's cash flow by the end of June next year. You have to find a way to resolve the employees' labor contracts, social security records, etc. Okay, don't worry, instructor. Xiaoi nodded. Lu Tianxuan looked up at him, and when she thought of the golden stroller he had prepared for the baby and the Alpha car worth more than 1 million yuan, she felt that Xiaoi could handle these things. Just sign here. You have to take good care of Ruoruo recently, okay? That's my wife, for sure. After signing, Xiaoi did not stay here for long and left the office in a flash. Just as he left the office, the system voice appeared. Host, congratulations on activating the entrepreneurship option. You can earn sustainable income by joining a store and take care of your baby and your wife. Please make a choice. Option 1, to join the Xiaolu Coffee franchise, you need to invest 400,000 yuan, and it is estimated to bring in a net profit of 2,000-3,000 yuan per day. Option 2, to join the Yishang Piao Hot Pot restaurant, you need to invest 3 million yuan, and it is estimated to bring in a net profit of 5,000-8,000 yuan per day. Option 3, let Ruoruo support me, and I will reward you with a King of Glory account with all skins, a comfortable massage chair, a 4090 graphics card, and 10 yuan in cash. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. If he wanted to start a business, it seemed that he could only choose the first one now. The second investment fund is not enough, and as for the third, King of Glory account? Massage chair? Graphics card? Now he has a wife and 3 babies waiting for him to take care of, who has the time to play games? Pick one. He muttered to himself. The selection is successful. A franchisee of the Little Deer coffee shop will contact you later. At the same time, we hope that the host can find a shop as soon as possible to prepare for the opening, decorate, and recruit staff. 5 or 6 minutes later, Shiaoi parked the car downstairs of the dormitory building. After going upstairs, he pushed open the door of dormitory 448. Because the classes were over and many companies would be recruiting in a few days, his 3 roommates were not panicking at all and were sitting in front of their computers playing games. Chen Hao was typing away on the keyboard. Fuck, babysitter, fuck, Lao Yang, do you know how to play? He turned his head sharply and happened to meet Xiaoyi's eyes. Oh shit. Seeing Shiaoi coming back, Chen Hao uttered the Chinese quintessence, Brother-y, where have you been these 2 days? Why didn't you come back? Could it be that you and Lu Ruowei? He smiled wickedly and made a piston motion. Xiaoyi's face was calm. I broke up with her. It's okay. Brothers, I will move out from today. You should stop playing games all day and focus on your work. What's going on? Chen Hao stood up and looked Shiaoi up and down. If we break up, then we break up. Why are you moving away? Are you depressed and want to commit suicide by taking sleeping pills? I'll kill myself, your sister. Shiaoi rolled his eyes. You're going to be a father now, go take care of the child. What? There are melons to eat? The next second, the other 2 roommates in the dormitory instantly picked up the watermelon and pricked up their ears while eating. You're a father? I don't believe you. Chen Hao's first reaction was disbelief. Shiaoi did not hide it. Do you remember that we went to Helen's for a drink 10 months ago? The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Shiaoi then asked, do you remember that later a woman came to our table to compete in drinking? The 3 of them nodded again. But they were all drunk at the time and couldn't see clearly who was drinking. Shiaoi, then you must remember that I didn't go back to the dormitory that night. At this point, Chen Hao was shocked and asked, what happened between you and that girl who was drinking with you? And then she gave birth to your child? That's right. Triplets. The 3 were shocked. Oh man, triplets? So where do you live now? I've rented a house outside. When the baby's full moon comes, don't forget to give gifts. I'm leaving first. Shiaoi quickly packed up his things and left the dormitory with his suitcase. Only 3 roommates were left staring at each other. Chapter 10. My mother-in-law called. 10 minutes later, Shiaoi returned home. At this time, Su Ruoruo was holding her second baby, patting his butt gently, and pacing back and forth in the living room. She didn't know why her body recovered so quickly, and her current condition was almost the same as before she was pregnant. The most important thing was that it was not like this yesterday. Seeing Shiaoi coming back, Su Ruoruo immediately came to him with the baby in her arms, smiling relaxedly. You're back. Have you completed the procedures for starting your own business? Of course, the instructor is your best friend, and she won't dare neglect you because of your favor. Don't worry, Ruoruo, I will have plenty of time to take care of you and the baby in the future. Yeah. She nodded slightly. She felt so happy to have someone care about her. Shiaoi took Xiaoming from her arms and looked at the baby's smiling face, feeling so much love in her heart. He stared at her Bao's chubby face. Where are Debao and Sanbao? When they fell asleep, I found that the second child was more energetic. The first and third children all liked to sleep. But I was like this when I was a child. Maybe the first and second babies will be up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone in Su Ruoruo's pocket suddenly rang. She took out her phone and took a look, then her expression changed subtly. Shiaoi, I'm going to answer a call. Su Ruoruo opened the balcony door and put the phone to her ear. Mom. Shiaoi looked at her back. He heard the word mom clearly. Is it my mother-in-law calling? Shiaoi didn't think much about it, because sooner or later he would bring his baby to visit his mother-in-law and father-in-law, and it wouldn't take long. At this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Shiaoi took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. But he still answered the call, and a female voice came from the phone. Hello Mr. Xiao, do you have any thoughts on joining Xiaolu Coffee? Yeah, that's right. Then I'll give you the price and the company's requirements. The store area cannot be less than 30 square meters, the deposit is 50,000 yuan, and the decoration fee is calculated according to the area. An 80 square meter store will require about 180,000 yuan for decoration, 190,000 yuan for equipment, and the first batch of materials. Excluding rent, the total cost is about 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. After the phone call, Shiaoi learned the rules for opening a store. I have to take care of my baby for the next few days, and then take some time to see if there are any suitable stores nearby. After all, coffee shops need to be open near office buildings, shopping malls, or schools. Shiaoi, who called you? After finishing the call, Su Ruoro came back with a faint smile on her face. Shiaoi turned his head and stared at her pretty face, saying, I'm planning to open a coffee shop recently, and the person who just called is a franchisee. Coffee shop? Su Ruoro nodded slightly when she heard this. It is true that one can make a lot of money by opening a coffee shop now, but it depends on the geographical location. Which store is it? Fawn. The Fawn is okay. Brand determines traffic. Shiaoi is currently doing very well in China, especially the 9.9 yuan raw coconut latte, which is simply a hot selling product. Shiaoi was not in the mood to talk about the franchise store. He asked, What did our mother call you about just now? Ah. Her face turned slightly red. Is this our mother? Well. Mom asked me if the baby was about to be born. Shiaoi was shocked when he heard this. The baby was already born and she didn't even know it. Su Ruoro noticed Shiaoi's strange mood. Actually, Mom has been in contact with me and always cares about me. The reason she didn't come over recently is because of Dad. He is quite strong, so. You've suffered, Ruoro. Shiaoi couldn't help but caress her face. Su Ruoro shook her head. I'm fine. Aren't you here? By the way, my mom said she will come to see me tomorrow without telling my dad. I just gave her the address. Shiaoi nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Don't worry, I will definitely prepare a good meal tomorrow and treat our mother well. Su Ruoro smiled happily. Just then, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the stroller in the bedroom. Wow. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro hurried into the bedroom, picked up the eldest baby Xiaomingrua, and Su Ruoro lifted her clothes to prepare for feeding. But Dabeo didn't eat at all. Su Ruoro was puzzled when she saw this. Hey, Shiaoi, why doesn't little Ruoro eat milk? Let me see. Shiaoi quickly turned his gaze to Dabeo Ruoro's face. She was somewhat resistant to breastfeeding and even cried loudly. Probably not hungry. Ruoro, how long has it been since Dabeo changed his diaper? It should be 3 hours. It's probably because of the diaper. Soon, Shiaoi changed Dabeo's diaper. After putting on a new diaper, as expected, Dabeo stopped crying. Su Ruoro suddenly felt it was so magical. Why did the baby stop crying after changing the diaper? Next, Shiaoi changed the diapers of the second baby, Xiaoming, and the third baby, Xiaoqinxue. Then Shiaoi held the first and third baby on his left and right, while Su Ruoro held the second baby. The weather outside was nice today and the temperature was just right. Su Ruoro opened the window, took a breath of the air outside, and found Shiaoi. Honey, the weather is nice today, how about we take the baby out for a walk? Shiaoi was a little surprised when he heard this. It was only a few days before Su Ruoro's body recovered. Normally, one should not move around too much during confinement, but at this moment, Su Ruoro did not look weak at all. He even took the initiative to say that he wanted to go out for a walk. Could it be the effect of the stretch mark removal cream? Ruoro, are you physically able? Su Ruoro felt a little strange when she heard this. She felt full of energy after waking up today, so she took the initiative to cook. She nodded, sure, I always feel a little stuffy in the house, why don't we put the baby in the stroller and go out for a walk? Yeah, okay. This is a suburban area with pretty good air quality and lots of greenery in the neighborhood, so it should be no problem to take your baby out to breathe some fresh air. So, Shiaoi pushed the stroller over, prepared your bottles, wet wipes and other baby supplies, and prepared to go downstairs. Chapter 11 Lu Ruowei was deceived. A moment later, Shiaoi pushed the eldest child Su Mangrua, the second child Xiaoming and the third child Xiaoqinxue downstairs. They lay in the stroller and were particularly well behaved, looking at the outside world curiously, as if they were curious about everything. The temperature today was only 24 degrees, the sun was not too strong, and the air was particularly fresh, but Shiaoi did not plan to hang out outside for a long time. After all, he did not want his son and daughter to get tanned. No matter what the temperature is, you will get a tan as long as there is ultraviolet light. What is more, it's a baby with delicate skin and tender flesh. There seems to be a pond over there in the community. Let's go over there and take a look. Su Ruoro suggested, and Shiaoi naturally had no objection and walked over pushing the stroller. A few minutes later, they arrived at the pond. Because it was the weekend, there were many parents looking after their children there. Several little kids around 5 or 6 years old were chasing and playing happily, and there were a few even younger kids blowing bubbles. In short, they were having a lot of fun. Ouch, are these triplets? At this time, an old lady with a mole on her nose came over. She first looked at the 3 babies, and then turned her attention to Shiaoi and Su Ruoro. Yes, Auntie, it's triplets. Oh my god, you have a child at such a young age. Oh, the baby is so cute. She looked at the second baby and liked him very much. Then the aunt turned her attention to the stroller and said, You two are new to the community, right? I haven't seen you before. And your pure gold baby carriage is great. The 3 babies look the most beautiful in it. Ah! Su Ruoro was stunned when she heard this. A baby carriage made of pure gold? Could it be that this is made of pure gold? Su Ruoro turned her eyes to Shiaoi, and Shiaoi laughed dryly. Auntie, stop joking, this is not made of pure gold. You are quite low-key, young man. My family has been in the gold business for generations. I can smell gold even if I am 10 meters away. Don't be so low-key. The baby will be blessed to have a father like you. Okay, you guys continue to take care of the child. I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, the lady took the child and left. Su Ruoro, who was standing by, was full of shock. It was fine that Shiaoi had an alpha car, but she didn't expect that even the baby's stroller was made of pure gold. If it is pure gold, how much would this car cost? She really couldn't understand Shiaoi anymore. Could it be that he has some hidden identity? Just when Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were basking in the sun, the system's voice rang out. Host, the system has found a suitable store for you. Please go to the store to sign the lease contract within 2 hours. Store address, number 76 Jiangxia Road. Within 3 kilometers there are 10 office buildings, Yuta Plaza, Women's Street, Commercial Street, Kyoto Normal University, Kyoto Conservatory of Music, etc. Shiaoi was stunned when he heard the system's voice. He didn't expect the system to help him find a store, but this is also a good thing. There is a lot of customer flow in places like this. If he opens the store early, he can get profits as soon as possible. At this moment, the cell phone in Su Ruoro's pocket happened to ring. After seeing that it was Lu Tianxuan, Su Ruoro directly turned on the speakerphone. Ruoro, you're not home? I knocked on the door for a long time, why didn't you open it? Well, Xuan, are you here? Yeah, what have you been doing? Shiaoi and I are just strolling around the neighborhood. Wait for us and we'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Ruoro held Shiaoi's hand and said, My best friend is here. Let's go back quickly. Shiaoi nodded, yes, but I suddenly remembered that there is something I haven't done yet. Why don't I take you upstairs first and then finish this matter as soon as possible? Hearing this, Su Ruoro shook her head sensibly, just go and do what you want. I have legs and can go upstairs. Don't worry, I have learned a lot of experience in the past 2 days and can take good care of the baby. Even if we can't take good care of it, we still have Lu Tianxuan as a tool. At this point, Shiaoi burst out laughing. My goodness, is he treating Lu Tianxuan as a tool? Alright, I'll go first then. Good. Shiaoi left here quickly. Su Ruoro pushed the baby upstairs slowly and leisurely. Jiangxia Road. After parking the car, Shiaoi went straight to the address given by the system. Soon, he saw a shop with the words G-Store for sale written on it. He looked up and saw that it was a fried chicken shop. There is also a coffee shop next to the store, but it is a self-operated brand, not a franchise brand. Just as he reached the door of the coffee shop, Shiaoi's face froze. Damn, why is there stupid Lu Ruowei everywhere? That's right, at this moment Lu Ruowei was holding the fat man's arm, with a smile on her face and 2 cups of coffee in her hands. Brother Wang, you are really young and promising. Not only does your family raise pigs, but you even opened a coffee shop. How much turnover does this coffee shop have in a day? Upon hearing this, Wang Daolong hugged Lu Ruowei's slender waist tightly and said arrogantly, Not much, the net profit is only 2,000 yuan a day. Wow, that's a lot. Wang Daolong waved his hand and said, That's nothing. I have more than 4,000 pigs at home. If one pig costs 4,000 yuan, that's 16 million yuan. Wow, Brother Wang, you are so awesome. When Lu Ruowei heard this, all she could see was money, and she wished she could get a room with him right now. After all, she knows what men like. I am beautiful, have a good figure, and am good at sex. Aren't these the weapons I use to control men? What's so great about that? If you want this store, I can give it to you and let you be the boss lady. When he said this, Wang Daohu touched his nose. In fact, he was just bragging. His family raises several hundred pigs. The cost of raising pigs is high now, and the profit from one pig is only more than 1,000 yuan. As for this coffee shop, he opened it in partnership with others and he was only the nominal owner. As for the Porsche 718, it seemed to be an eighth-hand car, which was an accident car 6 or 7 years ago. He just replaced some exterior parts and modified it slightly, so it looks like new. He packages himself as a wealthy man just to sleep with fake socialite college students. Moreover, he felt so happy to be hugged by these beauties and called brother or even dad. The main thing is that there will be a lot of people flattering him, which can greatly satisfy his vanity. As for giving this shop to Lu Ruowei, it is of course just empty talk. Otherwise, why would she stick out her butt so obediently? Really? Hearing this, Lu Ruowei hugged Wang Daolong's neck and gave him a passionate kiss on the cheek. Brother Wang, you are so nice to me. Let's go to the hotel. I miss you again. At this moment, Lu Ruowei turned her head and found that Shiaoi was actually looking at her. Chapter 12 Successfully bought the store. Lu Ruowei was shocked. Shiaoi? When she saw Shiaoi, Lu Ruowei rolled her eyes. Why was this guy so haunting? Why could she run into him everywhere? What bad luck! Shiaoi ignored her and walked straight past. At the same time, Lu Ruowei took the initiative to provoke trouble as he expected. Oh, what a coincidence, Shiaoi, why are you here? It's a good thing I told you that we broke up. Look, Brother Wang is going to give this coffee shop to me. You can't even afford a cell phone. I don't know how I was blind enough to be with you. Oh, congratulations. Xiaoyi's tone was cold. He glanced at the store out of the corner of his eye and then smiled disdainfully. After I open my own little dear coffee shop, I guess the shop will close down soon. He is not afraid at all that the shop next door will steal his business, because something like a coffee shop requires brand and reputation. Xiaolu Coffee has been established for many years and is considered a well-known brand throughout China. It is also cheaper than Starbucks, and many young people can afford the price of Xiaolu Coffee. Especially in a city like Kyoto. Let me ask you, if the price of coffee in two stores is similar, would you buy a well-known brand or a personal brand? I believe most people will choose the former. Shiaoi didn't pretend to be cool like in some cool novels. He just smiled faintly and walked into the shop next door. He called out at the door, "Excuse me, is the shop for rent?" His voice was so loud that even Lu Ruowei and Wang Daolong outside could hear it. Lu Ruowei outside chuckled and said to Wang Daolong beside her, "Did I hear correctly? Shiaoi actually wants to rent the shop next door? Can he afford to rent it if he's that poor? Who knows?" Wang Daolong had no interest in Shiaoi. His only interest now is to sleep with Lu Ruowei a few more times and then ruthlessly abandon her. Inside the shop. After hearing the sound, a thin man in a white coat walked over. He had a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and looked particularly outstanding. He immediately smiled when he saw Shiaoi. "You want to rent a store?" Shiaoi nodded. Because the geographical location here is really good, and it was recommended by the system, he also wanted to make a quick decision, rent the store as soon as possible, and then go home to take care of the baby. Given Lu Tianxuang's way of thinking, he was really afraid that she would cause some trouble at home. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks stretched out his hand. "Hello, my name is Lu Quan." Shiaoi. He simply said his name, and then continued, "Just tell me the rental price. If it's suitable, I can sign the contract now." Seeing Shiaoi being so straightforward, Lu Quan said straightforwardly, "The total area is 95 square meters, and the rent is 130,000 yuan a month. I can give you 1.5 million yuan a year, but you have to pay a transfer fee of 150,000 yuan for the store." Hearing this, Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. The rent is not expensive. He had checked online in advance and found that most of the shops here cost more than 200,000 yuan a month. After all, Kyoto is the capital of China, with a superior geographical location and a large flow of people. Just at this moment, Lu Ruowei appeared from nowhere, and her sloppy mouth began to mock again. "Shiaoi, can you afford the 1.5 million yuan rental? What are you doing here as a driver with nothing to do? Can't you just drive your car there?" Then, Lu Ruowei approached Wang Daolong again. My brother Wang is still rich. Brother Wang, look, this store is next to you, why don't you rent it, and then we can do business together. Wang Daolong rolled his eyes at Lu Ruowei. Is this girl's brain filled with water? Why is she talking nonsense? However, in order to maintain his personal image, Wang Daolong coughed twice. Ahem, I am going to open a second store in Ginza recently, and the area of our store is enough, so I have not considered this store for the time being. Wow, brother Wang, you are so awesome. You even opened a second store. Lu Ruowei immediately said coquettishly, I really want to be the boss's wife. I'm about to start my internship. I want to start my own business. Brother Wang, how about letting me be the boss's wife of your new store? Okay, but it will take about a month to open the store. I'll take you there then. Love you, darling. This time, Lu Ruowei changed her name and kissed Wang Daohu on the face again. This kiss made Wang Daohu even more delighted. But what he was thinking in his heart was, after a month, he would get tired of her and dump her. Shiaoi, who was standing aside, was speechless. He now has only about 1.1 million in savings. If he rents a store for half a year, it will cost about 750,000, plus the 150,000 installation fee, which is 900,000. We can rent this shop now. After all, it is rare to have such a good shop opportunity. So he asked, then may I ask if the rent can be paid in half a year? Sure. Lu Quan ignored Lu Ruowei and Wang Daohu. He nodded and said, but the transfer fee needs to be paid in full. By the way, I am not the landlord. I am also a tenant here. The store eventually chose to close due to poor management. Shiaoi nodded. No matter how good the location is, it is useless if the product selection is not good. Lu Quan continued, I have exactly half a year's rent left for this shop, but the contract was originally signed for 3 years, and there are still 2.5 years left. As long as you pay me half a year's rent and a transfer fee of 150,000, I will transfer the contract to you. No problem. Shiaoi took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 900,000 yuan across banks to Lu Quan. Got it. Lu Quan smiled and shook hands with Shiaoi. Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to work with you. Seeing this, Lu Ruowei on the side was shocked. How is this possible? A few days ago, he was reluctant to buy her an iPhone 14 Pro Max, so how could he be willing to spend 900,000 to rent a store now? Could it be that he was pretending before? Actually, he is a rich second generation? That's not right. During the time we were together before, he even delivered takeout. He doesn't look like a rich second generation man at all. Please come with me and sign the contract. Watching Shiaoi enter the inner room, Lu Ruowei already felt a little regretful. But she soon figured it out. Shiaoi is just a driver, maybe he rented it for his boss. Yes, that's it, definitely. She took Wang Daohu's arm and said, Dear, this Shiaoi is rented for his boss. Let's go. Wang Daohu didn't say much. He has no grudge against Shiaoi, so why should he care who rented the house? As long as it doesn't delay his business. Soon, the two people left. At the same time, Lu Ruowei suddenly remembered something, and she said in a coquettish voice, Oh, dear, you said you would help me teach Shiaoi a lesson. When? Chapter 13 Lu Tianxuan, I was attacked by Debao. Don't watch while eating. Don't worry, it will be quick. After cursing Lu Ruowei in his heart, Wang Daolong drove his Porsche and took Lu Ruowei away. 10 minutes later, Lu Quan sent Shiaoi out. The contract has been transferred to Shiaoi. Now that he has 900,000 yuan, at least he has the capital and can start a business again. Mr. Xiao, I have given you all the keys. Have you memorized the landlord's phone number? Yeah. Shiaoi nodded slightly. I'll find him if I have anything in the future. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. For Shiaoi, the most important thing now is to go back as soon as possible to check on the baby. Lu Quan had no intention of keeping Shiaoi. Okay, then drive slowly. How did you get here? Do you want me to give you a ride? As he said that, he took out the key to a Volkswagen. Shiaoi shook his head. I drove here and parked nearby. You don't have to take me home. Just go home by yourself. More than 20 minutes later, Shiaoi returned home. Contrary to what he thought, at this moment Su Ruoro and Lu Tianxuan were sitting on the sofa, eating melon seeds and chatting. There were 3 baby strollers placed next to them, and the 3 babies were sleeping in the strollers quite well. After seeing Shiaoi coming back, Su Ruoro stood up immediately. It took Shiaoi less than an hour from going out to coming back. It has to be said that he is quite efficient. Of course, it could also be because of the baby in her. My dear, you're back so soon. What have you been doing? Su Ruoruo walked over with open arms and kissed him on the cheek as she came over. Lu Tianxuan was confused when she saw this scene. Ha! It's only been a day since they last met. How did Shiaoi train Su Ruoruo so well? And you call me dear? Shiaoi took off his coat and hung it on the hook in the entrance. He pinched Su Ruoruo's watery face and said, "Didn't I say I wanted to open a Xiaolu coffee? A friend recommended a store location to me. I went over to take a look and signed the contract." Ah. Hearing this, Su Ruoruo was a little surprised. Why did you sign the contract so quickly without even asking for her opinion? Have you signed the contract? Yes. Shiaoi took out the folded contract from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruoruo. It's on Jiangxia Road. I think there's no problem with the location, but there are still some problems now. What's the problem? Su Ruoruo asked as she looked at the contract. At the same time, Lu Tianxuan also curiously stretched his head over, like a curious baby. I just paid 900,000 yuan for the rent for half a year, and I'm still a little short of the budget for opening a store. How much is still missing? Su Ruoruo put away the contract. She is a native of Kyoto and is very familiar with the shop rentals here. Shiaoi rented a shop on Jiangxia Road for 130,000 yuan a month, and it's a 95 square meter shop, so it's not a loss at all. And now every store has transfer fees, which is normal. Because Lu Tianxuan was still here, Shiaoi looked at her first. Lu Tianxuan said, "Why are you looking at me? I tell you, I don't have any money to lend you." "Xuanxuan, I won't borrow money from you." Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes. Lu Tianxuan was so stingy. She set her eyes on Shiaoi. "Just let me know what you say. I still have some savings here, you can use them. We still need 200,000. I happen to have it. I'll transfer it to you tonight." Now Su Ruoruo has complete trust in Shiaoi. Moreover, when Lu Tianxuan first came, they studied the baby carriage and finally concluded that the baby carriage was made of pure gold. She was so shocked and found it increasingly difficult to understand Shiaoi. What a high end it is. The baby carriage is made directly with pure gold, and 3 of them were made at a time. It's too luxurious. After hearing Su Ruoruo's words, Shiaoi remained calm and said, "That's fine. Anyway, the store will make back its profit soon after it opens. In that case, I will contact the franchisee and ask their regional manager to come over to do a store evaluation." Aha! Su Ruoruo nodded heavily. Why do I feel like Shiaoi has a bit of a domineering president look to him? Just at this moment, Debeo, who was lying in the stroller, suddenly started crying. Wow! The 3 of them moved almost at the same time and all looked towards Debeo Xiaomangruo. Then unfortunately, with a bang, the 3 of them bumped their heads together. When little Ruoruo in the stroller saw this scene, she burst out laughing. Hey hey! She opened her little mouth, squinted her eyes, stretched out her chubby little hands, and smiled very happily. But she only laughed for 3 seconds and then started crying again. Wow! The 3 of them stared at each other. Little Mengruo was crying and laughing at the same time. Why was she being beaten? Shiaoi is very experienced and directly analyzed the reason why Xiaomangruo was crying. Looking at the posture, it seems that she has pooped. Let's take a look. Su Ruoruo now knows that if the baby cries, it is either because he has defecated or is hungry. Su Ruoruo quickly picked up Debeo, and Shiaoi put a soft cushion on the sofa and put her on it. After untying the diaper, while there is indeed a bad smell, Xiaomangruo's butt is covered with stinky poop. And at this time Xiaomangruo was particularly dishonest and actually started to flutter. Seeing this, Su Ruoruo comforted her, "Don't move, Xiaomangruo. Be careful not to splash your stinky water on Lu Tianxuan." Lu Tianxuan, who was eating melons on the side, looked confused. It was at this time that Xiao Ruoruo suddenly patted her butt with her little arm. With a snap, something yellow seemed to fly out and land on Lu Tianxuan's face. Lu Tianxuan's expression at this moment is the same as the 3rd emoticon package on your phone. She gently wiped the foreign matter off her face with her fingers. Then, he put it to his nose and smelled it. Then he vomited. Oh my god. Ruoruo, you are such a bad-mouthed person. When little Ruoruo slapped me, the poop splashed on my face. No, I need to go wash my face. Lu Tianchuan felt miserable. Before, her second child peed on her face, and now she was attacked by her first child's poop. The three treasures? She glanced at Sanbao in the stroller and said, no, he must stay away from her. To prevent being attacked. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro laughed at the same time when they saw Lu Tianchuan's embarrassed look. Ha 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 ha. As parents, they would not react as strongly as Lu Tianchuan. However, it is indeed time to give Dabeo a bath now. Shiaoi said, Ruoro, you take care of Erbao and Sanbao, I'm going to the bathroom in the master bedroom to give Dabeo a bath. I'm sure you'll wash Dabeo nicely. Well, go ahead. Su Ruoro couldn't help laughing again when she thought of Lu Tianchuan's appearance. Chapter 14 Mother-in-law, I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by Shiaoi. The next day. After getting up early in the morning, Shiaoi first called Xiaolu Coffee and asked the regional manager to come over to do a store assessment, and then he rushed to the nearest supermarket without stopping. After all, my mother-in-law will be here soon. At least we should treat her well. Although my mother-in-law hasn't come to see Su Ruoro and the three babies recently, she has her reasons. Since she is here, we should treat her well and leave a good impression on her. Shiaoi bought a lot of vegetables in the supermarket and then also bought some seafood such as crayfish, hairy crabs, and a Qingjiang fish. When Su Ruoro got home, she was stunned. Seeing that Shiaoi bought so many things, she looked at the time and couldn't help but said, honey, it's only a little after 8 o'clock now, and there are still nearly 4 hours until lunch at noon. Do we have to cook now? Shiaoi tied the apron around her waist, then said with a smile, well, this is the first time our mother comes to see the baby, and it is also the first time she sees me. No matter what, she must leave a good impression on her. Su Ruoro couldn't refute what Shiaoi said. It is indeed true. No matter who comes to visit your home, as long as you treat them well, the other person will feel valued. Moreover, Shiaoi's cooking skills are also excellent. When my mother tasted the food he cooked at noon and saw the three cute babies and Shiaoi who knows how to manage the household, she should like him very much, right? When thinking of this, Su Ruoro couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Then you prepare well, do you need my help? No, just rest and stay with the baby. Yeah, okay. Soon, Shiaoi started busying himself in the kitchen. Su Ruoro did not go into the kitchen, mainly because she could not help much. If she went, she might be scolded by Shiaoi. They say that the fumes are heavy and affect your health. Time passed quickly, and around 11:30, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ruoro, who was feeding her second baby, didn't have time to put the baby down. She carried Xiaoming to the door and opened it. After opening the door, a woman who looked to be in her 40s and wearing an old-fashioned floral dress was standing at the door. She looks somewhat similar to Su Ruoro. Although she is dressed simply, she has a special temperament and her face is well maintained. This is Su Ruoro's mother, Qin Shueping. Mom! Su Ruoro shouted. Qin Shueping hadn't seen her daughter for several months, so she couldn't help feeling a little excited. Only when she saw that Su Ruoro looked good did she feel relieved. But I still feel a little guilty. As a mother, she didn't even know the child was born. Ruoro, how long has this been born? She couldn't help but look at the baby in Su Ruoro's arms. It's been 3 days. Auntie, you're here. At this moment, Xiaoyi's voice suddenly came from behind Su Ruoro. Hearing the voice, Qin Shueping couldn't help but look at Shiaoi. She looked Shiaoi up and down. Su Ruoro had told her on the phone yesterday that the house here was found by the child's father. The child's father has been taking care of her and the baby. You are the father of the child, right? Yes. Shiaoi did not hide it, but smiled and said, Auntie, please come in and sit down. The food will be ready soon. You must taste my cooking today. Qin Shueping was actually quite surprised to see Shiaoi still wearing an apron. After all, in this era, there are not many boys who can cook. After bringing Qin Shueping in, Shiaoi poured Qin Shueping a glass of water and then went to the kitchen to busy himself. She focused her attention on the second baby in Su Ruoro's arms. Ruoro, which baby are you holding? I made the call in a hurry yesterday and didn't ask how many boys and how many girls there were. Su Ruoro said patiently, Mom, this is Erbao, his name is Xiaoming, and he is a boy. Come with me. Dabeo and Sanbao are sleeping on the bed in the bedroom. The other 2 babies are girls. Dabeo's name is Xiao Mangrua and Sanbao's name is Xiao Qinshui. Mangrua, Qin Shui. Qin Shueping muttered to herself as she walked into the bedroom. When I saw Dabeo and Sanbao lying on the bed, I felt relieved. 3 babies, 2 girls and 1 boy, how wonderful it is to have both a son and a daughter. Especially the second child, he is so lucky to have both an older sister and a younger sister. Shin Shueping couldn't bear to take her eyes off the 2 babies. After seeing the 2 babies, she immediately thought of Su Ruoro when she was a child. She also loved sleeping very much at that time. She looks exactly like Su Ruoro when she was a child. Ruoro, I found that Dabeo and Sanbao are a bit like you when you were a child. Yeah, I feel that way too. Su Ruoro laughed. I remember that when I was a child, I loved sleeping very much. I almost fell asleep after drinking milk, right? After seeing Dabeo and Sanbao, Shin Shueping seemed to see the former Su Ruoro, and her heart suddenly felt more relieved. Ruoro, can I hug Erbao? She couldn't bear to disturb the sleeping Dabeo and Sanbao, so she turned her eyes to the Erbao in her arms. Mom, you're already a grandmother, and all 3 of these kids are your grandchildren. Do you still need to ask me if I can hold them? She carefully handed the second baby to Shin Shueping. The moment Shin Shueping took the second baby suddenly burst into tears. Wow! It didn't matter that the crying woke up the sleeping Dabeo and Sanbao, and all 3 babies started crying at once. Wow! The whole bedroom was filled with the sound of a baby crying. Shin Shueping was a little confused. Logically, the baby would not be shy at such a young age, so why did he start crying when she took him in? She gently patted Erbao's butt. Don't cry, Erbao, I'm your grandma. Why do you cry when you're in your arms? Be good. But no matter how Shin Shueping tried to coax the baby, the second baby still cried loudly. Shiaoi, who had just finished cooking the last dish, took off her apron when she heard the sound and quickly walked to the bedroom. Seeing Erbao crying loudly, he chuckled and said, Mom, let me comfort him. Su Ruoro? Hearing Shiaoi suddenly calling Mom, both of them were a little confused. So fast? Shiaoi didn't care at all, as if it was a matter of course. After taking the second baby, he changed his posture, and immediately the second baby stopped crying. Look, stop crying. Shin Shueping was confused when she saw this. Why did he cry loudly when I held Erbao just now, but he stopped crying when you held him now? Mom, you're holding me in the wrong position. Your arm just clamped the baby's legs. He is too small to sit on your arm. It is best to hold his butt and let him lie in your arms. This is the most comfortable way. As he spoke, Shiaoi also gave a demonstration. Shin Shueping nodded slightly after seeing this. She didn't expect to be taught a lesson by Shiaoi today. Chapter 15, Let the father-in-law kneel down and sing conquer. Come on, Mom, try the moves I told you to do. Shiaoi once again handed the second baby to Shin Shueping. Shin Shueping did not refuse. She hugged Erbao as Shiaoi said. Indeed, after taking Erbao, he stopped crying. She looked at the well-behaved Erbao and laughed out loud. I didn't expect that it was really Grandma who hurt Erbao. Grandma is here to apologize to you. After saying that, she said Muai and kissed Erbao on the face. Seeing this scene, Su Ruoro and Shiaoi both smiled. At least Shin Shueping behaved very well after seeing the 3 babies. Because the family was strict, Su Ruoro was also afraid that her mother would not accept Shiaoi after she came. Just now, when Shiaoi took the initiative to call her mom, she didn't say anything. It seemed that she had already accepted him in her heart. At the same time, the second baby in Shin Shueping's arms felt the embrace of his grandmother and also laughed. At this time, Su Ruoro was holding Dabeo. Dabeo looked at his grandmother curiously with his big watery eyes, and then he grinned. Sanbao lay down on the bed and fell asleep. At this time, Shiaoi said, Mom, Ruoro, I have prepared the food. Let's go eat first. Just put the baby on the bed. The 3 babies are usually well behaved. Shiaoi likes to play nursery rhymes near them and then go to eat. The baby was surprisingly obedient and didn't cry or make a fuss. After putting the baby down, Shiaoi, Su Ruoro and Shin Shueping soon sat at the dining table. The meals Shiaoi cooked were particularly sumptuous, with dishes such as sweet and sour spare ribs, kung pao chicken, stir-fried bullfrog, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy crayfish, and mutton grilled fish. In his previous life, he often cooked and his cooking skills were superb, even better than those of Michelin 3-star chefs. As the saying goes, if you want to conquer a person, you must first conquer his stomach. Shiaoi feels that there is no problem in conquering his mother-in-law's stomach with his cooking skills. After seeing the dazzling array of dishes on the table, Shin Shueping was a little bit incredulous. It was rare for men to be willing to cook nowadays. She didn't expect that Shiaoi could cook such delicious dishes. Just the smell made her salivate. It must be very delicious. It smells so good. Shin Shueping couldn't help but say that her stomach started to growl after she smelled the fragrance of the food. Hearing this, Su Ruoro quickly praised Shiaoi. "Mom, Shiaoi has been cooking for me recently. His cooking skills are very good. Try this Kung Pao chicken. Shiaoi, Mom, try this grilled fish." Two people picked up dishes for Shin Shueping at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. Shin Shueping first put the fish meat picked by Shiaoi into her mouth. After chewing it lightly, her eyes suddenly lit up. It's delicious, delicious. Ruoro, I usually go to Bantiano to eat grilled fish. I think Bantiano's grilled fish is pretty good. I didn't expect that Shiaoi's grilled fish is even better than Bantiano's. Shin Shueping couldn't help but look at Shiaoi again. No wonder I saw my daughter looking good as soon as I entered the door. It seems that Shiaoi took good care of her. To have such good cooking skills, he must be very knowledgeable about nutritional combinations. After hearing her mother's praise, Su Ruoro gave her another piece of fish. "Mom, if you like it, eat more." Shiaoi, "Mom, if you like, I can cook for you every day. This fish is just an appetizer. I know hundreds of dishes. I will cook them for you slowly in the future." Hearing this, Shin Shueping laughed. Still cooking every day and not having to work? Speaking of this, Shin Shueping remembered that she seemed to have not yet asked Shiaoi what his job was. To be able to cook such delicious dishes, could he be a chef? When she thought of this, Shin Shueping asked out loud, "Shiaoi, what kind of job do you do now?" Shiaoi answered truthfully, "Mom, I just started my internship at university. Yesterday, I rented a shop on Jiangxia Road and plan to open a coffee shop there. This morning, the regional manager of Xiaolu Coffee has completed the store assessment. If everything goes well, the renovation will begin in the next few days." When hearing this, Shin Shueping was a little surprised again. He just started his internship at the university, which means Shiaoi is only 22 years old this year. Su Ruoro is already 25 years old this year. She didn't expect that her daughter would find a brother who is 3 years younger than her. "Hello, brother." There is a saying that goes, "A girl 3 years older than a man is a gold brick." There is now an extra gold brick in the family. Not bad, not bad. Shin Shueping looked at Shiaoi with admiration again. As a native of Kyoto, she certainly knew how expensive the rent of shops on Jiangxia Road was. Since Shiaoi could afford to rent a shop and start a business at such a young age, he must have a considerable background. Of course, background is not important, as long as he can take good care of the 3 babies and wife in the future. At this time, Shin Shueping had already accepted Shiaoi in her heart. Who wouldn't love a young man who is not as handsome as you but not bad either, can be considered handsome, can cook, is young and good at business and making money? At this time, Shin Shueping put down her chopsticks, organized her words and then said, "Ruoro, Shiaoi is a good kid, I strongly support you two to be together again, that." She set her sights on Shiaoi. "Shiaoi, when you have time in a few days, go visit your father-in-law with Ruoro and the baby." "Really, Mom?" Su Ruoro on the side was particularly excited because she could dream about her father even in her dreams. "Since my mother said this, it means that Shiaoi has already passed the test in her heart, and the next step is to face the boss, my father." "Certainly." Shin Shueping looked at Shiaoi, her eyes also full of love. "Shiaoi, you have to prepare well. Ruoro's father is a criminal policeman. He has a lot of work pressure and has been shot. Sometimes he has a bad temper. If he gets angry after you see him, I hope you can understand." "Well, don't worry, Mom." Shiaoi nodded heavily, "I will definitely prepare well." "Yeah." Su Ruoro on the side was ecstatic. She wondered what her father would look like when he saw the 3 adorable babies. So looking forward to it. Just at this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Shiaoi was startled. "Ding, congratulations to the host for meeting your father-in-law soon. Please make your choice. Option 1, my father-in-law likes crickets. Go to the flea market and buy a cricket for him, and he will be rewarded with a 400 square meter duplex suite in Kyoto. Option 2, my father-in-law is a criminal policeman, so he must like fraud gangs. Go to northern Myanmar to catch a fraudster and give him to him as a reward, and he will give him the opportunity to be beaten. Choice 3, gift? I think you are a gift. I don't want to give him anything, but I want him to kneel down and sing Conquer for me. As a reward, I will give him a pair of silver bracelets and a 7-day tour of the detention center including food and accommodation. After seeing these three options, Shiaoi was confused. Damn, what the hell is this? Chapter 16, Will there be a bloody disaster at home? Go to northern Myanmar? Make my father-in-law kneel down and sing conquer? A chance to win a kidney as a reward? A silver bracelet? A 7-day trip to a detention center? Food and accommodation included? This. Shiaoi shook his head, feeling that this option was pretty damn outrageous. After recovering from her shock, Su Ruoro was still frantically picking up food for Qin Shueping. Mom, please eat more. Come on, try this fried tomato and eggs. Let me peel a crayfish for you. Ha ha ha, good. Qin Shueping was also in a particularly good mood. All she was thinking about now were her 3 babies. Just at this moment, the sound of a baby crying suddenly came from the master bedroom. Wow. Shiaoi stood up instinctively. Mom, Ruoro, you guys eat first, I'll go check on the baby. He quickly went to the bedroom and saw Sanbao crying. Little Qinshua opened her mouth wide and cried loudly, her face turned red. What's wrong, Sambo? He quickly picked up the baby from the bed, weighed the diaper underneath, and found out the reason. It turns out that he had poop. After taking out the baby wipes, Shiaoi placed Sanbao under a mat and untied her diaper. Wow, so much? Shiaoi would not dislike his baby. He skillfully wiped her but clean and then changed her diaper. At this time, Su Ruoro walked in and asked, What's wrong, Shiaoi, why is Sanbao crying? It's just poop, it's okay, I've already taken care of it. He threw the diaper into the trash can, then picked up the baby. I'll carry Sanbao downstairs to throw away the trash, you can continue eating first. Yeah, okay. Su Ruoro nodded, did not refuse, and continued to accompany Qin Shueping for dinner. After Shiaoi came back from throwing away the garbage, he asked Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping to take care of the baby while he ate a quick meal. Qin Shueping stayed until 4 o'clock in the afternoon before saying goodbye and leaving. Shiaoi, Ruoro, you two should arrange time as soon as possible. Your father has been home on time at 8 o'clock every day recently. Please visit him as soon as possible. Okay. After seeing Qin Shueping off, Su Ruoro excitedly hugged Shiaoi's neck. Dear, did you hear that? Mom asked us to visit Dad. I heard it. Shiaoi grabbed Su Ruoro's hand and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will definitely prepare well and resolve the misunderstanding between us. Aha! Shiaoi asked, but before I go, I want to know if your father has any hobbies or interests, or things he likes? This way it will be easier for me to prepare a gift for our dad. After all, we have to please him. When Su Ruoro heard this, she thought about it. Her father seldom drank and smoked. Besides playing golf, he also liked cricket fighting. Cricket fighting is also a hobby, also known as cricket fighting. Because crickets have a strong sense of territory, when 2 crickets appear in the same place, they may fight. But this also requires human intervention, such as sweeping their bodies back and forth with a small wooden stick, in order to irritate them. Su Ruoro stammered, My dad doesn't have many hobbies. He rarely smokes or drinks. When he has time, he likes to play golf with his friends, and he also likes to fight crickets. Hearing this, Shiaoi nodded. It seems that the system is right, but why does the system insist on telling us to go to the flea market to buy crickets? Flea markets sell second-hand goods and antiques. Is it possible that someone would sell crickets? Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi's expression and then chuckled, Actually, you can just buy something. We will take the baby there early and prepare the food. When Dad tastes your food, he will probably look at you with new eyes. Yeah, okay. In the next few days, Shiaoi stayed at home obediently, doing laundry, cooking, and taking care of the baby. Then the Little Deer coffee shop on Jiangxia Road also passed the review smoothly and had already started decoration. Now he has prepared the employees and determined the store manager, who will then take 4 employees to the Shiaolu coffee branch for study and training. This way, once the store opens, you can start business immediately. Of course, the person who was most panicked during the renovation was probably Wang Daowu. Shiaolu Coffee has been in China for several years and has gained enough market share. If a Shiaolu Coffee opens next to his store, it will definitely take away most of his business. During the renovation period, the sect would put up signs saying Little Deer Coffee will be open soon. After seeing this, Wang Daowu felt extremely miserable. He even wanted to kick Lu Ruo away. However, he didn't know that the shop owner was Shiaoi. If he found out, he would definitely feel even worse. It has been 10 days since the baby was born. Tomorrow afternoon is the day to meet my father-in-law. Shiaoi prepared 2 golf clubs worth 10,000 yuan for his father-in-law, and also prepared some health products. He also plans to go to the flea market this afternoon. Afraid that Su Ruoro couldn't take good care of the baby, he notified Lu Tianchuang and called the helper over. Ruoro, I have something to do outside. I will be back in the evening. You and the instructor should stay home and take care of the baby first. Okay. Shiaoi drove to the largest flea market in Kyoto and soon entered an alley. At this time, there were many stalls on both sides of the alley, selling all kinds of things. A pair of AJs at 99 yuan, electronic products abandoned by the times, various jade pendants and porcelains, and even many people wearing sunglasses and telling fortunes with a bagua diagram. He hadn't walked a few steps when a fortune teller called out, "Little brother, I see that you have a full forehead. Let me tell you something. You're going to make a fortune soon. Don't talk nonsense. This little brother must be in bad luck recently. I can break it with my magic. You are talking nonsense. This little brother is fine, but there is a bloody disaster at home. Come here, little brother. I will draw a talisman for you, which will definitely keep your family safe." The 3 swindlers tried every trick in the book to make some money. Of course, Shiaoi wouldn't be so stupid as to believe this. He didn't even look at it and just walked forward. Just at this moment, an old man in a Taoist robe suddenly ran over and hugged his thighs. "Little brother, I have been hungry for several days. Just buy me a talisman. My talisman will surely protect your life. I haven't eaten for several days. I will take the money for the 2 buns." Shiaoi was very upset. This fortune teller is really doing this for the sake of making money, but the main thing is, can he really make money? Shiaoi spread his hands and said, "Actually, I'm here to tell fortunes, too. We're in the same business." "Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier?" Immediately, the old man let go of Shiaoi's thigh and returned to his original position, cursing. Seeing another person coming over, he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, your family is going to have a bloody disaster recently. Come over here and I will draw a talisman for you, which will definitely keep your family safe." Chapter 17, Could the cricket jar be an antique? After entering the flea market, Shiaoi started wandering around inside. This is a mixed market with many people selling antiques and curios, and there are even many antique lovers who want to find bargains here. Because the flea market was not very big, he walked around 3 times but couldn't find anyone selling crickets. How strange. Shiaoi muttered a few words. Just when he was wondering whether to leave here, the chirping of crickets suddenly came from nearby. Choo choo. Hearing the sound, Shiaoi looked in the direction where the sound came from. He quickly locked onto his target. It was a stall with many antiques on display, and the owner of the stall was playing with a cricket jar in his hand. He didn't hesitate and walked over quickly. At this time, the stall owner was holding a toothpick in his mouth and looking at the crickets in the jar, shaking the crickets from time to time. Seeing that there was business coming, he quickly put down the jar in his hand. "Hey, young man, take a look at what you like. These are all treasures of mine. Let's see if you can find a bargain today." Hearing this, Shiaoi took a look at the various bronze and porcelain wares on the stall and was completely confused. "Host, please be sure to take the crickets and cricket jar from the stall owner. This will help ease the relationship between you and your father-in-law." The sudden system sound made Shiaoi a little dazed, but he quickly reacted and looked at cricket. "Boss, I'm not interested in the antiques on your stall, but I like your crickets very much." "My cricket?" Hearing this, the boss quickly withdrew his hand and said, "Little brother, I don't usually have any hobbies. Apart from selling antiques, I like cricket fighting. This cricket is my treasure, I won't sell it. Since you don't want to buy anything, then go away. I'm not selling my crickets anyway." "No, no." Shiaoi waved his hand. "Boss, I also like cricket fighting. I just heard the chirping of your cricket and it felt extraordinary. Why don't you name a price? If it's suitable, I will buy it directly." "Ah." The boss couldn't help but laugh. "You are a strange young man. Others come to see my antiques, but you like my crickets. My crickets are quite famous in the local area and have won dozens of cricket competitions. If you really want it, how about 2,000 yuan? Hearing this, Shiaoi felt that 2,000 was not expensive. However, the 2,000 yuan was obviously inflated, and he didn't mean to hesitate. "Okay, but it's not convenient for me to take the crickets with me, so why don't you just give me the jar of crickets?" "What? That won't do. The boss shook his head heavily. Because he also bought this jar of crickets from someone else a year ago. The person selling the jar at that time said that this jar was a cricket jar used by Emperor Huai of Han, Luchan, during the Shuhan period, and he let him take advantage of the situation and sold it to him at a low price. The boss naturally didn't believe it, so after some bargaining, he finally agreed to a deal for 2,000 yuan. Although this jar is not an antique, its workmanship is excellent. I bought it because I like crickets and wanted to use it to house crickets. Shiaoi grinned and said, "How about this, boss? You give me a price for both your cricket and this jar, and I'll take it if it's suitable." At this point, the boss began to test Shiaoi. "This jar of mine is the one that Emperor Huai of Han used to store crickets during the Shuhan period." "Well, I see that you have a connection with crickets in this jar today, so I will sell it to you for 1 million. Hearing this, Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. During the Shuhan period, was there a jar used by Emperor Huai of Han, Luchan, to hold crickets? Come on, it was produced last week. The cricket jars that your neighbor Wang uses are pretty good." Shiaoi rolled his eyes. "Boss, look, I am sincere in buying, but you are not sincere in selling." The boss heard this and said, "Well, little brother, please name a price." "Host, I recommend 10,000. You will definitely not lose money after buying it." The system gave Shiaoi suggestions. Since it was proposed by the system, Shiaoi would definitely adopt it. "How about this cricket and this jar for 10,000 in total? I'll take it if you agree." "No." Hearing this, the boss was obviously moved, but he still said these two words decisively. "Forget it then. It seems that this cricket and the jar are not meant to be with me." Shiaoi looked indifferent and turned to leave. He knew that the boss would not give up this business easily. As expected, he was stopped by the boss just after he took 2 steps. Wait. Shiaoi turned his head, and the stall owner pretended to be reluctant and said, "Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. I think you have a connection with my crickets and this cricket jar. WeChat or Alipay?" Alipay. Shiaoi couldn't help but laugh. Damn, he's acting so weird. After paying 10,000 yuan, the shop owner reluctantly handed the jar to Shiaoi. Then she said with tears in her eyes, "Cricket, you have to take good care of yourself after you leave me." "How can I live without you, Cricket?" Theatrical. Shiaoi left here cursing. Seeing Shiaoi leaving, the stall owner laughed like a madman. It was also strange today. Someone actually spent 10,000 yuan to buy a cricket and a broken copper jar. It's a huge profit for myself. On the other side, after returning to the car, Shiaoi took a look at the jar. This jar should be made of a mixture of bronze and iron. The main font on it is double-grooved seal script. At first glance, it seems that it may be quite old. The most important thing is, after the baptism of time, the rust on this jar has obviously reversed crystallization. Anti-crystallization takes time to form. Could it be that I got lucky today? Shiaoi shook his head, feeling that he was overthinking. The probability of finding a bargain at a flea market is even lower than the probability of winning $5 million in the lottery. He opened the jar and took a few looks at the crickets. There were some weeds and mealworms inside, so he had no intention of buying food for the crickets. Without thinking too much, Shiaoi quickly drove towards the community where he lived. 20 minutes later, he returned home with the crickets he bought and a few packs of diapers. Now that the 3 babies are growing up, they are becoming more and more energetic and don't like to sleep as much. After opening the door, the 3 babies were lying on the sofa, playing with Su Ruoro and Lu Tianchuan. Seeing Shiaoi coming back, Su Ruoro stood up from the sofa. "My dear, I'm back. He temporarily placed the diaper on the entrance and kissed Su Ruoro on the forehead. Su Ruoro smiled and asked, "What did you buy just now?" "Shiaoi, cricket." "Ah." Chapter 18, Going to my father-in-law's house and meeting my father-in-law for the first time. Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi in surprise. "Did you just go to buy crickets?" "Yes." He showed the jar in his hand and said, "Didn't I tell you that we should cater to his tastes? Of course we should buy what our dad likes." "All right." Although Su Ruoro doesn't know much about crickets, she knows that the crickets her father likes are fighting crickets. Are the crickets bought by Shiaoi okay? After all, he meant well, so Su Ruoro didn't say anything more. After that, Shiaoi played with the babies for a while and then went to the kitchen to cook. Because his cooking skills are pretty good, Lu Tianchuan usually likes to come over to take care of the baby and then have a meal before leaving. After dinner, Lu Tianchuang did not disturb Shiaoi in Su Ruoro's world of two, and left here consciously. The next day, 2:30 p.m. Shiaoi is ready to set off with Su Ruoro. He packed up the things he had prepared, changed diapers for the three babies, and put them into the strollers one by one. Su Ruoro took the lipstick and applied it on her lips, pursed her lips, and then walked out of the bedroom. "Honey, are you ready?" Su Ruoro was dressed particularly beautifully today, in a white dress and a pair of white Valentino high heels. She also tied her hair up and put on makeup. She was simply a beauty, as stunning as an angel. She doesn't look like a mother of three children at all. After seeing Su Ruoro dressed so exquisitely, Shiaoi's expression was moved for a moment, then he smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I have packed everything. Dad's golf clubs, crickets, your mom's health supplements, and the bracelet for Grandpa are all put away." "That's good." Su Ruoro nodded with satisfaction. Since moving in, Shiaoi has prepared everything at home in an orderly manner, and she doesn't have to worry about almost anything. To have a husband like this would make my family so happy. Shiaoi carried the things and came to the stroller. "Ruoro, just push the baby. It's almost time, let's go." Soon, Shiaoi brought Su Ruoro to the underground parking lot. After putting the baby in the back seat, he drove towards his parents-in-law's house. More than 40 minutes later, the car stopped at Kyoto Kailan Community. This is a very old residential area, with only 6-story buildings and no elevators. Fortunately, Su Ruoro's house is on the first floor. Although the house here is old, the price is as high as 100,000 yuan per square meter. He has heard that Su Ruoro lives in a 150 square meter apartment, which means that his house alone is worth 15 million yuan. Soon, under the leadership of Su Ruoro, they pushed the baby and arrived at the door of Su Ruoro's house. The door was ajar. Qin Shueping had left it open for them. Su Ruoro pushed the door open and walked in, then shouted, "Mom, I'm here." "Hey, Ruoro is here." Qin Shueping, wearing an apron, came out and a smile appeared on her face when she saw them and the three babies. "Shiaoi, Ruoro, please sit down quickly. I'll pour you some water." "No, no." Su Ruoro shook her head repeatedly. "I can do all these. By the way, Mom, where is Grandpa?" "Your grandfather has gone to the antique shop again. I've already told him that he will come over for dinner in the evening. Your father won't be home until about 8 o'clock. It's still early now, so you can just take a rest first." After that, Qin Shueping turned her attention to Shiaoi. "Shiaoi, we have strawberries, durian, bananas, and dragon fruits at home. What kind of fruit do you want to eat?" Hearing this, Shiaoi shook his head. "No need, Mom, I can just get whatever I want to eat." "Okay." Since they would be a family in the future, Qin Shueping didn't say anything more. Shiaoi looked around Su Ruoro's home. Although the community was shabby, the house was very well decorated. It was all furnished with mahogany furniture, and there were many calligraphy and paintings on the walls, giving it a strong cultural atmosphere. Su Ruoro also told him that her grandfather lived with her parents, and that her grandfather opened an antique shop in Beijing and liked to collect all kinds of antiques. Qin Shueping began to interact with the babies. She lay on the stroller and looked at the babies, still enjoying them as always. "Bao, Xiaoming, you have to call Grandma. Why can't you speak yet? When you can speak, you must call Grandma, okay? Also, the same goes for Debao and Sanbao. You should call Grandma first." Until 4:30 in the afternoon, Shiaoi was chatting with Qin Shueping with a smile on his face. Qin Shueping also took turns holding the three babies, first the eldest, then the second, and finally the third. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shiaoi took the initiative to stand up and suggested, "Mom, it's almost time. Since this is my first time here, I must let Dad and Grandpa taste my cooking skills. What do you want to eat? I will cook." No, no." Qin Shueping quickly stood up to stop him. Shiaoi was the guest today, and it was not appropriate to let the guest cook at home. Shiaoi said, "Mom, just hold the child for a while longer. You know my cooking skills, and we will be a family in the future. You don't have to do this." He looked at Su Ruoro. "Ruoro, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Grilled fish." Su Ruoro spoke without hesitation. Shiaoi nodded. "Okay, then I'll go to the supermarket to buy a Qingjiang fish, and then make a few dishes that you like to eat at home, okay?" "Can. Then I'll go buy some fish. Ruoro, please take good care of the baby." Shiaoi walked out. After hearing the door close, Qin Shueping rolled her eyes. "Ruoro, why are you so ignorant? Shiaoi is a guest today, how can you let him cook? Su Ruoroa chuckled and asked, don't you want to eat the food Shiaoi cooks? This. Qin Shueping was stunned. She didn't expect that her daughter could see through her thoughts so thoroughly. After coming back from shopping, Shiaoi went into the kitchen and started busying himself. However, Qin Shueping couldn't bear to leave him alone in the kitchen, so she helped Shiaoi. At 7:30 in the evening, 10 dishes were already placed on the table. Tonight, Shiaoi prepared some relatively high-end dishes, including mutang fish, Thai lemon chicken, dace with fermented black beans and lettuce, black barbecued pork, stir-fried beef noodles, and baked mushrooms with foie gras sauce. These dishes are relatively expensive and complicated to prepare, but for the sake of meeting my father-in-law, a little bit of effort is nothing. The living room was filled with the aroma of food. Su Ruoroa sniffed the air and couldn't help but carry Erbao to the dining room. When she saw the dishes on the table, her eyes widened. Why had she never seen these dishes at home? Could it be that Shiaoi is hiding his true strength? Just then, there was a sound from the door. Su Ruoroa was startled, it must be her father who came back. Chapter 19 Su Yunha, my greatest pleasure is looking at girls. When Su Ruoroa arrived at the door, it was just opened. The first thing that caught my eye was an old man wearing golden silk embroidered with a blue dragon pattern. He had a goatee and wore reading glasses. He looked to be in his 60s. Although he was old, he had a ruddy complexion and looked particularly energetic. Behind the old man was a middle-aged man in police uniform. He was tall and strong, with dark skin and sharp eyes. Most importantly, he had a pair of silver bracelets on his waist. This should be Su Ruoroa's grandfather and father. When Shiaoi saw the silver bracelet on her father's waist, her right eyelid twitched. Sure enough, just as Qin Shueping said, Su Ruoroa's father seemed to have a bad temper and looked like someone who was not easy to mess with. Seeing her father and grandfather coming back, Su Ruoroa walked over with Erbao in her arms, smiling and saying, Dad, Grandpa, you're back. Hey, let me see who's back. Su Ruoroa's grandfather Su Yunha couldn't help but speak when he saw Su Ruoroa and the child in her arms, with a somewhat surprised tone. How could he not be surprised? This is his great-grandson. Nowadays, it is popular to be close to grandchildren, let alone 2 generations apart. Grandpa quickly started chatting with Su Ruoroa, but Su Ruoroa's father and grandfather had completely different attitudes. He just walked around and sat on the sofa without saying a word. After seeing this scene, Su Ruoroa was obviously in a bad mood. But she couldn't show it in front of everyone. Su Yunha looked at the second child in Su Ruoroa's arms curiously. Ruoroa, is this the eldest, the second, or the third child? Su Ruoroa looked at the second child in her arms. Grandpa, this is the second child, Xiaoming, a boy. Then, she looked at Dabao and Sanbao in the stroller. The other 2 are girls. Dabao's name is Xiao Mainruo and Sanbao's name is Xiao Qinxue. Okay, ha ha. Grandpa laughed twice, then. Ruoroa, can you let me hold the child? Of course, Grandpa. Su Ruoroa did not refuse, but because her mother's posture was wrong when she held the second baby for the first time, she learned from the previous experience and taught her grandfather how to hold a baby. Su Yunha also listened patiently. Soon, he picked up Erbao, and Erbao was very well behaved. He looked at Su Yunha curiously with his big watery eyes. On the other side, Shiaoi had turned his attention to Su Ruoroa's father, Su Lingjin. He took out the cricket he bought at the flea market yesterday and came to Su Lingjin. Uncle, I heard from Ruoroa that you like crickets very much, so I bought you a fighting cricket at the market yesterday. I hope you like it. Hearing this, Su Lingjin's expression was unusually calm. He did not look at Shiaoi directly, but took a sip of the tea on the table and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, put it here. Su Lingjin didn't have a good impression of Shiaoi. Because Su Ruoroa had been pregnant for so long, he did not come to take care of her, but suddenly appeared after the child was born. It's really irresponsible to ignore it for such a long time. Seeing Su Lingjin's indifferent attitude, Shiaoi was at a loss. This is a little different from what he thought. He felt that Su Lingjin was trying to intimidate him. It seems that it is not so easy to win over the father-in-law. At this time, Su Ruoroa's mother Qin Shui hurried over. She knew Su Lingjin's temper, and judging from his attitude, he would not be happy with Shiaoi. So she took the initiative to suggest, Lao Su, Dad, Shiaoi specially prepared more than a dozen dishes for you today, you two should wash your hands and get ready to eat. Su Yunha heard this and reluctantly put down the second baby in his arms. Okay, let me taste my grandson-in-law's cooking skills, ha. Just at this moment, the cell phone in Su Lingjin's pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone, pressed the answer button and put it to his ear. Hello. Yes, Chief. I'll be right there. Good. After Su Lingjin put down his phone, he quickly came to the door and put on the police uniform hanging on the hanger. I won't eat for now, you guys eat first. There is an emergency meeting to be held in the police station. I will go to the meeting first. I may not be back tonight, so don't wait for me. After saying this, he secretly glanced at the baby in the stroller, closed the door and left. Xin Shueping grinned and came to Shiaoi. Shiaoi, your uncle is usually like this, often going out for meetings. He doesn't do this on purpose, it's really for work. Yeah, I know, let's go eat first. Okay. Soon, everyone sat down at the dining table. Su Yunha was shocked when he saw the table full of dishes. Just now Qin Shueping said that this was made by Shiaoi. There are very few young people who can cook nowadays. Su Ruoro smiled and said, Grandpa, try the dishes made by Shiaoi, they are all delicious. Okay, I'll try it. Su Yunha didn't hesitate to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a dish and put it into his mouth. Then, there was a burst of praise. He then asked, Shiaoi, right? I heard from Ruoro on the phone these days that you opened a coffee shop nearby? Yes, it's over there on Jiangxia Road. Yeah, not bad. Su Yunha looked at Shiaoi with admiration. This young man was handsome, could cook, and had a career. He was a good match for Ruoro. Can you drink? I don't usually smoke or drink. That is fine. Su Yunha usually likes to smoke, drink and look at girls. The main thing is to make yourself happy. As long as you are happy, you can secrete dopamine, and looking at girls is the best way to maintain your health. Looking at girls for 10 more minutes every day can greatly improve cardiovascular disease. As for those doctors who tell us to drink less and smoke less, forget it. He clearly remembered that a doctor who advised him to smoke and drink less died a year ago. He just wanted to drink with Shiaoi, but since he didn't want to drink, he didn't force him. Grandpa, if you want to drink with me, I can drink with you. Shiaoi is very observant. Since his grandfather asked this, he must have his purpose. Su Yunha heard this and said with a smile, okay, great, I'll go get my treasured wine right away, ha ha ha. He was in a good mood. As soon as he stood up, he made a hissing sound from his mouth. Then he covered his waist and sat on the chair with a look of pain on his face. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Su Ruoro was quick to come to her grandfather and looked at him with concern. Su Yunha covered his waist with one hand and waved his other hand. It's okay, it's an old problem. My waist hurts from time to time. It's a problem with my cervical spine. Shiaoi frowned and said, Ruoro, why don't you let me take a look? Chapter 20, A cricket jar is an antique worth hundreds of millions? Hearing this, Su Ruoro showed curiosity. Can you also check the cervical vertebrae? I lived with an old Chinese doctor for a while when I was a kid, so I know a little bit. Shiaoi said calmly that in his previous life he had indeed lived with an old Chinese doctor for a period of time, so he learned some massage and acupuncture techniques. Shiaoi walked forward and supported Su Yunha to the sofa. Grandpa, just lie down on the sofa. Is the pain mainly in your waist? Su Yunha nodded slightly, and my shoulders hurt sometimes. Well, let me find the position first. If it hurts, just let me know. Well, okay. Su Yunha didn't think much about it, and directly believed Shiaoi, then lay down on the sofa. Su Ruoro was holding the second baby, Qin Shueping was holding the first and third babies, and they served as spectators standing by. Shiaoi began to slowly look for the position, pressing hard every time there was a slight movement. Does this hurt? It doesn't hurt. What about this? It doesn't hurt. Here? Hisso, it hurts. Shiaoi, please let go, it hurts so much. Su Yunha immediately gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Shiaoi quickly let go and continued to look for a location. Grandpa, what about this? It doesn't hurt. Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping opened their eyes wide. It turned out that Shiaoi was just like a masseur and he really knew his stuff. A few minutes later, Shiaoi said softly, Grandpa, this is not an ordinary cervical spondylosis. I will start massaging you, but it will be a little painful at first. Just bear with it, and it will slowly become comfortable. Okay, you go ahead. Su Yunha admires Shiaoi more and more. Not only can he cook at such a young age, but he can also start a business. If he can start a business, then he can do it. I didn't expect that he can also do massage. Xiaoyi's fingers began to massage Su Yunha's shoulders and waist. At the same time, Su Yunha let out bursts of moans. Wow, hiss, Shiaoi, slow down. Oh, so good, faster, oh. So cool, huh? Slow down, slow down. It feels so good, ah. Su Ruoro. She stared at Shiaoi curiously. Grandpa's behavior was too exaggerated, right? Is it really comfortable? No, she has to ask Shiaoi to give her a massage when she gets back. At the same time, Shiaoi was speechless. Grandpa, I will give you a massage, what's your name? You can yell if you want, but can you please not yell like that? It's easy to make people think wrongly and cause readers to misunderstand, isn't it? But then again, the baby has been born for almost half a month now, and Su Ruoro's body should have recovered almost completely. The system said that I could do that in 7 days, but it's already been half a month, is it possible? Hee, it seems I have to go home and trick Su Ruoro and give her a massage. When Shiaoi thought of this, he became a little excited and continued to press Su Yunha. Half an hour later. Shiaoi's hands were already a little sore, but Su Yunha's expression was one of enjoyment. Stop for a moment, Shiaoi. Su Yunha changed his posture and smiled, go on. Okay. Shiaoi continued massaging. At this time, Su Yunha changed his posture and his eyes happened to be on the cricket jar. After seeing the jar, he frowned slightly. Why did he feel that there was something special about this jar? Schwango seal script, isn't it the font widely used in the spring and autumn period and the warring states period? And judging from the material, it should be brass, but brass has a history of more than 2,000 years, it is impossible for it to be preserved so well. So, Su Yunha asked Su Ruoro, where did this jar on the table come from? Jar? Su Ruoro took a look at the jar on the coffee table, and then said, oh, Grandpa, you were talking about this. This jar was bought by Shiaoi for Dad. It is a jar for crickets. Hearing this, Su Yunha waved his hand, sat up directly, then picked up the jar on the seat and looked at it carefully. Shiaoi, this jar, where did you buy it from? It's the flea market in the north of Kyoto. Hearing his answer, Su Yunha quickly walked into his bedroom, then took out a magnifying glass and looked at it carefully. This immediately aroused Shiaoi's curiosity. You know, Su Ruoro's grandfather opened an antique shop. He is so concerned about it, could it be a treasure? Su Ruoro was also very curious, and the two of them came to Su Yunha and looked at him. Su Ruoro beside Shiaoi couldn't help asking, Grandpa, you have been looking at it for so long, is this an antique? Hearing this, Su Yunha did not answer his question, but raised his head and looked at Shiaoi. Shiaoi, this jar, how much did you pay for it? 10,000. What? Hearing this, Su Yunha was a little surprised. He asked again, do you know anything about antiques? Shiaoi opened his mouth and was about to say that he didn't understand when the system's voice suddenly came. Choice 1, say that you know a lot about antiques and that stupid boss is trying to trick you into coming here. You will be rewarded with the skill golden eyes. Option 2, say you know nothing and ask him if this is a treasure. You will be rewarded with 10 yuan in cash and a pack of baby diapers. When Shiaoi heard the system's voice, he was confused. Golden eyes? Are they the golden eyes in the Xuanwen novels? This. He said without hesitation, I know a little bit. I saw that the boss didn't understand, so I tricked him into coming here. Su Yunha heard this and said in ecstasy, Shiaoi, do you know that you have picked up a big bargain? Su Ruoro couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, is this cricket jar valuable? It's more than just valuable. Su Yunha continued to look at the jar. This should be a bronzeware made by the Yu state during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. I looked at it carefully and it doesn't seem to be a fake. And this kind of appearance should not exist in the world. Su Ruoro felt a little sad. The spring and autumn period and the warring states period was more than 2,000 years ago. Then, will this bronzeware be worth a lot of money? Su Yunha nodded. If it is true, it is estimated to be worth tens of millions. Moreover, this kind of appearance is unique in the world, and it is possible to be worth hundreds of millions. Hearing this, Shiaoi felt a little uneasy. He remembered that the owner of the flea market said that this bronze artifact seemed to have been used by Emperor Huai of Han, Luchan, to hold crickets. Could it be true? Grandpa, what if this bronze jar was used by Emperor Huai of the Han dynasty, Luchan, to hold crickets? What? Hearing this, Su Yunha opened his mouth wide. Then, it might really be worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 21 Yunha, who exactly is your grandson-in-law? Hundreds of millions. Su Ruoro couldn't believe that a cricket jar that Shiaoi just bought was worth so much money. No, he just seemed to say that he knew about antiques. How come Shiaoi knew everything? Su Ruoro was puzzled and she found that she knew too little about Shiaoi. Su Yunha continued, but this jar still needs to be appraised by my friend. Shiaoi, can I take it for appraisal tomorrow? This thing is too valuable to him, so he must seek Xiaoyi's consent. Shiaoi didn't take it to heart at all. He agreed decisively, Grandpa, this is a gift from me to Uncle. Uncle likes crickets, and you like jars, so this jar is yours. Ha ha ha, okay, then I'll take it over for identification tomorrow. If it's real. Shiaoi interrupted him directly, if it is true, you can just keep it. Ha 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 ha. Su Yunha looked at Shiaoi with a higher opinion. He felt that someone so young who could have such insight must be no ordinary person. If it was a real treasure, he would definitely not be willing to give it up. The bronze Warreview state could be the treasure of his store. Grandpa, let's continue eating. Don't drink anymore. If you continue drinking, your cervical spondylosis will get worse. Su Yunha was stunned. Does this have anything to do with drinking? Shiaoi nodded. Only then did Su Yunha realize that after Xiaoyi's massage, his waist and shoulders really didn't hurt at all. And it's very comfortable. He had consulted other people before, even had massages by very famous masseurs, but none of them had the same effect. If you tell him now that Shiaoi is the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, he might believe it. Everyone returned to the dining table, and Shiaoi continued, Grandpa, your cervical spine needs more massages, preferably 2 to 3 times a week. I'll come over when I have time. After about half a year, it will heal. When they heard this, Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping who were present felt warm in their hearts. I have to say, Shiaoi is really sensible. Okay, I won't be polite then. Grandpa, this is what I should do. After dinner, the voice of the system came into Xiaoi's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the skills Golden Eyes and a house in Kyoto. The host can open the system to view the rewards. When hearing this, it would be a lie for Shiaoi to say that he wasn't excited. Houses in Kyoto are expensive to begin with, and now he finally doesn't have to rent a house anymore. At the same time, this golden eye will definitely help his career in the future. After sitting for a while, the second baby in the stroller suddenly started crying. Seeing this, Su Ruoro first touched the diaper under the baby's butt, then lifted up her shirt and started feeding the baby. After feeding all 3 babies, it was already past 9:30 in the evening. Seeing that the time was almost up, Shiaoi took the initiative to stand up from the sofa. Grandpa, Mom, it's almost time, Ruoro and I should go back. Won't you stay a little longer? Qin Shueping said that she had not held her baby enough and it was too early to go back. Shiaoi smiled and said, it's late. I need to go back and give the baby a bath. Then I have to get up early tomorrow to go shopping at the store. We are here to disturb your rest. Yeah, okay. Soon, accompanied by Qin Shueping and Su Yunha, Shiaoi, Su Ruoro, and the 3 babies arrived at the parking lot. Mom, Grandpa, you don't have to send me off. We'll come back in a few days. Su Yunha waved his hand. Shiaoi, drive slowly on the road. You also left me your phone number. Just call me if you have any problem. Okay, then we'll go first. Okay, bye. After getting in the car, Shiaoi settled the baby down and then squeezed Su Ruoro into the seatbelt. At this time Shiaoi found that Su Ruoro looked depressed. What's wrong, Ruoro? Why is your little face drooping? Hearing this, Su Ruoro sighed, I didn't expect Dad to have this attitude today. I'm just a little sad. Oh, it's not a big deal. Shiaoi didn't take it to heart at all and comforted her, you should know Dad's temper. You are his little cotton padded jacket. He must be angry with me for not accompanying you during your pregnancy. Don't worry, it will get better slowly. Besides, doesn't your grandfather seem to like me very much? I believe he will also ask Dad for mercy. I hope so. Don't think about it, Ruoro, let's go home. The next day, at 8 in the morning, in Silliton, Kyoto. Inside a shop called Yunha Antique Shop. Su Yunha and another good friend were looking at the patterns on the bronze jar through magnifying glasses. Both wore white gloves. Lao Su, this really looks like a bronze artifact from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Where did you get it from? How many tens of millions did you spend? The person who was speaking was named Lin Daochi, a good friend of Su Yunha for more than 40 years and also an antique enthusiast. Su Yunha took a sip of the tea on the table and said with a smile, "This was given to me by my grandson-in-law." What? Upon hearing this, Lin Daochi's back teeth were almost broken with envy. It's really true that comparing yourself with others will make you feel depressed. He also has a granddaughter, who is also married. But this grandson-in-law is a good-for-nothing who only eats and waits for death. Now he spends his company's money every day. He has been married for 2 years and has no children, but has already spent more than 3 million yuan. Lin Daochi thought about it and suddenly realized something was wrong. That's not right. Your granddaughter hasn't even gotten married yet. When will she have a grandson-in-law? Can I get pregnant before marriage? Let me tell you, I already have great-grandchildren. Besides, I estimate that we can get married in the next 2 months. Hearing this, Lin Daochi gritted his back teeth again. Damn it! It would have been fine if I had just given him a bronze ware from the early autumn of the Warring States period, but I didn't expect that he would even have a grandson? Su Yunha adjusted his glasses and asked, "Are you sure this is from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period?" Yes, it should be a cultural relic from the Kingdom of Yu. According to legend, the cultural relic of the Kingdom of Yu finally fell into the hands of Lu Chan, who used such bronze vessels to raise crickets. It's just a legend, but with this kind of appearance, it's worth this much at a conservative price. As he spoke, Lin Daochi gestured the number 6. 16 million? Su Yunha asked suspiciously. No, the latter waved his hand. This quality is unique in the world, worth at least 100 million. Lin Daochi's back molars were crushed x3. Yes, Su Yunha was right. If a piece of this quality were put up for auction, people would be eager to buy it even for 100 million yuan. At the same time, Lin Daochi was very curious about what kind of person Su Yunha's grandson-in-law was. It's amazing that we can get such precious cultural relics. Moreover, it was given directly to him. He asked, "Yunha, who exactly is your grandson-in-law?" Chapter 22. Wow, a reward for the time-stopping skill? What character? Su Yunha murmured, "My grandson-in-law is my granddaughter's student." This. Lin Daochi's eyes widened. Was this his granddaughter's student? A student can get bronze ware from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. That must be a joke. Why does it feel like his grandson-in-law has some background? Lin Daochi grinned. Brother Yunha, can you introduce him to me? There will be an antique auction here in a few days. I want to test the waters of this young man. Su Yunha smiled slightly when he heard this. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'll bring him over during the auction and introduce him to you guys then. Okay, ha. At the same time, on Shiaoi's side. Oh my god, this golden eye is really as good as its reputation. It can even see through clothes. At this time, Shiaoi was walking on the road, staring at the young lady on the street with a somewhat obscene look. Ever since he obtained the golden eyes yesterday, he can see through everything. Like the people behind the buildings, the colors inside the stones, or what underwear people on the street are wearing. He can turn it on and off freely, just like having a X-ray eye. This is not the point. The point is that after seeing some antiques, the color of the antiques will turn red and darker. The darker the color, the older it is. Shiaoi was so excited that he wanted to pick up antiques at a bargain price. The purpose of coming out today is to buy some diapers and take a look at the progress of the store decoration. Newborns now use about 6-10 diapers a day, and 3 babies need 20-30 diapers a day. So I have to buy more and keep them at home. I can't go to the supermarket every day. The store renovation is now just halfway done and will open in about half a month. After buying the diapers, Shiaoi hummed a little tune while strolling outside. Lu Tianchuan went to his house to accompany Su Ruoro again today, so Shiaoi was not in a hurry to go back. He unknowingly came to a village in the city, surrounded by low and dilapidated houses. There was even an old man selling watermelons not far away. There were many old men and women around, sitting on the stone piers by the roadside, chatting and talking with fans in their hands. Yes, they had already entered old age. Just at this moment, a big black rat suddenly jumped out from in front of him with a whoosh, and it was really fast. Stop right there. At the same time, a policeman in uniform rushed over. It almost brushed past Shiaoi's face. He was so scared that the diaper in his hand fell off. Fuck, you're crazy. He couldn't help but look towards the alley, but why did he feel that the man's back was a little familiar? Just as Shiaoi was about to pick up the diaper on the ground, the system popped up. Host, your father-in-law is currently in danger of death. Please make a choice. Option 1, immediately follow the big black rat and apprehend the suspect together with the father-in-law. There is some risk and no reward. Choice 2, I was timid and didn't chase him. I picked up the diaper and went home immediately. The reward was eating at my father-in-law's table. Eat a feast? Shiaoi grinned, threw down the diaper in his hand, and ran towards the alley he had just come from. He said that the man just now seemed familiar, and he didn't expect it to be his father-in-law. It seems that the big black rat just now is the suspect. His speed was not slow, as he had exercised regularly in his previous life. In addition, his physical fitness was pretty good in this life, so it was no problem for him to catch up with a criminal suspect. It's morning now, and there are many pedestrians and vendors selling things in the alley, which somewhat affects the speed. After running about 200 meters, Shiaoi saw a basket of strawberries spilled on the ground. An old lady was crying bitterly, "My strawberries! My strawberries!" Seeing a handsome young man running towards her, the old lady seemed to see the dawn of hope. "Hey young man, a man in a baseball cap just knocked my strawberries down, can you help me pick them up?" Shiaoi stopped immediately and looked at the fork in the road ahead. "Auntie, where did that person run to?" "East. Thanks." After saying that, Shiaoi took a step forward, stepped on the strawberries on the ground, and then rushed out like a cannonball. Only the old lady with disheveled hair was left. "Berry, my berry. Hello, is this 110? Someone stepped on the berries." Shiaoi followed the old lady's instructions and headed to the east. Just like before, there were trampled cabbages, fallen watermelons, and tilted tables. It was obvious that these were the work of his father-in-law and the suspect. Shiaoi kept searching according to the traces, but he soon discovered that he had lost him. How did the suspect run so fast? There aren't many people in this alley, and there are many Lao two-wheeler tricycles parked around. He could only search aimlessly like this. After walking around for 5 or 6 minutes, Shiaoi suddenly heard a sound coming from an alley not far away. He walked over quickly and quietly, then leaned against the corner and listened to the sounds inside. "Captain Su, we have known each other for more than 10 years. You killed my brother, and I said I would avenge him even if I died. I didn't expect that we were so destined to be together. It's really fate, it's indescribable. God is going to kill you today, hee." In the alley, Deng Jiejun was holding a black pistol and pointing it at Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun lay on the ground, panting, with wounds on his forehead and arms from the fight. And the gun in his pocket was in the hands of Deng Jiejun. Su Lingjun was not afraid at all. Deng Jiejun was a major suspect wanted by the criminal police team for more than 10 years. The meeting last night was about Deng Jiejun's reappearance in Kyoto. He already has more than a dozen lives on his hands. After a night of surveillance, we finally got hold of his location. But this guy was very cunning. In order to survive, he betrayed his brothers and escaped alone. Helplessly, he and his police officers had to act separately. Su Lingjun snorted coldly, "Humph, stop talking nonsense. Just because you kill me, you think there are no policemen in China? If I can't catch you, someone else will." He was a policeman and sacrificed his life for his country, so he will be a hero from now on. Therefore, Su Lingjun is not afraid of death. But the only knot in his heart is that he did not hug his 3 children and did not forgive his daughter. At the same time, Shiaoi felt very panicked when he heard Deng Jiejun's words. He slowly leaned his head out and found that the suspect had his back to him. After taking a deep breath, she realized that the other party had a gun in his hand. If there was any mistake, Su Ruoruo would be in trouble in a few days. So he had to make sure everything was foolproof. Shiaoi was wondering whether to sneak over or end the battle quickly. Just at this moment, the system voice came. Option 1, shout at the gangster, then dance a piece of chicken, you were so beautiful for him, let the father-in-law attack by surprise, and get the achievement sing, dance, rap, basketball to be rewarded with, God-level basketball skills. Option 2, poke his asshole with your hand as quickly as possible. The gangster turns his head and smiles and says to him, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Reward, time stop, skill. Time stop, within 30 seconds after use, the surrounding time will enter a pause state, and you will be trapped in it. CD, 1 hour. Chapter 23 Shiaoi, I bet there is no bullet in your gun. After seeing these two options, Shiaoi was confused. Are both of these options so outrageous? In fact, he really wanted to hit the gangster with a brick and knock him unconscious. However, for the reward, Shiaoi still plans to follow the system. But what did my pigeon do to you? What are you doing? Ouch. Option 1 was definitely unrealistic, especially since he didn't wear a middle-parted hairstyle and overalls to play basketball, so Shiaoi turned his attention to option 2. Time stop it as a good thing. Not only can it be used now. Next time when you play poker with Ruoro, you can pause and give her a primeval blow. Omega? Without giving it any time to think, Shiaoi first stuck his head out to take a look, then approached Deng Jejun as quickly as possible, put his palms together, and then extended his index finger, making a gesture of poking his asshole. Su Lingjun was facing him, so he could see Shiaoi. The moment he saw Shiaoi, his head buzzed. How did he end up here? Also, what is Shiaoi going to do? The next moment, Deng Jejun felt a breath behind him. Before he could turn his head, Shiaoi exerted force and poked his anus. Then, Deng Jejun suddenly clamped his legs together, and then his body couldn't help but jump. Still inward-facing posture. He has anal fissure and hemorrhoids, and this feeling, how can I describe it with just one word? Cool. Hiss ah. He covered his butt with one hand, bared his teeth and turned his head away. After seeing Shiaoi laughing, Deng Jejun laughed in a perverted way. Because in his eyes, Shiaoi was already a dead man. He couldn't understand why someone would come and blow his ass at this time. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? This is my father-in-law. Deng Jejun turned his head and glanced at Su Lingjun, who was lying on the ground. Father-in-law? Haha, it turns out Su Lingjun's son-in-law is a fool. So funny. Deng Jejun raised his gun and aimed at Shiaoi. To him, killing one more person is the same as killing one less person. Behind him is a huge drug trafficking organization. As long as he escapes to other places, some superiors will protect him. This is also the reason why he was able to remain safe and sound after killing more than a dozen people. I didn't expect to get a kill one get one free today, ha. Shiaoi, don't stay here, leave quickly. Ha, no matter how fast he is, do you think he can be faster than a bullet? Just at this moment, Shiaoi grinned and said, I bet there's no bullet in your gun. Deng Jejun? Su Lingjun? At this time, Su Lingjun felt more and more that Shiaoi's brain was not working properly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, time stop. This skill will be automatically used before Deng's army opens fire, 100% guaranteeing the host's safety. After hearing what the system said, Shiaoi grinned. It's worthy of being a plug-in, so awesome. Ha 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 ha. Deng Jejun burst into laughter. He turned his body to glance at Su Lingjun and said with a smile, Su Lingjun, did you hear that? What a stupid son-in-law you found. He even bet that there are no bullets in my gun. Ah, that's ridiculous. His laughter was very shrill, like a mental illness, and seemed particularly abnormal. At this time, Su Lingjun was also very confused. What on earth is Shiaoi doing? Even Shiaoi felt uncomfortable. What kind of plot has the dog system arranged? How is he going to get along in front of his father-in-law in the future? Su Lingjun covered his wounds and said, Shiaoi, hurry up and go find the police. Don't let him escape. He had staggered to his feet, trying to use his last bit of strength to save Shiaoi. Although Shiaoi is an incompetent husband, he is also the father of 3 children. He didn't want to leave his 3 children without a father. Even though he may be mentally ill. Seeing Su Lingjun stand up, Shiaoi was also very excited. Seeing Su Lingjun stand up, Deng Jejun had no intention of playing anymore. He is a thief who loves his wife. Because Su Lingjun once killed his best brother, he planned to find time to get rid of Su Lingjun's wife and daughter after getting rid of them. But before solving it, first. Because of the long period of escape and drug abuse, his mental state has become extremely abnormal. Go to hell. Deng's army first aimed at Shiaoi. At this time, Shiaoi was only about 1 meter away from him, very close. He was smiling like a madman, and when Su Lingjun saw it, he thought something was wrong. Shiaoi also grabbed his hand. At the same time, the next second, Shiaoi's head buzzed, and everything around him, except him, became still. Deng Jejun still had a crazy smile on his face, and his father-in-law behind him was making moves to run towards Deng Jejun. Because there was only 30 seconds, Shiaoi did not delay. He took the gun from Deng Jejun, changed the angle, and shot him in the leg. But there was no gunfire, perhaps because time had stopped. Shiaoi clearly saw a bullet flying out of the gun barrel, but the moment the bullet touched the air, it stopped in mid-air. Then, he removed the magazine from the pistol, pulled the trigger to make sure there was no bullet, and then put the gun back into Deng Jiejun's hands. Finally, he stood there again, waiting for 30 seconds to pass. In fact, these 30 seconds were enough for him to deal with Deng's army. However, because his father-in-law is here, he can't do anything out of the ordinary. 30 seconds passed quickly. At this time, Deng Jiejun and Su Lingjun didn't know what had happened, because Shiaoi's 30 seconds just now were just a moment to them. The bullet that Shiaoi just fired went straight into Deng Jiejun's thigh. There was also a gunshot. Bang! Deng Jiejun only felt his legs getting hot, and then a huge pain came. Ah! He screamed and fell down. However, he had been shot before, but the bullet did not make him lose his mind. He instinctively raised his gun and shot at Shiaoi. Crack! Crack! But, where are the bullets? Shiaoi grinned and kicked the pistol out of his hand. I told you there's no bullet in your gun, but you still don't believe me. Deng Jiejun? Su Lingjun? Deng Jiejun was confused. Su Lingjun was also confused. Is it possible that it's haunted? He was clearly shooting at Shiaoi, so why was he the one who got shot? Could it be possible that bullets could turn? Now the magazine is gone again? But this gun clearly had a magazine. Su Lingjun was even more confused. Before every police call, he would load the bullets into his gun, but now, the magazine on the gun was suddenly gone. And, Deng's army was also shot? P.S. This chapter was not like this originally. I changed it a bit, and it's a little bit brainless and not in line with common sense, because I can't write fighting scenes. I hope you don't mind, just watch it for fun. I will definitely write it well later. Xiaoming is so grateful. Chapter 24 Father-in-law, we are all family, why are you still calling me uncle? Shiaoi stared at Deng Jiejun with a calm face. Bright red blood flowed down his calf. Shiaoi kicked the pistol out of his hand and then picked it up. After inserting the magazine into the pistol, he handed the gun directly to Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun had a black question mark on his face. He looked at Shiaoi in astonishment. Why is this magazine here with you? I just took it off. His eyes widened. When did you take it off? Shiaoi touched his nose. When I poked his asshole. When poking the asshole, did Shiaoi unload the magazine? I really didn't pay much attention at that time. To avoid being guessed, Shiaoi continued softly. When I was in college, there was a project of disassembling guns during military training. Then I also like to go to the shooting range and disassemble or assemble guns. This. Shiaoi's explanation left Su Lingjun speechless. The wound on his leg. The bullet must have missed the target and bounced back. Due to excessive bleeding, Deng Jiejun's body became increasingly weaker. Su Lingjun sighed. No matter what, Shiaoi saved his life today. At this time, Deng Jiejun, who had been lying on the ground, bared his teeth and said, Brothers, I'm about to bleed to death here, can you save me first? He was also afraid of death, and seeing the two people chatting here, Deng Jiejun felt helpless. Shiaoi stepped directly on his wound. Hey, weren't you being stubborn just now? Ah, it hurts, let go quickly. Deng Jiejun groaned in pain. No, my butt is bleeding too, I have hemorrhoids. I have anal fissures, send me to the hospital quickly, I don't want to die. Bleeding can indeed cause a person to fall into a coma or even die. At this time, Deng Jiejun was bleeding from two places on his body and was a little unconscious. Su Lingjun, who was beside Shiaoi, had completely changed his attitude towards him, but he was particularly cold to him before, which made him a little embarrassed. After handcuffing Deng Jiejun with a silver bracelet, Su Lingjun slowly said, Shiaoi, can you let me use your phone? I lost it when I was chasing him just now. Hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned and quickly took out his cell phone. Uncle, we are all family from now on, what's wrong with using a cell phone? We are all family, why are you still calling me uncle? Dad. Shiaoi laughed out loud. Su Lingjun also laughed. Deng Jiejun, who was lying on the ground, was speechless. Hello, Lao Zhang, I'm Su Lingjun. Deng's army has been captured. I'm on number 2 road in the urban village. Please come over here as soon as possible to reinforce me. Having said that, Su Lingjun returned the phone to Shiaoi. Shiaoi was particularly worried because he had many wounds on his body. Dad, are your injuries okay? The latter waved his hand. They are just some superficial injuries, nothing serious. That's good. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the sound of police cars was heard outside, and soon many uniformed policemen arrived. After seeing Su Lingjun, they hurried over. Captain Su, are you okay? A policeman wearing glasses walked over. He looked about the same age as Su Lingjun, but from the tone of his voice he seemed to be Su Lingjun's subordinate. Su Lingjun shook his head slightly. I'm fine, take him over first. Yes. The policeman winked at the people behind him and quickly took Deng Jiejun into the police car. Several police officers were filming the scene, and the bloodstains there could be used as evidence. Su Lingjun brought Shiaoi to the side. At the same time, the policeman wearing glasses looked at Shiaoi curiously. Captain Su, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my son-in-law, Shiaoi. Shiaoi, this is Zhang Song, the deputy captain of the Kyoto Silicon Criminal Police Brigade. Hello, Captain Zhang. Shiaoi gave a professional fake smile and shook hands with Zhang Song. Zhang Song was surprised. Wow, I didn't expect you to be the captain's son-in-law. Not bad. He's handsome. But why are you here? Su Lingjun sighed. If I didn't have a son-in-law, I might be dead today. What's going on? Policemen generally don't joke around, and Zhang Song's expression changed when he heard Su Lingjun's words. He saved my life. Su Lingjun directly told Zhang Song the whole story, and Zhang Song's expression changed after hearing it. I didn't expect that it was you who subdued the criminal. Good job, young man. Let me tell you, Deng Jiejun has committed more than a dozen murders, and he is also a key figure among the drug lords. You have done a great service to our Kyoto. Zhang Song couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. Shiaoi was unmoved after hearing this. Of course, my father is a policeman. Isn't it the duty of every citizen to help the police catch bad guys? By the way, Shiaoi, why are you here today? Su Lingjun asked. We didn't have enough diapers at home, so I came out to buy some for my baby and then just go shopping. I just met you, Dad. This. Su Lingjun was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect that Shiaoi would encounter this. Could this be the fate in transmission? It really is true what the saying goes, fate is beyond words. Where are the diapers you bought? Su Lingjun continued to ask. Lost? It's okay. We'll go buy some later. Tonight, I'll go home with you to look after the kids. Zhang Song? Diapers, kid? Until now, Zhang Song still doesn't know what happened, because in his impression, Su Lingjun's daughter is not married yet. How come you have a child? Captain, are you hiding something from me? Su Lingjun heard this and coughed twice. Ahem, that. Indeed, my son-in-law and my daughter got pregnant before marriage and gave birth to triplets. Zhang Song was stunned when he heard this. This. I didn't expect it at all. I didn't expect Su Lingjun to sing so deeply. He smiled and said, Captain, can I go with you to see the child today? Sure. Ha 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 ha. While the three were talking, a policeman ran over and said, Captain, the scene has been handled, but there is a civil dispute case that needs to be dealt with. Su Lingjun frowned. What civil dispute case? Just now an old lady called the police, saying that a shabby young man stepped on her strawberries, and asked us to check the surveillance and catch him and put him in jail. Have you checked the surveillance? I checked. Who is it? He. The police pointed at Shiaoi and said. Shiaoi? Su Lingjun? Zhang Song? Chapter 25, from which project can Shiaoi earn 80 million? Is it me? At this moment, Shiaoi remembered that he had indeed stepped on a few strawberries while chasing Su Lingjun just now. The strawberry boxes were on the ground, but the lady actually called the police? She even said that the strawberry boxes were ugly. It was outrageous. At this time, Shiaoi must have the courage to admit, Dad, I stepped on you accidentally when I was chasing you just now. Yeah. He nodded, because he was the one who accidentally knocked over the basket of strawberries when he was chasing Deng Jiejun just now. Only in this way will Shiaoi step on it. Because he was the captain, the young policeman was embarrassed to bring it up. He said, well, you give that lady 500 yuan as compensation and tell her that the person who stepped on her strawberries has been caught. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat right away. Okay, Captain. This incident was just a minor episode. The scene had been almost cleaned up and the blood on the ground had been washed away with a water gun. Su Lingjun once again set his sights on Shiaoi. Shiaoi, now you have to go to the police station with me to record a statement. After we finish sorting out the police station's affairs, we will go home together to see the baby. No problem. Looking at Su Lingjin's smiling face, Shiaoi felt particularly comfortable. Soon, Shiaoi got on the police car and headed to the Silicon Criminal Police Brigade. In the police car, Su Lingjin was also chatting idly. It was nothing more than asking Shiaoi what job he did now, and if he didn't have a job, he could come to work in the criminal police team. Of course, they are not formal police officers, but auxiliary police officers. Shiaoi definitely has no interest in this. Being a policeman is a busy job. He also has to take care of Su Ruoro and the baby, and the salary is not that high. Su Lingjin was just talking. No matter what kind of policeman you are, there is a certain degree of risk. He can't let his son-in-law do such a dangerous job. The Silicon Criminal Police Brigade is not far from here, but the traffic in Kyoto is quite congested and it took 20 minutes to get there. Because Deng Jejun had gunshot wounds, he was sent directly to the hospital for treatment by the police. Su Lingjin also brought Shiaoi into a conference room. He first made a cup of tea for Shiaoi and then placed it on the table. Shiaoi, drink some water and take a rest. Someone will come to record your statement later. Just answer whatever they ask and tell them everything that happened today. Shiaoi nodded. Su Lingjin had some skin injuries that needed treatment, so he left first. A few minutes later, two policemen, a man and a woman, walked in. They all look very young, probably in their 20s, especially the female police officers, who are just like the policewomen in TV dramas, extremely pure and beautiful. It doesn't look serious. Excuse me, are you Shiaoi? She spoke politely, and Shiaoi raised his head. Yes, it's me. He looked at the policewoman. Do police officers always speak so politely nowadays? I heard from the captain that you were at the crime scene today, so we need to record your statement. You need to answer some questions for us. Yeah, no problem. He nodded. After getting Shiaoi's permission, the two policemen sat opposite Shiaoi. Then a male policeman took out a recorder, while the female policeman next to him opened a laptop and prepared to input. Shiaoi swallowed his saliva. The scene was just like interrogating a prisoner, the only difference was that he was not wearing the silver bracelet. The male police officer put his elbows on the table in the conference room. What were you doing at 8 o'clock this morning? Sleeping at home. Then why did you come to this village in the city this morning? I'm here to buy diapers for my child. After that, I'm going to get some fresh air and go shopping. The female police officer was stunned. You already have a child? Yes. How old are you? 22. How old is the child? Are you going to say this too? There was a sudden awkwardness around them, and the male police officer glared at the female police officer next to him with a helpless look on his face. The female police officer lowered her head quickly like a child who had made a mistake. The male police officer's expression became very serious again. How old is your child? Shiaoi, what? Tell me about it, and satisfy her curiosity. The policewoman next to her smiled sweetly. Shiaoi understood. Damn, are these two people having a serious relationship? It took more than 40 minutes for Shiaoi to finish recording his confession. Su Lingjin was talking on the phone in the lobby, which was his office, so he didn't say anything. A few minutes later, Su Lingjin came over and patted him on the shoulder gently. Have you finished recording your statement? There shouldn't be anything to do here today. In that case, let's hurry back to see the baby. Su Lingjin can't wait to see the baby. Last night he really wanted to hug his 3 children. But I held back at that time. Now that he has resolved the conflict with Shiaoi, he wants to see the baby as soon as possible. Are you okay? Shiaoi frowned slightly. This case was solved very successfully. Of course, you have made a great contribution. Deng Jejun is currently receiving treatment in the hospital and he will not be able to leave for a while. So we can only wait until he recovers a bit before interrogating him. It's been a little easier lately. That's good. Shiaoi said with a smile. Then I can accompany the baby for a while. After simply packing up their things, Shiaoi and Su Lingjin left the criminal police team. Shiaoi, where do you and Ruoro live now? If it's far from the city, I can find a room for you. Dad, that's not necessary. Shiaoi shook his head. The main system gave him a 400 square meter 2-story suite. He has made plans to move there soon. Su Lingjin expressed some doubts, and Shiaoi continued, I recently bought a house in Kyoto No. 1 Courtyard, and I plan to use it as my wedding house for Ruoro and I in the future. Oh, so you bought a house. Wait, what, Kyoto Courtyard No. 1? When Su Lingjun heard this, he was stunned. Kyoto number 1 courtyard is in the local area, but it costs more than 200,000 yuan per square meter. Buying a house in Kyoto number 1 courtyard at the age of 23? Your money. This money is what I earned from completing a project. It's just enough to buy a house. This. Su Lingjun grinned. He could never have imagined that Shiaoi was so strong. He is only 23 years old. At 23, most people are office workers who have just graduated. He bought a house in Kyoto number 1 courtyard? Su Lingjun couldn't help but ask, how big is the house? About 400 square meters. 400 square meters? Yes. This. Su Lingjun wiped the sweat from his forehead. 400 square meters, 200,000 per square meter, that is 80 million. From what project can Shiaoi earn 80 million? Chapter 26. Dear, how did you make my dad change so much? Looking at Su Lingjun's stunned expression, Shiaoi chuckled. Okay, Dad, don't be surprised. I will definitely let you, Ruoro, and Mom live a good life in the future and respect you well. Ha ha ha, Xing, I'll remember it. If you let Ruoro suffer any injustice, I will serve you with the silver bracelet. Obviously he was joking, but the more he looked at Shiaoi, the more he liked him. Although Su Lingjun is not short of money, how can he not like a son-in-law who is both rich and handsome? This is not the point. Just because Shiaoi saved his life today, he looked at him with admiration. In fact, he values character more, and everything else is just a buff to add to the advantage. Next, Shiaoi and Su Lingjun went to a nearby supermarket and bought some diapers, and then Shiaoi took him to the Alpha car. Is this your car? Su Lingjun was still shocked after seeing the car. What a class, driving an Alpha at the age of 23. Shiaoi nodded. Well, I changed the back seat into a baby bed. This car has a lot of space, just for the baby. Dad, you can sit in the front passenger seat. Only Ruoro has sat in the front passenger seat. Ha ha ha, okay. Shiaoi hurried over to open the passenger door, and Su Lingjun was a little surprised to see this. It seems that he often opens the door for Ruoro. After getting in the car, Shiaoi drove directly towards the community where he lived. About half an hour later, the car stopped in the underground garage, and the two people went upstairs carrying the things they bought from the supermarket. After Shiaoi opened the lock with his fingerprint, he heard the door open and Su Ruoro hurried over. Honey, you're back. He directly hugged Xiaoyi's neck, and then Mua kissed him on the mouth. Lu Tianxuang, who was holding Sanbao, was very upset. It's like this every time. Su Ruoro is such a sweet girl. She's been showing off her love like crazy since she has a husband. I'm back. Shiaoi gently rubbed her head. At the same time, Su Ruoro shrank her head back and suddenly saw Su Lingjun behind Shiaoi. She was frightened and trembled, her expression was even more shocked, and then she stammered, Dad. Dad, why, are you here? I'm here to see my grandson, daughter. Su Lingjun walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing that Su Lingjun's attitude had undergone a 360-degree change, Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi in confusion. It was Shiaoi who brought my father here, so this must be related to Shiaoi. Lu Tianxuan, who was holding the baby, was also confused when he saw Su Ruoro's father suddenly coming over. Because she knew that Su Ruoro and her father had always had a bad relationship. Even when she came today, she asked Su Ruoro about this matter. But now, why is it different from what Su Ruoro said? Uncle, hello uncle. Lu Tianxuan said hurriedly. Su Lingjun nodded slightly and said in a very gentle voice, well, how many treasures are you holding? Uncle, this is Sambo. What's your name? Xiao Qinshuai. Qinshuai, what a nice name. Su Lingjun couldn't help but look at Debao and Erbo who were lying in the rocking chair. After seeing Erbao, he liked him so much that he picked up Xiaoming. Su Ruoro came over with a smile. She looked at Erbao and said, Dad, this is Erbao, Xiaoming. Be careful when you hold him. Recently, Erbao likes to pull hair and hit people, and he also bites hard when drinking milk. Luckily he has no teeth, or I would be in so much pain. It's okay. Su Lingjun held his second baby in his arms and didn't take Su Ruoro's words seriously at all. He just felt that the second baby was particularly cute, and even wanted to kiss his smooth little face. Because I didn't take a good look at Erbao before, now I have to say that Erbao looks like Ruoro and Shiaoi. Especially his big, kiss-me eyes, which are exactly the same as Ruoro's when she was a child. I'm sure he will be a handsome boy in the future. Hey hey. At this moment, the second baby in Su Lingjin's arms suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Seeing the second baby laughing, Su Lingjin's heart almost melted. Ruoro, look, the second baby is laughing, the second baby is laughing. How cute. Su Ruoro couldn't help but look at Erbao. Because he saw his grandpa, he was happy. Ha ha ha. Su Lingjin moved closer to Erbao, and at the same time, Erbao's arms became restless again. Started to flutter around. Next second. Bang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the living room. Shiaoi and Lu Tianxuan both turned their heads towards the direction where the sound came from. That's right. Erbao slapped Su Lingjin. Su Lingjin was completely confused. Is this the strength that a baby of 10 days old can exert? It hurts so much. Su Ruoro couldn't help but said, Dad, I told you not to get in with Erbao like that. Look, you got beaten. This Erbao is not honest anymore. He hits people at every turn. Ha ha ha. Su Lingjin laughed, it's good to hit people. Look, Erbao is only a dozen days old and already has so much strength. He will definitely be very strong in the future. Shiaoi, what do you think about letting Erbao learn Sanda and Taekwondo in the future? Okay. Shiaoi said he had no opinion. His father had taught him Sanda and Taekwondo in his previous life, so it made sense for him to let his son learn them later. At least he can protect his sisters. Ha ha ha, okay. Su Lingjin was so happy that he was speechless. Wow. At this moment, the second baby in his arms suddenly started crying for some reason. Su Lingjin was a little confused. He gently patted Erbao's butt. Hey, Xiaoming, what's wrong? Xiaoming, you were laughing just now, why are you crying now? Do you want to hit Grandpa again? Speaking of this, Erbao seemed to understand and stopped crying immediately. Instead, he stared straight at Su Lingjin. He stretched out his arms. Su Lingjin's heart suddenly panicked. He had a hunch that Erbao might like to bully people in the future. At this time, Shiaoi had already entered the kitchen. It's almost noon, time to eat. The father-in-law didn't get to eat last night, so Xiaoming planned to show off his skills again. Lu Tianxuan saw Su Ruoro's father coming over and had no intention of staying here for dinner. He came to Su Ruoro holding Sanbao and said, Ruoro, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I'll go back first. I'll come and play with you later. As she spoke, she handed the 3 treasures to Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro instinctively took the baby and said, Well, aren't you eating here at noon? No, I have something to do and I'll leave first. See you later. Okay, see you later. Aha. Soon, Lu Tianxuan opened the door and left. Su Ruoro set her eyes on her father. Dad, then you take good care of the 3 babies. I'll go to the kitchen to help. After arriving in the kitchen, Su Ruoro poked Shiaoi with her finger. Honey, how did you make my dad change so much? Chapter 27 Discussing Marriage with Ruoro. Shiaoi was not surprised when he heard Su Ruoro's question. Su Lingjin's attitude changed so quickly, it would be strange if she didn't ask. So, Shiaoi said while cutting vegetables, Today when I went out to buy diapers for my baby, I happened to meet our dad and helped him catch a gangster. Help him catch a gangster? Su Ruoro frowned. Yes. And that's what Dad did. Su Ruoro quickly looked at Shiaoi, and after making sure that he had no injuries, she smiled sweetly, then hugged him from behind. She said delicately, Do you know that I am most worried about my father? I didn't expect that you would meet him and help him today. Is it fate? Perhaps. Su Ruoro was in a very good mood at the moment. She had been having nightmares recently, dreaming that her father would not forgive him. I even didn't sleep well last night because of my dad's attitude. Unexpectedly, Shiaoi solved it the next day. Feeling Xiaoyi's body temperature, Su Ruoro discovered that Shiaoi seemed to be able to handle everything in an orderly manner. Shiaoi was not very comfortable being hugged by Su Ruoro from behind, and it also delayed his cooking, so he said, Okay, aren't I hot if you keep hugging me? Lu Tianxuan has laughed, right? You should go and accompany Dad and prepare dinner later. Ah, okay. Because she was in a good mood, she skipped out of the kitchen. Shiaoi peeked out through the sliding door of the kitchen and couldn't help but smile. Outside, Su Lingjin was still holding Erbao, even though Erbao had slapped him several times. After seeing Su Ruoro coming out, Su Linjin looked at her and said, "Didn't you go to the kitchen to help? Why are you out before the last 2 minutes?" "Hey, Dad, I'm just worried that you can't take good care of the 3 babies. You are just lazy." Su Linjin saw through Su Ruoro at a glance. He turned his head and looked at Shiaoi. He had to say, Shiaoi was really good at cooking. It was such a pity that he didn't have time to eat all the food on the table yesterday. About half an hour later, Shiaoi had already brought 4 dishes to the table. There were only 3 of them today, so Shiaoi didn't do much. Seeing Su Linjin holding a baby on each side, Shiaoi chuckled and shouted, "Dad, Ruoro, the meal is ready, come and eat." "Here I come." After putting the baby in bed, the two washed their hands and sat at the dining table. Su Linjin looked at the delicious dishes and smelled them. Very special fragrance. Su Ruoro put the bowl and chopsticks next to Su Linjin. "Dad, you should try the meal made by Shiaoi. It was a pity that you didn't have it yesterday. I believe you will be surprised after tasting it." "Ha ha ha, really? Let me try it then." Su Linjin said this as he picked up a piece of abalone. This thing is very nutritious, and he eats it often. After putting it into his mouth, Su Linjin was shocked. It tasted so damn delicious. Because of his special status, there are always people who treat him to a meal. He often orders high-end food, and the food he eats is also very expensive. But there is no comparison between the dishes in those restaurants and those cooked by Shiaoi. This taste is absolutely amazing. Shiaoi, have you been a chef before? Su Linjin tasted several dishes in succession, and then uttered these words. The main reason is that Shiaoi's cooking is really delicious. Just like Su Ruoro said, after tasting the food he cooks, the food cooked by others may seem bland. Shiaoi scratched his head. "No, maybe I have a talent for cooking." Su Linjin looked at Shiaoi and found he liked him more and more. Seeing that they already had a baby but the two had not yet registered their marriage, Su Linjin suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. He organized his words and then said, "Ahem, Shiaoi, you and Ruoro are both stable now, and you both have children now." Today, Zhang Song returned to the police station and told his colleagues about this matter. "Everyone asked me when you and Su Ruoro would get married. You've even prepared the wedding room, so I think we can discuss your marriage now." "Su Ruoro? Is the wedding room ready?" He didn't know what his father was talking about. Shiaoi, who was standing aside, was sure that there would be no problem after hearing these words. He already has a baby, so there must be no problem with Su Ruoro's character. Now he has a system and a little deer coffee shop, so his future life can be guaranteed. We can indeed have the wedding first. If you wait until the baby grows up, it may not be very convenient. Shiaoi murmured, "So Dad, if you want to marry Ruoro, how much do you want as a gift?" He didn't have much cash on him now, only a few $100,000. The house in Kyoto No. 1 courtyard is 400 square meters, and this money is not enough to buy furniture. Dowry? Su Linjin couldn't help but smile. He didn't care about the bride price at all. As long as Shiaoi treated Ruoro well and was filial to his parents, it would be enough. "We don't have much dowry here in Kyoto. How about 6,666 yuan? That's also auspicious." 6,000? Shiaoi was a little surprised. The bride price of 6,666 yuan was indeed very low. In his previous life, his marriage gift was as much as 10 million. Yes, 6,000 yuan is a very common gift in our capital. Your parents must know about this, so you can call them over and we can discuss the marriage together. Hearing this, Shiaoi lowered his head slightly. It has been more than half a year since he traveled through time. To be honest, he also misses his parents, wife, and children. I don't have parents," he said softly. "Huh?" Su Linjin was extremely surprised when he heard this. "No parents? Without parents, you can buy a 400 square meter house at the age of 23, Alpha car? Just made hundreds of millions of yuan? This is really too exaggerated." Su Linjin saw that Shiaoi was in a bad mood, and quickly comforted him. "Child, it's okay. I'll be here for you in the future. Ruoro's mother and I will be your parents. Let's discuss the wedding at home when you have time. I mean, if it can be done as soon as possible, then do it as soon as possible." "Yeah, no problem, Dad." Shiaoi nodded. Su Ruoro saw that Shiaoi was in a bad mood and felt very sympathetic towards him. At this time, Shiaoi forced out a smile again. Dad, you see my house has no furniture yet, except for the bed. Can you prepare a full set of furniture and appliances for me first? Once the furniture and appliances are ready, I will marry Ruoro. Ha ha ha. Su Lin burst out laughing when he heard this. What are some furniture and appliances? He said, in addition to furniture and appliances, our family will give a dowry of 2 million. Although I am a criminal police officer and my salary is not high, but the family still has some savings, not to mention. Ruoro's grandfather also owns an antique shop. If you like antiques, you can go over there and take a look. You can pick whatever you want. Ha ha ha. Chapter 28. Shiaoi gave him a cricket jar worth 110 million? Shiaoi chuckled. Okay, I happen to be quite interested in antiques, so please take me to have a look when you have time. No problem. Come, eat, eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table today was particularly pleasant. However, Su Lingjun left here not long after finishing his meal. The bureau suddenly called him and asked him to handle some matters. That's what a criminal police officer is like. He has to be on call at all times. After Su Lingjun left, Su Ruoro took the initiative to help clean up the dishes and put them into the dishwasher. After the machine started running, she couldn't help but look at Shiaoi. Asked, Honey, have you bought a house in Kyoto? Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Shiaoi stepped forward and hugged her slender waist, then whispered, Don't worry, the house has the best location in Kyoto. After all, I will definitely give you and the baby the best things in the future. Location, best? Su Ruoro asked suspiciously, which neighborhood? Kyoto Courtyard number 1. Like Su Lingjun, Su Ruoro was also very surprised after hearing it. So surprised. The price of Kyoto number 1 courtyard is 200,000 per square meter. Where did he get the money? The most important thing is that I borrowed 200,000 yuan from her some time ago because I didn't have enough funds to open the Xiaolu coffee shop. Looking at Su Ruoro's stunned expression, Shiaoi chuckled, Are you going to ask me where the money came from? Actually, I took over a project recently and made some money. After the money came, I directly bought a house with full payment. This. Su Ruoro was shocked after hearing this. What kind of project is that big? After the money was transferred, he bought a house directly? Shiaoi continued, After all, I can't marry you without a house, right? As he said that, Shiaoi kissed Su Ruoro on the forehead. Having said that, he hasn't gone to see the house that the system gave him yet, and he really wants to go and take a look now. Ruoro, the weather is nice today, why don't I drive and take the babies out for a walk, and then I'll take you to visit the new house? Yes, sure. Su Ruoro was also very curious. I want to know what kind of house Shiaoi bought. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Silatan Criminal Police Detachment. Su Lingjun walked out of the hall humming a little tune. My hometown is in this village. I am a native human being of this village. This village is not very big, there are mountains and forests. He got into a police car and drove towards his home. He was in a very good mood at this time. Not only did they catch a key figure in a major drug trafficking case, but they also learned some relatively important information from other gangs. The most important thing is that I got such an excellent son-in-law like Shiaoi for free, which is really great. Just at this moment, he suddenly remembered that didn't Shiaoi bring him a cricket when he came yesterday? He is usually busy with police duties and is under a lot of pressure. He didn't want to be interested in antiques like his father, so he developed a less popular hobby. Cricket fighting. On weekends when he is off work, he would invite a few friends to go to a cricket fighting venue or play golf. His attitude towards Shiaoi yesterday was so cold that he didn't even look at the cricket he gave him. I regret it. I have to go home and check it out. 20 minutes later. Su Lingjun opened the door. The first thing I saw was the place where Shiaoi placed the cricket jar yesterday. Of course, there was no way the jar was still there at this point. Where's the jar? Because he was the gift Shiaoi carefully prepared for him, he would feel uncomfortable if he lost him. Strange, Shiaoi put the jar here yesterday. Just as he was looking for the jar, his father Su Yunha came out of the bedroom. Seeing Su Lingjun's anxious look, he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you, kid? What are you looking for? Also, why did you come back so early today? Su Lingjun looked around and said, Dad, have you seen the cricket Shiaoi gave me yesterday? Su Yunha was a little surprised when he heard this. I haven't heard him mention Shiaoi in the past few days, Why is he talking about him today? Do you still want the crickets he gave you? How strange. You don't like me, so why are you looking for cricket all of a sudden? Su Linjin, Dad, I was wrong. Shiaoi is not what I thought. He is a good boy. He helped me catch a gangster today. I went to see the baby at noon. Don't worry, Dad. I won't disturb him and Ruoro from being together. Hearing this, Suyunha's mouth corners raised. He was still wondering how to convince him to accept Shiaoi, but he didn't expect that Shiaoi solved the problem by himself. It's really not easy. He remained calm despite Su Linjin's attitude towards him yesterday. Shiaoi is indeed different from his peers. Looking at the anxious Su Linjin, Suyunha chuckled, "Okay, stop looking, the jar is here with me." As he said that, Suyunha entered the bedroom and took out the cricket jar. Su Linjin hurried over and wanted to take the jar. Hey, please don't drop this jar. Suyunha scolded, "The main thing is that this jar is worth a small target. It's too expensive. Dad, it's just a copper pot for crickets. If it breaks, I'll buy you a new one. It's not an antique. Don't mention it, this is really an antique." What? Hearing this, Su Lin was shocked. Is this an antique? His father attaches great importance to antiques, so he would not easily cheat people, especially when it comes to antiques. Today I asked someone to identify it and it has been confirmed that this is an antique from the Shang dynasty during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. It has a history of more than 2,000 years. Su Linjin had a black question mark on his face. Because Suyunha runs an antique shop, he knows something about the prices of these antiques. It's an antique from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, and it's so well preserved, so its price must be at least tens of millions, right? Dad, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's from the Shang dynasty, more than 2,000 years ago, so it must be worth tens of millions, right? It can't be wrong. Suyunha shook his head. I have been dealing with antiques for so many years, and I have never made a mistake. This is from the Shang dynasty, and I have already asked someone to estimate the price today. How much do you think they will offer? How many? Suyunha stretched out a finger. Su Linjin asked suspiciously, 10 million? No. 110 million. This. 110 million? Sigma A. At this time, Su Linjin even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Shiaoi gave him a cricket jar worth 110 million? Chapter 29. Su Lin was shocked. Is this cricket so powerful? He was very surprised that Shiaoi bought a house in Kyoto No. 1 courtyard today. He could never have imagined that a cricket jar that Shiaoi casually gave him was actually more expensive than a house. What is his background? At this time, Su Linjin and Suyunha both started to guess, but they didn't know that Shiaoi had no idea that this jar was so valuable. Su Linjin wasn't very interested in the jar, but he still looked at it curiously for a few times, and then asked, Dad, where are the crickets in the cricket jar? In the box where you keep the crickets. I put them in there. Su Linjin has a box specifically for raising crickets. There are 5 crickets in it, all of which are his warriors in fighting crickets. In that environment, his warriors will not fight because they are already well trained, and there are also different cricket territories. Good. Su Linjin walked over. When he opened the box, he was completely shocked. Because at this time, all 5 crickets inside were killed. Some of the bodies even had their heads missing. What caused this scene was the cricket that Shiaoi gave him. Looking at this cricket with amazing fighting power, Su Linjin was shocked. It is normal that Shiaoi knows how to cook and take care of people. Being able to start a business and make money is a sign of strength. And knowing something about antiques, that also makes sense. The most important thing is, he even knows about crickets? Are the crickets he gave so powerful? It was 6:30 in the evening and it was not yet dark. After taking Su Ruoro to visit the new house, Shiaoi returned to the underground parking lot. There are countless luxury cars parked in the underground parking lot of Kyoto No. 1 courtyard, such as Rolls-Royce Fantasy, Maybach, Lancia Boni, Ferradure, Nike, etc. At this time, Su Ruoro's mouth had opened into an O shape. Of course it's not because of the countless luxury cars around. It was the house that Shiaoi had just taken him to visit. The area of 400 square meters made her speechless with surprise. Such a house could easily cost over 100 million yuan in Kyoto. What exactly does Shiaoi do? His income is over 100 million yuan? So why open a little dear coffee? Su Ruoruo was puzzled and asked him many times, but Shiaoi always said it was a secret. She was almost fed up with it. Shiaoi was calm, as if nothing had happened. Okay, we've finished touring the house. Do you think the decoration is to your taste? I feel fine. Su Ruoruo's mind went blank. To be honest, she didn't have that many requirements for the decoration of the house. What she wanted to know now was what Shiaoi did. Okay then. I've calculated that furniture and appliances will cost about 1 million yuan. I'll prepare them when the time comes. Nowadays, any slightly better furniture and appliances on the market require a finished product. For a 400 square meter house, 1 million yuan for furniture and appliances is not expensive. Okay. Su Ruoruo agreed immediately. After all, getting married does require the woman to provide furniture, appliances, etc., which is normal. Seeing Su Ruoruo agreed, Shiaoi chuckled. Ruoruo, you see, I haven't given you any gifts since you gave birth to the baby. Why don't we go shopping? There is a Gueha shopping center in Kyoto, which specializes in selling luxury goods. Like LV, Chanel, Bulgari, or Balenciaga. Shiaoi planned to take her there to have a look. Su Ruoruo did not refuse after hearing this. She hasn't bought clothes for a long time, so it's time to buy some clothes, mainly because she hasn't bought clothes for her 3 babies yet. It's also a good opportunity to buy some baby products. Okay. Get in the car, my little princess. Shiaoi opened the car door for her. Seeing this, Su Ruoruo blushed slightly. You are so old, but you are still a little princess. She sighed and said, she is already 26 years old this year, which is indeed a bit old. We are all approaching 30. Looking at Su Ruoruo, who sighed slightly, Shiaoi said, no matter how old you are still my princess. You will always be 18, don't you understand? Okay, drive now. No, give me a kiss. Su Ruoruo glanced at the 3 babies in the back row, and then looked at Shiaoi. Why is he still like an immature child, still wanting kisses? However, as Shiaoi's future wife, how could she refuse such a request from her husband? She went straight over and hugged Shiaoi, and the 2 of them kissed passionately in the car. 10 minutes later, their lips gradually separated. It's all drawn. Su Ruoruo's face flushed slightly, and her expression showed some satisfaction. The main reason is that Shiaoi's hands were not honest just now. Shiaoi on the side was also very satisfied, but the 2 of them hadn't done that since they started living together. Although the system said it could be done, he still wanted to wait until after marriage. I'll write the details then, very quickly, 100,000 words. Anyway, the wedding is coming soon. Without thinking too much, he drove out of the underground parking lot quickly and headed to Gueha Shopping Center. When Su Ruoruo came upstairs and saw many luxury stores, she was a little confused. Didn't you say you were taking her here shopping? Why did we end up at Gueha Shopping Center? This is where the local rich people go shopping. It costs at least hundreds of thousands to come here once. Shiaoi touched his nose and said, I don't know if you are interested in bags, cosmetics, etc. If you like, I will buy them for you. This. Su Ruoruo glanced at the 3 babies in the stroller and took a deep breath. She did have an interest in all kinds of bags before, but after having 3 babies, she no longer has that feeling. Now he just wants to live a stable life with Shiaoi. He really doesn't like expensive bags that much. As for cosmetics, you can buy them. Makeup can. Su Ruoruo whispered that after the baby grew up, she might have to continue to be a professor, and she would need to go out on a regular basis and would need to put on makeup. Then let's go to the Chanel store and have a look. Shiaoi pushed the stroller with one hand and walked in holding Su Ruoruo's hand with the other. At the same time, the salesperson was shocked when he saw Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo. There were triplets in the stroller. She had never seen triplets before. Is this your child? She looked at the 2 people in surprise. Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo were both very good looking, especially Shiaoi, who was so handsome. He is more handsome than those Korean oppas she is chasing after. And Su Ruoruo, her figure is so good, there is no sign of her having given birth to a child. Shiaoi smiled and nodded, yes, this is our baby. Wow, triplets? Yes. I love it so much. The salesperson couldn't help but look at the babies, and it took him a moment to realize that they were buying things. Excuse me, what are you here to buy? We have just received a batch of cosmetics and a few bags. I think they are very suitable for your wife. Would you like to take a look? As soon as the salesperson finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind Shiaoi. Hey, Shiaoi, why are you here? Is this a place you can come to? Chapter 30. Don't you like me? Then can you buy it for me? Shiaoi heard the voice and looked over. At this time, Lu Ruowei was holding Wang Daohu's arm and looking at Shiaoi with a mocking expression. At the same time, Wang Daohu clenched his fists after seeing Shiaoi, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Before, Lu Ruowei asked him to help deal with Shiaoi, but he had no intention of doing so at all. After all, the two of them had no grudges against each other, and he approached Lu Ruowei just to sleep with her. But Shiaoi actually opened a Xiaolu coffee shop next door to him. It hasn't opened yet. If the coffee shop opens, his business will definitely be taken away by Shiaoi. Hearing Lu Ruowei's voice, Su Ruoro couldn't help but turn her head. Although she didn't know Lu Ruowei was from their school after all. After seeing her, Su Ruoro recognized Lu Ruowei at a glance. This is Shiaoi's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruowei. She was wearing a JK suit, black stockings on her legs, big wavy hair, and a particularly seductive makeup on her face. It looks particularly sexy. Is this Lu Ruowei? Su Ruoro said in a very low voice. Shiaoi nodded expressionlessly. Now when he saw her, he wanted to have sex with her. At this moment, Lu Ruowei suddenly looked at Su Ruoro, who was holding Shiaoi's hand, and asked, "Who is this?" When she saw Su Ruoro, she suddenly felt familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Who cares what anyone does? Does it have anything to do with you? At this time, she turned her attention to the stroller again, and when she saw the three babies, she smiled. Ha ha ha, I understand. I understand, Shiaoi. After I dumped you, did you become the scapegoat? You're still with her even though you have a child. That's ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Shiaoi, please don't tell anyone that I know you. I'd be embarrassed if I told anyone. Do you think you can deceive people just because you are handsome? Madam, don't be fooled by the fact that he drives an Alpha. He is just a driver, an ordinary driver. Shiaoi just looked at Lu Ruowei with an expressionless face. I have to say this stupid woman is really good at imagining things. What the hell is going on? I was really blind to be with him in the first place. The salesperson next to him was stunned. What was going on? Lu Ruowei held Wang Daohu's arm tightly and continued, Shiaoi, don't lie to me. This place is not something you can afford. My brother Wang is the best. He wants to buy me an LV bucket bag today, right, brother Wang? She acted coquettishly again. Wang Daohu grinned. He planned to play with Lu Ruowei for 2 more months. There was no other way. She was living such a good life. That's right. Salesperson, but our store is Chanel, not LV. Chanel, so what if it's Chanel? Bring me the most expensive bag in your store. I want it. Lu Ruowei spoke loudly, and Wang Daohu on the side was stunned when he heard it. Shit. This is different from what Lu Ruowei said. At first she said she was going to a second-hand store to buy a second-hand LV bag. It's just over 20,000 yuan. More than 20,000 yuan is not a lot of money for him now, but he can still buy it if he grits his teeth. After all, this girl worships money. If you paint a rosy picture for her, she will be willing to stay with her for 2 months. But this is Chanel, the most expensive bag probably costs hundreds of thousands, right? Lu Ruowei now turned her attention to the salesperson. Salesperson, Shiaoi is just a driver and can't afford the bags in the store. Where is the security guard? Throw him out quickly. Salesperson. Shiaoi said expressionlessly, don't pay attention to her, just recommend a bag to my wife. Yes sir. The salesperson nodded and continued to recommend it to Shiaoi and Su Ruoro. Just at this moment, the system sound appeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the medium and activating the rebate mode, limited to 1 item. You can get 10 times the rebate for every item you purchase, limited to 1 product, and expires after 1 hour. Hearing this, Shiaoi was somewhat surprised. 10 times the rebate, wow, this is not a small amount. The bag in front of him costs 160,000 yuan, and he can get a rebate of 1.6 million yuan if he buys it. Good job. The system is awesome. At this time, the salesperson noticed Shiaoi's gaze and immediately said, this gentleman has a good eye. This bag is made of Italian calfskin and is the latest style. I think this bag goes very well with your wife. how do you feel? Shiaoi nodded. He liked this bag at first sight, but he didn't know whether Su Ruoruo would like it. Ruoruo, how do you feel? It's okay. Shiaoi, can I take it out and have a look? Sure. The salesperson took out the bag, and Su Ruoruo put it on her back. I have to say that Su Ruoruo's temperament has improved to a higher level with the bag on her back. It looks great. The salesperson looked Su Ruoruo up and down and said, "This bag suits you very well, especially with the skirt you are wearing today." Really? She looked at the price and was stunned when she saw the 159,999 on the label. This bag costs 160,000? Yes. The salesperson nodded. This. Su Ruoruo quickly turned her eyes to Shiaoi. Dear, this bag is too expensive, it doesn't suit me. It's okay, buy it. Shiaoi directly took out the card and handed it to the salesperson. We want this bag, please pack it for us. Okay. The salesperson took the card from Shiaoi's hand, then took out the POS machine and swiped it. After Shiaoi entered the password, a shopping receipt printed out. The system sound also appeared soon after. The host's consumption is detected to be 159,999, triggering a 10-fold rebate, with a rebate of 159,9990. The cash has been deposited into your bank card. His cell phone vibrated, and Shiaoi knew that the money had arrived. So cool. On the other side, Lu Ruowei happened to see Shiaoi readily paying the bill. She was extremely surprised and wondered what was going on. It turns out that Shiaoi is a poor guy who can't even afford an iPhone 14 Pro Max. How can he afford such an expensive bag at once? He had wanted that bag for a long time, but he just couldn't afford it. So, Lu Ruowei quickly turned her attention to Wang Daowu. She still looked delicate and coquettish, but there was nothing he could do about it. As far as he knew, men just fell for that. Honey, do you think this bag is nice? Lu Ruowei set her sights on a bag worth 40,000 yuan. Wang Daowu nodded slightly after hearing this. I think it looks pretty good. Don't you like me? Then why don't you buy it for me? Chapter 31. If it doesn't work, I'll give you a small loan? 4,000 words. Wang Daowu smiled but said nothing. Because he is now planning to abandon Lu Ruowei. After a long time of playing poker with her, she is no longer so tight. It's time to throw it away. Then I can use the same method to find students from other universities. Looking at Wang Daowu's appearance, Lu Ruowei felt happy. As long as Wang Daowu didn't say no, it meant he agreed to her proposal. After all, he was not short of money, so how could he not be able to afford a baby worth tens of thousands of dollars? Waiter, please pack this bag for me. Okay. The salesperson nodded. She was in a good mood. She would get a lot of commission from selling the bag. At this moment, Lu Ruowei suddenly saw a red crocodile leather bag and was immediately attracted by its bright appearance. Wow, is this Chanel's new limited edition crocodile leather bag? I love it so much. Yes, miss. The salesperson said, this is the latest crocodile leather launched this year, and it is limited to 9,999 pieces worldwide. Our store only got 20 spots this year. The store is still selling it at the original price of 99,999, and there are only 2 left in the store. Lu Ruowei turned her head and looked at Wang Daowu. Dear. I like this one too. Wang Daowu said with a smile, then buy it. Really? Really? Wow, I love you so much. Please pack this bag for me too. Okay. At this time, Lu Ruowei was attracted by a dark green bag. Before she opened her mouth, Wang Daowu beside her said generously, buy. You like this one too, right? Then buy it. Is this, really? Honey, am I really not dreaming? When she heard this, Lu Ruowei's voice trembled noticeably. Because this bag costs 200,000 renminbi. It's too expensive. The total cost of these bags is more than 300,000 yuan. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shiaoi, who was still talking and laughing, and thought to herself that it must be Wang Daowu who was trying to save her face. Seeing that Shiaoi bought a bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for her girlfriend, he was afraid that he could not compete with her, so he bought these 3 bags for himself. Of course it's real, buy it. Good. Waiter, please pack this bag for me too. Okay. The waiter's voice trembled a little. To be honest, she was envious. If you are good looking, you can really do whatever you want. Lu Ruowei is a little bit flirty, and then when she has a better figure, a big brother supports her. I am so envious. The main thing is that her brother bought her such a beautiful bag. She is not good looking and has no big brother to support her, otherwise she would not be willing to be a salesperson. At this time, Wang Daohu said with a smile, "Do you have any other favorites? Keep picking." It's gone, it's gone. Lu Ruowei quickly shook her head. Today, Wang Daohu was willing to spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy her a bag, and she was already content. Just buy it next time. Lu Ruowei was already fantasizing about her life as a socialite. Just then, the salesperson came over with a POS machine and said, "Sir, the total price of these 3 bags is 349,999. How do you want to pay?" Lu Ruowei waited calmly for Wang Daohu to pay the bill, but Wang Daohu beside her did not move at all. She turned her head, frowned and asked, "Honey, what's going on?" "The waiter asked you to pay the bill. Hurry up and pay the bill so we can go back to the hotel. Tonight I'll let you experience hand-tearing black silk." Stop. Wang Daohu interrupted Lu Ruowei's words. This guy started to act coquettishly again. Every time before he paid, he would say some dirty words. "Come on, let's sort it out. These 3 bags are the ones you like, right?" "Yeah." Lu Ruowei hasn't realized yet that she has been abandoned. Wang Daolong continued, "These bags were also carefully selected by you, right?" "Yes." "Then why do you make me pay for the bag you chose, the bag you picked?" Lu Ruowei was stunned when she heard this. "What? You?" Lu Ruowei stared at Wang Daohu with eyes wide open. "Didn't you say you would take me out shopping? You said you wanted to pursue me. You said you liked me very much. You bought me these bags, so I am your girlfriend." Put. Hearing this, Wang Daohu laughed out loud. "Don't be ridiculous. I chased you just to sleep with you. Do you really think you have gold in your vagina? 350,000, how many girls can I find with 350,000? It's ridiculous. You didn't lose out on spending time with me. I'm giving you my phone. Don't contact me anymore, you gold digger." After saying that, Wang Daohu left without looking back. Lu Ruowei was stunned. He stared at everything in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. Just now Wang Daohu wanted to buy her a bag worth more than 300,000 yuan, why? "Wang Daohu, you bastard, come back here." At the same time, Shiaoi also came over. He heard clearly what Wang Daohu and Lu Ruowei said just now. Because Lu Ruowei had been talking nonsense just now, he also planned to mock her a few times to put a stop to her bad mouth. "What? Why was it left behind? Let your dear brother Wang buy it for you. Don't you have money? If you really can't afford it, can I get you a small loan? Can you buy it with the loan? You?" Lu Ruowei glared at him fiercely. Shiaoi grinned. "What do you mean by you? Do you really think you are a celebrity just because you rely on your brother Wang? I have never seen such a shameless person." After that, he had no intention of paying any more attention to Lu Ruowei. He pushed the baby and left the store holding Su Ruoro's hand. After leaving the store, Su Ruoro did not mention Lu Ruowei again. She has already decided on Shiaoi from the bottom of her heart, and after a short period of time together, she also knows that Shiaoi will not leave her. As for Lu Ruowei, that guy was just behaving like an elementary school student, just trying to make his presence known. Seeing that Shiaoi had no intention of leaving Gueha shopping center, Su Ruoro was stunned, and then asked, "Honey, we have bought the bags, why don't you leave?" Shiaoi held her hand tightly. "I only bought you a bag. I haven't bought you any clothes yet. You haven't gone shopping for a long time. Let's go pick out some clothes." This. I think we can go somewhere else." "No, it must be more expensive and..." Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi in confusion. "What? I just want to save you some money, and you don't want to? Is this what it means to be rich?" Shiaoi didn't say anything more and just forced Su Ruoro to walk around here. After all, he still has 2 chances to get a 10-fold rebate, which he must use within an hour. I brought Su Ruoro to the 2nd floor of Gueha, and there happened to be a Balenciaga store next to it. Shiaoi, who usually likes black stockings with words on them, smiled like an auntie, turned his gaze to Su Ruoro, and said, "Ruoro, do you usually wear black stockings?" 3 black question marks appeared above Su Ruoro's head. Black stockings, she had indeed worn them before. "However, I wear black stockings less often, but I wear flesh-colored stockings quite often." Because she is a professor, she needs to stand for a long time to give lectures. If she stands for a long time, she will get varicose veins. So she usually wraps her legs with a layer of stockings when she goes to class, which can effectively prevent the occurrence of varicose veins. Tip: doctors performing surgery in hospitals also wear them, including male doctors. Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi's naughty smile and felt that there was something wrong with this smile. But Shiaoi was her fiancé after all, so Su Ruoro didn't think much about it. Men like black stockings, white stockings, and fishnets when they are happy. She whispered, I have worn it, I have worn it. Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Come on, I'll take you shopping. Shiaoi held her hand, pushed the stroller, and went straight to the Balenciaga store without giving Su Ruoro a chance to refuse. At this moment, Shiaoi gave Su Ruoro the feeling of a domineering president. 40 minutes later, the two people came out of Gueha. Shiaoi was carrying many large and small bags. He bought a lot of clothes for Su Ruoro and also completed 2 other 10x cashbacks. But there are only a few 100,000, not much. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Ruoro went to her parents' home. Old Su, you said you've been playing with the baseball bat since you came back, and now you've been fighting this cricket. Shiaoi and Ruoro are almost here, can't you lend a hand? Qin Shueping, who was sweeping the floor, rolled her eyes at Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun is off duty today. Normally he would sleep until 10 o'clock, but he woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. The schedule is very tight. In the morning, I will go to Silatan to fight crickets, and in the afternoon, I will go play golf with my friends. After coming back in the afternoon, I touched the golf club, ate immediately, and started watching crickets again. He's not usually like this. Could it be because the baseball bat and the cricket were both given by Shiaoi? Qin Shueping was also a little puzzled at this time. During dinner last night, Su Lingjun kept mentioning Shiaoi and said how good this son-in-law was. The main thing is that he didn't like me the day before yesterday, but how come his attitude changed so much in just one day? She was a little confused. But she knew that Shiaoi gave Su Yunha a priceless copper jar. Could it be because of that copper jar? Okay, go cook your meal and ignore me. Su Lingjun continued to look at the crickets in the jar and liked them more and more. Why? Because today he and his friends participated in a cricket fighting competition. The cricket that Shiaoi gave him performed a 5-hit-a-row move as soon as it came on the stage. That's right, not long into the game, this cricket bit all the crickets present to death at such a fast speed that it almost killed them instantly. It even killed a cricket worth 10,000 yuan. Today, this cricket brought him military honors. Secondly, when he was playing golf with his friends in the afternoon, the golf club that Shiaoi gave him was particularly handy and easy to use. He even thought that he had used up all his life's luck to meet Shiaoi and let Ruoro marry such a good son-in-law. Thinking of this, he continued fighting the crickets. Looking at Su Lingjun's appearance, Qin Shueping sighed, no longer expected anything from him, and continued sweeping the floor. Half an hour later. Dad, Mom, we're here. Su Ruoro opened the door with a lot of things in her hands. After hearing the voices of his daughter and son-in-law, Su Lingjun stopped fighting crickets and hurried forward to greet them. After seeing Su Ruoro carrying a large and small bag, Su Lingjun took the things in her hand and said, Daughter, you came just as you said you would. What are you carrying? Your mother has already prepared the meal. Come in quickly. Oh, all 3 babies are awake. He couldn't help but look at the baby in the stroller. At the same time, after seeing Su Lingjun, the second baby grinned excitedly and stretched out his hand. After seeing his little hand, Su Lingjun's expression changed. Suddenly I remembered the scene where the little guy slapped him. However, he is his grandson after all, so he should still be hugged. So, Su Lingjun directly picked up Dabao and Sanbao. Bao? Shiaoi is here, you and Ruoro will go wash your hands quickly, the meal is ready. After entering the living room, a faint smell of food wafted over. Su Ruoro, who was already hungry, hurriedly pulled Shiaoi to wash his hands, and then sat at the dining table. At this time, she found that her grandfather was not there, so she asked, Hey? Mom and Dad, where is Grandpa? Your grandfather went out early this morning. He seemed to be saying that he had some antique auction to prepare for. His shop also collected some antiques recently and seemed to be auctioning them. Oh. Su Ruoro nodded and said nothing more. My grandfather is like this, he likes to deal in antiques, and when he receives some valuable antiques, he will auction them. But it's not bad this way, he can make some money every year. Of course, there are gains and losses, and since Grandpa likes it, they won't say anything to him. Ruoruo, have you fed the baby? Su Lingjun asked from a distance, and Su Ruoruo nodded. Dad, I fed the baby before coming here, just put them in the stroller and come over to eat. Good. After Su Lingjun put Dabao and Sanbao in the stroller, he washed his hands and sat at the dining table. Then, he picked up the chopsticks and started picking up food for Shiaoi frantically. Come, Shiaoi, try this dish. This is your mother's specialty. And this. Try this too. Su Lingjun's hands were extremely fast. In less than half a minute, Shiaoi's bowl was full of food. This surprised Su Ruoruo. I am my father's close friend, but he doesn't even pick any food for me? Woo woo woo, no love anymore. However, Su Ruoruo was quite happy to see this scene. Thank you, Dad. Su Lingjun's sudden enthusiasm made Shiaoi a little confused. He could only thank him and then put the dishes into his mouth. Su Lingjun looked at him with a smile. How is it, son-in-law? How does the meal your mother cooked taste? Much better than me. Not really. Su Lingjun waved his hand. The food your mother cooks is nothing compared to yours. Qin Shueping? Do you think I don't exist? Su Ruoruo on the side chuckled. Ha ha. I also think that Honey's cooking is better than Mom's. Qin Shueping was very confused. Are you two really polite? Chapter 32 Discussing Marriage with My Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law 5,000 Words. Shiaoi burst out laughing. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. The three of them looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person coming was none other than Su Yunha. He smiled, and when he saw the whole family sitting at the dining table, he laughed. Haha, Shiaoi, Ruoruo, you guys are here. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I didn't even know you were coming. Su Ruoruo stepped forward to greet him. Grandpa, you are busy with your own things. The meal has just started, go wash your hands and come to eat. Good. After seeing Shiaoi, Su Yunha was in a very good mood and even wanted to take out the wine he had treasured for a long time. But when he thought about Shiaoi not letting him drink, he stopped thinking about it. By the way, he will have to let Shiaoi give him a massage later. Ever since Shiaoi gave him a massage last time, his lumbar spine has felt particularly comfortable. This little fellow hid himself really well, he must not be an ordinary person. After washing his hands, Su Yunha also sat at the dining table. Seeing that everyone was present, Su Lingjun spoke first. Well, now that our family is all here, there is something I need to discuss with you. No one spoke, waiting for Su Lingjun to speak. Su Lingjun did not hide it, it's Ruoruo and Shiaoi's wedding. Yesterday he just had a brief discussion with Shiaoi. Now that he came here today and everyone is here, they decided to discuss it together. After hearing his words, Su Yunha and Qin Shueping were not very surprised. The child is already born and the two of them are so loving, how can they still refuse the marriage? You will have to get married sooner or later, so it is better to get married while the children are young, so that you will save a lot of trouble in the future. Su Yunha nodded slightly. We already have a baby, so we can get married now. Su Yunha and Qin Shueping had already learned that Shiaoi had no parents, so they didn't ask any more questions. Su Lingjun, how about I find an auspicious day to arrange your marriage? Okay. Shiaoi agreed readily. He secretly glanced at Su Ruoruo. At this moment, the girl's face was flushed and she was a little shy. Wife, what do you think? Qin Shueping smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, what else can I think? I strongly support the two children being together. As for you, I don't know what was wrong with you at the beginning. Ha ha ha. Su Lingjun laughed twice and directly took out a list. Shiaoi, I have already ordered the furniture and appliances for you. Take a look and see if they are suitable. If not, we can change them. Shiaoi was a little surprised when he heard this, so fast. I checked the layout of your house last night, and then selected furniture and appliances based on the layout. They are all styles that young people like. Don't worry, your father's aesthetic taste can still keep up. As he spoke, Shiaoi opened the list. The prices of some home appliances are displayed above. Gagano 400 combination refrigerator 101600. Samsung 98-inch super large screen, super plasma TV 110999. Gree central air conditioner, 3 for 10, 149999. HUAD integrated cooking stove 29999. Speed Queen washer dryer imported from the United States, 69980. After seeing the price above, Shiaoi suddenly felt like his heart was stopping. Wow, my father-in-law is really risking his life. He spends 100,000 yuan on a refrigerator? TV 110,000? The main thing is that a washing machine costs nearly 70,000 yuan. Wow, what a high level this is, using such good stuff. He continued to look down and saw some small appliances, sofas, coffee tables, and other furniture. The total price was more than 1.4 million. The most important thing is, there are also PS5, Switch game console and a computer with a quad-channel RTX 4090 graphics card. My father-in-law understands young people. Shiaoi grinned, and at the same time Su Lingjun asked with a smile, "How about it, son-in-law, do you like what your father-in-law prepared for you?" I like it. As long as you like it, ha ha ha. Su Lingjun turned his gaze to Su Ruoro again. "Ruoro, you can get a marriage certificate with Shiaoi soon, and then you can go look at wedding dresses. For the wedding hotel, how about we book the Amman Summer Palace?" Su Ruoro was a little frightened when she heard that. The Amman Summer Palace is a very high-end hotel in Kyoto. Because it is located in the city center, the price is extremely expensive. The venue for the wedding hall is 990,000. The price of a table of dishes there is about 6 or 7,000. It can be said to be particularly luxurious. Dad, isn't this hotel too good? We don't have to choose such an expensive one. Oh, how can this be possible? Su Lingjun looked at his precious daughter. "Ruoro, you will only get married once in your life, so I think it is necessary to make it grand. Also, don't you girls all like a sense of ceremony? You should have seen the pictures of the Amman Summer Palace on the internet. The decoration there is quite beautiful." Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Lingjun, and Su Ruoro discovered that her father was already thinking about him. Okay. Su Ruoro agreed. Okay, then you guys should set a date quickly so I can contact the hotel then. Okay. Su Ruoro glanced at Shiaoi. At the same time, Qin Shueping said, "Ruoro, don't forget to find a bridesmaid." "Shiaoi, do you have a best man?" "Don't worry, there is." Shiaoi suddenly thought of his 3 roommates. "However, for best men are usually needed, so we can just find a classmate from Kyoto University when the time comes." "Okay, just prepare yourself." Aha! They continued to eat, and after a while, Su Yunha suddenly remembered tomorrow's antique auction, and Lin Daoqi wanted to meet him. Su Yunha asked, "Shiaoi, do you have anything to do tomorrow?" He looked at Su Yunha. "Nothing, I'm at home taking care of Ruoro and the baby now. What can I do for you, Grandpa?" "Yes, there will be an annual antique auction in Kyoto tomorrow, and I want to take you there to have a look." "Sure." Shiaoi agreed decisively. "After obtaining the golden eyes, I just looked at the young lady and haven't done anything serious." Shiaoi would definitely agree to participate in such an auction. If he goes there, maybe he can pick up some bargains and let Su Yunha make some money. Okay, then stay here tonight. The auction will start on time at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I have a good friend who wants to meet you. I will take you to have a meal with him at noon tomorrow." Okay. Shiaoi was a little puzzled. Someone seemed to know him. Who could it be? Anyway, he hadn't figured it out at this moment, nor did he continue to think about it. Everyone was talking and laughing while eating. After the meal, Su Yunha lay down on the sofa consciously. Shiaoi understood what he meant immediately and gave him a massage. At night, after taking a shower, Shiaoi slept in Su Ruoro's bedroom. As for the baby, in order to let Shiaoi and Su Ruoro have a good sleep, Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping took care of him. The next day. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yunha had already started to urge. "Shiaoi, are you done packing? Here I come." Shiaoi walked out wearing a white shirt, which was Su Lingjun's. After seeing Shiaoi wearing a white shirt, Su Yunha was stunned. To be honest, this kid looks really like a human being after putting on the white shirt. He is definitely a handsome guy. "Grandpa, you are in such a hurry. Who are you going to take me to see? I have had a good friend for decades. He is well known in the antique world." Shiaoi narrowed his eyes and thought about it. At this time, he had already realized that the cricket jar he bought was very valuable. It is estimated to be tens of millions. Things that are given away are like water poured out. Shiaoi has no intention of taking them back. The most important thing is that this is a gift to his grandfather. If he wants to take it back, would he have the face to return to this family? Suyun, his friend of many years, suddenly wanted to see him, probably because he wanted to know where he got this treasure. Have you packed everything? If you have, come with me. Okay. Su Lingjun is off duty today, so he and Su Ruoruo will take care of the baby. Wife, Dad, I'm going out with Grandpa first. Okay, go slowly on the road. Su Lingjun held Dabeo and Sanbao in his left and right hands with a smile on his face. Erbo was grabbing Su Ruoruo's hair, flapping his hands wildly, and smiling happily. Xiao Ming. Don't grab mommy's hair. If you grab my hair again, I'll spank you. Hearing this, Erbao immediately let go of his little hand. Then he opened his arms, wanting Su Lingjun to hug him. Seeing this, Su Lingjun hurriedly walked away. I won't hug you. Erbao. What? Shiaoi looked at Erbao in confusion. He was crying. Can this baby, who is less than 20 days old, understand what they are saying? A moment later, Shiaoi and Su Lingjun arrived at the parking lot. After seeing Xiaoyi's car, Su Yuna said with a smile, "This car is good, a must-have for business." This is for the baby. Grandpa, please sit in the front row. This car is a 4-seater version. There is no other choice but to convert the back seat into a baby bed, so Su Lingjun can only sit in the front seat. Can't we be human in the back row? Xiaoi opened the electric door and grinned when he saw the baby crib in the back seat. I have to say that Xiaoi was really thoughtful. He simply dismantled the 2 airline seats and turned them into 3 baby cribs. Okay, the front and back rows are the same anyway. After Su Yuna got in the car, Xiaoi fastened his seatbelt and said, Grandpa, where are we going? Sunset Red Restaurant. Okay. Sunset Red Restaurant is a business hotel in Kyoto. Some older businessmen like to come here to discuss business. Because Kyoto was quite congested, it took 40 minutes to get there. Arriving at the bottom of the restaurant, Su Yunha first answered a phone call, then smiled and said to Xiaoi, Lin Daoqi, my longtime friend, has arrived. He's in box 888 on the 8th floor. Xiaoi, you can go over first. I'm going to buy something. Xiaoi asked, Grandpa, what do you want to buy? I'll go buy it. No, just go up directly. Okay. Since his grandfather didn't let him go, he didn't force it. Xiaoi entered the restaurant, and a waitress in a suit came forward to greet him and quickly took Xiaoi to the 8th floor. Sir, this is box 888. Okay, thanks. Xiaoi nodded slightly, then knocked on the door of the box. At the same time, an old man wearing a silk shirt, reading glasses, and a goatee opened the door. When their eyes met, Xiaoi was stunned for a moment, then he said politely, Hello, I am Su Yuna's grandson-in-law. You are the good friend that Grandpa mentioned, right? Are you Xiaoi? Lin Daoqi was stunned when he saw Xiaoi. He didn't expect Xiaoi to be so handsome. Nowadays, we live in a society where appearance matters. When Liu Bei first met Pang Tong, the phoenix cub, he did not use him immediately because of his appearance. Yes, it's me. Hello. Lin Daoqi quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiaoi. My name is Lin Daoqi, and I am also an antique lover like your grandfather. Hello, Grandpa Lin. Xiaoi bowed to him as he said this. Oh, don't be so polite. Your grandfather and I are very familiar with each other. His grandson is my grandson. From now on, you will be my grandson. Xiaoi didn't know what Lin Daoqi was up to. Come on, please take a seat. I haven't ordered yet, just order whatever you like. After sitting down, Xiao Yidongdang looked around and found several antiques on a table not far away. There are 2 that are exactly the same. Xiaoi directly used his golden eyes. One of the antiques turned red, while the other one was dull. In other words, these 2 antiques are one real and one fake. When seeing this, Xiaoyi's mouth corners slightly raised. It seemed that his purpose was to test him. Grandpa must have shown him the cricket jar. Xiaoi took a quick look at the menu. This restaurant was of high quality and the prices were relatively inexpensive. In order to save Lin Daoqi's face, he just ordered 2 dishes at random and told his grandfather to order the rest. Lin Daoqi did not refuse either. The 2 chatted awkwardly for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then Su Yunha walked in with a bottle of Jinmo in his hand. Friend Lin. Hey, Lao Su, you are finally here. Lin Daoqi stood up to greet him, and after coming in, Su Yunha sat directly next to Xiaoi. How was your chat with my grandson-in-law? Very good. Lin Daoqi said, "I'm so envious of you for having such a handsome and sensible grandson-in-law. By the way, Shiaoi, you gave your grandfather a copper jar before, right? Where did you get it?" Hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. Was he trying to trick people? The main reason was that he just bought the thing casually and didn't expect it to be worth so much. If the cricket seller knew about this, he would burst into tears. Shiaoi said truthfully, "I just bought it casually. I didn't expect to find a bargain. It's just luck." It seems that you know a lot about antiques, Shiaoi. I have two identical antiques here. They were not bought from the same place, but they both say they are from the early Qing dynasty. I don't know if they are real or not. Can you help me check them out? Hearing this, Shiaoi knew that Lin Daoqi was testing his abilities. Su Yunha also looked at him curiously. After all, he also wanted to know whether Shiaoi could tell the difference. Shiaoi grinned. "In fact, when I first came in, I noticed the two antiques on the table. No need to look, the one on the left is the real thing, and the one on the right is a high-quality imitation. Besides, you didn't buy this, did you? I feel like you're just testing my strength on purpose." This. Upon hearing this, Lin Daoqi and Su Yunha were both a little confused. What Shiaoi said just now is absolutely correct. Regardless of the authenticity of the antique or his purpose. He didn't expect that his thoughts could be seen through so easily by others. "How did you do that?" Shiaoi spread his hands and said, "It's easy. I can tell the age of the antique just by its appearance. If I'm not mistaken, this should be porcelain from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, right?" "Yes, that's right, that's right." Lin Daoqi nodded repeatedly, and Shiaoi continued, "This should be a Ming Wanli blue and white flower and bird pattern seal box." "That's right, I didn't expect you to know all that. I just know a little bit." Shiaoi smiled faintly. "As for the other antiques on the table, they are all imitations and not very valuable. Of course, there are some old ones, which are worth tens of thousands of yuan. This. You can see this." Lin Daoqi also knew that those antiques were all fake, and he planned to sell them at an auction today. Unexpectedly, Shiaoi could see through the value of these things at a glance. The main thing is that he didn't really look there. It's horrible, so horrible. What Shiaoi meant by knowing a little bit was definitely a low-key approach. His true identity must be an antique master. When they thought of this, Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi both took a breath of cold air, especially Su Yunha. He originally thought that Shiaoi just had some small skills, and then he bought the copper tube of the shirt by chance. Seeing that he was wrong, Shiaoi was obviously an expert. Lin Daoqi couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, little friend, what is your master's name?" Two black question marks appeared above Xiaoyi's head. "Master? I don't have a master? No master?" Lin Daoqi was surprised and said, "That's impossible. You have such a keen eye. I feel like you must have been exposed to antiques since childhood. If you don't have a master, where did you learn this skill from?" "I saw it on TV. You may not know that CCTV has a program called The Final Word. That's where I watched it." This. Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi looked at each other. They definitely wouldn't believe what Shiaoi said. If we could learn such techniques from TV, then everyone in the world would be an appraiser of antiques. Since he didn't want to say, neither of them asked any further. Anyway, Su Yunha felt very happy. After all, Shiaoi was still a family member. With Xiaoyi's assistance, he would definitely achieve excellent results in the field of antiques in the future. When thinking of this, Su Yunha smiled like an auntie. At the same time, Lin Daoqi thought similarly. Anyway, he is thick-skinned, so if he has any problems in the future, he can just ask Shiaoi for help. Unfortunately, Shiaoi already has Su Ruoruo. If it weren't for Su Ruoruo, he would have done everything he could to make his unfighting grandson-in-law divorce his granddaughter. Then marry her to Shiaoi. Chapter 33, Introduce a job worth 300,000 yuan? In the following time, Shiaoi was simply praised by Lin Daoqi. In short, they say all kinds of nice things and flatter him in order to please him. He was even offered several glasses of wine, but Shiaoi came by car as he was going to attend a shareholder auction later, so he didn't drink. Time passed quickly and it was 1 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Lin Daoqi generously ordered more than a dozen dishes, but the three of them didn't eat much. The auction starts at 2 o'clock, so they have to go there early. At this time, Lin Daoqi picked up the Ming Wanli blue and white flower and bird pattern seal box and walked to Shiaoi with a smile. "My dear grandson, this is the first day I meet you. I am very happy to meet you, so I give you this bird pattern seal box as a token of my love. Shiaoi was a little surprised when he heard that. The main thing is that this Ming Wanli blue and white seal box with flower and bird patterns is very valuable, estimated to be worth several million. How can you just give away an antique worth several $1,000,000? No, I can't take this, Grandpa. I appreciate your kindness, but this thing is really too valuable. Ahem. At this time, Su Yunha suddenly coughed twice, and then continued, Old Lin, this thing is too expensive, you should keep it. If you insist on giving it to me, Shiaoi and my granddaughter Ruoro will be getting married soon, and you can use this as a gift. Shiaoi? This. What Su Yunha said is 666. Isn't it just a disguised way of accepting it? Hearing this, Lin Daoqi was delighted. Very good, haha, then I will just give this as a gift when the time comes. Su Yunha, okay, ha. There was no way around it, he really liked the Ming Wanli blue and white seal box with flower and bird patterns. There are not many of these porcelains left in the world, and they are now so expensive that they are out of stock. If Su Yunha could have one of these in his collection, he would wake up laughing in his dreams at night. The three of them left the restaurant together, and half an hour later, they arrived at the antique auction together. The auction site was actually a hotel lobby with many chairs placed underneath. Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi walked side by side, and Shiaoi followed behind them. After arriving at the 14th floor of the hotel, Su Yunha took out 3 auction tickets from his pocket and handed them to the guard standing at the door. When the guard saw that it was Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi, he bowed quickly and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, you are here. Welcome. Su Yunha nodded and walked straight in. When Shiaoi saw this scene, he felt that his grandfather was not an ordinary person either. Without thinking too much, he quickly followed. The hotel lobby is luxuriously decorated, with a ceiling height of more than 10 meters, inlaid with various crystal chandeliers, many famous paintings on the walls, and even the floor is made of solid marble. Every corner of the hall exudes a noble atmosphere. At the same time, a large number of middle-aged people had gathered in the hall. Some of them were wearing suits, some were wearing ice silk shirts, and there was also a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe and carrying a peachwood sword. Except for this Taoist priest, everyone else looks extremely rich. Hey, Lao Su, you're here. Why are you so late today? A man who looked about the same age as Su Yunha suddenly came over and started talking to Su Yunha. Ha, you don't eat lunch. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my grandson-in-law, Shiaoi. Hey, do you have grandsons-in-law? The old man looked Shiaoi up and down and asked in confusion. Su Yunha smiled and nodded, we'll get married soon, and I'll call you when the time comes. Okay, ha. Soon, the old man left. At the same time, Su Yunha asked, Shiaoi, it's quite noisy outside. We have a VIP room over here. Do you want to go in and have some tea while waiting for the auction to start? No need, Grandpa. Just go. Shiaoi looked around. There were places selling stones and various antiques in the hall, so he planned to walk around. Okay, go look around. If you find something you like, just tell me and reserve it. I'll pay you when you leave. Good. Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi entered the VIP room with a smile, while Shiaoi also started to wander around here curiously. Because he had never been to such an occasion before, he was full of curiosity about this place. When we arrived at a place for gambling on stones, we saw more than a dozen stones neatly arranged. However, the price of stones varies depending on their size. The price ranges from 10,000 to 200,000 yuan. He used his golden eyes to take a look and saw no green. They are all ordinary stones. And some of the stones are marked with words like superior quality and 90% green rate. Isn't this just cutting leaks? Shaking his head, he was about to leave when someone suddenly called out his name. Shiaoi? Shiaoi was stunned when he heard the name. Apart from his classmates at Kyoto University, he didn't seem to have many friends. Turning his head, he saw a young man with glasses and slicked back hair, looking at other young people of the same age as him walking towards him. Shiaoi was stunned. He seemed not to know him. Who is this? Who are you? You don't even recognize me, I'm Cookie. Cookies? Shiaoi was confused, and at this moment, a memory suddenly came into his mind. Cookie, his high school classmate, had a few rich kids at home. He relied on his wealth to do nothing and was uneducated. He often bullied his classmates, including him, when they were in school. After learning about these memories, Shiaoi had a blank expression on his face. Oh, now I remember, it turns out that he was my high school classmate. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to remember it. Cookie looked at Shiaoi. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. It was obvious that he was the hotel's newly hired security guard. After all, today is the largest antique auction in Kyoto, so it is normal to have a few temporary security guards. Cookie said contemptuously, I remember you were admitted to Beijing University. Did you do an internship this year? Yeah, that's right. Shiaoi nodded, internship in my senior year. Oh, that's right. The salary as a security guard in this hotel is much higher than those 996 jobs outside. You have a good eye. Shiaoi smiled and didn't bother to explain. What's the point of explaining to such a person who looks down on others? What about you? What are you doing here today? Attending an antique auction, of course. Cookie crossed his arms and said proudly, today is my grandfather's 80th birthday. He likes antiques, so I came here to buy some antiques for him. I'm working in human resources now, introducing people to work abroad, with an annual salary of more than 200,000. By the way, I'm currently working with northern Myanmar, Singapore, and Cambodia. Leave me your phone number, and you can contact me anytime if you need work. Since we are old classmates, I will offer you a salary of 300,000 yuan a year, with 4 days of work and 3 days of rest, and 6 insurances and 2 funds. How about that? Chapter 34. Are you sure this is the 8 horses painting? Are you the 8 horses donkey? Shiaoi grinned when he heard this. Are you kidding? He still needs a job now? Besides, is your work in northern Myanmar, Singapore, and Cambodia serious? I don't think they would sell people to northern Myanmar to commit fraud. After noticing Shiaoi's strange look, Cookie said quickly, don't worry, it's all serious work. Northern Myanmar is in the Golden Triangle area. 90% of the people in that area are Chinese. They speak Chinese and use RMB. I have no plans for now. I'll find you if I need anything. Well, that's fine, leave me your phone number. The two exchanged phone numbers and Cookie left in a hurry. Looking at his back, Shiaoi felt that this job was not serious at all. Time passed quickly, and in 20 minutes, the auction was about to begin. Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi walked out of the VIP lounge, found Shiaoi, and took Shiaoi to sit in the third row of the auction site. The seating here is not so particular, unlike in some exciting novels where seats are allocated based on gold or silver tickets. Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi sat on Shiaoi's left and right. Su Yunha spoke first, Shiaoi, if you have any antiques you like, you can tell me. As long as it is within my affordability, I will buy them all. Okay. Shiaoi nodded. He didn't ask what the tolerance range was. At this time, Lin Daoqi also spoke up, my dear grandson, you should know a lot about antiques. If you find something suitable, you must tell me. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely tell you if there is a suitable one. Shiaoi did not refuse. Lin Daoqi and Su Yunha have been friends for many years, so what's wrong with helping out? You can also accumulate some good karma. Soon, a young lady wearing a professional suit, black stockings, and a high ponytail walked onto the stage of the auction. She held a microphone in her hand, and after seeing the more than 100 people, she said with a smile, welcome antique lovers from Kyoto to participate in this auction. Authorized antiques are guaranteed by Huaxia People's Insurance to ensure the authenticity of the antiques. Please feel free to bid. Good. Swish, swish, swish. The crowd suddenly applauded, and a moment later, 2 young men wearing white gloves placed the first antique on the display stand. This is a piece of porcelain, covered with a glass cover. This is a piece of porcelain from the Ming Dynasty, offered by the famous antique collector Chen Fiki. The starting price is 5 million, and each round of bid increase cannot be less than 100,000. Just to be clear, this is an authorized antique. I guarantee its authenticity, but not its condition. There was a detailed picture of the porcelain on the big screen behind the stage, and at the same time, the people below began to whisper. Shiaoi used his golden eyes to take a look and found that the porcelain was indeed from the Ming Dynasty, but its quality was extremely poor. There doesn't seem to be anything strange from the outside, but there are countless cracks inside the vase, and it can be described as in tatters. There are even missing corners of the bottle. There is nothing wrong with the age, but it is definitely not worth 5 million. At this time, Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi were both ready to make a move. If it is in good condition, this porcelain is estimated to be worth 7 or 8 million, but I can't guarantee its quality. Auctioning, like gambling on stones, requires some luck. Shiaoi, what do you think of this porcelain? Su Yunha looked at the porcelain and asked. Shiaoi shook his head. It's not worth the price. You can give up this porcelain. This. Su Yunha was a little surprised. If Shiaoi asked him to buy it, he would definitely raise the price without hesitation. This piece of porcelain is also an extremely rare treasure in the world today. I didn't expect that he wouldn't let me buy it. Looking at Shiaoi's expression, Su Yunha didn't say anything else. The same was true for Lin Dodge on the other side. As for the others, who had no idea of the quality of the porcelain, some had already started raising the price. 5.1 million. 5.3 million. 6 million. 7.5 million. In the end, the porcelain was bought by a big shot for 7.5 million. The next antique, an unauthorized antique, is an authentic painting of 8 horses by Su Beihong. The starting price is 100,000 yuan, and each round of bid increase cannot be less than 20,000 yuan. Hearing this, there was an uproar around. Are you kidding? Is this a painting of 8 horses? Are you sure the animal in the picture is a horse? Why do I feel like a donkey? After seeing this picture, everyone laughed out loud. Even the host was embarrassed. She didn't understand how such a picture of 8 horses could appear in such a formal auction. And she asked for 100,000 yuan, so maybe her son could draw it. Not to mention 100,000, it would be good enough if someone buys it for 10 yuan. Ha 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 ha. What is this? A painting of 8 horses. Are you sure it's not 8 donkeys? That's right, how can this thing be put up for auction? It's too outrageous. Take it down quickly, don't waste our time. Take it down, take it down. There was a lot of discussion around, and at the same time, Shiaoi looked at the picture curiously. For some reason, the picture displayed by the golden pupil was completely red. But this is obviously not the 8 horses picture. Shiaoi didn't see through it either. After a brief thought, he slowly said, "Grandpa, I like this painting very much. Please buy it for me." What? Su Yunha was shocked when he heard this. The same is true for Lin Dodge. Shiaoi, are you sure you want to buy this painting? Okay. Although Su Yunha didn't know why Shiaoi did this, he still listened to him. He raised the sign in his hand, "I want 100,000. What? After hearing his words, everyone's eyes widened. This is outrageous. Su Yunha is very famous in the antique circle in Kyoto. How could he be so stupid as to spend 100,000 yuan to buy a painting that a 3-year-old child could draw? Good. The host banged the hammer in his hand and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Su Yunha for winning Su Beihong's 8 horses." Ha 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 ha. There was laughter all around again. Grandpa, can you please bring this painting over to me first? Can. Su Yunha has some status here, so there will be no problem in taking the painting first and paying for it later. I thought the man in a suit handed me the painting. The painting was not big, about 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide. It is now framed. Weighing it in your hand, it feels particularly heavy. After using the golden eyes, it is still red. Could it be that there is some treasure in here? Chapter 35, the minimum increase is 200,000 each time, and you directly add 4.5 million? How about this painting, Shiaoi? Su Yunha took a look and felt that in a few years his great-grandson Xiao Ming would be able to draw it when he went to kindergarten. This painting is definitely a treasure. Shiaoi has noticed that the treasure is not the painting itself, but the thing behind it. What treasure is it? Lin Daoqi couldn't help but ask. Shiaoi remained calm. You'll know once you open it. As he spoke, he turned the picture frame over and unscrewed the screws that secured it. The people around were also staring at Shiaoi with great curiosity, wanting to see what was in the painting. The people in the front row turned their heads and looked at it curiously. After opening the frame, they found that there was a red satin with gold thread inside, which looked similar to silk. And it's quite thick, and they are stacked together. Because Shiaoi had golden eyes, when he saw this thing, he recognized at a glance that it should be a cassock, and it was not an ordinary object. After seeing the silk, Su Yunha's eyes widened. He knew that Shiaoi was knowledgeable and asked, "Shiaoi, what is this?" "This is a monk's robe." Shiaoi took the cassock out of the photo frame directly. After seeing the cassock, Su Yunha's eyes widened. Things like cassocks are very common in the world, but why is there a cassock in the painting? He gently stroked the fabric of the cassock, as he had never touched such things before, but judging from the color of the golden eyes, it was indeed of great value. Ha 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 ha. Just at this moment, a laugh suddenly came from not far away. Everyone turned their heads when they heard the voice. An old man with simple clothes, gray hair, and a goatee walked over. Shiaoi didn't know him. However, after seeing this person, Su Yunha and Lin Daoqi's expressions changed. Even the expressions of many people present changed slightly. Shiaoi whispered, "Grandpa, who is this?" "This is the president of our Kyoto Antiques Association, Su Aimin. He is the one who organized today's auction." "I see." Shiaoi nodded. At the same time, Su Aimin walked directly onto the stage, and the host consciously handed the microphone to him. Su Aimin smiled faintly, glanced at Shiaoi, and then turned his attention to everyone. "Hello everyone, I won't introduce myself in detail, I believe everyone knows me. In fact, the 8 horses just now was painted by my great-grandson, Su Beihong, so I said it was an authentic work." Shiaoi? Su Yunha? Everyone present? Good job. No one present was not surprised after hearing the news. No way, is this even possible? Your great-grandson is called Su Beihong? My great-grandson is 3 years old this year. His drawings are indeed a bit childish. He turned a horse into a donkey. Ha 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 ha. At this time, some people have already started to flatter him. President, don't say that about your great-grandson. My son is already 10 years old, but he can't draw as well as your great-grandson did when he was 3 years old. Yes, he has such painting skills at the age of 3. He will definitely be the next Su Beihong in the future. That's right. Su Aimin on the stage rolled his eyes, then turned his gaze to Shiaoi. As for the robe, I actually wanted to see if anyone had the chance to buy it. I didn't expect someone to actually buy it. I was a little surprised. I bought this robe from the United States 10 years ago for $5 million. The president of the auction house said that I could only keep it for 10 years. After 10 years, it needs to be passed on in a special way. Then, I thought of this method. After hearing this, the people below regretted it so much. There is no doubt that Su Aimin's vision is correct, and this cassock must be a treasure. It was worth 5 million 10 years ago, so this robe must be worth tens of millions today. Damn, why is Su Yunha so lucky? Shiaoi couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He had never expected such a thing to happen. Su Aimin on the stage said, "My grandson painted the 8 horses. I hope you can keep it well. As for this cassock, it depends on your wishes. You can sell it or keep it." Some time ago, I asked someone to evaluate the price of the robes. The expert said that the price of this robe has increased by at least 10 times compared to the selling price back then. Of course, this is just for reference. Finally, this cassock is not an ordinary item. I cannot elaborate on its origins. If you are interested, you can look for clues yourself. After we get the clues, the value of the robes may be even higher. After saying that, Chen Aimin left. Shiaoi looked at the cassock in his hand. It had increased tenfold in value and was now worth 50 million. Wow, spending 100,000 to buy something worth 50 million, this is totally worth it. Su Yunha was so confused that he even felt like he was dreaming. Shiaoi bought an ordinary painting. The painting was made by the great-grandson of the president of the Antiques Association. Then there was a cassock inside. This cassock is worth 50 million? This. For a moment, Su Yunha didn't react. At the same time, the people around stared at Su Yunha's direction with wide eyes. I'm envious. So envious. 50 million. 50 million. Although these people are very rich, how can they make 50 million in just a few minutes? At the same time, someone wanted to buy the robe on the spot. "Mr. Su, do you remember me? The grandson of the wife of the son of my second uncle's brother-in-law and sister-in-law is a classmate of your daughter. Besides, I have been a Buddhist since I was a child. I feel that this robe has a connection with me. How about selling it to me for 40 million? I'll give you 45 million. Didn't you hear what the president said? This cassock is worth at least 50 million. I'm offering 51 million. Sell it to me." Everyone believes in the president's prestige, so there are a few people who want to accept this cassock. But Su Yunha couldn't do anything about it. He doesn't want to care either. It was Shiaoi who suggested buying this painting of 8 horses, so the cassock inside definitely belongs to Shiaoi. Shiaoi can solve the problem however he wants. Shiaoi, this cassock is yours, so if you want to sell it, I can help you hold an auction. The price is definitely over 60 million. Hearing this, Shiaoi indeed shook his head. Grandpa, let's keep this cassock. I remember Ruoro told me that you also believe in Buddhism. Maybe this cassock really belongs to a certain master and can bless our family? Yeah, that's fine. Su Yunha nodded with a smile, because he did believe in Buddhism, but he didn't know whether it would bless him or not. After all, there are no ghosts in this world. As for Shiaoi, he didn't think much about it. Seeing that Su Yunha had no intention of selling it, the people around him also shut up. At the same time, there were a few people who couldn't eat the grapes and said that the grapes were sour, and they gave him a look of disdain. I said a lot of bad things in my heart. Soon, the auction continued, and the next antiques to be auctioned were all very valuable antiques. Lin Daoqi was anxious when he saw that Su Yunha made 50 million without any effort. Why is this grandson Shiaoi so useless? Shiaoi didn't let him take pictures of several antiques in a row. Finally, the 8th antique came on stage. However, this is a thing covered in mud. From the outside, you can't tell what it is at all, and the dirt and stone chips on it look quite old and particularly old. Shiaoi used his golden eyes and could tell that this was a gong. Gong, which is a wine container used by the ancient Han people, was popular from the late Shang dynasty to the early Western Zhou dynasty. It has an oval or square body, and a ring foot or 4 feet. Some goblets are made entirely in the shape of animals, with the head and back serving as the lid, the body as the belly, and the 4 legs serving as the feet. The goblet in front of you is made in the shape of a pig. Damn, this is nothing again. Can rotten mud be put up for auction now? Some people around were already questioning it. At the same time, the host said, this piece of soil was unearthed last year. After using professional scanning, it is suspected to be a bronze artifact that is 1,000 years old. The starting price is 5 million, and each bid cannot be less than 200,000. Please bid. Suddenly, no one spoke around, and there was silence. My dear grandson, can I take a picture of this? Lin Daoqi couldn't help but ask. He was planning to check and take back what he had missed at the auction today, but he didn't expect that the auction was almost over and he hadn't bid on anything yet. If Shiaoi hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely stolen several antiques. Shiaoi whispered, this is fine, as long as the price does not exceed 30 million, you can grab it with confidence. But I can't say for sure. Judging from its shape, it's probably a treasure. This. Lin Daoqi also felt uncomfortable. It's not that he didn't believe what Shiaoi said, but he didn't know what was inside this thing. The starting price is 5 million. What if there is nothing inside? You can't spend so much money on a pool of mud. 5.5 million. At this time, someone has already quoted a price. Shiaoi adhered to the attitude of helping others to the end, and said softly, Grandpa Lin, if you trust me, I can help you call for the auction. Based on my many years of experience, it feels like there is a goblet inside. Gong? Lin Daoqi frowned slightly. Shiaoi nodded. Okay. Lin Daoqi chose to give it a try. Even if he lost money, it was better to lose this much than to let that prodigal grandson-in-law waste it. Okay. At this time, Shiaoi raised the sign in his hand, 10 million. After hearing Shiaoi's words, the people around him were confused. Wow, is the price increase so drastic? The minimum increase at one time is 200,000, and you directly added 4.5 million? And we don't know what's inside. In the back row, Cookie almost died of laughter when he saw this scene. He didn't know why Shiaoi suddenly appeared here, but he raised the price by 4.5 million for a pile of mud, which definitely showed that his IQ was not high. This. Lin Daoqi had beads of sweat on his forehead, thinking, Shiaoi, please don't mess with me, are you raising the price so much? Chapter 36 Su Yunha, don't set your sights on my grandson-in-law. Lin Daoqi's heart was already bleeding. A particularly confident smile appeared on Shiaoi's lips. Just now he took a closer look with his golden eyes and found that the goblet was in excellent condition and indeed had a history of more than 1,000 years. If he helps Lin Daoqi solve the problem, he will owe him a big favor, and if he encounters any trouble in the future, he might be able to ask him for help. This is also the reason why Shiaoi helped him. 10 million, young man, are you sure? The host didn't know that Shiaoi and Lin Daoqi knew each other, so she was a little worried that Shiaoi couldn't afford the money. Lin Daoqi said, this is my grandson, what? Do you think I can't afford it? No. The host quickly shook his head, then. 10 million per time. 10 million twice. Seeing that no one raised the price, he said, 10 million 3 times. Okay, deal. The host slammed a hammer on the table and said, congratulations to Mr. Lin for spending 10 million to buy, a mysterious antique. Congratulations. Okay, now, please take a look at the last antique I'm bidding on today. It's a mysterious compass. Compass? Everyone stared at each other. The host didn't explain too much, the starting price is 200 million. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. No one present could afford 200 million, right? The auction will end soon. But then there is the free trade phase. After deducting 10 million, the so-called lump of mud was delivered to Lin Daoqi as promised. He weighed the lump of mud and found it particularly heavy. But he still had no idea whether the things inside the mud were worth 10 million. There are high-pressure cutting water guns at the auction site. As long as the pressure is adjusted to a lower level, the dirt can be washed away without damaging the antiques inside. At this moment, there were many people surrounding Lin Daoqi. All of them were very curious about what was inside the soil. It turned out that he had spent 10 million to take a picture of it. Lao Lin, you've wasted 10 million. Let's go check out what's inside. Yes, what if there is an imperial green jadeite in it? With this size, an imperial green jadeite is not worth 10 million. That's true, ha ha ha. It looks like you're going to have to pay, Lao Lin. The words of the people around him were full of sarcasm. After hearing what they said, Lin Daoqi's face turned dark. These spectators were all very vicious in their words, and no one wanted him to reveal the treasure. People are like this. They feel happy when they see him compensate them. If others make money, they will definitely be envious, jealous, and even say bad things out of jealousy. Shiaoi also said, Grandpa Lin, just open it. Relax and trust my judgment. It won't be wrong. Okay. Everyone quickly came to a high-pressure water gun, and Shiaoi simply said, adjust the pressure of the water gun to the minimum, and then slowly wash away the dirt on top. The master controlling the high-pressure water gun nodded, put the mud in a container, and began to flush it carefully with the water gun. A pair of big eyes stared intently around the water gun. Gradually, as the soil was washed away, the goblet revealed its bronze texture. This has potential. After seeing the bronze texture of the goblet, Lin Daoqi's heart began to pound. It seems that Shiaoi was right. This is a real treasure. So cool. As the dirt on the surface of the goblet was gradually washed away, more and more of it was exposed. Su Yunha couldn't help but patted Shiaoi on the shoulder. Shiaoi, I'm really surprised now. How did you know that this is a gong? There's so much dirt covering the surface. Do you have X-ray vision? Yes. Shiaoi spread his hands and said, Grandpa, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I do have X-ray vision, hee. Stop bragging. Su Yunha looked at the goblet with a smile and didn't believe what Shiaoi said at all. If there really were such things as X-ray vision in the world, he would be willing to wash his hair upside down and even poop upside down. I have to say, Shiaoi really refreshes his cognition time and time again. I didn't expect that he could see things so accurately. With Xiaoyi's help in the future, he can even open the largest antique collection shop in Kyoto. Su Yunha is a man with ideals and ambitions. Although he is old, he always dreams of opening a large-scale antique collection store. He even regarded the bronze cricket container that Shiaoi gave him as the treasure of his store. Everyone stared at the gong intently. After about 2.5 minutes, the full picture of the gong appeared in everyone's sight. The master using the high-pressure water gun obviously had some insights into this thing. After wiping the water off the goblet, he said softly, Congratulations, sir. This is a Gongfu Yi goblet from the late Shan dynasty. It is extremely valuable. Judging from its appearance, its value should not be less than 30 million. Is this really true? After Lin Daoqi took the Gongfu Yi gong, his arms were shaking. Surprised, so surprised. At the same time, the faces of the people around him looked as ugly as if they had eaten bitter melon. Damn, how can this be a Gongfu Yi gong? Is luck really that good? Especially those who had just mocked Lin Daoqi, all left here. Shiaoi. Lin Daoqi turned his head and looked at Shiaoi. Shiaoi smiled faintly and said, Grandpa Lin, congratulations. It seems that I was right. It is indeed a gong. What? At this time, an old man heard Xiaoyi's words and couldn't help asking, "Young man, did you ask Mr. Lin to buy it?" Xiaoi nodded, "Yeah." He did not hide it, and said with his hands behind his back like a master, "At that time, I felt that this was not an ordinary item." You can think about it, can there be ordinary items that can be listed in an auction of this scale? After hearing his words, everyone reacted. Yes. There must be nothing ordinary that can be included in an antique auction of this scale. In auctions over the years, there have been such items whose true identity was unknown, but without exception, they have become priceless treasures after being revealed. Xiao Yi's words had awakened the people around him. The old man clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance. My name is Xing Daorong, and I am from the Xing family in Kyoto. Please forgive me in the antique circle in the future." "Ha, I don't mix in circles." Xiaoi shook his head and introduced, "This is my grandfather, Su Yunhe. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask my grandfather. You can also ask me about antiques. As long as it is within the scope of my understanding, I will definitely give you some advice. At the same time, you can also ask me for treasure appraisal. I, Xiaoi, have never made a mistake in treasure appraisal." Xiao Yi's tone was extremely confident. There was no other way. He had golden eyes, which gave him the capital to say such arrogant words. In fact, the antique circle is very chaotic, and my grandfather is in this circle. He can accumulate connections and good character, so Xiaoi will seize the opportunity. Maybe I can provide unexpected help to Grandpa in the future. Ha ha ha. I'm very familiar with your grandfather's name. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Good. Xiaoi bowed and said, and after a while, the crowd dispersed. Lin Daoqi was still extremely surprised and his arms were still shaking. He also knew something about the Gongfu Yi Gong, because there was an identical one in a national museum. If he wants to sell this thing, it won't be a big problem. Of course, the price is definitely more expensive than 30 million. It's possible to sell it for 40 million or 50 million. My dear grandson, I really don't know how to thank you for what happened today. Seeing Lin Daoqi's excitement, Xiaoi said generously, "You're welcome. Just give me this Gongfu Igong. I'll give you 10 million. Hearing this, Lin Daoqi was shocked. This. If Xiaoi insisted on doing so, he seemed unable to refuse. After seeing his expression, Xiaoi burst out laughing. "Ah, Grandpa Lin, I was just kidding. I don't need the 10 million yuan. And you don't have to thank me. I'm your junior, and you and my grandfather have been friends for decades. It's my honor to know someone like you." After hearing his words, Lin Daoqi couldn't help but look at Xiaoi twice. This guy has high emotional intelligence and is good at speaking. He will definitely become a great man in the future. How nice it would be if he hadn't gotten married. How nice it would be to be my grandson-in-law. Damn. I envy Su Yunhe so much. Su Yunhe didn't take it seriously. 20 million was indeed a large amount, but after this incident, his relationship with Lin Daoqi would definitely be very good. Moreover, his family's business might be able to help their family in the future. All in all, this is a good thing with no disadvantages. Grandpa Lin, please keep this Gongfu Igong. I don't care what you do with it. Xiaoi looked at the time. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if Ruoro and her father-in-law have taken good care of the baby. He really wants to go back and take a look now. Okay, don't worry, I've already contacted the bodyguard, just don't worry. Xiaoi hummed, turned his head and looked at Su Yunhe. "Grandpa, there is nothing for us to do here, why don't we go back? I wonder if Dad has taken good care of the baby." Ha ha ha, okay. The auction was over and there was no point in them staying here any longer. It was time to go back and see the baby. Su Yunhe said, "Well, Old Lin, Xiaoi and I have something else to do, so we'll go back first." "Ah? Are you leaving so soon? Let's have dinner together tonight. I want my granddaughter to meet Xiaoi." Su Yunhe? Let your granddaughter meet Xiaoi, this. What the hell, do you know him? Xiaoi is going to marry my granddaughter and they already have a child. How dare you still want to hit on him? No. Su Yunhe pulled Xiaoi away, "Not like a 70-year-old man at all. Next time, just treat me to a meal, but don't set your sights on my grandson-in-law." Xiaoi was confused. What on earth is going on? Chapter 37 set a date for the wedding. After leaving the hotel, Su Yunhe cursed, "I'm so pissed off. Lin Daoqi's granddaughter is already married, and he introduced her to you. He definitely has bad intentions. At this time, the voice of the system came. Choice 1, ask Grandpa Lin Daoqi if his granddaughter is pretty, and you will be rewarded with IQ. Milk powder nutrition is comparable to breast milk, and the baby's IQ will increase by 90 after using it. Choice 2, they say I am a good wife and want to be a chow thief. I want both Ruoro and Lin Daoqi's granddaughter. I will be rewarded with a big slap in the face and the title of chow thief. Shiaoi was stunned. What kind of options were these? He grinned and whispered, Grandpa, is Lin Daoqi's granddaughter pretty? What did you say? Su Yun had turned his head suddenly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Shiaoi felt disappointed. As expected, he would be absolutely angry after hearing this. Grandpa, I was just kidding. You are so brave, kid. How can Lin Daoqi's granddaughter be as pretty as Ruoro? Congratulations to the host for successfully committing suicide and obtaining 3 cans of IQ milk powder. IQ milk powder, after the baby drinks a can, his IQ will increase by 90, and he will become extremely smart. This will affect the time it takes for the baby to learn to walk, learn to talk, learn to use tableware, and the ability to recite and learn. After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi was delighted. It seemed that his 3 babies would all be able to be admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University in the future. More than half an hour later, Shiaoi and Su Yunha returned home. After opening the door, Su Ruoro was startled and stood up. Dear, you are back. When she saw Shiaoi coming back, she felt like she had seen a savior, and hurried over to hand her bao to Shiaoi. Just like avoiding the plague god. The next second, Bao slapped Shiaoi in the face without hesitation. Bang! Good fellow. Boy, you're getting stronger again. Hey, perhaps he understood what his father said. Bao suddenly laughed, and his laugh was particularly happy. I even wanted to slap him again. This kid, is he addicted to beating people up? Shiaoi stroked his aching face. It seemed that Bao had caused Su Ruoro a lot of trouble during the time he was away. As for Su Linjin, he didn't even hold the second baby for a minute. Ruoro, this is the milk powder my friend gave me, but I forgot it in the car. After handing the milk powder to Su Ruoro, Su Linjin walked out from the inner room. Seeing Shiaoi and Su Yunha coming back, he said, Oh, Shiaoi is back. Well, I'm back. Where are Dabeo and Sanbao? I just coaxed them to sleep. How was it? Did you gain anything at the auction today? Shiaoi smiled without saying anything and fixed his eyes on the cassock in Su Yunha's hand. However, Su Linjin did not notice the cassock, but instead focused his attention on the 8 horses that Su Beihong was talking about. Su Yunha was extremely surprised when he saw this. He grinned and said, No way, Shiaoi, don't tell me that this 8 horses was bought at an auction. Yes. How much did it cost? 100,000? Hearing this, Su Linjin and Su Ruoro were both shocked. Su Yunha interrupted at this time and said, This painting was painted by Su Beihong. It is indeed worth collecting. Secondly, this cassock is a treasure, worth 50 million. How much did you pay for this robe? Shiaoi, it was given as a gift when I bought a painting. This. Su Ruoro and Su Linjin were confused. Is there such a thing at an auction? Shiaoi did not give much explanation, but Su Yunha started talking frantically. Share what happened at the auction today. Shiaoi walked into the bedroom and put the 3 babies together. Dabeo Xiaomangruo and Sanba Xiaoqinxua both closed their eyes and slept soundly. Their eyelashes are very long and curled, their skin is white and tender, and they have a refreshing milky scent. Looking at the 2 cute babies, I wonder if they will be good to the 2 young men in the future. At this time, Shiaoi turned his attention to the second treasure, Xiaoming. Honey, where are you looking at the baby? Su Ruoro suddenly walked in from the door. Shiaoi heard it and nodded gently. Yeah. Are Dad and Grandpa still chatting outside? Right. Su Ruoro sat next to Shiaoi, looking at the sleeping Dabeo and Bao with a happy smile on her face. At the same time, Shiaoi asked, Tell me, will our baby call Daddy or Mommy first? Su Ruoro shook her head when she heard this. I don't know. I feel like it should be Dad first. Then I feel like it's my mother. Then. Ruoro, what is 7 plus 1? 8. How many? 8. Hey. Omega? Su Ruoro was stunned. This. Shiaoi, how dare you trick me? You're my wife, why can't I trick you? Shiaoi showed a nasty smile. But, ahem, get married. If it were in the past, Shiaoi would definitely not dare to trick Su Ruoro into calling him dad. After all, she used to be his counselor. But now, this is not too much at all. You. Su Ruoro snorted. This was the first time that Su Ruoro looked angry. He quickly went over and kissed him on the mouth. Okay Ruoro, no more jokes, it's getting late, why don't we go back? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lingjun walked into the room with a smile. Shiaoi, I just checked the time. How about you and Ruoro get married at the end of this month? At the end of the month? It is July now, and the end of the month is July 31st. That means there are still 10 days left. Dad, is the furniture over there coming soon? Right. Su Lingjun nodded. I just asked, the furniture will arrive in 2 days, so how about it, do you feel anxious to get married? No. Shiaoi shook his head and looked at Su Ruoro. Ruoro, how do you feel? I can. In fact, Su Ruoro was quite looking forward to her married life with Shiaoi. Many posts online said that a boyish attitude would change drastically after marriage, but she believed that Shiaoi was definitely not such a person. Seeing that Su Ruoro agreed, Shiaoi was speechless. He nodded. Okay, Dad, then let's do it at the end of this month. I'll contact the best man and ask them to prepare. Okay, ha. After hearing the news, Su Lingjun smiled and said, then I'll call the hotel now. Chapter 38. By the way, Brother Xiao, who is my sister-in-law. Su Lingjun walked out in a hurry. Su Ruoro secretly glanced at Shiaoi, and after noticing his eyes, Shiaoi smiled. Ruoro, what are you doing? Hurry up and call your relatives and friends to inform them. Oh. Su Ruoro nodded heavily. Ever since she gave birth to her baby, she felt like her brain was a beat slower. Is it true that pregnancy will make people stupid for 3 years? Or maybe Shiaoi took such good care of her that her brain became dull? She took out her cell phone and called Lu Tianchuan first. After turning on the speakerphone, Su Ruoro put the phone on the bed, opened her shirt, picked up Erbo and fed him. At this time, Lu Tianchuan also answered the phone. Hey, Ruoro, my dearest friend, what do you want to talk to me about? Shiaoi interrupted and said, Ugh, instructor, I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic and there would be such a scene. Fairy. Lu Tianchuan on the opposite side looked confused. Su Ruoro rolled her eyes at Shiaoi. Why was Shiaoi so playful today? Xuan, don't listen to Xiaoyi's nonsense. I called you to tell you that, at the end of this month, which is July 31st, Shiaoi and I will be getting married. Didn't you say before that you would be a bridesmaid if I got married first? How about coming? Lu Tianchuan, who was sitting opposite him, didn't hesitate when she heard this. What are you talking about? Dear Ruoro, of course I have to go to your wedding, ahem. I just want to ask, are there any handsome best men? Lu Tianchuan and Su Ruoro are the same age, and they are both married, but she doesn't even have a boyfriend. It seems a bit unreasonable. When she heard whether there was a handsome best man, Su Ruoro looked up and fixed her gaze on Shiaoi, and Shiaoi nodded quickly. Su Ruoro smiled. Of course there is, don't worry, Xuan. That's fine, you are worthy of being my best friend. Su Ruoro, then, wait for my call, we'll go look at bridesmaid dresses in a few days. Okay. Soon, Su Ruoro hung up the phone. She then asked, Honey, I remember you said, if you get married, your roommate will be your best man, right? Yes. Of course Su Ruoro knew Xiaoyi's 3 older sons. Those 3 guys were all perverts and not very good looking. The kind that requires rocking the bed every night. Are they handsome? It's okay. Put. Su Ruoro burst out laughing. Just imagine, Lu Tianchuan was dressed up very exquisitely, waiting for the handsome best man, and suddenly 3 of her students appeared. What would she think? I feel that after seeing that kind of scene, Lu Tianchuan will definitely hate you for a while. Ha, indeed. Without thinking too much, Shiaoi found his dormitory group, tagged all 3 of his good kids, and then opened the WeChat call. Chen Hao was the first to join the voice chat. He asked, Fuck, Brother Xiao, you've been missing for so long. I thought you passed out. How come you suddenly remembered to call me? Could it be that you were tricked into going to Ganguzi in northern Myanmar? I tell you, I don't have the money to redeem you. Xiaoyi's face darkened. Fuck you, can't you just hope for me? I miss you, brother. How are you doing? Where are you interning now? Stop posting. Chen Hao sighed deeply. Damn, today is really too crowded. I couldn't find a damn computer job. Finally, I had no choice but to join a decoration company. Now I'm doing cold calls. Hearing this, Shiaoi's face turned dark. Shit, he didn't expect his college classmate would become a salesman. What's more, this kind of decoration is particularly disgusting. The developer sells the phone numbers of the owners of new homes to the decoration company, and the decoration company then sends people to call them one by one. Doing this kind of job, being scolded is normal. How do you do this kind of work? I can't help it. It's too hot right now. Brother Xiao, I heard that you started a business, right? Do you have any idea of taking your brothers with you? Well, that's fine. Shiaoi did not refuse. Chen Hao was a good brother with whom he had lived in college for 3 years. Now that he was capable, he would definitely be able to take care of him. At this time, his other 2 roommates, Gui Yang and Yang Baoquan, also joined the voice chat. Gui Yang, oh, what a rare guest. What is Brother Xiao doing now? Yang Baoquan, yes, you have disappeared since you said you had given birth to triplets. If you didn't know, you would have thought you were tricked into going to northern Myanmar to commit fraud. Get lost, am I that stupid? No matter how bad my life is, I won't go to northern Myanmar. Seeing that the 3 good roommates were all present, Shiaoi did not hesitate. At the end of this month, it is your brother Zhao's big wedding day. Please take leave in advance and come to be best men. What? Chen Hao was surprised and asked, Brother Xiao, are you getting married? Yeah, I even have a child, so why don't I get married? This. Chen Hao thought for a moment and said, you are not kidding, are you really having a child? Is the child with you? Yes. Open the video so I can see it. Seeing that Chen Hao didn't believe it, Shiaoi directly opened the video. Because Su Ruoruo was holding her second baby and feeding him, Shiaoi didn't take any pictures of them. Instead, he took pictures of Dabao and Sanbao. After seeing the 2 babies in the video, the 3 of them were shocked. Because when Shiaoi said he was going to be a father, they didn't believe it at all. I didn't expect this to be true. Chen Hao, fuck. I didn't expect it to be true. How old is the child now? It's almost 20 days. Fuck. Guoyan, this baby is so cute, is it a girl? Yes, the first and third babies in the video are both girls, and the second baby is a boy. I won't film it because her mother is holding her. Yang Baoquan, fuck, you are so cool, 2 daughters, Xiao brother, how about I discuss something with you? Shiaoi was stunned, what's the matter? I fell in love with your daughter at first sight. I am willing to wait for your daughter for 18 years and let you be my father. How's it going? Shiaoi? Su Ruoruo? Chen Hao? Gui Yang? Good job. Yang Baoquan is such a fucking bastard. You can say anything. Shiaoi smiled faintly, Xing, put your face over here, I'll kill you. Hee hee, just kidding, but your baby is really cute. Shiaoi didn't take it seriously. He knew Yang Baoquan was joking, so he said, I've already passed on the message. When the time comes, you can arrange a time and come over to be best man. By the way, the day after tomorrow is the weekend, you should have time, we can meet, you do me a favor and go look at suits, by the way, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Chen Hao agreed directly, and then asked, by the way, Brother Xiao, who is your sister-in-law? Chapter 39 Love Tutorial, how many girlfriends have you had? Who is my sister-in-law? Shiaoi looked up at Su Ruoruo who was holding the baby. He guessed that the 3 grown-up kids would be furious after he told them that the person was their professor. He asked, do you want to know who your sister-in-law is? Chen Hao, of course I do. The person who drank with you that night, I just can't remember who it was. Also, is my sister-in-law pretty? Yang Baoquan, look at my future wife, she's so beautiful, how can our Xiao brother's wife be ugly? Hurry up and tell me, Brother Xiao, I'm really anxious. I won't tell you. Shiaoi chuckled, everything should be mysterious. Let's meet in person in a couple of days. You'll know when you meet. I'll contact you guys later. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Shiaoi exited the chat. At this time, Su Ruoruo looked at Shiaoi, a little puzzled. Dear, why don't you tell your roommates that their sister-in-law is me? In fact, Su Ruoruo really cares about these things. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell others about them? Or is there something else going on? Girls tend to overthink, and Su Ruoruo is no exception. At this time, Shiaoi had already seen through Su Ruoruo's thoughts, and she was obviously a little angry. You know my 3 roommates well. If they knew, they would definitely talk nonsense. Actually, I want to see what their expressions will be when they see you. Oh. So that's how it is. Su Ruoruo was not satisfied with Xiaoyi's question. She asked again, I want to ask you, besides the gold digger Lu Ruowei, how many other girlfriends have you had before? Well. Xiaoyi was stunned. Why does every girl ask boys this question? This is simply a life-threatening question. The main thing is that he is so handsome, can cook and take care of people. If he said he had only dated Lu Ruoruo, Su Ruoruo probably wouldn't believe it, right? So, Xiaoyi coughed twice and asked, how many people do you think I have dated? Su Ruoruo didn't expect Xiaoyi to ask her back, so she asked tentatively, 3? Anyway, she didn't believe that Xiaoyi had only dated Lu Ruowei. Xiaoyi knew so many things, and who knows who taught him. Hearing this, Xiaoyi shook his head, no. 4? Wrong? Could it be 5? Not right either? It can't be 6, right? Su Ruoruo's expression gradually became ugly. She couldn't tell that Xiaoyi had talked so much. Xiaoyi smiled calmly, and his tone became more serious. Do you want to know a number, or do you want to know about my past? During these 10 days or so, Xiaoyi rarely talked about his past as he was busy taking care of the baby. Xiaoyi's words directly blocked Su Ruoruo's words. Is he so capable of doing that? So he has the initiative in his hands? Are you kidding me? It was me who asked you the question. Before Su Ruoruo could answer, Xiaoyi said with an expression that he understood, or are you judging whether I am reliable or not based on this sentence? Su Ruoruo wanted to cry but had no tears. The main thing is that she really didn't have such an idea, she just wanted to gossip. At this time, Xiaoyi spoke again, I feel that there is no point in just telling you a meaningless number. Nostalgia doesn't even exist in my dictionary. I can only say that I am very grateful to those who have been with me. Of course, you should thank them too. Su Ruoruo? Her eyes widened, and she looked confused, why should I thank them? Seeing her puzzled expression, Xiaoyi held her hand and said, because those girls helped you create a perfect me. We don't have to fight to get along, and you don't have to sacrifice your youth to grow up with a boy. The man in front of you is a man who can wash clothes, cook, take care of the baby, make money by speculating in stocks, live a good life, and give you sexual happiness. Shouldn't you thank them? Don't worry about how many people I've dated. Anyway, I've already decided on you. You're the woman I want to protect for the rest of my life. What does it have to do with them? After hearing what Xiaoyi said, Su Ruoruo found that she could not win the argument with Xiaoyi at all. Xiaoyi's mouth is really amazing. It was clearly a pit dug for him, but he was the one who was buried in it. Moreover, what Xiaoyi said did make sense. Since they already had a child, how could Xiaoyi still contact other people? If he dares to cheat, his father will handcuff him with his silver bracelet in minutes. Seeing that Su Ruoruo was already convinced by his words, Xiaoyi couldn't help but smile. This question is indeed easy to answer, just make your position clear. When a girl asks you this question, don't just answer honestly no matter how many times you say it. In this way, not only will the relationship fail to improve, but it may also be misunderstood by girls. After all, if you talk too much, you will seem unreliable, and if you talk too little, she will think you are a worthless person. Okay Ruoruo, it's getting late, we should go back. Su Ruoruo nodded obediently, put the babies in the stroller, and then the two walked out of the room. Seeing the two people coming out, Su Lingjin said with a smile, Xiaoyi, Ruoruo, I have already booked the hotel for July 31st. You can contact your classmates and friends and ask them to come together then. Okay, Dad. Su Ruoruo and Xiaoyi looked at each other. They were going to get married in about 10 days, so it seemed like they would be busy with wedding preparations from now on. There are a lot of things to do before getting married. They have to get the marriage certificate first, then choose a wedding dress, take wedding photos, try on clothes, etc. Although 10 days is not a short time, it is still busy. Dad, Grandpa, it's getting late. Let's go back first. Okay, just go slow on the way. Although Su Lingjin was a little reluctant, he did not refuse. Now the two of them are nominally a real couple and they have their own lives, so he cannot interfere. With Su Lingjin and Su Yunhe seeing them off, Xiaoyi and Su Ruoruo got into the car and drove towards the house they rented. On the way, Su Ruoruo looked ahead. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, oh, dear, are we going to get a marriage certificate tomorrow? Yes. Shiaoi nodded. Su Ruoro slapped her thigh, her expression suddenly changed. It's over. That household registration book I forgot to take, why don't you turn around in front and I'll go get it? It seems that I can't get the certificate without a household registration booklet. Seeing Su Ruoro's anxious look, Shiaoi smiled and shook his head. I knew you didn't take it. Don't worry, your father gave me the household registration booklet last night. Su Ruoro? Chapter 40. Take Ruoro to get the certificate. Su Ruoro looked a little surprised. Dad really wants her to get married. Shiaoi said with a smile, we will go to get the marriage certificate tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow, we will clean up the new house. Sure. Su Ruoro did not refuse. In fact, he also wanted his parents and grandfather to come and live in such a big house. The premise is that the house must be soundproof. She felt that Shiaoi would definitely not be idle in the future, as the coffee shop would open after they got married. As a grown man, Shiaoi would not be a full-time dad. If her parents come to live with her, they can also help her take care of the baby. Although she has learned a lot of experience during this period, it is still a bit too much for her to take care of 3 babies alone. We can't keep bothering toolman Lu Tianxuan. When thinking of this, Su Ruoro was worried that Shiaoi would not agree. After all, when his parents came, it would disturb their life as a couple. But she still expressed her inner doubts. Honey, after we get married, I want my parents to come and live with us for a while. Okay. Shiaoi blurted out while driving. Su Ruoro was a little surprised when she heard this. She asked in disbelief, you agreed so quickly, without even considering it? What are you considering? Shiaoi actually knew what Su Ruoro was thinking. Wouldn't it be more convenient to take care of the baby if they lived together? Although he obtained the system, Shiaoi did not have the idea of becoming a full-time dad. He could start a business while taking care of his baby and Ruoro. You can make the decision on this matter. Try to convince our parents. After they come, they can help us take care of the baby, do the laundry and cook. Isn't that wonderful? Su Ruoro rolled her eyes. It feels like my parents are just tools. But what Shiaoi said does make sense. The pressure at home will be reduced a lot after his parents come over. Su Ruoro turned her head slightly to look at Shiaoi, who was driving seriously. She was already looking forward to moving to the new house and her married life after her parents and grandfather came over. The next morning, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro changed into white shirts, and after she finished putting on her makeup, the two rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Ruoro's mother had come early, so the 3 babies were temporarily taken care of by her. In the car, Su Ruoro felt a little nervous and her mind felt a little blank. The main thing is that I'm getting married soon, and I don't have much experience. I'm really afraid of making a fool of myself at the wedding. What's wrong, wife? Shiaoi held the steering wheel with one hand and held her hand tightly with the other. Su Ruoro shook her head slightly and looked at the scene outside the windshield. Nothing, I just feel like I'm dreaming. I once thought about getting married, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Because we are destined to be together. Shiaoi smiled calmly, I think the same as you. Don't you think it's quite dreamy for me, a student who hasn't even graduated yet, to marry my professor? Su Ruoro had to nod. She couldn't believe that her husband was actually her student. It's really dreamy. Mainly, Shiaoi did perform well in school, but I never thought about it that way. While the two were talking, Shiaoi had already driven Su Ruoro to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau had just opened at this time, and Shiaoi had already made an appointment in advance, so he could just go in directly. The collars of the white shirts they wore had a small character embroidered on them. Because Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were both very good-looking, not as good-looking as Tomatoes readers, when they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff inside were very shocked. Wow, this couple is so good-looking, especially this little brother, he is so handsome. Daniel Wu, Eddie Pang, and the like are all my younger brothers, okay? Yeah, hey, keep your voice down, he's coming towards us. The 2 gossiping staff members quickly shut their mouths and smiled professionally. Hello, are you 2 here to register for marriage? Yes. Shiaoi directly handed over the household registration books of the 2 people. After seeing the household registration booklet being handed over, the staff member's heart was bleeding. Wow, why am I not the one marrying this handsome boy? It's so sad. I'm so envious of her husband, whoa. However, these 2 people are really a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. After looking at the two people's information, the staff smiled and said, "We need 3 2-inch front-facing barehead photos of both of you. Are you ready?" This. Suruoro glanced at Shiaoi. Wow, the two of them came in a hurry today and didn't even take any pictures. Honey, we didn't take any pictures. Pfft, my wife, you are so excited that your brain is not working properly. Didn't I tell you that we should take pictures after we get to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Otherwise, why would I ask you to wear a white shirt? Yes. Suruoro slapped her head and then remembered what Shiaoi had said to her at home. Shiaoi smiled and said, "Hello, we want to take pictures here." "Of course, please follow me." Soon, the staff took Shiaoi and Suruoro to a place to take photos. There is no charge for taking photos here, which is very humane. They stood in front of a red cloth as directed by the photographer, who said, "Come, look at the camera. Gay men, come closer to lesbians. Hey, gay, come closer to the lesbian. Lesbians, move closer to gays. Men, raise your heads. Lesbians, raise your heads too." The two couldn't help but laugh when they heard the photographer's words, and at the same time, Suruoro acted a little shy. The photographer continued, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is proletarian revolutionary friendship. A bosom friend is a friend indeed. Hey, good job. Crack." With the sound of camera shutter, their photo was taken. "Okay, it's beautiful." The photographer looked at Shiaoi and Suruoro in the camera. The newlyweds were so good looking, with regular facial features and no blemishes on their faces. Even the fine pores are not visible. No need for photo editing, it looks perfect. Come on, let's take a look at your photos." Shiaoi took Suruoro's hand and came to the photographer. After seeing the photos inside, they were both very satisfied. Suruoro couldn't help but praise, "Master, your photography skills are so good. The photos you took are so beautiful." The photographer felt a little embarrassed by Suruoro's compliment. He quickly shook his head modestly, No, it's just that you two are so good looking. Wait a moment, I'll print out the photos for you right away." Chapter 41. The moment he saw Suruoro, his roommate was stunned. Just a minute later, the photographer printed out the photos. Suruoro was in a very good mood after receiving the photos, mainly because the Civil Affairs Bureau is so humane now, taking photos is free, and the level of photography is so high. Thank you, photographer, your photography skills are amazing." "You're welcome, just go over and fill out the marriage application form. I wish you a happy marriage and a long-lasting love." "Okay, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Shiaoi took Suruoro's hand and walked to the front desk, and then the two of them began to fill out the marriage application form. Finally, after signing their names and stamping their fingerprints in the last column, the staff printed out their marriage certificate. After carefully placing the photo, finally, the marriage certificate was stamped. A pair of marriage certificates costs 9 yuan, representing longevity. After everything was processed, the staff handed over the two people's household registration books and marriage certificates. Please keep your household registration books and marriage certificates. Congratulations on becoming husband and wife. I wish you a long and happy marriage and a son soon. Thanks, but we already have a child. When saying this, Shiaoi and Suruoro looked at each other. The staff was particularly confused. Why? Because Suruoro looks so young. Although she is already 25 or 26 years old, she looks like a girl in her 20s. You can't tell at all that they already have a child. Wow, how did she maintain such good looks? I'm so envious. After getting the certificate, Shiaoi and Suruoro did not stay here for long. After getting in the car, Shiaoi said mysteriously, "Dear, you sit in the passenger seat and wait for a while. I'm going to get something." "Yeah, okay." Suruoro looked at the marriage certificate in her hand and thought it was very nice. The more I look at it, the more I like it. When Shiaoi came back from the antique auction yesterday, he bought a bouquet of flowers in advance, planning to give it to Suruoro after getting the marriage certificate today. After all, which girl doesn't want a sense of ceremony? After opening the car door, Shiaoi took out the flowers hidden behind him and dubbed, "Dang dang dang, dear, we are getting the marriage certificate today, so these are flowers for you." Wow! After seeing the flowers, Suruoro's eyes suddenly lit up. 99 roses exuded a refreshing fragrance. Suruoro couldn't help but put the rose in front of her nose and smelled it. What a nice fragrance! There are more fragrant ones. Su Ruoro didn't understand what Shiaoi said. More fragrant? What is more fragrant? At this time, Shiaoi kissed Su Ruoro directly on the mouth. That's right, the mouth smells even better. Moreover, his hands became unsteady. Ouch. Su Ruoro didn't react to Shiaoi's sudden sneak attack, but she quickly integrated into it. After a few minutes, their mouths gradually parted. Shiaoi set his eyes on the baby's bed in the back row. When the baby grows up, these 3 strollers will definitely have to be taken down. The Alpha car has a lot of space in the back seat. It seems that I need to make good use of it in the future. I will definitely have to try it with Ruoro in the future. He. Omega? The next day. Ding dong. Ding dong. Hello, Grandpa, your grandson called you. Honey, someone rang the doorbell outside, and your cell phone on the table also rang. At this time, Ruoro was holding her eldest baby, Su Mingrua, and feeding her, while Shiaoi was changing the diaper for the second baby. He planned to pack up some things and send them to the new house first. He plans to move there before getting married, so it will be convenient then. Okay, I understand, wife. After changing the diaper, Shiaoi carried his second child, Xiaoming, and ran to the living room. At this time, the name Chen Hao was scrolling on the phone screen. It turns out that his older son has come. All the furniture from the new house arrived today, so he asked his 3 older sons to help. When the call didn't go through, he hung up and opened the door. The people who came into view were Chen Hao, Gui Yang, and Yang Baoquan. When they saw the baby in Xiaoyi's arms, Yang Baoquan immediately came over from behind Chen Hao, and his eyes were full of stars. Oh my god, it's really a baby. Is this my future daughter-in-law? Because the 3 babies looked so similar, Yang Baoquan didn't realize that this was the second baby, Xiaoming. Before Shiaoi could speak, Yang Baoquan couldn't help but move closer to look at Erbao, then reached out and rubbed his tender face. The next second. Bang! A crisp sound. Needless to say, it was Erbao who slapped Yang Baoquan. Shiaoi? Good job. Erbao, you beat up everyone you see. Chen Hao and Gui Yang looked at Erbao in confusion, with a lot of black question marks popping up on their faces. They wondered how this baby, who looked so small, could slap with such force. At the same time, Yang Baoquan was even more confused. He stroked his burning face. What was going on? No, Brother Xiao, this. He looked at Erbao, who was smiling happily and was particularly shocked. What's this? My second child heard you were plotting something bad to his sister, so what's wrong with him slapping you? Isn't this my future daughter-in-law? This is the second baby, a boy. This. Yang Baoquan's face turned dark. He couldn't understand how a baby who was not even a month old could exert such tremendous strength. At the same time, Chen Hao asked, Brother Xiao, you live here, right? You said you want us to help you move, right? Shiaoi looked around and said, oh, come in and sit down. Wei. After entering the living room, Chen Hao, Gui Yang, and Yang Baoquan all sat on the sofa. They looked around the room curiously. They had to say that Shiaoi lived quite well. The housing prices in Kyoto are extremely high. It would cost several $1,000s a month to rent such a good house. Why move? At this time, Chen Hao asked in confusion, Brother Xiao, isn't your house good? Why do you want to move? Your sister-in-law and I are getting married soon. We can't rent a house for the wedding, right? That's right. Chen Hao nodded slightly, and at this moment, he noticed that Shiaoi had not yet told them who his sister-in-law was. Not only did she call me the day before yesterday in a mysterious manner, but she came here today. Could it be that she didn't want to let them see who her sister-in-law is? By the way, Brother Xiao, where is my sister-in-law? Ask her to come out and meet us. Yang Baoquan, yes, I also want to meet my future wife. Hearing this, Shiaoi rolled his eyes and said, your sister-in-law is feeding the baby in there. She will come out soon. As soon as Shiaoi finished speaking, Su Ruoro came out holding Debao. The moment the 3 of them saw Su Ruoro. Confused. Chapter 42. Is it possible that Shiaoi is being kept by Su Ruoro? Oh my god, what is going on? Chen Hao, Gui Yang, and Yang Bao all looked at Shiaoi, their eyes full of shock. After seeing their expressions, Shiaoi was not surprised. After all, he had expected such a scene. He said with a smile, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and call sister-in-law. This. At this time, the 3 people had already reacted. Damn, it turns out that the daughter-in-law Shiaoi was talking about is their professor. Damn, this is too outrageous. Although the matter was outrageous, what could be done now that it had come to this? Chen Hao grinned and spoke first. Hello, sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Guiyan, should I call you professor or sister-in-law? Yang Baoquan, I just called her mom. Shiaoi was completely confused. What the hell, she was calling me mom? When Su Ruoro heard this, her face darkened. Yang Baoquan, do you believe that I will change your professional course score to 0 points, so that you cannot graduate and have to take the professional courses again? Damn it, professor, I was wrong. Yang Baoquan quickly said, my goodness, I'm already a senior now, and you want me to go back and retake the course? This is too cruel. Seeing Yang Baoquan's expression, Su Ruoro rolled her eyes. If you try to hit on my daughter again, you really won't be able to graduate, understand? Wrong, professor. Then, Su Ruoro let Shiaoi hold the eldest baby, so he could only hold the 2 babies, one on his left and one on his right. Then, Su Ruoro turned her attention to the 3 roommates. What kind of fruit do you want to eat? I'll go wash it for you. Hearing this, Chen Hao said without hesitation, sister-in-law, I want to eat melon. Professor, I want to eat strawberries. Mom, I want to. Yang Bao quickly covered his mouth. Su Ruoro rolled her eyes and said nothing more. Instead, she turned into the kitchen, took out some fruit, and started washing it under the faucet. At this time, Chen Hao said in a very low voice, Brother Xiao, come on, could it be that the one who drank with us that day was our professor? That's right. Shiaoi nodded gently. Brother, doesn't it feel so damn dreamy? Awesome. Gui Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is so fucking dreamy. Damn, I didn't even dare to think about it before. Brother Xiao, you are too cruel. Okay, keep your voice down. At this time, Yang Baoquan still kept his eyes on Dabeo Xiaomangrua. He looked at Xiaomangrua with a silly smile on her face, and she looked particularly honest. The main reason is that Dabeo is so cute, with his big, adorable eyes, staring at him curiously. Yang Baoquan couldn't help but say, hey, Brother Xiao, this should be Dabeo, the one we saw in the video the day before yesterday? Yeah, that's right. Can I hug her then? Hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. He always felt that Yang Baoquan was not very reliable. Seeing Shiaoi still hesitating, Yang Baoquan quickly said, oh, Brother Xiao, I was just kidding. How could I wait for your daughter for 18 years? I'll be a lousy old man by then. Oh, please let me hug you, please. This bastard was acting angry and spoiled his job. Shiaoi looked at him and finally chose to compromise. Okay, be careful when you hold me. If you bump into me, I can kill you. Okay. Yang Baoquan quickly took over the baby Xiaomangrua. Of course he was also very careful, after all, the baby was too small now. If it falls, he can't afford to pay for it. Oh, you're so good, baby. Yang Baoquan looked at the baby in Shiaoi's arms, raised his head and asked, by the way, Brother Xiao, what's Dabeo's name? Her name is Xiaomangrua, the second treasure is Xiaoming, and the third treasure is Xiaoqinshui. Oh, the names are all nice. Yang Baoquan continued to look at Xiaomangrua in his arms and gently shook his arms. At this time, the second baby in his arms suddenly laughed. He. She squinted her eyes, opened her little mouth, and smiled very excitedly. When Yang Baoquan saw such a smile, his heart almost melted. Hey! Brother Xiao, your daughter is smiling. Look, she is smiling. Do you think she fell in love with me at first sight? I think I still have to wait for her for 18 years. Do you believe that I can make sure you don't live for another 18 years? During the conversation, Su Ruoro came over with a plate of fruit, and said softly, 3 of you, have some fruit. After putting the fruit plate on the coffee table, Su Ruoro said, hubby, I haven't fed my second baby yet. You chat with your roommate first. I'll carry the baby in to feed him. Yes, sure. Su Ruoro carried the baby back to the bedroom. At the same time, Yang Baoquan returned Dabeo to Shiaoi. He has little experience, so he can't hold the baby all the time. After Su Ruoro entered the bedroom, the 3 roommates completely let go. Chen Hao said excitedly, Brother Xiao, you are really cruel. Professor, our professor was taken away by you like this. I'm so jealous. Alright. Shiaoi rolled his eyes, you guys are almost there too. By the way, are you 3 dating now? Hearing this, the 3 men's company drooped. Talk about love, What kind of love is this? You don't even have a girlfriend, why are you dating an old sow? Seeing the expressions of the three people, Shiaoi chuckled, it will happen, but the fate has not come yet. Shenhao grabbed a piece of watermelon, took a bite and asked, by the way, brother Xiao, didn't you say we were going to pack up? When do we start? Let's start after you finish eating. Become. Gui Yang at the side continued to ask, by the way, brother Xiao, have you bought a house in Kyoto? Which neighborhood is it in? You will know in a moment. TSK. Why are you still so secretive? 3 hours later. Shiaoi and his three roommates took a hiwalala to Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. The car stopped at the gate of the community. At the same time, Shenhao rubbed his eyes and looked at the luxurious gate of the community outside the window with his eyes wide open. Damn, brother Xiao, are you sure? You bought a house in this neighborhood? Shiaoi nodded calmly, yes. Gui Yang and Yang Baochuan's mouths opened into an O shape. No wonder he was so secretive, it turns out he bought a house in Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. The houses here cost at least 200,000 yuan per square meter. And the smallest square seems to be 140 square meters. 200,000 per square meter, a total of 140 square meters, which is 28 million. This. Shenhao couldn't believe his ears. We graduated together, so why could you afford a house worth 28 million? This is too outrageous. Could it be that Su Ruoro is a rich woman, and Shiaoi has become a gigolo and is being kept by her? Yes, that's for sure. Looking at the three people meditating, Shiaoi said, okay, don't be surprised. From now on, if you hang out with me, your brother Xiao, I promise to take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Oh my god, is this true? Shenhao didn't look like a customer service representative at all. He vaguely remembered that Shiaoi had asked him to follow him last time. Shiaoi, of course it's true. When has your brother Xiao ever lied to you? Chapter 43, this, how rich is Su Ruoro's family? Long live brother Xiao. What about us? Gui Yang and Yang Baoquan also appeared. Shiaoi first focused his attention on Gui Yang, you are fine. As for Yang Baoquan, I have to think about it carefully. What's wrong with me? Yang Baoquan looked aggrieved. He knew that Shiaoi said this because she had said before that she would wait for her daughter for 18 years. Shiaoi rolled his eyes and said, what do you think? If you know the answer well, don't ask me. I'll go talk to the security guard at the gate and ask him to open the door. Then we can move the things upstairs first. Today Shiaoi only moved some clothes, quilts, and some daily necessities. Because there are 4 of them, their efficiency is particularly high. After explaining the purpose of the visit to the gatekeeper, Hiwalala drove in. Shiaoi and his 3 older sons did not get in the car. Instead, they visited the environment in the community. The 3 of them were also very shocked. Oh my god, the neighborhood environment is really great, it's worthy of being called Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. Yeah, brother Xiao, I also want to be a gigolo like you. Isn't it fucking great to be kept by someone? Go away, what are you talking about? While they were talking, they had already come downstairs. At this time, there was a van parked downstairs. It was obvious that it was delivering home appliances to him. That's it. Damn. Shenhao raised his head and looked at the building. This building had the best lighting in the entire community and it only had 10 floors. Brother Xiao, why do I feel like this building is a large flat? That's what it is. How many square meters in total? The upper and lower floors together are about 400 square meters, and there is also an open-air balcony on the top floor. What the hell? Shenhao, Gui Yang, and Yang Baoquan were shocked. Shiaoi really refreshes their cognition time and time again. The price of this house, which is 400 square meters, is 80 million. This, how rich is Su Ruoro's family? Let's go, brothers. By the way, Ruoro's dad is upstairs. Some furniture and appliances have been delivered today. When you see him later, just call him uncle. Okay. They carried their things into the elevator. As soon as the elevator door opened, Shiaoi saw Su Lingjun directing people to transport furniture into the house. Dad! Shiaoi shouted. Perhaps it was out of habit, after hearing Shiaoi calling dad, the 3 roommates behind him said hey in unison. After all, there are some special father-son relationships in college. They have taken advantage of each other a lot, and it is very normal for them to call each other dad. Hearing this, Su Lingjun turned his head, glanced at Shiaoi, and then turned his gaze to his roommate behind him. Shiaoi was also speechless. Damn it, I called me dad and you guys just ignored me. Chen Hao and the others were also very embarrassed. They quickly said, "Hi uncle, I'm Xiaoyi's roommate. I didn't think about what I said just now." Yes, I didn't think about it. Oh. So you are Xiaoyi's roommates. Hello, everyone. Su Lingjun would not be angry about such a small matter, mainly because he just wanted to send them to the police station. It's not okay for him to take advantage of anyone, but he actually dared to take advantage of his beloved son-in-law. However, after learning that it was his roommate, he gave up the idea. Shiaoi ignored the three burdens and asked Su Lingjun, "Dad, how is the furniture delivery going?" The TV, refrigerator, washing machine and other things have all been delivered. The sofa and other things will probably be delivered in the afternoon. Don't worry, I've taken the day off today. Just do whatever you want. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Dad. Oh, what's the point of saying that? It's so hard. Recently, Su Lingjun took a half-month leave. After Ruoro and Shiaoi get married, he will go back to work with peace of mind. In fact, he had thought about resigning directly, but he was not too old, was the captain of the criminal police team, and had many years of experience, so it was not that easy for him to resign. Shiaoi and his three roommates moved the things out of the elevator and carried them into the house together. At this time, home appliances such as color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, etc. have already been placed in the living room, but they have not been unpacked yet. After seeing these home appliances, Chen Hao grinned, "Brother Xiao, the home appliances are so luxurious, are you really being kept by someone? Besides, if I'm being kept, I'll slap you out of Kyoto." Shiaoi rolled his eyes. Because the space was so large, the living room seemed particularly empty at this moment. Come on, slow down. Move the sofa to the background wall. Oh, right. There was noise from outside, and several workers came in carrying some boxes. Shiaoi looked around and saw that they should be sofas, coffee tables, and other things that had arrived. After briefly showing his three roommates around the house, Shiaoi and his roommates left. There are still a lot of things to do today. It's not easy for the three of them to come here, so I have to take them to see the best man suits. Although it is a very hot day, the three of them still clamored to wear suits and be the most handsome guys at the wedding. Of course Shiaoi would satisfy them. After having dinner with them, Shiaoi took his three older sons to several bridal shops and bought suits and jackets for the groomsmen. Given his situation now, there's no need to rent one. He can just buy a new one which is also cleaner and leave it to them as a souvenir after the wedding. On the way, Shiaoi also looked at wedding dresses, but he didn't know what style Su Ruoro liked, so he just took a few photos. When I finished the work, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After saying goodbye, Shiaoi returned home. At this time, Su Ruoro's mother Qin Shueping and Ruoro were taking care of 3 babies. After seeing Shiaoi coming back, Su Ruoro ran over happily. "Honey, are you done with your work?" "Yeah." Shiaoi gently rubbed Su Ruoro's head. "I have already made arrangements for the best man. The suits, jackets, and robes he needs have also been bought." "Yeah." Su Ruoro nodded and asked, "Are there 3 best men?" "Silly Ruoro, of course there are 4 people." Shiaoi also contacted another best man, who was his junior in college and they had a good relationship, but he was too busy to come today. "I will come over on the day of his wedding." "Have you found your bridesmaids?" "Yes." Su Ruoro replied, "In addition to Lu Tianxuan, there are 3 of my college classmates. They are not married yet and happen to be in Kyoto, so they can come over." "That's fine." Shiaoi took out his phone and said, "By the way, I took a few pictures of wedding dresses at the bridal shop today. See which one you like." Chapter 44. Buy one piece of all the jewelry in the store. Hearing this, Su Ruoro looked at Xiaoyi's phone screen. Seeing the pictures of wedding dresses on her phone, she was dazzled. As this is a major event in her life, she also wants to choose a wedding dress carefully, but after seeing these photos, why does she feel that these wedding dresses are all the same? As I watched, I felt a little aesthetic fatigue. Seeing Su Ruoro tossing back and forth, Shiaoi knew that she was probably undecided at this moment. He took back his phone and said, "Ruoro, let's go over there tomorrow and see where to take photos. We need to get these done as soon as possible." Aha! Su Ruoro's eyes were full of pink bubbles, and she was looking forward to the day of her wedding with Shiaoi. The next day, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro got up early in the morning. The furniture and appliances for the new house arrived yesterday, so Su Ruoro's parents came to his house early this morning to help take care of the baby. Today Shiaoi is going to take Su Ruoro to look at wedding dresses. After packing up, Su Ruoro took Shiaoi's arm and waved happily to her parents. Dad, Mom, we're going out first. You guys take good care of the baby at home. Don't worry. Su Lingjun patted his chest and said confidently, I will definitely take good care of Meng Ruo and Qin Shui. Su Ruoro heard this and asked, what about Erbao? Erbao, doesn't your mother have one? Qin Shueping, ha, thank you so much smile. Seeing this, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro both burst out laughing. It's over. Erbao has been completely treated as a plague by his parents. Shiaoi felt that Erbao's bad habit of hitting others at every turn needed to be corrected. It's no use even if my father-in-law is so scared that he doesn't even dare to hug him. They had told the parents in advance to ask them to prepare milk powder for the baby every 2 hours. After confirming that everything was correct, they took the elevator to the basement. Then he got in the Alpha car and drove to a nearby bridal shop. Shiaoi's purpose today was very clear, which was to choose the wedding dress. As for the bridesmaids' dresses, he could just let Su Ruoro discuss it with others. On the way, Shiaoi suddenly remembered that he had not bought the 3 golds needed for marriage and the diamond ring. So Shiaoi said, Ruoro, I have already made reservations for several wedding dresses online, but it's not time to make reservations yet. Why don't we go buy some 3 golds first? 3 golds? Su Ruoro nodded. According to Chinese tradition, a wedding does require 3 golds or something. Generally speaking, when getting engaged, the 3 gold gifts and other things have to be prepared. But because the baby was born early, they didn't even get engaged. But what is necessary must still be there. On the one hand, this is a sign of respect for the daughter-in-law, and on the other hand, it is a tradition passed down from our ancestors after all. Yes, let's go check on Sanjin first. Yeah, okay. Shiaoi smiled slightly and drove directly towards the nearby Old Phoenix Gold shop. Soon, the car stopped outside an Old Phoenix Gold store. Old Phoenix Gold is still relatively reliable at present. At least it does not contain impurities and has a relatively high purity. Su Ruoro took Shiaoi's arm and entered the store. A salesperson hurried over to them. Hello, welcome to Old Phoenix Gold. Why is it you? Lu Ruowei looked at the sweet appearance of Shiaoi and Su Ruoro and couldn't help but lower her head, and her voice became much softer. Shiaoi shrugged. He was about to marry Su Ruoro, and he had no time to care about Lu Ruowei. But there were many of her colleagues in the store, and Shiaoi didn't want to embarrass her, so he politely replied, my wife and I are getting married soon, and we are here to buy 3 golds. But you are looking for a job? She lowered her head. Ever since she was abandoned by Wang Daohu last time, she has turned over a new leaf and is preparing to find a good job. Because she was pretty, she was hired by Phoenix Gold. Shiaoi didn't say much. He took Su Ruoro's hand and walked in. He found another salesperson and started consulting about Sanjin. Lu Ruowei also knew very well that Shiaoi would not introduce her to someone, so she just stood at the door and looked at his figure silently. Now she understood that Shiaoi loved her very much before and even sacrificed a lot for her. But she broke up with him because of a mobile phone. She was really wrong and misjudged him. But what's the use of regretting? He was driven away by himself. He can only blame himself for losing someone who loved him so much. Some people, once missed, are gone. On the other side, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were looking at gold bracelets, gold earrings and gold necklaces. Hello sir, we have more than 20 types of women's necklaces in our store. Your wife is so beautiful, I think this sunflower love is very suitable for her. As he spoke, the salesperson had already taken out a gold necklace from the counter. This gold necklace has 2 small sunflowers on it. It is exquisitely crafted and really looks beautiful. And the weight of this loud shoe is not high, only about 20 g. Today's gold price is 545, which means this necklace sells for around 11,000. Su Ruoro looked at the necklace, and Shiaoi asked beside her, how about it, dear, do you like this style of necklace? It's okay, but I have a similar one. Seeing this, the salesperson continued, we have many more styles, you can choose from them. She pointed at the counter. Shiaoi took a look at the necklaces inside and said simply, how about this? Give me all the women's necklaces, bracelets, and earrings in the store. Su Ruoro? Salesperson? What? The salesperson's eyes widened. One piece of all the women's necklaces, bracelets, and earrings in the store? This is too luxurious. Even she couldn't believe her ears. Sir, are you sure? This will be very expensive. It will probably cost more than 1 million. Of course, do I look like I can't afford it? No. Then, the salesperson quickly moved 2 seats for Shiaoi and Ruoro, and the store manager of Old Phoenix came over to greet them personally. Please wait a moment, we need to check the goods. What would you like to drink? It will be all right. At this time, the store manager drove past Lu Ruowei, who was still standing at the door in a daze, and shouted, Shiaoi, hurry up and help your colleague. Why are you still standing there? Oh, I see, manager. After Lu Ruowei left, the manager gave them a cup of coffee and left. Ruoro frowned and said softly, Honey, I don't think it's necessary to buy all the styles. Isn't it a bit wasteful? What a waste. Shiaoi shook his head. Gold is a financial product, and you can wear different jewelry every day, isn't that good? Chapter 45, Husband earns money, wife spends, husband arranges flowers every day. It's good, but I still think it's a little expensive. Why is it so expensive? I am your husband and I can make money. What's a mere 2 million? Isn't it that the husband's money is for his wife to spend? Looking at Xiaoyi's expression, Ruoro chuckled. What Shiaoi said was indeed correct. The husband earns money and the wife spends it, and lets the husband arrange flowers every day. The other side. Lu Ruowei and her colleagues are counting gold jewelry. The store recently received a new batch of jewelry, but it has not yet been put on the shelves. Just now they heard from the store manager that the products had to be put on the shelves urgently. After all, Shiaoi said she would buy one of each women's style, and she would not give up the opportunity to make money. At this time, Lu Ruowei still didn't know what was happening. Sister Lu, what's going on? Why are these products suddenly on the shelves? You don't know, the handsome guy and beautiful girl who just came said that they wanted one of every style of necklace, earrings, and bracelet in our store. You are such a rich man. I estimate my bonus this month will be over 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. This. Lu Ruowei felt a sinking feeling in her heart when she heard this. She even almost cried. If she hadn't broken up with Shiaoi, would these things have been hers? So Shiaoi has been testing her all along? About half an hour later. The goods have been packed up, totaling more than 30 gold necklaces, more than 50 gold bracelets, and more than 100 pairs of earrings. The total weight is 2,275 grams, which is not very heavy to be honest. Because women's jewelry is relatively small and delicate, it is also relatively light in weight. The salesperson came to Shiaoi and said, Hello, sir. Your jewelry has been packed. These are all the necklaces, bracelets, and earrings of all styles in our store. The total weight is 2,275 grams. The store manager has given you the SVIP price of 500 yuan per gram, a total of 1,137,500 yuan. Swipe the card. Shiaoi took out a black card from his pocket very casually. After swiping the card, Shiaoi entered the password and paid more than 1.1 million yuan. Sir, please keep your card and your gold. After receiving the card and the gold, Shiaoi put his arm around Ruoro's shoulders and said, Thank you. I wish you a prosperous business. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Okay, sir, take care. The salesperson showed an envious expression. Oh, he was rich, handsome, and young. This was the Prince Charming in her mind. It's a pity that my husband is a good-for-nothing whore who spends his time eating, drinking, having sex, and gambling. Compared with this handsome young man, he is nothing. I really want a divorce. The salesperson pulled Lu Ruowei and saw her off warmly. Only after the two of them got into the car and left did she dare to look away. When she was about to return to the store, she suddenly noticed Lu Ruowei, who was still watching Shiaoi go away. Hey! Wei, what are you looking at? Are you envious? You said you were so young and beautiful, you will definitely find a boyfriend who is so handsome and rich. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, he might be attracted to you. When she said this, Lu Ruowei suddenly burst into tears. I burst into tears. Woo. Lu Ruowei's colleague was stunned and quickly stepped forward to comfort her. What's wrong, Wei? Why are you crying? How about I introduce you to a handsome guy? Don't cry, he's a security guard, he's 25 years old this year, and he has saved 30 years of detours compared to the average person. Next, Shiaoi took Su Ruoro to the bridal shop where they had made an appointment in advance. The prices of wedding dresses are not expensive nowadays. Of course, this is all due to the competition among peers. There is no other way. All walks of life are extremely competitive in this era. After trying on several wedding dresses, Su Ruoro quickly chose one. Of course, Shiaoi just waved his hand and bought the wedding dress directly. Although a wedding dress is something a girl can only wear once in her life and can never be worn again after the wedding, Shiaoi feels that it is also an item that witnesses the love between two people. Even if you don't wear it, when you take it out again many years later, you will be reminded of the vows you made back then. Hold your hand and grow old together with you. Shiaoi simply chose a black suit he liked and took a few photos with Su Ruoro. The picture is being made and will be available in the next chapter. As for the wedding photos, they plan to take them the day after tomorrow, and if they pay a higher price, they can have them developed before the wedding. Tomorrow Shiaoi plans to let Su Ruoro bring the bridesmaids to choose bridesmaid dresses, and then try on makeup. Although there are not many things to do, it is also very tedious. Of course, Su Ruoro didn't refuse. After completing today's mission, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were both exhausted. At 5:30 in the afternoon, I finally got home. Shiaoi, Ruoro, you guys are back. After returning home, Su Ruoro sat on the sofa and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing that Qin Shueping and Su Lingjun were not holding the babies, she asked, "Dad, Mom, where are the babies?" "I just fell asleep after drinking milk." "How about it? Are your wedding dresses and suits ready?" "Yeah." Su Ruoro nodded, "We've bought everything. It's in the car. We didn't bring it up." "Okay, as long as you're ready." "Shiaoi, for the banquet, how about we book a table for 5,888 yuan? Su Lingjun suddenly came over with his cell phone. He had already booked the hotel, and because the wedding was about to take place, the banquet also had to be booked. A table at 5,888 yuan is considered very high-end in the hotel. Add in cigarettes, alcohol and other things, it's really not cheap. "Dad, just take care of this." "Okay, 5,888 yuan for a table of food, and 2 bottles of mutai per table, and for cigarettes, let's go with soft middle." "Yeah, okay. Okay, I happen to have a friend who works at mutai company. I'll order it right away. By the way, Shiaoi, how many guests do you have over there?" "Not much, just prepare 5 tables." "Okay." Although he is a time traveler, he also has some high school classmates with whom he has a particularly good relationship. Shiaoi feels it is necessary to call these people, even though he hasn't been in touch with some of them for a long time. Next, Shiaoi began to write the invitations with Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro was a professor at Kyoto University, and he was a student at Kyoto University. Their handwriting was in standard running script and looked very beautiful. Su Lingjun was reading out the names on his phone while Su Ruoro and Shiaoi were writing them. Next. Nai Shu Kuan. The one below is Wu Fan. Hearing this, Shiaoi took 2.5 seconds to write the 3 words Kaishukuan on the invitation. Ha ha ha. After seeing Shiaoi's handwriting, Su Lingjun nodded with satisfaction. "Son-in-law, your handwriting is really beautiful, even better than my daughter's. Ruoro, you have to learn from Shiaoi, okay?" Su Ruoro pouted. Her own writing was obviously better, so why did her dad keep praising Shiaoi? Snort. Chapter 46. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro are getting married, with wedding photos. Time passed quickly, and it was July 31st in the blink of an eye. That was the day when Shiaoi and Su Ruoro got married. In the past few days, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro have been busy. They took wedding photos, notified relatives and friends, contacted the fleet, bought diamond rings, and decorated the wedding room. In short, they were very well prepared. Early in the morning, the 4 groomsmen gathered at Shiaoi's home, and almost all of Shiaoi's classmates, relatives and friends were also present. Even the prospective employees of the Little Deer coffee shop came over when they heard that the boss was getting married, which added a lot of liveliness to the huge home. As for the babies, they are not the protagonists today, so the babies have been sent to Su Ruoro's parents, who are helping to take care of them. According to the local customs, Shiaoi needs to go pick up Su Ruoro early in the morning, take photos at the ceremony, and then go to the hotel. In the bedroom, Shiaoi had already changed into a red robe, and the wedding photographer was explaining some things. "When we go out later, I will ask you, what are we going to do? Just say you're going to pick up your wife, got it?" I know. Chen Hao had a playful smile on his face, but he was actually more looking forward to the bridesmaids. When you are the best man at a wedding, you just need to find the bridesmaid. The main thing is that Shiaoi also said that the bridesmaids are so damn pretty, which makes me excited just thinking about it. Shiaoi is getting married, they hugged the bridesmaids, wow, so happy. Not only Chen Hao was looking forward to it, Guiyang and Yang Baoquan were also looking forward to it. They even threatened that they would come back in the same car with the bridesmaids later. Soon, the filming began. The photographer said, "Everyone, what are we going to do today? Go pick up my wife. Go get the bridesmaids." Chen Hao suddenly said this, which immediately made Shiaoi laugh. Wow, he picked up the bridesmaid without saying a word, that's really cruel. The photographer obviously didn't expect one of the best men to say this, "Why don't we do it again?" No, Shiaoi shook his head, "That's fine. When my wife and I watch the video in the future, we will probably be amused by this funny guy." Haha, okay. Since the groom didn't say anything, the photographer certainly couldn't refute it. Just like that, Shiaoi, the groom, went downstairs with a bouquet of flowers and 4 groomsmen. Downstairs, the stage for the ceremony had been set up, and there were also many old men and women who were just watching the show to join in the fun. A Rolls-Royce Fantasy was parked downstairs as the lead car for the wedding. The 5 cars behind are Bentley Tina. After Chen Hao came over, he opened the additional door of the lead car, and then Shiaoi sat in. Kyoto No. 1 courtyard is not very far from Su Ruoro's home. Because there is a saying that don't go back on your word after marriage, we have to take a detour to get to Su Ruoro's home, and it takes about 40 minutes. After getting in the car, Shiaoi took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Ruoro, "Wife, I'm already on my way to pick you up. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. Su Ruoro also quickly replied with a message, "Received, how much red envelope did you prepare?" "That's enough, ha ha ha." On the other side, at Su Ruoro's home. In the master bedroom, Su Ruoro, wearing a red dress and holding a fan in her hand, was already sitting in the center of the bed. The hems of the gift spread around her like blooming petals. She also had delicate makeup on her face, with sparkling glitters on her pink eyeshadow. The makeup on her face was particularly fitting and looked very natural. When Lu Tianchuan saw her, he couldn't help but admire her stunning beauty. "Ruoro, you are so beautiful today." The bridesmaid Yang Jing also chimed in, "Yes, especially this red gown, which is a great choice. It shows your figure and makes you look thinner. I love it so much. If I were a boy, I would definitely marry you without hesitation." Hearing this, Su Ruoro's face turned red. They had been praising her since early morning. Another bridesmaid echoed, "That's right. I'm so happy for Shiaoi that he can marry such a beautiful Ruoro. You guys think, the groom is so handsome, so the best man shouldn't be bad either, right? Lu Tianchuan, didn't Ruoro say that the best man is so handsome? I'm almost dying of anticipation. Ruoro, how long will it take for them to arrive?" Seeing the bridesmaids' dazed looks, Su Ruoro said softly, "Soon, there are still 40 minutes left." "Okay, if the best man is particularly handsome, I can consider taking one home with me. After all, who doesn't love their brother?" Su Ruoro was chatting and laughing with the bridesmaids in the master bedroom, while many of Su Lingjin's relatives gathered in the living room. Especially now, he is extremely busy. "I have to hold the baby and receive guests at the same time. Oh my, what is this baby? It's so cute." One of Su Lingjin's relatives came over, and Su Lingjin laughed when he heard it. "This is the second child, Xiaoming. What a cute baby, can I hug him?" Hearing this, Su Lin was delighted, "Of course, but you have to be careful." "Don't worry, I will definitely hold the baby well and won't drop him." I'm not talking about this kind of caution." "What is that?" As he spoke, the relative had already taken the second baby from Su Lingjin's arms. The next second, Erbo went up and gave him a big slap without any hesitation. Bang! The sound is crisp. This is the 8th person Erbo has slapped today. Seeing this, Su Lingjin looked embarrassed. He coughed twice, ahem. "I mean to tell you to be careful." 40 minutes later. The car stopped downstairs of Su Ruoro's house. After getting off the car, Shiaoi, holding flowers in his hand, walked towards the unit door with vigorous steps. Then, he discovered that the unit door had been blocked. Then a primary school student's voice came from inside, "Big brother, if you want to pick me up, you have to give me a red envelope." Shiaoi was stunned. Do primary school students nowadays know how to ask for red envelopes? He was very well prepared. He just stuffed a few red envelopes into the students' pockets and sent them away. Then the next level, the main entrance. Shiaoi knocked on the door, and at the same time, the voice of instructor Lu Tianchuan came from inside. Who is here? I'm Ruoro's husband. Oh, it turns out to be handsome Shiaoi. Have you prepared a red envelope? I won't open the door for you if you don't. Hearing this, Shiaoi smiled slyly and said softly, I don't have a red envelope, but I have something here that you will definitely be interested in. This sentence aroused Lu Tianchuan's curiosity, and she couldn't help asking, what is it? A handsome best man. This. Lu Tianchuan behind the door hesitated for a moment. She asked, is it really handsome? She didn't know that the best man was her student, so Xiaoming continued to deceive her. Of course, Eddie Pang and Daniel Wu were just younger brothers in front of him. If there is anyone he can't compare to, it's probably Tomatoes readers. Such words made Lu Tianchuan particularly excited. She didn't have a boyfriend yet, so she wanted to find one quickly, especially since Ruoro was married. Shiaoi continued, okay, open the door quickly. What do you think is more important, a handsome boyfriend or a few red envelopes? My boyfriend, of course. Open the door and take a look at your future boyfriend. At this moment, the door was opened with a click. Chen Hao grabbed the door handle and pulled it hard, but Lu Tianchuan inside didn't let go of her hands and was brought out directly. Then, Lu Tianchuan fell into Chen Hao's arms with a plop. Lu Tianchuan raised his head. P.S. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro's wedding photos are here. Then, today is Xiaoming's 23rd birthday, and also his 3rd birthday at Tomato. Thank you all for your support. I hope you will continue to support Xiaoming in the future. Thank you so much. Chapter 47 Whose high heels are hidden on the thighs. At this moment, the air suddenly fell into silence. Chen Hao stared at Lu Tianchuan in confusion, with 100,000 alpacas running wildly in his head. Damn, what is going on? He instinctively pushed Lu Tianchuan away, his eyes wide open as if they were bells, and asked, damn it, instructor, why are you here? Lu Tianchuan, I should be the one asking you this question. Then, she turned her head and set her gaze on Shiaoi. Shiaoi, is this the handsome best man you mentioned? Chen Hao, why? Am I not handsome? Handsome, handsome, handsome. Lu Tianchuan felt bitter. Was she being tricked by Su Ruoro and Shiaoi? He had asked Su Ruoro who the best man was before, but Su Ruoro didn't tell him. In fact, she should have thought of it as Xiaoyi's roommate. It's really infuriating. However, apart from Chen Hao, Hua Yang and Yang Baoquan, the other best man was quite handsome, and she was quite curious about who that man was. He can't still be a student at her school. Maybe we can get to know each other. When thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lu Tianchuan's lips. By the time Lu Tianchuan reacted, Shiaoi and the 4 groomsmen had already rushed in. There were many of Su Lingjin's relatives in the living room, and the whole room was even full of people. As soon as he came in, countless pairs of eyes were looking at him. Su Lingjin was holding Erbao in his arms. When he saw Shiaoi, he winked at him and said, Ruoro is waiting in the room. Go quickly. Okay. Shiaoi, holding flowers in one hand, knocked on Su Ruoro's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Likewise, the voice of the bridesmaid was heard from inside. Hello, who is this? Who else could it be? Of course it's Ruoro's handsome husband. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Jing in the room said, so it's Xiao the bridegroom who's here. Shuangshuang must have received quite a few red envelopes just now. Do you have any left? Don't tell me you don't have it anymore, or you won't be able to take Ruoro back home today. Hearing this, Shiaoi chuckled. Lu Tianchuan wants a red envelope? What the hell? He was tricked into opening the door after just a few words. Don't worry, there are plenty of red envelopes, but I want to ask you a question. That's right, Shiaoi plans to score twice. He had already told Su Ruoro in advance, and told the bridesmaid that the groomsmen were all handsome guys. If you can avoid giving red envelopes, then don't give them. Wouldn't it be nice to save the money to buy milk powder for your baby? Su Ruoro also readily agreed. Yang Jing asked, what's the problem? Do you want a red envelope or a handsome guy? Yang Jing had a black question mark on her face. Handsome guy? How handsome? That's right, the older you get, the easier it is to be infatuated with someone, especially when you see your best friend getting married while you yourself are still single. He has to be so handsome. Eddie Pang and Daniel Wu are just little brothers in front of me. Huang Xiaoming. Huang Xiaoming is the junior student taught by Shiaoi, and he is indeed very handsome, a little narcissistic ing. Okay, I'll open the door for you. Crack. The door was ajar, and Chen Hao, without saying a word, pushed forward and opened the door. Yang Jing was so scared that she stepped back several steps. Shiaoi staggered into the bedroom, and his eyes widened when he saw Su Ruoruo. Because Su Ruoruo is so beautiful. Although she usually wears makeup, she has never looked so exquisite. Her beauty was like that of a fairy from heaven, which shocked Shiaoi for 2.5 seconds. At the same time, Su Ruoruo felt a little shy when she saw Shiaoi dressed up as a handsome guy. The main thing was that a lot of people outside crowded in, and the bedroom, which was not big to begin with, was almost full. Just now, Yang Jing also walked towards the most handsome best man, Huang Xiaoming. In the crowded environment, the two of them were very close to each other. As for Lu Tianxuan, she didn't even squeeze in. The other two bridesmaids already had partners, but they were not married yet, so they had no interest in the best man and started interacting with Shiaoi by playing the bride-picking game. The games played at the wedding reception were mostly extremely embarrassing ones, such as having one of the best men suck a piece of clear plastic with his mouth and then pass it to the other best man's mouth. Or use a mouth expander to expand your mouth and blow out the candle. Or you draw an I guess, and if you can't guess it, you have to take off your shoes and step on the acupressure mat. Most of the games were played by the best men, so Shiaoi successfully escaped. After the game, it's time to find high heels. I found it. Less than a minute after he started searching, Huang Xiaoming took out the high heels hidden on Yang Jing's thigh. Many people saw the whole action. There was a look of shock in Xiaoyi's eyes. High heels were hidden directly on the thighs? This, sex, who came up with this? Huang Xiaoming showed a cheap expression and handed the high heels to Shiaoi. Here, senior brother, these are my sister-in-law's high heels. Shiaoi took it with a confused look on his face. Even at this moment, there was still a little warmth left on the high heels. In fact, because it was too crowded just now, Huang Xiaoming felt something on Yang Jing's leg, poking him. Then he reached under her skirt and took out her high-heeled shoes? Omega? Chen Hao, Gui Yang and Yang Baoquan were envious. 5 or 6 minutes later, Yang Baoquan also found another high-heeled shoe in the pillow. After getting a pair of high heels, Shiaoi set his sights on Su Ruoruo. His eyes were full of love. Ruoruo, come with me. Su Ruoruo nodded excitedly. Then, she stretched out her long legs, revealing her jade feet, and asked Shiaoi to help her put on high heels. After looking at her small and cute jade feet, Shiaoi couldn't help but go up and kiss her, then put the high heels on her. Su Ruoruo was also a little surprised. There is a custom of kissing jade feet in many places, but not in Kyoto. Why did Shiaoi kiss her leg? Good. At this time, the bridesmaids and best men applauded together. After putting on his shoes, Shiaoi grabbed Su Ruoruo's slender hand and said to her, "Wife, come home with me." "Yeah, okay. Su Ruoruo smiled very happily, of course, from the bottom of her heart. P.S. Xiaoming has received everyone's blessings. Thank you all readers. Xiaoming is on his knees to express his gratitude. You can send some free flowers to show your love, no need to pay, thank you. Chapter 48 Entering the Bridal Chamber, you must enter the bridal chamber. Shiaoi picked her up in a princess hug. There was a sigh from the people around. At the same time, Chen Hao looked at the position of Xiaoyi's hand and said with a playful smile, "Brother Yi, where are your hands?" "Go away, this is my wife, where can I put my hands?" Just as he was carrying Su Ruoruo out of the living room, he was blocked by Su Lingjun. "Shiaoi, come, we want to take some photos together." "Yeah, okay." 2 chairs had been placed in the living room. Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping sat on them with their babies in their arms, while Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo stood behind them taking pictures. After taking photos with the relatives, Shiaoi picked up Princess Su Ruoruo and got into the car. Half an hour later, Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo came to Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. At this time, most of Su Ruoruo's relatives also followed and came here. There is a rule that the ceremony in the community must be at 8:18. Since it is not yet 8 o'clock, Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo can only stand there stupidly. All in all, it was extremely embarrassing. The author wrote it according to local wedding customs. Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping stood on both sides of the red carpet, watching them, and chatting and laughing with everyone. Su Ruoruo had a red veil on her head and was holding Xiaoyi's hand. Because her vision was blocked, she had no idea what was happening outside. She couldn't help but ask, "Dear, when do we start today's ceremony?" "I don't know either." Su Lingjun arranged everything, including the ceremony, hotel, and so on. Weddings in his previous life were slightly different from those today, so he didn't have much experience. At this moment, the MC of the ceremony, wearing a gray suit, stepped onto the stage. He had a slicked back hair and looked like a high-quality man. Hello everyone, welcome to the ceremony of Mr. Shiaoi and Ms. Su Ruoro. I am the host of this ceremony, Shi Jinxiang. The people around stared at each other. Shi Jinxiang, is this name serious? The host is thick-skinned by nature, and he doesn't care what their names are. Seeing that the time had come, he said, well, now the auspicious time has arrived. Please give the warmest applause to welcome our bride and groom. To enter, you actually have to step over the fire basin, which means that you will have a prosperous life in the future. After arriving at the ceremony stage, Shi Jinxiang said, oh, look how happy the bride and groom are. Come on, groom, how do you feel about marrying such a beautiful bride today? Shiaoi could only say awkwardly, very excited. Where's the bride? I'm pretty excited too. Okay, since we're all so excited, it wouldn't be too much to give each other a kiss, right? Shiaoi? Su Ruoro? To be honest, Shiaoi really didn't expect Shi Jinxiang to let them kiss here. There are more than 100 of them around. Seeing that the two were a little hesitant, Shi Jinxiang took the initiative to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone, do you want to see the bride and groom kiss? The people around him all echoed, I want to. I want to. I want to. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Shenhao, brother Shao, give me a kiss. Guiyang, yeah, if you don't kiss me I will. Su Lingjun, what did you say? Guiyang turned his head and found Su Lingjun staring at him fiercely. After hearing the shouting around him, Shiaoi on the stage decisively kissed Su Ruoro on the lips. Of course, the tongue cannot be judged in such occasions, but it is different at night. Omega? After a brief kiss, the process began. Worship heaven and earth, change the way of speaking to offer tea, and scatter wedding candies. After a series of procedures were completed, Shi Jinxiang put the microphone to Shiaoi's mouth. Groom, let me ask you, what are we going to do next? Hearing this, Shiaoi said loudly without thinking, enter the bridal chamber, you must enter the bridal chamber. Ha 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 ha. Everyone around was amused by Shiaoi. Good man, he is only thinking about entering the bridal chamber. Even Su Ruoro couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. However, the bridal chamber could only be entered at night, so now they had to go upstairs to change clothes and then go to the hotel. Soon, Shiaoi, Su Ruoro and others went upstairs, followed by many relatives. The bridesmaids accompanied Su Ruoro into the bedroom, while Shiaoi sat in the living room to receive the guests. Hello, Shiaoi. We haven't met yet. A strange middle-aged man came over and stretched out his hand. Shiaoi was confused. Who is this? After shaking hands, the uncle said, I am the nephew of the brother-in-law of the nephew of Su Ruoro's father's uncle. Hello. What the hell? At this point his introduction had already confused Shiaoi. Is this network of relationships so complicated? Shiaoi grinned helplessly, hello, big brother. Oh, it's okay to call me big brother, ha ha ha, happy wedding. Because he had hardly met Su Ruoro's relatives, it was really awkward when some strangers suddenly came to his house. Fortunately, the awkward time didn't last long. At 10 o'clock, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro took a car to the Amanihai Hotel. Su Lingjun and Su Yunha have many relatives, most of whom have not come to the #1 courtyard in Shanghai. So, after arriving at the Amanihai Hotel, Shiaoi, Su Ruoro, Su Lingjun, and Qin Shueping stood in the hotel lobby to welcome guests. Not long after, an old acquaintance came over. That's right, it's Lin Dodge. However, there was a girl wearing a cheongsam following her, and it was obvious that she was Lin Daoqi's granddaughter. After seeing Shiaoi, he let out a long sigh. In the end, he still couldn't introduce his granddaughter to Shiaoi. It was such a pity. Uncle Lin, you're here. Su Lingjun took the initiative to step forward to greet him. After seeing him, Lin Daoqi nodded with satisfaction. Well, how can I not come to your daughter's wedding? I am not good at expressing myself, so I wish Ruoro and Shiaoi happiness forever, happiness in their new love, and another set of triplets. Ah. Ha ha ha, thank you Uncle Lin, I'll just have triplets. Su Anjing and Lin Daoqi were not very familiar with each other, so Lin Daoqi did not stay here for long. Before leaving, he asked, where is the place for the gift? It's on the 2nd floor. You can see it when you go up. Good. Lin Daoqi brought his granddaughter to the second floor. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw the place for gift money. And then, take out the check. Yes, Grandpa. The girl called in and immediately took out a cash check from her bag. There was no other way. He contributed a large amount and it was inconvenient to carry cash, so he could only use a check. Who are you? How much do you want? The accountant did not know Lin Daoqi, so he spoke slowly. Lin Daoqi, Shuangmu Lin, Dao is in Taoist priest, she is in magical, 15 million. 1,500, what? 15 million. Upon hearing this, the accountant's eyes widened immediately. Damn it. Chapter 49 Su Ruoro, Dad, are you going to hand me over so easily? Yes, that's 15 million. Lin Daoqi calmly handed over a cash check for 15 million. When the accountant saw the amount on the check, he couldn't believe his eyes. 15 million, that's 15 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. It's too extravagant to have so much for a marriage. What is the relationship between him and Shiaoi? After writing down the name, the accountant got up and found Su Lingjun, then handed him the check. Checks don't have a password, and if you go to a bank to exchange them, they will be exchanged unconditionally, so this thing is a hot potato, and he can't afford to pay for it if he loses it. Time passed quickly and it was already 12 o'clock noon. At this time, in a magnificent hall on the second floor of the Amman Summer Palace Hotel, the 60 tables of guests were almost full. They all admired the decoration of the hotel. The platform in the middle was covered with a red carpet, surrounded by crystal and flower decorations, and various luxurious chandeliers hung on the ceiling. Everything here was decorated according to Su Ruoro's preferences. On the big screen above the stage, wedding photos of Zhang Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were playing. The scene was a bit chaotic at the moment, with the sound of children crying, start retreat and launch attack from Honor of Kings, and some lines from heroines in action movies. A moment later, the wedding host Shi Jinshan came onto the stage in a white suit. After seeing everyone, he smiled professionally as always. Dear guests, relatives and friends, good afternoon, I am Shi Jinshan, the host of this wedding. A loving couple is about to enter the sacred marriage hall. I am honored to witness the wedding of Mr. Shiaoi and Ms. Su Ruoro with all of you here, and witness their happy and romantic moment together. Now, please give the warmest applause to the groom. As soon as Shi Jinshan finished speaking, the BGM of If You Are the One Male Guest Entering the Venue suddenly sounded around. Shiaoi was confused after hearing it. Who the hell chose this BGM? It's outrageous. However, he still took a step forward, wearing a black suit, waving to the people below the stage, and finally came to the center of the stage. At this time, Shiaoi was dressed very handsomely. His facial features were good-looking, and his figure and temperament were particularly good in a suit. Many distant relatives in the audience had never seen Shiaoi in person. When they saw Shiaoi in person, they were stunned. Damn, Shiaoi is so handsome, even more handsome than in the wedding photos. As expected of Ruoro's husband, he really is worthy of her. I don't know whose genes my future children will inherit. Don't you know? They already have children. 3 babies. They will be 1 month old soon. They can even have a feast in a few days. What? Doesn't that mean I will have to give a share then? Yes. Boil. Everyone in the audience was amazed at Shiaoi's appearance. At the same time, Shi Jinshan asked, everyone, do you think our groom is handsome today? The audience said in unison, handsome. Then do you want to see a more beautiful bride? Think. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the entire hall suddenly went out, and then, 2 spotlights shone on 2 huge European-style doors opposite the stage. At the same time, the door slowly opened. A white mist gradually diffused out from the crack in the door. A moment later, Su Ruoro appeared in the crowd sight, holding her father's arm. At this time, Su Ruoro had already changed into a white wedding dress, which was noble and elegant. The two of them walked slowly toward the red carpet. Shi Jinshan also picked up the microphone and whispered in Shiaoi's ear, groom, please come forward and greet your bride. Hearing this, he did not delay and slowly walked forward. They came to the center of the red carpet, and the next step should be that the father-in-law would first be sentimental and then reluctantly hand Su Ruoro over to him. Then he promised Su Lingjun that he would take good care of Su Ruoro for the rest of his life and would not let him suffer at all. But what Shiaoi didn't expect was that after approaching, Su Lingjun handed Su Ruoro's hand to Shiaoi without hesitation, and then smiled happily, my good son-in-law, Ruoro is in your hands, go. Su Ruoro? This. Su Ruoro looked at Su Lingjun in confusion. In the weddings she had seen before, her father would usually cry and then give himself to her husband. Why did he hand it over to his father without hesitation and smile so happily? Sure, Xinxiang on the stage didn't know what was going on. He asked, "Excuse me, father of the bride, do you have anything to say to your daughter and your son-in-law?" "No, no. I won't disturb their wedding. You guys continue." After saying that, he waved his hand and jumped off the stage. A row of black question marks also appeared above Shi Xinxiang's head. So did everyone at the scene. I didn't expect Su Lingjun to be such a frank person. Shiaoi smiled helplessly, thinking that maybe his father-in-law was just like that. Besides, they planned to move in together after marriage, so they would still be a family in the future. He knelt on one knee and handed over the bouquet in his hand. Su Ruoro certainly had no reason to refuse. She took the bouquet, took Xiaoyi's arm, and walked towards the stage together. The following procedures are similar: exchanging rings, drinking wedding wine, both parties giving speeches, and then throwing the bouquet. The last step is to change clothes, toast, and get to know relatives. The wedding was finally concluded at 2:30 in the afternoon. Most of the guests have left. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro have been preparing since last night and have been busy until now, so they are very tired. Especially Shiaoi, who drank a lot of wine, fell asleep on the sofa in the hotel after a while. Su Ruoro covered him with a red blanket, fearing that he would catch a cold. When Shiaoi woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. And not in a hotel, but in your own home. Su Ruoro walked in carrying a box. When she saw Shiaoi woke up, she quickly poured him a glass of water. "Honey, you're awake." Shiaoi stroked his heavy head and asked, "Ruoro, how long have I slept?" She looked at the clock, 6 hours, it's 9 o'clock in the evening. Well. Shiaoi nodded slightly, he indeed drank a little too much today. "What's in your box?" "It's my share of the money." Su Ruoro said with a smile, "All the money collected today is in it." "Come, dear, let's count how much money we collected today." As she spoke, Su Ruoro poured out a box of red banknotes. Chapter 50. Su Ruoro, I don't want to move. Shiaoi, I move. After seeing the bed full of money, Shiaoi couldn't help but smile, and Su Ruoro pounced and lay in the pile of money. The feeling of lying in money is really comfortable. Why are there a few pieces of white paper mixed in? Su Ruoro suddenly said that after she picked up one of the white papers, she found that it was actually a cash check. Su Ruoro was a little surprised. She looked at the check and counted the zeros at the end. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1 million? She raised her head with a swish and then looked at Shiaoi. "Honey, look, this is a cash check for 1 million. I didn't expect someone would give such a big share, who could it be?" Hearing this, Shiaoi gently touched Su Ruoro's forehead and said, "Silly wife, they say that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. Could it be that you have really been stupid for 3 years? Don't we have an account book for our wedding? Can't you take a look at it?" "Yes." Su Ruoro scratched her head and smiled innocently. Because it was her wedding night, she was in a very good mood, and also seemed a little childish. "Honey, I don't want to move now, why don't I? Then I'll move later." Before Su Ruoro could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shiaoi. And Shiaoi, with a wicked smile on his face, raised his eyebrows at her. Seeing Xiaoyi's despicable look, Su Ruoro didn't react to what he meant for a moment. "What are you moving?" In fact, she just wanted to say that she didn't want to move, and asked Shiaoi to go to the living room to get the account book to see who gave such a large share. At this moment, Su Ruoro suddenly understood what Shiaoi meant. Her face suddenly turned red. Although Shiaoi has been with her for almost a month, the two of them have not done that yet. That night, she was drunk and was also hit by a shot. They say that sex between men and women is so wonderful, but she really doesn't know. Anyway, it was real that it hurt a bit at that time. Shiaoi grinned, "Wife, I will be gentle." As he said that, Shiaoi wanted to lie on top of her, but Su Ruoro kicked Shiaoi directly in the chest. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Ruoro rolled her eyes, "Let's count the money first." Shiaoi covered his chest and said, "It's over. I'm going to die." "Wife, you're going to kick me to death. You have to give me artificial respiration." Su Ruoro didn't use any force just now, Shiaoi was just pretending. Seeing Shiaoi saying this with a smile, Su Ruoro rolled her eyes, kissed him decisively on the mouth, and then said delicately, "Dear, go to the drawer of the coffee table in the living room and take out the account book, okay?" "Okay, but I'll move in a minute." After saying this, Shiaoi got out of bed and ran out. Su Ruoro pouted and rolled her eyes. After a while, Shiaoi took the account book, took off his shoes, and sat among the banknotes with Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro opened the account book and started reading. The first person I remember is Shiaoi's roommate. Chen Hao, Gui Yang, Yang Baoquan, and Huang Xiaoming all contributed 2,000 yuan. This surprised Su Ruoro a little. Xiaoyi's roommates are all interns, especially Chen Hao, a cold-calling salesman. If he doesn't have any sales, he only gets 2,500 yuan a month. When he got married, his wife gave him 2,000 yuan as a gift, which was indeed a huge loss. These roommates are really nice and we can get along well. Then, there were the bridesmaids, who also got 2,000 yuan each. As for other relatives and friends, if they are close, it is around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. For those with a more distant relationship, it's 600 or 800 yuan. There are also some 200 yuan ones. There is even a 20. Oh my god. Shiaoi was counting the money on the bed when Su Ruoro suddenly said, "Oh my god." The former couldn't help but look up and asked, "What's wrong, daughter-in-law?" "Grandpa Lin, he. Su Ruoro's voice was already trembling. "What's wrong with him?" He agreed, 15 million. Good fellow. Shiaoi was also a little surprised when he heard this. That guy Lin Daoqi actually gave away 15 million? But when he thought about it, it made sense. The Gongfu Igong should be worth at least 30 million. If you go to some auctions, it is possible to sell for 50 or 60 million. It's totally normal for him to give 15 million as a gift. However, this also shows that Lin Daoqi is indeed generous. He heard from Su Yunha that Lin Daoqi not only gave him a gift money, but also gave him many priceless antiques. It is conceivable how important he is in Lin Daoqi's heart. If Shiaoi can help him in the future, he will do his best to do so. Maybe Grandpa and Lin Daoqi have a good relationship. I heard that Lin Daoqi's family has a lot of business, and antiques are just his hobby. Su Ruoro nodded. That was true, but it was really too exaggerated for him to offer 15 million. Then, Su Ruoro and Shiaoi took a quick look at the amount of money everyone had contributed. There are 5 wealthy people in total. Lin Daoqi gave 15 million, a person whom Su Lingjin had rescued before gave 1 million, and the other 2 each gave 200,000. But what is strange is that there is a check for 5 million that is particularly strange. The name column is empty. Banks are also very niche. Even his name was not left in the account book. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro were both puzzled, because Su Lingjin had saved many families. Maybe he was someone who didn't want to reveal his name? Finally, Shiaoi calculated the gift money for the wedding. The total is 21.65 million. Quite a lot indeed. Shiaoi directly put the check for 15 million into his pocket. "Wife, I will take this 15 million, and the rest is yours." Hearing this, Su Ruoro shook her head. "Give it to me? I don't want it. You can take the money. It's useless for me to have so much money." "Then give it to our dad. I will use the 15 million to start my own business." "Can." Su Ruoro did not postpone it either. "Because a lot of this gift money was given out by my father. With this money, she doesn't want her father to work anymore. Because the work of criminal police is relatively dangerous, sometimes they even need to cooperate with special police and some anti-D police. Now that she has a baby, she wants her family to be healthy, so she plans to let her father quit his job." After packing up all the things, Shiaoi ran into the bathroom to take a shower. At the same time, Su Ruoro took out a new pair of black stockings from the drawer of the closet. People say boys like this. I wonder if Shiaoi is interested in this. Not only did she wear black stockings, she also added an auxiliary outfit. The leg ring, also known as the Fengming ring, increases attack speed. Just as she put on her black stockings and leg rings, Shiaoi walked out of the bathroom. Su Ruoro was confused. This. Did Shiaoi wash for 3 minutes? P.S. Xiaoming said that he would write about the details of Shiaoi and Su Ruoro, and it is expected to be completed within 3 days 5,000 words. When the time comes, I will notify everyone to join the group, and then everyone can send a free small gift and show their love. This is very important to the author. Xiaoming is so grateful. Chapter 51 Su Ruoro, husband, you don't even know how to be gentle with women. How come you wash so fast? Su Ruoro was confused. Normally, when Shiaoi takes a bath, it takes at least 10 to 20 minutes. But today, it seemed like I only washed for 2.5 minutes. At the same time, seeing the faintly visible black stockings on Su Ruoro's legs and the foaming ring, Shiaoi grinned. He walked forward slowly. Dear, I feel you should know. What are you going to do? Nothing, just want to kiss the baby. Shiaoi pounced directly on Su Ruoro, then hugged her neck and kissed her baby lips. And then the hands are not honest. About 30 minutes later, Shiaoi started to output. I will write the details, don't worry. The next day, early morning. Shiaoi got up very early. He and Su Ruoro were both very tired from exercising last night and had expended a lot of energy, so he decided to make her a nutritious breakfast to replenish her energy. Knock, knock, knock. Here I come. Because they had to exercise last night, the babies were temporarily taken care of by Su Lingjin and others, creating a good output environment for Shiaoi. So, because they couldn't see their parents, the 3 babies started crying early in the morning. After opening the door, the 3 babies were lying neatly in the 3 golden strollers. Dad, you're here. Seeing Su Lingjin, Shiaoi quickly invited him into the house. Looking at the huge living room and the wedding characters posted on the wall, Su Lingjin focused his attention on the babies. Don't mention it. The 3 babies have been crying since last night and didn't sleep well all night. Thanks for your hard work, Dad. What's so hard about this? He glanced at the living room. Where's Ruoro? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Well, she was a little tired yesterday, so she hasn't gotten up yet. Su Lingjin actually wanted to know whether he was tired from the wedding or from that night. They're a newlywed couple, that's normal. Just at this moment, a scent twitched Su Lingjin's nostrils. He sniffed the air and asked, what's that smell? It smells so good. Dad, I made crushing carp soup for Ruoro. You probably haven't eaten yet. Come and have something to eat together. I'll go wake him up. Upon hearing this, Su Lingjin wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the fact that his 2 children were already married and had a wedding, and that the dishes Shiaoi cooked were rare delicacies in the world, he gave up the idea. He nodded, okay, go ahead, I'll get you some soup. Good. The 3 babies were all sleeping soundly and they didn't know when they would wake up, so Shiaoi planned to eat quickly. After pushing open the door of the master bedroom, Su Ruoro was sleeping on her side. I slept soundly. Shiaoi looked at her delicate facial features and her eyelashes that were like a palm leaf fan, and he didn't have the heart to wake her up. Patting Su Ruoro's shoulder gently, Shiaoi said, Ruoro, get up and eat. Ruoro? After calling several times, Su Ruoro finally opened her sleepy eyes. When she saw that it was Shiaoi, she rubbed her eyes and asked, Honey, what time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock. Dad has already brought the baby back. Hurry up and get up to eat. Su Ruoro sat up from the bed and felt pain in her abdomen. It's not his period recently, and the pain during menstruation is not this bad. It must be because Shiaoi did it too many times last night, carrot. They don't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. After changing her clothes, Su Ruoro got off the bed and stood up, but before she could stand firmly, she felt a sudden pain in her thigh. A ah sound came out of her mouth. Ah! Because Shiaoi was right next to her, she quickly grabbed Su Ruoro's arm. What's going on, wife? After stabilizing herself, Su Ruoro rolled her eyes and said, What do you think? You did it too many times last night. It hurt me so much. The corners of Shiaoi's mouth twitched. The main reason is that Su Ruoro was very happy yesterday. Does this thing have any side effects? People have to bow their heads under the eaves, and girls need comfort and pampering, so Shiaoi apologized. I'm sorry, wife, I will be gentle tonight. Tonight? Their eyes met, and at that moment, Su Lingjin suddenly knocked on the door and shouted from outside, Ruoro, you haven't gotten up yet, have you? I've already served the fish soup, don't let it get cold. Dad, I'm up. Okay, then hurry up and wash up, and we'll eat. Su Ruoro didn't say anything more to Shiaoi. She tried to move her steps, but she still felt a pain in her thigh. So much so that the way she walked was a little strange. After washing up, Su Ruoro tried her best not to let her father see that she was abnormal. She came to the restaurant, sat on a chair, drank a sip of fish soup, and then asked, Dad, what do you think about the job I told you about? When can you quit? Upon hearing this, Su Lingjin's expression was somewhat helpless. He didn't want to resign, and even if he did, with his personality, he wouldn't be able to take care of the children in peace. Because they have 3 babies now, Shin Shueping has quit her job and will move here in a few days to help Su Ruoro take care of the babies. Now that Shin Shueping is here, if he quits his job, there will be no one in the family to make money. It may take some time. The team has a lot of tasks recently. There have been several perverted murders in our city recently. I will go to the bureau for a meeting later. That's okay. Su Ruoro sighed. She knew she couldn't persuade her father. At this time, Su Lingjin changed the subject and said, "Son-in-law, what are your plans next?" "Oh, yes." Shiaoi nodded. "Since Ruoro and I are already married, I plan to focus on starting a business now. The Little Deer coffee shop I opened was renovated before the wedding, but it has not been open for business because of the wedding. I have contacted the staff last night. I will go over to take a look later. It will be open for business today." "Yeah, not bad." Su Lingjin didn't say much. Shiaoi had an entrepreneurial mindset, and he particularly believed in Shiaoi. And the coffee shop also makes good profits, several thousand yuan a day, tens of thousands of yuan a month, which covers the baby's kindergarten fees in a year. Ruoro is already married, and the thing he was most worried about has been solved, so he just waits for retirement. Just then, Su Lingjin's cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the phone number above, his expression became serious. After pressing the answer button, he immediately said, Yes, director. I'll be there right away." Chapter 52, Ribbon Cutting Ceremony, Shiaolu Coffee opens. Su Lingjin quickly hung up the phone, looking apologetic. Ruoro, son-in-law, the director suddenly called me and asked me to come over for a meeting. I'm sorry I can't have dinner with you. I'll go over first." Because Su Lingjin had often done this before, Su Ruoro had no other options, so she sighed helplessly. "Okay, Dad, then you should drive slower on the road, and be careful when performing tasks. Rest assured." After saying that, Su Lingjin left here as quickly as possible. Su Ruoro was holding a spoon in her hand and was not in a good mood. Shiaoi beside her gently rubbed her head. "Okay, Ruoro, don't worry, Dad has been a criminal police officer for decades, nothing can happen." After dinner, Shiaoi cleaned up the dishes, and Su Ruoro returned to the bedroom, picked up the babies and started breastfeeding. After packing up, Shiaoi returned to the bedroom. Su Ruoro had already put the babies down. The babies, who were well fed and drunk, were lying on the bed and playing with Su Ruoro. Seeing Shiaoi enter the room, Su Ruoro raised her head and said, "Hubby, aren't you going to check out the Little Deer coffee? You don't have to worry about me and the baby, just focus on your own things." Hearing this, Shiaoi shook his head. "How can this be possible? Shiaolu coffee is not as important as you and the baby. I'm afraid you can't take care of 3 children by yourself, especially Erbao, who pulls your hair at every turn." When Su Ruoro heard this, her heart felt warm. "Honey, no need. My mom just called me and said she's on her way. She'll be here by subway, and it'll be quick. She'll probably be here in about 10 minutes. Then I'll stay with you for another 10 minutes. As he spoke, Shiaoi came to the bedside and saw that the 3 babies were smiling happily. He felt very relieved. More than 10 minutes later, Shin Shueping rang the doorbell. Shiaoi opened the door, called out Mom, and then invited her in. Shin Shueping walked into the living room with a smile, and then said, "Your father just called me and told me that you were going to the Little Deer coffee shop, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of Ruoro at home, you just need to do your own thing." "Yeah, okay Mom." Shiaoi prepared new slippers for Shin Shueping, then pointed to the bedroom and said, "Ruoro is accompanying the baby in the bedroom now. You can just go in." "Well, then Shiaoi, are you going over there?" "Yes." Shiaoi nodded. "Just now the store manager over there called me and said that the people from the headquarters have come over. There will be a simple opening ribbon cutting ceremony, and I need to go there as soon as possible." "Okay, then just do your thing. I'll go see my grandson." "Go ahead, Mom." After a few brief words, Shiaoi left the community and drove a Porsche 911 to Jiangxia Road. This car was Su Ruoro's dowry when she got married. Her father-in-law understood men very well and liked men who liked sports cars, so he directly let Ruoro give her a sports car as a dowry. Shiaoi was quite interested in these things, and he didn't have to bring his baby with him today, so he drove the car. More than 20 minutes later, Shiaoi arrived at Jiangxia Road and parked his car in a nearby parking lot. When we arrived at Shiaolu Coffee, all the employees in the store had already arrived. They had already put on their work clothes and were standing at the door preparing to cut the ribbon to open the store. "Boss, you're finally here." One of the female shop assistants, a college student, saw Shiaoi coming and hurried over. After spending some time together, he and the shop assistants have become very familiar with each other, and they also attended Shiaoi's wedding yesterday, so their relationship is particularly good. "I'm coming." Shiaoi looked around. He hadn't been here usually because he had been dealing with wedding matters with Su Ruoro recently. The store manager is busy with the decoration here. "How is the preparation going inside? Can we open today?" "Boss, we're ready. Just now, some people passing by wanted to come in and buy coffee. They're just waiting for you to cut the ribbon." Okay, let's start cutting the ribbon." Soon, Shiaoi and all the employees in the store, as well as the staff from the headquarters, completed the ribbon cutting ceremony. This meant that his first business, Shiaoi Coffee, was officially open for business. "Mr. Xiao, congratulations." The staff at the headquarters shook hands with Shiaoi and said, "This area is in a very good location. I believe you will be able to achieve excellent sales." On behalf of the Shiaoi Coffee headquarters, I congratulate Mr. Xiao. Thank you for your trust." Shiaoi was also in a particularly good mood. At the same time, Wang Daolong squatted at the door of his coffee shop with an indifferent expression, smoking silently. The opening of Shiaoi Coffee also meant that his coffee shop was going to close. Just now he specifically asked about it. Because Shiaoi Coffee is opening a new store, it is also holding a special big event. You can buy a cup of Shiaoi Coffee's popular product, whipped cheese latte, for 8.8. And there is no limit on the quantity. How can I, an ordinary brand, compete with him? Damn, it must be because of Lu Ruowei, that bitch who kept mocking Shiaoi. That guy opened a shop next door to him. When he thought of this, Wang Daowu felt a pain in his heart. Moreover, when Lu Ruowei broke up with Shiaoi, he told Lu Ruowei not to talk to him anymore. I really regret it. His own source of wealth was cut off by Shiaoi. Soon, the store officially opened, and it happened to be the rush hour for work. There happened to be a subway station nearby, and unfortunately, this was also the route that had to be taken to reach the office building. Countless white-collar workers passed by here again. Because this place is within the third ring road of Kyoto and the rent of houses nearby is extremely expensive, most people choose to live outside the fifth ring road. I also have to get up early in the morning and take the subway to go to work. So most people's mental state is not very good at this time, and many people are even yawning. Many people saw that a new Shiaoi Coffee had opened and there was an event announcement on the sign outside, so they rushed in without stopping. Drinking a cup of coffee in the morning can not only refresh your mind, but also help you lose weight. Soon, many people gathered in the coffee shop. After ordering their coffee, most people sat on the chairs nearby and waited drowsily. Seeing this, Shiaoi took a deep breath. It seems that the store's sales are much better than he expected. Everyone, please don't crowd, be safe. Because there were too many people, Shiaoi was squeezed out. He didn't expect that Shiaoi Coffee was so great. As for the shop next door to him, there are only a handful of people. Brand is indeed very important. However, he also sacrificed a lot. For example, the raw materials for a cup of whipped cheese latte cost more than $6. Including the labor cost for packaging, he made almost no money. Just when Shiaoi was distracted, a cigarette was suddenly handed to him. Then Wang Daowu's voice came from the side, Shiaoi, right? Can we talk? Chapter 53, Outrageous, Wang Daowu kneeled down. Shiaoi was not surprised to see Wang Daowu take the initiative to find him. The traffic of his store is so good, both outside and offline, his own coffee shop will definitely be hit hard. Maybe he won't be able to withstand such pressure and will simply choose to close the store. What brings you here? Shiaoi put his eyes on the cigarette in his hand again. Sorry, I don't smoke, just tell me if you have anything to say. Look, you took away my customers on the first day of your store opening. How can I survive? Shiaoi had a puzzled look on his face. What were you talking about? What did you mean by stealing his customers? Could it be that your name, Wang Daowu, is written on all the customers' clothes? I'm not happy to hear you say that. What do you mean by your customers? Your store can't attract customers, so you put the blame on me? Are you still speaking human language? Shiaoi had a bad impression of Wang Daowu at all. He acted pretentiously relying on his few bucks, and then dumped Lu Ruowei after playing with her. How can such a person have good character? You. Wang Dawu suddenly felt angry. I know you hate me, but there is no need for you to cut off my source of income, right? Shiaoi was confused. Why do I hate you? Isn't it because I stole your Lu Ru away that you hate me? You can open a shop if you want. You opened it next to mine on purpose. Hearing this, Shiaoi was speechless. Damn, it seemed reasonable for Wang Dawu to think this way. He came here to open Shiaolu Coffee, which was obviously to become a competitor with him. If he were Wang Dawu, he would think so too. Shiaoi didn't dwell on this question. He said coldly, so, what do you want to do by saying this? Just at this moment, Wang Dawu suddenly fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. This made Shiaoi confused. What the hell was going on? No, what's wrong with you? Brother Xiao, I don't actually have much money. I bought my Porsche 718 several times. Now my whole family depends on this coffee shop for a living. I beg you to give me some money so I can open a breakfast shop, whoa whoa. As he said that, he hugged Xiaoyi's thighs and started crying with tears and snot. Wang Daohu was feeling very sad. He didn't know why China had suddenly been hit by swine fever recently. All the pigs in his family died of the disease. China did not allow the sale of diseased pork, so he had to sell it through some special channels, and of course the price was extremely low. Because of this incident, his parents in his hometown were directly admitted to the hospital. Now Xiaoyi's coffee shop has reopened, which means that he has no income now. This place is a prime location and he couldn't bear to transfer the store to someone else. He knew Shiaoi was rich, so he had no choice but to kneel down and beg. Wang Daohu suddenly couldn't handle Shiaoi like this. Although Wang Daohu cried very sadly. Shiaoi was not a saintly person. His intuition told him that he should not make friends with such people. His character is so fucking bad. But he didn't use any swear words. I can't support you financially, so you better get up. Hearing this, Wang Daohu hugged her even tighter. He cried, I won't. If you don't support me, I won't get up. My parents are already in the hospital, please. Looking at Wang Daohu's appearance, Shiaoi pulled his legs out directly with force, without any so-called sympathy. A man's knees are made of gold, so don't kneel down casually. Instead of kneeling down, it's better to think of another way out. After saying that, Shiaoi turned around and prepared to leave. Then, he suddenly became afraid that Wang Daohu would mess around. But he felt that he was overthinking, so he walked straight into the store. There were a lot of people around, so Wang Daohu didn't continue to embarrass himself here. After cursing Shiaoi several times in his heart, he returned to the store in embarrassment. In the shop, the clerk was busy making coffee for customers. Because it was peak time, Shiaoi found that there were not enough staff. Looks like we need to hire some more people. 9 o'clock in the evening. There were no customers in the coffee shop and it was about to close. Because it was the first day of opening, the store manager was checking the accounts. More than 2,000 cups of coffee were sold throughout the day today. The income is more than 30,000. This indicator is pretty good, but because there are relatively few employees in the store, they are extremely busy all day long. There was even no time to clear away the coffee cups left by the guests on the table. The high-intensity work makes them quite tired. Shiaoi came over to help again in the evening and was sitting on a chair video chatting with Su Ruoro. At this time, the store manager Wang Wen came over quietly and said softly, "Boss, today's sales data is all out." "Oh? How much?" Shiaoi was also a little curious. Because today's customer flow was off the charts, much better than he expected. A total of 2,023 cups were sold, with a revenue of 32,199 yuan. So many? Shiaoi was also a little surprised after hearing this number. The daily rent of this store is about 4,200 yuan. There are currently 5 employees in the store, and their daily salary is 900 yuan. The gross profit margin of the product is 60%, which means minus about 13,000. The water and electricity bills plus some miscellaneous expenses amount to 200 yuan. 4,200 plus 900 plus 13,000 plus 200 is equal to 18,300. Subtract 18,300 from the turnover, which means today's net profit is about 14,000. Shiaoi was particularly satisfied with this turnover. There are simply too many. Of course, this calculation is definitely not very accurate, but it is close. After calculating the turnover in his mind, Shiaoi said, "Well, not bad. Today is the first day of our store opening and we have such a turnover. Thanks to you. Sister Wang, please call everyone over. Okay. Soon, Wang Wenjing called over the other 4 employees. They stood in a neat row. Since they were all girls, except for the store manager, they were all relatively young and looked like good girls. Shiaoi smiled and said, "Oh, everyone, don't be so serious, just relax. I won't be as strict with employees as other companies. The main thing is that everyone has done a great job today. Thank you for your hard work. Boss, this is what we should do. The Shiaoi Coffee headquarters taught us to be the boss's most capable warriors." Ha ha ha, sure. Shiaoi smiled and nodded, then continued, "I didn't think it through. I feel that 5 employees are a bit crowded, so 2 more employees will come tomorrow. At the same time, in view of everyone's hard work today, this month, each person will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, the 5 employees were a little surprised. Oh my god. Their salary is only 5,000 yuan. Add a 1,000 yuan bonus, and the salary will be 6,000 yuan. So comfortable. At this time, another employee said, "Boss, it's okay not to hire more people. You can just give out bonuses every day, hee hee." Chapter 54 Shiaoi, someone is messing with me? Do you get a bonus of 1,000 yuan a day? Yeah, I feel very good. When these young people heard this, their eyes sparkled. Because it is still summer vacation, 2 of the 4 ordinary employees are college students working part-time. They are all from other places, and now work part-time during the day and go back to school to sleep at night. I worked part-time while studying at university. Good fellow, if I pay you 1,000 per day, with 5 employees, I will lose a lot of money. Actually, boss, 100 a day is fine. Pfft, Shiaoi couldn't help but laugh. These people were really greedy for money. But this is normal. Nowadays, most college students' expenses in school are quite expensive. Buying cosmetics, little skirts and so on will cost a lot of money. What's more, it's a capital city like Kyoto. Alright, health is the lifeblood of the revolution. If your health is broken, no amount of money will be of any use. Tomorrow everyone should prepare to welcome new employees. Now, let's all go home. Okay. Soon, everyone dispersed on the spot, and Shiaoi Coffee closed soon after. Shiaoi also drove back home. After opening the door, the lights in the living room were still on. Su Ruoro, Xin Shueping, and Su Lingjin were each holding a baby. What surprised Shiaoi was that Su Lingjin was holding his second baby. "Dad, how dare you hug Erbao? Doesn't he hit people?" Shiaoi came over with a smile. Hearing this, Su Lingjin turned his head and said, "You're back." I was a little puzzled. Erbao has been very well behaved these past 2 days and hasn't hit anyone again. As soon as Su Lingjin finished speaking, Erbao slapped Su Lingjin in the face again. He was given a big nose bag. It was obviously a slap in Su Lingjin's face. Su Ruoro, who was standing by, chuckled when she saw this. Then he asked, "How is it, dear? Today is the first day of business at Little Deer Coffee. How is the sales?" "It's okay. He now has nearly 20 million yuan, which makes him a small wealthy man. However, with a turnover of more than 10,000, he still has an eye on it. He will never forget the days when he was penniless. Even if he has money, he will not waste it but spend it where it should be spent. Today's net profit is about 14,000 yuan, but the store is very busy, so I recruited 2 more people online, and then I also gave each employee in the store a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Su Ruoro nodded. The net profit of 14,000 yuan was indeed far beyond her imagination. He could only earn that much in half a month at Kyoto University. With this money, we don't have to touch any of our family savings. At this time, Shiaoi thought of Su Lingjin's hasty departure this morning, and asked, "Dad, is there any mission from the criminal police team?" "Why do you ask this?" Su Ruoro, "Dad, Shiaoi cares about you, I want to know too, just tell me." "Nothing, actually. There are a few perverted murders. Our police are monitoring them, but we suspect that the murderer has already left Kyoto." When she heard this, Su Ruoro finally let go of her worries. Because several years ago, Su Lingjin was shot and almost died in a perverted murder case. Then, there was another case where a batch of sick pigs flowed into the market. Many customers who bought pork from the North District Vegetable Market got food poisoning. Several people have even been admitted to the ICU, and one person has even been issued a critical illness notice. What? Hearing this, Su Ruoro's pupils shrank, and she quickly turned her gaze to her mother Qin Shueping. Mom, the pork you bought today, didn't it go to the North District Vegetable Market? How is that possible? Qin Shueping shook her head and continued, I bought this at the Genoa supermarket below the community. The meat in this supermarket is inspected layer by layer, so don't worry. Su Lingjun suddenly interrupted and said, the meat bought in Genoa supermarket may not be good. I advise you not to eat it. The swine flu in Kyoto is so serious recently, and many sick pigs have flowed into the market. What if you get sick from eating them? Especially since there are children at home, this meat cannot be eaten. Hearing this, Qin Shueping rolled her eyes at Su Lingjun and said, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you in such a hurry? This is Su Lingjun's personality. Qin Shueping is used to it, so she didn't say anything. Qin Shueping set her sights on Shiaoi. Shiaoi, have you had dinner tonight? Not yet. Qin Shueping was stunned. You haven't eaten yet, it's so late, how about I give you something to eat? Shiaoi was slightly stunned, then he thought that his mother-in-law should have said that she would cook noodles for him. It's all my fault for being too pure and allowing myself to have such wild thoughts. Without hesitation, he nodded, okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. It's not hard. Come, Sanbao, hold me. I'll go cook noodles for you. As she spoke, Qin Shueping handed over the 3 treasures. After feeling her father's hug, Sanbao Xiao Qin Shuai immediately started laughing. She stared at him eagerly and even wanted to reach out and touch his face. In fact, Shiaoi was really afraid that Xiao Qin Shuai and Xiao Ming Shuai would come up and give him a big slap. But it should be impossible. After all, she is just a little girl, how could she be as violent as Erbao? In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shueping cooked noodles for him. After dinner, Shiaoi carried the babies into the room. Qin Shueping and Su Lingjun did not leave today and stayed here directly. Shiaoi didn't know how good the sound insulation of the house was, so he didn't do anything with Su Ruoruo. The next day, early in the morning, Shiaoi stretched and before he finished brushing his teeth, the cell phone on the sink rang. Grandpa, your grandson called you. Shiaoi frowned. Who would call him at this time? I picked up the phone and saw the words Wang Wenjing scrolling on the screen. Wang Wenjing is the manager of Xiaolu Coffee. Why did she call him so early in the morning? After pressing the answer button, Wang Wenjing's somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. Oh no, boss. I just arrived at the store. I don't know what happened, but our store has no water. The water supply is cut off? Shiaoi was stunned. This shouldn't be the case. The businesses here have independent water meters and water meter switches. How could the water supply be cut off? Maybe someone closed the main water gate before leaving yesterday. Why don't you go and take a look? Boss, I checked the sluice gate in the room and it was indeed closed, but there is still no water after I opened it. Hearing this, Shiaoi said calmly, it's okay, there is still water in our water tank now, right? Not much. Then wait a minute. I'll pack my things and come over right away. Don't worry. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi muttered, someone is messing with me? Skirt, 419257295, details have been sent. Chapter 55, what is the use of having money? Do you have a strong relationship with me? Honey, who called you? Su Ruoruo suddenly came over, rubbing her eyes, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. Upon hearing this, Shiaoi said, it's the manager of Xiaolu Coffee. She has some things to arrange, so she asked me to go with her. Su Ruoruo was a little surprised when she heard that, because it was only 6:50 and the manager was already here? Are coffee shops so crowded nowadays that they open before 7 o'clock? Honey, are they opening so early? It's only what time now, is it already opening time? Su Ruoruo vaguely remembered that Shiaoi said the coffee shop would open at 8 in the morning. That time is when the most office workers are present. After hearing this, Shiaoi finally reacted. Yeah, it's only what time now, and someone has already gone to Xiaolu Coffee? Is Wang Wenjing working so hard? When he thought of this, Xiaoyi's heart tightened. In fact, it stands to reason that a job like that of a coffee shop manager has no future. The 6,000 yuan salary he offered Wang Wenjing was only 1,000 yuan more than that of an ordinary clerk. A salary of 6,000 is only 200 yuan a day, which is indeed not high in Kyoto. Only college students feel this kind of salary is high. Wang Wenjing is now 26 years old, a few months older than Su Ruoruo. She is so dedicated. He shook his head. The working hours are 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't know why she goes so early. She is really dedicated. Suruoro hummed, her eyes kind, well, then go over quickly. If there is something urgent to find you, don't keep me waiting too long. And husband, it's not easy to find such good employees, you have to treat them well. Don't worry, I know. At this time, Su Linjin and Qin Shueping had not yet gotten up, so he said, wife, I'll go over first. Let mom cook later. And don't forget to take care of the babies. Don't worry, just focus on your own business. It's already a full month, and I'm not completely handless. I can cook for myself. Babies will cry when they are hungry. Don't worry, I can handle it. Even if I can't, don't I still have my mother to help me? After hearing her words, Shiaoi felt that what Suruoro said made sense. She is not a 3-year-old child anymore, and she does care too much about it. If it were the old him, maybe he wouldn't care so much. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Shiaoi drove away and headed for Xiaolu Coffee on Jiangxia Road. Half an hour later. After parking the car, Shiaoi walked straight towards Xiaolu Coffee. At this time, Wang Wenjing was waiting for her at the door of Xiaolu Coffee, looking a little anxious. When she saw Shiaoi coming over, she hurriedly jogged over. Boss, you're finally here. What's wrong? Have you found the reason for the water outage? Found it. Wang Wenjing's face didn't look good. I just contacted the property management to check and found that our water meter was smashed. Because there is a controller inside, when the water meter is broken, the water supply will be automatically cut off. What? Shiaoi frowned when he heard this. He didn't do anything to offend anyone, but the water meter was smashed. Is there any surveillance? Have you adjusted it? Wang Wenjing shook her head. The property manager just checked and unfortunately the surveillance camera was broken. Broken? When hearing this, Shiaoi already had someone in his mind. He is not a fool. The person who will be most affected by opening Xiaolu Coffee is the one who smashed the water meter. It must be Wang Daohu. However, if you go to him without sufficient evidence, he will definitely not admit it. The most urgent thing is to repair the water meter first, then resume business in the store and wait for him to commit a crime next time and catch him in the act. Shiaoi asked, did the property management say when the water meter will be replaced? Well, they said we can change it before noon. In fact, the property management asked for 1,000 yuan for water meter repairs, but Wang Wenjing remembered that Shiaoi gave them a 1,000 yuan bonus last night, so she didn't say anything. Noon? Sure. But? Wang Wenjing suddenly lowered her head, but there will be a lot of people coming into the store at 8 o'clock. If the water meter breaks, our store's revenue will be much lower today. It's low, so be it. Shiaoi said indifferently, you can make money anytime. I'll ask someone to deliver a few barrels of purified water. There will be 2 new employees. Your task is to spend the whole morning teaching them how to make drinks. Is there any problem? When it comes to this, Wang Wenjing will definitely not refuse. She nodded heavily and saluted Shiaoi. Boss, I promise to complete the task. That's good. Shiaoi walked side by side with Wang Wenjing towards the Little Deer coffee shop. He asked, by the way, why did you come so early today? Didn't I say that we would be open at 8 o'clock? Wang Wenjing paused for a moment and said, Boss, I was thinking of preparing the ice cubes and organizing the items so that I can make coffee faster when the customers come. This. After hearing Wang Wenjing's words, Shiaoi felt that she was just like a very simple little girl. But he vaguely remembered that she was indeed not married, her education level was not high, and she was the type who could endure hardships. It is really not easy to meet such a responsible store manager. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wang. Oh, boss, this is what I should do. After entering the coffee shop, Wang Wenjing first poured him a glass of water, and then began to mop the floor and wipe the windows. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Shiaoi has already determined that she is an employee who is very worth training. Sister Wang, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go out for a walk. Oh, good boss. Wang Wenjing continued to be busy with her work. At the same time, Shiaoi came outside and stretched. Then he glanced at the coffee shop next door. Wang Daohu was not in the store, and there were only 2 employees inside at the time. This guy did such a wicked thing and I don't think he will be here anymore. At this time, there were already people on the street, and after seeing that Xiaolu Coffee was open, many people walked in. Wang Wenjing inside the store said helplessly, "Sorry, dear customers, the store is temporarily closed this morning. Please come back tomorrow." After hearing this, the customers left reluctantly. Some people directly skipped the shop next to Shiaoi, while others walked straight in. At the same time, there is a coffee shop next door to Xiaolu Coffee. Wang Daohu was watching the surveillance camera in the room inside. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw countless people coming out of Xiaolu Coffee and entering his coffee shop. "Ah, Shiaoi, you are still a little naive to fight with me. What's the use of having money? Do you have a strong relationship with me? Ha ha ha." Chapter 56 Boss, I know who damaged our water meter. 8 o'clock in the morning. The two new employees that Shiaoi recruited online yesterday have arrived at the store. One boy and one girl, they are both interns who have just graduated from their senior year and are the same age as Shiaoi. But the boy had a beard and looked to be in his 30s, and looked particularly mature. The store manager has already informed everyone that the water meter has been damaged. Although the employees in the store are angry, there is nothing they can do. They knew that someone must be deliberately causing trouble, but without evidence there was really nothing they could do. Shiaoi also went to the property management to inquire about the situation. The people in the property management said that someone was causing trouble here, and it seemed that there was competition from other business managers. But what puzzled Shiaoi was why the surveillance was broken. Even if it is broken, it should be repaired as soon as possible. The store staff spent the entire morning training two new employees. Because young people nowadays learn very quickly, the morning time is enough for them to learn how to make the drinks in the store. After lunch, Shiaoi bought a few barrels of purified water from outside, and the shop slowly opened for business. However, the property management did not keep its promise. The water meter was supposed to be repaired at 12 o'clock, but it was not repaired within the specified time. Instead, it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that it was barely repaired. The water flow was very small. Precisely because of the delay in water use, the store had very little turnover for the entire day. On the contrary, Wang Daohu's turnover next door has almost returned to normal. Time passed quickly, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening in a blink of an eye. Wang Wenjing has the habit of keeping accounts every day. After checking the accounts, she walked over in small steps. Boss, our store only sold more than 120 cups today, which is far less than yesterday." "It doesn't matter." Shiaoi forced a smile, "It's just for one day. We don't need this day's turnover. Two new employees came today. Let's just train them. We can officially open for business tomorrow." Okay. Shiaoi said to everyone, "Okay everyone, just take a break today. We will be back to business tomorrow. You can go home after get off work, have a good rest, and prepare for tomorrow." After hearing this, the employees changed their clothes and left one by one. "Goodbye, boss. See you tomorrow, boss. See you tomorrow." Shiaoi smiled and waved at them. Soon, Wang Wenjing was the only one left in the store. As the store manager, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she put the cups and other things needed for tomorrow on the shelf, and then added purified water to the ice machine in case the water supply was cut off again. She also poured the water into the bucket. Seeing her carrying the buckets, Shiaoi couldn't help but step forward to help her. "Sister Wang, you don't have to work so hard. The water will not be cut off here tomorrow. In fact, there is no need to prepare buckets." Hearing this, Wang Wenjing lifted her bangs and smiled faintly. "It's better to be safe than sorry. With this water, we can handle it if the water is cut off again tomorrow. This can also increase your turnover. After all, you are also supporting us employees, and we can't let you lose money." "Thank you, Sister Wang. Let me help you." "Okay, boss, we can do it faster if we two work together." The two people worked in an orderly manner, filling the water into the water storage tank. It took them more than 20 minutes to finish the task. Wang Wenjing's body was soaked with sweat, her hair stuck tightly to her forehead, and she looked a little disheveled. When Shiaoi saw her like this, he felt a little bit sorry for her. "Sister Wang, you've worked really hard today. Boss, this is what I should do. Do you have anything else to do?" Shiaoi quickly shook his head. "Without Sister Wang, you can just get off work. By the way, you don't need to come so early tomorrow morning. We have already prepared everything. You should have a good rest at night." "Yeah, okay." She didn't refuse and left soon. After everyone left, Shiaoi shook his head slightly and left. 2 hours later. There are very few people on Jiangxia Road. Even Kyoto has become quiet. Of course, there are still many cars speeding on the road. At 12 o'clock midnight, at the Shiaoi coffee shop, an electric bike came to a halt, wobbling. The rolling door of the coffee shop was suddenly opened, and then someone skillfully opened the glass door and turned on the lights in the room. Wang Wenjing entered the room and opened the sluice gate, then returned to the front desk. After making sure there was still water, she got up and left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Daohu was walking side by side with a man named Lu Fugui. They had just finished eating at a food stall. "Brother Lu, I am so grateful to you today. If it weren't for your help, my store wouldn't have had a turnover of nearly 3,000 today. This is a little gift from me. I will have to rely on you to take care of me in Kyoto from now on." Wang Daohu took out a red envelope from his pocket. After receiving the red envelope, Lu Fugui nodded with satisfaction. He took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and said, "Don't worry, that Shiaoi coffee will not be able to steal your business in the future. I'm in charge of the surveillance. We'll tamper with it later. Just say the water meter's fuse is broken. Tomorrow they will have to pay another 1,000 yuan to repair the water meter. If I delay a little longer, you can make another day's profit. And I've already contacted a travel agency and will be passing by here soon. I'll help you get more business then." Hearing this, Wang Daohu's eyes widened immediately. "Oh, thank you, Brother Lu. It's just a small matter. I'm the property manager here. Don't worry, I'll be there to protect you on Jiangxia Road." "Okay, ha 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 ha." Wang Daohu was in a very good mood. Yes, it was he who did it last night. Now that he has the protection of the property management, it is difficult for ordinary people to find out that it was he who did it. Besides, the police generally don't care about this matter. What if the quality of the water meter is not good? He is not afraid even if Shiaoi calls the police or something. Soon, Wang Daohu and Lu Fugui came to the direction of the passage leading to the water meter box. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the passage door. However, next to the passage door, there was a beggar lying and sleeping. "Fuck, why is there a person lying here?" Wang Daohu was a little surprised, but the voice-controlled lights on this side of the passage had long been broken and the light outside was insufficient, so they couldn't see clearly who this person was. Lu Fugui said as if he was not surprised, "He is a beggar. Homeless people often sleep here. At least he can avoid the rain. Don't worry about him. Let's finish our work and go to the club to have some fun." When he said this, Wang Daohu looked greedy, and without any hesitation, he opened the door and walked in. After the two people went in, Wang Wenjing slowly stood up. She looked at the half-open door and called Shiaoi without hesitation. "Boss, I know who damaged our water meter." Chapter 57. Wang Daohu beats up Sister Wang. What? After receiving a call from Wang Wenjing, Shiaoi suddenly sat up from the bed. He checked the time on his phone. It was 12:30 in the evening. "Sister Wang, what's going on? How did you know? Where are you now?" Shiaoi was extremely surprised when he heard the news. It was already 12:30 in the evening. Could it be that Sister Wang hadn't left yet? "Boss, What the hell are you doing, bitch? Who the hell are you calling?" Bang. Ah. Beep, beep. Wang Daohu's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Shiaoi thought to himself that something was wrong and simply grabbed the pants beside him and put them on. Su Ruoroa was awakened by Xiaoyi's actions. She asked dazedly, "What's wrong, husband? Who would call you so late?" "Nothing, I have something to do and need to go out for a while, you just go to sleep first." Su Ruoroa didn't think much about it, maybe because she was still sleepy, she just responded and laid down on the bed and continued to sleep. After getting dressed, Shiaoi left the bedroom with messy hair. When he opened the door, he found Su Lingjun standing at the door with a tired look on his face, holding the key in his hand, and seemed ready to open the door. Because he walked in a hurry, he almost kissed Su Lingjun on the mouth. "Dad?" Shiaoi looked confused, and so was Su Lingjun. "What are you doing so late at night, kid? It's just right that you're back. Come on, I'll help you get some more sales." After saying that, Shiaoi took Su Lingjun's hand and walked towards the elevator. "No, what's going on? Where are you taking me?" "Dear coffee. Son-in-law, I'm going back to sleep. I don't drink coffee. What do you want to do? You don't want me to sleep, right? I'll tell you on the way." Shiaoi pulled his father-in-law into the elevator, arrived at the underground parking lot, and drove the Porsche 911 towards Shiaolu Coffee on Jiangxia Road. On the way, Shiaoi briefly told Su Lingjun about the situation of Shiaolu Coffee today, and told him about Wang Daohu and Wang Wenjing, as well as the call Wang Wenjing had just made to him. After listening to Xiaoyi's words, Su Lin was shocked and said, "So that's how it is. Wang Daohu's interference with your store has violated the commercial law, and he has interfered with the store's operations again and again. You can sue him. In commercial law, if there is evidence that he has affected your store's business, you can ask for compensation. As for him beating people, that's even more lawless. Don't worry, he will definitely be in trouble with me here." After hearing Su Lingjun's words, Shiaoi smiled slightly. This is also the reason why he brought his father with him. My father-in-law is the captain of the criminal police brigade. With him standing there, Wang Daohu probably wouldn't dare to say a word. "You stinky bitch, I'm really giving you face. Tell me, who did you just call?" In the passage just now, Wang Daohu was staring ferociously at Wang Wenjing, who was lying on the ground. Just after he went in, he remembered that his ID card was still in the coffee shop, so he asked Lu Fugue to break Xiaoyi's water meter himself and go get his ID card. But who would have thought that there was someone at the door, and he was an employee of Shiaolu Coffee. Still on the phone. He dared to fight because there was no one here. He had a hot temper to begin with, so he didn't think about the consequences and attacked a girl directly. Of course, he also looked down on those who worked for others. In his eyes, such people were at the bottom of society. Even if there are any injuries, just pay some money. It can even be solved through the back door. Lu Fugue said that he knew someone in the police station. At this moment, Wang Wenjing felt her brain went blank. She had just been slapped on the ear by Wang Daohu, and now she could hear nothing in her right ear. A girl can never be a match for a man. She can only lie on the ground helplessly and cry silently. Seeing that Wang Wenjing hadn't spoken, the flesh on Wang Daohu's face became even more ferocious. He stared fiercely at the woman in front of him, telling, "Have you informed Shiaoi? I tell you, it's no use even if you tell him. Don't you know who is in charge of this area? Whoever I want to operate will operate, and whoever I don't want to operate will have to close down. Did you hear what I said? Speak to me." Wang Daohu stepped directly on Wang Wenjing's wrist. Wang Wenjing felt the pain and couldn't help but scream. "Ah! Stop it!" At this time, Shiaoi and Su Lingjun had already arrived. Su Lingjun even had a gun in his hand. The captain of the criminal police team can carry a gun at any time. Hearing the voice, Wang Daohu suddenly raised his head. "Who is it?" Because the light was dim, he only saw two figures at the door but couldn't see who they were. "I, your mortal enemy." Xiaoyi's voice rang out in the room. Wang Daohu couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. "I thought it was someone else. This bitch really called you." "Xiaoi, I tell you, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. If you know what's good for you, just close this store and let me." "Shut up." Shiaoi interrupted him directly. After seeing Sister Wang lying on the ground, he clenched his fist and punched Wang Daohu in the nose. "You." Wang Daohu was about to speak again, but Shiaoi found the right moment and hit him in the balls with his knee, giving him a double kill. "Ah!" Wang Daohu's screams were heard in the room. Shiaoi took the opportunity to help Sister Wang, who was lying on the ground, up, and then Su Lingjun also took out a pair of silver handcuffs and handcuffed them on his wrists. It was not until Su Lingjun was brought outside that he realized that Shiaoi had actually brought a policeman with him. "This. Sister Wang, are you okay?" Sister Wang's nose was already bleeding, and she was even a little unconscious, but her eyes were fixed on the door of the passage she had just entered. Her voice trembled. There is another person inside. His accomplice." Hearing this, Shiaoi set his sights in the passage. "Dad, wait here for a moment. Let me take care of the people inside." Su Lingjun didn't say much. He had seen Xiaoyi's skills and knew he would have no problem dealing with a gangster. At the same time, Wang Daohu was confused. He didn't care about his exploded eggs and widened his eyes. What did Shiaoi just shout at the policeman? "Dad? Damn it!" He felt a chill in his heart. This policeman probably didn't hold a high position, right? If there was a job, wouldn't he be doomed? At the same time, Shiaoi had already walked towards the water meter room. This passage was extremely dark, so dark that you could hardly see your hand in front of you. But he had been here once before, and soon, Shiaoi entered the water meter room. Lu Fugue inside was holding his mobile phone and shining it at the water meter of Shiaoi's shop, and was making some moves. After hearing the footsteps behind him, he said, "Brother Wang, don't worry, I'll be done soon, hee." Chapter 58. Is this the world of the living or the world of the dead? Brother? Who is your brother? Shiaoi walked in with a smile on his face. Lu Fugue was also startled when he heard the wrong sound. As the property manager of this street, it is impossible for him not to know Shiaoi. He often saw Shiaoi when he was inspecting procedures and shops some time ago. Even saw him today. A streak of sweat ran down Lu Fugue's forehead. Could it be that Shiaoi knew that he was the one behind this? In other words, Shiaoi didn't see Wang Daolong when he came over? I came here just by chance, and I didn't know? Lu Fugue's brain was working rapidly. He said with a smile, "Oh, it's Shiaoi. Didn't someone break your water meter last night? I was afraid something like this would happen again, so I came to check it out." Good fellow. Shiaoi pretended to be surprised. "Did you find anything?" "No. The water meter is fine, you can just go back first." "Don't worry, with our property management, this kind of thing will definitely not happen again." Shiaoi glanced at the water meter out of the corner of his eye and said calmly, "But I just checked in the store, there is no water." "What?" Lu Fugue also pretended to be surprised. "That shouldn't be the case. Let me take another look." As he spoke, he began to look at the water meter in Shiaoi's shop. "Oh my, there really is a problem. Our water meters are all powered on. The fuse must have burned out." Shiaoi was stunned. "Didn't we just replace this water meter today? How could the quality be so poor?" Lu Fugue said calmly, "There's nothing we can do. The things we bring to the project nowadays are not very good. It's okay. Just go back and rest assured. I will definitely be able to fix it for you. In order to allow you to open for business tomorrow, I am willing to repair it until dawn." "Good guy, thank you, Brother Lu. It is our obligation to serve every owner. Just go back first. I guarantee you will have water tomorrow." Looking at Lu Fugue's solemn promise, Shiaoi couldn't help but shrug. If he didn't know that Lu Fugue and Wang Daowu were in the same group, after hearing what he said, Shiaoi really wanted to give him a flag. "Okay, stop pretending." Xiaoyi's face turned gloomy. "I have already controlled Wang Fugue outside. You are in cahoots with him, right?" What did you say?" Why can't Shiaoi understand? Lu Fugue is now in his 40s and is definitely no match for Shiaoi. He could only pretend he knew nothing. "Come on, follow me out and take a look and you'll know." He grabbed Lu Fugue by the collar and dragged him out. Because Shiaoi had a strong arm, his enormous strength made Lu Fugue dare not resist at all. Soon, Shiaoi dragged Lu Fugue outside. Wang Daowu was still lying on the ground, covering his lower body and twitching, while an ambulance was driving over not far away. Wang Wenjing was seriously injured, so he called 120 immediately. "Is there anything else you want to say?" "This." Seeing this, Lu Fugue knew that he had to deny it. He immediately said, "No, I don't know him." "What's going on?" "I really don't know anything." "I don't know." "Even if you don't know, you have to come back with me first." Su Lingjin took out a pair of silver bracelets and handcuffed him directly. "No, officer, why did you handcuff me? I didn't do anything. I really don't know him." Su Lingjin rolled his eyes at Lu Fugue and turned back to interrogate the two of them separately. Because Wang Daowu's eggs were exploded, he had no intention of paying attention to Lu Fugue at this time, let alone communicating with him. Soon, the medical staff lifted Wang Wenjing onto a stretcher and then into the ambulance. Wang Daowu, who was lying on the ground, gnashed his teeth and said, "Hey, I'm injured too, help me." "Okay, stop screaming. I'm calling an ambulance for you." Su Lingjin couldn't help but glance at Shiaoi. This son-in-law is so cruel. Just fuck the other person's balls, his lower body may not be able to. Thinking of this, Su Lingjin took a breath. Fortunately, he was at the scene and Shiaoi was just acting in self-defense. "Dad, I'll leave Wang Daowu and Lu Fugue to you. Sister Wang is seriously injured, so I'll follow the ambulance to check on her condition." "Well, go ahead. Wang Wenjing is his employee after all. Shiaoi will definitely take full responsibility for what happened today." Soon, he accompanied the doctors and nurses into the ambulance. Wang Wenjing in the car had her eyes closed, and it was unclear whether she was asleep or fainted. Looking at her thin figure, Shiaoi let out a long sigh. At 1:10 in the morning, Wang Wenjing was successfully sent to Kyoto Third People's Hospital. Next, various inspections are carried out. Shiaoi directly prepaid 10,000 yuan for her examination fee and worked until 4 in the morning before Wang Wenjing was transferred to the ward. He entered the consulting room with Wang Wenjing's test results. After reading the results, the doctor frowned. Was she beaten? Shiaoi nodded silently. The right eardrum is perforated, there is a fracture in the right rib of the chest, there is also a fracture in the left arm, and there are some skin injuries on the body, which are relatively serious. Hearing this, Shiaoi nodded and continued to ask, if we want to assess the injury, based on your experience, what level of disability do you estimate it is? The doctor replied, I can only give you a vague range, because there may be some complications later, such as concussion and other hidden diseases. If we only look at the extent of the injury now, it's probably a second-degree minor injury. Okay, thank you, doctor. Shiaoi nodded slightly, and the doctor waved his hand, you're welcome. We will come up with a treatment plan after the ward rounds at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you hit someone, we can do a disability assessment, and then we can sue the person who hit him. Shiaoi sighed, took some medicine from the window, and returned to the ward. Looking at Wang Wenjing lying on the hospital bed, his expression was complicated. He couldn't understand why Sister Wang was so dedicated and why she went there so late to wait for someone to come to her, and most importantly, she actually ran into him. When he thought of Wang Daowu again, Shiaoi clenched his fists tightly. Just at this moment, Wang Wenjing's hand suddenly moved, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Her vision gradually became clear, and when Wang Wenjing saw Shiaoi taking care of her, she looked a little flustered. She tried to move her body, but Shiaoi hurriedly said, Sister Wang, don't move. Boss. Wang Wenjing looked around and asked, is this the world of the living or the underworld? Shiaoi was confused, Sister Wang, what are you talking about? We are in the hospital now. Don't worry, you are safe. But don't move. Your injuries are quite serious. We will actively cooperate with the treatment. No, I do not. Sister Wang suddenly shook her head violently, I don't have money. I don't have money to treat my illness. Chapter 59, Minimally Invasive Surgery for Wang Daowu. Boss, I'm fine. I don't want to be hospitalized. I want to go home. Please let me go. Please. Seeing Sister Wang's expression, Shiaoi hurriedly said, Sister Wang, the treatment is free. You don't have to spend any money. It won't cost you any money. Seeing her so anxious, Shiaoi became even more puzzled. In just 2 days, her performance was simply excellent. She was very capable and her attitude towards the store was very good. Could it be that the reason why she is so capable is because she has some difficulties? When he thought of this, Shiaoi felt that what he had thought was probably correct. Seeing Wang Wenjing's aggrieved look, Shiaoi continued to comfort her, Sister Wang, you also know that my father is the captain of the criminal police team. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for the matter of Wang Daowu. Are you feeling unwell? No. Boss, I'm fine. Of course, Wang Wenjing just said this sentence while trying to hold back, because her right ear could no longer hear. There are varying degrees of pain in the chest and arms. Thinking of her child who was still in the hospital, she couldn't help but say, Boss. Sister Wang looked like she was worried, so Shiaoi asked, what's wrong? Just tell me if you have anything to say. Boss, Looking at her hesitation, Shiaoi was also confused. What is going on? You say. How long will it take for me to be discharged from the hospital? My chest hurts, is it broken? It is true that you have a broken bone, but don't worry, I will take care of the medical expenses, and I will pay you your salary as usual. Wang Daowu will also compensate you for the lost wages and other things later. Just rest assured and recover from your injuries. No. Sister Wang shook her head firmly, and then said softly, Boss, actually, I lied to you. Shiaoi immediately turned his gaze to her. At this moment, Sister Wang lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake, actually, I'm married. Shiaoi was stunned. During the interview, Sister Wang's resume stated that she was unmarried. Think about it, she is already 26, it is normal for her to get married. Then, just give your husband a call. It's so late now. Just tell him what happened. My husband passed away 5 years ago. Hearing this, Shiaoi looked incredulous. Sister Wang continued, he was a truck driver. He had an accident while driving a long distance. My husband and I have a child who is 5 years old this year. Boss, please help me. My child was diagnosed with leukemia when he was 3 years old. I have no way to help him. He's still in the hospital now. If he can't see me, he'll cry. Wang Wenjing's words completely overturned Xiaoyi's cognition. What the hell? Diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 3? This. 2 hot tears flowed down Sister Wang's cheeks. My husband died when someone rear-ended him. We received less than 1 million yuan in compensation, but our family savings have almost been used up in the past 2 years because of our child's illness. I don't know what to do next. The child is so young, I can't bear to watch him die. He is my son, boss. I have no ability and no education, I can only beg you. Could you please save my son, boss? If you do, I'll be willing to work like a slave for you in my next life. Please. Sister Wang gave up her dignity and pleaded with Shiaoi. But she also felt a little regretful. Shiaoi is also an ordinary person. How much can he do to help his son? And will this disturb her life? Looking at Sister Wang, who was crying very sadly, Shiaoi was about to speak when the system voice appeared. The system will treat every kind person well. Please help your employees, and the system will reimburse the expenses during the period. Hearing the voice of the system, Shiaoi couldn't help but smile. Even if there is no system, he will help. For him, why not spend some money and save a family? Don't worry, Sister Wang, I will find a way. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Sister Wang didn't care about her injuries and kept thanking me. At this moment, Shiaoi felt as if there was a stone in his chest, blocking it. He comforted her, Sister Wang, which hospital is your son in now? In the inpatient department of Kyoto Changhong Hospital, 13th floor, room 23. Okay. Shiaoi nodded, I'll have someone bring him in for treatment. Boss, I don't want my kids to see me like this. He is very sensible. Even though I have to work 2 jobs at the same time, he never cries or makes a fuss. The other patients in the ward will help me take care of him. I'll be satisfied if you can visit him occasionally. Also, just tell Bebe that Mom is at work. He'll understand. Don't worry, no problem. Shiaoi nodded slightly. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Take a rest first. Through this incident, Shiaoi has learned the reason why Sister Wang works so hard. Everything is for her children. Perhaps because she was too tired, Sister Wang quickly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shiaoi left the ward, took out his mobile phone and called his father. Soon, Su Lingjun answered the phone. Dad, how are you doing? Su Lingjun replied, Wang Daohu has been sent to the hospital. My colleagues are taking care of him there. Lu Fugue has also been detained. We will interrogate him after daybreak. Son-in-law, how are your employees' injuries? 2 fractures and a perforated eardrum. She just woke up and has no problem communicating. She is relatively lucid. Let's do an injury assessment tomorrow. It was all Wang Daohu who beat us up. We can ask him to pay compensation later. Su Lingjun was clearly in a bad mood on the phone. He said, then I won't bother you, Dad. Go and get some rest. I don't think I can go back today. I'll sleep in the hospital later. Okay, call me if you have anything. At the same time. Operating room of Kyoto Third People's Hospital. Wang Daohu was lying on the operating table, wailing, fuck, what are you doing? I'm fine. The doctor prepared the anesthetic, your 2 big treasures have been crushed. They must be taken out in time. Don't worry, the operation is very simple and it will be over soon. No. Wang Daohu struggled desperately. Without his testicles, he would never have children. You may not even be able to stand up. No, I'm fine, don't. The doctor ignored him, took out the needle and stabbed him. The operating room was accompanied by Wang Daohu's screams. Chapter 60 Wang Daohu confessed directly. 4,000 words. Half an hour later. Wang Daohu's 2 testicles were placed on a metal plate on the operating table. The surgeon sighed. As a sperm-producing baby, Wang Daohu would probably never have children in the future. However, he also heard that Wang Daohu was a criminal suspect. People like this deserve it. The surgeon said to his subordinates, after suturing the incision, bandage it. He will be sent to the police station for questioning. Make sure the wound doesn't get infected tomorrow. What about the day after tomorrow? The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, at the Silatan Criminal Police Team in Kyoto. Su Lingjun and his colleagues, who had just woken up, took Lu Fuguei into the interrogation room. After securing Lu Fuguei to the chair, Su Lingjun and Zhang Song sat on the chairs opposite him. Because this case concerned his son-in-law, it was personally interrogated by two generals, Su Lingjun and Zhang Song. The camera on the side had already started working. Su Lingjunba put his hands on the table, looked at Lu Fuguei in front of him, and said lightly, "You'd better not play tricks on me. Whatever I ask you, you should give me a truthful answer. Officer, I have always cooperated with you. Just ask me, I will answer truthfully." Su Lingjun asked coldly, "What is your relationship with Wang Daohu?" Lu Fuguei answered without thinking, "He opened a coffee shop in a store on Jiangxia Road, next to Shiaoi Coffee. I'm a property staff member, so we usually have contact, so we became friends." "Then what were you doing with Wang Daohu so late last night?" "We went to have a barbecue, and then he told me someone had recently vandalized the water meter at Shiaoi's store. We went over to check it out of kindness to prevent it from happening again." Hearing this, Su Lingjun couldn't help but grin. What a good intention. Su Lingjun obviously didn't believe what he said. Then why did Wang Daohu hit someone? "I don't know about that." Lu Fuguei shook his head heavily. "Officer, I am a 5-star good citizen. I have done nothing wrong. I have an 80-year-old mother at home who is waiting for me to take care of her. Do you have any other questions? If not, please let me go." "Don't worry, you'll be out soon. We'll interrogate Wang Daohu later." Lu Fuguei said, "Actually, officer, well, I have a good friend who is a police officer in Shaoyin district. You two are half colleagues, so?" Hearing this, Su Lingjun was stunned at first, then said, "Oh, so he is one of us. Oh, you should have told me earlier." Zhang Song on the side? What's going on? Seeing Su Lingjun's attitude, Lu Fuguei became even more presumptuous. "He is Yang Wu from the 3rd Bureau, you should know him, ha ha ha." "Yes, I definitely know him. Yang Wu, right? What's your relationship?" "He is my uncle's son, and we have a very good relationship, ha ha ha. I'll treat you two to a drink some other day." No problem, no problem." Zhang Song on the side chuckled. He finally understood why Su Lingjun said that. He is setting a trap for Lu Fuguei. I didn't expect Lu Fuguei to say Yang Wu's name so quickly. We are enforcing the law now, there is no way Su Lingjun can cover up for him. The DV camera next to it is recording a video. Lu Fuguei always smiled and said, "Since we are all family, then, officer, can you help me untie the silver bracelet? It's pinching my wrist and it hurts." At this time, Su Lingjun took out his mobile phone, searched for a while, and called the other party. "Hello, I'm the captain of the Silatan Criminal Police Team. Officer Yang Wu from your department is suspected of harboring a criminal. Please investigate. The results of the investigation must be returned to me within 15 days. I'll send you the evidence later." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, Captain Su." Hearing this, Lu Fuguei felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? Captain of the criminal police team? This. Lu Fuguei could never have imagined that the person interrogating him was the captain of the criminal police team. Did he think he was just an ordinary police officer? This. The word danger appeared above Lu Fuguei's head. Su Lingjun smiled slightly, said no more nonsense, and quickly left the interrogation room. Half an hour later, a police car stopped in front of the criminal police team. Wang Daohu, wearing a silver bracelet, was forced in by two policemen. Hiss. It hurts so much, my wound still hurts, can you please be gentler? Stop talking nonsense and follow us. Not long after, a policeman knocked on the door of Su Lingjun's office. Captain, Wang Daohu has been sent back and is now in the interrogation room. Su Lingjun put down the teacup in his hand and said, "Notify Captain Zhang, we will interrogate him together." Yes. 10 minutes later. Su Lingjun and Zhang Song entered another interrogation room. This interrogation room had no windows and was extremely dark, with only a yellow tungsten filament lamp emitting a faint light. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Wang Daohu sat on the interrogation chair with his legs shaking. The tearing pain almost made him faint, and at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was opened. Crack! Su Lingjin and Zhang Song walked in together, set up the DV camera on a tripod, and then sat on it. Wang Dawu, how are you? You? Wang Dawu's arms were shaking. He snorted, Shiaoi kicked me, and kicked me so hard. You should have caught him. It shouldn't be me sitting here. It should be him. He was extremely emotional, and Wang Dawu had even sworn in his heart that he would kill Shiaoi as soon as he got out. Don't you have any idea why he kicked you? Okay, let me ask you, why did you go to Jianxia Road last night? This is the process of interrogation. The more detailed the better. Wang Dawu snorted when he heard this, Humph, that's my coffee shop. I'm the water meter inside. Can't I go check it out? Aren't you police officers meddling in too many matters? You're meddling in this and that, but you don't arrest people, right? Su Lingjin's expression remained calm. He continued, then tell me, why did you hit someone yesterday? The water meter in Xiaoyi's shop was damaged. I'm afraid someone might mess with me too. I'm going to take a look. That woman was sneaking around there. I felt she was the culprit who damaged the water meter. I was just protecting myself. Ha! Zhang Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. She is a girl, and an employee of Xiaoyi's shop. Don't you know her? I don't know him. Wang Dawu insisted. Okay, then let me ask you, do you know how hard you hit someone? It's none of your business how cruel she is. I will pay for her medical expenses. Why, are you going to send me to jail? Perforated eardrum, moderate concussion, broken ribs, fractured arm, more than a dozen wounds on the body. These are the cases in the hospital, you can take a look. After saying that, Zhang Song threw the documents of Wang Wenjing's examination in the hospital on the interrogation chair. When he heard this, Wang Dawu broke out in a cold sweat. He understood the law and knew that if Wang Wenjing was sentenced to minor injuries, he would face imprisonment if he did not obtain her forgiveness. He was the one who started the trouble first. But do you have evidence? Wang Dawu was speechless after being blocked by Su Lingjin. There was nothing he could do as he was in the wrong. Now he placed all his hopes on the relationship with Lu Fugue. I hope that guy Lu Fugue is more reliable and I can use my connections to get him out. No matter how much money you give him, he will be willing to do it. Su Lingjin raised his head and stared at Wang Dawu. You should know Wang Debiao, right? When he heard this name, Wang Dawu's pupils shrank. Wang Debiao is from the same village as him and is considered a good brother to him. He also raises pigs. Recently, either all the pigs died due to swine flu, or he asked Wang Debiao to help him bypass market inspection and enter the market. Seeing Wang Dawu's expression, Su Lingjin couldn't help but smile, and then said, I have checked your information. Your family raises pigs, but all the pigs in your family died of swine flu this year. Then you found Wang Debiao and sold all your dead pigs to the market, right? Wang Dawu's heart beat faster and faster. He didn't expect that Su Lingjin knew all these things. I don't know. Who would have thought that at this time, Su Lingjin directly opened a laptop and opened a video. This video is the evidence of your collusion with Wang Debiao. Wang Debiao has been controlled by other police stations. As far as I know, you sold more than 200 sick pigs to the market. Recently, a large number of residents in Kyoto have suffered from food poisoning after eating sick pork, and one person has even died. I hope what I hear next is not a lie. Answer truthfully and we will show leniency. Su Lingjin's tone was full of majesty, and this scene frightened Wang Dawu so much that he started shaking all over. His parents are still in hospital. What would they think if they found out that he had been sentenced? Su Lingjin didn't waste any words. Shiaoi is my son. Let me ask you again, did the water outage in his store yesterday have anything to do with you? Wang Dawu was already wilting at this time. He slowly lowered his head and confessed everything. I asked the property management to do it. I have a good relationship with Lu Fugue from the property management. Xiaoyi's little dear coffee stole my business, so I had evil thoughts. I bribed Lu Fugue with 2,000 yuan, and he said he could get rid of Shiaoi. Zhang Song, who was beside Su Lingjin, had been taking notes. After hearing Wang Dawu's words, he asked, Why did you hit someone? I didn't know that the Xiaolu coffee shop was waiting for her. After I saw her call Shiaoi, I panicked and then I started a fight. Officer, I was wrong. This is all my fault, I will never do this again. I will compensate Shiaoi with 1 day's turnover, and I will also compensate the people I beat up. Please let me go and don't send me to jail, please. Looking at Wang Daohu's pleading look, Su Lingjun did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. When he checked Wang Daohu's information, he found that this guy had a criminal record and had even been in prison for several months 5 years ago. Do you think it's possible? What awaits you will be severe punishment by law. On the other side, Shiaoi and Wang Wenjing had already completed the injury assessment. Shiaoi pushed the wheelchair and, with the help of the nurse, sent Wang Wenjing to the hospital bed. Sister Wang, have a good rest. I'm going to call my dad and ask him how he's handling this matter. Yeah. Wang Wenjing nodded slightly. She didn't care about the injuries on her body. What she was most worried about at this moment was the children in the hospital. Although the child is very obedient, he will probably cry if he doesn't see her when he opens his eyes today. Sister Wang, you should have a good rest and recover quietly. I will go to the hospital to see your baby later and arrange for his follow-up treatment. Okay, thank you, boss. No need to thank Sister Wang, this is what I should do. Shiaoi left the ward, came to the end of the hospital corridor, and then called his father Su Lingjun. Soon, the call was connected, and Su Lingjun said on the other end of the phone, "Hello, son-in-law, are the results of your employee's injury assessment out?" Well, Dad, because there was a slight concussion, the result was a second-degree minor injury. It was a second-degree minor injury. If Wang Daohu does not obtain Wang Wenjing's forgiveness, he will face a prison sentence of less than 3 years. Of course, because he had a criminal record, he also released sick pigs into the market and used unfair means to compete with coffee shops. With all these crimes added together, it would be no problem for Wang Daohu to be sentenced to 4 or 5 years. Anyway, it will be difficult for Shiaoi to see Wang Daohu again in a short period of time. After hearing Shiaoi's words, Su Lingjun was not surprised. He had experienced many similar things. Okay, if you have time, send me the documents, and then we will sue Wang Daohu directly and make him pay compensation according to Chinese regulations. Okay, Dad. I'll send it to you this afternoon. By the way, have Wang Daohu and Lu Fugue confessed? Well, Wang Daohu has confessed, and Lu Fugue is almost there too. We have sufficient evidence now, but Lu Fugue will be detained for a few days at most. He hasn't caused any trouble, so he won't be sentenced. However, he will definitely lose his job in property management, so don't worry, son. Hearing this, Shiaoi couldn't help but smile. Okay, then I'll send it to you this afternoon, and then wait for your news later. Good. He chatted with his father-in-law for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Shiaoi returned to the ward and told Wang Wenjing the news. After hearing it, Wang Wenjing thanked him again and again. After chatting with her for a few more minutes, he left the hospital. After all, I still have to go and see Sister Wang's son. Her son, Feng Beibei, is being treated at Kyoto Changhon Hospital. Shiaoi's purpose of going there was very simple, which was to tell him about her mother's situation. Of course, she didn't say that she was injured, but that she was making money outside and buying a lot of toys for Beibei. Secondly, we need to understand his condition and see if we can find suitable bone marrow, or hematopoietic stem cells. Half an hour later, Shiaoi parked the car in the parking lot of Kyoto Changhon Hospital and walked towards the inpatient department. Chapter 61. Uncle takes Beibei to dinner. Wang Wenjing gave him the building number where her son was hospitalized in advance. According to the address given by Wang Wenjing, Shiaoi came to Ward 23 on the 13th floor of the inpatient department. This is a ward dedicated to leukemia, and all the people living there are patients with leukemia. Wang Wenjing had already contacted Feng Beibei and the clinical staff of the ward in advance, so there was no problem in going in. He was holding some snacks, milk, and 2 toys that Sister Wang said he liked very much. Standing at the door, he knocked gently on the door of the ward and said, "Excuse me, is little Feng Beibei here?" After hearing his voice, the 2 children wearing masks inside looked over at the same time. They all wore masks, had shaved heads and had hospital logos on their wrists. They should all be leukemia patients. Are you the Uncle Shiaoi that Mom mentioned? One of the children looked at him eagerly. Hearing this, Shiaoi walked in directly. Yes, you are Feng Beibei, right? Feng Beibei nodded heavily, and then continued, Uncle, where did my mother go? Why didn't I see her after I woke up today? Shiaoi took out his favorite toy and said, This is the toy your mother bought for you. She went out to earn money to buy delicious food and toys for Beibei. Wow! When Fong Bebe saw Kuan Kuan with a middle-parted hairstyle, his eyes immediately lit up and he said excitedly, "It's Bebe's favorite little Kuan Kuan, who can also play basketball." Seeing how excited he was, Shiaoi couldn't help feeling a little distressed. At such a young age, he may not realize how serious his condition is. Her body was a little swollen. He only knew that leukemia required hemodialysis. Perhaps this was a side effect of dialysis. However, Bebe, who was only 5 years old, was indeed very optimistic at this time. All the liveliness that a child should have was reflected in him, and he was indeed very obedient. There are only 2 beds in this room. The patient in the other bed looks older than Bebe. Because she is wearing a little skirt, it can be concluded that she is a little girl. Wang Wenjing had already explained to the little girl's mother on the phone that the girl had been slightly injured and might not be able to make it in the near future, so she asked her to help take care of Bebe. They met each other through a patient group and have known each other for more than a year. They often help each other, so they trust each other very much. "Bebe, it's almost noon. Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you to eat at noon?" "Really, uncle?" When hearing this, Fong Bebe looked up at him. Because he was sick and his mother was the only one taking care of him, the food he ate was not very good. "Of course it's true." Shiaoi glanced at the little girl who was playing with him in the clinic. Since they were not familiar with each other, he might not be able to take her with him. At this time, Fong Bebe said, "Uncle, did you buy those snacks for Bebe?" "Wenwen is my best friend, can I share the snacks with Wenwen?" When hearing this, Shiaoi couldn't help but sigh. Bebe is really sensible. He nodded gently, "Of course, you can give all these to your good friends, and Uncle will buy more for you later, okay?" "Okay, thank you Uncle." Fong Bebe directly shared the snacks that Shiaoi bought for him. "Sister Wenwen, my uncle and I are going out to eat, you can just eat these snacks." Upon hearing this, the little girl named Wenwen suddenly stopped talking. Because she was young, and maybe it was because Shiaoi came in, the little girl named Wenwen didn't say a word after he came in. Soon, Shiaoi took Fong Bebe out of the ward, but he still went to the nurse's station to explain his purpose before Shiaoi successfully took Fong Bebe out. He is young and needs to wear a baseball cap when he goes out. After arriving at a street near the hospital, Shiaoi looked at the dazzling array of shops and asked Fong Bebe, "Bebe, tell Uncle what you want to eat and I will take you there." Bebe wants to eat seafood. Seafood, yes. He checked on his phone and found that there was indeed a seafood buffet nearby. It is called Hua Shang. The price is not expensive, 398 per adult and 198 per child. "Okay, there's a seafood buffet nearby. Come on, Bebe, I'll take you there." Shiaoi held Fong Bebe's little hand. To be honest, he felt a little uncomfortable asking him to call him uncle. But he is more than 10 years older than Fong Bebe, and it would be wrong to call him uncle. On second thought, I realized that I am already that old. After entering the buffet restaurant, Shiaoi paid the bill and let Fong Bebe start choosing on the tablet computer. This buffet restaurant does not require you to go to a public area to select your ingredients like in traditional buffet restaurants. Instead, you place your orders on a tablet computer and the food is then prepared in the kitchen. Overall clean and hygienic. Normally, Wang Wenjing had never taken Fong Bebe to such a restaurant, so when he heard that it was free, he ordered a lot of delicious food. Shiaoi looked indifferent. His task today was to accompany Fong Bebe and make her happy. Without further ado, a wide variety of seafood has been served on the table. There are various flavors of prawns, salmon, crab, abalone, etc. And some squid skewers, some desserts, yogurt and so on. Anyway, Fong Bebe should be a foodie. But this is a good thing, after all, at least he is optimistic and has an appetite. "Bebe, I'm going to the bathroom. You stay here and eat your food and wait for me to come back, okay?" "Yes, okay Uncle." Fong Bebe nodded, and Shiaoi didn't think much about it. Although this restaurant was not very high-end, it was not bad either. In this environment, there should be no problem with public security. Shiaoi had just left when Fong Bebe suddenly set her sights on a bald uncle. He once asked his mother why he had to shave his hair bald, unlike other kids. Mom said that Bebe has superpowers, and he can use his superpowers even without hair. Of course, this sentence is just to coax children. However, the young Fong Bebe believed what her mother said. He slowly walked up to the bald uncle and put his hand directly on his head. Then he asked, "Uncle, do you have superpowers too?" When the uncle heard his words, he was stunned. Then, he turned his attention to Fong Bebe. Then he angrily asked, "Who are you? Whose child are you? Where are your parents? Get out of my way. The sudden roar made Fong Bebe, who was only 5 years old, stunned. He never thought that he would be treated harshly. What are you talking about? Don't you know that touching someone's head is rude? And you have superpowers? Have you watched too many cartoons? Chapter 62? Suruoro is angry? Fuck, what's going on? Before Shiaoi had tied his belt, he saw Fong Bebe being scolded by someone. He dodged and blocked Fong Bebe behind him. No, what's going on? Shiaoi gently patted Fong Bebe's shoulder to comfort her. At the same time, the bald man next to him said, "You are his father? How did you educate your child? You came here and touched my head, and said you have superpowers. Did you watch too many cartoons? Don't you know this is very rude?" He had a mouth full of yellow teeth and looked ferocious. His anger would probably scare even a 5-year-old child if he saw it. However, Xiao Yiming did not immediately respond to the bald man's words, but said to Fong Bebe, "Okay, Bebe, go back and eat first. Be obedient and be good." Hearing this, Fong Bebe left obediently. Because he was only 5 years old and didn't know much, and his mother told him to listen to Shiaoi, so he was willing to go out with him. At this time, he had already regarded Xiaoyi's orders as his mother's orders. Seeing Fong Bebe leave, Shiaoi said apologetically, "I'm sorry, big brother, the child is young and ignorant, and..." Shiaoi lowered his voice, "Besides, he has leukemia and his hair is shaved off." His mother said that people with shaved heads have superpowers, so he behaved like this. "I hope you won't be angry." At this moment, the bald man suddenly slapped himself in the face, then said with a sad face, "I really deserve to die." Shiaoi on the side was stunned. No, don't do this. No. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so mean to him. I'm so sorry." At this time, the uncle suddenly stood up, walked straight to Fong Bebe, grabbed his little hand, and said kindly, "Little boy, I hope the uncle didn't scare you just now. Come, touch my bald head, we will all have superpowers from now on. Uncle wishes you a speedy recovery, okay? You must listen to the doctor in the future." Fong Bebe laughed and gently touched the uncle's bald head. Just then, the waiter who had been observing their movements in the store suddenly came over with a small cake. Even this bald uncle was a little surprised. After seeing the small cake, Fong Bebe clapped her hands excitedly. "Thank you, uncle, thank you, sister. How did you know that today is Bebe's birthday?" He opened his eyes wide and looked innocent. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. "Is today Bebe's birthday? Good job." The bald uncle spoke first. Come on, how about uncle sing a birthday song for you?" "Shiaoi, I'll start. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, goose, happy birthday to you. Happily ever after, anointed with oil, happily ever after, anointed with oil." While singing the birthday song, the waiter also prepared a small birthday hat for Fong Bebe and took out a few candles and put them on the cake. On the way, they also learned that the lovely child was named Fong Bebe. The waiter said, "Come on, Bebe, make a wish." After hearing everyone's blessings, Fong Bebe was particularly excited. The next moment, he clasped his hands together, placed them in front of his chin, and made a wish. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Shiaoi cut a piece of cake for Fong Bebe, wondering why Wang Wenjing didn't tell him that today was Bebe's birthday. "Are you afraid that he will spend money?" He didn't think much about it. As the child of his shop employee, it was his duty to take him out for meals and even help Bebe cure his illness. Now that we have the ability, we should do more good deeds and benefit society. Happy birthday, Bebe. Hee, thank you, old man. Fong Bebe ate the cake quickly. And Shiaoi felt as if a sword was piercing his heart. "Old uncle? I am only 22 years old, 23 in lunar years, how come I am an old uncle? Just now he was calling me uncle affectionately? Now he has changed? Bebe, it's okay for you to call me uncle, but you really don't know that I can't take care of you? Lululul, old uncle, old uncle." Fong Bebe tugged at her lower eyelids mischievously. Looking at his happy expression, Shiaoi didn't say much. After dinner, Shiaoi took Fong Bebe to the trampoline and the supermarket and bought him a lot of snacks and toys. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he sent him back to the hospital. Then I learned about Bebe's condition in the hospital, paid part of the treatment fees, and then left the hospital. Before leaving, Bebe pulled him aside and asked him when he would come to play with him next time. This little child is rather naive. If you treat her a little bit well, he will remember it forever. He first returned to Kyoto Third People's Hospital, found Wang Wenjing, told her everything that had happened today, and then showed her some photos he had taken. Wang Wenjing kept thanking him. Afterwards, Shiaoi went to the police station with Wang Wenjing's injury assessment report. "Captain, your son-in-law is here." The police took Shiaoi to Su Lingjin's office, and at the same time, through the glass door, Su Lingjin made a come-in gesture. Shiaoi pushed open the door and walked in, placing Wang Wenjing's injury assessment report on the desk. He looked at Su Lingjin, who was wearing a police uniform and drinking tea, and couldn't help but say, "Dad, your life is too good, isn't it so comfortable?" "Jiruin, what the hell, you haven't seen me get shot." Su Lingjin rolled his eyes. "I heard from Ruoro that you didn't go home all day. It's already afternoon, what have you been doing? Besides, don't you report anything you do to your wife? If you don't reply to the message, she will call me." After hearing Su Lingjin's words, Shiaoi was confused. "Oh man, what's going on?" He took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. Damn, the message on WeChat was still spinning in circles. Collecting. 5 or 6 seconds later, a red dot suddenly appeared on Su Ruoro's avatar, and then it showed that there were 21 unread messages. Xiao Yi's face turned dark. "I will definitely change this fruit phone later." "Dad, I didn't see the news, this." "Okay, it's okay. I've already explained it to you. I said you helped me solve another case. You've been busy." "It's okay." That's good, that's good." Shiaoi took a deep breath. Now after marriage, his family's status was getting lower and lower. Although Ruoro usually had a good temper, he didn't know what would happen in the future. He really didn't dare to make him angry easily. Su Lingjin asked, "You didn't spend the whole day in the hospital taking care of your employees?" Chapter 63. What the hell, Dabeo can call daddy now? Not really. Sister Wang has a son who is 5 years old. He was hospitalized for some reason. She was not in good health, so I went to see him. Oh, I see. Su Lingjin nodded, and he did not delve into the matter further. Now Lu Fugue has also confessed, but he will be detained for a few days at most. The one in a more serious situation is Wang Daohu. He is suspected of intentionally injuring people, provoking trouble, unfair competition, selling dead pigs into the market, etc. The case will be tried in court in a few days. Hearing this, Shiaoi was a little surprised. Good man, he knew that he intentionally injured people and caused trouble, but I didn't expect that he also let dead pigs into the market. This is too cruel. What a punishment. Just as he thought, Wang Daohu would probably have to stay in the hospital for a while. Okay, Dad, does he need Sister Wang to testify in court? That's not necessary. Su Lingjin shook his head. It's more important for her to recover from her injuries. By the way, is your coffee shop open today? It's open. Don't worry, Dad. Shiaoi contacted the store employees this morning and told them that Sister Wang had something to do and couldn't come recently, so he asked them to just open the store. All the employees in the store have received professional training, so the store cannot be opened without a store manager? Not only does it exist, it's good that it's open. Just take care of whatever you have to do. Okay, Dad. I'll go home and see the babies first. Well, go ahead. Shiaoi knew that staying in the police station would disturb Su Lingjin's work, so he had no intention of staying here for long. After leaving the criminal police team, he drove back to Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. At this time, home. Su Ruoro was holding her second baby, Xiaoming, and feeding him milk with a bottle. This time, what was fed was not breast milk, but the reward given to him by the system before. That's right, it's IQ milk powder. I heard that it could increase the baby's IQ, so Shiaoi specifically asked Su Ruoro to feed them milk powder first to see if the IQ milk powder has any special effects. After opening the door, Shiaoi saw Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping each holding a baby and feeding them. Wife, I'm back. Hearing this, Su Ruoro turned her gaze to Shiaoi. Thinking about the busy day, Su Ruoro put the second baby directly in the stroller and walked towards Shiaoi. She took the slippers out of the shoe cabinet and placed them under Xiaoyi's feet. Hubby, I heard from Dad that you've been busy since midnight yesterday and helped solve the case. You've worked hard. Shiaoi grinned and said, Wow, I'm so lucky to have a wife like this. Of course, the prerequisite is that the father-in-law is on his side. It's not hard, my wife. Shiaoi put on his slippers with a smile, and at the same time, the voice of the system suddenly came. Host, Your baby has consumed IQ milk powder. Now you can check the baby's status and fuzzy data through the system. After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi had a black question mark on his face. I can see the baby's fuzzy data. What the hell is this? Wife, did you let the baby drink milk powder today? Yes. Suruoro nodded. Didn't you tell me to feed the baby milk powder? Let them drink it today. But only 3 cans are obviously not enough. I don't think it will last for 10 days. I'll get some more when the time comes, no problem. System. Shiaoi came to Erbao, who was holding the bottle in his little hands and sucking madly. His expression was one of enjoyment. After seeing his father, Xiao Ming immediately started laughing. At the same time, a set of data suddenly appeared next to Erbao's little head. Name, Xiao Ming 1 month old. Gender, male. Appearance, very cute, rating, 99 average readers plus. Future style trend, 8-pack abs little wolf dog. IQ, 130 normal range, 85-115. System evaluation, awesome. Shiaoi grinned again. System rating? Awesome? This way of expressing evaluation is unique. Shiaoi turned his gaze to Sanbao and Qin Shueping's arms again. Just like Erbao, a set of information also appeared. Name, Xiao Qinxue 1 month old. Gender, female. Appearance, cute, rating, 99 future style, sweet girl. IQ, 129 normal range, 85-115. System evaluation, awesome. Is that awesome too? But both babies are very knowledgeable. He vaguely remembered that the great scientist Einstein had an IQ of 160. His baby can reach around 130, which is very high. Moreover, Sanbao Xiao Qinshua's future appearance trend is still a sweet girl. He turned his head and glanced at Suruoro. Suruoro's style was that of a mature woman. Sweet girl should be the type who likes to wear JK or Lolita, right? Wife, where is Dabeo? Suruoro replied, the first one I fed just now was Dabeo. She has been very well behaved. She should be playing on the bed now. Well, you hold the second baby, I'll go take care of the first baby. Okay. Shiaoi didn't think much about it and soon came to the master bedroom. At this time, Dabeo Xiaomingruo was lying on the bed, trying to grab the balloon on the ceiling with his hands. After seeing Shiaoi coming in, she suddenly made a ba sound. Shiaoi was stunned after hearing this. Damn, what the hell is going on? He quickly went over and picked up Xiaomingruo, and then she was still making a baba sound with her mouth. Although I couldn't hear it clearly, it was indeed my father. At this time, her information also appeared in front of Shiaoi. Name, Xiaomingruo 1 month old. Gender, female. Appearance, gaga cute, rating, 100 future style trend, royal sister. IQ, 141 normal range, 85-115. System evaluation, the sparrow poked the cow's butt, the sparrow is awesome. An IQ of 141? Shiaoi was shocked. Could it be that the speed of learning to speak is related to IQ? When thinking of this, Shiaoi felt that it was indeed the case. The most important thing is that his style is actually that of a mature woman. Sister Royal, Shiaoi likes you very much. Wow, Dabeo is a queen, Erbo is a little wolf dog with 8-pack abs, and Sanbao is a sweet girl. That's really good. At this time, Dabeo in the arms was exchanged again. Dad. Baby, daddy is here. After hearing the word dad, Shiaoi felt really happy both physically and mentally. She quickly carried Dabeo out of the bedroom and shouted, wife, come and have a look. Dabeo is calling her daddy again. Suruoro and Qin Shueping in the living room had black question marks on their faces after hearing Xiaoyi's words. What the hell, Dabeo can call daddy now? Chapter 64 Wang Daowu's case is about to go to trial. Hubby, don't lie to me. Does Dabeo really know how to call me daddy? Hearing this, Shiaoi nodded, came to Suruoro, and set his gaze on Dabeo in his arms. Suruoro, didn't you just call daddy? Can you call mommy again for her? At this time, Xiaomingruo laughed. He laughed very happily, but he just didn't say anything. Seeing Xiaomingruo's smiling face, Xiaoyi's face darkened. Could it be possible that this big baby could understand what they were saying? The most important thing was that she was only a month old. It was impossible for her to understand it now. Seeing that Xiao Mangrua hadn't spoken, Su Ruorua chuckled. Husband, you must have heard it wrong just now. It seems I need to educate you. Babies, before 2 months old, they can only express emotions by crying. At 2 months old, their throats can make sounds, and after half a year, they can make some tones. If you want to hear your baby call you mom and dad, it will probably take until he is about 1 year old. Some babies who develop later may not be able to call you until they are 1.5 years old. Did you understand? Looking at Shiaoi, who had a confused look on his face, Su Ruorua chuckled. Just at this moment, Debao made another sound. Beep beep beep. Su Ruorua? Qin Shueping? Xiao Ming? Xiao Qin Shuei? This. Su Ruorua suddenly raised her head and looked at Shiaoi, her eyes filled with disbelief. Hubby, this is actually true. Look, when have I ever lied to you? But Mangrua is too young, how could she make any sound? And you're calling me daddy? Su Ruorua looked at Xiao Mangrua and gently stroked her face. Ruorua, call me mom. Dad, dad, dad. Su Ruorua. She remembered that daughters seem to be closer to their fathers in general. Boys, on the other hand, are closer to their mothers. She glanced at Xiaoming in her arms and said, Xiaoming baby, your sister doesn't call you mom, how about you call her mom? Bang! Bao came up and slapped Su Ruorua. Su Ruorua was confused. Is this the difference between children? It's better not to raise this second baby. 7 days later. Early in the morning, Shiaoi was woken up by Su Lingjun. Son-in-law, why are you still sleeping today? Have you forgotten what I told you? Today is the day when Wang Daohu goes to court. Come on, get up quickly, and join the spectators. Shiaoi opened his eyes in a daze. Su Lingjun did say yesterday Wang Daohu would be tried today. But he had no interest. After all, whether he goes to the scene or not, the revised verdict still has to be made. But since his father-in-law called him like that, Shiaoi still planned to go over and take a look. Got it, Dad. I'll get up right away. After getting up and brushing his teeth, Shiaoi changed his clothes and prepared to go out. At this time, Su Ruorua suddenly came over. He frowned and asked, Dear, I just heard Dad say something, Wang Daohu? Yes. Shiaoi nodded. Su Ruorua then asked, Isn't Wang Daohu Lu Ruowei's boyfriend? Why is he being tried? Oh, he got into trouble, and it happened to be my dad who was handling it, so he asked me to go over and take a look. Shiaoi didn't tell Su Ruorua about the store, for fear that she would worry or something. Oh. The latter nodded, Okay, then go ahead, Mom and I are at home, you don't have to worry. Okay. Soon, the father-in-law got into Xiaoyi's Alpha and drove towards the Kyoto Intermediate People's Court. Today, my father-in-law took a day off specifically because he wanted to see how Wang Daohu would make the final judgment. On the way, Shiaoi asked, Dad, has Wang Daohu found a lawyer? I don't know about that. Su Lingjun shook his head, I guess he found one. After all, with the help of a lawyer, he can get a lighter sentence. What about Wang Wenjing? As for Wang Wenjing, we have contacted the police station to set up a special investigation team. Don't worry, our criminal police have applied for a professional lawyer for her. That's fine. In the past few days, Shiaoi went to see Wang Wenjing and Feng Beibei every day. Sister Wang has a good attitude. She underwent surgery and is recovering quickly. Except for the left arm which cannot move, I can now get out of bed and walk. Anyway, I can take care of myself now. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If I want to return to a normal life, I still need to recuperate slowly. During this period, she and Shiaoi went to the hospital to see Feng Beibei. Feng Beibei was also very sad when she saw her mother was injured. However, he was still young and was easily fooled. More than 20 minutes later, Shiaoi and Su Lingjun arrived at the Kyoto Intermediate People's Court. This is it. Wang Daohu's trial was in open court, which means that the public could visit. However, Shiaoi does not belong to the people today. It's the victim's side. Wang Daohu used unfair competition to harm his store, so the amount of compensation required will also be given in today's trial. Soon, under the leadership of Su Lingjun, Shiaoi entered the trial hall. There weren't many people in the trial hall at this time. At this time, there was a long table in the middle. The nameplate on the table reads, Presiding Judge, Judges and People's Jurors. Then at the table next to them were the plaintiff and the defendant. There are also lawyers, defense attorneys, and so on. Su Lingjun took Shiaoi and sat somewhere randomly. After sitting down, Shiaoi asked, "Dad, when does the court start?" 8 o'clock. He looked at the watch on his wrist. There's still half an hour left, just wait, I think Wang Dawu will be here soon. Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you. Shiaoi showed curiosity, and Su Lingjun said, "Do you still remember that time when you kicked Wang Dawu?" Remember. Shiaoi nodded. When he attacked Sister Wang, he kicked her directly in the balls. Do you know how hard you hit me? How heavy is it? That same night, his two big treasures were removed. Let me tell you, his was shattered to pieces. What? Hearing this, Shiaoi felt a chill down his spine. To be honest, he really didn't expect that he could hit so hard. Now he almost hates you. Actually, a few years in jail doesn't matter. Look, he hasn't even gotten married yet, and now he can't stand up anymore. Shiaoi was stunned. Dad, why are you telling me this? Wouldn't it be me that he would do the first thing to me after he gets out of prison? Oh, even if I give him 10 courages he wouldn't dare. Chapter 65, the results of the Wang Dawu case are released. Seeing Su Lingjun's majestic look, Shiaoi chuckled. I'm kidding, Dad. We are in China. What can he do to me? Just then, two bailiffs came over with Wang Dawu. Wang Dawu's hair had been shaved off and he was wearing an orange vest, silver bracelets on his hands, and iron chains around his legs. There is a crackling sound when walking. Here I come. Su Lingjun spoke, and Shiaoi also turned his gaze to Wang Dawu. I haven't seen him for a week. He has lost a lot of weight, his face looks pale, his lips are chapped, and he looks like he has been seriously ill. It's true that it's not much. The things that produce male sperm and blood are gone, and he's about to go to jail, so it's normal for him to be like this. At the same time, Wang Dawu noticed Shiaoi as he walked over. The moment he saw Shiaoi, he felt angry. However, he was now bound by silver bracelets and anklets, so there was nothing he could do. Especially 6 days ago, the wound down there got infected and he was sent to the hospital again. It almost cost him his life. Soon, Wang Dawu was put in the position of defendant. Wang Wenjing did not sue Wang Dawu, but was sued by the investigation team. At this time, the plaintiff and his lawyer had arrived at the scene. The lawyer's surname is Luo, but Shiaoi doesn't know his name. In short, he is called an outlaw. Being awarded such a title shows that lawyer Luo is professional. Soon, the presiding judge, judges, jurors, and other bailiffs arrived. Of course, Wang Dawu's family is also indispensable. Such a big thing happened, the police must have summoned Wang Dawu's parents to inform them of the news. More and more people gathered around, and Shiaoi silently watched everything in front of him. To be honest, he was really curious about how the court session would look like. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. Xiaoming doesn't know much about the court trial process, so I'll just write it briefly. Please understand. Seeing that everyone had arrived at the scene, the judge spoke first. We will try Wang Dawu's cases of intentional injury, unfair competition, and selling diseased pork to the market one by one. The first step is the mediation stage between the two parties. The judge focused his attention on Wang Dawu and the plaintiff. Regarding Wang Dawu's intentional injury, do you want to reconcile? Need. Unnecessary. Different opinions came from both sides. That's right, the one we need is Wang Dawu. He doesn't want to go to jail, so of course he will solve any problem that can be solved with money. The one who said it was not necessary was Wang Lin. He is the investigator in charge of the Wang Wenjing case, and is responsible for collecting various clues, evidence, and information in this case. Previously, he had asked Wang Wenjing whether the two parties could resolve the issue through mediation. Of course, Wang Wenjing would definitely not agree to mediation. If mediation is carried out, the amount of compensation will be higher. If there is no adjustment, the compensation due will still be paid. Medical expenses, mental damage compensation, loss of work time, etc. Sister Wang would not miss the opportunity to put Wang Dawu in jail just for the compensation. Why don't you mediate? I have money. I hit you so hard, don't you want more money? Wang Lin ignored him, shut his mouth and said nothing more. Seeing this, the judge said, since both parties have no intention of reconciliation, then, Wang Dawu's case will be heard now. Then, the judge stated a series of on-site requirements, such as court discipline and announcing the case. After hearing about the crimes Wang Daohu had committed, Wang Daohu's parents were so angry that they were out of breath. Wang Daohu, do you have any objection to the case in which you beat up Wang Wenjing in the early morning of August 2nd? The judge has already reviewed the materials in advance and the evidence is sufficient. In fact, today's trial is just a process and then a verdict will be announced. I have no objection. Then, where is Wang Daohu's lawyer? The judge glanced at the seat next to Wang Daohu, and at that moment, he was surprised to find that there was no lawyer next to Wang Daohu. Wang Daohu's face twitched when he heard the judge's words. In fact, he asked his parents to help him find a lawyer. But, after learning about the crime he committed, no lawyer was willing to appear in court. Even if it costs a lot of money. In the end, he didn't even get a lawyer. Puff. Shiaoi covered his mouth. Lawyer? Wang Daohu has a very good lawyer. Even the judge was stunned when he realized what was happening. Huh? Why didn't Wang Daohu bring a lawyer with him? Ahem, since there's no lawyer, forget it. He looked at the document in his hand and continued, do you understand the extent of Wang Wenjing's physical disability? Wang Daohu nodded. The police have already told him that Wang Wenjing suffered a second-degree minor injury. Then do you have any objection to the hospital's injury rating? Wang Daohu shook his head again. At this point, he already knew that it was useless to object. What's the point of having objections? Even if the injury is reassessed, the result will be the same. Even the judge was a little surprised to see Wang Daohu behave so well. The main thing is that Wang Daohu looks ferocious, but at this moment he is like a little lamb. Looks harmless. Okay, since you have no objection, the other cases will continue to be heard. Then, the judge said a lot of things and continued to try Wang Daohu's case. The whole case lasted for more than an hour, and Shiaoi was already feeling drowsy after listening to all the professional rhetoric. Mainly, the case he watched did not involve any heated debate. Wang Daohu hardly said anything. He just nodded or said yes to whatever the judge said. It's extremely boring and not at all as exciting as Mr. Luo playing a lawyer in the video. Soon, Wang Daohu's case entered the final sentencing time. Wang Daohu, who assaulted Wang Wenjing in the early morning of August 2nd this year, causing Wang Wenjing to suffer a fractured arm, broken ribs, perforated eardrum, and mild concussion, was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison and deprived of political rights for 2 years. And compensate Wang Wenjing for medical expenses of 500,000 yuan, mental damages of 200,000 yuan, lost wages of 120,000 yuan, and a fine of 30,000 yuan. Wang Daohu, together with Wang Debiao, sold 193 sick and dead pigs to the market on July 25 this year. This is a heinous crime with great consequences. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, deprived of political rights for 5 years, and fined 1 million yuan. Wang Daohu, together with Carl Property, on August 1 this year, engaged in unfair competition against Xiaoyi's store and was ordered to compensate Xiaolu Coffee 100,000 yuan and impose a fine of 10,000 yuan. Wang Daohu, do you want to appeal? When he heard this, Wang Daohu's eyes dimmed. His family doesn't have that much money. This means, the court will auction his house. Then, his parents will end up on the streets. Chapter 66, Lu Tianchuan has threatened you, why did you agree so readily? I want to appeal. Wang Daohu gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. He glanced at his parents' position, and saw that they were already crying. He destroyed this family. At the same time, after hearing his words, Shiaoi felt no ripples in his heart. What's the point of appealing again? The evidence is conclusive, and the verdict will be similar even if we appeal. Either the original sentence is upheld, or it is slightly increased or reduced. I'm afraid he has some criminal records that haven't been discovered, and if they get more serious then it'll be all over. Okay, the time for the second trial is to be determined. Thank you for attending. Soon, the crowd dispersed. However, Wang Daohu, Wang Lin and others could not leave at this time because they needed to sign some documents. Su Lingjun gently patted Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, "Oh, I'm quite satisfied with this result. Let's go, Shiaoi, it's time to go home." Dad, when will the second trial be? Within 3 months, don't worry. Based on my years of experience, the first and second trials are similar. Now Wang Wenjing's medical expenses are all paid by the hospital, so you don't have to worry about these. Yeah, okay. Shiaoi thought for a moment and said, but Dad, I'll go to the hospital to see Sister Wang first. After all, today is the day Wang Daohu's trial begins, so it's better for me to tell her the result of the first trial as soon as possible. Yeah, okay. Su Linjin didn't think much about it and had to say that Shiaoi was doing a really good job as a boss. He is so nice to his employees, not to mention his wife. Well, Dad, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Shiaoi left here in a flash. Su Linjin stared at Xiaoyi's receding back and froze in his place. No, son-in-law, have you forgotten that you drove me here? How can I go back if you leave? Shiaoi didn't hear what he said at all. At this moment, a policeman from the criminal police team came over, patted Su Linjin on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Hey, Captain, why did your son-in-law leave you here? It just so happens that there is a new case in the team today. Well, come back with me to work overtime." Su Linjin? On the other side, Kyoto Third People's Hospital. Sister Wang, don't move. You still have injuries on your body. It takes 100 days for a broken bone to heal. If you move, the wound will heal slowly, you know. After seeing Shiaoi enter the ward, Sister Wang immediately wanted to get up to greet him. Because she was the only one in the ward, it was a bit boring. I even wanted to go back to Xiaolu Coffee to continue working. Of course, given her physical condition, Shiaoi would definitely not let her go to work. Those who need to recuperate should recuperate, and you can go back to work after you are well. Having such a good employee, Shiaoi will definitely cherish her and even have no problem training her in the future. Hey, boss, my injury is not serious. Look, my ears have healed on their own. It's okay. Then don't move too much. Shiaoi helped her onto the bed, and at the same time he said, Sister Wang, I just came out of the Intermediate People's Court, and the court has already announced the punishment for Wang Daowu. How about it? Her tone became more serious, and Shiaoi said softly, the total sentence is 7.5 years, and you need to pay you 820,000 yuan. Hearing this, Wang Wenjing's expression changed. She recently checked online and found that for second-degree minor injuries, the sentence would not exceed 3 years. Why was he directly sentenced to 7.5 years? Why is the sentence so long? You don't know, in addition to beating you, he also sold sick and dead pigs to the market, which was quite bad, so the total was 7.5 years. Marvelous. Wang Wenjing took a deep breath and said, people like him should be punished. He deserves it. That's right. The law will not let a bad person go. Don't worry, Sister Wang. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again in the future. Shiaoi chatted with Wang Wenjing for a while, then he left and returned home. When I got home, Su Linjin was not there. At this time, Shiaoi was a little confused. Didn't his father-in-law take a leave? Why didn't he come back? Could he have gone to fight crickets or play golf? You can't go to work overtime again, right? Shiaoi hummed a song and opened the bedroom door. At this time, Su Ruoruo was on the phone. What? Xuan, you are in love, is this true? Really? That's awesome. What's the boy's name? Is he handsome? Gaga handsome? Wow, I'm so envious of you. Su Ruoruo was holding Debao in her arms and talking to Lu Tianxuan on the phone. When she saw Shiaoi coming in, she turned on the speakerphone directly and put the phone on the bed. Lu Tianxuan's voice came from the phone, Ruoruo, what are you envious of? Look at your Shiaoi, he is so good and cooks so deliciously. By the way, when are you free? I miss you eating the food cooked by your husband again. Su Ruoruo? Shiaoi? What the hell? Didn't Lu Tianxuan just share her boyfriend? Why did she suddenly bring Shiaoi up? Su Ruoruo paused and said, you can come anytime you want, but my mother has been living with me recently, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's okay. Lu Tianxuan suddenly said, there are many public kitchens in Kyoto now. You can talk to your husband and ask him to cook. I'll pay for the ingredients. I'll bring my boyfriend with me so I can introduce you to each other. How about that? Hearing this, Su Ruoruo looked up at Shiaoi. What else could Shiaoi do? He nodded silently. I have to say that Lu Tianxuan is a very good calculation guy. Seeing that Su Ruoruo hadn't replied, Lu Tianxuan started to act like a spoiled child. Okay, Ruoruo, I beg you, your husband's cooking is so delicious, why don't you ask him to teach my boyfriend, okay? At this time, Shiaoi walked over with a smile, picked up the phone and said, Coach, you. Who are you? Lu Tianxuan's voice came from the receiver, and Shiaoi was stunned, who else could I be? Of course I am Ruoruo's husband. You went out, didn't you? Ruoro just said you went out. Yes, I'm back now. Ah, this. Lu Tianchuan suddenly felt particularly socially frustrated. She continued, well, I am indeed greedy for your cooking. Let me tell you, I am in a relationship and I want to introduce you to my boyfriend. I advise you not to be ungrateful, or I will prevent you from graduating. This. Shiaoi stared at the phone screen with wide eyes. Damn, this counselor was threatening him with graduation again. I will definitely give you diarrhea then. Shiaoi Jian said in a humble tone, okay, how about tomorrow night? Really? It's a deal. No problem. Shiaoi hung up the phone directly. At the same time, Su Ruoro looked up at him curiously. Dear, Lu Tianchuan has threatened you, why did you agree so readily? Chapter 67 Su Ruoro was hit on. I'm not going to argue with her, and besides, the food I cook is really delicious, right? Hearing this, Su Ruoro nodded. There was something wrong with what Shiaoi said. I've never met anyone who can compare to the taste of the food he cooks. That's right. Then why don't we go there tomorrow? Okay. Shiaoi nodded, then I'll call the public kitchen and reserve a seat. It's really not suitable to sit at home, so let mom stay at home to look after the children. Okay, I'll go talk to mom. Go ahead. Su Ruoro got up and left the bedroom. Shiaoi took out his mobile phone to reserve the open kitchen, then picked up Debeo who was lying on the bed. Looking at Xiao Mangrua, Shiaoi gently pinched her cheek. Xiao Ruoro, call daddy. Beep beep beep. She made an ABA sound, and Shiaoi chuckled, you are so good, how come you can call daddy at such a young age? As expected of my daughter. I wonder whose kid will get the chance in the future. System. The next day. 4:30 in the afternoon. Honey, do you think I look good in this dress? Su Ruoro skipped out of the cloakroom. Shiaoi held her bow in his arms, and without even looking at him, he simply said, What you, my wife, you look absolutely stunning in this dress. How come you are so beautiful? I feel like this dress was tailor-made for you. You? Su Ruoro frowned, you didn't even look at it, and you said it? Shiaoi turned her head and said, I remember you wore this white dress. Did you forget that I bought it for you? He looked at Su Ruoro again, besides, the bracelet and hat seemed to have been carefully selected by your husband. Humph. Su Ruoro snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. I just want to hear a few compliments from you. Do you have any emotional intelligence? Okay. Shiaoi went over and kissed Su Ruoro on the forehead. He held her bow in one hand and held her hand with the other. My wife looks beautiful in anything she wears. Oh, by the way, she looks especially beautiful even when she wears nothing. Su Ruoro widened her eyes and stared at Shiaoi in confusion. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She gently punched Shiaoi's chest with her little fist, gritting her teeth and looking fierce. I'm telling the truth. Shiaoi smiled and raised his eyebrows at her. Okay, go change your clothes, it's almost time for us to leave. Okay. Shiaoi didn't hesitate. After handing her bow to Su Ruoro, he went into the cloakroom and changed into new clothes. A white t-shirt and black shorts, with some metal accessories on the neck and hands to add a sense of layering. His outfit is very simple and youthful. Just like a pure boy. And Su Ruoro is also very pure. She was wearing a white dress, a sun hat, and her long hair was fluttering, like a fairy descending to earth. After seeing Shiaoi's simple outfit, Su Ruoro's eyes lit up. I have to say that your clothes are pretty good, husband. In that case, let's go. Yeah, okay. Help me get my bag from the bedroom. I'll let mom hold the baby. Shiaoi entered the bedroom and took out Su Ruoro's LV bag. At the same time, Su Ruoro had handed the second baby to Qin Shueping. Mom, Shiaoi, Lu Tianchuan and I are having dinner today. Please look after the baby. Okay, you guys can go. Shiaoi, drive slowly on the road. I know, Mom. Soon, Shiaoi drove Su Ruoro to a nearby shopping mall, Galaxy Street. As an iconic shopping mall in Kyoto, it has almost everything. This includes an open kitchen. An open kitchen, as the name suggests, is a restaurant where guests can cook their own food. Because the environment of some restaurants is very poor now, public kitchens have appeared. When cooking here, you only need to pay for the ingredients. Of course, the ingredients are much more expensive than outside, but fortunately they are clean, so it is very popular among young people. After arriving at Galaxy Street, the two people had a clear purpose and walked straight towards the public kitchen. Each seat here has a partition, so it's quieter. After he poured a glass of water for Su Ruoro, he asked, Lu Tianchuan shouldn't be here yet, right? She just messaged me and said she won't be here for an hour. And she sent me a menu and asked you to follow it. Hearing this, Shiaoi had a question mark on his face. What the hell? And sent the menu? Is Lu Tianchuan such a shameless guy? Damn. Su Ruoro showed the screen of her mobile phone, and Shiaoi couldn't help but read it out loud. Tang fish, Thai lemon chicken, black bean sauce dace and lettuce, black barbecued pork, dry fried beef noodles, baked mushrooms with foie gras. Shit, what does Lu Tianchuan treat him as? A tool? Wait, it seems that he also used Lu Tianchuan as a tool before. When thinking of this, Shiaoi chuckled, okay, I'll go right away. Honey, do you need my help? No need. It's not like you haven't seen my skills before. Soon, you can play King of Glory on your phone or watch TV series. After saying that, Shiaoi went to work. Whether it is chicken, fish, or various vegetables, the public kitchen is fully equipped, so he can make most of them. Soon, Shiaoi started working in front of a stove. Many people around looked at him. Some people admire his cooking skills. Some people appreciate his appearance. 10 minutes later, Shiaoi had already prepared a dish. At the same time, hello, miss, can I add you on WeChat so we can get to know each other? Su Ruoro was sitting in her seat playing with her mobile phone when a handsome boy with dyed yellow hair came over. Su Ruoro heard this and looked up at the yellow-haired man with a frown. Sorry, I don't use WeChat. Add one. The yellow-haired man showed the Ferrari key in his hand and said, Miss, are you interested? Take a ride in my car. Hearing this, Su Ruoro didn't even blink. Ferrari? Ferrari is a piece of shit. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Do you mind having one more? No. You. Huang Mao was about to say something when Shiaoi suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother, what are you doing? I'm just chatting you up, what's it got to do with you? Chatting? Shiaoi chuckled, pushed the yellow-haired man away, and held Su Ruoro's hand. Beautiful lady, I also like you, but I don't have a Ferrari. I wonder if I can add you on WeChat. Su Ruoro was stunned, and then she understood what Shiaoi meant. She cooperated very well and said, Handsome guy, WeChat is just for adding. If you like Ferrari, I can give you one. After saying that, Su Ruoro took the initiative to kiss Shiaoi on the mouth. That's right, a kiss right in front of everyone. Yellow-haired? Chapter 68 Lu Tianchuan's boyfriend can't cook noodles. That's right, he hasn't realized that Shiaoi is her girlfriend. Seeing that the yellow-haired guy was still here, Shiaoi was a little impatient. Okay, brother, we even have a child, go and flirt with someone else. As he said this, he waved his hands and made a rolling gesture. Huang Mao looked unconvinced. What the hell, you are married and even have a child? Otherwise. Shiaoi directly showed the screensaver of his mobile phone. The screensaver used by Shiaoi on his phone is a photo of him, Ruoro, their parents and their baby. The photo was taken on the wedding day. Huang Mao was stunned when he saw the photo, then whispered, Since you are married. Well, sorry to bother you. He left happily, and Su Ruoro chuckled when she saw him. She chuckled and said, Honey, I thought you wouldn't reveal our identities. If you don't confess, he will definitely feel unhappy. Well, next time someone hits on you, just get married. I just said that. Didn't you say you had a boyfriend? Su Ruoro scratched her head. What did she just say? Forgot. Seeing her silly look, Shiaoi couldn't help but touch her head. Okay, I'll continue cooking, it will be ready soon. About 40 minutes later, the table was already full of dishes. Shiaoi is still waiting for the last dish, Mutanjiu. Dear Ruoro, we are here. At this time, Lu Tianchuan came over holding the hand of a boy. The boy looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a black t-shirt, black jeans, and black framed glasses. He looked gentle and refined. And a little handsome. When Su Ruoro saw Lu Tianchuan coming, she quickly stood up. Xuanxuan, you are dressed so beautifully today. Lu Tianchuan was wearing a professional suit, a short skirt and black stockings, which made her look particularly sexy. After hearing Su Ruoro's compliment, Lu Tianchuan smiled and said, No, by the way, Ruoro, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, young Master Shin. Hearing this, Su Ruoro set her sights on young Marshal Shin. Hello. Young Marshal, this is Su Ruoro, the one I often mention to you, my best and most sincere friend. Shin Xiaoshui smiled professionally and nodded. Hello, I'm Shin Xiaoshui, Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. At this time, Lu Tianxuan looked around and said, By the way, Ruoro, where are Shiaoi and the others? Wow, they smell so good. Are these dishes made by Shiaoi? Yeah, that's right. Su Ruoro smiled and nodded. There is one last dish, it should be Mutanyu. He will be here soon, let's wait for him. Okay. Lu Tianxuan was really happy to be able to eat Xiaoyi's cooking again. Ruoro, ever since your parents live with you, I feel embarrassed to go over there. I really miss his food. After hearing Lu Tianxuan's words, Marshal Shen rolled his eyes. Ever since he and Lu Tianxuan confirmed their relationship, Lu Tianxuan had mentioned Xiaoi to him. They said how delicious Xiaoi's cooking was, and after eating his food, they felt like all Michelin restaurants were their younger brothers. Boys are all very competitive. It would be strange if he felt good when he heard his girlfriend praising other boys. Ha, then you should eat more later. Hey, sure. Coach, you're here. At this time, Xiaoi brought the last dish of mutang fish to the table. After seeing Xiaoi coming over, Lu Tianxuan hurriedly said, Don't call me instructor here, just call me Sister Xuanxuan. Okay, Sister Lu. After hearing the name Sister Lu, Lu Tianxuan suddenly felt 10 years older for some reason. However, he did not delve into these questions, but introduced, Xiaoi, this is my boyfriend, young Marshal Shen. Hello. Xiaoi stretched out his hand. At the same time, Marshal Shen smiled professionally and shook hands with Xiaoi. I heard you're a full-time dad. Well. Xiaoi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, he is a full-time dad. No wonder you can cook such delicious dishes. Are you planning to be a chef in the future? When hearing this, Xiaoi already felt that what young Marshal Shen said was strange. I always feel it's weird. No, I opened a Xiaolu coffee and now I'm running a coffee shop. Oh. Young Master Shen touched his nose and said, I have received an offer from a technology company in Singapore. I heard that you graduated from computer science in Kyoto University. If you are interested, I can help you apply. Xiaoi was completely confused. What was going on? Singapore? He is not going to Singapore. How to take care of my wife and baby when I get there? I'm not interested. Young Marshal Shen said, the salary there is high, and your wife is very fertile. She gave birth to triplets. The cost of raising children is high now. If you want to go, you can contact me, and I can reluctantly arrange for you to go there. Okay, thank you, you are such a good person. You're welcome. Young Master Shen put a dish into Lu Tianxuan's bowl. She was so love-minded that she didn't listen to what young Master Shen said carefully and just kept stuffing rice into her mouth. Even Su Ruoro felt that there was something wrong with what young Marshal Shen said. What do you mean, your wife is very fertile? This is Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend. If it were someone else, Su Ruoro would have confronted him long ago. At this time, Lu Tianxuan was still showing off her rice. Ruoro, I found that your husband's cooking skills have improved again. Why do I feel that it tastes better than last time? Is there? Su Ruoro picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth. After tasting it, she said, No, I think it tastes the same. Maybe it's because my boyfriend's cooking is so horrible that it creates a stark contrast. Crack. A sword pierced into Marshal Shen's heart. Lu Tianxuan continued, Ruoro, you can't find him. He can't even cook instant noodles. The next time he cooked noodles for me, guess what happened? This sentence aroused Su Ruoro's curiosity. What's wrong with him? He threw the cold water into the pot along with the dough. Su Ruoro? Xiaoi? Good job. This is cerebral palsy. Crack. Another sword pierced into Marshal Shen's heart. Lu Tianxuan suddenly turned around and said to young Marshal Shen, Young Marshal, Xiaoyi's cooking is so delicious. Why don't you take him as your master and let him teach you how to cook? Chapter 69 What? You're going to New Oriental Cooking School? Xiaoi? Young Marshal Shen? At this time, the two of them were the type that couldn't stand each other. Especially young Marshal Shen. Recently, Lu Tianxuan has been shouting that the food cooked by Xiaoi is delicious, so he has a particularly bad impression of Xiaoi. I just said that on purpose. Wife, no need. I can sign up for a class and learn from those Michelin chefs to cook whatever you like. Lu Tianchuan joked. What? Are you going to New Oriental Cooking School? Marshal Shen's face turned dark. Another sword plunged into his heart. Shiaoi on the side chuckled. He had to admit that what Lu Tianchuan said was really interesting. It's really good to go to New Oriental to practice cooking. However, after hearing what Lu Tianchuan said, young Marshal Shen was not angry. He smiled and said, "Wife, please stop making fun of me. Although I am not very good at cooking, I am still a top student who graduated from a polytechnic university. Besides, I got an offer from such a big company. I will definitely make a lot of money in the future." This sentence aroused Su Ruoro's curiosity, and she asked, "Polytechnician? Which polytechnic university? Kyoto Institute of Technology or MIT?" Marshal Shen looked proud. Even Su Ruoro was a little surprised when she heard about MIT. I didn't expect that Marshal Shen graduated from such a good school. He just said that he got an offer from a Singaporean company, which is indeed normal. She thought about it again and realized that Lu Tianchuan was a counselor at Kyoto University after all, so it made sense for her to have a boyfriend who studied at MIT. It's really amazing. That's it. Young Marshal Shen continued, "Let me tell you, in the entire China, only 6 people can enter the company in Singapore this time. Among them, there is me." Hearing this, Shiaoi asked, "What company is it? I'm quite curious." "Zoom, you should know it, it's a technology company in Singapore. The entire company has only 100 employees, and the annual salary is as high as $300,000. That high? Lu Tianchuan raised her head suddenly. She earned more than 20,000 yuan a month as a counselor at Kyoto University, while he could earn $300,000 a month in Singapore. The gap was really huge. "Of course it is true, dear, otherwise how can I give you a home? But Shui, if you go to Singapore, then we will become a transnational couple. I will miss you if I can't see you." "It's okay. The supervisor there told me that because I have a higher education, I can become a junior supervisor in 3 months. I will have 10 days off in 2 months. I will fly back to be with you every time I have a day off." Aha! Lu Tianchuan didn't think much about it and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Shiaoi didn't ask any more questions. What young Marshal Shen would do in the future or what job he would do had nothing to do with him. As for character and the like, it has even less to do with him. He will live with Lu Tianchuan in the future, but not with him. Then, Marshal Shen spoke much less and began to pretend to make a phone call. When making phone calls, I not only use English, but occasionally I also speak a few words in Malay. Su Ruoro was chatting and laughing with Lu Tianchuan. About 2 hours later, the dishes Shiaoi made had been almost finished by them. Lu Tianchuan ate a lot today, and she caught up with Shiaoi and Su Ruoro in terms of appetite. As for Marshal Shen, he didn't eat much at first, but later he started to eat a lot, and finally he couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. At 8:30 in the evening, they left the mall together. Young Marshal Shen popped up again. "Brother Shiaoi, how did you get here? Do you want me to see you off?" As he spoke, he turned the Mercedes-Benz E key in his hand. Hearing this, Shiaoi took out the key to his Porsche and shook his head. "No, I drove here too, so drive slowly on your way back." Okay. Just now, young Master Shen wanted to show off. I didn't expect Shiaoi's car was so good. Depend on. Soon, he took Lu Tianchuan away. Shiaoi held Su Ruoro's hand and walked around the square. At this time, Su Ruoro beside him said, "Hubby, did you find that young Marshal Shen was strange? You like to show off, and your emotional intelligence is a bit low, right?" Su Ruoro nodded heavily. Shiaoi then asked, "Do you feel that he is not worthy of Lu Tianchuan?" "Yes, although he has a higher degree, he is too good at showing off, and he must be competitive in his heart." "I don't like him at all. He doesn't need you to like him. You can talk to Lu Tianchuan about it. Of course, just say it in a subtle way. Don't let her delay your friendship." "I won't tell you." Su Ruoro shook her head. "I won't ruin other people's feelings, I'm just complaining to you. It's getting late now, let's go home quickly. I wonder how Mom is taking care of the baby." "Yeah, okay." They did not stay here for long. Soon, they left Galaxy Street and returned home. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, August is coming to an end. Shiaoi's baby is 2 months old. At the same time, Kyoto University also welcomed a new batch of students. However, at this moment, Lu Tianchuan was not busy at school. Instead, he drove to Kyoto Daxing Airport. Sitting in the passenger seat was Lu Tianchuan's boyfriend, Shiaoi. Dear, remember to send me a message when you arrive in Singapore, and send me some photos when you arrive at the company, okay? Don't worry, dear. Young Master Shin nodded and said, that's a legitimate company, and there are 6 of us traveling together, so you can rest assured. I'm already a grown-up, and a top student, so how could anything go wrong? But I'm still a little worried. Okay, it's okay. Young Marshal Shin said again, by the way, Kyoto University has started, and you will be teaching a new class as a counselor. You must take good care of yourself during my absence, don't suffer, buy whatever you like, and I will transfer your salary to you when I get it. Oh, no need. Lu Tianchuan shook her head, the cost in Singapore should not be low. In any case, it is higher than in our country. Just take care of yourself. Well, don't worry dear, I will. Soon, Lu Tianchuan brought Marshal Shin to Kyoto Daxing Airport. After getting off the car, Marshal Shin took down his luggage and called the contact person. Hello, Cookie, right? I'm young Master Shin. We talked on the phone before. Yes, I'm a top student going to work in Singapore. I'm here. Where are you? Chapter 70, What will happen when Marshal Shin goes abroad? Wife, do you really need to go to work? If I don't go, you'll support me? I'll support you. That's enough, Mom will take care of the baby, and it's not like I won't be back. I'll be bored if I stay at home all day. So you should just go to work. You only have 2 classes a day, you know that. Shiaoi's home. Su Ruoro was packing up her teaching plans. Today is the day for new students to report to Kyoto University. Although she is not a counselor, she has to start working. Classes will start after the freshman military training, so she also needs to make preparations recently. I'm back at school today and have some meetings to attend. The baby is 2 months old and is becoming more and more obedient. Xin Shueping also learned a lot of experience after taking care of the baby for a month. Normally, I have no problem taking care of 3 babies. Even the second child, who often hit others, has become much more well-behaved and rarely hits others anymore. In addition to Su Lingjun. After hearing Su Ruoro's words, Shiaoi thought about it and realized that it was true. There are not many professional courses in his major, and he only needs to attend classes 4 days a week. Moreover, there is only 1 morning on 2 days, and only 2 hours on the other 2 days. As for the end of get-out-of-class time, no one cares. Okay, I'll take you back to school later. Okay, husband. Today Qin Shueping took the babies out for a walk, pushing 3 pure gold strollers, and was not at home. Shiaoi looked at Su Ruoro, who was dressed sexy, and gave her a naughty smile. Ruoro. Su Ruoro turned her head curiously. Why don't we do it before work since there's no one at home? After hearing Shiaoi's words, Su Ruoro was confused. She already understood what Shiaoi meant, but still pretended not to know. What are you going to do? Guess what? The next moment, Shiaoi crossed his fingers and grabbed Su Ruoro's small hand, and the 2 of them slowly moved onto the bed. Then he kissed Su Ruoro. On the other side, Daxing Airport. Hi. Marshal Shin waited for a while, and Cookie came over. The latter turned his attention to Shin Xiaoshui and asked, Hello, I'm Cookie. Are you the new employee of Zoom Singapore? Yes, that's right, it's me. Marshal Shin smiled and walked up to Cookie and shook hands. This is why. Cookie set his eyes on Lu Tianchuan. Upon hearing this, young Marshal Shin said, Oh, this is my girlfriend. Honey, this is my Zoom receptionist, Cookie. Hello. Lu Tianchuan smiled faintly and waved at her. Yes, it's really beautiful. Cookie looked at Lu Tianchuan, then set his sights on Shin Xiaoshui. It's getting late, we should go, your other 5 colleagues have already arrived. He glanced at his phone again, the plane will take off in 20 minutes, let's hurry up. What? When hearing this, Shin Xiaoshui was obviously a little confused. Isn't the flight at 10 o'clock? It's only a little after 8 o'clock now. Did you forget to tell me that the company provides air tickets? We have changed it temporarily. The company has prepared a private plane for the 6 of you. It will take off in 20 minutes. Hurry up. When he heard this, Marshal Shin was extremely shocked. Because Zoom's headquarters seems to value them particularly. Chartering a private jet? He did not hesitate and quickly pulled the handle of the suitcase. Which one? Dear, I'm leaving first. Such a scene surprised Lu Tianxuan. She said, okay then, when you arrive in Singapore, remember to send me a message and take some videos. Well, okay, I'll go there, wife. Well, bye honey. Bye. Lu Tianxuan looked at Marshal Shen's back and felt reluctant to leave. But there is no way. She left reluctantly only after Marshal Shen disappeared from her sight. As for Marshal Shen, Cookie did not lie. He took Marshal Shen to a private plane. This is a small passenger plane with only a dozen seats. All the people on the plane had been contacted before. However, young Marshal Shen did not know them. He was arrogant and looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. So we don't usually chat. After seeing that all 6 people were present, Cookie smiled and said, well, I won't introduce myself. Cookie will be responsible for sending you to Zoom Singapore. You are all the best among the best. First of all, on behalf of Zoom, I welcome everyone to join us. Good. Woohoo! The 6 people cheered at the same time. At this moment, a stewardess wearing black stockings came over pushing a cart with snacks and drinks. She is very beautiful, but she doesn't look like a Chinese. Nationality doesn't matter. She has very beautiful long legs, a thin waist and good looks. The clothes they wear are much cooler than those of some regular flight attendants. After seeing this scene, the 6 men on the plane all let out a wow sound. One of the fat guys almost had a nosebleed. Sexy, so sexy. Especially wearing black stockings. Even young Marshal Shen felt the blood boiling in his body. Okay, look there. Cookie couldn't help but smile. This is the flight attendant, please feel free to eat and drink the snacks and drinks on the plane. This flight will take 6-7 hours. If you are tired, you can take a rest. Just at this moment, the fat guy said, Brother Chu, can you hold the stewardess and take a rest? Ha! After hearing his words, Cookie smiled and said, girls like this are not considered very pretty in the local area. Forget it. This is your first time on Zoom. Why don't I give you a treat? Let's go out and have some fun together, travel, and have some fun. After hearing this, everyone already understood what Cookie meant. The fat man took the initiative to ask, hey, Brother Chu, what are you playing? Of course it's something you want to play. Let me tell you, the ones abroad are much better than those in China. The scenery and everything are very beautiful. He raised his eyebrows, and the fat man had already taken the bait. Where are we going to play? I believe everyone has heard of the Chinese area in northern Myanmar. There are many beautiful women there. If you want to go, I can take you to visit. By the way, I'll pay for it. When they heard this, everyone present opened their mouths wide. This is too tempting. The fat man was the first to raise his hand. I'll go. Cookie smiled and said, you can't do it alone. You need to ask everyone's opinions. Chapter 71. Take everyone to northern Myanmar for team building. After hearing what Cookie said, the fat man quickly turned his attention to a thin man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. Brother, we are about to enter Zoom company. It would be great if you can relax before going in. Your girlfriend doesn't know about this in a foreign country. Besides, you've probably never played with a foreign girl, right? His words had already shaken the thin guy a little. To be honest, he was still a virgin. I usually date 5-finger girls, but I've never really put it into practice. It would be really cool to play with a foreign girl. Mainly, cookies are reimbursed. When he thought of this, the fat man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks immediately raised his hand and said, Brother Chu, count me in. At the same time, the other 3 also raised their hands. I'll go too. Consider me a boss, too. And me. Suddenly, among the 6 people, only Marshal Shen was missing. Young Marshal Shen grinned. To be honest, she didn't want to betray Lu Tianxuan. But after thinking about the beautiful figure of the foreign girl. Anyway, Lu Tianxuan doesn't know. Then I'll go too. Nice. Cookie showed a strange smile, but it disappeared in a flash. Then I will go and talk to the captain. We will land in northern Myanmar first, and then leave for Singapore at noon tomorrow. The thin man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks couldn't help but ask, Brother, won't this delay our reporting time? If we are late for one day, the company won't punish us, right? Don't worry, no, I'm just going to celebrate everyone joining the company and lead everyone in team building. Isn't that reasonable? Haha, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. Okay, you all take a break. It will take about 5 hours to get to Myanmar. You can take a nap if you are tired. Don't forget to turn on airplane mode on your phone. I'll go inform the captain to land in northern Myanmar. With that, Cookie entered a compartment. They said they were notifying the captain, but in fact, the destination of this flight was the Wa state in northern Myanmar. After he sat on the massage chair, he took out another mobile phone, opened the Telegram app, and sent a few messages in a group. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 piglets, packing 500,000 yuan, is there any boss to buy it? Soon, someone in the group started asking. Where to trade? How? Deliver it directly to the industrial park and use Hui Wang as a guarantor. Okay, are there any girls? No, they are all men. One of them is a top student who graduated from MIT. He majored in computer science and is proficient in coding. Okay, I'll take it, send it to KK. Nice. Cookie clenched his fist and couldn't help but say after seeing the message on the phone screen. They are a circle that never makes mistakes and there are generally no problems with reservations. Soon, you will get 500,000. Some people may ask, there are 6 people coming, why only 5 are sold? Actually, the fat guy is in cahoots with him. At the beginning, the fat man was allowed to speak first to lure everyone into the trap. A few minutes later, Cookie left the cabin and said to everyone, I have communicated with the captain. We will get off the plane in Myanmar. Everyone, take a short rest, tell your family, and then start the flight. Tonight will be your family's joy. Woohoo! Everyone cheered. At the same time, Marshal Shin took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lu Tianchuan. Honey, the plane is taking off soon. I'll be flying first. Cookie said he'll take us to team building first. I'll call you when I get there. Lu Tianchuan, who was driving back to school, saw the message from Marshal Shin and also made a very cute okay emoticon. 5 hours later, Wa State, Myanmar. The small passenger plane gradually landed at the airport. Compared with domestic airports, this place is particularly backward, and the landing location is also relatively remote. There isn't even an exit. After getting off the plane, Cookie quickly led the 6 people out of the airport. Next, what came into view was the complicated streets. This place was not as prosperous as the one in China. The streets were dusty and there were no tall buildings. At the same time, there were many local residents selling things. Clean and hygienic foot-pressed juice, hand-rubbed flatbreads, and several small stalls set up on bicycles, where RMB can be exchanged for Myanmar Chat, etc. The environment here is not what they expected, it's too backward. However, the area around the domestic airport was relatively empty, so they didn't think much about it. Come on, give me your ID cards and passports. Cookie suddenly spoke up, and upon hearing that, young Marshal Shin asked, No, what are you doing with our ID cards and passports? Of course I'll buy a plane ticket tomorrow. Young Marshal Shin asked in confusion, Don't you have a private jet? There was a hint of cunning in Cookie's eyes. I just talked to the boss of Zoom, and he said he would buy you a first-class seat. This plane is not comfortable and the speed is slow. Of course, it is better to sit in first class. Is this true? I've never sat in first class before. The fat man squeezed forward first and handed over his ID card and passport directly. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to hand over their ID cards and passports as well. After getting these things, Cookie smiled and said, Okay, I have arranged a car to take you to the Golden Triangle area. They speak Chinese, use RMB, and the people there are friendly. Myanmar is a multi-ethnic country with more than 135 ethnic groups, including our Han people. Cookie introduced things to everyone as he walked, and soon he arrived in front of a business car. Come on, everyone get in the car and just put your luggage in the trunk. They followed Cookie's instructions, put away the suitcases, and entered the car. In the car, as soon as Marshal Shin turned on his mobile phone, he received a message from Lu Tianchuan. Where are you now, dear? Seeing this message, he smiled slightly. The boss is taking us to northern Myanmar for team building, and then we will take the flight to Singapore at noon tomorrow. Lu Tianchuan quickly sent him a message, Northern Myanmar? Why are you going to northern Myanmar? Haven't you seen the latest movie? It's like hell on earth over there? There's a lot of fraud. Where are you now? Are you safe? After seeing the news about young Marshal Shin, Lu Tianchuan felt vaguely uneasy. Marshal Shin replied, Don't worry, we are heading to the Golden Triangle area, it is very safe. But, okay then, you need to keep in touch with me and remember the phone number 221-281. If you are in danger, call the embassy in Myanmar. Young Marshal Shin was just about to call Lu Tianchuan when a cold pistol was suddenly pointed at his head. Don't move, give me the phone. Chapter 72 Ruoro, my boyfriend seems to have been cheated. Kyoto University, office. Su Ruoro took 2 cups of Shiaoi coffee and slowly came to Lu Tianchuan's desk. Looking at Lu Tianchuan, who was worried, she couldn't help but say, Xuan, what are you doing instead of checking the students' files? As she said this, she placed the coffee on the table. Lu Tianchuan raised her head with a bad look on her face. Ruoro, I feel like something is going to happen to my boyfriend. What? Hearing her words, Su Ruoro's face changed slightly. She has learned that Marshal Shin went to Singapore today. It was Lu Tianchuan who specially gave it to him. Look at the chat log. Lu Tianchuan showed her mobile phone screen, and after seeing the chat history, Su Ruoro's heart tightened. Recently, fraud has been rampant in northern Myanmar. Many people were deceived into going there because of the high salary. There are many top students among them. Everyone feels that they will not be cheated, but once they are cheated, it is too late. At this time, Su Ruoro didn't dare to say anything, so she could only comfort him. It shouldn't be, isn't your boyfriend going to a company in Singapore? Zoom is a very famous company, and the team building should be real. I don't know. He didn't message me back. Then give her a call and ask her. Lu Tianchuan dialed Marshal Shin's number and put it to his ear. Sorry, the user you dialed is powered off, Ruoro. Ruoro, the phone is turned off. This. Su Ruoro was also a little at a loss, mainly because he had never encountered such a thing before. Lu Tianchuan said in panic, what should I do, Ruoro? Did something happen to my boyfriend? I've only been dating him for over a month, woo. It's okay, don't worry. He is not an ordinary person. Even if he is cheated, he should know how to save himself. Don't worry. Ruoro, isn't your father a criminal policeman? Can you call your father? Su Ruoro sighed slightly after hearing this. Xuan, you have to know that our Chinese police have no law enforcement authority in Myanmar, and the journey is long. There are also many armed forces over there, and the Myanmar authorities cannot control them. What should we do then? Lu Tianchuan became even more worried when he heard this. But she couldn't do anything. It's still uncertain what's going on with young Marshal Shin. You should wait for his news. Maybe he'll contact you later. Lu Tianchuan sighed and lowered his head. Looking at the messages from the freshman, she had no interest in working at all. KK Park, Myanmar. This is the nightmare of the Chinese. As the largest industrial park in Myanmar, it is also notorious locally. Inside the park, there are living burial areas and corpse burial areas, which are terrifying. Mainly, the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the park is nothing but farmland, which is very desolate. Moreover, the park is surrounded by a 5 or 6 meter high wall, and there is a checkpoint every 100 meters, guarded by armed personnel with live ammunition, making it almost impossible for anyone to escape. 2:30 in the afternoon. In the morning, the car slowly drove to the gate of KK Park. Now. Young Marshal Shin and others had been put on hoods and tied up. After the car stopped, Cookie and another fat man came to the entrance of the park. He took the ID cards and cell phones of 5 people and came to a man wearing glasses and a green short-sleeved shirt with a maple leaf pattern. He is the leader of KK Park, named Tom. Nationality is US. Hello, Bay. Cookie got out of the car and shook hands with Tom. The 2 people have reached many transactions, so they are considered acquaintances. In the Karen State region, he can cover the cookies. Cookie said in Malay, boss, go check the goods. They are all top students this time. They will definitely have no problem being dog promoters in the park. Tom winked at the armed men holding AK-47s behind him, and soon, 5 people led by Marshal Shin were dragged out of the car. The armed men pulled the hoods off their heads one by one and pointed their guns at them. After seeing this scene, young Marshal Shin's pupil shrank, and he shouted, Who are you? I'm telling you, I'm a top student who graduated from Mashing University of Technology. I advise you to let me go immediately. Upon hearing this, one of the armed men swung the butt of his rifle at his head, and immediately, a stream of blood flowed down his cheek. What are you doing? What are you doing? If you hit me, you're dead. You definitely won't be able to get away. Looking at young Marshall Shin, who was yelling the whole time, Tom couldn't help but squat down and pat his face, then turned his head to look at the soldier who hit him with the butt of his rifle. Why did you hit him so hard? He still wants to work for us. What if he breaks his brain? Sorry, boss. The soldier lowered his head. Tom didn't delve into it. After Huiwang Guarantee Software transferred 50W to Cookie, he said softly, "We are short of people recently, let's get more people. Especially women." "Got it, boss." "Well, go ahead." Soon, Cookie and the other fat man left. The 5 people were escorted into the park by armed personnel. 10 minutes later, Marshall Shin was the first to be brought into a dim room. He was also very uncooperative, but the consequence was that he was beaten up. When they came to a table, a Burmese man in green took out a contract and said calmly, "Sign this contract first, and I will take you to visit the park later. Tomorrow, I will officially start my job." Hearing this, young Master Shin set his sights on the contract. "This is a park fee contract. I saw that there were 3 items that required charges. 1. Air breathing fee, 1,000 renminbi per day. 2. Floor wear and tear fee, 1,000 renminbi per day. 3. The fee for visiting beautiful colleagues is 5,000 renminbi per day. In addition to these 3 charges, there is also a dormitory living fee and food expenses. Accommodation fee, 50,000 per month. Food expenses, 50,000 per month." After seeing the contract, Master Shin felt terrible. "You guys, this is illegal." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard. A piglet who failed to escape and had lost his usefulness fell to the ground with a thud. Tom took the Desert Eagle pistol in his hand, blew a puff of smoke from the muzzle, then walked to Marshall Shin and patted him on the shoulder gently. "Here, there are no laws. Killing is not against the law. Okay, don't waste time, sign the contract quickly, and I'll take you on a tour of the park later. You should also try to cooperate, otherwise, you will end up like that person just now." Chapter 73. Become the chairman of Tianqing Technology Company. Marshall Shin's eyes reflected the figure of his compatriot lying on the ground. He was not dead yet. He was lying on the ground twitching, with blood oozing out of his mouth. Young Marshall Shin felt extremely regretful. How come he didn't see that this was a conspiracy? How come you don't know you've been scammed? His situation was already precarious at this point, and this was the notorious KK Park. I sign. With trembling hands, he reluctantly signed his name on the contract. From then on, he was burdened with huge debts. Soon, the other 4 people signed. Tom was very satisfied with their performance and continued, "Okay, everyone did a good job. Let's go. I'll take you to visit our park. And the projects that are being run." Soon, under the leadership of Tom, they came to a dilapidated building. It's dark and damp here, and there's a musty smell in the air. There were even a few mice running by occasionally. Young Marshall Shin covered his nose, with the AK-47 pressing against his head, and slowly moved forward. Soon, Tom brought everyone to Go Tuwei's office. The area is several hundred square meters, but the working environment is extremely poor. Computers and mobile phones are placed in a rather chaotic manner. There are hundreds of people here. Some of them are missing arms, some are missing fingers, and some are even without legs. They are sitting in wheelchairs and working with smiles on their faces. There was also a foul smell in the air. Not only was the environment bad, but there were also soldiers armed with AK-47s guarding the area. This is where those who commit fraud on major social software gather. They package themselves as tall, rich and handsome, or fair, rich and beautiful on social software, fall in love with you online, and then slowly upgrade the relationship to commit fraud. Maybe the JK girl you met on some social software has a bald man behind her. You said he can send voice messages? Nowadays, voice changers can rival the original voice, and with the AI face-changing technology, it is almost impossible to find flaws. The working environment of the dog pusher came into view. Tom had a strange smile on his face and slowly said, 5 of you, this is where you will work in the future. 1 computer and 1 mobile phone for each person. The work is also very simple, just chatting. Mobile phones can only run independent software, and everyone must complete the required performance every month. The sales are not much, only 1 million per month, otherwise. His eyes suddenly fell on a man without arms, otherwise, your fate will be as serious as his. Besides, you also need to repay the money you just signed the contract for. It doesn't matter if you can't pay it back, one finger can be worth 100,000 yuan. Kidney, 500,000. Cornea, 200,000. We have professional hospitals, casinos, KTVs, and even coffee shops here. As long as you do well, your life will be better than outside. As for the salary, it will be paid normally, $3,000 a month, ha. When everyone heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. Especially Marshall Shen. He was originally hired by Zoom, but he didn't expect this to be the outcome. At this time, Tom turned his attention to Marshall Shen again. Hey, I heard that you graduated from MIT? What are you up to? Seeing Tom approaching, Marshall Shen's eyes were filled with fear and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Seeing that young Master Shen was so timid, Tom quickly comforted him, "Don't be nervous. I heard that you are a computer major. Do you know how to crawl?" "No. I can't." "Won't?" Bang! At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out throughout the huge room. A bullet whizzed past Marshall Shen's temple. Will it happen now? Yes, I will. I will definitely work hard. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground with a thump. Huge beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Tom smiled and said, "Work hard tomorrow. Come on, I'll continue to show you around." As he said this, he continued to lead the way. Tom also took everyone to visit the water dungeon, burial area, live burial area, kidney place, casino, KTV, etc. KK Park has everything, even a movie theater and ancient brothels. Most people who make money will spend it on prostitution and drugs. Okay, take them to the dormitory. Oh, and don't forget to ask them to report home that they are safe. Okay, boss. Kyoto number 1 courtyard. Option 1, take off the baby's clothes and let Mother Qin Shueping wash them. The reward is 51% shares of the technology company. Option 2, throw the baby and the clothes into the washing machine, and you will be rewarded with the murder title and the 10 years in prison experience card. No, the baby just pooped his pants, and you want me to kill the baby? Looking at these 2 options, Shiaoi was confused. Erba pooped a lot just now and it all got on his clothes. Then an option like this popped up. Shiaoi stared at Erba with wide eyes, and after slowly taking off Erba's smelly clothes, he shouted, "Mom, Erba has pooped, go wash his clothes quickly." Qin Shueping, who was sweeping the floor. What the hell? What's wrong with Shiaoi? He doesn't call her when there's good news, but calls her over as soon as the baby is pooped. Here I come. She came to Shiaoi cursing, and looking at the naked Xiaoming, she couldn't help but be stunned. How come it's all over the sofa cover? Go give Erba a bath and I'll wash the sofa cover as well. Okay. Shiaoi carried Erba into the bathroom, first washed off the smell on his body with warm water, and then filled water into the baby bathtub. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You have obtained 51% of the shares of the technology company and become the chairman of Tianqing Technology Company. Someone will contact you later. Tianqing Technology Company? Shiaoi was completely confused. Damn, he became the chairman of the board in an instant? The main thing is that he has never heard of this company. Is it very powerful? Hey. At this moment, the second baby in his arms suddenly smiled. Shiaoi didn't think about it. After putting a swimming ring on the second baby, he began to help him take a bath. Erbao, you said Dabeo can already call daddy, when will you be able to do that? Why aren't you as smart as Dabeo? Looking at Erbao splashing in the water, Shiaoi smiled. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Grandpa, your grandson called you. He supported Erbao's body with one hand and took his cell phone out of his pocket with the other. An unfamiliar number was beeping on the phone. He pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Hello, how are you? Chapter 74. Do you think I don't understand math or binary? Excuse me, are you Mr. Shiaoi? A clear female voice came from the phone, and Shiaoi said. Yes, I'm Shiaoi, who are you? Hello, Chairman. I am the manager of Tianqing Technology Company. The old director just said that a new chairman will take over his position, so I called you. When hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Well, I have something else to do now, let's talk about it tomorrow. Okay, Chairman. You can leave me your phone number and contact me anytime if you have any questions. By the way, my last name is Liu. Okay. After hanging up, Shiaoi continued to bathe Erbao. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Shiaoi drove the car into Kyoto University. As Su Ruoro's good husband, he must pick her up from get off work no matter what. At this time, the school is full of vitality, and there are many banners inside the school with the words "Welcome New Students" printed on them. Looking at this scene, Shiaoi felt a little emotional. Time flies so fast. I really miss my college days. Of course, the college days he mentioned were his previous life. After taking out his cell phone, he called Su Ruoro. The call was quickly connected, and Su Ruoro's voice rang out from inside. "Hello, dear, are you here to pick me up? Of course, you should be off work at this time, right? Well, but something happened and I need to go to my dad's place." His expression changed. "What's going on? Did something happen to Dad?" No. Su Ruoro was afraid that Shiaoi would misunderstand, so she quickly said, "Something happened to Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend, and we need to go and call the police." "Oh, I'm downstairs, let's go together." After hearing about what happened to young Marshallshan, Shiaoi did not feel any psychological fluctuations. With the way he acted before, he deserved to be cheated. But didn't Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend go to Singapore? Could it be that he was tricked into going there to get his kidneys? Shiaoi felt that he was thinking too much. He was a top student, how could he be deceived into giving her his kidneys? Soon, Lu Tianxuan and Su Ruoro ran downstairs. Shiaoi had a dogtail grass in his mouth. He spit it out after seeing Su Ruoro. "Are we going to Dad's place now?" Su Ruoro opened the passenger door of the Porsche, while Lu Tianxuan drove her Audi. Shiaoi did not hesitate and drove the car directly towards the Silatan criminal police team. After leaving the school, he stepped on the gas and asked, "What's going on? What happened to Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend?" "It's just that, he might have been tricked into going to northern Myanmar." "What?" Shiaoi was puzzled. Didn't he go to Singapore? Why did he go to northern Myanmar? "I don't know either." It seemed to be a team-building activity, and then, the phone was turned off. Shiaoi's mouth twitched. "If this is the case, it is possible that I was deceived into a fraud park." Well. Su Ruoro sighed. Lu Tianxuan finally got a boyfriend, but she didn't expect it to end like this. About half an hour later, Shiaoi and Lu Tianxuan's two cars stopped in front of the Silatan Criminal Police Brigade. Lu Tianxuan got out of the car first, and Shiaoi and Su Ruoro also got out of the car and entered the criminal police team. Before this, Su Ruoro had contacted Su Lingjin. Because there was a case under trial, he asked them to come and handle the case. "Dad, we're here." Su Lingjin happened to be in the hall at this time. After seeing Su Ruoro, Su Lingjin's expression became serious. "Come into the office and talk." 3 people entered the office. Because this was the criminal police team, he ignored Shiaoi and Su Ruoro, but instead focused his attention on Lu Tianxuan and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" Su Lingjin and Lu Tianxuan knew each other, so he didn't beat around the bush. "Uncle Su, it's like this." Lu Tianxuan explained the whole story in great detail. After listening to this, Su Lingjin pondered for a moment and opened his laptop. "I can find out where his signal disappeared. Let's take a look. Give me your boyfriend's cell phone number." Lu Tianxuan quickly told out Marshallshan's cell phone number. After searching for a while, Su Lingjin's pupils shrank. "His phone is online now." When Lu Tianxuan heard this, he leaned over and asked, "Where is he now?" Su Lingjin quickly opened the map and locked onto Marshallshan's location through the operator. "He is KK Park." At this time, Lu Tianxuan's cell phone rang, and he received a message from Marshallshan on WeChat. "Wife, I'm doing well in northern Myanmar now. The team building took us to many places. It was great. Don't worry." Lu Tianxuan showed the screen of her mobile phone to Su Lingjin. Seeing this, Su Lingjin looked grim. He must have been controlled by the people in KK Park and was threatened to send the message. And 6 in binary represents 110, which means call the police. When it came to this, Su Ruoro and Lu Tianxuan both reacted. Yes, 6 is 110 in binary. After all, young Master Shin is a graduate of a science and technology university, so it is normal for him to ask for help in this way. Lu Tianxuan said anxiously, "Uncle Su, then, you have already found out that my boyfriend was kidnapped and defrauded, so shouldn't you rescue him as soon as possible? He will suffer a lot in there." Well. Su Lingjin shook his head helplessly. "It's difficult. The KK Industrial Park is the largest industrial park in Myanmar. The wall is 5 or 6 meters high, and it is said that the armed personnel inside are equipped with real guns and nuclear bombs. The Myanmar authorities can't do anything about them. Lu Tianchuan was silent. She murmured, "So you're just going to watch him die without helping him?" Su Linjin lowered his head and said, "It's not that I'm standing by and watching. It's extremely difficult to destroy the fraud park. I'm just the captain of the criminal police team. Don't worry, Tianchuan. I will definitely report it to my superiors and give you an explanation." "No." She sighed. Inside KK Park. Bang. Ah. Bang. Ah. A soldier was attacking Marshal Shen with the butt of his rifle. There was a lot of blood flowing from Marshal Shen's head, his nose and face were swollen, and he looked horrible. "Do you think I don't know math or binary? You're still so stupid. You asked your parents to call 110? I'm telling you, it's useless even if you call the police. This is Myanmar, not China." Chapter 75. You look like a programmer. Come on, stop hitting me. How are you going to go to work tomorrow if you get hurt? Tom squatted down and said soothingly, "Okay, have a good rest, go to the canteen to eat at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and be at your workstation to start work at 7 o'clock, got it?" Young Marshal Shen nodded tremblingly. In Kyoto, Lu Tianchuan, Su Ruoro and others did not stay in the criminal police team for long. Su Ruoro sat in Shiaoi's car and drove towards Kyoto No. 1 courtyard together. In the car, Su Ruoro was in a particularly bad mood. After all, he is a living person. Even if he is a little annoying, he is still a living person after all. What my dad meant was that anyone who gets tricked into going in has a 99% chance of not being able to get out. At the same time, she was also a little worried that Shiaoi would be deceived. "My dear, please don't be so easily fooled by high-paying jobs. Even if you go abroad in the future, try to avoid Southeast Asia." Shiaoi, who was driving, couldn't help but smile. "Wife, do you think I will be deceived?" I feel like young Marshal Shen was thinking the same thing at the time. People all think they are very smart and won't be fooled, but isn't young Marshal Shen a living example? Seeing Su Ruoro's serious look, Shiaoi nodded. "Don't worry, wife, I understand. By the way, I recently invested in a technology company, and I may have to handle the company's affairs in the future." Su Ruoro asked with a black question mark, "How much shares do you own in the company?" 51%. Shiaoi spoke lightly. "What?" When Su Ruoro heard this, her pupils shrank and she even thought she had heard it wrong. 51%? Isn't this the chairman? Have absolute decision-making power. Honey, it must have cost a lot of money to invest in the company. What kind of company is it? Upon hearing this, Shiaoi said calmly, "It's a technology company that mainly makes small household appliances, such as sweeping robots, electric fans, etc." Shiaoi looked these up on the internet. The company is not big, but it is not small either. There are a lot of small household appliances, including lights, smart locks, tea bar machines, vacuum cleaners, etc. Su Ruoro had a lot of question marks on her face. She didn't understand why Shiaoi wanted to invest in such a company. Maybe there is potential? So are you going to go take a look tomorrow? Yes. Shiaoi nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I'll take you to school first." "Are you tired today, the first day of registration for freshmen?" "I'm so tired." Su Ruoro sighed. "Shuangshuang's boyfriend has had such an incident, she has no mood to continue working. I helped her deal with most of the things today. I don't think she will recover in a short time, so let's help if we can." It's hard work, daughter-in-law." Shiaoi sighed and had to say that Lu Tianchuan was a pretty good person. At least she is not like some bad women who immediately change to another one. Su Ruoro shook her head. "It's okay, I'm also very sad to see Shuangshuang like this, I will comfort her." Shiaoi drove back home. Xin Shueping had already prepared a table full of dishes. After seeing Shiaoi coming back, he quickly said, "Hey, Shiaoi, you are back. I don't know why the baby has been crying. Go and check it out." "Still crying?" Shiaoi quickly came to the bedroom. At this time, the 3 babies were lying on the bed very well and were not crying. "Didn't you say you were crying?" Shiaoi came to the baby, and suddenly, a foul smell came into his nose. "Wow, why does it stink so bad?" After a quick look, I found that my second baby had pooped again. Moreover, it has seeped out of the diaper. It may be because he didn't put diapers on the baby properly. The babies must feel uncomfortable after pooping, so it is normal for him to cry. Erbao, why are you having diarrhea again? Did you have an upset stomach? As soon as Shiaoi picked up the second baby, he started crying loudly. Wow. What's wrong, husband? Su Ruoruo opened the bedroom door and walked in and asked. It's okay. Erbao seems to have diarrhea. He has diarrhea again. Wife, please remove the bed sheet. I will change his clothes and then wash them. It's okay, I'll take a shower, you go give Erbao a bath. Okay. Su Ruoruo put Debao and Sanbao in the stroller and then took off the bed sheet. Qin Shueping came over quickly and picked up Debao and Sanbao. After giving the second baby a bath, the family sat at the dining table and started eating. Su Lingjun often works overtime and doesn't know what time he will come back, so they usually don't wait for him, and Qin Shueping will leave some food for him in the pot. The next day. The weather was getting cooler and it was cloudy today. He wore a white shirt because he was going to visit a company. Then put on a plaid jacket. Looks a bit like, a programmer. Especially with a briefcase under his arm, he looks more like a programmer. Puff. When Su Ruoruo saw his look, she chuckled, Hubby, why are you dressed like this? Although this plaid jacket is not ugly, it doesn't seem right on you. Is there? Shiaoi looked at the clothes on his body and said, I feel fine. You are ready, right? Then I will take you to work first, and then go to the company to take a look. Well, okay. Su Ruoruo didn't say much. The uglier Shiaoi dressed, the happier she felt. So that there won't be any vixens seducing him. After sending Su Ruoruo to school, Shiaoi drove to the Deep Blue Center. This is a commercial area, and Tianqing Technology Company is located here. He has a 6-story independent office building here. The company's small household appliances are spread all over the world and have a certain scale in the market. However, the company mainly focuses on OEM, and its products are all other people's brands, so it is not well known. When Shiaoi arrived, there were not many parking spaces here, so he parked the car a little further away, and then he walked over with a swagger. There are still quite a few people in front of the company. He checked on the internet and found that Tianqing Technology Company has more than 500 employees. It's still good to have these employees. Shiaoi had just reached the door when a man suddenly walked over. Then he called out, Shiaoi? The latter turned his head and saw a man in a suit walking towards him not far away. After seeing his face, Shiaoi learned that this was his college classmate named Zhou Jian. Same major, but not in the same class. Since we had the same major, we knew each other in college. Why are you here? He looked at Zhou Jian and said, I'll come over. No matter what you're here for, I heard you're married and have kids, right? Shiaoi grinned and nodded, yes, you know all this? I heard it from others. Yes, he became a father at such a young age. Zhou Jian patted his shoulder and said, why, you are here for an interview today. He looked Shiaoi up and down, and seeing that he was wearing a plaid jacket, he asked, I heard from the HR department that the company is short of programmers recently. Are you here to interview programmers? Chapter 76, Master the technology of the previous parallel world and attack the mobile phone industry. No. Shiaoi rolled his eyes, not feeling surprised. It's normal to be misunderstood. In today's society, don't people all like to compare with each other? As long as you are better than me, I will be happy. Which department are you interviewing for? Chairman? Just then, a slender young lady wearing a white shirt, brown hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels, and glasses, who looked like an action movie actress, walked over. She looked Shiaoi up and down, then asked, Are you the new chairman? They added each other on WeChat last night, and she recognized him through the photos in Xiaoi's moments. Yes, that's right, you are Lin Ringjie, right? Yes, hello, Master Xiao. Lin Ringjie hurriedly stepped forward and shook hands with Shiaoi. Shiaoi ignored Zhou Jian beside him and said to Lin Ringjie, Take me to learn about the company first. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Lin Ringjie nodded and took Shiaoi into the company. Zhou Jian just stood there in a daze. Some time ago he learned that the company's chairman was going to be replaced. But I didn't expect that this person was actually Shiaoi. I just wanted to mock him. He also got into the company by relying on some special relationships and was promoted to team leader in just 2 months. Although the company is not big, but with slow development, he will definitely be able to become a good official. I shouldn't have offended Shiaoi just now, right? If I provoke him, won't I be finished? Blanche, At this moment, Zhou Jian felt extremely regretful. Damn it, why are you looking for trouble? You have to go up and make some sarcastic remarks. Bang! He slapped himself directly on the handsome face. I hope Shiaoi won tea cause him trouble. Within the company. Boss Xiao, this is our programming department. Lin Ringier pointed to an office area and continued, although our company is mainly engaged in OEM, we also have our own products. However, they have not yet been put on the market and are in the experimental stage. Do you want to do home connectivity? That's right. Lin Ringier smiled and nodded. Mr. Xiao, what you said is right, but we are now facing some technical barriers, such as core controllers, signal transmission of furniture interconnection, and sensing, etc. Shiaoi was not surprised to hear this. In the smart interconnection industry, these technologies are indeed somewhat difficult. After all, it needs its own core terminal, controller, signal propagation, etc. Because his father made mobile phones in his previous life and had done in-depth research in smart homes, Shiaoi has some unique insights in this area. He even understands a lot of the techniques. If he were to operate them himself, it is not impossible to complete them, but it may take a little longer. He asked, in fact, you can try to make a control terminal, and then use the internet at home to control it using Wi-Fi. This is more convenient. Lin Ringier sighed, we haven't thought about this before, but the company has limited technical personnel, and we also need some control chips. Boss Xiao, you also know that China is sanctioned by the United States, and our small company can't contact companies like TSMC at all. So, ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining some of your father's patents, lithography machine technology, etc. in the previous parallel world. You can use them in this parallel world. In addition, the future OS system USB disk has been stored in your system warehouse, and the host can use it at any time. After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi was shocked. Damn, this works. The system is awesome. He coughed twice and said, ahem. I have thought of all these things. How about this? You go and inform each department. We will immediately set up a mobile phone business and start making mobile phones. What? When Lin Ringier heard this, she was completely stunned. Does Shiaoi understand the market? Why does he want to enter the mobile phone business? China's mobile phones are now very powerful. Brands such as Huawei, Apple, Xiaomi, Vivo, Oppo, etc. almost dominate the entire mobile phone market. Their company's technology is very poor, and if they make mobile phones, they can only make some copycat phones. But will users of copycat phones pay for it? Obviously not. Lin Ringier stammered, no, Mr. Xiao, you are really sure you want to make a mobile phone? Shiaoi grinned, of course. This. She still couldn't believe it, but Shiaoi looked relieved and said, don't worry, I can break through any technical barriers. The system team currently needs 30 people. Please contact the HR department and recruit some experienced programmers to set up a future OS system team. Future OS system? After hearing this, Lin Ringier asked, boss, the mobile phones on the market now all run Android, iOS or Hongmeng systems, right? How come I have never heard of this future OS system you mentioned? Shiaoi said calmly, using Android open source, iOS and Hongmeng will definitely not authorize it. What we have to do is of course to make a brand new system. Lin Ringier was extremely shocked when she saw Xiaoyi's confident look. My god, the boss is too ambitious. The main reason is that their company is so small, how could they achieve such success? Don't worry about it. Just follow my instructions. Okay. Lin Ringier nodded and immediately got to work. After a moment, she suddenly turned back and said, by the way, boss, your office is on the 6th floor. Let me take you there first. Yeah, that's fine. Soon, Lin Ringier swiped her work card, then took Shiaoi into the elevator and went upstairs. 5 minutes later, she brought Shiaoi to the office. Boss Xiao, this is your office. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I will finish the work you just assigned to me first. By the way, the company is now cooperating with more than 50 companies to produce various equipment for them. There are detailed records on the computer on your desk. You can take a look. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. This is what I should do. Lin Ringier smiled faintly and left quickly. At the same time, Shiaoi also opened the office door and walked in. The office had obviously been cleaned up by someone. It was extremely clean, almost spotless. The area is more than 20 square meters, and the mahogany furniture looks very luxurious. At this time, he turned his eyes to an employee handbook. I couldn't help but turn to the first page. Written on it are the slogans that need to be shouted every day. If you want to succeed, go crazy first. Charge forward regardless of the consequences. Try hard once and you will become rich for 3 generations. Try hard to avoid failure. Sleep on the floor today, sleep with the boss tomorrow. Etc. Sleeping boss? Chapter 77. We are going to enter the mobile phone industry. Employee, Uzun do fake do? Shiaoi grinned. Could it be that the previous boss had some special hobbies? Are you gay, or do you like fencing? When Shiaoi thought of this, he couldn't help but shudder. No, this slogan must be abolished. To Shiaoi, shouting his so-called slogan before going to work every day seems like a very childish behavior. Some employees even shouted just to show off to their boss. That's how the workplace is. Shiaoi took a brief tour of the office and then sat down in the office chair. He did not open the mobile phone immediately, but opened the so-called system warehouse. Then, a space similar to the stars in the universe appeared in front of him, and there was a USB flash drive inside. He simply reached out and a USB flash drive appeared in his hand. After plugging it into the computer, he took a quick look and it was just like his previous life. Oh no, to be exact, it was another parallel world. The files of the future OS system inside were well preserved. He looked at the codes and sighed slightly. These are his father's achievements. Before traveling through time, his father founded a mobile phone brand called Future. It means future in English. The future represents the forefront of science and technology, represents exploration, and also represents the ideal technology of mankind. Of course, my father's system was very successful at that time. The system just said that this is a parallel world. Is he the one whose soul traveled to a parallel world? Then he in the other world disappeared or? When Shiaoi thought of this, he was a little puzzled. He shook his head and looked at the computer screen again. After a while, the phone on the table rang. Buzz. Grandpa, your grandson called you. Shiaoi glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was a call from Lin Rinjir. He pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone. At the same time, Lin Rinjir's voice came from the phone. Hey, President Xiao, I have finished what you asked me to do. It is expected that a new department will be established in 3 days. At the same time, according to our company's tradition, on the first day of the new chairman's appointment, he needs to hold a meeting with all employees to get to know everyone. At the same time, I would like to ask the leaders of each department to meet you. When are you available? Hearing this, Shiaoi was not surprised. He said softly, give me 20 minutes to prepare. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll be here in 20 minutes and take you to our large conference room. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi didn't think much about it. After briefly thinking about what to say next, he started studying the patent mentioned by the system. 20 minutes passed quickly, and at this time, Lin Rinjir stopped at the door of the office in her high heels. She knocked gently on the glass door and said, Boss Xiao, are you ready? I'll take you to our meeting room now. Okay. After picking up the phone, Shiaoi followed Lin Rinjir downstairs. At this time, there were no employees at each workstation, and even the cleaning lady was called over. In the conference hall on the 3rd floor, more than 500 employees sat on their chairs, whispering to each other. Have you heard? The new chairman arrived today. I heard someone say that he looks like a young man who has just turned 20. What? You just turned 20? Are you kidding me? If you just turned 20, you haven't graduated from college yet, right? Maybe, anyway, it's quite outrageous. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Soon, the door of the large conference room was opened and Shiaoi, wearing a plaid shirt, walked in. Although his clothes are not very good looking, he is handsome. As soon as they entered, many female employees sitting in the front row couldn't help but cover their mouths. Some people even exclaimed in amazement. Wow, I didn't expect the new chairman to be such a handsome guy. It's just like the rumors said, he's a young man in his early 20s. You are so young, you should not be married, right? Lingling, you are so beautiful. I think I can try to flirt with him. Maybe he will like you. Shoo. The chairman is here. Everyone shut up immediately. Shiaoi was the chairman after all. As the saying goes, a new official will make 3 big moves upon taking office, so they really didn't dare to mess with him. After seeing more than 500 employees, Shiaoi did not have much psychological fluctuations. Before traveling through time, he had represented his father in a press conference to launch a new mobile phone, so he would definitely not be nervous when encountering such a scene. He came to the center of the big screen, holding the microphone in his hand, and introduced himself. Well, hello, everyone, I am the new director, my name is Shiaoi, and I am 22 years old. Duoda? What? After hearing his age, all 500 people present exclaimed. What the hell? 22 years old? At the age of 22, he hasn't graduated from college yet. He became the chairman before he even graduated? Seeing the surprised looks of the people below, Shiaoi smiled calmly and said, "Don't be surprised, I'm from the computer science department of Peking University. I already understand the company's business. To put it bluntly, my purpose in joining the company is to enter the smart home industry and start competing in the mobile phone market." After hearing Shiaoi's words, everyone was even more confused. They can understand smart homes, but what is the mobile phone market? Shiaoi went on to say, moreover, this will be the smoothest and longest lasting mobile phone to date. And the hardware will all be domestically produced. The people in the audience swallowed their saliva. Crazy, really crazy. TSMC is going to build a factory in the United States recently and change its name to TSMC. Are you going to use some outdated chips? That's not smooth at all. At this time, the senior management of the company was already a little worried. They were afraid that Shiaoi's arrival would bring disaster to the company. Although Shiaoi graduated from Kyoto University, he is too young. And it seems that he doesn't understand the mobile phone market at all. The CPU requires advanced photolithography machines to carve, and a Kyoto is carved in an area about the size of a fingernail. He wouldn't know all this, right? In short, most people didn't believe Shiaoi at this time. Shiaoi directly introduced, the mobile phone system department will be ready within 3 days. First, let me introduce the future OS system to you. When he just came, he gave Lin Ringier the USB flash drive, which contained a lot of PPTs, which were used by his father to launch mobile phones in his previous life. According to the technological level of this world, he did not plan to use the latest model of SoC. Because even if you use the latest model, there will be excess performance. He opened the PPT. Our processor will use the latest 3nm process and have a 6G internet speed. Chapter 78. Is this massage serious? 4,000 words. Shiaoi didn't mention many key points. After all, confidentiality measures still need to be taken. Although his peers will not cause him too much trouble, he cannot reveal too much before the phone comes out. The meeting lasted about half an hour, and each department returned to their original work positions. Currently, the company's main source of revenue comes from OEM, so the OEM industry cannot be cut off now. However, after a period of time, these salesmen will gradually decrease in number. After he joins the company, the business will soon undergo tremendous changes. The most important thing to do now is to make the core terminal. Of course, these things can also be evolved using the future system. At 5 o'clock, Shiaoi left the company on time. Went to Kyoto University to pick up Su Ruoro from Get Off Work. Su Ruoro has a driver's license, so he actually thinks he could buy her a car and let her drive to and from Get Off Work. It's not that Shiaoi doesn't want to pick her up, but it might delay the company in the future. When I picked up Su Ruoro, she was obviously in a bad mental state. Call. She was sitting in the passenger seat and had almost collapsed, not wanting to move at all. Even his hair was a mess. She stroked her neck. Hiss, I'm so tired. Why, have you been helping Lu Tianchuan today as well? That's right. Su Ruoro fixed her eyes on Shiaoi and sighed softly. I really didn't know that counselors were under so much pressure. New students have to fill out various forms and documents for admission. It's really busy. Shiaoi had already started the car. Where's Lu Tianchuan? How is she? She didn't go to work today, and I don't know what she did. Shiaoi was extremely surprised when he heard this, but he didn't say much. It seems that this incident has had a great impact on her. He said, it's okay. Remember, I can give you a massage later. You've worked hard. Wei. Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi and thought about how he gave her grandfather massages every now and then, and she really wanted to know how good his skills were. At this time she continued, by the way, how was your visit to the company today? The company should be pretty good, right? Yeah, it's pretty good. Shiaoi also didn't intend to reveal much. It's okay, mainly doing OEM. I plan to sort out the company's business and develop some new industries. Ha ha ha, okay. Suruoro looked at Shiaoi. Shiaoi was indeed a strong man in the business world. She didn't know much about managing a company, so she just let him do it. After all, Shiaoi made over 100 million from investment. He was very relieved. Not long after, Shiaoi brought Suruoro back home. Su Lingjun is also at home today. He is playing with Dabao and Sanbao. Qin Shueping was holding her second baby in her hands at this time, babbling and holding him up high. When they heard that Shiaoi and Suruoro had returned, they immediately looked over there. Hey, you guys are back. Well. Suruoro sighed, put her bag on the entrance, and walked in exhausted. Su Lingjun saw her and exclaimed, "Hey, what happened?" "Dad, Lu Tianchuang didn't go to work today. I'm taking care of her. I'm almost exhausted from all the new students reporting." After saying that, she sat down on the sofa. "I don't want to move at all." When he said this, Su Lingjun looked helpless. For some reason, online fraud has been particularly rampant recently. A college graduate who just graduated was defrauded of more than 200,000 yuan by playing a card game where a beautiful croupier dealt cards online. But there is no intention of stopping yet. He even sold his girlfriend's car so that he could continue playing. Online gambling is a scam. These are all scams carried out in the industrial park in northern Myanmar, but some people just refuse to change their ways and say that they are just unlucky. He had no choice but to say, "Daughter, our police have contacted the embassy in Myanmar about your best friend's case. They have also contacted local officials. It requires multinational consultations. As you know, many places in Myanmar are now occupied by warlords. Unless some chambers of commerce come forward, they will not let us go. And the KK Park can be said to be the largest fraud park in northern Myanmar." Suruoro also looked helpless. "Dad, I know all this, just do your best. They are also responsible for being deceived and many people even sneaked in." "Yeah." Su Lingjun nodded. At this time, Qin Shueping beside him said, "Well, let's go eat first." Soon, Shiaoi and Suruoro washed their hands and sat at the dining table. The babies are very well behaved now, so it's okay to just put them in the stroller during mealtime. After sitting down, Su Lingjun picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in his mouth before chewing it. As if he remembered something, he turned his eyes to Shiaoi. "By the way, Shiaoi, how is your store doing recently?" Shiaoi heard this and laughed. "Not bad. Ever since Wang Daowu was arrested by you, the property management came to my house to apologize and exempted me from 1 month's water and electricity bills. Now the store is stable. Sister Wang is recovering well." That's good, that's good." Su Lingjun laughed, and Shiaoi asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Why are you asking me this all of a sudden?" "The criminal police team is short of people recently, and I want to ask if you are interested in going there." Shiaoi was confused. At this time, Suruoro explained, "Hubby, actually my grandfather was a criminal policeman when he was young. He even went to the battlefield to fight against the Japanese. There are no boys in the family, so my dad has turned his attention to you." Dad, I just invested in a company recently and am now the chairman of the company. I want to change the company's main business, so I may not have much time recently." "What?" When they heard this, Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping were both confused. "Invested in a company? Are you the chairman of the company now? Wow, is Shiaoi so awesome? You have really made progress." What company?" "It's a small technology company with only about 500 employees." Su Lingjun had a black question mark on his face. 500 employees? Not big? This is more or less a bit Versailles. What's the name of the company? Shiaoi did not hide it, Tianqing Technology Company. This is quite famous in our area. You know? Yes. Su Lingjun nodded. 2 years ago, this company evaded taxes and the boss was sent to jail because of this. I was the one trying the case at the time. Hearing this, Shiaoi grinned. What the hell? The boss evaded taxes? Depend on. Seeing Shiaoi's expression, Su Lingjun chuckled. Ha, okay, I won't tease you anymore, it's over. He then asked, I remember that company is a smart home OEM, what do you think? I plan to make a mobile phone. Puff. At this moment, Suruoro, who had just taken a mouthful of porridge, suddenly vomited. Shiaoi turned his head and asked, why are you reacting so strongly? Honey, what did you just say? Make a cell phone? She has a black question mark on her head. Shiaoi nodded, yes. Although our Chinese mobile phones are very advanced now, there are still many areas for improvement. I've been in this industry before and have some experience, so I'll give it a try. Have you ever been in contact with it? Su Ruoruo tilted her head. Although she didn't know where Shiaoi went to high school, she had always been paying attention to him during his 3 years in college. The Shiaoi before was completely different from what he is now. He was a good student and a good citizen who could deliver takeout and work part-time. Shiaoi nodded, I have sold mobile phones in a mobile phone store, so this should count, right? Everyone was speechless. Why is Shiaoi so careless? After seeing their expressions, he chuckled, don't worry, Dad. I know my limits. Although I haven't practiced it before, I have learned a lot of experience. Okay. Do you need money? Need not. Shiaoi shook his head. What kind of money do you need to start a business? Direct financing is enough. Moreover, a mobile phone cannot do everything it can. It will take a long time, and before mobile phones come out, he will use existing technology to build some smart homes. Okay, then you can do it yourself. After dinner, Shiaoi took a shower and then took Su Ruoruo into the bedroom. Su Ruoruo was tired after a day's work and didn't want to take a shower. Being a warm-hearted man, he would naturally bring a basin of water for his wife to wash her feet. Wife, the foot bath water is here. Seeing this, Su Ruoruo quickly shook her head. Pfft. Hubby, no need, I plan to take a shower later. Shiaoi shook his head, no, I'll give you a massage after washing your feet. Shiaoi raised his eyebrows again, and Su Ruoruo was stunned. Is he serious about this massage? When Su Ruoruo thought of this, her pretty face turned red, and without hesitation, she quickly stretched out her little feet. Shiaoi did not hesitate and began to wash her feet. After washing her feet, he did give Su Ruoruo a massage, but it was more than just a massage. I believe everyone here understands? Omega? After finishing, Su Ruoruo was already very sleepy. She put on her pajamas and prepared to turn off the lights. At this time, Shiaoi suddenly interrupted, wait, wife, don't turn off the lights yet, I still have something to do. After hearing Shiaoi's voice, Su Ruoruo frowned. It's almost 12 o'clock and the baby has fallen asleep obediently. Isn't he sleepy? Honey, what are you going to do? She lay directly on the bed. Shiaoi looked at the laptop on the table beside him and said slowly, I suddenly have an idea. You go to sleep first. I'll do some work. This. Okay, I'll go to sleep first. Shiaoi kissed Su Ruoruo on the forehead, turned off the lights, got up and sat on a chair beside him, turned on the computer, and plugged in the USB drive. Su Ruoruo opened her eyes and looked at Shiaoi's back, not knowing what he was doing. At this time, Shiaoi had already opened 3D modeling and started designing the 3D model. Because of the angle, Su Ruoruo could clearly see what Shiaoi was doing. After seeing him still working diligently, Su Ruoruo suddenly lost all sleepiness. Honey, what are you doing? She poked her head out and spoke. Shiaoi smiled and said, now smart homes lack core controllers. I plan to design a touch panel embedded in the wall, which also has voice control function. When Su Ruoruo heard this, the first person she thought of was Shiaoi. Or T-Mall Genie. They are all core control terminals, and of course they can also play music and have many functions. Even the Shiaoi touch screen speaker has the function of watching TV series and browsing Douyin. Su Ruoruo continued to ask, husband, there should be such equipment in the world, right? Shiaoi nodded, yes, there are, but the compatibility of each company is different. For example, our products will definitely not be compatible with Shiaoi. Since we want to produce our own products, we must have our own terminals. Su Ruoruo nodded thoughtfully, but dear, didn't you say you wanted to make a mobile phone first? Mobile phones are quite complicated nowadays, so I will build a smart industry chain first. Whoa. Su Ruoruo said she didn't understand at all. Although she is a professor of computer science, the field that Shiaoi is talking about now has already gone beyond computers. Then you go ahead and do your work, I'm going to sleep. Well, good night. Shiaoi continued to operate the computer. Because there are a lot of design blueprints, motherboard circuits and so on in the U-disk, all of which are ready-made. Because their company has its own factory, they can produce directly. After finishing the drawings, Shiaoi sent them directly to Lin Rinjie. Produce some motherboards according to this drawing. Remember to make them according to the data above and keep the chip position well. A few seconds later, Lin Rinjie replied with a received. Shiaoi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it was so late and Lin Rinjie hadn't gone to bed yet. I have to say he is quite dedicated. Go to bed early. After sending the message, Shiaoi lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. The next day, he went to get off work and came home as usual. After setting up the company, he did become busier, but his days were indeed much more fulfilling. Shiaoi also bought a car for Su Ruoro on the weekend. Because her driving skills were not very good, he bought her a very ordinary electric car. Oraparane cat, girl's favorite. Of course, after a few days of rest and Su Ruoro's comfort, Lu Tianchuang's mental state improved a lot. After her parents found out about this, they arranged several blind dates for her. However, she did not fall in love with these blind date men. Instead, I quickly focused my energy on work. However, it is rare to see her smiling face. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Wang Wenjing has fully recovered. The second trial of Wang Daohu upheld the original verdict. Sister Wang got the compensation she deserved. Feng Beibei received active treatment and is recovering gradually. At the same time, the eldest, second and third children are much smarter than other children of the same age. They are less than 8 months old now and can already run. Children of the same age have just learned to walk. At the same time, after half a year of development, Shiaoi's company will launch a series of products to the market. Chapter 79. Xiao Mangrua is so smart. Dad. 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 Kyoto. As soon as Shiaoi returned home, Xiao Mangrua, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Qinxue came running over. It's really amazing that an 8-month-old baby can speak simple words and run around. Seeing the 3 little kids running over, Shiaoi hugged them all. Debao Xiao Mangrua pinched Xiaoyi's face and said, "Daddy, Mimi." She meant to eat strawberries. Shiaoi promised to buy it for her before going out today, so the little girl has been craving for strawberries. At this time, Su Ruoro walked in closely behind Shiaoi, holding the strawberries that Debao had been thinking about. Ruoro, the strawberry is in Mommy's hand. Upon hearing this, Debao struggled in Xiaoi's arms, yelling, "Mom, Mom." He had no choice but to put Debao down, and then Debao happily came to Su Ruoro. "Nini, Nini." Xiao Mangrua was still mumbling Mimi and her eyes were on the bag in Su Ruoro's hand. Su Ruoro said patiently, "Baby, what should you do before eating strawberries?" "Wash." Su Mangrua raised her little head and said happily. Shiaoi and Su Ruoro will pay special attention to early education, perhaps because of her high IQ, she knows a lot of things. When she said wash her mouth, of course she meant wash it before eating. Looking at Xiao Mangrua who was so smart, Su Ruoro couldn't help but flick her chubby face, then Mommy Ruoro, can you wash it? Good. She clapped her hands, Mom, wash, wash. Come on, Mom will wash you. As she said that, Su Ruoro picked up Xiao Mangrua and walked towards the kitchen. At the same time, Xiao Ming, the second child in Xiaoyi's arms, also spoke up, Dad, I want to eat too. Come on, let's go grab your sister's strawberries together. After saying that, Shiaoi carried Erbao and Sanbao to the living room. Xiao Ming and Xiao Qinxue sat on the sofa quite obediently. In the kitchen, Su Ruoro had already washed the strawberries. Su Linjin and Qin Shueping are not at home today, so there are only 5 of them at home. Strawberries are coming. Su Ruoro came over with a basket full of big strawberries. After placing it on the coffee table, the babies all put their little heads over it. Wow! Xiao Mangrua first picked up a big strawberry, then opened her mouth and tried to put it in her mouth. But they have only a few teeth coming out. When eating fruit normally, I also crush it. The most important thing is that their mouths are not even as big as strawberries. Ruoro, Daddy will crush it for you to eat or. At this moment, Xiao Mangrua suddenly said, Dad, eat first, the tips of the strawberries are sweet. Su Ruoro? Shiaoi? What? Hearing this, Shiaoi was confused. How old is Xiao Mangrua? She already knows that the tips of strawberries are sweet? And you let Dad eat first? Shiaoi looked at the sensible Debao and was extremely shocked. The main reason was that he really didn't expect his daughter to be so smart. System, this is all my credit. Please don't worry, host. Your child's IQ is now equivalent to that of a 2-year-old child, and his learning ability is particularly strong. Host, please cultivate it well. The system is awesome. Shiaoi couldn't help but shout in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little worried. Such children will definitely be more mature than their peers. Then the body shouldn't be mature, right? That's right, Shiaoi was just afraid that the child would reach sexual maturity or something. At this time, the system gave an answer. Don't worry, the host will not, the child's IQ will only increase, physical development will increase slightly, and learning ability will become stronger, but there will be no obvious changes in development. That's fine. That's fine. Su Ruoro beside Shiaoi was terrified and asked, Ruoro, did you just let Dad eat it? Daddy, eat. Strawberries are pointy and sweet. She stretched out her arms and wanted to feed Shiaoi herself. Shiaoi was also very cooperative. He opened his mouth and ate the tip of the strawberry. Then, Xiaomangrua suddenly turned her head and stared at Su Ruoro eagerly. Mom, eat strawberry but. Su Ruoro? Puff. Shiaoi chuckled. Wow, Debeo is really Daddy's little cotton padded jacket. Shiaoi, look at your daughter, she's so close to you, just let me eat your strawberry but. Ha ha ha. Shiaoi directly hugged Xiaomangrua into his arms, and then said, if my daughter doesn't kiss me, who else can she kiss, right, Xiao Ruoro? Aha! She nodded heavily, and then said in an unfluent way, kiss Daddy. That's great. At this time, Su Ruoro set her sights on the second treasure, Xiaoming. Bao, tell me, who are you closer to, Mom or Dad? Bao said without hesitation, Dad. Su Ruoro. Then I will kiss my mother. Sanbao Xiao Qinxue suddenly spoke. This made Su Ruoro feel a little better. Soon, Su Ruoro took out the juicer. I put the strawberries and milk into the juicer, squeezed them into strawberry milk, and then poured it into the babies' bottles. Come here, babies. Take a bottle each and drink slowly. The babies took the bottle and started drinking milk. Mom, I want to hear a story. I want one too. Me too, me too. Bao suddenly suggested listening to a story, and when he started, the other two babies also started clamoring. Su Ruoro had no choice but to take out a storybook and said, Okay, Mom will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain there was a temple. In the temple there was an old monk who was telling a story to a young monk. Shiaoi looked at the three babies drinking milk and listening to stories obediently, looking carefree. It was at this time. Xiaoyi's cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Shiaoi took a look and saw the three words Lin Rinjie scrolling on the phone screen. He picked up the phone, walked quickly to the balcony, and pressed the answer button. Lin Rinjie's voice came from the phone, Boss Xiao, our model room has been debugged. When can you come over for a visit? Are you ready already? Shiaoi was a little surprised. He has been handling the company's affairs for half a year. Under his leadership, the company produced a series of products. There are large and small appliances, such as smart switches, routers, air conditioners, sweeping robots, etc. Even refrigerators were produced. However, compared with brands like Haier, it is much worse. The recently launched model room is used to test the stability between various devices. He plans to cooperate with some decoration companies to directly build a completely smart home. Of course, this is only the preliminary stage. It will take a very long time to perfect it. Chapter 80 Palladium-Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology? I have time this afternoon, so I'll go there in the afternoon. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I won't bother you anymore. See you in the afternoon. Just after hanging up the phone, two options suddenly appeared in front of him. Option 1, take your wife and baby to visit the model room in the afternoon and give your wife a detailed introduction. You will be rewarded with Palladium-Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. Choice 2, go there alone in the afternoon, and get the reward, 14 nanometers lithography machine. Shiaoi looked at the two options in confusion. Good job. 14 nanometers lithography machine? This is very heartwarming. But is there anything more advanced than controlled nuclear fusion? He clearly remembered that palladium was the energy source of Iron Man's arc reactor. Although this thing is highly poisonous, he put it on his chest. If the sealing is done well and applied to the power energy industry, it will definitely set off a wave. Give him a Nobel Prize or something, no problem. Shiaoi walked back to the living room with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Su Ruoro saw Shiaoi's boastful look and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong, husband? You look so happy. Did you win the lottery?" "Mom, what is a lottery?" Dabeo Xiaomangrua suddenly asked. Shiaoi heard it and said, "Ruoro, you are still young, you will understand in the future." "Whoa whoa." She nodded thoughtfully. Shiaoi said, "Wife, you haven't been to my company yet. The model room I prepared this afternoon is ready. Why don't you come with me to take a look?" This sentence successfully aroused Su Ruoro's curiosity, and she couldn't help asking, "What model room?" "You also know that I've been working on some smart homes recently, smart home model rooms. The large and small appliances inside are all produced by our company. The main purpose is to test their stability." Hearing this, Su Ruoro did not hesitate at all. She nodded heavily, "Okay. Take the babies with you, too. They can walk now anyway." Su Linjin has been busy with a lot of cases lately and has been working overtime. Xin Shueping and her friend went out to buy things and haven't come back yet. He said he would be back in the evening. Shiaoi just bought strawberries for the babies and left them directly at home. Mainly, the babies are very sensible and well behaved. They never make trouble and there is no need to worry about anything happening to them. "It's a deal then. Go ahead and tell them stories. I'll make whatever you want for lunch." The latter shook his head in Wenyan, "Anything is fine, as long as you do it." Fine. I'll just make it simple then." At this moment, Sanbao Xiao Qinxue suggested, "Dad, I want to eat egg custard." "Bao, me too." "Dabeo, then I want one too." "Okay, then I'll make egg custard." In the afternoon, after lunch, Shiaoi put on his clothes. It is March now and the weather is quite cold. Especially babies, although they are smart, they are also made of flesh. Shiaoi put thick clothes on them, wrapping them in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There is no way. Children nowadays have weak constitutions, and getting sick is a small matter. The main problem is that children will feel very uncomfortable and cry all the time after getting sick. After putting on their down jackets, Shiaoi carried Dabeo and Bao, while Su Ruoro carried Sanbao, and they went downstairs together and came to the basement. At this time, Shiaoi made some minor modifications to the Alpha car. Moved the babies' sleeping seats to the 3rd row. The 2nd row is equipped with ordinary seats. Because they are still young, they cannot be allowed to sit in child seats for the time being. "Wife, you stay and watch over the baby. That place is not far from here. We can get there in half an hour." "Yeah, okay." After getting in the car, she settled the babies in the back seat. Shiaoi drove towards Phoenix Industrial Park. Over there is the offline assembly line of Tianqing Technology Company. Many products are produced there. Half an hour later, the car stopped at a sales office near the park. After getting off the bus, the babies looked around curiously. At the same time, Su Ruoro asked curiously, "Husband, didn't you want to take me to see the smart home? Why did you come to the sales office? Are you going to buy a house?" "Of course not." Shiaoi shook his head slightly and explained, "Currently our smart furniture has been installed in the model room of the sales office. Because this community is delivered with fine decoration, our equipment will be used in the future. Of course, large appliances cannot be bundled, but there will be discount packages." "I see." Su Ruoro looked at Shiaoi with a higher opinion. "Come on, babies, let me show you what Daddy has accomplished." Shiaoi held the babies' hands and entered the sales office together. Under Xiaoyi's leadership, the number of employees at Tianqing Technology Company has increased from 500 to 1,500. The company still has some status in Kyoto. Lin Ringjie heard that Shiaoi was coming, so she didn't let anyone here go to work this afternoon. After all, there are many people and Shiaoi is also a big shot. "Boss, you're here." When Lin Ringjie saw Xiaoyi's family, she hurried over. Then, she set her sights on Su Ruoro. "This is the boss lady, right?" "Yeah, and my 3 babies." "Babies, call Auntie." "Hello, Auntie." The 3 babies spoke in unison. Lin Ringjie was confused when she heard the babies' voices. She had asked Shiaoi before how old the babies were. Shiaoi simply said how many months old it was. Now all 3 babies can call me Auntie. This. Are they not even 1 year old yet? Will you call me Auntie? Damn, this must be fake. And everyone can walk now? There are black question marks all over Lin Ringjie's head. At this time, Shiaoi introduced Su Ruoro, wife, this is the company's project manager, Lin Rinjir. Hello. Su Ruoro just smiled and greeted. Because Lin Rinjir's clothes today are a bit cool. The bare leg artifact was wearing black stockings, a pair of big black leather boots, and a fur coat on her upper body. It looks a bit astringent. So, when she saw her for the first time, Su Ruoro didn't have a good impression of her. The most important thing is, Shiaoi basically never mentioned Lin Rinjir to her. Of course, it's not that she doesn't believe in Shiaoi's character. Lin Rinjir said hurriedly, Boss Xiao, it's cold outside, let's go in and talk. Good. After walking in, Lin Rinjir led everyone to the model room. At the same time, she called out, Student Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming? At this time, Erbo was holding Shiaoi's hand. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Shiaoi. Dad, why did Auntie call my name? Chapter 81 Erbo, I also want to be a chow thief and a good wife. Ha, baby, Auntie is not calling you, she is calling the robot. Usually, Erbo likes to watch the cartoon The Adventures of Lolo very much. So in his opinion, robots are transformers. Erbo asked, the robot, is it Huahua? Shiaoi picked up Erbo. The Huahua he mentioned refers to Thunderbolt, his favorite character. No, it's my dad's product, a virtual robot, not from a cartoon. Erbo's little head was full of questions, and of course Shiaoi did not continue to explain. As for why he set the robot's voice to classmate Xiao Ming, it was because of Erbo. Of course, this thing can be customized by the user, it's just a wake-up word. Then, Lin Rinjir continued, Student Xiao Ming, turn on the light. Pa. The light is on. This experience is no different from that of Xiao AI. It can even be said to be exactly the same. Seeing this, Su Ruoro asked, Honey, your settings are similar to Xiao AI's. Doesn't our product have any highlights? Shiaoi thought for a moment, what if I say that we can start all the electrical appliances in the house without electricity in the future? After hearing what Shiaoi said, Su Ruoro immediately put her hand on his head, Hey, the temperature is normal, and you don't have a fever. Puff. That's right, Shiaoi plans to apply palladium to all walks of life in the future. He said calmly, you will know later. By the way, our smart home is different from Xiao AI's in that it also incorporates the latest GPT. You can try to ask it a few questions. Because Su Ruoro hadn't surfed the internet for a long time and didn't pay much attention to the field of AI artificial intelligence, she had no idea what GPT was. She murmured, Can I just ask the question? Certainly. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Rinjir was a little confused. Since Shiaoi joined the company's performance has been booming. The boss lady didn't even know? At the same time, Su Ruoro said tentatively, Student Xiao Ming. I'm here. The system responded. Su Ruoro then asked, 1 + 1 = 2. Shiaoi. A woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy, but Su Ruoro has been stupid for a year, which is normal. Shiaoi comforted himself in his heart. GPT is very popular now, and Su Ruoro actually asked such a simple question. Wife, the question you asked is too simple. Change the question. Can I ask something difficult? Certainly. Su Ruoro spoke up at this point, in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, who was the winner of the Battle of Guandu? System answer, Chow thief who loves his wife. In the Battle of Guandu, Chow used false surrender to confuse Yuan Xiao to delay time, and then Shiaoi was stunned when he heard Xiao Ming's answer. How come all the good wives are out? At this moment, Xiao Ming, the second child in Xiaoyi's arms, suddenly spoke up, Dad, what does a good wife mean? When I grow up I want to be a thief and a good wife. Good job. Shiaoi quickly covered Erbo's mouth. This kid is really tortured. He has been tortured since he was young. Hubby, did you also set the questions in Romance of the Three Kingdoms? No. Shiaoi shook his head, he can connect to the internet and has a huge database. In fact, he learned and trained himself. The longer you spend with him, the more he will learn your living habits and get to know you better and better. That's amazing. Su Ruoro's eyes lit up, she had to admit that this technique was truly amazing. Of course, this technology is not difficult at all for the company, and it can even be said to be a bit useless. Who has the time to ask robots questions every day? Then they continued their tour. Shiaoi's company has already realized all the functions that a certain Me company can now set up, but they have not yet entered the market. Most of the voice control is convenient, but the functions are relatively simple. This is also the barrier facing technology today. Lin Ringier continued to introduce, Boss, our sweeping robot currently has some recognition errors, and the camera can be improved. Well, then let's talk to the relevant departments and ask them to upgrade the sensing components, preferably with a laser radar. Okay. Lin Ringier took Shiaoi and Su Ruoro to visit the model room, looked at the latest exhibits, and even let Su Ruoro experience the smart toilet produced by the company. Their home doesn't have any Internet of Things equipment installed, so Su Ruoro is quite interested in these things. For example, automatically closing the curtains is very useful. If her house also installed automatic curtains, she wouldn't have to get out of bed to draw the curtains when playing poker with Shiaoi in the future. That's really annoying. After visiting for 20 minutes, Shiaoi explained the problem again before leaving. In fact, they have also conducted experiments on these things in the laboratory, and today can be regarded as a pre-market inspection. Soon, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro returned to the Alpha car. He grabbed the steering wheel, and at the same time, a voice came from Xiaoyi's mind. Host, you have obtained the palladium element-controlled nuclear fusion technology, and I will give you a Super Laboratory X1. You can use the system to enter the laboratory at any time. Super Lab? What is that? At this time, the system gave the answer. The Super Lab is a virtual space that provides various equipment, instruments, and intelligent assistance for the host to conduct experiments. Damn, the system is awesome. Shiaoi was shocked again. He didn't expect that not only was he given the palladium element-controlled nuclear fusion technology, but there was also a laboratory. Hubby, what are you doing? Why aren't you driving? Su Ruoro, who was holding the baby, suddenly spoke, and Shiaoi also reacted from his brief distraction. No. It's okay, let's go home. Shiaoi drove the car back to Kyoto No. 1 courtyard. When I got home, Su Lingjun and Qin Shueping were already home. Shiaoi was a little surprised to see them come back. Because he rarely saw Su Lingjun recently. The number of cases has increased recently, and many people who have been defrauded in northern Myanmar have reported the case. For some reason, fraud is particularly rampant in northern Myanmar. And there has been no news of Marshal Shen, who was arrested half a year ago. At the beginning, he would contact Liu Tianchuan via mobile phone to report his safety. But then, there was no contact. Fortunately, Liu Tianchuan has come out of it, but he is still a single dog now. Dad, why did you come back so early today? Su Lingjun's eyes flickered. I didn't work overtime because of something else. By the way, I have something to tell you. Chapter 82. Dad is going to northern Myanmar to carry out a mission? When they heard this, Su Ruoro and Shiaoi looked at each other. They put the children down and said, Mangrua, Xiaoming, Xinxue, go play with your toys first. Yeah. The three babies are now very playful and they immediately go to play with their toys. Su Ruoro took off her coat and hung it on the entrance. Two people walked over with serious expressions. Dad, you look so serious, what's the matter? Su Lingjun sighed deeply. You all know that many people have been deceived by online fraud recently. It is said that one of our local internet celebrities was deceived and taken to northern Myanmar to commit fraud. Internet celebrity? After hearing this, Su Ruoro frowned. Dad, are you talking about Yashana? Yes. Su Lingjun sighed. Many people called the police, saying that she had become a beautiful croupier on a certain gambling platform. And then they used social software to gamble one-on-one. Su Ruoro nodded. In fact, these are all scams. The so-called one-to-one policy means that you are given a taste of the sweetness first, and then are induced to increase your investment. Su Lingjun continued, we have confirmed that she was deceived into a certain industrial park. Recently, our superiors have paid special attention to this matter, so we have contacted the embassy and local police for communication. This time, I'm going to northern Myanmar to investigate. What? Hearing this, Su Ruoro and Shiaoi were both stunned. Are you kidding me? Su Lingjun is a criminal policeman. Why does he have to go to northern Myanmar to investigate? Dad, are you sure? No. Su Lingjun shook his head and said, I was transferred to the Kyoto anti-fraud team by my superiors and served as the anti-fraud team leader, so I have to go there. Su Ruoro was very worried about Su Lingjun. After all, she knew the situation in northern Myanmar. If you go, you may never have a chance to come back. Dad, you won't clash with the warlords in Mayawati, will you? Daughter, just rest assured. Su Lingjun patted Su Ruoro on the shoulder and said, "We are just going to investigate. We will cooperate with the local police and the embassy staff and will not conflict with the local warlords. But we Chinese don't have the power to enforce the law there, so the investigation may take a long time. You don't have to worry about me." "Dad, you said it so lightly, how can I not worry?" Su Ruoro's mouth was already pouted. Now that Su Lingjun hadn't left yet, she was very worried. Su Lingjun continued, "Don't worry, there are 50 people going with me this time. Among them, there is a small 40-member special police team, well equipped with Type 95 rifles, to ensure our safety." This. Su Ruoro became even more worried. They are all equipped with rifles, which means it's very chaotic over there. And what can the investigation reveal? Can we not go, Dad? This is an order from my superiors. At the same time, Shiaoi on the side suddenly said, "Dad, when are you going over?" "The plane ticket has been purchased and will depart in 7 days. 7 days, okay." Shiaoi nodded silently. Seeing his look, Su Lingjun thought Shiaoi also wanted to go. "Shiaoi, I'm telling you, you can't go there." "Dad, what are you thinking?" "I haven't said anything about it. However, before I go, I plan to install a positioning chip in you. It's similar to a capsule. You can just swallow it into your stomach." Su Lingjun was a little confused when he heard Shiaoi's words. Positioning chip? Swallow it into your stomach? Is there such a thing in the world? Shiaoi, did I hear you right? Of course not. He shook his head. Now my company's technology has reached the required level. But Su Lingjun set out his inner doubts. Won't I be able to pull out this kind of thing? Shiaoi couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Don't worry, Dad. It won't happen. After you swallow this kind of thing, it will have retractable claws that will grab the mucous membrane of your stomach fiercely. As long as I'm not controlling him, he won't fall off your mucous membrane. How do I charge it? No need to charge, Dad will be able to make it for you in a few days, don't worry. Shiaoi looked very confident, so Su Lingjun had no choice but to nod half-believingly. Now that Musk's Starlink is available, he can use some special means to hack into Musk's Starlink satellite and then use it to determine his location. At this time, Qin Shueping shouted, "Stop chatting and come over to eat." Here I come. Su Lingjun's face returned to its original smile. After dinner, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro finished their exercises, fed the baby, and then lay down on the bed. Qin Shueping helps take care of the baby at night, and the baby doesn't drink milk as often now. The sound of Su Ruoro sleeping soundly came beside him. At the same time, Shiaoi opened the system and selected the super laboratory. Host, have you entered the super laboratory? After entering, the time in reality will be locked, but your life will still pass, and only you can enter this space. Depend on. Shiaoi was stunned. The real time would be fixed. Isn't this plug-in too powerful? If he was tricked into going to northern Myanmar, he could just go directly into the super laboratory, make a bomb, and then come out and blow them up. As for losing his life, it doesn't matter. He won't stay in the laboratory forever. Sure. At this moment, a white light sucked him in directly, and then a laboratory scene appeared in front of Shiaoi. There were a lot of high-tech equipment inside that he couldn't understand. There are things that resemble computers but are not computers, and there are many robotic arms. The area is also very large, estimated to be several hundred square meters. It's like a scene from a science fiction movie. At this time, the system's voice came, "Host, the mechanical arm in the laboratory in this 004 system can help you do anything. As long as you provide the design drawings, the laboratory can help you manufacture and produce." Shiaoi fell silent again. He doesn't even have to do it himself. It's just fucking outrageous. Shiaoi took out the USB flash drive. At this moment, a mechanical arm suddenly came over and took the USB flash drive from his hand. Then it was plugged into a USB port. Host, do you need to make palladium-controlled nuclear fusion energy? This will take 8 hours. Shiaoi was stunned. Can't I do this manually? System, host, the probability of your manual production being successful is 20%. The probability of palladium poisoning is 99%. Shiaoi grinned and said helplessly, "Then you should come." Okay, start making it. The host has been kicked out of the lab. Chapter 83, the company we have been cooperating with is going to breach the contract? After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi's eyes flashed with a white light, and he fell back onto the bed with a plop. He looked confused. What the hell is going on? So why did he go to the laboratory? He glanced at Su Ruoro beside him. Fortunately his wife was not woken up. The next day, early in the morning, Su Ruoro got up on time. Because she had to wake up at 8 a.m. today, she had no time to eat. After putting on my clothes, I picked up my bag and prepared to go to work. Honey, I'm going to work. When are you going to the company? Shiaoi was still sleeping soundly. After hearing Su Ruoro's voice, he replied drowsily, you go first. I'll sleep for a while and then go to the company. Yeah, okay, just go slowly on the way there. The same to you. Crack. Shiaoi heard Su Ruoro closing the door, and continued to sleep with the quilt between his thighs. Then, the door suddenly opened, and Erbao came into the bedroom happily. Dad. He stepped on the stool, climbed onto the bed, and then stepped on Shiaoi's face. Oops. After being stepped on by Erbao, Shiaoi instantly woke up. Fuck, what are you doing, Erbao? He looked at Erbao who was laughing, with a puzzled look on his face. Grandma. Hearing Erbao's voice, Shiaoi understood. It turned out that he was hungry. Maybe his mother hadn't gotten up yet. So, he gently pinched Erbao's cheek and said, go outside and wait for Daddy. Daddy will make you some milk powder right away. His little head nodded. Shiaoi chuckled and glanced at his watch. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. I have to say that the baby wakes up really early. Maybe he woke up because of hunger. However, the palladium energy battery should not have been made at this time, right? Without paying attention to the system, Shiaoi came to the living room after putting on his clothes. Qin Shueping is still sleeping. Su Lingjun should have gone to work. Erbao was sitting on the floor watching TV alone. Now he has become proficient in operating the TV, and at the moment he is watching Boonie Bears with great interest. Erbao, where are your sisters? After coming out, he asked Erbao a question, and Erbao stared at the TV intently and answered, Jia. It seems that Debao and Sanbao are both sleeping. He turned on the thermos, then opened the milk powder that he got for free from the system and poured it into a bottle. Erbao, go call your sisters to drink milk. I know, Dad. Erbao stood up and happily went into one of the bedrooms. After a while, the three little cubs, Debao, Erbao and Sanbao, ran out. Then one of them held a bottle and sucked it madly. Qin Shueping came over without saying anything. After seeing the three babies drinking milk, she was slightly stunned. Oh, how come the babies are all awake? I didn't know. It's okay, Mom, they're all grown up. Now Shiaoi has let the three babies sleep by themselves. Although they are less than 1 year old, they behave like 2-year-old children. Except that Sanbao is a bit stupid. Yes, that's right, her reaction is always half a second slow. Of course, this half second can be ignored. Shiaoi packed up his things and said, Mom, I'm going to the company first. You just stay at home and take good care of the kids. You're not going to eat? No, I can just buy something to eat on the way. As he spoke, he had already taken out his coat. Okay, go slow on the road. I know, Mom. He gave a simple response, and at this moment, Erbao suddenly came running over and stood beside Shiaoi. Dad, buy me a pineapple when you come back. Okay, baby, Daddy will buy you a cart of pineapples. Thank you, Dad. You're welcome. Xiao Ming obediently made way for him. After going out, he entered the elevator. Just as he stepped out, the voice of the system suddenly came. Host, in the super laboratory, the palladium element-controlled nuclear fusion energy has been produced. You can enter the laboratory at any time to check. Already well? Shiaoi murmured something, and without hesitation, he chose to enter. After a flash of white light, he came into the laboratory. At this time, on a workbench not far away, there was already a reactor emitting blue light. As he walked by, he heard the system introduction. The controlled nuclear fusion of palladium element has huge energy. The controlled nuclear fusion of 5 square millimeters can generate 10,000 joules of energy per second. If applied to electronic products, it can be guaranteed to be used for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. 5 square millimeters. This is horrible. Shiaoi took a deep breath and looked at the nuclear fusion products in front of him. feeling extremely excited. With him, the world's energy problems can be solved. But the element palladium is highly toxic, so it cannot be put into use now. Host, you don't need to worry about poisoning. The system will package it according to the size you use, and make it into a model similar to the size of batteries on the market for packaging and use. Many devices, such as nanotechnology, will be used. Shiaoi was confused. Nanotechnology system, this guy knows everything? After swallowing, he left the laboratory directly. His purpose of going to the company today was very clear, which was to make the design drawing of the positioning capsule. Then go to the lab to get it done. As long as the power supply of the positioning capsule can be guaranteed, he can find a way to make it. However, since there is such a thing as a super experiment, there is no need to do it ourselves, right? He quickly drove back to the company, and after entering the company, he went straight to his office. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello, Mr. Xiao. The employees inside greeted him one after another, and Shiaoi just responded briefly. After entering the office, he turned on the computer and started working. Soon, Lin Ringier suddenly walked over wearing high heels. She knocked gently on Xiaoyi's office door and then said softly, "Boss Xiao, there is something I want to report to you." "Come in and talk." Lin Ringier pushed open the door and saw Shiaoi busy. Her expression changed. "Boss, are you busy?" I didn't disturb you, did I?" No. Shiaoi shook his head. "Just tell me what you want to say." "Bad news." The lead core group, which has been cooperating with us, suddenly said, it will no longer provide chip engraving services for us. "Boss, we don't have any chips anymore." Hearing this, Shiaoi was puzzled. What's going on? Doesn't the peace treaty expire in 2.5 years? Chapter 84 Get a photolithography machine? Yes, but it seems that our competitors have bribed the other party to prevent them from providing us with chips. Hearing this, Shiaoi nodded expressionlessly. Due to technical reasons, Shiaoi had to cooperate with some domestic chip processing companies. Although China's chip technology is still suppressed, some chips for ordinary home appliances can still be produced. What he couldn't imagine at this moment was that there were competitors who would suppress him because of this. What a dog! Just at this moment, the system voice came. Choice 1, immediately call and scold Unigroup, then terminate the contract, get compensation, and be rewarded with lithography machine functions need to enter the laboratory to use. Option 2, beg Unigroup, increase the money to continue asking them for help, and reward them with the title of loser. Seeing these two options, Shiaoi was slightly stunned. Good God, only an idiot would choose option 1. I have to say that the laboratory is amazing. They can even make a photolithography machine. At this time, Shiaoi took out his mobile phone and called Unigroup. The other side also answered the call quickly. Hello? CNM, hey, your uncle, our contract is still 2.5 years away from expiration. Why are you terminating my contract? The employee of Unigroup on the other side laughed when he heard Xiaoyi's voice. Mr. Xiao, don't be so excited. This is not something I can control. The main thing is, Tengdu gave too much. Shiaoi was stunned when he heard this. Tengdu has a product called Tengdu Elf, which is also a product for controlling smart homes. Then, they have recently also been working on connecting various devices. Xiaoyi's company has only 1,500 employees, and it couldn't touch their business when it was doing OEM. But now, Shiaoi has invested all his energy into the smart home industry, so his cake has been touched. That's why they would use such despicable means to restrict Shiaoi. It's really a Tengdu, but we have a contract. You have to pay for the breach of contract, right? Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. Our company has already completed the connection with the finance department. We can still afford to pay a mere tens of millions. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi laughed. Laughing very happily. Even Lin Ringier, who was in the room, was stunned. She never expected that Shiaoi would scold her so harshly just now, even using CNM. There are not many companies in China that process chips now, and even if there are, they will not cooperate with small companies like theirs. At the beginning, they spent a lot of manpower and resources to reach a cooperation with this company. Boss Xiao, what are you laughing at? Our company. Looking at Lin Ringier's expression, Shiaoi could already tell what she was worried about. The company's performance is just starting now, and it has many new products. A huge amount of manpower and material resources have been invested in these products. If this incident happens, all the efforts will be ruined. Don't worry, our company has no shortage of these chips, and I have already contacted a more advanced chip processing company. What? When she heard this, Lin Ringjier's expression was full of shock. Shiaoi said calmly, it is their loss if Lianxin does not cooperate with us. They will regret it in the future. With the support of controlled nuclear fusion of palladium, all his smart devices will definitely be recognized by the market. Then, the things added by the Tengu elves will definitely not be sold. In the future, more and more companies will want to cooperate with him. He just doesn't believe that Uni Group won't regret it. Lin Ringier couldn't help but ask, okay, Mr. Xiao, when can the supply of chips be restored? The first batch of products has passed the market review. After the press conference, we will be able to enter the market. Soon, maybe in 7 days. Okay, then Mr. Xiao, you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. Lin Ringier left the office quickly. At the same time, the system's voice has been heard. Host, the lithography equipment in the super laboratory is ready. You can provide SoC design drawings for production, or use the system recommended values for production. Please enter the system for details. Hearing this, Shiaoi shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Instead, he continued to work. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shiaoi finished the design of the positioning capsule, turned on the system and entered the laboratory. At this moment, the scene in the laboratory was not much different, but there were several high-tech looking instruments placed not far away. The instrument was as big as a small box and had a lot of buttons on it. Shiaoi was confused when he saw it. This should be the photolithography machine, right? As soon as I had this question in my mind, the system's voice came. Yes, host, this is an upgraded version of the ordinary lithography machine, a fully intelligent lithography machine. As the name implies, it means that the whole process can be produced without human intervention, but of course the SoC design drawing provided by you is required. Shiaoi asked, what about the raw materials? Raw materials provided by the system. So generous. Shiaoi gave a thumbs up. It is not a host because the limitations are too large and you cannot bring a large amount of raw materials into the laboratory. Really? Shiaoi looked around his body and found that his clothes and personal belongings could also be brought into the laboratory. Does that mean that there are things stored here as well? Yes, host, you can place your preserved items in the laboratory. Wouldn't this allow us to stockpile supplies? Shiaoi scratched his head. On the 24th, the idiot discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea, which caused a big rush for salt. In the future, edible salt may really be affected. It would be really embarrassing if another species mutated. It seems like I can store some supplies here in the future. Shaking his head, he felt that he was thinking too much. Because of the ocean currents, the nuclear wastewater seemed unable to flow into the waters of Daxia. So don't worry too much. Shiaoi took out the blueprint of the positioning capsule he designed today and said, help me make this first. Remember, it must be made within 7 days. A mechanical arm took over the design drawing made by Shiaoi. After a moment, the system said, give me an hour. Good guy. Shiaoi was stunned. So fast? I have to say this system is okay. The host has been kicked out of the laboratory. Please come back in an hour. A white light flashed, and Shiaoi suddenly felt weightless, and then he fell on the chair with a plop. Hiss. I have to say the system is really good, but could you please stop kicking people out for no reason? It's very easy to have a myocardial infarction. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt that it was almost time to get off work. Go home and have a meal, and the capsule will be almost ready. Thinking of this, Shiaoi got up and left the office. Chapter 85, He won tea pierce my stomach, will he? 6 o'clock in the evening. Congratulations to the host, the positioning capsule has been produced, quantity 1, you can check it by entering the super laboratory. Shiaoi was holding his second baby high up in his arms when a feedback sound came from the system. He entered the super laboratory without saying a word. At the same time, Erbao beside him asked, huh? Dad, where is this? Mom, where are your sisters? Erbao Xiaoming looked at the surrounding scene with great curiosity. Shiaoi was shocked. Damn, why did Erbao follow him in? System, host, because you were holding your second child just now. Didn't you say that only I could come in? The second child is your child, so he can also enter. Shiaoi was speechless. This is too outrageous. Bringing the second baby in, this. Be good, baby. This is Daddy's laboratory. Don't tell Mommy when you get out. Got it? He looked at the well-behaved Erbao and had to say, he was really well-behaved. I know, Dad. I won't tell Mom when we get back. So good. At this time, the robot arm suddenly brought over a bottle of AD calcium milk. Then he handed it to Erbao. Shiaoi was shocked that there was AD calcium milk in the laboratory. It must be fake. System, please give me the positioning capsule immediately. Okay. A mechanical arm stretched out and placed a capsule-sized instrument in Shiaoi's palm. That's right, this is the positioning capsule he wanted. As for how to use it, Shiaoi has already written the code using the future system, so it can be used directly when the time comes. Come on, baby, finish your AD calcium milk quickly. After that we should go back. Okay. Erbao walked around the laboratory, and Shiaoi felt particularly gratified as he looked at his little figure from behind. Soon, Erbao finished a bottle of AD calcium milk and returned to his arms. Baby, Daddy will come and take you out to play next time, okay? Okay. Erbao waved to the robotic arm in the laboratory and said, Goodbye, Uncle Robot. System, goodbye, Xiao Mingming. How do you know my name is Xiao Ming, Uncle Robot? Erbao asked a silly question. Shiaoi was stunned and chuckled. Erbao, Dad told him. Okay, let's go. Shiaoi used the system to exit the super laboratory. This time he did not feel weightlessness, but after he came back, Erbao was fortunately still in the air. He quickly caught it, and after landing, Erbao came to Su Ruoro's side with great interest and said, Mom, Dad just took me to the laboratory. Su Ruoro, who was eating melon seeds, was confused. What the hell? Just now Shiaoi was playing the game of lifting Erbao up high. Why did he take him to the laboratory? So strange? Wait, how come my second baby already knows the word laboratory? His progress is so fast. Su Ruoro picked up Erbao and said, Is this true? Erbao, tell me what is in the laboratory. There are robot arms, AD calcium milk, and robot uncle. He tried hard to recall everything he had just experienced. Su Ruoro chuckled after hearing Erbao's words. How could there be AD calcium milk in a laboratory? This is too fake. It must be some kid's nonsense. Su Ruoro didn't take this matter to heart. Just at this moment, Su Lingjin suddenly opened the door. Well. He let out a sigh. Shiaoi saw this and asked, What's wrong, Dad? Why are you sighing? Su Lingjin put on his shoes and walked over with a sad face. Alas, something happened again. Today a young man was defrauded of 15 million yuan by a scammer in the northern Myanmar industrial park. How many? After hearing the number 15 million, Shiaoi was stunned. Holy shit, 15 million. 15 million is an amount that an average person may not be able to earn in their entire lifetime. Su Lingjin looked helpless. Yes, 15 million. This kid directly sold the wedding house his parents bought for him, and then all the money was taken away by the fraud group. Then, this money should be stopped, right? Su Lingjin nodded. They stopped it, but not much. After the fraudsters succeeded, they had about 10 minutes to withdraw the money. They would transfer the money to various bank cards, stacking it up layer by layer, about 4 or 5 layers, and then they would send people to prevent them from being withdrawn. It can be said that in every corner of China, there are people who take this money. Shiaoi nodded silently. These people are so abominable. Oh shit. That's right, Dad. At this time, Shiaoi took out the positioning capsule. I have developed a positioning capsule. After you swallow it, you can know your location. Don't worry, there will be a signal even if you go abroad, and the power will not be cut off in a short time. This shell uses a new type of composite material and will not cause harm to your body. So soon? Su Lingjin was shocked when he saw the positioning device, which was slightly larger than a capsule, because Shiaoi had just said last night that he would make him a positioning capsule, but he didn't expect that he had already developed it in less than 24 hours. Too fast, too fast. However, this is enough to prove that Shiaoi's company is developing rapidly. After Su Lingjin took the capsule, he asked, Should I swallow it now? You can try it, Dad. After you swallow it, I can observe it through the phone to see if there is any problem. Shiaoi fixed his eyes on Su Ruoro. Ruoro, please get Dad a glass of water. Okay. Su Ruoro responded, and hurriedly took a glass to the tea machine, filled it with purified water, and then came to Shiaoi. Give Dad the water. Oh oh. She nodded blankly and handed the water to Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun didn't hesitate and put the capsule directly into his mouth, then took a sip of water and swallowed it. The positioning capsule went down Su Lingjun's esophagus and into his stomach. At the same time, the capsule suddenly stretched out 8 small claws from the center and then inserted directly into Su Lingjun's stomach. Hiss. Su Lingjun felt a slight pain in his stomach, but it was very small, like being bitten by an ant. Shiaoi explained, "Dad, the pain just now was the capsule inserting its claws into your stomach, you don't have to worry." Ah. Hearing this, Su Lin was stunned. He won't pierce my stomach, right? No, he shook his head heavily. Don't worry, Dad, the stomach wall is not that thin, he can't hurt you. That's good. Su Lingjun finally felt relieved. At the same time, Shiaoi turned on his mobile phone and activated the capsule. Chapter 86. Su Lingjun is about to go to northern Myanmar. Soon, the status of the capsule was displayed on the phone. Remaining battery, 100%. Current location, China Kyoto number 1 courtyard. Shiaoi showed the screen of his mobile phone. Dad, that's enough. You will have no privacy from now on. I will know where you go. Su Lingjun took the phone and after seeing the location information on it, he couldn't help but sigh at how fast technology is developing. Many of his comrades were injured to varying degrees while carrying out the operation, and some were even missing. If there was such a thing, at least the probability of finding them would be a few points higher. Su Ruoro also joked, Dad, don't go out to play without telling my mom. She can see where you are. Go. Am I that kind of person? Su Lingjun rolled his eyes. This girl Su Ruoro has really learned bad things. Okay, by the way, Shiaoi, will it affect your meal? Don't worry, Dad. There won't be any impact. The food won't fall down. When you come back from northern Myanmar, I can control it. Then you can just defecate it. Su Lingjun didn't take it seriously at all, and soon the family sat happily at the dining table. The 6 days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Su Lingjun to go to northern Myanmar. Silatan Criminal Police Brigade. Su Lingjun was looking at the big screen with a serious expression. He said, after our recent investigation, we have roughly identified the middleman who trafficked our people to northern Myanmar to commit fraud. At this time, a photo of Cookie appeared on the big screen. This man's real name is Cookie, and his English name is Icon. After investigation by the anti-fraud investigation team, there is sufficient evidence to prove that he abducted and trafficked Shin Xiaoshui, Lu Guanglu, Xu Liwei and others 6 months ago. But he is not in the country now. According to his habits, he will commit crimes 2 or 3 times in 2 months, and the location of each crime will be different. Half a year ago, he committed a crime in Kyoto, tricked Shin Xiaoshui and 4 others into going to northern Myanmar, and then sent them to the KK park. Upon hearing this, the police officers present all looked serious. Su Lingjun continued, the last time his phone lost signal was in the Mayawati area of Myanmar, exactly 1 month ago. I suspect he is hiding in Mayawati now. This time we went to northern Myanmar and added a mission, which was to catch Cookie. Then, contact the embassy and local police and rescue the detained compatriots as much as possible, understand? Yes, Captain. The police officers were also a little nervous at this time, but their voices were still loud. Okay, everyone get ready. We will be heading to Daxing Airport in an hour. After the meeting, Su Lingjun took out his cell phone and called Su Ruoro first. Because of his special status, no family members can see him off. Before leaving, he was still worried about his daughter. On the other side, Su Ruoro was teaching sophomores. When the cell phone on the podium rang, she instinctively wanted to hang up so as not to delay the class. But when she saw that it was Su Lingjun's voice call, she hesitated for a moment and said, Students, please look at the courseware first. I'll take the call. Then he took his cell phone and left the classroom. After answering the call, Su Ruoro quickly put the phone to her ear. Hey, Dad, are you leaving? Su Lingjun, yes, I'm leaving. Su Ruoro and Su Lingjun were silent for a moment. Why do I feel this is weird? Well, Dad, be careful on your way. At this time, Su Ruoro didn't know what to say. She didn't want her father to go to northern Myanmar, but what else could she do? Dad didn't listen to her again. Okay. Su Lingjun continued, please take good care of the baby while I'm away. It's not easy for your mother to take care of the baby alone. Please help her share some of the burden. Well, you're a dad too, so make sure you're safe over there. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The father and daughter chatted for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Then, Su Lingjun called Shiaoi again. At this moment, Shiaoi was taking a chip from the super laboratory. This space would not block the signal. After pressing the connect button, he put the phone to his ear. Hey, Dad, are you leaving? Su Lingjun was speechless. It's fine if Su Ruoro says this, Shiaoi also said this. And they all said they were leaving but didn't he? The more he listened, the more uncomfortable he became. Not yet. We'll leave in an hour. Where are you? Oh, Dad, I'm in the office at the company. Hearing this, Su Lingjun's expression was moved. I have to say that Shiaoi is living a really good life now, with a big boss in the office every day. Then why does Su Ruoro still have to work? Maybe she doesn't want to be bored with her children every day, or she wants to have a job. Yeah. Su Lingjun hummed, and then said, during the time I'm away, you must take good care of the child Ruoro. The child is almost 1 year old. You must give them a good environment. Dad, don't worry about this, I know. Shiaoi thought for a moment, then continued, it's dangerous in northern Myanmar. Don't worry, Dad. After you leave, I will synchronize your real-time location to the criminal police team and let them keep an eye on your safety. This. Upon hearing this, Su Lingjun directly refused. No, this operation has a certain degree of confidentiality. We have a lot of spies in China now. If our whereabouts are exposed, there may be danger. Hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. He certainly hadn't expected this. But, could it be that there is an insider in the criminal police team? But what Su Lingjun said makes sense, and it is indeed necessary to take precautions. Otherwise, if such a thing really happens, there would indeed be a certain degree of danger. Okay, Dad, I got it. I will definitely check your location then. Good. If I don't come back or enter the park, you can hand over my location to Captain Xing of the Marine Criminal Police Brigade. He and I have been friends for many years. Shiaoi, poo. Dad, what are you talking about? Stop saying such unlucky things. That's not the case. I'm telling the truth. Su Lingjun also knew that there was indeed some danger in northern Myanmar. But there was no way, there were some things he had to do. Okay, Dad, I will definitely do as you say. Remember, you must ensure your own safety no matter what. Rest assured. Soon, Shiaoi and Su Lingjun hung up the phone. Su Lin flipped through Qin Shueping's address book, hesitated for a moment, opened WeChat, and sent her a video. After the call was connected, Sanbao Qinshue's face appeared on the phone screen, and she shouted, Grandpa, Grandpa. Chapter 87 The Chaotic Masses in Northern Myanmar. Why? After seeing Sanbao, Su Lingjun's expression was moved. At the same time, Qin Shueping turned the camera over and looked at Su Lingjun. What's wrong, are you leaving? Su Lingjun was speechless. What are you talking about? Why are you leaving? Immediately. At the same time, Sanbao Xiao Qinshue said, Grandpa, have a safe trip. Baby is waiting for you at home. Hearing this, Su Lingjun smiled slightly. Don't worry, baby, Grandpa will definitely come back safely. He asked again, by the way, where are Debao and Erbao? They are sitting on the floor playing with toys. Qin Shueping moved her phone and pointed the camera at Xiao Mangrua and Xiao Ming, who were sitting on the ground playing with toys, then shouted, Kids, your grandpa is going out for a trip. What do you want to say to him? Have a nice trip, Grandpa. The two babies spoke at the same time. Su Lingjun was particularly pleased after hearing the babies' voices. Although the babies are small, they are very sensible. Okay, I understand. Su Lingjun chatted with Qin Shueping for a while, and Qin Shueping repeatedly told him to be more careful. An hour passed quickly. At this time, Zhang Song had already packed his luggage and walked over pulling a black suitcase. It's the radio. As he said that, he threw the radio to Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun looked at the suitcase that Su Ruoro had packed for him this morning, and then slowly said, How is it going? Have you called home? Zhang Song couldn't help but smile. He looked at Su Lingjun, who had a serious expression, and gently patted him on the shoulder. Old Su, are you too nervous? It's not a big deal. It won't be a big deal. Don't worry. No. Su Lingjun did not admit it. In fact, Zhang Song never told his family that he was going to northern Myanmar in order to avoid worrying them. How dangerous is northern Myanmar? How could he not know? Su Lingjun reorganized his words, notify the others, let's set off now. I will report this to headquarters immediately. Okay. Soon, several police cars and special police cars went to Daxing Airport. That night, in the master bedroom, Su Ruoruo was already leaning on Xiaoyi's shoulder. Su Ruoruo murmured, hubby, what do you think my dad is doing at this time? Su Lingjun called them during the day today and said that he had successfully arrived in Karen State, Myanmar. And he's already trying to find out about Cookie. At the same time, they also contacted the embassy and the local police. Of course, the police there also provided them with some simple help. Because of the language barrier, it was indeed difficult to handle the case. Xiaoi hugged Su Ruoruo and turned on his phone directly. Don't you just want to see Dad's location? Come and take a look. After opening the software, Xiaoi and Su Ruoruo both focused their eyes on the phone screen. At this moment, the mobile phone screen showed that Su Lingjun was in a hotel in the city of Karen State. Look, isn't Dad in the hotel? He's resting now, don't worry, he'll be fine. Su Ruoruo nodded softly, and then asked, then I feel relieved. Alas, husband, do you see how Dad's position has moved? As they were talking, Su Ruoruo suddenly discovered that Su Lingjun's position had moved. And the movement is quite large. In just a dozen seconds, he was outside the hotel. The speed was extremely fast, as if it was running out in a hurry. At the same time, outside a hotel in Kayin State. At this time, there were a large number of Burmese people surrounding here. At this moment, the walls of the hotel where Su Lingjun and other police officers lived were already engulfed in flames. The people around were still holding weapons and Molotov cocktails. Su Lingjun looked at everything around him with a serious expression. Just as he expected, on only the first day, there were already people here trying to stop their investigation. The warlords in Karen State have bribed the people. Normally, if any piglets escape from the park and ask for help from local residents, they will be sent to the police station without hesitation. Of course, sending them to the police station does not mean letting them go, but rather sending them back to the park through the police station. After returning to the park, it became a nightmare for these piglets. He said to Zhang Song beside him calmly, Old Zhang, it seems that these people in northern Myanmar are trying to intimidate us from the beginning. Indeed. Su Lingjun looked at the aggressive crowd in front of him, and beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. Zhang Song beside him took a deep breath and cursed, damn it, the police here must have sold our information. Perhaps these protesting people were arranged by the warlords. The people at the scene were speaking in incomprehensible bird language, chattering non-stop. At the same time, Su Lingjun directly took out the gun stuck on his waist. With a bang, a shot was fired into the sky. The scene was quiet for only about a second before the people around suddenly swarmed over and rushed over. What's going on? Several other police officers immediately stepped forward to maintain order. At the same time, several special police officers brought police shields. Su Lingjun never thought that the gunshots could not suppress them. At this time, these people rushed forward like mad dogs. Zhang Song said hurriedly, Captain Su, they told us to get out and not to delay their business. Have you contacted the local police? I've already contacted them, and they said they'll come as soon as possible. Be sure to stop him. Don't shoot unless you have to. Yes. Looking at the huge crowd in front of me, Su Lingjun felt very uncomfortable. He could never have imagined that local residents would come to cause trouble at this time. And their whereabouts were also known so thoroughly. Just now, a raging fire broke out outside the window of his room. Their current strength in the northern Myanmar region is indeed too weak. It is mainly controlled by local governments. Captain, the Burmese police are here. At this time, many policemen in yellow coats came here. Su Lingjun looked as pale as death. There was a police station next to the hotel, and it took them nearly 10 minutes to respond. This is really fast. Fortunately, after the local police arrived, they quickly controlled the rioting crowd. Then, the police in the area quickly took Su Lingjun and Zhang Song into the so-called safe house. Inside the house, Su Lingjun was furious. He said angrily, "It's fine if you don't help with this matter, but can't you solve the law and order in the area?" Hearing this, the police officer nearby shook his head and said, "The people are all standing with the gangs. Even if we stand out, it will be useless." Chapter 88 New Clues. Su Lingjun heard this and lowered his head in silence. The current environment in Myanmar is worse than they imagined, and without law enforcement power, the people will not cooperate. He didn't know what would have happened if the local police hadn't arrived. A moment later, Su Lingjun returned to the hotel. Only the outer wall of the hotel was on fire, and no substantial damage was caused inside. However, this happened on the first day in Myanmar, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It is unrealistic to expect to get clues, break into the park, or even rescue the people who were previously trafficked here. At this time, someone knocked on the door of his room. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Su Lingjun put his hand on the pistol on his waist. At the same time, Zhang Son's voice came from outside. Captain, it's me. Don't be nervous. Only when he heard Zhang Son's voice did he let down his guard. After getting up and opening the door, Su Lingjun sighed as he looked at Zhang Song, who seemed a little tired. Come in and sit down. After sitting on the bed, Su Lingjun poured him a glass of water. Taking the cup of water, Zhang Song looked at Su Lingjun and said, Captain, you have also seen the current situation here. What do you think next? Su Lingjun stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window. Because he was a criminal policeman, although the streets outside were relatively quiet at this time, he could feel that someone was watching them. This happened on our first day here, which really increased the difficulty of our case handling. But, we can't go back like this. That's right. Zhang Song nodded and said softly, Captain, we just received news from the headquarters that Cookie's signal has been found again, and the place where he disappeared is near us. What? When he heard this, Su Lingjun's pupils shrank. He asked, Are you sure it's near us? That's right. Zhang Song nodded slightly. I received a call from my superior 15 minutes ago, and I also reported the situation. The leader told us to pay more attention to the movements of the nearby parks, and it would be best if we could arrest Cookie. Okay. At this moment, Su Lingjun's eyes were full of prestige. He thought for a moment and asked, Do you know how many parks there are nearby? There are about 6, but the distances between them are quite far. The farthest park is more than 300 kilometers away from us. Understood. Su Lingjun nodded slightly. Come to my room for a meeting at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. You should go to bed first. Okay, Captain. Zhang Song glanced at the scenery outside the window and continued, I have arranged for people to guard the place. Captain, you can rest assured. Soon, Zhang Song left the room. Su Lingjun glanced at the moon in the sky and sighed slightly. The next day. 6 o'clock in the morning. 5 criminal police officers gathered in Su Lingjun's room. Su Lingjun put his hands behind his back, looked away from the window, and said, I believe everyone has heard that Cookie appeared in Karen State. Now the headquarters suspects that he will transport a group of people to the park. I received a call from Captain Xing this morning. Several college students in Dongshan province disappeared while looking for work. Cookie's signal appeared in Dongshan province yesterday. And the signal of the missing college student was last seen at the border of Thailand at 5 o'clock this morning. I feel that this incident may be related to Cookie's. The Karen State region is separated from Thailand by only a river, and their location is now very close to Thailand. So, they suspected that Cookies would appear in Karen State recently. Zhang Song nodded slightly. Captain, what you mean is that you suspect Cookie will send the missing college students to the campus today? That's right. Su Lingjun nodded, then opened a local map. He has marked the location of the KK Park on the map. This is the infamous KK Park, and to the east of the park is the Moai River. To the east of the Moai River is Thailand, and the place where the signal of the deceived university disappeared is near the Moai River, so I feel that they will send these college students to the park today. Zhang Song, but there are so many parks nearby. If we just sit there and wait, will we have enough time? Su Lingjun nodded. I have already considered this issue. Cookie definitely does not have a passport. The only way for them to come here is to sneak in. I just made a phone call to the police officer here and have determined the route they must take. I intend to. Captain, what if this police officer is in league with the scammer? Before Su Lingjun finished speaking, a colleague asked him this question. Hearing this, Su Lingjun was stunned. I have considered this issue, but there is nothing I can do. Let me tell you about my plan. I plan to wait in the 3 nearby parks. They are the KK campus, which is the most dangerous, and the nearby YQ campus and the last Paradise campus. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, these are the 3 industrial parks closest to Karen State. Since the Cookies appeared in Thailand, across the border from Karen State, the probability of selling college students to nearby industrial parks is extremely high. The KK Park is the most dangerous. There is a sentry post every 100 meters, but there is only one way to go. We chose the auxiliary machine at the intersection 3 kilometers away. I have already determined the location here. He set his sights on Zhang Song. Old Zhang, this side of the park is the most dangerous, come with me. No problem. Zhang Song nodded. Then we will bring 20 special police officers to help. Zhang Li and Wu Qian will lead the other 30. Remember, you must ensure your own safety. Yes, Captain. Next, Su Lingjun arranged tasks for everyone and set off in a hurry to carry out the mission. Honey, look at what Dad is doing. In Kyoto, Su Ruoro just woke up and shook Shiaoi. She just called Su Lingjun, but the call didn't go through. Shiaoi opened his eyes dazedly, then sat up. Okay, let me take a look. After opening the software, Su Lingjun was now inside a forest. Forest? Su Ruoro saw the location above and couldn't help asking, why are we in the forest? Maybe he's on some mission. It would be a lie for Shiaoi to say that he wasn't worried, but it seemed like worrying was useless at this moment. He could only comfort Su Ruoro. Don't worry, Ruoro, nothing will happen. But I just called my dad, but the call didn't go through. Shiaoi, the signal in Myanmar is very poor, which is normal. Dad is far away from the city now, so the call cannot be connected. Su Ruoro's face drooped. Okay then. Chapter 89. It seems that their target is KK Park. Mount Shek Bin, Kayin State. Hurry up, don't waste time, okay? Now. For deceived college students were dragging their luggage and struggling through the mountains and forests. The one who just spoke was Cookie. He was leading the way at the front, and at the end of the team, there were 3 soldiers holding AKs, pointing at the 4 college students. Because they needed to cross the border illegally, they could not drive, and for safety reasons, they could only walk along the mountainside. The college students all had injuries of varying degrees, and one fat boy even had a bruised face and nose, obviously having been abused. Cookie also held a silver pistol in his hand, always observing the movements around him. I really can't walk anymore. No, please let me go. My mother has severe diabetes and I don't know how to use insulin. Please let me go. The little fat man sat on the ground weakly. Cookie heard what he said, squatted down, grabbed his collar, and then put the gun to his head. Go, I told you, I'm taking you to make money. If you don't leave, believe it or not, I will shoot you now. Cookie's words were full of threats. The fat boy looked at the aggressive Cookie with tears in his eyes. He is a senior intern this year. His mother had a car accident when he was a child and had one leg amputated. Now she is old and suffers from severe diabetes. He saw a high-paying job in Thailand online and signed up. Because his English was very good, and the job was translation with a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, he was tempted. Then, I was deceived and brought here without knowing it. They flew directly from Dongshan province to Thailand and smuggled into Myanmar. He had already learned about his situation and was destined to enter the fraud park. Now he is very worried about his mother at home. Even my mother doesn't know how to use insulin. At this time, the little fat boy continued to beg, no, please, my mother is still waiting for me at home, please don't hurt me. Hearing this, Cookie looked impatient. He no longer has any mercy, and all he sees is profit. Stand up and keep walking so I won't kill you. Hurry up. The little fat boy had to stand up slowly and continue moving forward with difficulty. It's only 5 kilometers to the park. Don't worry, your good days will be here soon. Cookie said as he walked, you college students have not experienced the beatings of society. Let me tell you, society is dangerous. Once you enter the workplace, your boss will use all kinds of CPU on you. But our park is different. As long as we achieve performance, you can have everything you want. Whether it's beauty or money, we have everything. Most importantly, the salary is high. Ha 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 ha. Cookie laughed like a madman, and the sound was unusually harsh in the forest. The whole mountain echoed with his voice. 2,000 meters away. Captain, what's that noise? Su Lingjun and Zhang Song had already hidden themselves in a dense jungle. In the distance, there was a sinister laugh. Someone must be coming. Everyone be on alert. Su Lingjun hid behind the bunker with a Type 95 rifle in his hand. Around them, more than 20 special police officers also disguised themselves. They lay in the quiet grass and waited quietly. After about half an hour, several figures finally appeared in their sight. Be alert! Su Linjin gave an order. It seemed that the Burmese police officers did not deceive him. Su Linjin said to Zhang Song beside him, "Did you see that? 4 college students. Behind them are 3 warlords holding AKs. The one leading them should be Cookie." Zhang Song was a little surprised. He said, "It seems their target is KK Park." Su Linjin did not respond, but stared at the figure more than 100 meters away from them. Zhang Song at the side said, "Captain Su, what should we do? Do you have any countermeasures?" "Shoot him dead immediately," Su Linjin said decisively, because the guns of those 3 warlords were no joke. Their location is only 3 kilometers away from the KK Park. If the exchange of fire lasts for a long time, it will definitely attract people from the KK Park. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they can't delay here. Yes. Zhang Song said into the intercom, 50 meters away, kill 3 Burmese soldiers. Pay attention, make sure the 4 college students are safe. Receive. A voice came over the intercom. Su Linjin took a deep breath and continued to check the movements. After a moment, Cookie and the others were getting closer and closer to their ambush site. Soon, it came within the effective range. Just as Su Linjin was about to order the shooting, Zhang Song suddenly said, "Oh no, Captain, a group of camouflaged soldiers are coming towards us, about 10 of them." "What?" Su Linjin frowned when he heard this. "Who is it?" "They look like police from Myanmar." Hearing this, Su Linjin understood. It seems that the location the sheriff gave him last night was indeed accurate. But, he is most likely in cahoots with the people in KK Park. If we get rid of them in this deep forest, perhaps the embassy won't find out. Secondly, there is no embassy in Karen State, and their current location is in the town of Mayawati. These policemen are probably from Mayawati. When he thought of this, Su Linjin's face suddenly changed. "Oh no, Lao Zhang, we've been fooled. I'm afraid the warlords in Mayawati town have already learned that we are here." He took out his walkie-talkie and said to his comrades around him, "Let's flee to the east together, cross the Moai River and reach the Thai border. We must rescue these 4 college students at all costs in this operation. We must arrest Cookie and bring him to justice. Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already aimed at the 3 Burmese special police and fired decisively. With 3 shots from the silencer, 3 soldiers holding AKs fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, before Cookie could react, a bullet flew towards his leg. Right in the knee. "Go, grab Cookie and get these 4 college students out of here." Suddenly, 20 armed special police rushed out from all directions, and several people fired at the Burmese soldiers in the opposite direction. Knock, knock, knock. Ah! At this moment, Cookie was lying on the ground screaming. Zhang Song rushed to the front and ran towards him with the silver bracelet in his hand. At this moment, the arm that Zhang Song had originally pressed under his body was suddenly pulled out, and the cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at Zhang Song. "Careful!" Su Linjin, who was standing behind Zhang Song, narrowed his eyes when he saw this and quickly flew towards Zhang Song. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot was heard. A splash of blood splattered out. Chapter 90, Nanotechnology in Disguise. A bullet hit Su Linjin's calf. Zhang Song was quick-witted and shot Cookie in the hand, knocking the pistol out of his hand. Then, regardless of Cookie's condition, he hurried to Su Linjin to check his injuries. "Captain, are you okay?" Seeing the blood still oozing out of the wound, Zhang Song became extremely panicked. "Hiss, it's okay." Su Linjin endured the pain and took a deep breath. At this moment, a special police officer ran over anxiously, took out white gauze, and quickly helped Su Linjin bandage the wound. The environment here is complicated, and the most important thing is to stop the bleeding. "Captain, let me help you walk." Zhang Song used his neck to drag Su Linjin's arm. At this moment, Su Linjin seemed to have no strength left. He shook his head and said, "It's useless. I'm afraid I can't leave today. You should take these 4 college students away from here." "No. Captain, I can't abandon you." Zhang Song shook his head heavily. If it weren't for him, Su Linjin wouldn't have been shot. At this time, another special police officer ran over and said to Zhang Song, "It's bad, Captain. There are many Yuan soldiers coming 1 kilometer away from us. They are all wearing green uniforms. They are probably the warlords of Mayawati. How many people are there in total?" "What?" Zhang Song stood there dumbfounded. At the same time, Su Linjin struggled hard to get away and said to Zhang Song seriously, I order you as the captain to take the 4 college students and Cookie away from here. No, Captain, I can't listen to you. Zhang Song directly resisted Su Linjin's order and insisted on taking Su Linjin away. Su Linjin glanced at the special police who were protecting them and said angrily, Zhang Song, are you going to implicate these special police because of me? Listen, protecting college students and arresting criminals is our mission here. If you take me away, I will definitely be a burden to you. You must ensure their safety. I may not be in any trouble if you leave me here, just rest assured. No. Zhang Song cried and shook his head, Captain, you were injured because you saved me. I will never abandon you. You. Su Linjin said to the special police around him, take Captain Zhang away from here quickly. This is an order. Hurry up. Yes, Captain. At the same time, several people had come and lifted up the cookies that had fallen on the ground. He had been shot, and it would be extremely difficult for him to leave here if he crossed the river. If Su Linjin were to join in, it might become even more difficult. The special police quickly and orderly took the college student and Cookie away. No matter how Zhang Song shouted, struggled, or tried to come back, it was of no use. Soon, a group of warlords came to Su Linjin. Among them, the leader is Tom. He looked at Su Linjin curiously and winked at his men behind him. Take him away. Yes. 3 days later. Silatan Criminal Police Team. At this moment, the conference room was very quiet. Except for Su Linjin, whose life or death is unknown, all 50 special police officers and several other police officers returned safely in this mission. Of course, some were injured, but their injuries were not serious. Shiaoi had already learned that Su Linjin was in trouble, and he rushed to the police station. He saw Su Linjin entering the KK Park a few nights ago, but he had been pretending to be calm these days and did not tell Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping about it. Zhang Song came back today. After they came back, Shiaoi rushed back as soon as possible. What's going on? Because he had been to the criminal police team many times, he was already familiar with this place. The police at the door didn't stop him. In the conference room, when Zhang Song saw Shiaoi coming over, he sighed helplessly. There was an accident during the mission. We were surrounded by Burmese warlords. Captain Su was shot in the leg. He asked us to focus all our attention on the college students, so. Then, Zhang Song told Shiaoi everything about his injury 3 days ago. We don't know whether Captain Su is dead or alive. Shiaoi was not too panicked when he heard this. He turned on his mobile phone and then used the technology that the system had given him before to project the phone screen onto the big screen in the conference room. The police around were stunned. What kind of technology is this? Hacked directly into their systems. Even though the police around him were staring at him, Shiaoi remained calm. He opened the map and said, before my dad went to Myanmar, I made him swallow a GPS and Beidou navigation chip. The location you see now is where he is. Besides, my dad is still alive, so don't worry. Zhang Song was immediately delighted when he saw this. Although Su Linjin is located in the KK Park, as long as he is alive, there is a chance to rescue him. Shiaoi continued, I have a plan here that needs your approval. Maybe it can save my father. What's the plan? Zhang Song asked immediately, and Shiaoi said calmly, give me a gun and send me to KK Park. What? Zhang Song's first feeling after hearing Shiaoi's words was that this kid must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Or was it something that stimulated you? Seeing his surprised look, Shiaoi just smiled faintly, I believe you all know that I have been running a technology company in the past 6 months. Zhang Song nodded. Su Linjin had indeed mentioned this matter to him during work, and he heard that Shiaoi's company was now quite big. Right now our company is experimenting with nanotechnology. That means I can use nanotechnology to camouflage firearms and bring them into the KK Park. As he spoke, Shiaoi entered the super laboratory and took out a bottle of AD calcium milk. Because the real time is locked after entering the super laboratory, for people outside, it is only a moment. Seeing that there was a bottle of AD calcium milk in Shiaoi's hand out of nowhere, the police present were all stunned. The scenes that we usually see in movies can actually be encountered in real life? This is so amazing. Zhang Song was shocked. This. Can anything be disguised? It's better for camouflage against metal and the like. Because this technique has the risk of failure, it can only be used by me personally. This. Zhang Song didn't dare to jump to conclusion, because even if Shiaoi could bring the gun into the KK park, what would happen? Besides, he is not a policeman, so his superiors would definitely not approve something like this. They also didn't dare to let Shiaoi use their weapons easily. Chapter 91, Going to Burma Alone to Rescue. Shiaoi, I'm afraid we can't agree to this. Hearing this, Shiaoi was not surprised. He asked in a cold tone, so what are you going to do? Are you going to save my dad? You all know the environment in KK Park. Although my father is still alive, he has gunshot wounds. Will the people inside treat my dad's wounds? Should we continue to waiting for approval from one level after another, before sending special police to rescue us? At that time, can you guarantee that my father will still be alive? Xiaoyi's words stopped everyone, and he continued, I also know everyone's difficulties, so I beg you to talk to Cookie and send me to KK Park. Of course, if that doesn't work, I'll go there myself. After saying that, he prepared to leave the police station. At this moment, Zhang Song suddenly called Shiaoi, Shiaoi, wait a minute. Shiaoi stopped and turned his head slightly. I'll take you to see Cookie. After saying that, he passed by Shiaoi and took him to the room where Cookie was interrogated. At this time, Cookie's legs and palms were wrapped in white gauze, and his mental state was not very good. Cookie, look, do you know this guy? Hearing this, Cookie raised his head. When he saw it was Shiaoi, he was quite surprised. The last time we met was at an auction. I didn't expect that after more than half a year, we would meet in this kind of occasion. Why is it you? Cookie spoke first. Shiaoi grinned when he heard it, Su Linjin is my father-in-law. Oh. When he heard this, Cookie suddenly snorted. He already knew that he was going to die, so his mindset had changed. Zhang Song on the side said seriously, Cookie, you'd better not smile at me. Now is your chance to redeem yourself from your crime. Cooperate with our police investigation and strive for leniency. Oh. Cookie chuckled again, what good is cooperation? Can you capture the KK campus? Do you know how many soldiers are there? There are more than 2,000 of them, and they even have rocket launchers, mortars, and other heavy weapons. No one in KK Park has ever come out after being tricked into entering. Just give up, it's useless. Who told you to cooperate like this? Shiaoi smiled faintly, what I mean is, I want you to send me into the park. What? Cookie immediately raised his head and stared at Shiaoi, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Do you want to go in there and do fraud honestly, and then live in there with your father-in-law? I'm telling you, this is simply wishful thinking. The performance requirements are very strict. If you fail to meet the performance requirements, you will be thrown into the water dungeon. But as long as the results are achieved, it's not bad. There are casinos, cinemas, golf courses, and of course brothels. It can be said to be like a small community. Of course, you can smoke D if you want. What are you talking about? Zhang Song said fiercely. Shiaoi beside him waved his hand and said, just tell me if you can send me in. Can. Cookie casually said yes, and then he continued, it's easy to send you in, just pretend to be a piglet, but you will be beaten up after you go in, can you bear it? No problem. Cookie's face became much more serious, because he had elderly parents and young children to take care of, and he also wanted to seek leniency. Give me my phone, I want to make a call. Hearing this, Zhang Song took out his mobile phone and prepared to give it to Cookie. Cookie looked disgusted when he saw this, are you kidding me? I want my phone, not yours. Whose is different? My boss is very alert. Do you think you can get through to him with your phone? Zhang Song rolled his eyes. Cookie's phone had been soaked in water when they crossed the river a few days ago, but it was not damaged. After taking his phone out of the safe, he handed it to Cookie. Cookie picked up the phone and called directly. But the language they spoke was not Chinese, but English. Of course, Shiaoi could understand. The general meaning is that he is fine and escaped at the Thai border. Then recently there was business and someone sent him a college student. He also boasted and exaggerated, saying that Shiaoi was proficient in various codes, etc. He hung up the phone quickly. Zhang Song at the side couldn't help but ask, is this the end? Of course. Cookie said calmly, there are many agents and snakeheads in our business. I will send the person there myself, but the price will be higher. I will transfer Shiaoi to one of the agents, and he will send Shiaoi to KK Park. Of course, you also need to cooperate. Just say you are recruiting employees from a Singapore company. It's very simple. Shiaoi nodded slightly. After all, his college counselor's boyfriend, Shiaoi, was deceived by this guy. Then hurry up and get your passport and visa. You'll need them, but you can do without them. We have a very rich network of connections. We can sneak you across the border in Nanyun, and then we can take you to the KK Park by car. However, the process is quite painful. If you don't cooperate well, you may be beaten up. Shiaoi nodded silently. He suddenly thought that those who smuggled into Myanmar to commit fraud did not seem to need any intermediaries. At this moment, Shiaoi no longer had much time to think about it. The most urgent task was to see Su Linjin as soon as possible and ensure his safety. At this time, Zhang Song beside him said, "Shiaoi, I can solve the passport and visa issues for you, but it will take at least 3 days." "No, there's not enough time." Shiaoi shook his head. "Actually, passports and visas are useless. After I rescue Su Linjin, I will also need to flee to Thailand. I will contact the embassy there for help." "So, you want to leave today?" Zhang Song was extremely shocked, mainly because Shiaoi didn't have any weapons, nothing at all, so what could he use to fight them in the KK Park? "Let's go today." At this time, Cookie took the initiative to say, "The security in the park is very strict, and something like this has just happened, so vigilance is definitely higher. The only thing you can do after entering is to obey. As long as you obey the requirements, you can be exempted from punishment to a certain extent. But I haven't been inside, so I don't know what's going on inside. The KK Park is the strictest park in Myanmar, and no one has ever been able to get out of there. You have to be careful." Shiaoi nodded slightly. In fact, he had already thought of how to save Su Linjin. "Give me paper and pen," Cookie said, and Zhang Song took out an A4 paper and a pen. Soon, Cookie left a phone number on it. "When you call this number, just say that Manager Chu asked you to contact him and go to work at Singapore Feet Company." Chapter 92 Private Jet Transfer to Northern Myanmar? Good. Shiaoi took the phone and was about to leave when Zhang Song suddenly grabbed him. Hey, wait a minute Shiaoi, where are you going?" "To Burma." "Ah?" Zhang Song looked him up and down, his eyes full of shock. "Are you going to Burma like this? How can you bring Su Linjin out?" "You don't have to worry about that." Shiaoi smiled confidently. "I have a way, and I don't need any help. Don't worry, Daxia's technology is developing very rapidly now. I will use technology to rescue Dad." Having said that, Shiaoi left without looking back. Zhang Song looked at Xiaoyi's receding back and sighed helplessly. To be honest, he also wanted to help Shiaoi in this matter, but his power was too small. If it weren't for Su Linjin, he might have been the one left behind in Myanmar. Shiaoi drove back home quickly, then searched for some information on the internet and drew a design of a gun. That's right, guns. This information can be found on the internet. Of course, you need to climb over the firewall and hack into the IP to enter the dark web. After his comprehensive tests, he found that the robotic arms in the super laboratory were almost omnipotent. As long as he could provide the design drawings, there was nothing they could not produce. Even Xiaoyi's mobile phone has achieved initial production through the functions of the super laboratory. However, if the quantity is huge, it will be very difficult to take it out, so he cannot rely entirely on the super laboratory. But there is absolutely no pressure in making something for your own use. After entering the laboratory, the mechanical arm took the design drawing from his hand, and then, as he expected, quickly kicked him out of the laboratory. Then, he took out his cell phone in the bedroom and called Su Ruoro. It was just after class, and Su Ruoro answered the call immediately. "Hello, husband, why did you call me suddenly? Is Dad back?" "Not yet," Shiaoi said calmly. "The company has been busy recently. The domestic market has been monopolized by various companies, so I have to go on a business trip to check out the market abroad to see if we can give priority to overseas markets." "Ah?" Su Ruoro was particularly surprised. She quickly asked, "Is it so sudden? Which country are you going to?" "The United States." "When are you leaving? Do you want me to see you off?" "No, I've already bought the plane ticket." I'll be leaving soon." Su Ruoro was extremely surprised when she heard this, mainly because it was too sudden. "Then call me when you get there." "Don't worry, honey. I'm not going to commit fraud, nor am I going to Myanmar. Nothing will happen. I'll be gone for about 15 days this time. You can contact me at any time, don't worry." "Yeah, okay." After a brief chat, Shiaoi hung up the phone. As for luggage and other things, he just needed to pack them up simply. Shiaoi threw the suitcase and backpack into the laboratory and came to the living room. At this time, the 3 babies were sitting on the carpet playing with toys. Shiaoi went over and gently rubbed the faces of the 3 babies. Babies, Daddy is going out. You should listen to Grandma at home. Don't you know? Dad, can you buy me some durian when you come back? Suddenly speaking, Shiaoi chuckled. Okay, I will buy you durian when Dad comes back, okay. Shiaoi, where are you going? Xin Shueping came out of the kitchen. Shiaoi would definitely not tell her the truth. He said, Mom, something happened at the company. I need to go to the United States. Ah? Xin Shueping's reaction was similar to Su Ruoro's. Why so sudden? Have you prepared your visa, flight ticket, etc.? Don't worry, we are ready and we are all in the company. Since time is tight, we will leave soon. Okay, then remember to send me a message when you get to the United States. Okay, Mom. Just don't worry. Just as Shiaoi was about to leave, Bao came to him again. He opened his arms and said, Dad, be careful on the road. I want to eat the big American durian. Okay, I will buy you a big American durian when Dad comes back. Mom, this trip will take about half a month, but it may take less than half a month. I'll trouble you to take care of the child at home. I've already told Ruoro. Oh, okay. Then go. After going downstairs, Shiaoi directly dialed the number that Cookie gave him. The call was quickly connected. Hello? The person who answered the phone was a boy with a hoarse and low voice. Shiaoi said, Hello, I was introduced by Manager Chu and I am going to work in Singapore. Oh, I see. The man on the other side introduced himself. You are Shiaoi that Cookie mentioned, right? You are a top student who graduated from Kyoto University. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Linlei. You can call me Lao Su or Brother Su. Hello, Brother Su. Shiaoi said respectfully. I am a senior employment service staff authorized by Huaxia International. Manager Chu has already told you that you have been accepted by Singapore Feet Company. Hearing this, Shiaoi grinned. This fucking, a senior employment service personnel authorized by Huaxia International? Such a high-level title, and international authorization? I have to say it's really awesome. Shiaoi shook his head and immediately said, Oh, yes, Manager Chu has already told me that we can leave today. So when are we leaving? I have contacted a private jet for you. The private jet flies directly to Singapore. Are you in Kyoto now? Right. Shiaoi said, I want to go there as soon as possible, is that okay? Of course you can. Come to Daxing Airport now. You can take off today and arrive in Singapore in the evening. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi took a deep breath. I have to say that Cookie is really efficient. If they can even get a private jet, then they can do anything to commit fraud. At the same time, it is also conceivable what a huge industrial chain is behind this. Without thinking too much, Shiaoi hailed a taxi outside the community and headed straight for Daxing Airport. It took him nearly an hour to arrive at Daxing Airport. After telling Su Linlei the location, he came over quickly. Different from what Shiaoi thought, Su Linlei was wearing a windbreaker, had a slicked back hair, and wore sunglasses. He was 1.9 meters tall and looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. He was extremely handsome. I'm the type of person who would be asked for my WeChat by young ladies when I walk down the street. Hello, are you Shiaoi? Su Linlei came over and spoke. Shiaoi nodded and said, Hello, Brother Su. When are we leaving? It will be very quick. We can set off now. There are already 4 people waiting for you. Let's go. Chapter 93. Is there a brothel here? Please help me arrange it. After hearing his words, Shiaoi was a little surprised. What do you mean 4 people are already waiting for him? Could it be possible that they could deceive people every day? Following behind Su Linlei, Shiaoi couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, what do you mean by this? Is there anyone going with me? Yeah, that's right. Su Lei nodded, because I am a senior employment service staff authorized by Huaxia International, many people have entrusted me to find overseas jobs. Now there are 4 people, and they are all going to Singapore. But don't worry, they are not in the same company as you. Oh, so that's how it is. Shiaoi took a deep breath. It seemed that they had cheated quite a few people. Soon, Su Linlei took him to a remote place. This is where some wealthy people's private jets land. As long as you have a card, you can enter, and the security is relatively lax. After entering, Su Linlei took him on a white private plane. Sure enough, there were still 4 people on the plane at this time. One of them was a fat man, and the other 3 were girls. All 3 girls are very good looking, with big breasts and long legs, and they are young and beautiful. It's such a pity to see them being deceived and sent to northern Myanmar. It would be better to let them serve tomato-s readers. After bringing Shiaoi on board the plane, Su Leyland said, "Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Shiaoi. He is also going to work in Singapore. When you arrive in Singapore, you can pay attention to him and make friends with him." Okay. These 3 girls are obviously recent college graduates and they are full of expectations for working in Singapore. After seeing Shiaoi, 2 of the girls even had their eyes shining with gold. This guy is so handsome. Singapore is full of foreigners. Among them are Chinese compatriots. Maybe we can develop some special relationships. Awa. You can put your luggage on the upper rack and chat with them about him. I'll go to the front and join the captain. The plane will take off soon. Okay. Shiaoi nodded slightly, and soon Su Linlei left. There were only a dozen seats on the plane and it was not full. Shiaoi sat down casually and fastened his seatbelt. At this time, the fat man next to him suddenly approached him and said, "Brother, what company are you from in Singapore?" "Feek." Shiaoi answered simply. Singapore Feek is a technology company and seems to have nothing to do with razors. "Oh, Feek, awesome, I'm from Lenovo, we can have dinner together if there's a chance. Let me tell you, the girls in Singapore are very pretty. If I have the chance, I can take you out to play. By the way, which school did you graduate from?" After the plane took off, the fat man kept talking non-stop. Shiaoi really had no patience, so he closed his eyes and simply ignored him. Time passed quickly, and after about 5 or 6 hours, the plane began to descend. Su Linlei suddenly came over from the front cabin and said, there was an emergency. The plane ran out of fuel and had to make an emergency landing in the Karen State area of Myanmar. Could you guys stay in the Karen State area for one night? I'll book a room for you and treat you to a meal. Then tomorrow morning, I will buy you first-class tickets and fly to Singapore. Hearing this, Shiaoi was not surprised. As expected, he would use excuses to stay in Myanmar. The 3 girls on the plane did not hesitate. They nodded and said, "Sure, but we want to stay in a 5-star hotel. Is that okay, Brother Su?" "Yes. Of course." Su Linlei looked at the breasts of one of the girls and swallowed. The fat man also said, "Okay, by the way, Brother Su, is there a brothel or something here? Can you help me arrange it?" "No problem. I'll take you to a room first, and then, arrange it for you." Okay. The fat guy was in a particularly good mood. How could he not be happy when he could sleep with the girl without spending any money of his own? Su Linlei raised his eyebrows toward Shiaoi. "Little brother, do you need it?" "Oh, this brother doesn't need it." A lady in pantyhose looked at Shiaoi. Because Shiaoi was so handsome, she already had feelings for him. She hoped that they would stay in the same hotel later and she could play poker with him late at night. Shiaoi turned his head slightly, and when he saw the girl, he smiled faintly and said nothing. Su Linlei could definitely see what the girl was thinking. She nodded with a smile and said, "How about I arrange for this handsome guy to stay next to you when I check in later?" "Hey, Brother Su, what are you talking about?" The girl's pretty face turned red and she nodded slightly, very shy. Then she glanced at Shiaoi out of the corner of her eye, as if trying to figure out what Shiaoi was thinking. Okay, you see this handsome guy doesn't mean to refuse, right, haha? Shiaoi still didn't speak. Soon, the plane landed slowly. Su Linlei walked over from the front cabin again and said, "Please give me your passports, visas, etc. I will use them to book a room for you and also buy tickets for tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone took out their passports. The same is true for Shiaoi. Of course, the passport is real, but the visa is fake. After collecting the things, Su Leyland grinned and said, "Okay, everyone, you can go out now. There are places outside where you can exchange cash for Myanmar currency. If you want to buy things here, you can exchange some. You don't need to change a lot, 200 yuan will be enough, and leave the booking to me." Soon, under the leadership of Su Linlei, everyone got off the plane, left the airport and entered Karen State. Shiaoi opened his phone and took a quick look. This place was only a dozen kilometers away from the KK Park. It can be said to be very close. Karen State is not as brightly lit and dazzling as Kyoto. What was presented before them at this moment was like a small border town, particularly backward. But it is quite close to the airport, which is normal. After exchanging the Myanmar currency, Su Linlei said, "This place is quite remote, and the hotels are all in the city. I just called a car, let's take it there." The fat man and the other three girls looked around curiously. They had let down their guard long ago and didn't think much about it. Good. At the same time, Shiaoi didn't say much. The main thing is that he already knows what the outcome will be. About 10 minutes later, a shabby commercial vehicle drove up here. "This is the car, everyone get in." The three girls and the fat man got into the car without any hesitation. Then, Shiaoi also got in the car. The car was a 7-seater business car, and the three ladies were relatively thin, so they sat in the last row. Shiaoi and the fat man sat in the second row near the door. Su Leilin sat in the passenger seat. There was no one else in the car. Could it be that Su Leilin wanted to send them directly to the park? Chapter 94, Marshal Shin, who tried to escape, was caught by us 4,000 words. After making this guess, Shiaoi took out his mobile phone and checked, and the location was indeed heading towards the KK Park. The car soon drove onto a muddy road. At this time, the fat boy couldn't help but ask, "Hey? Brother Su, why do I feel like we're getting further and further away? Are we heading toward the city?" "Oh, no. Su Linlei explained, "There are local Burmese delicacies in Mayawati town. I will buy some food for you first, and then we will go to the city. If you go to the city, you will pass by there. The main road over there is easier to travel." "Oh, I see." None of the four people realized they were being duped, so they didn't think much about it. Only Shiaoi frowned tightly. A few dozen minutes later, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. It was gradually getting dark, and at this moment, the sound of the car engine stopped. Shiaoi looked at the location of the phone. It is the infamous KK Park. Get off, everyone get off." Su Linlei's attitude immediately changed. After getting out of the car, he opened the back door directly, then took out a pistol from his waist and put it against Shiaoi's head. Shiaoi pretended to be surprised and asked, "Brother Su, what are you doing? Don't give me any bullshit, just take your luggage and get down here." At the same time, several warlords had walked out of the gate of the KK Park, holding AKs in their hands and aiming at Shiaoi. "Don't kill me, I have a gold in my pocket, can you please not kill me, please?" Shiaoi said with a trembling voice. Upon hearing this, Su Linlei immediately used his other hand to rummage through Shiaoi's pockets. When he saw that there was indeed a 1000G piece of gold inside, he showed a greedy expression. "Little brother, you have been deceived by Cookie. If you go in and behave yourself, you can avoid physical pain." After saying that, he patted Shiaoi's shoulders twice and threw him out. With the pitch-black muzzle of the gun pointed at him, Shiaoi did not dare to act rashly. Soon, the fat boy and 3 other girls were also thrown over. "Let me see who's here." At this time, an American walked out of the park. When he saw Shiaoi lying on the ground, he smiled faintly. After focusing his attention on Su Leilin, he asked, "Is this Shiaoi? The top student that Cookie mentioned?" Yes, boss." Su Linlei nodded like a grandson. "That's him, a top student who graduated from Kyoto University. He's awesome and will definitely be put to great use once he gets in." He nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the 3 girls. Because they are all very good looking, this makes Tom particularly satisfied. "Xiao Su, you did a good job. These 3 people are all very pretty. I have already transferred 1 million yuan to you. There are many policemen recently and the situation is tense. You must be careful. Do you understand?" I know, he. Soon, Su Linlei left. Shiaoi decisively opened the super laboratory. After entering, Shiaoi slowly walked to an operating table and turned on his mobile phone. After dialing Zhang Song's number, he called directly. At this moment, Zhang Song answered the phone with a confused look on his face. He had just checked Shiaoi's location, but he didn't expect that Shiaoi had arrived in Myanmar so quickly. "Shiaoi, where are you now?" He could no longer see Shiaoi's location. Hearing this, Shiaoi said, "I'm already at the gate of KK Park. I used quantum technology to get in touch with you. I will send a software to the Public Security Bureau and install it on your mobile phones. This software can find the location of Su Linlei, Cookie's accomplice. He had a piece of gold on him. Since the price of recycled gold in Myanmar is quite different from that in China, I guess he would take the gold back home. There is a positioning device inside the gold. Capture him as soon as possible. I will contact you later. That's it. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi put the phone on the table. At this time, a mechanical arm stretched out. It's an M4 assault rifle. System, host, your weapon has been upgraded, but there is no gunpowder in the laboratory to make bullets. This weapon's attack method is nuclear fusion light energy pulse, and the trigger position is equipped with a vein recognition function. Only you can use this weapon. Light energy pulse? Good job. Shiaoi couldn't help but take the gun in his hand. He had never touched a real gun, but this gun felt particularly light in his hand. This weapon is made of vibranium, which ensures its lightness while also greatly improving its lethality. Just at this moment, a target suddenly appeared not far away. Host can experience this weapon. Awesome. Shiaoi imitated the gun-holding action in the game PUBG, aimed at the bullseye, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a muffled sound, a red pulse laser shot out directly. Hit the bullseye. Burned a red hole in the bullseye. Very powerful. Shiaoi was extremely shocked when he saw this. Perhaps the gun in his hand could be considered a cross-century product. Of course, he couldn't just rush in with a gun in his hand now. He had to determine Su Linjin's location and ensure his safety before he could find a way to rescue Su Linjin. After putting down his weapon, he left the laboratory. After a flash of white light eliminated the feeling of weightlessness, he returned to reality. Only a second passed in reality. Tom looked at the 5 of them and said to the soldier behind him, "Check their luggage, confiscate their cell phones, and take them in." "Yes, boss." The luggage of the 5 of them was forcibly opened and checked. In the fat man's luggage there was a masturbation cup, several pairs of black stockings, TT, and so on. The girl's luggage was more normal, but a vibrating device was found inside one of them. Well, you all understand. At this time, Tom kicked these special things in front of the fat man and asked, "Is this cup yours?" "Yes, I." The fat man was so scared that he couldn't speak. He could only nod and said, "Yes, it's mine." "No need." Tom kicked the cup away and said with a smile, "You have to complete your performance well, and you can have fun with these 3 people around you." Hearing this, the 3 girls couldn't help but shrink back. They are not fools and they already know that they have been sold. But with the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at them, they did not dare to run away. "Did you hear that?" "Ah. Listen, I heard it." Soon, 5 people were pushed in. Since no one resisted, they did not use any violence. As long as you cooperate with their work, you can avoid a lot of physical pain. Just at this moment, a soldier ran to Tom's side and said, "Report to the boss, we have caught young Marshallshin who tried to escape." Hearing this, Shiaoi turned his head away. At this moment, not far away, Marshallshin was escorted by 2 soldiers towards Tom. Compared to half a year ago, Marshallshin's health has undergone tremendous changes. His right arm and ear were gone, one eye was blind, his body was covered with scars, and even most of his hair had fallen out. Although he looks like a human being, he looks more like a madman who escaped from a mental hospital. If the soldier hadn't said he was young Marshallshin, Shiaoi might not have recognized him. It's so horrible. At this time, Marshallshin did not focus his attention on Shiaoi, but stared at Tom with horror. He said in a terrified tone, "Boss, I don't dare to shoot anymore. Please don't hurt me, I won't run away again, I really don't dare." Despite Marshallshin's frantic pleas, Tom showed no mercy. He said to a soldier, "Break his legs for me." "Yes, boss." Soon, a soldier came over with an iron rod in his hand. Tom had no intention of letting Shiaoi and the others leave. It seemed that he wanted to give them a warning or something. "Please, boss, don't hit me. I really won't run away. Please, don't hit me." While young Marshallshin was begging, one of the soldiers kicked him to the ground and then hit his left leg. Swoosh! The sound of the iron rod breaking through the air could be clearly heard. When it hit Marshallshin's leg, he immediately screamed in pain. "Ah! Ah! I will never run away again. Please stop hitting me. Ah!" He struggled desperately, but because he lost his arm and his center of gravity was unstable, he couldn't stand up at all. Soon, blood began to ooze out of Marshal Shin's left leg, and as time went by, the white bones became clearly visible. Watch them all! Tom suddenly shouted loudly, and the fat boy and the three girls trembled. They were already frightened by the scene before them. Soon, Marshal Shin fainted. The lime ground was covered with blood from his legs. His calf had been broken. It looks horrible. At this time, Tom put his arm on Shiaoi's shoulder and then said with a smile, "Well, I didn't scare you, did I? This man wants to escape, and we have no choice but to break his legs. Come on, come on. Now that we are all one family, I will help you with some formalities. Then we will provide you with training tomorrow, and you will be able to officially start work the day after tomorrow." Tom was like a changed man. Everyone took them to visit the park, and Shiaoi kept observing the surroundings. There are many armed soldiers in the park, as well as many dog pushers and piglets. Many people had various wounds on their bodies, and quite a few had broken limbs. It was at this moment that Shiaoi directly called up the system. He didn't have to enter the laboratory to check Su Lingjin's location, he could also do it through the system. This way no one else will find out. Soon, Su Lingjin's position was locked by him. It was only 200 meters away from him, to the southeast. Shiaoi looked around. Although he didn't know what was used here, he had seen it on the map before and it seemed to be a particularly large factory. Maybe they are doing fraud. Soon, Tom brought Shiaoi and others into a room. This is a contract. You need to sign it to live in the park. Take a look at it first. Shiaoi looked around. 1. Air breathing fee, 1,000 renminbi per day. 2. Floor wear and tear fee, 1,000 renminbi per day. 3. The fee for visiting beautiful colleagues is 5,000 renminbi per day. In addition to these three charges, there is also a dormitory living fee and food expenses. Accommodation fee, 50,000 per month. Food expenses, 50,000 per month. Well. After seeing the contract, he grinned. Wow, he was already in debt on the first day after entering the park. I have to say it's quite fun. And this charge is too outrageous. Tom said calmly, "It will be deducted from your performance in the future. Don't worry, if your performance is not enough, your organs are worth money." Shiaoi quickly signed the signature, and then Tom looked at the three girls. "Just go ahead, no need to sign." Thank you, boss." The three girls quickly walked to Shiaoi's side, and at this time the fat guy at the end was unhappy. Why don't they have to sign? I won't sign either. Hearing this, Tom smiled faintly. You can be the same as them, they can sell it, can you? Hearing this, the three girls' expressions suddenly turned bad. Bang! At this moment, an iron rod hit his leg. Sign for me now. Just sign it, why are you hitting me? The little fat boy burst into tears and signed his name on the contract with tears and snot. Seeing that the two of them had written their names, Tom said calmly, "Come on, I'll take you around the park." Soon, under the leadership of Tom, they first came to a small woods. Here, there are a lot of mounds of earth. It doesn't seem quite correct to call it a pile of earth, it should be called a grave mound. Even some broken limbs can be seen in the mud. A rotten smell filled the air. This is the burial area in the park. This is the water dungeon. Shiaoi looked around and saw that there were still people in the dungeon. The man was tied up with ropes, bent over, and had several pieces of wood pressed on his back. The water had already covered his mouth and was only a few centimeters away from his nose. After seeing this scene, Shiaoi took a breath. If he couldn't hold on, he would probably drown. The most important thing is that the water inside is extremely filthy and filled with a foul smell. No one knows what is in it. Don't look at it. This is also a punishment for not completing the performance. Come on, I'll take you to the dormitory. Tom continued to lead the way, and soon he led them into the so-called dormitory. It is more like a large factory than a dormitory. There are only a few beds inside, and most people sleep on the floor. It was at this time. Not far away, another person's scream was heard. A boy with a middle-parted hair and wearing overalls was beating one of them severely. I told you to run, but you still ran? Still running? No, boss, I won't run away again, woo-woo. Shiaoi took a deep breath, and at this moment, his eyes seemed to see his father-in-law. Chapter 95 Meeting Su Lingjin. After calling up the system, it showed that he was only 5 meters away from Su Lingjin. From the back, Shiaoi could already tell that it was Su Lingjin. At this moment, his legs had been bandaged with gauze. Shiaoi took a deep breath, thinking, good thing he's okay. He was really afraid that after Su Lingjun came in, he would be missing limbs like young Marshal Shen. At this time, Tom said, this is where you will live. Go get your bedding later. Have a good rest tonight and attend the training on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Got it? Okay, boss. Shiaoi deliberately raised his voice. At the same time, Su Lingjun, who was in a daze, quickly turned his head after hearing the familiar voice. When he saw it was Shiaoi, he immediately lost his composure. He stared at him intently, as if asking, why are you here, kid? From Su Lingjun's eyes, Shiaoi could tell that he was particularly worried. At the same time, Shiaoi shook his head slightly, asking him not to say anything. Shiaoi has confirmed that Su Lingjun was not seriously injured. It seems that after my father came here, he cooperated with the people here and helped him treat his wounds. Come on, follow me to get the bedding. Tom took Shiaoi and the fat man away from here. Soon, the two of them brought the curled mat over. There's no food tonight, so get some rest. We'll make arrangements for you during training tomorrow. Leave. Soon, Tom left here. At this time, the so-called dormitory was already overcrowded, and there was not even a place to make a bed. Some of them looked at Shiaoi and the little fat man with curiosity. Of course, they all sighed or lamented that another of their compatriots had been deceived. There was no light in their eyes. Please make way. Shiaoi walked straight towards Su Lingjun's position and soon arrived in front of him. Currently, there were no so-called soldiers guarding this dormitory. He whispered to the person next to Su Lingjun, brother, please make way. Hearing this, the man ignored Shiaoi, closed his eyes and went to sleep. He naturally knew that the people here would gradually lose their humanity. So, Shiaoi entered the super laboratory, took out a piece of bread, and threw it on the man's belly, get out of the way. Hearing this, the man was confused. This bread, where did it come from? You. Just as he was about to speak, Shiaoi quickly made a shushing gesture, shoo. Don't let anyone find you. Go to the corner and make room for me. I'm here to get you out. Because there were many people around, he blew the small piece of bread directly into his mouth, then rolled up the quilt and went to the corner, leaving enough space for Shiaoi. Shiaoi looked around again. Fortunately, it was dark around and everyone else was asleep, so no one noticed what was happening. After lying down, Shiaoi said in a very low voice, Dad, are you okay? I'm fine, why are you here? At this moment, Su Lingjun's movements were very strange. He closed his eyes, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Dad, I have a way to get you out. I've heard about your situation. How can I save you if I don't come? Hearing this, Su Lingjun felt heartbroken. He then asked, where is Zhang Song? They probably didn't come over. I entered the park through Cookie's connection. What? Su Lingjun opened his eyes and looked at him, Zhang Song didn't come? Shiaoi shook his head. You came to Burma alone? Shiaoi nodded again, Dad, I have a way to rescue you, but before that I want to find out how many people are here. It would be great if we can rescue our compatriots. What? Su Lingjun was startled again, and his voice gradually became louder. Shiaoi hurriedly said, Dad, don't be surprised. Don't worry, I will definitely take you out. Shiaoi took out a lunchbox from the laboratory, eat this first. As I said before, don't tell anyone. As he said that, Shiaoi stuffed the lunchbox into the quilt. Seeing this, Su Lingjun couldn't help but ask, where did this come from? Nanotechnology. Many black question marks appeared above Su Lingjun's head. It's a brand new technology. Dad, don't worry about it. Go to sleep. I already have a plan for what's next. Just at this moment, Su Lingjun touched the injured part of his leg. Shiaoi caught this action very lightly, and asked, Dad, I heard that you were shot in the leg, are you okay? It's okay, it's okay. Su Lingjun waved his hand slightly, it's okay, I cooperated with them. They have helped me take out the bullet. The wound just hurts a little now. In fact, Su Lingjun's wound had become inflamed, but he was afraid that Shiaoi would worry, so he didn't say it. At the same time, Shiaoi used the golden pupil that had not been used for a long time and focused his gaze on the injured part of Su Lingjun's leg. Dad, is your wound inflamed? Su Lin was stunned, how do you know this? Don't worry about how I know this. Come on, sit up and I'll help you. How do you do it? He opened his backpack and took out some anti-inflammatory drugs from the compartment. He didn't know why or how the soldiers checked, but they didn't take the medicine away. Dad, I have some anti-inflammatory medicine in my backpack. I'll sprinkle it on you. Okay. Su Linjin sat up immediately. If the wound was allowed to become infected, he might not be able to save his leg. Su Linjin sat up. Shiaoi carefully untied the bandage, then opened the capsule and sprinkled the anti-inflammatory medicine on it. Okay, Dad, go to bed. Good. Just follow what they do in the next few days. I will find a way to make a big move here. Good. Su Linjin nodded again. Soon, he fell asleep. The next day. Hey, wake up, wake up. He felt like he was kicked on the head twice. When he opened his eyes, he found a man with a scar on his face looking at him. Get up for training, hurry up. Su Linjin, is your leg healed? It's been 3 days. You can come with me. Shiaoi quickly helped Su Linjin up, and together with the little fat man, they followed behind the scarred man. Is your leg okay? Fine. Led by the scarred man, they quickly entered a location similar to an office. It's a shabby place with only a few computers. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground, and it really looked like a training place. Even Shiaoi could judge from the bloodstains that someone must have refused to accept the training and was beaten here. The scarred man set his sights on Shiaoi. I heard that you are a top student who graduated from the computer science department of Kyoto University. Then let me ask you, do you know how to crawl a web page? Shiaoi nodded. Chapter 96. This is nanotechnology. Seeing Shiaoi's expression, the scarred man nodded. That's fine. Come on, crawl these websites for me and give me the receipts you received. As he said that, he threw a notebook full of websites to Shiaoi. The moment he received the notebook, Shiaoi went straight into the laboratory and threw it in. Then come back quickly. In the scarred man's sight, the notebook seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Shiaoi pretended to say, "What is that? What did you throw at me, brother? Scar man? Little fatty? Su Linjin?" They were all confused because they had indeed seen the scarred man throw a notebook to Shiaoi. Where is the notebook now? He quickly looked at the ground and behind Shiaoi. I just threw you a notebook, what happened? Shiaoi, I don't know either. Is it haunted? What the hell is going on? The scarred man's face turned dark. There were no ghosts in the world, so what was the point of making a fuss? Shiaoi asked, where is the notebook? How the hell should I know? He looked around and said, forget it, forget it. Don't bother with the crawler yet. I have a scam routine here. I'll give it to you. This time he didn't throw the notebook away, but handed it to Shiaoi carefully. Shiaoi took a quick look and it basically said that you had not been to any place, but your bank card had been used to spend a lot of money at a certain place, so you needed to cooperate with their investigation. Some others package themselves as wealthy people and engage in online dating scams. In short, there are many different methods of fraud. Shiaoi took a deep breath and then asked, what should we do next? I'll give each of you a mobile phone, register an app to hook up with girls, do you understand? You can't download other apps on your phone, you can't make calls, there are usage records. If you let me know you called home, don't blame me for being rude. He took out 3 counterfeit mobile phones from a box under the table. As soon as he handed them to Shiaoi, Shiaoi threw them into the super laboratory. At this time, the system's voice suddenly came, host, the laboratory is not a garbage dump. The system will recycle the things you throw in, and the recycled amount will be deposited into your account. No problem. The scarred man stared at the phone that disappeared from his hand and asked, what on earth is going on? How many phones did I just have in my hand? 2. The scarred man was shocked. He shook his head and said, no, it's definitely not 2. If you don't believe me, ask them. Shiaoi set his sights on Su Linjin. The pirated man asked, Fatty, I had a few mobile phones in my hand just now. 2. Su Linjin, I think there are 2. No. He shook his head heavily, I remember it was 3, definitely not 2. You must be mistaken. There are only 2. Shiaoi was delighted when he saw that the man with the scar looked a little dizzy. This feeling is a fool. This. All right you. Shiaoi suddenly made a sneak attack and kicked him in the chest. Then, the M4 assault rifle appeared out of thin air in his hand. He pulled the trigger, and a red pulse appeared, burning a hole in the scarred man's chest. Su Lin was shocked and looked at the assault rifle in his hand. Shiaoi, how did you do this? He smiled faintly. There is something called nanotechnology. Nanotechnology? At this time, the scarred man had fallen to the ground with a thud, but no blood was flowing out of the wound. Shiaoi also temporarily put the gun into the system's warehouse. Dad, if I don't have any housekeeping skills, how can I rescue you? Su Linjin nodded. So what should we do now? Of course I'm going to give the people in the park a taste of pain. They've persecuted so many Chinese compatriots, so I'm definitely not going to let them off easily. Shiaoi raised his head and glanced at the surveillance camera above. In fact, when he just entered the house, he interfered with the house's surveillance system through the system, and the scene just now was not captured by the surveillance. Dad, people in the park don't know what's going on here. Let me think about what to do next. He thought briefly and said, how about this, Dad, you two stay in the room first. I'll change into his clothes. It shouldn't be discovered. I'll go do something big. Su Linjin was a little worried when he heard this. What do you want to do? Let's make a small explosion. Shiaoi was full of confidence. Su Linjin was confused when he heard this. Then he went on to say, I have learned from the people here that the green building 200 meters away from here is the soldiers' dormitory. You can try going over there. Okay, I got it, Dad. I'll be back soon, don't worry. After saying that, he took off the scarred man's clothes. It would be too easy for him to blow up and destroy the park on his own. After putting on the clothes, Shiaoi was surprised to find that the scarred man actually had a pistol on him. He had no intention of taking the pistol, so he threw it to Su Linjin. Dad, take this pistol and wait for me for 10 minutes. Shiaoi grabbed the scarred man's ankle with his hand, and in an instant, even the scarred man disappeared from the spot. System, host, humans cannot be recovered. You decide. You can make a robot or something. The system is speechless. Shiaoi left the room as quickly as possible. As expected, there were still patrolling soldiers outside. But they were chatting and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Shiaoi also ran towards the green building as Su Linjin said. In the room. The little fat man looked at Su Linjin in bewilderment. His voice trembled. Big brother, who is your son? An alien? How come I have never seen the technology he used? Su Linjin grinned and asked him, but he didn't know the main point. Su Linjin just felt that all this was a bit dreamy. In fact, after he was caught in the KK park, he never thought he could escape. I never expected that Shiaoi would come. The next day, a weapon appeared out of thin air and was used to kill a man. This is too fucking outrageous. It should be nanotechnology. Su Linjin took a deep breath. If Xiao's technology had reached such an advanced level, he really wanted to introduce Shiaoi to manufacture weapons for the motherland. Nanotechnology is amazing. The little fat boy's eyes were shining. Su Linjin took a deep breath. He wanted to know how this kid Shiaoi became so powerful. Chapter 97, Where did this explosion come from? Outside, because of the camouflage of clothes and the incompetence of the surrounding soldiers, Shiaoi quickly arrived outside the building that Su Linjin mentioned. He first looked up at the dormitory, then his lips curled up slightly. The decoration of this building is very good, and it has many windows, just like a university dormitory. You can even see the clothes hanging inside through the windows. Then I'll start with you. A white light flashed, and Shiaoi had already taken out several bombs from the laboratory. According to the system, these bombs are also made through controlled nuclear fusion and are extremely powerful. Of course, Shiaoi has confirmed that they will not cause radiation to humans. There is no need to say how terrifying nuclear radiation is. If it causes radiation, it would be too scary if Shiaoi and Su Ruoro had children in the future and a deformed baby with 2 heads was born. Secondly, he also has to ensure the safety of his Chinese compatriots. Shiaoi placed the bomb along the building, thought about it carefully, took out the body of the scarred man and threw it on the ground. Although there is a big hole in his stomach, it will probably be blown into pieces when it explodes. After making sure that there was no problem, Shiaoi soon entered the training room under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Some soldiers even took the initiative to greet him. When Su Linjin and the little fat man saw him coming back, Su Linjin was the first to ask, "How is Shiaoi?" Listen. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard not far away outside. Then the ground began to shake. Just like an earthquake. The sound of a building collapsing was heard soon after. Meanwhile, in Tom's office. At this moment, a little girl who had just been tricked in yesterday was kneeling in front of him, eating an Alps lollipop. Tom leaned back in his chair, his expression full of enjoyment. At this moment, the water in the cup next to it suddenly rippled, and the chandelier on the ceiling began to shake. Then the sound came. What's going on? Tom looked around frantically. Even the girl who was eating a lollipop opened her mouth. Boss, is there an earthquake? Bullshit, there is no earthquake zone here. He quickly went to the window and looked at the scene outside. At this time, countless soldiers had already run towards the collapsed building. At the same time, many soldiers who were resting in the dormitory building were also trapped in the rubble. The bomb was so powerful that the concrete wall was no match for it. The 4-story building collapsed in an instant. Fuck! Through the window, Tom could just see the collapsed building not far away. Without any hesitation, he quickly pulled up his pants, took the pistol on the table and ran out. The girl who stayed in the room was confused. She glanced at the stacks of US dollars on the table and quickly stuffed them into her arms. There were screams coming from under the building, and at the same time, someone drove a bulldozer over. Seeing this, Tom shouted, "Shit, what are you doing? There are our compatriots down there. Do you want to kill them? Oh my god, what on earth is going on?" However, at this time, no piglets came over to watch, some soldiers were still on guard, and the scam did not seem to end because of the explosion. However, this still caused heavy damage to the KK park. Shiaoi quickly changed his clothes, then took out his cell phone and handed it to Su Lingjun. "Dad, give Zhang Song a call. It would be best if he could contact the Thai embassy and prepare some speedboats near the Moai River." Su Lingjun was confused. "Shiaoi, do you want to rescue all the Chinese compatriots here?" "That's right." He nodded. Let me try." Su Lingjun made a phone call and he no longer doubted Shiaoi. This kid has mastered technologies that he has never seen before. But just as Su Lingjun was about to make a call, a black soldier suddenly ran in carrying an AK. After seeing the three of them, the soldier was obviously a little confused. Because he clearly saw the man with the scar coming here just now. How could it disappear out of thin air? He was speaking in an incomprehensible voice. After all, Su Lingjun was a criminal policeman and had hidden his cell phone. After what happened in the park, they no longer thought of checking and searching him. He said in not very standard Chinese, "Follow me, save people. Help." Hearing this, the three of them nodded quickly and followed the black man to the scene. After seeing the scene here, the fat man and Su Lingjun both gasped. This situation can only be described as horrific. Many people's arms had been broken, and some of the stone chips were even bleeding. Because the medical level in the park is not well developed, these people can only lie on the ground and wail in pain. When Shiaoi saw the scene, he couldn't help but smile. Then they immediately joined the search and rescue. Not only that, perhaps because there were too many injured people, all the strong young and middle-aged people in the park joined in. Not far away, Tom was still cursing, "Fuck. What the hell is going on? Can anyone tell me who did this? Who is it? Damn it, fuck." The angrier he got, the more excited Shiaoi became. However, there are still camouflaged personnel guarding the surrounding walls, and ambulances are driving into the park one after another. If Shiaoi wanted to take Su Lingjun away from here at this time, it would definitely be very easy. But he won't do that. Shiaoi, the little fat man, and Su Lingjun were struggling to dig out the ruins with tools. Su Lingjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked in a low voice, "Shiaoi, what are your plans now? Let's observe. There will definitely be chaos here in the next few days. Tom will definitely find the culprit. I have a way to trick them." Well, Su Lingjun didn't understand what Shiaoi meant at all, but with him here, they would definitely be safe. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. A soldier entered Tom's office and said, "Boss, the scene has not been cleaned up yet. So far, more than 200 people have died and more than 100 have been injured." "Okay, I understand." Tom closed his eyes full of helplessness. Just as the soldier was about to leave, Tom suddenly said, "Call a meeting of all employees in the park in 30 minutes. "Okay, boss." The soldiers left in a hurry. Tom grabbed his hair. He still didn't understand how the explosion happened. This is outrageous. Chapter 98, Tom's daughter is coming? At the same time, Under the arrangement of the soldiers here, Shiaoi and others have entered the cafeteria. Even though the KK Park is known as hell on earth, due to the current situation, they will not beat or scold these piglets. After working in the ruins for a whole day, they were squatting in the corner of the cafeteria to eat. As for the food, it was definitely not that good, just the simplest cabbage boiled in water with a little bit of salt. Nothing like the meal in the movie All or Nothing. Su Linjin squatted on the ground. He did not dislike the food at all. He ate while whispering. Shiaoi, how did you do this? You blew up this building by yourself. I'm very curious. Shiaoi replied, Dad, actually my company has been secretly researching controlled nuclear fusion and nanotechnology. The bombs just now were made using palladium nuclear fusion, and nano-quantum camouflage was used at the same time. These things can be attached to my body. They are only the size of a pencil lead, and they cannot be detected by any instrument. The little fat man who was eating melons nearby was shocked. He never expected that China's technology had reached this level. I see. Su Linjin was extremely excited. He continued, by the way, I took advantage of the chaos today to call Zhang Song. He said he would contact the Thai embassy to see if they can provide us with some help. Shiaoi continued to eat, and at this moment, Tom suddenly walked in from the cafeteria door. He yelled, Everyone stop, let's just have a quick meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone present stood up quickly and walked towards Tom. Today is the day when the entire park is particularly crowded. Shiaoi just roughly counted them, and there are several thousand Chinese compatriots in total. This number is extremely large. At the same time, a soldier brought a mobile speaker to Tom. He held the microphone with an unwilling look on his face. I believe everyone has heard about what happened today. The building where the soldiers lived suddenly collapsed. We did not find any bomb debris at the scene, so I feel that this was an accident caused by quality issues. Hearing this, the little fat boy next to Shiaoi chuckled. What you said is true. There was clearly an explosion this morning. Didn't you hear it? In fact, Tom had already learned that someone had installed a large number of bombs and blew up the dormitory building. I say this here to reassure everyone. Let these piglets and dogs continue to defraud them and make money. When he investigated the scene today, he also found some human tissue that had been shattered by the explosion. However, because the bomb was so powerful, the person was blown into a pulp and it was impossible to tell who he was. The organization has already sent it for a DNA test. If there is nothing wrong, the person who was blown to pieces should be the one who planted the bomb. After hearing that it was a safety accident due to quality reasons, everyone at the scene sighed. This was the first incident of this magnitude to occur in the park in several years, and some people were already wondering if anyone had come to rescue them. But after hearing that this was a safety accident, they felt a little disappointed. If you fail to complete your performance here, you will be beaten. Rather than committing online fraud here, they would rather be caught and taken back to their country to work on sewing machines. At least it was a safe environment. Tom continued, this incident caused us to lose a dormitory building, but it's no problem. Everyone can return to their posts and continue working tomorrow. Did you hear that? I heard it. Everyone shouted helplessly that they had to respond to Tom's words, otherwise they would still be beaten. Okay, everyone continue eating. Go back and rest early after dinner so that you will have more energy to work tomorrow. Soon, Tom walked towards the exit of the cafeteria. Just at this moment, Shiaoi's mind shook and the voice of the system suddenly appeared. Host, Tom's superior will return his daughter to him at 8 o'clock tonight. His daughter will enter the park today. The system will report the location of Tom's daughter to you in real time. Option 1, find a way to kidnap Tom's daughter and threaten him to let everyone in the park go. Your baby's IQ will be rewarded with +5. Option 2, kill Tom's daughter directly and confront him head-on, and reward your baby's IQ +6. Option 3, choose neither. I have my own plan. No reward. After seeing these three options, Shiaoi looked at Tom and his younger brothers behind him again, and a plan quietly emerged in his mind. I choose 3. After coming to his senses, he said to Su Linjin and the fat boy beside him, don't just stand there, go back and eat. The three of them returned to their previous positions. Shiaoi directly focused his gaze on Su Linjin and asked, Dad, can you find young Master Shen? I have some questions for him. No problem. Su Linjin agreed readily. Although he had only been in here for 3 or 4 days, he had been looking for loopholes in the park during those days. Although the soldiers in the park are armed, they will not shoot easily. Perhaps it is because life here is too comfortable and they sometimes do not guard strictly. This is not the most important thing, because young Marshal Shin has escaped again and again. He has not been able to get any position in the half year since he came here and is still a pushover, so he now sleeps in the same factory with them. Su Lingjun looked around and almost instantly saw the man lying on the ground like a dog, eating. It is no exaggeration to say that Marshal Shin is like a dog, because his arms are broken, his legs are lame, and he cannot even maintain the most basic balance. So I could only put the vegetable bowl on the ground and eat like a dog. Dad, is it okay to go there now? No problem. Don't you see the soldiers around you are all talking and laughing and chatting? Then wait here for me. I'll go find him. Shiaoi stood up and walked towards young Marshal Shin. At the same time, after hearing footsteps nearby, young Marshal Shin raised his head. At this moment, he happened to meet Xiaoyi's eyes. After seeing him, he was suddenly startled. He was extremely shocked. He was thinking, I never thought that you, Shiaoi, would have this day. You were actually tricked into coming to the park. You. Just as he was about to speak, Shiaoi said, Shoo. If you want to go out, shut up and don't make a sound. After hearing this, young Marshal Shin shut his mouth. But his eyes were still full of shock. After being tortured here for more than half a year, his mind has become somewhat unclear. You, why are you here? Today's explosion was caused by me. Lu Tianxuang is very worried about you. If you want to go out and see her, just cooperate with me. Chapter 99 Micah. What? Xuan is worried about me? After hearing these words, tears immediately flowed from young Marshal Shin's eyes. Now that he has become like this, how can he have the face to see Lu Tianxuang again? I'm afraid she would be scared when she sees herself like this. I'm very worried. She even suffered from depression during the time you were away. But, even if I can get out, what's the use? Young Master Shin lowered his head. Shiaoi looked at his dejected appearance and encouraged him, don't you want to apologize to her in person? Shiaoi continued, when school started, she cried until she found out you were cheated. Now that you have a chance to go out, don't you want to see him? I want to. Shiaoi looked around and said, keep your voice down. As long as you cooperate with me, I have a way to get you out. How can I cooperate with you? Let's talk about it tonight. I'll come to see you tonight. Shiaoi quickly returned to Su Lingjun. At the same time, Su Lingjun asked Shiaoi, how is it going? Did you get any clues? There are a lot of people around, let's talk about it in the evening. After dinner, because of what happened in the park today, the fraud was not continued in the evening. Instead, they were sent to the dormitory early. After checking, the soldiers took turns standing guard, but they were also tired after a whole day, and many of them leaned against the wall drowsily. When the surroundings became quiet, Shiaoi came to Marshal Shin. At this time, Marshal Shin was also waiting for him. You're here. Shoo. Shiaoi made a shushing gesture and then whispered, let me ask you, is Tom the top leader of the park? That's right. Young Marshal Shin looked around and nodded, but he should have a superior. I remember when I first arrived, he didn't seem to have completed the task assigned by his superior, and his daughter was taken away. Hearing this, Shiaoi thought of the system telling him that his woman would be returned today. This is not surprising. He then asked, who is the second in command of the park? Second in command? Young Marshal Shin thought for a moment and said, the second in command is a British man named Micah. They have a good relationship and he often follows Tom. Hearing this, Shiaoi thought about it. There is indeed a yellow-haired guy behind Tom Saint. Where do they live? Why are you asking that? Don't worry about it. It's just southeast of the building that collapsed today. There's also a dormitory over there, and it's heavily guarded. I heard that Tom lives on the 4th floor, but I don't know the exact room. Good. Shiaoi nodded slightly, wait for my news. What are you up to? You'll find out tomorrow. No. Young Marshal Shin shook his head. In KK Park, Tom and Micah each manage a group of soldiers. The building that collapsed today was all occupied by Tom's soldiers. Don't be fooled by Tom's enthusiasm and even his appearance of being a good person. In fact, he is a very cruel person. Don't bother him. We are all too weak in the park. Okay, I understand. Shiaoi smiled and nodded. He was delighted when he heard the news. Tom and Micah each managing an army? This is fun. I'll go over first. Please cooperate well in the next few days. Good. After leaving, Shiaoi sighed. Now that his legs are broken, he seems to be of no use here. Although Shin Xiaoshui is not a very good person, he is still an excellent student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. After going out, it was also useless. Shaking his head helplessly, Shiaoi returned to his bed. At this time, Su Lingjun had not fallen asleep yet. When he saw Shiaoi coming back, Su Lingjun asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" "Well, Dad, I have a plan. You don't have to worry. I will start taking action after midnight." "Okay, but be careful." Shiaoi lay on the bed and closed his eyes, and soon the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Su Lingjun turned sideways and looked at Shiaoi. He didn't expect that this guy could fall asleep so quickly. Well. After sighing slightly, he also closed his eyes. At the same time, inside the laboratory. "Host, the vibranium fiber suit has been manufactured. After putting it on, your strength and speed will be greatly improved." Shiaoi looked at the vibranium clothes in his hand and took a deep breath. Could it be that he wants to be possessed by a Black Panther? Of course, this thing definitely can't achieve the effect of Black Panther in the Avengers movie. But since this body is made of vibranium fiber, it can definitely block a bullet. Mainly there are some buffs. The vibranium sword has been manufactured, and the host can use it at any time through the system warehouse function. Shiaoi didn't say anything more. After putting on the vibranium fiber clothes, he left the laboratory. Midnight is approaching. Shiaoi suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head slightly and looked around. Amid the snoring sounds all around, Shiaoi slowly got up and soon came to the only exit of the dormitory. The two soldiers on guard were taking a nap. He glanced upwards and saw a ventilation duct. At this moment, he was like a secret agent, grabbing the protrusion on the wall and jumping directly up. Then he climbed up the uneven wall and crawled out directly through the ventilation duct. Even Shiaoi himself was a little surprised. After putting on the vibranium fiber suit, his strength increased a lot. After coming outside, he stood on the roof and looked at the building not far away from him, which was the building that Marshal Shin mentioned. The next moment, he slowly climbed down. The entire park was particularly quiet at this time, and there were also some soldiers patrolling and chatting. Shiaoi quietly walked up behind one of the soldiers, covered his mouth, and then wiped his neck with a knife. Thump! The soldier fell to the ground. In the so-called no man's land, killing a few people shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, no one could see that he had killed them, because these soldiers had clearly laid down on their own. Soon, he arrived outside the building where Tom was as fast as he could. There were crickets chirping all around, and on both sides of the entrance, two soldiers armed with AKs were guarding it. Shiaoi hid behind a fence and stuck his head out to take a look. After making sure that no one had spotted him, he quickly dodged into the bushes. After hearing his voice, a soldier quickly turned on his flashlight and shone it towards the bush. Then he spoke in an incomprehensible bird language. He called on another one to move forward slowly. When they were approaching the bushes, Shiaoi suddenly rushed out and stabbed the soldier's heart with a sharp knife. At the same time, he quickly pulled out and swept in a fan-shaped pattern, wiping the neck of another soldier. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, like an assassination agent. Looking at the two bodies lying on the ground, Shiaoi smiled faintly. Chapter 100. The most capable brother killed his daughter. Then, instead of dealing with the bodies of the two soldiers, he quickly walked into the building. Using the golden eyes that the system had given him before, he could see through the buildings to see where there were people. Shiaoi looked around, and at this moment, the system's voice came, "Host, Tom's daughter is in room 3 on the 4th floor, and Micah is in room 3 on the 2nd floor of the building next door." New. Shiaoi chuckled, the system is really awesome. However, with his golden eyes, he could clearly see the soldiers on other floors. He quickly reached the 4th floor without being discovered by the soldiers on the way. This corridor was particularly dark, and the building in general looked like a university dormitory, but the difference was that rooms 1, 2, and 3 on each floor were similar to the presidential suites in a hotel. Through the golden eyes, one can see that there are 2 bedrooms in room number 3. What surprised Shiaoi was that Tom did not sleep with her daughter. Although he didn't want to harm the child, he really had no choice but to provoke the conflict between Tom and Micah. The door was locked. Shiaoi took out the pulse gun and easily cut off the door lock. Because the gun has no recoil and only a small pulse sound, there is no need to worry about disturbing anyone. After pushing the door open, he tiptoed in. Because of the explosion today, Tom has been busy all day and must be very tired. After entering the living room, Shiaoi saw a TT on the ground and a lot of US dollars on the table. It is estimated to be tens of millions of dollars. I have to say, that's a lot. Shiaoi would not fall into the money. He gently opened the door of Tom's daughter's room and then walked in quietly. The girl in the room was sleeping soundly in her pajamas, with the air conditioner on. He looked only 6 or 7 years old. Shiaoi didn't hesitate. He took out a rag and covered the little girl's mouth. Soon, she began to struggle violently, but because Shiaoi used so much strength, she couldn't make any sound and was motionless in less than 2 minutes. Only then did Shiaoi realize that this was still a little blonde girl. He was wearing gloves on his hands so that no fingerprints would be left. He left the room as quickly as possible and walked towards the next building. After leaving the building, Shiaoi directly stored the 3 soldiers he had just dealt with in the laboratory. Then he used the same method to enter room number 3 on the 2nd floor. He didn't kill anyone else on the way, but he left a trail of blood in the room. Ha, ha. Ha, ha. Micah's bedroom door was not closed and he could be heard snoring from inside. Shiaoi directly put the body of the little blonde girl into his bedroom, and at the same time went into the bathroom and piled the bodies of the 3 Burmese soldiers on the toilet. Just as Shiaoi was about to leave, the system said, "It is recommended to use Viagra, a hallucinogen, which can make Mika do something extraordinary." Shiaoi was confused when he heard this. What the hell, Viagra? Is this stuff serious? Use. Shiaoi did not hesitate. Just at this moment, something similar to a grenade appeared in his hand. There is also a pull ring on top. Shiaoi was slightly startled, then he pulled the ring and threw it directly into Micah's bedroom. Then, he was very considerate and helped him close the door. Soon, Shiaoi left here in a swagger. He was not interested in what happened in the room. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, the vibration of his cell phone woke Tom up. Yesterday, he contacted the military and today he sent his daughter Shasha out of the park and back to the United States. The car will arrive in half an hour, so he has to take Sasha to wash her face and have breakfast. Baby, get up. He rubbed his eyes and came to Sasha's room, then knocked on the door gently. Seeing no movement inside, he suddenly looked towards the door. At this time, the door was open. Baby? He thought to himself that something was wrong and opened the door, but his daughter was nowhere to be seen. Tom suddenly felt a cardiac arrest, and he immediately shouted, "Someone get me." The 2 sleepy soldiers immediately ran after hearing the sound. What's wrong, boss? Did anyone come here last night? He quickly ran to the corridor and looked around carefully. At this time, the morning mist filled the park and most people were asleep, so no one even noticed the bloodstains on the ground. However, Shiaoi had already gotten up and was quietly waiting for something. I wonder if Tom noticed. On Tom's side, a soldier ran over in a hurry. "Oh no, boss, we found a bloodstain downstairs, it's going to." Bang! Tom slapped the soldier in the face, stuttering, "Speak faster." "Yes, to Micah's dorm." "What?" Hearing this, Tom's expression changed. She quickly pushed the soldier aside and ran towards the building where Micah lived. At the same time, these soldiers also hurried to follow. 3 minutes later. Crack! Tom kicked open Micah's door and felt bad when he saw the blood on the floor tiles. "Micah, Micah!" He shouted twice and then pushed open the bedroom door. Immediately afterwards, Tom's pupils shrank. At this moment, her daughter Shasha was lying on the ground in a rather embarrassing state. The pajamas on his body had been torn to pieces, as if they had been ravaged by a wild beast, and there were many bloodstains on the lower half of his body. As for Micah, he was still lying in bed, snoring as usual. "Baby!" Tom hurried over and hugged his daughter tightly. Feeling her cold skin, anger gradually emerged in Tom's eyes. He pulled out his pistol and shot Micah in the leg. Bang! Ah! In the room, Micah suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively took out the gun from under the pillow. But when he saw it was Tom, he was shocked. "What are you up to? What do you think?" Tom's spirit was close to collapse, and at this moment, another soldier ran over. "Boss, we found the bodies of 3 comrades in the bathroom." "What?" Tom widened his eyes, took a deep breath, stepped back, and focused his gaze on the soldier. These 3 soldiers were on night patrol last night. Tom turned around and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "This is not what I did." Bang! Tom shot Micah in the arm again. The anger in his eyes grew. He didn't understand why his most capable brother had sex with his daughter. Say it again. Chapter 101, the one you can't afraid of. Micah was covering his wound, which was bleeding continuously. His mind was a little blurry. Until now, he still hasn't realized what happened. "I didn't, it wasn't me." "You say no again." Tom angrily came to Micah and put a gun to his head. Just then, the soldiers outside heard 2 gunshots coming from the house and hurried in. The clothes of the people coming in were slightly different, and they looked to be Micah's people. The soldier did not point his gun at Micah, but instead pointed it directly at the other soldiers in the room. One of them even ran out straight away after seeing Micah injured, and called 2 medical staff. Micah's arms were shaking, and he was already feeling slightly dizzy from the excessive blood loss. The medical staff quickly treated his wound. "No, the boss is too seriously injured and must be sent to the hospital for treatment." As he spoke, he called for a stretcher on the intercom. Just as Micah was placed on the stretcher, the man who had been silent all this time laughed at himself. "Don't you take me seriously?" Tom didn't say a word from beginning to end, and Micah's soldiers didn't even look at Tom. They have different leaders and are divided into 2 factions. Although Micah usually stays with Tom, they each have their own responsibilities, and the same goes for the soldiers. This is also the reason why Tom has been dissatisfied with Micah for many years. They are brothers on the surface, but secretly, they both bear some grudge against each other. In the face of absolute interests, there are no so-called brothers at all, especially in this lawless Myanmar. Hearing this, the soldier did not make any response. This point hit Tom's heart. He pulled out his gun and fired several shots at Micah on the stretcher. Micah on the stretcher was killed instantly. What's going on? At this time, Su Lingjun was ready to get up. But outside, there was a crackling sound of gunfire, like frying beans. Shiaoi smiled faintly. "I guess no one can stand the stimulation of having their own daughter raped, right? Could it be that people from both sides have already exchanged fire?" Shiaoi closed his eyes and said nothing. At this moment, all the soldiers guarding them suddenly rushed out. "What's going on?" Su Lingjun was confused. He looked at the soldiers in a hurry and felt that it was a good opportunity to escape. If I'm not mistaken, the armies of both sides have already started exchanging fire. Ah? Su Lingjun was shocked. "Why is there an exchange of fire?" "I don't know about that." Just at this moment, the cell phone in Xiaoyi's pocket suddenly rang. After taking it out to check, Shiaoi found that it was Zhang Song. "Shiaoi, we have arrived in Thailand, and we have joined forces with the Thai military to prepare some speedboats on the Moai River to destroy the park." Hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned at first. He didn't expect that Zhang Song would actually come to the local area. He said quickly, "There has been a conflict in the park and both sides are fighting. I'm afraid there will be reinforcements here. Please come in and help everyone immediately." Well, Zhang Song was stunned when he heard his words because he had no right to mobilize the Thai military. "Okay, I'll try." Because fraud has been particularly rampant recently, China has joined forces with Thailand and Myanmar to form a professional organization to eradicate these parks. Because Su Lingjun sacrificed himself, rescued 4 college students, and captured Cookie, his superiors attached great importance to him, so they took it so seriously. Furthermore, the news that Xiao Yitzi had bravely entered the park alone also reached the ears of his superiors. That's why they planned to completely destroy the park. A few minutes after hanging up the phone, Zhang Song called again. "Shiaoi, we will send more than 500 soldiers to rescue you. Is Su Lingjun with you?" "Exist." "Well, when you hear our national anthem, it means the guards on the courtyard wall have been killed. But don't rush to run away. Can you tell me your location? We will rescue you based on your address." "Good." Shiaoi sent everyone's location directly to Zhang Song through the system. Zhang Song was stunned by such efficiency. "I have received it. Please be sure to stay safe." After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi excitedly said to Su Lingjun, "Dad, we will be able to go back soon." "Well, I have to go out first." "Where are you going?" "Damn it, KK Park has killed so many of our compatriots, why don't we teach them a lesson?" Shiaoi left the so-called residence directly. At this moment, the situation outside was more serious than he thought. There was gunfire and bullets flying everywhere, and the soldiers on both sides had already started a fierce battle. There were even a lot of corpses on the ground. Host, Tom is in the research building and has planned a route for you. At this moment, the system suddenly opened, and a software similar to the evil map navigation appeared in front of him. Shiaoi smiled faintly. That's right, the purpose of his going out was to find Tom, and it would be best if he could get rid of him. It is better to deal with the key figures in the park as soon as possible. Soon, Shiaoi headed to the research building according to the route planned by the system. Meanwhile, at the Thai border, Zhang Song stood opposite the Moai River, looking at the KK Park in front of him. At this time, there were still continuous gunshots inside. I didn't expect that what Shiaoi said was actually true. What exactly happened in the park? He was shocked. At the same time, a Chinese special police officer came to him and said, "Captain, the sniper is in place. Should we kill the guards on the wall?" "Sure." "Okay." Soon, the guards on the KK Park wall fell one by one. "You must be careful when you enter the park base camp later, understand?" "Okay, Captain." "Everyone, get on the speedboat and follow me." A huge team rushed towards the KK Park, and there were even several armed police officers carrying RPG rocket launchers. The other side. Shiaoi has secretly found Tom's location. Since half of the soldiers in the park were Micah's men, they had to fight this battle. At this time, he was watching the surveillance video, trying to see how Micah kidnapped his daughter and committed the crime last night. The surveillance footage showed that it was not Micah who entered the dormitory building, but a handsome guy who was about 1.8 meters tall. He recognized at a glance that this was Shiaoi, who had just entered the park the day before yesterday. How, is it him? Tom thought to himself that something was wrong. The soldiers around also looked pale when they saw this. "What are you looking at?" At this time, Shiaoi had already entered the monitoring room. It was indeed his mistake to forget to interfere with the surveillance, but it seems that he has killed Micah. Tom turned his head stiffly and looked at Shiaoi, who was still holding the gun. He took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you?" "Someone you can't afford to offend." Chapter 102, Returning to China. After 30 seconds, Shiaoi left the monitoring room. Tom had been killed by him, and the gunshots outside gradually subsided. He returned to his residence and waited. About 2 hours later, a small-scale gunfight broke out in the park again, but finally peace was restored. The crowd never left here. Just then, an armed soldier hurried in. "Team leader." This time, he spoke Chinese. After hearing his voice, Shiaoi shuddered. "Because this is Zhang Song's voice." "Here." Shiaoi waved his hand. After seeing Shiaoi, Zhang Song ran over immediately. "You kid, you're actually okay." He hadn't noticed Su Lingjin yet. When he turned his head and looked at Su Lingjin, Zhang Song's expression immediately became serious. "Team leader." Su Lingjin nodded, but he didn't show too much joy. Instead, he asked, "How is the situation outside now?" "It's outrageous. Before we came, the soldiers inside had experienced a war, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Then we became the sixth in a wave, and now the entire park has been controlled by us." "Good." Su Lingjin nodded heavily. Zhang Song continued, "Then, Captain, let's leave here first. Special people will arrange for everyone later. Don't worry, we will send our compatriots in the park back home." "Well." Su Lingjin set his sights on Shiaoi. "Shiaoi, how is it?" "Dad, take young Marshal Shin with you. His leg was broken a few days ago and there are still wounds on it. Go back to China and get him treated as soon as possible to see if his leg can be saved." When he said this, Su Lingjin sighed. Su Ruoro's good friend, Lu Tianxuan's boyfriend, has become like this now, and he has no way to deal with it. "Okay, take him with you." Shiaoi came to Marshal Shin. He was still a little confused at this time. Are we saved?" "That's right." Shiaoi nodded slightly. "Come back with me and meet Lu Tianxuan." "Good." He didn't refuse. Because he really had enough of this place. "Okay, let's go." Just at this moment, everyone who didn't know the truth suddenly gathered around. "Please take me with you too, please." "Yes, I have been deceived into coming here for 2.5 years. I think all the chickens at home are dead. Please let me go home to check on my chickens." I want to go too. My 80-year-old mother is still sick. The people around gathered together. Shiaoi looked at these pitiful faces and said patiently, "Don't worry, everyone. We have already controlled the park. The police need to collect some evidence, so it will take some time. Don't worry, we have all been deceived. Please trust the police." Okay, we believe in the police and the motherland. Me too, me too. 10 hours later. A plane landed at Daxing Airport. Shiaoi looked at the scene outside the plane window and took a deep breath. Su Linjin only had a leg injury and was not seriously injured. In the next period of time, just stay at home and recuperate. As for myself, there is nothing to worry about. Zhang Song did not return with them because he was the commander of the operation and had a lot of things to do in Thailand. However, Shiaoi learned that Su Ruoro already knew that he had gone to northern Myanmar to rescue Su Linjin. There was no way, it was Zhang Song who informed Su Ruoro. However, Su Ruoro didn't call him. Maybe she was angry? Or afraid that he would be discovered? Shiaoi was a little puzzled. After getting off the plane, the airport staff had already prepared 2 wheelchairs. After arranging Su Linjin and Shin Xiaoshui in wheelchairs, Shiaoi pushed Su Linjin and another staff member pushed Shin Xiaoshui, and they came to the airport exit together. Not far away, Su Ruoro was holding her second baby, waiting anxiously. Qin Shueping also came, holding Debao in her arms, and even Lu Tianchuan was holding Sanbao in her arms. Shiaoi is here. Su Ruoro looked at him with her bright eyes, and Shiaoi came to his side with a faint smile. The second baby in her arms immediately flapped his arms and shouted, "Daddy, Daddy." "Grandpa, Grandpa." Why? Su Linjin was very happy when he saw the second baby. Su Ruoro put the baby down and threw herself directly into Xiaoyi's arms. "Oh my, what's wrong? Your husband is fine, why are you crying?" Su Ruoro was already choking up. Shiaoi patted her shoulder gently. "It's okay, I'm back safely. I didn't tell you at the time because I was afraid you would worry." At the same time, on the other side, Lu Tianchuan had already put down Xiaoyi's 3 treasures and slowly came to the side of Marshal Shen. After seeing her current face, 2 hot tears flowed from the corners of Lu Tianchuan's eyes. He was full of energy half a year ago, but I didn't expect him to become like this now. After seeing Lu Tianchuan again, Marshal Shen didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. "Young Marshal. Look at me." Lu Tianchuan had already squatted down, feeling heartbroken. After all, they were a couple and had been dating for a month or 2. Although their feelings were not deep, they were not absent. Mainly, this is Lu Tianchuan's first love, and at the same time, she plans to marry Marshal Shen in the future. He would have had a bright future. But now, young Marshal Shen reluctantly raised his head and stared at Lu Tianchuan. "I'm sorry, Xuanshuang. I heard from Shiaoi that you were sad for a long time after you found out that I was tricked into the park. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. You don't have to apologize." Lu Tianchuan shook his head. "You are my boyfriend, stop talking nonsense, you should worry about me, let's go home." Hearing this, Marshal Shen shook his head heavily. "No. Xuanshuan, I am no longer worthy of you in my current state. I can't go with you." "What are you talking about? I don't mind." "No, I can't." In fact, after seeing Lu Tianchuan like this, Marshal Shen no longer had any regrets. It's really worth it for him to meet someone who loves him so much in his life, even though he is so disabled and still despised by others. Of course, even if Lu Tianchuan was willing to accept him, he would not ruin Lu Tianchuan's life. "Young Marshal, I really don't dislike you, really." "No, I do not." Young Marshal Shen turned his gaze to Shiaoi. "Shiaoi, I have cheated many people in the park, defrauding millions of dollars. Hurry up and take me away, hurry up and take me away." Young Marshal Shen burst into tears and felt heartbroken. Chapter 103: The Baby's Second Birthday. When Shiaoi heard his voice, his face remained expressionless and he had no intention of responding. Zhang Song had already told him these things in advance, and anyone who was defrauded would be treated leniently. As for how to deal with it, it's none of his business. After shaking his head slightly, Shiaoi held Debao and Sanbao in his arms, and left with everyone else. He did not disturb Lu Tianchuan and Marshal Shen. No matter what happened to them in the end, it had nothing to do with him. It would be better to leave some time for them to chat and reminisce. On the way, Su Ruoro didn't look very good either. Although Mr. Shen's character is not very good, he is Lu Tianchuan's boyfriend after all. Seeing him like this, I feel really sad. Hubby, do you think? Will Xuan continue to be with young Master Shen? I don't know. Shiaoi shook his head slightly. He heard some of the conversation between the two of them just now. I guess Lu Tianxuan won't dislike young Master Shen, but young Master Shen will definitely feel that he is not worthy of her. Okay, let's rush and get Dad to the hospital for treatment. At this time, Su Ruoruo was pushing Su Lingjun. She noticed that her father still had an injury on his leg, so she nodded slowly. Okay. I'm the one driving here today. Dad, let's go to the hospital. Oh, okay. Su Lingjun naturally would not refuse. The car had already stopped at the airport parking lot. After everyone got in, Shiaoi drove and took Su Lingjun to the 3rd Provincial Hospital. Because Su Lingjun has a special identity, and he was injured to protect college students, so you don't have to worry about his medical expenses, and he can also win many awards. A year and a half later, in the company. Shiaoi was wearing a suit and looked at the family photo on his desk with a helpless smile. It has been more than a year since my last visit to Myanmar. His babies are also 2 years old. Not a lot happened this year, but not a little either. Since returning from northern Myanmar, Su Lingjun has been promoted to Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. This also means that he no longer needs to carry out the mission. Among those rescued from Myanmar, a small number were sent to prison, but most were not held accountable. Because he went to northern Myanmar alone to rescue people, he was awarded many rewards and even became a celebrity locally. He also directly registered for TikTok and has now become an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. The things I usually post are very simple, just some videos of my babies, and I promote products when I'm free in the evening. The e-commerce industry is extremely hot nowadays. He was even invited to be a guest in Xiaoyang's live broadcast room once. Just as Shiaoi was meditating, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ringier opened the door at this time of year and said, "Boss, today is the 2nd birthday of your 3 babies. Your grandmother asked you to go back early." Okay, I understand. Lin Ringier left the place, and Shiaoi packed up his things and left the office. His mobile phone was released last year and achieved good results in the market. Now Shiaoi is also trying to enter the field of smart cars. After getting up, Shiaoi went downstairs and drove home. Just at this time, Su Ruoruo called him. Shiaoi answered the call, and Su Ruoruo's voice came from the other end. "Husband, are you off work? Don't forget that today is the baby's birthday, come back early." Didn't you just tell Lin Ringier? Yes, I'm afraid you won't obey me and keep nagging me. Hearing this, Shiaoi chuckled. My wife's orders are absolute. Don't you think that we have been together for 2 years and have never been nagging? That's right. Su Ruoruo smiled and continued, I just came downstairs from Xuanxuang's house. I have already ordered cakes for the babies, so you don't have to buy them. Okay. After chatting with Su Ruoruo for a few words, Shiaoi hung up the phone. As for gifts for the baby, Shiaoi just made some simple preparations. Although they are relatively smart, they are also very playful like other children. The gifts were some toys and snacks like Kinder Surprise eggs. Soon, Shiaoi returned home. Because today is the baby's birthday, Su Lingjun did not go to work. Shiaoi pushed open the door and saw Qin Shueping cooking in the kitchen. Su Lingjun was sitting on the carpet, playing with toy cars with his baby. "Erbo, Grandpa's car is ready, buzz." He was completely immersed in it. Dabeo took the toy car in his hand and bit it without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Lingjun quickly snatched the toy away. "Oh my baby, you can't eat this thing. Dad is back." At this time, Erbao stood up first and ran towards him excitedly. Seeing this, Shiaoi picked up Erbao and asked, "How's it going, Erbao? Do you miss your daddy?" "I did." Erbao nodded, and then said, "Dad, where is the Ultraman toy you promised to buy me?" Hearing this, Shiaoi was slightly stunned. Only then did he remember that Erbao said he wanted an Ultraman toy. Isn't their birthday coming up soon? Shiaoi promised him that he would buy it for him on his birthday. Today is the birthday of all 3 babies, so he should buy it for the 2nd baby. But I forgot. He looked apologetic. "Sorry, Dad forgot. Can I take you to the mall to buy it tomorrow?" "Good." Erbao nodded heavily. He did not make a fuss, and it can be said that Erbao was a very well-educated child. "Good." Shiaoi washed his hands and went to help in the kitchen. Without saying much, Su Ruoruo opened the door and walked in. She was also holding a transparent cake box, which contained a double-layer 6-inch cake. Babies eating sweets will affect their brain development. Although the babies are very smart and can recite the formulas for hair growth, Su Ruoruo still doesn't want them to eat sweets. Mother! Mother! The three babies' eyes lit up when they saw the cake. Su Ruoruo chuckled when she saw this. Mom is back, here's the cake. Yes. Su Ruoruo waved her hands in front of the baby, and then said, today is your birthday. Go play games and we will have dinner later, okay? Okay. The three babies looked at the birthday cake eagerly, but they were not in a hurry. After Su Ruoruo changed her clothes, she entered the bedroom. At the same time, Shiaoi saw Qin Shueping, who was sweating profusely. Mom, you should go out and have a rest to accompany the baby. There are only a few dishes left. Ruoruo and I can cook them. Oh. Okay. The temperature in the kitchen was indeed a bit high, but she didn't refuse. She took off her apron and left. At the same time, Shiaoi asked Su Ruoruo, how is it, wife, is there anything wrong with Lu Tianchuang? Chapter 104. It seems that this little cotton jacket is leaking. Lu Tianchuang has been taking care of young Marshal Shen since he brought him back from Myanmar a year and a half ago. The two broke up, but Lu Tianchuang said she would always take care of him. Although young Marshal Shen kept refusing, Lu Tianchuang simply didn't listen. Recently, Lu Tianchuang met a boy who treated him extremely well. They were introduced by his family and their conditions were all suitable, so the two of them established a relationship. This also means that Lu Tianchuang will look after Marshal Shen less and less often in the future. The reason why Su Ruoruo went to see her today was because of this. Su Ruoruo continued, Shuang said that she would slowly forget about him and accept this new boy. Well, that's fine. As long as Lu Tianchuang can slowly forget about him, it's not a bad thing to have a new life of her own. Shiaoi nodded slightly. He had to admit that Lu Tianchuang was really a love-brained person. He shook his head slightly and didn't think much about it. Soon, a table of dishes was served on the coffee table in the living room. Seeing this, the three babies ran over happily. They held chopsticks in their hands, and Erbao directly picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. They have already grown teeth and can usually eat some meat, fruit, etc. Mom, I want to eat cake. Sanbao Xiao Qinxue suddenly said, and upon hearing that, Shiaoi took the cake, opened it, and put the birthday candles on it. Because she has 3 children, Su Ruoruo specifically asked for 3 birthday hats. Shiaoi carefully put birthday hats on the 3 babies, then shouted to Su Ruoruo, wife, please turn off the lights first. Yeah, okay. Su Ruoruo nodded slightly, and after turning off the lights, Shiaoi lit 3 birthday candles. At the same time, Su Lingjin said, babies, today is your 2nd birthday, make a wish quickly. After you make a wish, I will sing birthday song for you. The babies became excited when they heard this. Okay. Erbao imitated the cartoon, clasped his hands together, placed them under his chin, closed his eyes, and began to make a wish. Seeing this, Dabao and Sanbao also imitated his actions and perhaps made a wish. At the same time, Shiaoi, Su Ruoruo, Su Lingjin, and Qin Shueping lined up and sang the birthday song. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, goose, happy birthday to you. Happily ever after, anointed with oil, happily ever after, anointed with oil. Ha, Bosnia must be anointed with oil, ha, Bosnia must be anointed with oil. Come on, babies, blow out the candles. Call. The 3 babies blew out the candles on the cake together, and then the second baby, Xiaoming, took the small plate on his own initiative. He said in a childish voice, Mom. Good. Su Ruoruo cut the cake and placed it next to Dabao Xiaomingruo. Seeing this, Xiaomingruo said, I want to give it to Dad first. Good job. Su Lingjin asked jokingly, baby, why do you want to give it to Daddy? Because kiwis don't taste good, I want to eat strawberries. Shiaoi. His face turned dark. He originally thought that Dabao was sensible and would give the cake to him. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Dabao complained that kiwis were not tasty. Okay. Shiaoi waved his hands helplessly. They say a daughter is a father's little cotton padded jacket, but it seems like this little cotton padded jacket has a leak. Ha 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 ha. The whole family laughed and ate their meal happily. The next day, before Shiaoi woke up, Erbao came to hug him. Dad, let's go buy some Ultraman toys. He stepped onto the bed on a small stool and stepped on Xiaoyi's face. The latter opened his eyes dazedly, and then Erbao lost his balance and fell on him. Just then he opened his mouth again and a stream of water flowed into his mouth. Shiaoi was stunned. Why does Erbao's saliva smell like milk? At this time, he didn't think it was disgusting. After all, who would dislike his own baby? Got it, baby, Daddy will take you there right away, just wait for me to get dressed, okay? Okay. Erbao nodded obediently. After a while, Shiaoi finished washing and changed into clean clothes, then said to the babies, "Come on kids, Daddy will take you to the mall. Hurry up and wake up your mother and go with us." Suddenly, the three babies ran towards Suruoro happily. Erbao put his hand directly on Suruoro's chest. "Mom, get up, Dad wants to take us to buy toys." Dabeo, "Yes, Mom, hurry up and get up, the sun is shining on your butt." Sanbao, "If you don't get up, I'm going to shit on your head." Suruoro? What the hell? She quickly opened her eyes, looked at the three grinning children, and rolled her eyes. What is Sanbao talking about? What does it mean to shit on her head? How filial. I know. Go wait for me outside and we'll go later. Good. Not long after, Suruoro came out of the bedroom wearing a white dress that showed off her figure very well. But she was still a little sleepy at this time. After rubbing her eyes, Suruoro said, "Hubby, where are we going? Why do we have to go to the mall so early in the morning? I haven't bought the Ultraman toy I promised Erbo yet, so why don't I go buy him one now?" "Well, okay, it just so happens that I haven't bought clothes for a long time." Suruoro held the second baby, while Shiaoi held the first and third babies, and they went downstairs together. It was so early in the morning and Qin Shueping probably wasn't awake yet. In order to let them have a good rest, she was not disturbed. Soon, Shiaoi drove to the Galaxy Tianjia World Trade Plaza. There are all kinds of toy stores in the World Trade Center, so it is easy to buy some Ultraman toys. With the babies, they quickly entered the mall. The three babies didn't want to be held all the time, so after they got down, they held hands and ran in front. Seeing this, Shiaoi said, "Babies, run slower." I know. Although they agreed verbally, they did not slow down. Erbao held his sister's hands and said, "Look, sister and sister, there's a stall selling Ultraman toys in front." Dabeo, "I don't like Ultraman. I prefer Barbie." At this time, Shiaoi asked Erbao, "Xiaoming, Dad will ask you 3 questions. If you answer them correctly, Dad will buy you 2 Ultraman. How about that? What's the problem?" Shiaoi picked up Erbao directly and said, "Let me ask you, what are foreigners called?" "Foreigners," Erbao answered. Hearing this, Shiaoi nodded, "Yes, what about the foreign girl?" Suruoro? Erbao, foreign girl. How clever. Shiaoi asked Xiaoming, "What about foreign toys?" Pen. Suruoro? Chapter 105 But Dad, I want a toy plane. Ah. Shiaoi was stunned. In fact, he expected Erbao to answer like this. At this time, Sanbao stood up angrily and said fiercely, "What kind of toys are these?" "That's called raising a baby." "Really, Dad?" Erbao asked doubtfully. At this moment, Suruoro suddenly grabbed Shiaoi's flesh and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You will lead the child astray. I just correct the kids." "Is that how you correct someone?" Suruoro rolled her eyes at him. The second baby in her arms asked, "Dad, are you going to buy me a toy?" "Sure." Shiaoi nodded readily. He did not agree at all with the idea of raising boys in poverty and girls in wealth. To him, the most important thing was to provide children with abundant resources and broaden their horizons. "Let's go. There's an Audi Double Diamond store on the 3rd floor. Let's go in and take a look." As he spoke, Shiaoi led the babies towards the stairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, suddenly an activity caught their eyes. "Little boy from the blue team, 5 + 7 =" Ah. A young lady in a blue short-sleeved shirt said this while holding a microphone. 8 children were rushing to answer questions. The children were sitting on blue and red chairs, lined up in 2 rows, and looked like they were competing with something. And their ages are not that old, probably from kindergarten to 1st or 2nd grade. At this time, a little fat man raised his hand. The girl in the blue short-sleeved shirt stood up after seeing him and said, "Teacher, it's 6. Shiaoi? Suruoro?" Hearing this, the young lady chuckled and said, "Think about it, kid, the answer is wrong. How can 7 + 5 = 6? Sit down and let the other kids answer. The teacher didn't say much, because the little fat boy was just in the kindergarten class and had just started learning addition and subtraction, so it was very normal for him to get the answers wrong. At the same time, a little girl with pigtails from the red team also raised her hand. Xiaohong, please answer this question. The little girl stood up, shook her head gently, and said, Teacher, I don't know. Ah? The teacher looked confused. No? Why raise your hand if you don't know? Xiaohong, please sit down. Thank you, teacher. After the little girl sat down, the teacher asked again, Is there no child who knows the correct answer? At this moment, Shiaoi, who had been watching the show, suddenly said, Teacher, the answer to this question is 12. Upon hearing this, the teacher immediately turned his gaze to Shiaoi. After seeing that the three babies looked surprisingly similar, he was surprised. Oh my god, are these triplets? Hearing this, Shiaoi Xiaoming said, Yes, sister, this is my sister, this is my younger sister, and these two are my father and mother. Wow. After seeing these rare triplets, the teacher at the tutoring institution's eyes suddenly lit up. Because they look only 2 or 3 years old, they probably haven't even attended kindergarten yet. Such a young baby can actually do addition? Baby, how old are you? Looking at these 3 cute twins, the teacher couldn't help but ask again. Dabeo Xiaomangrua, teacher, we are both 2 years old. Sigma A. When hearing this, the teacher even thought he had heard it wrong. Win big? 2 years old. Other people as 2-year-old children seem to know nothing, right? You are 2 years old? Aha! Erbao nodded, and we not only know addition, but also multiplication. 1 plus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 2 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and 2 plus 5 equals 10. Xiaoming suddenly recited the multiplication formula, which surprised the teacher even more. What the hell, you know the multiplication tables? Is this still a 2-year-old child? At the same time, Erbao asked with a smile, How is it, teacher, am I reciting it correctly? Ah, yes. The teacher couldn't help but give Erbao a thumbs up, then raised her head and looked at Xiaoyi's face. Excuse me, are these 3 children your babies? Yeah, that's right. At this time, Xiaoi was a little surprised by the baby's performance. Mainly, he didn't expect the babies to be interested in this little competition. And Erbao was really a community bully. He used to beat people up when he was young, and he still talks so much now. After hearing Xiaoyi's answer, the teacher was shocked. The babies are only 2 years old, and you let them learn math, even multiplication? No. Xiaoi shook his head slightly. These are all taught by the babies themselves. They have been smart since they were young, and now they know a lot of Chinese characters and storybooks. They also taught themselves math problems and stuff. Oh my god. At this time, the teacher could hardly believe his ears. What kind of child prodigy is this? These are the 2 parents. The teacher from the tutoring institution suddenly introduced herself. My last name is Huang Jing, and I am a teacher at Peak Brain, the brain fitness club. We help children develop their right brains. Your child is so smart. It just so happens that this afternoon, our store will hold a small intelligence competition. These children are all in kindergarten. After our training, their IQs are much higher than those of children of the same age. Excuse me, are you interested in letting our children challenge your children? Xiaoi was slightly startled when he heard this. You mean to compare the child from your tutoring institution with my baby? Right. Huang Jing said confidently, the oldest of them is 6 years old, and the youngest is 4 years old. Because your son knows the multiplication formulas, so I want them to compete with your children. Xiaoi, isn't this a bit unfair? Huang Jing heard this and said, Indeed, but parents, think about it, if your 2-year-old child can beat a 6-year-old child, it means your child is a genius. As long as you participate, I can give your child an IQ test for free, and I will also give you a gift package worth 2,580 yuan. Xiaoi asked, What's in the gift bag? We have our class trial vouchers, which allow your baby to experience our brain training courses, and there are also toys such as toy airplanes and Barbie dolls. Xiaoyi's face turned dark. This so-called trial voucher, after you use it up, isn't it used to push you to buy courses? Xiaoi shook his head. That's not necessary. My baby is still young and doesn't need lessons. At this moment, Erbao suddenly raised his head and said, But Dad, I want a toy plane. Chapter 106, Husband, how about we have another child? Looking at Erbao's expression, Shiaoi said, "You are so greedy for money. It's not like Daddy won't buy it for you." "But Dad, isn't the free one more fragrant? Who did you learn this from?" Just at this moment, Huang Jing's eyes turned, and a Pan Jodan flashed, entered the store and took out a remote-controlled airplane and 2 Barbie dolls. After giving Xiao Ming, Xiao Qinxue, and Xiao Mingrua a toy each, he said with a smile, "Then babies, are you willing to participate in the competition?" She thought that after the babies received the gifts she gave, they would agree without hesitation. Unexpectedly, they all turned their eyes to Shiaoi. "Dad, can we join?" Shiaoi asked, "Do you guys want to join?" For him, it doesn't matter whether the babies participate or not. He also wanted to know how much their baby's IQ differed from that of children a few years older than them. "I want to." The babies spoke. He nodded, "Okay." Focusing his gaze on Huang Jing, he asked, "What time in the afternoon?" "We'll come over then. As for these toys, babies, you can give them to teacher Huang first, and take them back after we finish the competition, okay?" "Okay." The babies obediently returned the toys to the teacher. Huang Jing said, "At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you can play with the babies for a while, have lunch at noon, and come over after lunch." "Yeah, okay. Come on, babies, say goodbye to the teacher." "Goodbye, teacher." The 3 babies waved to Huang Jing and ran straight to the 3rd floor. After arriving on the 3rd floor, the 3 babies were still running in front. Su Ruoruo beside them asked, "Husband, why did you suddenly let the babies participate in this kind of activity?" Shiaoi replied with a smile, "I just want to see how much stronger the babies are compared to those children. Although our babies are only 2 years old, they are very good learners and I really want to see their full potential." Su Ruoruo nodded after hearing this. What Shiaoi said was indeed very reasonable. "Since you've agreed, what else can I say? Husband, I'm actually looking forward to the baby's performance." "Me too." "Then let's take a look this afternoon." Looking at the babies playing and running around in front, Su Ruoruo grinned. She turned her head and asked Shiaoi, "Husband, how about we have another child?" "What?" When hearing this, Shiaoi was confused. They are already 3, and Su Ruoruo still wants a child? He put his hand on Su Ruoruo's forehead and asked, "Wife, you don't have a fever, do you? Why do you want a child again?" "We have 3 children." "Well." Su Ruoruo looked at the babies and said, "Because I think they are very cute, ha." "Okay dear, I'm just kidding. If you want to have another child, what if you give birth to triplets?" "Ha, then let them play basketball." Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes. At the same time, they had arrived at the door of Audi Double Diamond's toy store. When Debao, Erbao and Sanbao saw the dazzling array of toys, they rushed in directly. Erbao said to the salesperson at the door, "Auntie, do you have any Ultraman toys?" "I want Ultraman Tiga. Because I believe in the light." The salesperson chuckled when she heard this. The main reason was that the baby was so cute. "Yes, of course. Come on, Auntie will take you to get it." "Okay." The second baby walked in obediently with the salesperson, and the other 2 babies followed closely behind. Not long after, Erbao came out holding an Ultraman who was taller than him. The big box had completely blocked his figure. After seeing such a funny scene, Shiaoi burst out laughing. "Erbao, why are you buying such a big Ultraman? Is it okay, Dad?" He poked his little head out from the side of the box. Shiaoi naturally wouldn't refuse when he heard that. "Okay, take this one, but you can only buy this one." "Okay." After a while, Su Mingrua and Su Qinxue also came over happily. What they held were not so-called dolls, but the playhouse gift boxes that everyone played with when they were children. There are some mini kitchen utensils, tables, and benches inside. Children at this age just like these childish things. Even now, there are a lot of such things at home, but the babies will still buy them after seeing them. "Sir, your baby's toys cost 679 yuan in total. How would you like to pay?" "Sweep me." Shiaoi took out his mobile phone, showed the payment code, and quickly paid the money. Erbao ran out of the shop happily holding Ultraman, and Shiaoi asked Erbao, "Baby, it's not convenient for you to hold this all the time. Can we put it in the car first?" "Okay." The babies agreed decisively, and then Shiaoi continued, "Then I will take you to play on the trampoline and inflatable slide. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Dad, I want pizza." "Okay, then we'll go have pizza at noon." After putting the toys back into the car, he took the 3 babies back to the mall. Malls usually have large children's amusement facilities, so we could just throw them in and let them play by themselves. Because today is not the weekend, there are not many people. Shiaoi and Ruoro looked at the baby playing inside. Both of them had sweet smiles on their faces. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came into Ruoro's ears. Ruoro? Hearing this, Ruoro turned her head and looked at this person. Shiaoi also looked in the direction of the voice. This is a woman who looks 30 years old. Of course, he only looks 30. When she saw Ruoro, she walked straight over, holding the hand of a little boy who looked about 5 years old. Ruoro, I didn't expect it was really you. She looked Ruoro up and down, and at the same time, Ruoro looked at her in confusion. You are Haorue? Yeah, I didn't expect you to remember me. Haorue smiled. I remember that you were the class monitor of Genoa No. 1 Middle School. By the way, are you married? Yeah, my babies are 2 years old now. Ruoro chuckled, then turned her gaze to Shiaoi. This is my high school classmate, Haorue. Haorue, this is my husband. Wow, your husband is so handsome? What do you do for a living? Shiaoi was startled when he heard that. He smiled slightly and said, if you have nothing to do, just stay at home and take care of the baby. Put. Upon hearing this, Haorue chuckled, so you're a full-time dad? That won't do. My husband makes 50,000 a month now. Today I want to take my child to the peak brain competition. Chapter 107, is there anyone who wants to challenge the 3 babies? Yes. Really? Ruoro grinned. After graduating from high school, Haorue did not continue his studies but dropped out. Then 2 years later, she seemed to have married and had children early. I had the impression that she went to Shanghai. I don't know why she suddenly showed up in Kyoto today. Of course it's true. Haorue looked proud. My husband has bought a house in Kyoto, spending more than 10 million. If your husband doesn't have a job, I can ask him if he needs a driver, ha. Ruoro's face gradually became gloomy, but she was not a narrow-minded person. She would not bite a dog back just because the dog barked at her a few times. At this time, Shiaoi said sarcastically, okay, I have 2 years of driving experience, and I have only crashed 13 times in these 2 years. If your husband doesn't want to live long, I can be the driver. When he heard this, Haorue's face suddenly froze. She quickly grabbed her son's hand, cursing, psycho, son, let's go. Soon, they left here in disgrace. Shiaoi chuckled when he saw this. This was too damn interesting. It was not until they were far away that Ruoro spoke, hubby, this is not good. What's wrong with that? She always speaks in a sarcastic tone and always mocks people. There's no need to make friends with such a person. It seems like there's nothing wrong with what you said. Ruoro shook her head without giving it any thought. If she knew that Shiaoi is now the boss of a technology company, she would probably be shocked, right? Shaking her head, Ruoro didn't think much about it. Time passed quickly. At noon, Shiaoi took the babies to Daiko's to eat pizza. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Shiaoi took the babies to peak brain in advance. At this time, teacher Huang Jing was playing with the babies. Unfortunately, Haorue is also here. After seeing the 3 happy little babies, Haorue was confused. Why are you here too? Shiaoi, why? You own this shop? Can't we come? This. Haorue grinned. She focused her attention on the 3 babies, mainly because they were too young and had just learned to walk. He must have come here to play. At the same time, Huang Jing saw Shiaoi and the others. Hey, you guys are here. Would you like some drinks? The game will start in half an hour, you can play inside first. In addition to classrooms, Peak Brain also has a children's gymnasium with various sports equipment. Even the carpet is soft, and there are 2 physical education teachers to supervise, so it is relatively safe. Go play, kids. Good. The 3 babies ran in happily like wild horses. Huang Jing led everyone to the hall, where there were some small benches and a small stage. There are many toys that children like on the stage. Huang Jing introduced, this is the competition site. If I'm not mistaken, there will be 6 children coming today. I will introduce the specific rules of the game later. You can rest here for a while. Okay. Huang Jing left here first, and after a while, more and more parents came here. Shiaoi also chatted briefly. Among their children, the oldest is 7 years old and in 1st grade, and the youngest is 4 years old and in kindergarten. Anyway, there is no 2-year-old child like Shiaoi. The time soon came to 2 o'clock, and the parents were already in place. The physical education teacher from the training institution also brought the children to the hall. Even the 6 teachers in the institution came here. The reason why only 6 children came to this event was because of screening. It can be said that these 6 children have the best academic performance in the institution. Huang Jing stood on the small stage and introduced, first of all, welcome all parents to come to Peak Brain to participate in this event. Today, due to some special reasons, we need to choose 3 of the 6 children to compete with our children. Hearing this, Haoru said, "Oh my god, are you kidding me? Are you talking about these 3 2-year-old kids?" Well, Huang Jing was confused when she heard this. She didn't expect Huang Jing to speak so harshly. Yes, these are the 3 little babies. The parents around were all confused. Comparing their 4 or 5-year-old children with a 2-year-old child, are they comparable? Mainly, what can a 2-year-old child do? We know everything. Besides, your child may not be a match for our 2-year-old baby. Bao suddenly said in a fierce voice. Haoru chuckled when he heard this. Don't be ridiculous, my child is 6 years old this year, he is not even in the 1st grade yet, but now he knows all the multiplication tables. I can do that, too. 1 plus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 2 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, 99 equals 81. Bao recited the multiplication formula in one breath, and all the parents around him were shocked. Surprised, so surprised. Because judging by their development, these 3 babies look like 2-year-olds. A 2-year-old child can talk back at people and can even recite multiplication tables by heart. What a genius! Haoru was obviously a little surprised when she saw this. She turned to her son and said, "Son, mommy asks you, what is 12 times 4? 48. 15 by 5. 75. After hearing her son's answer, Haoru smiled and said, "See? My son is not like your child who only knows how to recite. Dad, you can ask me questions too." The second baby is still a little bit fierce. There was hatred written in those little eyes. It seems like no one is convinced. Looking at Bao's expression, Shiaoi asked, "Okay, Bao's dad asks you, what is 26 times 7? Bao thought for a few seconds and then said, 182. When they heard this, the people around them were even more confused. Because this question is particularly difficult. After hearing this question, none of them figured out the answer right away, but this 2-year-old baby figured it out? Horrible, so horrible. Horrible yuppie. Damn, why is there such a big gap between people? Even Huang Jing was a little confused. Oh my god, what kind of genius child is this? He can answer such difficult questions. She said, "Look, although the baby is only 2 years old, his knowledge is not necessarily worse than everyone else's children. Does anyone want their baby to challenge them?" Chapter 108 Quiet Night Thoughts expresses the meaning of. When they heard this, everyone started whispering. Just then, Haoru raised his hand. "My child is coming." She said angrily, "I just don't believe that my 6-year-old child can't even compare to a 3-year-old child. I'll join in, too. And me." Soon, 3 people raised their hands. Their children are 6-year-old Hao Shuai, 5-year-old Lu Zixin and 5-year-old Wang Yu. Huang Jing saw this and said, "Wow, I didn't expect it to be these 3 generals." She focused her attention on Xiaoyi's children and asked, "Excuse me, babies, are you scared?" "Don't be afraid." Dabao, Bao and Sanbao all shook their heads. Because Shiaoi often taught them to be strong and not to be afraid when encountering problems. They were very smart and had taken his instructions to heart. Well, babies are awesome. Then, please invite the 6 babies to come on stage. Soon, 6 babies came to the front and sat on the small stools. Huang Jing introduced, "Then let me tell you the rules of the competition." The rules are actually very simple. The teacher has prepared 30 questions in advance. After I tell you the questions, everyone will rush to answer them. Whoever answers correctly will receive a little star. The team that receives the most little stars wins. Do you understand? Aha! These words are not difficult to understand for children at this time. Xiaoming, Qin Shui, Meng Ruo, are you okay? No problem. The 3 babies said in unison. Well, anyone who knows the answer please raise your hand, and everyone please listen carefully to the first question. Question: the moon shines brightly before my bed, I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I look up at the moon and think of my hometown. What does this poem mean? Just at this moment, Hao Rui's son Hao Shuai raised his hand. Teacher, I can. Huang Jing was a little surprised to hear this. Because this question is particularly difficult. Especially for such a young child. Okay, come on, Hao Shuai, you answer it. When Hao Rui saw her son stand up, she started to show off. My son is really smart. He can even answer such a difficult question. Hao Shuai said, the meaning of this poem is, there is a girl named Mingyue who took off all her clothes on the bed. Her skin is as white as the hoarfrost on the ground. Li Bai looked up at the girl named Mingyue, then lowered his head and thought of his wife and his hometown. It means that Li Bai was in a brothel, feeling anxious and uneasy. Shiaoi? Su Ruoro? Huang Jing? Everyone? What the hell? Oh shit. Shiaoi covered his mouth and chuckled, fuck, you were such a cruel kid, you know so much at such a young age. Ha 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 ha. There was laughter all around. Hao Rui's face had turned pitch black. Damn, I don't know who this little bastard learned this from. What nonsense is he talking about? It's really embarrassing. Not only Hao Rui felt embarrassed, but even Huang Jing felt particularly embarrassed. Because Hao Shuai is a student of their institution. Ow, why the hell is this happening? At this moment, Dabao Xiaomangrua suddenly stood up and said righteously, you are wrong. The meaning of quiet night thoughts is, the bright moonlight sprinkled on the window paper, as if a layer of white frost appeared on the ground. Li Bai looked up at the bright moon in the sky outside the window, and could not help but lower his head in deep thought, thinking of his hometown far away. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Oh my god, what kind of genius child is this? He knows the meaning of quiet night thoughts at the age of 2. Genius, this is absolutely genius. Even Shiaoi was a little surprised at this time. Although he did a good job in early education, but he never taught his baby this kind of knowledge. Shiaoi couldn't help but ask Dabao, baby, how did you know the meaning of this ancient poem? I don't remember teaching you. It was the robot my dad gave me that taught me. Shiaoi had a question mark on his face, and Dabao continued to explain, did dad forget it? It was the black panda robot from before. When Dabao said this, Shiaoi remembered that there was a panda doll in the company before. Shiaoi added a parenting chip to it and linked it to ChatGPT. Normally the robot would chat with the children occasionally, but he never expected that it could actually teach the babies knowledge. The childcare robot is not yet on the market, and because of other products, it is piled up in the warehouse. This robot really brought Shiaoi a surprise. After hearing what Su Mangrua said, the people around suddenly became curious. At the same time, a parent of a child suddenly recognized Shiaoi. He said in surprise, oh my god, you. Are you Shiaoi? Future mobile phone is made by you. Shiaoi raised his head when he heard this, because he seldom showed up in the company and his douyin was full of videos of his children. I didn't expect to be recognized here. Maybe some people don't know Shiaoi, but everyone knows Future Phone. After all the components in this mobile phone are domestically made. Because of the US sanctions on China, even Huawei has not had 5G chips for 2.5 years. Of course, because Kirin 9000s was released in China, Americans were confused. Whether it is Xiaoi's future or Huawei, it can be summed up in 4 words. Far ahead. It's me. Since he was recognized, Shiaoi did not hide it. Basically, he can just go to the internet and find his photos. It's really you. Oh my god, I didn't expect you to be here. My child is not at a disadvantage if he loses to your child. At the same time, Hao Rui was confused. What? Isn't he a full-time dad? Don't you know Shiaoi? He is the CEO of the technology company Tianqing Technology. And his 3 babies have tens of millions of fans on TikTok. You don't even know this. What? The sudden words made Hao Rui a little confused. Even Huang Jing grinned. She didn't expect that a random passerby she caught would have such a powerful background. These bosses are really low-key nowadays. Do they all take care of their children by themselves? Outrageous. Huang Jing wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was just about to let the child continue the competition when the man who just recognized Shiaoi came over and said, Mr. Xiao, what robot is your child talking about? Can you sell me one? I just looked in your mall and you don't have it. That thing isn't on the market yet. Please wait a few days. There are some stocks now, so you can see it in a few days. Chapter 109. Mom, why did Dad leave again? No, the man shook his head. I definitely won't be able to grab it then. You're just like the monkey showman. Every time you say you have stock, it's sold out in half a second. Look, it's fate that we met here, so how about you just sell it to me? Shiaoi grinned, because their company's production capacity was indeed insufficient, so most of the products were sold out in 1 second. Then he also had a title on the internet. Monkey Showman. This. Shiaoi was confused. Boss Xiao, please, I'm your loyal fan. Look, I bought your phone from a scalper at a higher price. Damn, I paid 5,000 more. You spent 11,000 on a phone that cost 5,999 yuan. Since I support you so much, you should make an exception. Seeing his fans so enthusiastic, Shiaoi was too embarrassed to refuse. Okay, then. I'll give you a chance to try it. Oh my god, is this true? When he heard this, the man was particularly excited. At the same time, people around him also came up and said, I want one too. I want one too. Actually, I am also a loyal fan of your company. Oh yes, and me too. Looking at the people around him, Shiaoi chuckled, don't worry, everyone. We have everything. Just add me on WeChat and give me the address. I will arrange for the company to deliver it to you. Okay. After a while, these people added Shiaoi on WeChat. At this moment, Haorui suddenly came up and said, well, can you give me a trial spot as well? Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo turned their heads to look at her at the same time. I have to say, this guy is really thick-skinned. Sorry, the trial spots are limited. Shiaoi ignored her. TSK, who cares? At this time, Haorui suddenly took Hao Shuai's hand and left together. Dad, are we still going to compete? But if not, I want to go home and watch cartoons. Xiao Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at them. Hearing this, Shiaoi smiled and looked at Huang Jing. Huang Jing reacted quickly and continued to ask the children questions. Soon, Debao, Erbao and Sanbao won the game in a crushing manner. Soon, the babies took their toys and left here together. After returning home, Qin Shueping was mopping the floor. When she saw them coming back, she smiled and said, you were all gone as soon as I got up. So you took the babies out to buy toys? Shiaoi smiled and nodded, Mom, you two should stay at home and take care of the baby first. I'm going to the company and have some things to tell you. He went back to the bedroom, took his computer, and left the house. The babies asked curiously, Mom, why did Dad leave again? Because Dad has to make money to support our family. Su Ruoruo took a deep breath. Fortunately, it was summer vacation now and she could spend more time with her baby at home. Whoa. The babies nodded. Mom, I want to watch the In the Garden babies. Can you find them for me? Okay. The other side. Shiaoi has entered the classroom. At this time, he and Lin Renjir were walking upstairs to the company. By the way, Ronger, I'll give you a few addresses. You can arrange for the people in the warehouse to send the early childhood education robots we produced earlier to them. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Lin Renjir nodded and received the addresses on her mobile phone. In fact, Shiaoi doesn't really want to work in education, because things like early childhood education robots may not be popular among people. Moreover, he had no idea what the function of this robot was. It can be said that he was not involved in the entire process from manufacturing to production. This is also the reason why it has not been listed. Shiaoi continued, also, have you contacted the OEM factory for the car design I gave you? This. Lin Renjir shook her head, I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I tried to contact Dongfeng, Jizzy and other companies, but they have no intention of cooperating with us. Shiaoi nodded silently. He designed the car design himself. Now in the era of new energy, there is no need for more difficult parts such as engines and gearboxes, so Shiaoi contacted these processing plants. At the same time, he has now mastered controlled nuclear fusion, but he has not been the first to use it. The main reason is that the production capacity is too low. The production capacity in the super laboratory is extremely slow. It takes 10 minutes to make a mobile phone battery with infinite energy. Only 6 pieces can be made in an hour. So, now Shiaoi is studying new energy supplies. But chips are different. Thousands of chips can be produced in a day because of the lithography machines, so mobile phones currently account for a small share of the market. Since no processing plant is willing to cooperate, let's buy an assembly line. Yeah. Lin Romer was slightly surprised when she heard this. If we want to acquire an assembly line, we need a lot of money. I know. Shiaoi nodded. I heard that part.Reward has an assembly line in Linjiang City that is about to go bankrupt. Do you think it is possible to acquire it? Okay, Mr. Xiao. Lin Ringier nodded again. At this moment, the system's voice came. Option 1, go to Linjiang in person to purchase the part.Reward automobile assembly line and obtain the qualification to manufacture automobiles. Reward, super laboratory factory capable of mass production of items. Choice 2, let Lin Ringier acquire the part.Reward assembly line and obtain the qualification to manufacture cars. Reward 100 million renminbi. Shiaoi was stunned when he saw the two sudden options. Now money is just a string of numbers to him. Mass production is what he needs most now, so he won't bother Lin Ringier with this matter. Boss Xiao, since there's nothing else to do, I'll do it now. No. Shiaoi stopped Lin Ringier and said, go tell the people at the warehouse to ship the goods to the addresses I gave you. Use the company's standard shipping process. As for the automobile assembly line, I'll go and visit it in person. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Lin Ringier didn't know why Shiaoi wanted to go there in person, but he was the boss after all. Since he wanted to go, she, as his subordinate, naturally couldn't say anything. Well, it's okay, you can go and do your work first. Okay. Shiaoi took out his cell phone and checked. There was a flight from Kyoto to Linjiang tonight. After booking the plane ticket, he took out his cell phone and called Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro quickly answered the phone. Hello, my husband called me suddenly, what's the matter? Hearing this, Shiaoi said, well, I have to go on a business trip tonight, so I'll tell you. Chapter 110 Compensating a Hotel? What, another business trip? She still remembers clearly the last time Shiaoi went to Myanmar and cheated her. Su Ruoro even thought that Shiaoi was lying to him again this time. Because Shiaoi has not been on a business trip since returning from Myanmar. Seeing Su Ruoro so surprised, Shiaoi was not surprised either. He guessed that this girl still remembered that he had lied to her last time when he went to northern Myanmar. He organized his words and then said, don't worry, I'm not going abroad this time. I'm going to Linjiang City. Now our company is going to enter the automobile industry. If we build an assembly line, it will take a lot of time and money. There is an automobile assembly line over there that is about to go bankrupt. I am thinking of acquiring it. Because it is very difficult to obtain the qualifications to manufacture cars now, when we acquire the company, we also have the qualifications to manufacture cars. After hearing this, Su Ruoro said with relief, okay, so that's how it is. Well, I've already bought the plane ticket. The flight is at 8 p.m., so I won't be going back later. If everything goes well, we can discuss it tomorrow and I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Well, okay, have a nice trip. No problem. He chatted briefly with Su Ruoro for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. He now has a private driver in the company, but he doesn't use him often. For face reasons, he also bought himself a Rolls-Royce fantasy car. Taking out his cell phone, he called his driver, Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, come to the company to pick me up at 6 o'clock and take me to the airport. Okay, boss. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Shiaoi went into the office, took a short rest, and soon it was 6 o'clock. At this moment, the cell phone on the table vibrated. After pressing the answer button, the driver's voice came from the phone. Boss, I'm already waiting for you at the company gate. Okay. As for his luggage, he had already prepared it in the office, and went downstairs with his laptop. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shiaoi boarded the plane on time. It started raining in Kyoto at 7 o'clock. The raindrops hit the glass of the plane. Shiaoi looked at the scene outside the window and breathed a sigh of relief. Before the plane took off, Shiaoi took out his cell phone, took a photo, and then sent it to Su Ruoro. Miss you. And added these two words. Before Su Ruoro replied, the flight attendant came over. Sir, the plane is about to take off. Please turn your phone to flight mode. Yeah, okay. Shiaoi nodded. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. The flight attendant left. Shiaoi closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. The next day. After waking up in the hotel, Shiaoi stretched lazily. After arriving in Linjiang yesterday, he contacted the person in charge of the Borgward automobile production line and explained the purpose of the visit. Because Borgward has many production lines across the country, and because cars are not selling well now, it has to reduce the number of production lines. Of course, he was also particularly willing to accept Xiaoyi's proposal for the acquisition. The production line here has been losing money for a long time and urgently needs someone to buy it out to make up for the losses. After a simple wash, Shiaoi went downstairs and was about to leave to eat outside when the hotel front desk suddenly stopped him. "Mr. Xiao, we have prepared breakfast for you in room 888. Hearing this, Shiaoi was confused. What the hell, prepared breakfast for him? He couldn't help but ask, who prepared breakfast for me? Our boss. Hearing this, Shiaoi became even more confused. Their boss? He doesn't seem to be familiar with their boss. No, it's not that I'm not familiar with him, but that I don't know him at all. Mr. Xiao, our boss has been waiting for you for a long time, and he said you know him, so why don't you go over and take a look?" Shiaoi was speechless. Do you know him? But since someone invited him to dinner, it would be better for him to go. What if it really is an acquaintance? Box 888 of the Hemingway International Hotel is on the 8th floor. He took the elevator and soon arrived at the 8th floor. At this time, a man in a suit was waiting for him. Shiaoi knocked on the door and soon, the door was opened. When Shiaoi saw the man in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Because this person is his roommate, Chen Hao. However, at this time he was using crutches. One of the legs is gone. Seeing Chen Hao in this scene, Shiaoi was completely confused. Fuck you. Ever since he got married, Chen Hao seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. The main reason was that he really wanted Chen Hao to arrange a job for him at that time, but he called him many times but couldn't get through. When I asked other students, no one knew either. Even when I graduated, I didn't come to get my diploma. Ha 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 ha. After seeing Shiaoi, Chen Hao laughed out loud, then patted him on the shoulder. You didn't expect it to be me. I didn't expect that at all. Shiaoi looked him up and down, then asked, what's going on with you? Come in and talk. Because he was using a cane and it was not convenient for him to move, Shiaoi quickly helped him to his seat. At this time, the table was full of dishes and there were 2 bottles of Mauzi. After sitting down, Chen Hao sighed and continued, alas, after you got married, I didn't continue to work as a telemarketer in that company. I went to Linjiang to start my own business. Shiaoi nodded slightly. There is nothing wrong with young people thinking of starting a business, but they can't lose their legs. Then what? And then, just a few days after I arrived in Linjiang, I was hit by a car. Chen Hao didn't listen, maybe I'm lucky. Anyway, my left leg was directly crushed and fractured. I was even given a critical illness notice. This. Shiaoi felt a chill down his spine after hearing this. This was too outrageous. Chen Hao continued, then, I received the compensation I deserved. Yes, it was from this hotel. What? When Shiaoi heard this, he couldn't sit still anymore. Compensation was a hotel? Seeing Shiaoi so shocked, Chen Hao was not surprised. He said calmly, the person who hit me was drunk driving. If I sue him, he might go to jail for a few years. So, he gave me this hotel as compensation. As for me, I got married half a year ago, but I didn't have a big wedding. After all, it would be a bit ridiculous for others to see me like this, right? At this moment, Shiaoi didn't know what to say. But seeing that Chen Hao is living a prosperous life now, it's not bad. Chen Hao continued, I saw you coming to the hotel last night, so I asked the front desk to stop you. I didn't mean any other things. After all, we are classmates. Come, let's have a meal. Okay. Chapter 111 5 billion. During the meal, the two did not talk about work, but just chatted about various things, talking about the stories that happened on campus 2 years ago. And the girls I liked. There is also Lu Ruowei and so on. Chen Hao said that Lu Ruowei had stayed at his hotel when she came to Linjiang before, and she was recognized by her. After all, she had dated Shiaoi before. Although their relationship was not very good now, as they went to the same school, it was still possible for them to have a simple chat. He didn't drink because he had to discuss business. After finishing the meal, Shiaoi prepared to leave. At the same time, Chen Hao stood up with difficulty. Well, brother E, when you come to Linjiang, you can come here more often. And when you return to Kyoto, it's best not to say anything about me in front of your classmates. Well, don't worry, I don't have many classmates to contact now, everyone is very busy. By the way, remember to call me when you return to Kyoto. My number has never changed. We can drink together then. Hahaha, okay. Because Chen Hao had difficulty walking, he did not send Shiaoi away. After leaving the Hemingway Hotel, it was already 9:30 in the morning. After hailing a taxi on the street, Shiaoi drove towards Linjiang Automobile Industrial Park. On the way, he had contacted the person in charge of the Borgward assembly line. After nearly an hour, he arrived at the Linjiang Borgward Automobile Industrial Park. There are automobile manufacturing production lines here for Dongfeng, GAC, JAC, and other companies. There is even a Tesla super factory not far away. Because Linjiang is a port city, the automobile industry is particularly developed. 10% of the cars in China are produced in Linjiang. As a member of BBBA, Borgward can be said to be the worst performing. There was no way, he had to force his way into BBA. They say that in the future the world will not be BBA, but BBBA. However, after entering the Chinese market, sales were not good. Even if you drive all day, you may not see a Borgward on the road. After arriving at the industrial park, Shiaoi discovered that many large trucks were loading. Transport these cars all over the world. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a bald uncle in a suit and tie came to Shiaoi with a professional fake smile. After seeing Shiaoi, he quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Hey, hello, Mr. Xiao, how are you? He paused, looked around, and was even more surprised. Are you here alone? Yes. Shiaoi nodded. You are Zhang Jian, right? It's me. In Zhang Jian's eyes, Shiaoi is the boss of a technology company. He never expected that Shiaoi would come here alone. After all, his status is there, and I didn't expect that he would be such a free and easy person. Then, please show me our production room. Okay, please follow me. Zhang Jian led the way in front, and Shiaoi walked side by side with him. At the same time, Zhang Jian introduced, Boss Xiao, this is the core location of Huaxia's car manufacturing. This is the Audi factory. This is the red flag factory over here. This is Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Jian introduced and talked, and soon brought her to the Borgward Automobile Factory. Our Borgward Automobile production line covers a total area of 300,000 square meters. We currently have 8 production lines, covering sedans, SUVs, MVPs, and sports cars. As he spoke, he had already walked in with Shiaoi. However, there was no one here at this time, and all the mechanical facilities inside had stopped working. Not only that, there are also office areas, equipment debugging areas, and paint spraying rooms. Unfortunately, China doesn't really accept our brand, so the factory here has to close down. When he said this, Zhang Jian sighed. It's a pity that the brothers who came here with me can only stay at home idle now. Shiaoi nodded slightly. Because this factory was established not long ago, the facilities inside are all the latest. There are even many cars that have not been completed. A lot of dust has accumulated on it. Zhang Jian then asked, by the way, I haven't heard that your company is going to enter the automobile manufacturing industry. Are you going to start making cars? In the digital world, Shiaoi's company is indeed very powerful. Especially in the category of smart home, although it has not reached the industry's first-class level, it can also be regarded as a second-tier brand. As for smartphones, they are indeed very powerful, but the production volume is a big problem. And entering the automotive industry without saying anything is too fast. Yes. Shiaoi nodded slightly. Isn't the current environment all about cars? What I want is to make it the first car for young people. Hearing this, Zhang Jian nodded slightly, and then he continued, do you have the technology for internal combustion engines? Shiaoi shook his head. When he heard this, he covered his face. Then he patted Shiaoi on the shoulder and said, no way, if you don't even know this, then how can you build a car? New energy. No, Zhang Jian shook his head heavily. Do you know that cars are supported by platform architecture? For example, Audi SQ5 and Porsche S-Macan are built on the same platform. Shiaoi nodded, he knew this. Well, the platforms of our production lines are all internal combustion engines, which are not compatible with electric cars. I'm not making a shell car. Shiaoi chuckled, my biggest problem now is that I don't have the qualifications to build cars. It's not impossible for me to build a production line myself. This. Zhang Jian grinned. This damn Shiaoi was really asking for too much. He didn't believe that his company had a lot of core automotive technologies and could attract financing from others. The automobile production line is not the same as that of a mobile phone. Producing a car requires a huge number of chips, and the investment alone requires billions. Adding R&D costs, labor costs, etc., it is possible to reach 20 billion. When he thought of this, Zhang Jian felt like he had gone crazy. Looking at Zhang Jian's expression at this moment, Shiaoi said calmly, "Just tell me how much it would cost to acquire your automobile production line." Hearing this, Zhang Jian reacted. Yes, what does it have to do with him? He is here to do business anyway. Damn, supporting yourself is the most important thing. Zhang Jian said, "One price, 5 billion. Make a deal." Shiaoi agreed without any hesitation. Hearing this, Zhang Jian was a little surprised. You agree? Yes. Shiaoi nodded. He never expected Shiaoi to be so generous. My god, this is 5 billion. It's not a small number. Are today's young people so extravagant? Chapter 112. Please buy me some cosmetics. Shiaoi asked, by the way, if I want this production line, will I be qualified to build cars? That's right. Zhang Jian nodded, however, the words "Boardward" must be marked on the back of the car. Then, in name only, you find a foundry and entrust production to it. But because it was you who acquired it, the actual situation is a little different. I understand. Shiaoi asked directly, how do I pay and how many years can I use it? The land here was approved by the government, with a 70-year property right. If you want to renovate the assembly line in the future, that's fine, but you can't expand it. Okay, I understand. If you want to pay, I'll give you a card number and transfer the money to the card. Because 5 billion is a very large amount, if you want to pay that much money into a bank card, you have to go through a lot of procedures. Shiaoi spent the whole morning handling the formalities. Then, as he didn't have that much money, he found Lin Rinjir again and asked the company's accountant to raise the 5 billion for him. 1 second after the money was paid, the system's voice was heard. Congratulations to the host, the super laboratory has been updated. Now, not only can you enter the laboratory, but you can also authorize others to use it. You can set up a super lab entrance at a specific location for easy access. Of course, the original super laboratory will not be affected. The new laboratory is connected to the outside world, and time will not be suspended after entering. Hearing the voice of the system, Shiaoi couldn't help but sigh, the system is so fucking awesome. Boss Xiao, Boss Xiao? Looking at Shiaoi, who was in a daze, Zhang Jian couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him. Shiaoi reacted and said, this is the factory procedure. There is a group of employees inside. I will ask them to contact you later to see if they can contribute to your company. These guys have a wealth of automotive knowledge, so I hope you'll treat them well. I can finally give them the wages I owe them. Okay. After Shiaoi took the contract, they left the automobile industrial park together. Because this was the first time the two of them worked together, Zhang Jian insisted on having a meal together. In the end, Shiaoi did not refuse. It was 5 o'clock in the evening when he said goodbye and left. Since there is no professional team working on cars in the company yet, there is no point for Shiaoi to stay in Linjiang. There happened to be a plane flying to Kyoto that day. He had just bought the plane ticket when Su Ruoruo called him. After the call was connected, her voice was heard from the other end. Husband, are you still in Linjiang now? Yes. Shiaoi answered easily. Then, can you buy something for me? Shiaoi was a little curious. Usually, all the housework at home was done by Su Ruoruo, and she was also the one who did the shopping. Why do I have to ask him for help here? What are you buying? Cosmetics, isn't there a duty-free shop in Linjiang? Can you buy some for me? Shiaoi was speechless for a moment. Good job. Cosmetic? Indeed, there are many duty-free shops along the river and the coast. But, it's not necessary just to save a little money. Shiaoi said, wife, do you know how much money I spent today? How much? 5 billion. What? When Su Ruoruo heard this, she was a little confused. What did you do? You just spent 5 billion. And I didn't even discuss it with her. What did you buy? I bought a car production line. Okay, if you like any cosmetics, just buy them online. Don't worry about the taxes. I've already bought the plane ticket, so I won't go over there. I'll be home by 12 tonight. We'll talk about it when we get back. Yeah, okay. Su Ruoro agreed. After the two chatted for a few minutes, Shiaoi hung up the phone. Looking at the phone screen, he smiled helplessly. This girl really doesn't save where she should, but saves where she shouldn't. However, even though the company is growing, she doesn't spend money or buy things indiscriminately. Because to Su Ruoro, her greatest wealth is him himself. Shaking his head slightly, Shiaoi stopped a car on the roadside and headed for the airport. The next day. Within the company. Shiaoi quickened his pace and walked in. At the same time, Lin Ringier hurried over to greet him. Boss Xiao, the car production line company is ready, right? After transferring 5 billion yuan yesterday, I contacted some industry bigwigs overnight to hold a meeting. Shiaoi nodded slightly. He had to say that Lin Ringier was doing a really good job in the company. Of course, her salary also increased dramatically. Before he came, he could only get a monthly salary of more than 20,000 yuan. Now, his monthly salary has reached 100,000, yes, that's 1 million a year. It can be said that he is an indispensable core figure in the company. The new automotive department will be established soon. Mr. Xiao, there are still some documents that need your signature. Send it to my office. Okay. Soon, Shiaoi returned to the office. Then I turned on the computer. At present, the company does not have a design department for cars, and all models are designed by themselves. Of course, Shiaoi also has some unique insights into this industry. Because the target group he is going to target are some young chaebol, so the price of the car will not be less than 1 million. He also wants to emulate Porsche's personalized customization, and the price of customization will be higher than Porsche. As for the car models, there are sports cars and 4-door coupes. Nowadays, most young people still like the streamline and aerodynamics of cars. As for SUVs, they may be launched in the future. As for the brand effect, or whether anyone will pay for it, that is not what Shiaoi is thinking about now. Just imagine, if there is a car that does not need to be charged, does not need to be refueled, and only needs to undergo routine maintenance, would it be popular in the market? Shiaoi saved the design file in a USB drive. At this time, Lin Ringier came to his office with a stack of documents in her hand. Boss Xiao, these documents need your signature. Shiaoi grinned, because there were probably more than 100 copies of these documents. Why so many? Our company's business is growing rapidly, and the first half report of the app you invested in has come out. It has suffered a lot of losses. It would be better for you to check it out, boss. Yeah, okay. Shiaoi then reacted and realized that the first half of the year had already passed. He continued, this USB drive contains our company's car design drawings. Show them to everyone during the meeting. Okay. Chapter 113, Painting a Rosy Picture for Employees. After putting away the USB drive, Lin Ringier quickly left his office. Shiaoi took a deep breath, picked up the pen on the table, and began to sign. 7 days later. The automotive technology department prepared by Lin Ringier has arrived at the company and is already doing some corresponding work. Even specially hired designers have made several concept design drawings of the car. But when he handed it in, it was ruthlessly rejected. Even he himself felt it was very strange. It turned out that he didn't have to submit design drawings when he came to the company to do design. Now I've been slacking off in the company, and the salary is super high, this is too cool. Just then, his supervisor knocked on his desk and said, "What are you doing? Don't be distracted. Mr. Xiao has a meeting today. Hurry up and come over." Okay. Soon, the company's senior executives and some employees came to the conference room. At this time, Shiaoi had not come yet and was preparing things in the office. Lin Ringier knocked on the door gently. Boss Xiao, according to your request, the new technical department and senior management have been called to the conference room. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be there right away. Okay. Lin Ringier left first. At the same time, Shiaoi changed his clothes and left, walking towards the conference hall. 10 minutes later. He came here wearing a white shirt. There were not many people in the conference hall at this moment, only more than 100. Of course, since he is now somewhat well known in the entire technology community, it is impossible that no one knows him. Nowadays, the recruitment requirements of companies are very high, and there is no need to say much about the quality of the employees. After seeing them, Shiaoi smiled thoughtfully and said, "Hello everyone, I am Shiaoi. First of all, welcome everyone to the company and become a member of the company." Good. Just at this moment, warm applause suddenly broke out from the audience. Seeing this, he chuckled, "Well, actually the purpose of today's meeting is to explain my ideas. First of all, there is the issue of qualifications for car manufacturing. As everyone knows, I have only been in office for 2.5 years. At the beginning, the company was engaged in furniture OEM. It can be said that in these 2.5 years, the company's business has made a qualitative leap. From an ordinary foundry, it has become a large technology company today. A week ago, I personally went to Linjiang and bought the car production line of Borgward. At present, our company now has a car production line covering an area of 300,000 square meters and also has the qualifications to manufacture cars. Everyone can rest assured. At the same time, I have also prepared 15 billion yuan in startup capital for the automotive industry." After hearing Xiaoyi's words, everyone took a deep breath. This young man is really crazy. Shiaoi is not even 25 years old this year, and already. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. No one said much. After a brief introduction, Shiaoi turned on the large screen behind him and stood at the edge of the screen. He directly made the car drawing that he had designed first. Moreover, this model has been rendered, so what is presented to everyone is a real car. The car has 4 doors, 4 wheels, a windshield, and a steering wheel. Isn't this nonsense? Back to the topic, the car designed by Shiaoi is painted entirely red. The front of the car is particularly long, with a big sloping back, making it look a bit top-heavy. Of course, he used a 5:5 front and rear weight distribution, which made the car more comfortable to drive. After seeing such a cool car, everyone was stunned. Even those designers felt a little inferior to them. They didn't expect that Shiaoi had already found a good person to design it. No wonder all the design drafts they submitted were returned. Shiaoi then said, "I designed all of these. As for the brand of the car, I have already thought of it. Just like mobile phones, once our cars are launched on the market, they will definitely have a serious impact on the market, so the brand of our cars is called. Keep it a secret for now." Shiaoi kept everyone in suspense, and everyone was stunned again when they heard his words. Even the designers started discussing it in low voices. "Damn, I'm sure you're not mistaken. It was actually designed by Boss Xiao himself. How come I didn't know he could design things? Don't you know? He is a top student who graduated from Kyoto University's Department of Computer Science. It seems reasonable that he knows some design skills. Hearing you put it that way, it really is." Then, Shiaoi changed to another picture. This picture was of a 2-door sports car, which was divided into hardtop and soft-top models. It has to be said that there is nothing wrong with Xiaoyi's aesthetic taste, and soon the people below began to praise him. Shiaoi declared, "My plan is to achieve mass production of cars in half a year, and I have a big surprise for you today." At this time, the big screen behind Shiaoi gradually went out, and then a line of words appeared. "The car's energy will use controlled nuclear fusion." Fuck. What the hell? Is it fake? After seeing this line of words, Shiaoi smiled slightly. "I secretly set up a laboratory in the Phoenix Industrial Park in Linjiang. In fact, I have been studying controlled nuclear fusion for many years. When I went to Myanmar to rescue my father-in-law, I used some of these technologies. The technology is now fully mature, so it will be applied to the automotive industry." Just at this moment, an employee of the company raised his hand, and Shiaoi said, "You go ahead." He stood up and said, "Boss Xiao, do you mean that cars will not need oil or electricity in the future?" "That's right." Shiaoi put the microphone close to his mouth. "I have listed the design specifications of a car. Because there is no engine and gearbox, it is completely controlled by program, so the design life of each car is 500,000 kilometers. Of course, I will follow Porsche's personalized customization. We can provide a version with up to 1.2 million mileage. If a car can travel 500,000 kilometers, it is already a lot. If it goes beyond that, strict requirements on the quality of the car will be required. Although it does not require electricity or oil, the car's parts will gradually age over time, so mileage is an aspect that needs to be strictly considered." This is just the beginning for him. He is an ambitious man who wants to survive in smart technology and must rely on advanced technology. As for future development, Shiaoi will secretly set up a department to develop more advanced power propulsion devices. I don't know if it can be completed. Well, this is still a big unknown for him. Shiaoi continued the meeting, then painted some big promises for the employees before ending the meeting. There is no other way. For the sake of the company's performance, we have to make promises. It seems like every company is like this. Chapter 114. Erbo is the first to complain. In Xiaoyi's home, in the bedroom. Student Xiao Ming. I am here. What is 34 times 45? It's equal to. I don't know how to calculate it yourself. Don't be lazy when mom and dad are not at home. Dabeo, Erbao and Sanbao were sitting at the table doing the math problems that Su Ruoro had assigned to them. Although children are very smart, they are too smart and always have some small thoughts. Well. Erbo looked confused and said, Sister, what's wrong with you? You were able to answer the questions just now, why can't you answer them now? Sanbao, it must be set by my dad. If you ask Xiaoming every day, he will know everything. Dabeo, then I'll go find grandma and let her scold dad. Erbo, no, we have to be filial sons to our father. We can't do this. Crack. At this moment, the door outside the house was suddenly opened. After hearing the noise outside, the three babies quickly put down the pens in their hands and ran out happily. Mom, you're back. I'm back. Su Ruoro was holding 2 watermelons in her hands, and she couldn't help but smile when she saw the babies running out happily. After placing the watermelon on the dining table, I asked, Babies, have you finished the questions I assigned? Xiao Mangrua and Xiao Qinxue said at the same time, Mom, we have finished writing. What about you, Xiao Ming? Erbo was speechless, and at this moment, Xiao Mangrua complained, Mom, my brother just asked the robot, and the robot helped him answer many questions. Erbao's face turned fierce when he heard this. You clearly asked, why did you only talk about me? And my sister asked too. I didn't, brother, please don't talk nonsense. You have. Su Ruoro looked helpless as she watched the 3 babies quarreling over something. As they grew up, she found that the children became more and more selfish. They often quarrel over trivial matters. They don't even know how to share the snacks they buy. Are all children like this? Okay, Erbao, hurry up and finish the rest of the questions. After you finish them, you can eat watermelon, okay? Okay, Mom. Erbao nodded obediently, then happily returned to the bedroom. Just then, the door was opened again. Shiaoi walked in with a tired body. Erbao, who had just entered the bedroom, poked his head out again. Dad is back. Yeah, I'm back. He stretched himself and moved his neck. Erbao ran over happily and threw himself into Xiaoyi's arms. As soon as I picked him up, my second baby started to complain. Dad, my sister and my younger sister didn't do their homework properly today. They kept asking questions about the questions you gave us for Xiaoming. Oh? Really? Shiaoi looked into Erbao's big eyes, and Erbao nodded heavily, yes. Shiaoi, then why do I remember that you are the one asking all the time? Just at this moment, the second baby in his arms suddenly struggled violently. I didn't. It wasn't me. Erbao, the robot is also a monitoring device. I know everything you and your sisters said. It seems that you are the only one who can ask questions to the robot. Erbao was confused. The machine my dad gave me turned out to be a monitor? Xiao Mangrua below twitched her eyelids. You stinky little brother, you are wrongly accusing your sister. Snort! Erbao started to hit Xiaoi's face with his hands. Stinky dad, bullying your cute baby. Dad is worried that you will get hurt at home, you know? Let's see if you will try to be clever again in the future. Snort! Seeing this, Su Ruoro said, Okay, kids, hurry up and finish your homework, then eat watermelon. That's great. I'll go with them. Shiaoi carried Erbao towards the bedroom, while Dabeo and Sanbao followed closely behind him. After checking the baby's homework, Shiaoi breathed a sigh of relief. Today's children are really smart, and he even wants to start teaching them how to solve equations. The children are only 2 years old now, and Shiaoi doesn't even have the idea of letting them go to kindergarten. If possible, he can let them go directly to the 1st grade. Although current education has age requirements, but, with his current abilities, it should not be a problem for him to find some connections to send his babies to school earlier. The most important thing is that the first 20 years of children's life are really precious. If they can graduate earlier, they can enter the society earlier. As for finding a job, it is completely impossible. Starting your own company early doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Come and eat watermelon. Su Ruoro in the living room had already cut the watermelon. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried out. Shin Shueping was wearing an apron and holding a watermelon, placing it on the coffee table in the living room. Bao ran over and took a bite of the watermelon, then spit the watermelon seeds on Sanbao's face. Then a box sound came out of his mouth. The silly Sanbao didn't even realize there was a watermelon seed on his face and was just focusing on eating it. Bao, what are you doing? Why are you bullying your sister again? As he grows older, Bao becomes more and more naughty. Just like a normal boy, he does a lot of little movements. Slightly. He stuck out his pink little tongue and stuck it out. Su Ruoro grabbed him and started spanking his little butt. And quite hard. Bang! Bang! Mom, don't! Wha? Suddenly, Bao started crying out of grievance. Shiaoi took a deep breath. Damn it, his mother beat him like this in his previous life. It seems to have become a stereotype that naughty children will be beaten. Shin Shueping, who was standing by, felt distressed. Oh, Ruoro, children make mistakes all the time, you can't hit him like this. It's just Mom, you can't hit me. Bao said with a red face, and Su Ruoro let him go. Come here, Bao, stop crying. Grandma will hold you and eat melon. Shin Shueping picked up Bao and handed him a piece of melon. After taking the melon, Bao took a bite as usual. Then he raised his head and spit. Spit on Shin Shueping's face. Shin Shueping's face turned dark. Why is this little kid so naughty? Xiaoming, what are you doing? At the same time, Xiao Qinshui couldn't help but say, Grandma brother always bullies us. Once, he bit the tip of a pen off with his teeth and blew into it at me. Trying to blow ink in my face. Luckily I hid quickly, otherwise I would have been stained by my brother. Hearing this, Su Ruoro directly grabbed Bao's ears and said, Bao, it turned out to be you. Chapter 115. Do you really have the technology for controlled nuclear fusion? Oh, Mom, I'm wrong. Please stop pulling my ears. Bao started struggling with a playful smile. It turned out that some time ago, there was suddenly a lot of ink on the bedside table. As luck would have it, there was a very important document on the table that was stained with ink. Because of this matter, Su Ruoro ran to many places and printed a new copy of the document. When asked if it was the babies who did it, they refused to admit it. Well. Su Ruoro looked at Bao helplessly. Why is this child so naughty? Not at all like Debao and Sanbao. What a headache. Shiaoi shrugged. Because he was very naughty when he was a child, after seeing the baby's behavior, I have to say that the children really take after him. Especially the second child. After eating the melon, the baby sat on the sofa and watched TV. Shin Shueping was cooking alone in the kitchen, while Shiaoi was looking at the land in Linjiang Industrial Park. With the super laboratory, the company's performance will definitely be qualitatively improved. Now the company in Kyoto has no office space, so it is time for him to buy a piece of land in Linjiang and establish a company. This will certainly be approved by the city government. Seeing Shiaoi slumped on the sofa looking at something, Su Ruoro walked over with a smile on her face. He was holding a box of yogurt in his hand. She sat next to Shiaoi, put the yogurt straw into Xiaoyi's mouth, and said, Honey, why are you holding your phone again? What are you doing? I want to buy a piece of land in Linjiang. Ah. Su Ruoro was a little surprised when she heard this. Buying land again, didn't you just buy a car production line in Linjiang a week ago? That's right, but the location of the Kyoto company is limited now. Linjiang is an important hub of our country, so I am considering building the company in Linjiang. What do you think? Su Ruoro didn't have much insight into this. She shook her head slightly and said, Honey, it's up to you. But what I want to know is, if you open a company in Linjiang, do you want to live there? No. Shiaoi chuckled. His career was indeed very important to him now, but what was more important was to be with his wife and children. It's the time when children grow up, he won't do that. Don't worry, the company is located in Linjiang, and I won't be there often. The children will go to school in 2 years, so I have to accompany them to grow up in these 2 years. After hearing what Shiaoi said, she felt better. Su Ruoro continued to ask, But you are bidding for land and setting up a company, so you must need a lot of money. You just spent 5 billion, do you still have that much money? Wife, you don't have to worry about this. Shiaoi smiled and said slowly, What I want is to get the land without spending a penny. Ah. Su Ruoro couldn't help but put her hand on Shiaoi's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking so strangely? What's wrong? Do you think your husband is abnormal? Su Ruoro nodded slowly. Linjiang is a very important central hub of Daxia. How could he get the land for free? In fact, this is not the case. Shiaoi's company is doing well now. If he makes controlled nuclear fusion public, it will definitely cause a stir. It's even possible to win a Nobel Prize in literature. Nothing is wrong. You will know when you wait. In fact, although Shiaoi already has controlled nuclear fusion, China currently does not have such advanced equipment that can withstand such a great force. The things in the system laboratory are extremely advanced and rarely seen in today's society. Just at this moment, Shiaoi's cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He looked and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After pressing the answer button, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Xiao? It's me, who are you? Hello, I am a battery supplier for CATL. I heard from Zhang Jian that you want to build a car. Do you need battery supply? Hearing this, Shiaoi grinned. CATL is a high-end battery company and is even a battery supplier for Tesla. They actually took the initiative to contact people? However, since he already has nuclear fusion technology, he will definitely not install batteries in the car. No, thank you. As he was about to hang up, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly said, Don't hang up. I want to ask you, do you really have the technology for controlled nuclear fusion? Sorry, no comment. After saying that, Shiaoi decisively hung up the phone. This is the confidence of having technology. Su Ruoro asked, Who called you? People from CATL. Isn't this the supplier of the batteries? Shiaoi was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Su Ruoro even knew this. Wife, you are so talented, I didn't expect you even knew about CATL. Wouldn't it be a fool if I didn't know? Su Ruoro rolled her eyes. She was not a fool, so how could she not even know about CATL? Shiaoi continued, Okay, let's get ready for dinner. Nothing else to do. By the way, wife, I may go to Linjiang frequently recently. You can just stay at home and take care of the baby. I know. If you have something to do, just go about your business. Su Ruoro expressed her understanding. Shiaoi shrugged and smiled. After dinner, Su Ruoro and Qin Shueping played with the babies in the living room, while Shiaoi sat on the bed with a laptop. At this time, he was using the knowledge given to him by the system to write a paper report on controlled nuclear fusion. At the same time, BMW AG. At this time, their company had already received information that Shiaoi was going to enter the automotive industry. Moreover, Shiaoi also unveiled the energy solution of controlled nuclear fusion at the company's meeting. This caused BMW's middle and senior management to feel a sense of crisis. The main thing is that they don't know whether what Shiaoi said is true or false. When his mobile phone first came into the market, it was snapped up. If a car with controlled nuclear fusion really comes onto the market, it will definitely deal a serious blow to the automotive industry. There is no way. This is the current era. Gasoline will gradually be eliminated and new energy will be the trend of the future. Boss Lin, what do you think about Shiaoi's plan to use controlled nuclear fusion to build cars? The man called Mr. Lin is the CEO of BMW i-Series new energy vehicles. He is responsible for the decision-making of the entire BMW i car in China. Of course, not responsible for production. What this person meant was, to see if he could get some inside information through special means. Or in other words, steal his technology. Lin Yanghao narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart at all. He laughed coldly, Oh, don't worry about it. A small company that makes mobile phones really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He doesn't know how deep the automotive industry is. Our BMW brand has been established for more than 100 years, and his company has just started making cars. He is really a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. His subordinates were immediately speechless. Because he saw the picture that Shiaoi showed at the meeting, and he was moved by the appearance of the car. Moreover, since Shiaoi became the company's CEO, the company has made a qualitative leap. To be honest, he really wanted to switch to Shiaoi's company. Now Shiaoi's company has just established an automotive project, and he has worked in the automotive field for many years and can be said to have very rich experience. It's really hard not to be moved. The most important thing is that BMW's new energy vehicles are not selling well now. For example, the rise of new car-making forces such as China's BYD Haiba, Zhejiang, Xiaopeng Weilai, etc., has left almost no room for BBA. The new energy vehicles made by BBA are really not that good. Moreover, his position in the company is also limited, not to mention that there is a boss who does not know right from wrong. This guy Lin Yanghao is not a wise leader. Are we really not going to explore it? What the hell, this small company can't pose any threat to us, just don't worry. Even though Yang Chaoyue kept talking about it, Lin Yanghao still didn't take it to heart. Okay, Mr. Lin, come back to me if you have anything else. I'm going to be busy now. Well, go ahead. Yang Chaoyue left the boss's office. It was already time to get off work, so he stretched and went downstairs. When I entered the car, suddenly, a notification came from Weibo. Breaking news! CEO of Future Technology Company, Limited published a paper on mastering controlled nuclear fusion. After seeing this post, he clicked on it without hesitation. At this time, the entire content of the paper was presented directly in front of him, and in just 1 hour, the number of views had reached an astonishing 50 million. There are even millions of comments. His pupils were fixed on the data above, and he was shocked. This, the CEO of Future Technology Company, Limited, is the newly established company by Shiaoi, which means that the information I saw on the internet a few days ago was all true. He glanced at the BMW ID card on the armrest. It's time to change jobs. Because he had seen before that Xiaoyi's company was always recruiting new members, and as a technician at BMW, he had many company secrets. Companies that enter a competitive industry can bring huge benefits to their competitors. Thinking of this, Yang Chaoyue quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a resume to Xiaoyi's company. At the same time, Shiaoi looked at the comments that kept popping up in the comments section and took a deep breath. With this paper, it would be easy for him to get others to invest in his company. Husband, you came to the bedroom right after dinner and you're looking at your phone. What are you doing? Su Ruoruo came over with a glass of water. Shiaoi put down his phone and said with a smile, I just published a paper. If there are no problems, my company in Linjiang should be stable. Ah, is it true that I can change my company just by writing a paper? Su Ruoruo still doesn't know how much impact Xiaoyi's published paper will have on the world. However, time will tell. Shiaoi said calmly, you will know when the time comes. He didn't say much. At the same time, some bloggers on TikTok and Weibo have started making videos about Xiaoyi's thesis. Some laboratories have even started research based on his paper. Xiaoyi's private messages on Douyin were also growing rapidly, but he ignored them and fell asleep with his wife in his arms. The next day. Hubby, you're on the trending search, huh? As soon as Su Ruoruo opened her eyes and checked Douyin, she saw that Shiaoi had become a hot topic. Shiaoi, who was sleeping in a daze, was also awakened by this shake. He slowly said, it's on the hot search, so what, wife, why are you so excited? Besides, it's not like this trending search has never appeared before. This. Su Ruoruo paused. What Shiaoi said was not without fault. The most important thing was that the hot search title was controlled nuclear fusion. Although she knew that Shiaoi had developed controlled nuclear fusion, due to technical reasons, Shiaoi had never made this technology public. This sudden announcement caught her off guard. Su Ruoruo continued, hubby, many big names are reporting on you, hurry up and get up and take a look. Su Ruoruo showed her cell phone in front of him. Shiaoi opened his sleepy eyes and suddenly a blogger with 2 million followers was analyzing what he was going to do. Something big has happened. Last night, Shiaoi from Future Technology Company, Limited suddenly published a paper on controlled nuclear fusion on the internet. This paper is incredible. As everyone knows, Shiaoi is the CEO of Future Company. Rumor has it that he started researching this 2 years ago. This blogger expounds on his own views, and people in the comments section are also very active. There are even some that have been dismantled. What aliens are going to attack the Earth? Shiaoi wants to build nuclear weapons. Or maybe something that happened in 1999 can no longer be kept secret. Or maybe it's a battle to defend the Earth. In short, it's extremely outrageous. Of course, there are also some serious ones who say that this will be applied in mobile phones, home appliances or automobiles. To give fruits or something a head start, etc. I took out my phone and looked at my private messages. Oh my god, there were more than 1 million messages. This scared Shiaoi to death. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Shiaoi took it out and saw that it was Lin Rinjie from the company. After pressing the answer button, Shiaoi put the phone to his ear, and at the same time, Lin Rinjie's voice came from the phone. "Boss Xiao, did you see it?" "What?" Shiaoi asked, "Is it a trending search on TikTok?" No. Lin Rinjie shook her head. "Our company's stock has increased thousands of times." Ah. When hearing this, Shiaoi was a little surprised. His mouth was open so wide that even a light bulb could be stuffed in it. Thousands of times? Yes, and it's still rising, and a lot of people are still buying our company as stock. Now the market value has reached 100 billion. Her voice was trembling the whole time as she spoke, as if she were dreaming. Not only her, but Shiaoi as well. Chapter 116 Erbao, tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows there are? Shiaoi was indeed confused as to how such results could be achieved by simply publishing a paper. I understand. Remember to keep a low profile. I will go to the company later. You continue to maintain order in the company and let everyone complete their work. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi got up, dressed, played with the baby for a while, and then drove to the company. At this time, everyone in the company was particularly serious. They are not fools. They must have seen the paper Shiaoi released last night. Besides, the company's market value has increased so much. If they can continue to work in the company, they will become veteran employees. The future is bright. After Shiaoi entered the company, Lin Rinjie appeared beside him in a flash and said, "Boss Xiao, since your paper went viral last night, many industry bigwigs have come to our company for interviews." Shiaoi nodded slightly. He was not surprised by the news. Nowadays, people admire the strong. As long as a company has relative value, they will definitely squeeze in at all costs. Shiaoi then asked, "Currently, the number of people in our company's automotive department does not meet the requirements at all. We can recruit a group of talents. Especially the work in the car production room." "Okay, Mr. Xiao." Lin Rinjie paused, then continued, "Boss Xiao, because our HR department has relatively little expertise in the automotive field, many people who have worked in the industry for more than 10 years, or even decades, have come here. I hope you can interview them in person." "No problem." Shiaoi Gao glanced at Lin Rinjie. At least she didn't say much at this time, asking him to leave all the company's affairs to her. Those who have some experience in the industry will be scheduled for 10 o'clock. I will come for the interview. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Soon, Lin Rinjie was about to leave here. After Shiaoi walked around the company, he returned to the office. Then he called the Linjiang city government. At 10 o'clock, Shiaoi arrived at the company's conference room on time. This is the special interview room. At the same time, in the company's lounge, more than a dozen people are preparing for resume interviews. After Shiaoi was ready, he sent people from the company to where the interviewees were waiting and asked them to come in for the interview. Soon, a man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing a suit and with gray hair on his temples, walked in. Shiaoi looked around and found that he didn't know this person at all. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Yang Chaoyue said this and then handed over her resume. Seeing this, Shiaoi nodded slightly, then turned his eyes to the resume. Name, Yang Chaoyue. Age, 47. Education, PhD. Work experience, 17 years of work experience at BMW, designer, UI director. After seeing his message, Shiaoi was a little surprised. Someone who has worked at BMW for 17 years actually came to apply for a job at their company? The main reason is that he is already 47 years old and will retire in a dozen years. There would be some risks if I joined his company. Shiaoi asked first, "Have you resigned from BMW?" "I've already resigned." Yang Chaoyue smiled and nodded. "I also saw the paper you published last night and was impressed by your level, so I came to your company for an interview." Shiaoi looked at his face and said, "Tell me about your advantages. That is, what benefits you can bring to the company." Although the two people are more than 20 years apart in age, he is not at all inferior to Yang Chaoyue in terms of momentum. After all, Yang Chaoyue is also a veteran who has been working in the industry for many years. She can definitely answer the question raised by Shiaoi. So he said, "I have worked at BMW for 17 years, and I know almost everything about its operating model. I can manufacture and supervise the production of cars for our company according to BBA standards, and at the same time, lead the UI team to make the car system. I also have laser radar and patented technology for ACC adaptive cruise control, and I independently developed an engine called Falcon that can achieve fully automated driving. Yang Chaojue said with confidence that he believed that after hearing this, Shiaoi would definitely recruit him into the company without hesitation. Anything else? This. Yang Chaojue obviously didn't expect Shiaoi to ask this question. He said, I still have a lot of BMW's secret technologies that I can reveal to your company. Hearing this, Shiaoi smiled lightly, then shook his head. Sorry, I can't recruit you into the company. Ah. Xiaoyi's answer was completely beyond Yang Chaoyue's expectations. Logically speaking, since he was such an excellent employee, these bosses would definitely hire him without hesitation. When he came to Shiaoi, he was rejected. Yang Chaojue asked in confusion, Boss Xiao, why? Why is this happening? Is there any problem? No problem. Shiaoi was still as calm as ever, with no expression on his face. Why? Shiaoi responded, if you join our company, master the core technology, and then switch to another company, wouldn't it be? After asking this question, Yang Chaojue felt a chill in her heart. Damn, there is indeed nothing wrong with what Shiaoi said. This is also the reason why some company employees sign a contract not to look for work in the same industry after leaving the company. I really hadn't thought about this problem. He laughed dryly, and then continued, Boss Xiao, you see I'm so old now, I'm going to retire after working for more than 10 years. I value your company very much. If possible, I can sign an agreement with you. If I leave your company, I will never step into the automotive industry again and spend my retirement in peace. Shiaoi grinned and turned his attention to Yang Chaoyue's resume. I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to say he wanted to resign and sign a contract, which shows that he is sincere in coming to their company. After careful consideration, Shiaoi accepted his contract. Okay, you passed the interview, see you in Linjiang next week. Oh, okay. Yang Chaojue was very excited. Shiaoi asked him, I haven't even explained my salary and income clearly yet, are you so happy? Harmful. Yang Chaojue shook her head, Boss Xiao, actually at my age, I don't care so much about money anymore. I just want to use my own eyes to witness that China's technology is no longer suppressed by other companies. Shiaoi nodded, then. I will give you double the salary you received at BMW. You don't have to worry about the UI of the car system. I have a professional team. You have a patent, don't you? How about you go to the R&D department to work on intelligent driving? Sure. Yang Chaojue agreed directly, and Shiaoi continued calmly, then it's booked. We'll meet in Linjiang in 7 days. I'll send the specific location to your email within 3 days. Shiaoi stood up, meaning that the interview was over. The two sides shook hands, and Yang Chaojue said excitedly, okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll wait for your news. Yang Chaojue left the office quickly. At the same time, another interviewer also walked in. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Hello. The day's interview ended quickly. And the pass rate of the interview is also particularly high. A full 70%. Perhaps Shiaoi has no experience in this field, or perhaps the people selected are too outstanding. After all, the people interviewed today were all selected by Lin Rinjie herself. After the interview, Xiaoyi's cell phone rang. After seeing the phone number above, he chose to answer it without hesitation. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Shiaoi Xiao? Yes, it's me. I have checked for you. There are currently 36 vacant lots in Linjiang City. If you want to establish your company, I have selected 3 suitable locations in total. I'll send it to you later. Okay, thank you. By the way, do I need to submit any other materials? Mr. Xiao, as long as your technology can be proven, I believe the government will approve it for you. The call was quickly hung up. Shiaoi looked at the phone screen and then smiled. At this time, there was another knock on the office door. Lin Rinjie came over with a stack of documents and asked, Boss Xiao, someone just came to me and said that these people passed the interview. Next week, are we going to Linjiang? Yeah, that's right. Shiaoi nodded slightly. The car production workshop must be put into use as soon as possible. I have handed over the car design drawings to the marketing department, and the molds are already in production. Lin Rinjie spoke slowly, but Mr. Xiao, we don't have an office in Linjiang yet. You can't work in a car production room. Shiaoi, don't worry about that. I have already applied for land in Linjiang. It is estimated that there will be 300,000 square kilometers of land for us to build a company. Secondly, I have rented a 6-story office building. We will work there until the company is built. I have a friend in Linjiang, and I have asked him to help us purchase equipment. The friend Shiaoi was referring to was his college classmate Chen Hao. When Chen Hao heard that he was going to open a company in Linjiang, he was particularly shocked. If he had stayed in Kyoto the whole time, the two of them might have had no contact in the future. But if Shiaoi starts a business in Linjiang, the two of them will have more opportunities to meet. Okay, I didn't expect that you have already arranged it. Of course. Shiaoi couldn't help but smile. By the way, I will also find a way to move our mobile phone industry to Linjiang. I have invested in a laboratory there, so we can increase the supply of our chips in the future. At the same time, I will also prepare the second generation of mobile phones in the near future. By the way, come with me to Linjiang in a week. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Lin Ringier is a strong woman. After hearing Xiaoyi's words, she agreed decisively without any hesitation. For these new colleagues, you can book a lobby of a 5-star hotel and invite them there. Since Shiaoi joined the company, Lin Ringier has done a very good job and has hardly made any mistakes. So he felt particularly relieved to leave this matter to her. Lin Ringier left here. Shiaoi looked at the time and felt that there was nothing to do in the company, so he left here quickly. After having a meal downstairs, Shiaoi returned home. At this time, Su Ruoruo was still accompanying the babies as usual. After seeing Shiaoi coming back, Su Ruoruo was a little surprised. Hey, why did you come back so soon? There's nothing to do at the company, so I came back to spend time with the babies. Erbo ran over happily, looking at him eagerly. Dad, Mom just said she wants to go on a trip with her bestie. When will you take us on the trip? Shiaoi curiously looked at Su Ruoruo, who chuckled and explained, it's like this, isn't it summer vacation now? Lu Tianchuan called me and said he was going out to play for a while and wanted me to accompany him. Yeah, sure, it's true that you haven't traveled since you had the baby. Have you decided where to go? Su Ruoruo shook her head. She said, Lu Tianchuan said she wanted to go to Nanyun. Nagumo? When talking about this, the first thing Shiaoi thought of was the fraud group. Of course, in the past 2 years, the United Nations has been doing its utmost to crack down on fraud in northern Myanmar, and now the industrial parks and the like are long gone. Okay, but don't go to the border area. When talking about this, Su Ruoruo suddenly remembered the young Marshalshan whom she met at the airport a year and a half ago. She shook her head heavily. Don't worry, husband. I wouldn't dare to go to Myanmar even if I had the courage. Don't worry, husband. We are going to Shangri-La and Zhishuangbana for fun. Yeah, okay. Shiaoi smiled. By the way, when do we leave? In a week. When hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. Seeing his strange look, Su Ruoruo asked, what's wrong? I'm also going to Linjiang in a week, so what about the babies? Su Ruoruo and Shiaoi both looked down at the baby playing, then turned their heads and looked towards Qin Shueping who was drying clothes on the balcony. Because the distance was not far, Qin Shueping of course heard them talking. She rolled her eyes and said, don't worry, just leave the child to me. Besides, your father still has 15 days of annual leave. If it doesn't work out, let him take last year's annual leave. Ha ha ha, okay. Su Linjin has been very busy recently and often goes to other criminal police teams for meetings. He usually gets up early and goes to bed late, and sometimes he doesn't even come back. After hearing the conversation between the two, Erbao pouted angrily, Dad, you haven't answered me yet, when will you take us on a trip? Hearing this, Shiaoi touched Erbao's bouncy little face and said, I'll definitely do it next time. Erbao, when is the next time? Tomorrow will do. Shiaoi smiled and thought that Erbao might forget it tomorrow. Just at this moment, Erbao rolled his eyes and said, tomorrow and tomorrow, there are so many tomorrows, right, Mom? Chapter 117. Do you mean, Shiaoi will cheat? Oh my goodness, what is Erbao talking about? Xiaoming, are you talking to your father? Su Ruoruo was also a little surprised. The main thing is that what Erbao said didn't sound like what a 2-year-old baby would say at all. Erbao heard this and said, this is what the robot taught me. It means to keep procrastinating and keep saying tomorrow. As he said that, Erbao rolled his eyes at Shiaoi again. Shiaoi took a deep breath and had to say that the parenting robot was really amazing. He then asked, so baby, what else did the robot teach you? And taught me to dance, Dad. Ha! When Shiaoi heard this, he was even more surprised. It was already amazing that he could teach the baby knowledge, but he didn't expect that he could also teach the baby to dance. Shiaoi, then, Erbao, can you show your dance to mom and dad? Okay. Erbao nodded, but dad, I need a basketball. Go get it. It's not like you don't have a basketball at home. Okay. After a while, Erbao ran over holding a silent basketball. Then, he suddenly shouted, Chicken, you are so beautiful. Shiaoi? Suruoro? Ah. When Shiaoi heard this, he was confused. Erbao was only 2 years old and he has become a little black boy? 7 days later. Have a nice trip, Mom. Remember to take pictures of Jade Dragon Snow Mountain for me. Mom, remember to bring me some snacks. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Suruoro pulled a suitcase, wore sunglasses, and was fully armed, ready to go to Nanyun. At this time, Lu Tianchuan was already waiting for her downstairs. The 3 babies began to wave at her. Hearing this, Suruoro smiled and said, Don't worry, babies. I will bring you snacks. Xin Shueping said, Remember to call me when you get to Nanyun, and be careful on the road. Mom, I'm not the one flying the plane, haha. Honey, I'm leaving now, Mom and Dad. Bye. Goodbye, Mom. Because the babies were still young, Suruoro did not bring them with her. Of course, the baby understands. After Suruoro left, Su Linchen just sat down on the sofa, and at this moment, Xiaoyi's cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, it was Lin Ringier. After the call was connected, he put the phone to his ear, and at the same time, Lin Ringier's voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Xiao, we are already outside your neighborhood. We can leave now. We still have 2 hours to fly. Okay, wait a few minutes, I'll be right down. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoi smiled helplessly and said to Su Linjin, Dad, what a coincidence, I am leaving too. Ah. Su Linjin was stunned when he heard this. He knew that Xiaoi was going to Linjiang, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Okay, you go too. Su Linjin waved his hand. Xiaoi returned to the bedroom and dragged his suitcase to the living room. At this time, Erbo was playing with a remote control car, and Debeo and Sanbao were combing the doll's hair with a small comb. The 3 babies didn't pay attention to him. Xiaoi saw this and said, Babies, Daddy is leaving. Oh. The babies were unmoved, and even the second baby just said oh perfunctorily. Damn it. Xiaoi was confused when he saw this. Baby, don't you say goodbye when Daddy leaves? You're not taking me with you, humph. Oh, this second baby is angry. Su Linjin smiled and said, Xiao Ming, don't be angry. How about Grandpa take you to the amusement park tomorrow? Really? Hearing this, the babies looked up eagerly. Su Linjin nodded, of course, when has Grandpa ever lied to you? Good. Goodbye, Dad. Only then did Erbao become happy. Of course, Xiaoi didn't take this matter seriously and left home quickly. At this time, at the entrance of the community, Su Ruoro and Lu Tianxuan haven't gotten a taxi yet. Both of them were dressed very coolly, and at the same time, not far from them, a black Alpha commercial vehicle was parked. Outside the car was Lin Ringier, who was waiting for Xiaoi to come over. She was wearing a white shirt, a black hip skirt, black stockings on her legs and a pair of shiny black high heels. Not to mention her figure, it's quite nice. Of course, it is much worse than Su Ruoro. Not long after, Xiaoi came over dragging a suitcase. Xiaoi was a little surprised when he saw Su Ruoro and Lu Tianxuan at the gate of the community. Hey! You guys haven't left yet? Hearing Xiaoyi's voice, Su Ruoro turned her head and asked, Honey, are you leaving too? Yes, I'm going to Daxing Airport. We too. Lu Tianxuan said excitedly, then let's go together. You can save some taxi fare. No. Xiaoi shook his head, then set his sights on the black business car. I have a driver. Since we are all going to Daxing Airport, let's go together. Good. Lu Tianxuan was not polite either. At the same time, Lin Ringier had already discovered Xiaoi. After seeing him, she ordered the driver to drive the car over quickly. Su Ruoro and Lu Tianxuan were a little surprised to see a beautiful woman in black stockings getting out of the car. Hello, Mr. Xiao, hello, Madam Boss. Lin Ringier said very respectfully, Boss, is the boss lady going with us? Oh, no. Shiaoi shook his head. She and her bestie are traveling to Nanyun, also at Daxing Airport. Let's go together. Okay. Lin Rinjir certainly had no objection, and soon everyone got on the car. Lin Rinjir sat in the co-pilot seat, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro sat in the second row. As for Lu Tianxuan, he could only sit in the narrow third row. She was so frustrated that she was almost mad at him. But what can we do? Her boyfriend was still at work and had no time to take her home. Fortunately, the community is not far from Daxing Airport, and we arrived there after more than half an hour. After getting off the car, Su Ruoro said goodbye to Lu Tianxuan, and Shiaoi and Lin Rinjir also walked towards another boarding gate. After seeing Shiaoi walking away, Lu Tianxuan's expression suddenly changed. She asked, Ruoro, your husband is on a business trip, why does he bring a secretary with him? Ah? Su Ruoro was slightly stunned. In fact, she also wanted to ask why Shiaoi brought Lin Rinjir with him when he went to Linjiang. She knew that Lin Rinjir was Xiaoyi's subordinate, and many things in the company were managed by Lin Rinjir. But, when Shiaoi took her to Linjiang, Su Ruoro felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Tianxuan continued, the most important thing is, look at what the secretary is wearing, black stockings, isn't that a bit too much? Girls always think too much, and Su Ruoro is no exception. Mainly, when she heard Lu Tianxuan say this, she suddenly lost all desire to travel. So annoying. Su Ruoro stammered, you mean Shiaoi will cheat? Chapter 118 The presidential suite is ready. Huh? I didn't say that. Lu Tianxuan shook his head quickly. She didn't want Su Ruoro to misunderstand Shiaoi. She even felt a little regretful about saying all this. Seeing Su Ruoro's uneasy look, she sighed. Ruoro, don't think too much. Shiaoi has known her for 2 years. If there was something going on between the two of them, it would have happened a long time ago. Just rest assured. Ah? Su Ruoro was even more confused after hearing this. Because she usually trusted Shiaoi so much, she had never even checked his cell phone. If Shiaoi was really having an affair with Lin Rinjir, then he was completely kept in the dark. This. Xuan, I really haven't checked his phone. Do you think they will really do what you said? Oh, I don't think so. Lu Tianxuan shook his head. Damn it, what is wrong with him today? His mouth is so amazing. Su Ruoro would probably be angry after hearing about this. What's the point of having fun? At the same time, on the other side. Everyone is here, right? We're going to Linjiang together this time. Thank you for your hard work. In addition to Lin Rinjir, Shiaoi also brought 10 key members of the company with him. At this time they were already waiting for the plane to take off. After hearing what Shiaoi said, everyone shook their heads and said, Boss Xiao, it is an honor for all of us to go to Linjiang with you. Yes, that's right. I haven't been on a plane before. I didn't expect that this time I would take a plane, but go to Linjiang to visit the company. Looking at the looks of the employees, Shiaoi said with a smile, okay, we'll be flying for 3 or 4 hours soon, so make sure to get a good rest. I've already arranged a hotel for you for the next few days, so you can eat your meals in the hotel. The hotel he booked for his employees was Chen Hao's. Okay, thank you, boss. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Everyone wait for the plane. All the tickets he bought for his employees were upgraded to first class, perhaps because of his status. Of course, the employees were also a little surprised when they heard the news. First class, tens of thousands. I have to say, Shiaoi is really good. Soon, everyone boarded the plane and it slowly took off. Shiaoi closed his eyes and fell asleep. At around 12 noon, the plane landed at Linjiang Airport. The weather was fine at this time. After everyone got off the plane, Shiaoi organized everyone and came to the Hemingway Hotel. Chen Hao personally greeted him at the hotel entrance. I'm coming. He had a simple smile on his face, still wearing a suit and leaning on a crutch, and his missing leg was extremely conspicuous. Seeing him coming over like this, Shiaoi hurried over and said, What's going on with you? Why did you come here in person to greet me? You are my brothery, if I don't welcome you, who will? This. Shiaoi laughed dryly, okay, have you prepared the room on our side? Sure enough. Chen Hao gave a thumbs up and said, I have prepared a presidential suite for you. The others also have suites. Don't worry, you will definitely feel at ease living here. Good fellow. Shiaoi couldn't help but say, there's no need for a presidential suite. An ordinary one will do. That won't do. Chen Hao said with a smile, after all, we are old classmates. I can't help you with other things, but when you come to Linjiang, I will definitely arrange your food, clothing, housing and transportation clearly for you. Thank you, Lao Chen. Shiaoi set his eyes on his legs. Don't worry, I will help you with your legs. Ah. Hearing this, Chen Hao was a little confused. His legs are in this state. They were cut off from his thighs. He will have to use crutches for the rest of his life. He never thought that his legs could recover. Shiaoi, what? I'll chop off my legs and put them on for you. Puff. When he heard this, Chen Hao chuckled, you really know how to joke. He turned his gaze to the people behind him. Hey? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in. Everyone laughed after hearing his words. Good fellow, President Xiao is here reminiscing about the past with you. It would be strange if they dared to go in. Xiaowang, hurry up and take everyone in to check in. Okay. Soon, several hotel staff came out and warmly welcomed them in. Shiaoi patted his shoulder gently. I'm serious, I have a way to help you with your leg. Chen Hao still looked puzzled, but Shiaoi didn't say much. He quickly entered the hotel and went through the check-in procedures. Everyone had already gone up to their room. A waiter behind Shiaoi helped her carry her luggage, while Chen Hao personally took her to the presidential suite on the top floor. The Hemingway Hotel has more than 30 floors. After all, it is a 5-star hotel, and its supporting facilities are particularly luxurious. The two of them came to the top floor talking and laughing, and Chen Hao personally sent him to the room before leaving. Shiaoi looked at the time and thought Su Ruoro might not have gotten off the plane yet. After all, Nanyun is much farther away than Linjiang. Everyone hadn't had lunch yet, so Shiaoi opened the WeChat group chat and said in the group, everyone, pack up as soon as possible and gather in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel in 15 minutes. We will go to eat together. Receive. Receive. A lot of messages were sent and received in the group, just like when the counselor was holding a meeting in the class group. He stood outside the hotel window looking at the prosperous Linjiang. He had to say, standing in a room on the 30th floor, he felt like he was standing on the top of a mountain, overlooking all the other mountains. After a short rest, Shiaoi went downstairs and came to the hotel lobby. At this time, all 11 people have arrived, and the place to eat is inside the hotel. Brother E, I've prepared a room for you. It's on the 8th floor, room 888, the same room we had dinner in last time. Just go over there. Chen Hao said with a smile. Shiaoi heard this and asked, what about you? Are you coming with us? Chen Hao was obviously a little surprised when he heard this. Their company was having a dinner, why was he, an outsider, attending? At this time, Shiaoi said, well, let me introduce you to everyone. This is the owner of the Hemingway Hotel, Boss Chen, and he is also my college classmate. He is the one who entertained us all today. What do you think about asking Boss Chen to have a meal with us? Sure. No problem. That's right, you are all Mr. Zhao's classmates, so what's wrong with having a meal together? Come on, let's go eat together. Everyone spoke enthusiastically, and when Chen Hao saw how enthusiastic everyone was, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Shiaoi patted him on the shoulder. Okay, let's go and eat something together. That is fine. Chapter 119. Where is your secretary? In the end, Chen Hao was unable to overcome everyone's enthusiasm. Had a meal with Shiaoi and others. Because the new employee meeting would start tomorrow, Shiaoi did not let everyone go, but let them move around freely and have some fun. Of course, he doesn't cover the expenses. Because many of them were visiting Linjiang for the first time, many of them left here in groups and planned to stroll around the area. On the first floor, Shiaoi and Chen Hao were chatting. He asked, Brother E, your sister-in-law didn't come with you this time? She went on a trip to Nanyun and should have just gotten off the plane. Oh, that's good. Are you going to have a baby again? How is that possible? Shiaoi chuckled, although we can afford it, but we don't have enough manpower to take care of them. Now the babies are being taken care of by their grandparents. Yeah, that's true. Chen Hao took a deep breath and said, by the way, I saw that you wrote a paper on nuclear power, which is quite impressive. When talking about this, Chen Hao was already a little envious. Both of them graduated from Kyoto University. As soon as Shiaoi published his paper on controlled nuclear fusion, he became a key figure in the world. I don't know what position I will have in the future. Oh, no. Shiaoi smiled and scratched his head. At this time, he said, well, I have something to do in the lab, you go ahead and do your work. Okay. Shall I take you there? No. Soon, Shiaoi left here. Then, he went to the temporary office to check how it was arranged inside. After coming out, the person in charge of Lin Jianlan suddenly called him. The call was connected quickly. Hello, I'm Shiaoi. Hello, Mr. Xiao, your land application has been accepted. The location is number 1 Fengqing Street, High-Tech Zone, Linjiang City. You mean the one covering 400,000 square meters? Yes. Can. Shiaoi was particularly excited after hearing the news. The high-tech zone is not far from where his automobile factory is located, only a 20-minute drive away. Moreover, as the core high-tech area of Linjiang City, this location can be said to be particularly good. Shiaoi was really satisfied to have such a good area. I will express the subsequent procedures to you, but there are some documents that require your signature in Linjiang. You can come to Linjiang when you have time. I'm here now. The staff member opposite obviously didn't expect Shiaoi to be here right now. He said, then I'll prepare as soon as possible. How about you come over in 3 days? Can. Okay. They had a brief conversation for a while, and then Shiaoi hung up the phone. Just then, his cell phone rang again. I have to say, he is indeed a busy man now. However, after seeing the number scrolling on the screen, Shiaoi did not hesitate and answered it immediately. Because the caller was his wife, Su Ruoro. Hey, wife. Husband, have you arrived at Linjiang? Pfft, what are you talking about? I've been here a long time ago. You should have arrived in Nanyun too, right? Yes, I'm already at the hotel, how about you? I'm outside. Are you available to take a video call? Sure. After hanging up the phone, Shiaoi video called Su Ruoro. In the video, Su Ruoro is sitting on a bed in a hotel with a wooden wall behind her. It looks like a homestay. Seeing Shiaoi walking on the street, Su Ruoro asked, Where is your secretary? Secretary? Shiaoi was slightly startled, and he said, Oh, you mean Lin Ronger, she went out to play with other employees in the company. Going out to play? Su Ruoro frowned and asked, Aren't you two going there? Is there someone else? Who said there were only 2 of us? Shiaoi was getting more and more confused by Su Ruoro. Besides Lin Rinjir and I, there were 10 other employees. Didn't I say Chen Hao was here? Then we stayed in his hotel together. Chen Hao had asked Shiaoi to keep it a secret before, and he did keep it a secret. But telling it to my wife shouldn't be considered a leak. This. Su Ruoro suddenly realized that Shiaoi did not seem to have cheated on her. At this moment, Lu Tianchuang suddenly leaned over and asked, Did you book a room with Lin Rinjir? Puff. Shiaoi, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. He looked at Lu Tianchuang on the phone with an idiotic look in his eyes. I'm not a counselor, don't slander me. I came here with 12 other employees. We booked 12 rooms in total. You can check. Go once and go to Shuangshuang. Su Ruoro pushed Lu Tianchuang away directly. After hearing what Shiaoi said, she did misunderstand him. So at this moment Su Ruoro's mood became particularly good. Okay, dear. Go ahead and do your work. Lu Tianchuang and I are going out to play. Beep. The video was disconnected. Shiaoi looked at the phone screen and smiled helplessly. Just at this moment, the old man next to him who was sprayed with water in the face was staring at Shiaoi. Young man, what are you laughing at? You sprayed water on my face and you're still laughing. I've called the police. Ah? Shiaoi suddenly raised his head. Oh my god, what is going on? Why is there an old man in front of me? Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Fuck you, you sprayed me without even looking at me. I've called the police, just wait to be detained. After a while, a police car drove up. A uniformed police officer saw this and asked, Who called the police? I. The old man raised his hand, he sprayed water all over my face. I. The policeman set his eyes on Shiaoi, and was stunned for a moment. Shiaoi? Ah? Uncle Zhang Song? Zhang Song was confused when he saw Shiaoi. After returning from northern Myanmar last time, Zhang Song was transferred from Kyoto to Linjiang. Now, he is the captain of the Linjiang Criminal Police Detachment. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. The policeman took out 200 yuan from his pocket, and the old man's eyes lit up when he saw it. "Uncle, I'll give you this 200 yuan, or let's forget about it." Swish! The old man was very agile. He snatched the 200 yuan from Zhang Song's hand in a flash, then left in a flash, as if he was afraid that Zhang Song would go back on his word. Seeing the old man leaving, Zhang Song said with a smile, "What happened? Why did you spit on my face?" Sorry. Shiaoi scratched his head, like a child admitting his mistake. "I was just video chatting with my wife, and I accidentally spat it out. I didn't notice there was an old man in front of me." "But Uncle Zhang, why did you go out on duty in person?" Chapter 120, Visiting Chen Hao's house. "Oh, it's a long story. Then I'll make it short. Zhang Song, you are the first person who dares to speak to me in this tone." Since going to northern Myanmar, Zhang Song has never seen Shiaoi again, and only called Su Lingjun via video a few times. He said, "Want to find a place to sit?" "No problem." Because both of them had lunch, Shiaoi brought Zhang Song to the Shiaolu coffee shop. The newly launched sauce-flavored latte is very popular, so he ordered 2 cups of sauce-flavored latte. After sitting down, he suddenly remembered that he had not been to the Little Deer coffee he opened for a long time. After Sister Wang recovered from her injury, she continued to work. She also knew that Shiaoi had become the CEO of the company, so she never took the initiative to look for him. She manages all the affairs of the store. Shiaoi looked at the familiar store decoration and felt a little emotional. Seeing Shiaoi at this moment, Zhang Song couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Shiaoi? What are you thinking about?" Shiaoi chuckled, "Uncle Wang, have you forgotten that I also opened a Shiaolu coffee in Kyoto? I haven't been there for a long time, so." "Oh, I see." Zhang Song took a sip of coffee and asked, "By the way, why did you come to Linjiang?" "Oh, I plan to open a company here in Linjiang." "I see." Zhang Song also usually watches Douyin and knows a little about him. Of course, Zhang Song had no interest in Xiaoyi's company. He was more concerned about Su Lingjun. "How is your dad now?" "I'm already the director, what else can I do?" Shiaoi took a deep breath. Although Zhang Song was also promoted, his position was not as high as that of his father. "He's very busy right now. He often goes out for meetings. He's much busier than usual." I understand." Zhang Song nodded. Indeed, there are also advantages to not having to go out on a police mission. "Look at me, I have to deal with an old man in the hot sun." Ha. The two smiled at each other, and Shiaoi continued, "But it's rare for the captain to handle such a matter." "Oh, it's because I happen to be nearby." Ha. Shiaoi couldn't help but smile, and he continued, "Then, it's just a coincidence." Because there is a big age difference between the two, Shiaoi and Zhang Song don't have much to talk about. And Zhang Song still had work to do, so after a brief chat of more than 10 minutes, Shiaoi and Zhang Song left. Then, Shiaoi returned to the hotel, entered the bedroom, and went directly into the super laboratory. There was one thing that always stayed on his mind. "Welcome, host, to the super laboratory, you haven't been here for a long time." After hearing the system's voice, he grinned and asked the system, "System, can you help me make a prosthesis for a person?" That's right, he wanted to make a prosthesis for Chen Hao. Even before he made any request, the system's feedback came. "It's in the works. The host has been kicked out of the laboratory." Before he could react, a white light flashed, and then Shiaoi was kicked out by the system again. The body fell to the ground with a thud. "Depend on dog system, do you know what I want to do?" He rolled his eyes and didn't care anymore, and soon fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Of course, the people who went out to play have not returned yet. Shiaoi didn't intend to pay attention to them. He went straight into the super laboratory to see if the dog system had made a prosthesis for Chen Hao. "Brother system, is the prosthesis ready?" Shiaoi shouted this after entering the laboratory, and the system quickly responded to him. "Return to the host, it's done." This prosthesis is made of vibranium, powered by a nuclear battery, contains nanotechnology, is not limited to body size, and can be used comparable to real legs. Just at this moment, a mechanical arm stretched out and brought the prosthesis to Shiaoi. He looked at the prosthetic limb that was brought to him. The workmanship of the prosthetic limb was extremely good and it looked just like the mechanical arm of the Marvel character Winter Soldier. There is muscle texture on it, and most importantly, it is very light. It feels different when you see it in your hands. If Chen Hao saw this thing, he would definitely be very happy. When Shiaoi thought of this, he was already a little excited. After leaving the super laboratory with the robotic arm, he quickly called Chen Hao. Hey, Chen Hao, where are you? Chen Hao on the other side obviously didn't expect Shiaoi to suddenly look for him. He said, I'm shopping with my wife in the supermarket. What's wrong? What can I do for you? Of course you have to. I haven't met my sister-in-law yet. How about I go to your house tonight? Sure. At this time, a female voice came from the other end of the phone. Dear, who is it? Shiaoi, you know, I often mention him to you. Oh, so he's your old classmate. At this time, Chen Hao's voice on the phone became louder. Well, I'll send you a location on WeChat later. How about you come to my house in an hour? No problem. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao sent him a location shortly afterwards. Shiaoi took a look and found that the name of this community was very ordinary. It was called Happiness Community. Happy Community. Shiaoi went downstairs holding the mechanical leg and then stopped a car downstairs. Master, please open the trunk. Okay. The driver saw Shiaoi holding a mechanical leg in his hand through the rearview mirror, which immediately aroused his interest. Little brother, what is that thing? Are you going to play cosplay? Shiaoi was slightly stunned when he heard this, then shook his head. No, master, this is my friend's prosthesis, I want to send it to him. Oh. I thought you were doing cosplay, and I wanted you to take me to play. These words left Shiaoi silent. The main thing is that the driver looks like he is at least 60 years old. Still bald. Well, if he does cosplay, he can only cosplay as a blind saint, right? You know what, he really looks like her. This uncle talked a lot, chatting and laughing with Shiaoi all the way. Of course, he didn't know his true identity. About half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Xingfu community. This is an old residential area, only 6 stories high, and should be a building from the last century. No elevator. But Chen Hao's home is on the first floor. Building number 4, found it. Shiaoi knocked on the door according to the address Chen Hao gave him. Soon, a young girl who looked to be in her early 20s and had a very pretty appearance opened the door. Chapter 121 Chen Cece. Hello, you are Shiaoi, right? The little girl looked a little shy. After seeing her appearance, Shiaoi was a little shocked. Because the girl in front of me is so pure. With big eyes, a small cherry mouth and a bun on her hair, she looks like the first love in a youth TV series. Shiaoi couldn't help but take a deep breath, then said, It's me, you are Chen Hao's wife, right? Yes, please come in. She noticed the metal leg that Shiaoi was holding and felt particularly confused. After walking in, Shiaoi discovered that the house was not very big, with only 2 bedrooms and an area of over 80 square meters. The small room was filled with daily necessities and looked a bit crowded at first glance. At this time, Chen Hao was sitting on the sofa watching TV, which was playing the news broadcast. Seeing Shiaoi coming in with such a huge metal leg, Chen Hao was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, Brother, what's going on? Are you? Guess. Shiaoi just smiled faintly and sat directly on the sofa. Didn't I say I would fix your legs? Come on, try this. This. Chen Hao still stared at the prosthesis with his eyes wide open, and couldn't help asking, No, when did you get this, and the size and so on? I customized it for you overnight. You don't have to worry about the size. This prosthesis uses the latest nanotechnology. It will automatically fit your skin when you put it on. Do you understand? This. Chen Hao was already in tears because of Shiaoi's sudden concern. After seeing his expression, Shiaoi quickly took out a tissue from the table and wiped his cheeks. Damn, why are you crying? No, brothery, I've never been cared for so much by anyone. It's not normal to care about my classmates. Let me tell you, this thing uses a lot of chips from my company. As long as you put it on, it can connect with your brain, and you can even feel the existence of this leg. That means you won't have to use crutches anymore. Is it that powerful? When hearing this, Chen Hao's wife suddenly spoke. Only then did Chen Hao react, and she quickly introduced, By the way, brothery, this is my wife, her name is Chen Cece, she is 19 years old. When he heard the age of 19, Shiaoi was stunned. He never expected that Chen Cece was so young. Damn, married at the age of 19? Shiaoi asked, At the age of 19, you got married? Yes. When talking about this, Chen Hao sighed. When I first came to Linjiang, I worked in the advanced electronics factory for a while, and then I met Chen Sisi. Later we became boyfriend and girlfriend. After I got into a car accident, she didn't leave me. She even used the money she earned from working in the factory to pay for my medical treatment. After I recovered from my injuries, we got married. When Chen Hao said this, Shiaoi couldn't help but look at Chen Sisi twice more. I have to say that this girl is a nice person. She has been taking care of Chen Hao even after he had his limbs amputated. It can be said that this is the fate of two people. There are few words, and it seems that Chen Hao and Chen Sisi will definitely live happily in the future. Shiaoi then asked, then your girlfriend should still be a college student, right? That's right. Chen Hao did not hide it, she is in her sophomore year. Although we are married, we have not yet obtained the marriage certificate. We will get the marriage certificate when she turns 20. You guys chat first, I'll go cook. Chen Sisi suddenly said, then ran into the kitchen alone and started preparing dinner. Chen Hao didn't say anything. At this time, he seemed to have become accustomed to everything Chen Sisi did for him. Does she usually cook? Yes. Chen Hao smiled and looked at his legs again. Look at my legs, I can't cook in the kitchen. You can do that later. Shiaoi said, well, take off your pants first and let's try it. Hearing this, Chen Hao grinned. If you simply say taking off pants, that's really weird. But is it appropriate for me to take off my pants in front of you? Shiaoi rolled his eyes. What, have you forgotten that we took showers and picked up soap together in college? When he said this, Chen Hao glanced at Chen Sisi in the kitchen and said, don't talk nonsense. Okay, try putting the prosthesis on. This thing needs to fit your skin. Hurry up. Good. Chen Hao's expression became a little serious, and then he slowly took off his pants. His leg was cut in the middle of the thigh, and there was a scar on it. Shiaoi felt a little uncomfortable when he saw it. After all, he must be sad to see his old classmate like this. Come, let me put it on for you to try. Can. At this time, Chen Sisi also curiously poked her head out of the kitchen and looked at the two of them. Shiaoi moved the prosthesis close to Chen Hao's thigh. At this moment, suddenly a lot of black sand-like things floated out, which was particularly strange. Chen Hao was also very surprised when he saw it. He couldn't help but ask, Brother E, what on earth is this? That's nanotechnology. Shiaoi is well aware of nanotechnology. Chen Hao was silent for a moment, then he continued, then the cost of this leg should be very expensive, right? Why talk about money in front of brothers? As he was speaking, the mechanical leg had already been fitted together with the amputated part of Chen Hao's limb. It must be fixed specially so that it cannot fall off. And gradually, the shape of his leg became exactly the same as his other leg, except for the color which changed slightly. Chen Hao couldn't help but sigh at the development of current technology. Brother E, this. He was a little overwhelmed because the feeling of this leg was particularly strong. It's even like I have grown a real leg. Shiaoi smiled and said, come on, stand up and try walking for a while. Good. Shiaoi didn't support him. He also wanted to see whether the mechanical legs provided by the system were really that good. At this moment, Chen Hao stood up very naturally and tried to take a step. Ka. The collision of metal with the ground, and the entire walking posture, is almost the same as that of a normal person. How's it going? Is it okay? Chen Hao already felt that this leg was completely his own. Although it had no feeling, it could definitely sense his existence. Suddenly, 2 hot tears flowed down his cheeks. Because, since his amputation, many of his friends have passed away, and only Chen Sisi and his parents are with him. Then, after receiving compensation from the hotel, those so-called friends suddenly came back. Of course, I came back just to show my concern. No one even gave him a prosthetic limb or anything. He never expected that Shiaoi would spend a huge amount of money to make such a prosthesis for him overnight. Oh my, why are you crying? After seeing his look, Shiaoi quickly went over and patted his shoulder, then comforted him. Why are you crying, old man? It's just a prosthesis. You don't have to go out with crutches anymore. Chen Sisi had already noticed these two people at this time. She did not dislike Chen Hao, but she was also very excited to see him walk on his legs again. After all, when two people walked on the street in the past, there would always be some strange looks. She quietly returned to the kitchen and continued cooking. Shiaoi comforted him for a long time before Chen Hao recovered. He held Xiaoyi's hand tightly, and then said, "Brothery, I don't know how to thank you for this. Why don't you calculate the price and I'll transfer the money to you?" Shiaoi chuckled when he heard that, then patted their shoulders and said, "What money? I won't pay for the room and meals this time, haha." In fact, he must be feeling bad because Chen Hao took his things for nothing. The rent and food expenses for everyone are not a small amount of money, so just do it for free. This way he might feel a little more balanced. "Okay, how much are those things, brothery? By the way." He looked at the leg and said, "It's obviously made of metal, how can it be so light? Also, do you need to charge?" He could clearly feel that the leg Shiaoi gave him was extremely technologically advanced. The latter explained, "It definitely doesn't need to be charged. It uses nuclear power and can be used for 100 years. And it's made of vibranium metal, which is very strong and lightweight. You can take it off when you sleep, and you only need to do basic cleaning on weekdays. Because this is just a test product, if anything goes wrong, you can just call me." "Okay." Chen Hao looked at the leg and couldn't let it go. He continued, "Why don't I put on some pants and shoes and try it out?" "Go ahead." Chen Hao hurried back to the bedroom, and after a while, he put on his pants, socks, and shoes and came out. Because the pants were long and he was wearing long socks, the prosthesis was not visible at all. After walking out, he didn't look like a disabled person at all. "How's it going, brothery?" He hadn't walked like a normal person for a long time. Shiaoi nodded with satisfaction after seeing this. "Well, not bad, are you feeling well?" "No, no." He looked excitedly at Chen Cici's busy figure in the kitchen, and then said, "Cici, come out and take a look. I can go now." Chen Cici chuckled when she heard that, and walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. It was quite hot in the kitchen, her forehead and cheeks were covered with sweat, and her bangs were pressed tightly against her forehead. After seeing Chen Hao was able to stand up, she came straight over and bowed to Shiaoi. "Thank you, brother Xiao, thank you." No, you're welcome." Shiaoi waved his hands quickly. "I've already said that he and I are old classmates. It's my duty to do this. Why are you thanking me?" Chen Hao was obviously not polite. He said, "Well, brothery, you take a rest for a while, I'll go to the kitchen to help Cici cook." "That what?" Chen Cici suddenly said, "I just checked and the soy sauce at home is gone. Why don't you go buy some soy sauce?" "Ah. Okay." Chen Hao agreed immediately. He turned his gaze to Shiaoi again, then, "Brother Mo, you take a rest at home for a while, I'll go buy some soy sauce. I'd better go with you." He smiled. What a guy. Leaving him at Chen Cici's house, the single man and woman would really feel very uncomfortable. Of course, he would definitely not do anything to his good brother's wife. "Yeah, that's fine." As he spoke, Chen Hao bent down and picked up the phone on the table. "Let's go, brothery. Become. By the way, Cici, is there anything else you need to buy? If it's gone, just buy some soy sauce." "Okay." The two men quickly walked outside, and after putting on the prosthetic limbs, Chen Hao felt the air became fresher. At this time, the sun was setting, and there were many old ladies in the community, holding fans and sitting on mats, chatting. Just at this moment, an old lady suddenly called Chen Hao. "Chen Hao." "Well." Chen Hao stopped and turned his head. "What's wrong, Grandma Wang?" "Your legs." Because Chen Hao has lived here for a very long time, he must be very familiar with the neighbors. Seeing that he usually uses a cane and now walking like a normal person, there will definitely be doubts. "My legs." Chen Hao chuckled. "It's like this, Grandma Wang, my friend gave me a prosthesis, and I'm wearing it now." As he spoke, he pulled up his trouser legs, revealing the silver medal. After seeing the prosthesis, the neighbor called Grandma Wang nodded and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. I have to say that your prosthesis is really good. I didn't even realize you were wearing a prosthesis, ha." "Yes, yeah." At this time, Mrs. Wang asked, "By the way, Chen Hao, how much did your leg cost?" "My son also had his leg amputated 5 or 6 years ago. He also has a prosthesis, but it is very inconvenient for him to walk. Can I also ask your friend to make one for him?" This. Chen Hao set his sights on Shiaoi. After all, he had no say in this matter. Moreover, Chen Hao had never heard of something like vibranium, let alone the use of controlled nuclear fusion energy and nanotechnology. If someone said that this prosthesis was worth millions or even tens of millions, he would believe it. At this time, Shiaoi said, "Okay, Grandma, give me a call and I will contact you later." "Oh, okay." As she spoke, old lady Wang took out an old-fashioned cell phone. I don't know my number, I'll call you from my phone. Okay. After making the call, Shiaoi saved old lady Wang's cell phone number, and then left with Chen Hao. On the way, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, Brother E, are you going to make a set of prosthetic limbs for Grandma Wang's son? I have this idea. In fact, there are many disabled people in the world. Since we have the ability to help others, we should help those we can. Chen Hao nodded silently. If it were him, he would choose to help others if he had the ability. Chapter 122 Mother-in-law is sick. After buying the soy sauce, Shiaoi started eating while chatting. After dinner, after making sure that there was no problem with Chen Hao's prosthesis, he left so as not to delay Chen Hao's flower arranging. The next day, early in the morning, everyone in the company came to the first floor lobby. Chen Hao came over early because he also had to arrange breakfast for Shiaoi and his colleagues. Of course, he had arranged breakfast yesterday, and he came here this time to urge them. Brother E. Seeing Chen Hao, who was full of energy, Shiaoi walked over. Why are you here so early? It's only 7 o'clock now. Why does CEO Chen Hao go to the hotel every day? Isn't this to supervise your meals? Oh my god, you are not 3 years old, why do you need someone to watch you while you eat? Shiaoi rolled his eyes and continued, okay, you don't need to look. Your front desk just told us to go to the restaurant on the first floor for the buffet, right? Yeah, that's right. There is a buffet restaurant on the first floor of their hotel, and meals are provided to all guests staying there. Of course, the buffet they prepared today was different from usual, with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Let's go, let's go. Chen Hao came in front of everyone and said enthusiastically, please follow my steps to the restaurant on the first floor. Today's breakfast can be Australian lobster, king crab, and abalone. Everyone? What the hell? A free buffet breakfast with Australian lobster and king crab? Is this a fake? They glanced at Shiaoi and immediately understood. Damn, this is totally Xiaoyi's face. I have to say, it's really nice to go out with Mr. Xiao. Soon, led by Chen Hao, everyone entered the restaurant. What is different from the past is that the buffet restaurant was closed today, and the food in the center, one portion for each person, had been carefully prepared. Each person had half a king crab, half an Australian lobster, Buddha jumps over the wall, and some local delicacies of Linjiang. Especially rich. Chen Hao even prepared one for himself. Then she sat next to Shiaoi and started picking up food for him frantically. Fuck you, Chen Hao, what are you doing? I can't even finish the food on the plate. Oh, you need to eat more to gain weight, you stinky baby. Everyone? Hiss. They gasped. Could it be that Shiaoi was still disgusted by fencing? After dinner, Shiaoi took everyone away. Because the Hemingway Hotel did not have an auditorium specifically for company meetings, Shiaoi had to go to other hotels. At 9 o'clock in the morning, they gathered in the auditorium of the other shore company. In addition to Shiaoi, Lin Rinjie and 10 other people, there were also 20 new members from Kyoto and more than 200 people from Linjiang in the hall. That is, the original employees of the part.Reward automobile production line. They had experience in manufacturing and were long-time employees in the workshop, so Shiaoi did not let them lose their jobs. He walked in wearing a suit, and when he saw so many people in the audience, he was not panicked at all. Because many people didn't know him, Shiaoi took the microphone and introduced himself. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Shiaoi. Many of you are employees of part.Reward, so please join the work group first. At this time, a QR code appeared on the big screen behind him. Everyone took out their phones and scanned it. Soon, someone below started shouting. Oh my god, there are 100 people here and we can't get in. I'll pull you, little sister, I'm 25 years old and single, do you have a partner? No buddy, I'm a man. A boy with long hair in the audience looked at the person next to him with a confused look on his face. The main thing is that he just spoke, could it be that he didn't hear it? And you still say you are a young lady? Also asked if you have a boyfriend? This is too outrageous. Damn, you have nothing to do? Why do you have such long hair as a man? I am happy to do so. I would have thought you were a woman even if you weren't wearing glasses. The boy who approached me looked so disappointed. This was too outrageous. I finally fell in love with you, but you made me lose so completely. Of course, Shiaoi on the stage was aware of the situation below, and he was still talking about the company's products. I have already made the mold for the car, and we have sent people to clean up our production workshop. In about a month, everyone will be able to return to work. When they heard this, the people below felt a little disappointed. Because if they don't return to work this month, it means they will not have any income this month. Shiaoi, who was standing on the stage, had already seen that everyone looked a little disappointed, so he added, "Of course, we will provide unified training for you in the month before you return to work. During the training period, you will be paid according to your standard salary. At the same time, starting next month, the salary will be doubled, and 20 salaries a year." After hearing Shiaoi's words, everyone present was stunned. Wow, 20 salaries. And it's double the salary. This is so cool. When have they ever seen such a generous boss? Shiaoi smiled slightly. In fact, he can get a lot of things from the system for free, and even the production of chips has no cost. So he will increase his investment in employees, and as long as employees can get the benefits they deserve, they will definitely work hard for him. At this time, a questioning voice came from the audience. "Boss Xiao, is this true?" "Of course it's true." "Okay, now I will continue to introduce you to the companies." Shiaoi started chattering again. It took Shiaoi more than an hour to finish the first meeting. "Okay, that's all for today. I'll take you to our temporary company later and arrange your entry procedures." After saying this, he walked off the stage. Then he left the hall. At this moment, Lin Ringier had been waiting for him here for a long time. "Boss Xiao, do we need to bring everyone over now according to your arrangement?" "Yes." Shiaoi nodded slightly. "Just follow the arrangements I made in advance and let the 10 employees who came today train them." "Yeah, okay." Lin Ringier left here in her high heels to do some work. At the same time, Shiaoi stood beside the bed in the hotel and took a deep breath. "I always feel that life is less stressful. System, this is not entirely due to me." Yes, indeed. Shiaoi did not delve into the matter with the system. After all, this is definitely directly related to him. 2 days later, Shiaoi came to the local government and signed the documents. In the office, Lu Jihe took out the contract and said, "Boss Xiao, this is the high-tech zone. We have approved the land for you to build your company. The total area is 390,000 square meters. If there are no problems, you can just sign here." Shiaoi has just finished looking at all of them, and he is particularly satisfied with this area. "Okay, just sign here, right?" "Yes, there are more than a dozen contracts after signing, and they all need your review." "Aha! The land is a very important matter, and the main thing is that Shiaoi got it without spending a penny." After signing all the contracts, Lu Jihe said, "Okay, that's about it. If you want to start work, remember to report to me, and you need to tell me your company's design drawings. It would be best if the construction could be completed within 5 years." 5 years? Hearing this, Shiaoi chuckled. "It doesn't take that long, a year will be enough." "What?" When hearing this, Lu Jihe was a little surprised, but considering the financial resources behind Shiaoi, this was not an impossible task. After all, as long as you have money, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. After signing the contract, Shiaoi left the company directly, and then he called Lin Ringier. "Hey, Ronger, what are you doing?" "Boss, I'm breathing." Shiaoi had a question mark on his face. At the same time, Lin Ronger on the other side reorganized her words and continued, "Sorry, Mr. Xiao, I've been using a social app recently, and the boys either asked what you were doing or how old you were. I'm used to it." After hearing Lin Ringier's words, Shiaoi was speechless. "I didn't expect that she still uses social software, but that's normal." Lin Ringier doesn't seem to be married yet. Because she has a relatively high position in the company, no male colleagues usually approach her. So he is still a single now. It is inevitable that you will feel lonely sometimes, and you may chat on social software. "It's okay, I understand." Shiaoi didn't care about this matter, but said, "I have already filled out the contract for the land, and arranged the employees. If there is nothing else, I should return to Kyoto tonight. Let's go back together." Hearing Shiaoi's words, Lin Ringier responded calmly, "But Mr. Xiao, I still have some things to arrange here, why don't you go first?" That's fine." Lin Ringier was still a little worried about the things here. Since she didn't want to leave, Shiaoi naturally wouldn't try to keep her. At this time, Su Ruoro is still traveling in Nanyun, and Xin Shueping is currently taking care of the babies at home alone, so she must be very tired. So Shiaoi wanted to go back quickly to spend some time with the babies. After buying the plane tickets, Shiaoi and Shenhao told each other that they wanted to leave and come back after a while, and then they headed straight to the airport. In fact, there are many things in the company that he doesn't need to worry about, as long as the senior management can handle them. At 10 o'clock that evening, Shiaoi returned to Kyoto. When we got home, the 3 babies were still playing actively in the living room. As soon as Shiaoi opened the door, he saw Erbao holding Ultraman and chasing his sister Xiao Qinxue. Xiao Qinxue was beaten and burst into tears. Erbao, what are you doing? Well, why is Dad back? After seeing Shiaoi, Xiao Qinxue ran towards her crying and opened her arms for a hug. Shiaoi quickly picked up Xiao Qinxue, gently wiped the tears from her eyes, and comforted her. What's wrong, Sanbao? Don't cry, don't cry. What? Sanbao buried his head in his chest, feeling almost dead with grievance. But Erbao didn't take it seriously at all and went to find Debao again. He coaxed Sanbao and asked, what's going on? Where are Grandpa and Grandma, baby? Qin Shueping usually doesn't leave her baby at home alone unless something very serious happens. Grandpa seemed to say that Grandma was sick and seemed to have been taken to the hospital just now. Hearing this, Shiaoi was confused. What the hell? Qin Shueping is sick and in the hospital. What the hell is going on? After putting Sanbao down, he quickly took out his cell phone and called Su Lingjun. The call was connected quickly. Shiaoi asked, Dad, where are you? At home. Su Lingjun lied directly. Shiaoi rolled his eyes when he heard it, and then asked, are you really at home? Yes, I'm holding the babies and watching TV. How are you doing in Linjiang? Seeing that Su Lingjun was still lying to him, Shiaoi stopped pretending. Dad, I'm home, there's no one else at home. Sanbao said you took Mom to the hospital, what's going on? You're back. Su Lingjun was slightly startled, then continued, in that case, I won't hide it from you. Your mother suddenly fainted while watching the child today, and then I sent her to the hospital. It's still being checked, but I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Which hospital? Provincial 3rd Hospital. I'll be right over. After hearing Xiaoyi's words, Sanbao suddenly started crying. Dad, don't go, whoa. My brother is going to bully me again after you leave. Just at this moment, Erbao was already shooting water at him with a water gun. I have to say, Erbao is usually really naughty. Erbao, what are you doing? Shiaoi rolled his eyes, and Erbao stuck out his tongue at him. Come and hit me, come and hit me. Shiaoi is not vague when it comes to educating his children. He went over, hugged Erbao, and then spanked his butt. The sound is particularly crisp. Pa, pa, pa. Wha? At this time, Erbao burst into tears. However, Shiaoi still did not stop. Erbao, you are the older brother and the only boy in the family. It's nothing for you to bully your older sisters. If I see you bullying your sisters again, I won't beat you. Did you hear that? Faced with Xiaoyi's scolding, Erbao felt extremely aggrieved. I know, Dad. I was wrong. I will never bully my sisters again. Woo-woo. Please let me go. Only after hearing their cries for mercy did Shiaoi let Erbao go. Then he said to the 3 babies, your grandma is sick, and Daddy has to go to the hospital to see her. It's getting late, what are you going to do now? Debao, I'm going to bed. Right. Shiaoi ordered, so, go to bed quickly. If anyone doesn't sleep well, I will let the old cat catch him away. Go, sister, hurry up, Dad is going to let the old cat out. Brother, let's go to bed. Soon, the 3 little babies came into the bedroom happily. After seeing them close the door, Shiaoi took a deep breath. Mother-in-law is sick? What is going on? Chapter 123 Heart failure caused by congenital heart disease. Seeing Su Ruoro when she was young. After making sure the babies were asleep, Shiaoi quickly left home and drove to the 3rd Provincial Hospital. Although it was night, there were still many patients at the hospital entrance. They were wearing masks and looked tired. There are also many small stalls in front of the hospital. There is everything you need, including fried vermicelli and fried noodles. And business is pretty good. Shiaoi drove the car directly into the hospital's underground parking lot. After parking the car, he called Su Lingjun. Dad, I'm already at the hospital, where are you? Cardiology. Cardiology? When Shiaoi heard this, he was slightly stunned. Why did he go to the cardiology department? Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Shiaoi got on the elevator at full speed and arrived at the cardiology department about 10 minutes later. At this time, Su Lingjun was supporting Qin Shueping and waiting outside. They have a lot of documents, medical examination reports, etc. Qin Shueping's face didn't look good, and Shiaoi felt distressed when he saw her appearance at this moment. Dad, what's going on? I don't know either. Su Lingjun's face was full of anxiety. He said, I went out to work today, and your mother was at home looking after the babies. Then I received a call from the babies saying that she fainted. I rushed over and checked his body. Qin Shueping looked a little weak at the moment. Shiaoi asked, Mom, how do you feel now? Qin Shueping shook her head. It's all right. At the same time, Shiaoi used the golden eyes and took a quick look at Qin Shueping's body. When his eyes noticed the area of her heart, Shiaoi frowned slightly. Because the heart beats fast and slow. I don't know if it's an illusion, but it just feels weird. Soon, it was their turn in the queue. Shiaoi and Su Lingjun supported Qin Shueping to the consultation room. When he saw that the person coming was Shiaoi, the balding doctor recognized him at a glance. Are you Shiaoi? It's me. Shiaoi was no longer surprised by such scenes, and many people were surprised when they saw him. Actually, there is no need to be surprised, he is just an ordinary person. He quickly took out Qin Shueping's examination form and handed it to the doctor. After seeing this, the doctor's face gradually turned ugly. Doctor, what's going on? I'm afraid it's heart failure. Heart failure? Shiaoi and Su Lingjun looked at each other. He turned his attention to the doctor again. Yes, there is something wrong with my heart. He held up the cardiac ultrasound and said, look at this part. It grows differently from ordinary people. Maybe it's because of my age. The cause of the disease is slowly showing up. Su Lingjun asked, if that's the case, is there any way to save her? The doctor paused for a moment and said, there must be a way. That is to perform a heart transplant. Or, remove her heart and use the artificial heart in our hospital. When he heard this, Su Lingjun's face turned dark. He never expected that Qin Shueping's heart failure was so serious. They all need a heart transplant. He then asked, is there no other way? The latter shook his head. Because this is heart failure caused by congenital heart disease, there is no other way. Su Lin was startled. He has seen artificial hearts. That's extremely inconvenient. Because I also need to carry a motor or something with me. When it comes to action, the limitations are particularly great. He held Qin Shueping in his arms, not knowing what to do for a moment. Seeing that they hadn't spoken, the doctor suggested, let's get him hospitalized first. We can observe him in the hospital first, and then we can discuss the specific treatment. It's the only way. They quickly left the consultation room, and at this moment, the system's voice came. Host, the system has prepared 3 treatment options for your mother for you to choose from. After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi was stunned at first, then stopped. Choice 1, use controlled nuclear fusion as the main energy source to build an artificial mechanical heart for your mother and transplant it with side effects. Option 2, wait for a heart source and replace it with a normal heart. There are side effects and you need to take rejection drugs for life. Option 3, complete the designated tasks, obtain the special medicine, and gradually let your mother's heart recover without side effects. Shiaoi felt like he was being led by the system. Host, please make a choice. Shiaoi was slightly stunned at first. The first 2 options had certain side effects, so only option 3 would be acceptable. But what would this so-called designated mission be? As he was curious, the system gave an answer. The task will be randomly selected and the host cannot be told for the time being. Just pick 3. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. Please ensure your mother has enough rest in the near future. Task extraction. A blue screen appeared in front of him, and the words on it began to scroll. Soon, the mission appeared. Shiaoi also read out loud, cultivate Su Ruoro's feelings and increase her favorability towards you to 100. After seeing this so-called mission, Shiaoi was completely confused. What the hell? Cultivate feelings? The main thing is that their relationship is good now, right? Then why cultivate it? When Shiaoi was confused. The system also explained, host, this mission is to send you to the world of 15-year-old Su Ruoro, which is her high school period. What? When Shiaoi heard this, he became even more confused. Damn it. Suruoro in high school? Wait. There's something. He asked in his heart, am I going to travel through time again? No, when you rest, you will enter Suruoro's world when she was 15 years old. You can exit at any time. Okay. Shiaoi took a deep breath, then said to Su Lingjin beside him, Dad, we don't need to stay in the hospital anymore, let's go home first? Su Lingjin was confused when he heard this. He asked, why don't you stay in the hospital? Wouldn't you be able to get better treatment if you stay in the hospital? At this point, this matter has become a knot in Su Lingjin's heart. Of course, who wouldn't be anxious if they take such a thing to heart? Shiaoi explained, that's right, but I have a better way, Dad, using the company's technology. When he heard this, Su Lingjin hesitated for a moment. Then he finally believed Shiaoi. He nodded and smiled, okay, come on, let's go home. When we got home, the babies were already asleep. Qin Shueping just fell asleep in the car. After simply packing up his things, Shiaoi looked at the tired Su Lingjin and said, Dad, you should take a rest first. I will contact them through my connections during this period of time. I will just stay at home to take care of Mother. Yeah, okay. Su Lingjin was extremely sleepy at this time. He staggered into the bedroom, closed his eyes and fell asleep soon. After settling Qin Shueping, Shiaoi also returned to the bedroom. He didn't plan to tell Suruoro about this. If she knew about it, she would definitely be anxious and would not even want to continue traveling. After returning to the room, Shiaoi was also exhausted. At the same time, the system voice sounded, Host, after falling asleep, you will enter the world when Suruoro was 15 years old. Just go in. Suruoro got her ID card when she was 16 years old, which was when she took the high school entrance examination. She was still a playful little girl at that time. He really wanted to see what Suruoro looked like when she was 16 years old. Without thinking too much, Shiaoi soon fell asleep. Good fellow. Shiaoi stood at the gate of Genoa No. 1 Middle School with a confused look on his face. I just fell asleep and came into this world the next second. At this time, he was standing at the school gate wearing a t-shirt and carrying a school bag. There were a few big words written on the banner at the school gate. Welcome the new freshman to Genoa No. 1 Middle School. That's right, it looks like it's the day for the new freshman to report. Shiaoi couldn't help but take a step forward. At this time, the voice of the system came. Host, everything you do in this world will not affect the original world. At the same time, you can also know many little secrets of Suruoro here. Got it. Shiaoi nodded and quickly entered the school gate. Genoa No. 1 Middle School was bustling with business. He looked not far away and saw a sign for the new student registration office. He opened his school bag and found only 100 yuan in change and an admission letter. As long as there is a notice, it's fine. Never mind. I'll just go and take a look at it first. He had just put his school bag on his shoulder when someone suddenly hugged his neck. Brother E, I didn't expect you to get here too? After hearing this voice, Shiaoi was confused. He just got here at this time and doesn't he know anyone? Why did someone suddenly put his arms around his neck? Shiaoi turned his head and saw a simple-minded fat man looking at him with a smile. System, host, in this world, you still have no family, and your previous interpersonal relationships are randomly generated. After getting the system's explanation, Shiaoi learned that the fat man was named Xin Tiansheng, who was his junior high school classmate and best friend, and liked to play CFGO, Naraka, Bladepoint, League of Legends and Honor of Kings. A total game fan. Fuck, fatty, let me go. This guy is about 165 centimeters tall, not very tall, but his weight is estimated to be over 200 pounds. Being pressed like this by him, he felt like he was about to die. Hey! The sun is rising from the west today, brother E, why don't you call me a beast? Shiaoi grinned when he heard this. Damn it, this name is so fucking outrageous. Alright, beast, let me go now. Okay. You haven't reported yet, come on, let's go report together. Having said that, Xin Tiansheng walked forward happily. Shiaoi looked around, wondering where Suruoro was. She is obviously his wife, but we get along like classmates. It does feel weird. Brother E, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. Oh, okay. Shiaoi hurriedly went to the registration office with Xin Tiansheng. By the way, do high school students need an admission letter when they register now? He scratched his head. At this time, there were quite a few people in front, including quite a few parents. The two of them are children abandoned by their families and are not accompanied by their parents at all. I have to say, brothery, the quality of these high school students is much higher than that of our junior high school students. Nowadays, high school students dress more conservatively, but Xin Tiancheng still stares at the breasts of the girls around him. It's quite abnormal. Oh, Dad, hurry up, Ruoro has already gone to the classroom, and I haven't even registered yet, really. Just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Shiaoi turned his head and saw that this person was not Su Ruoro, but Lu Tianchuan. Yes, it was his college counselor. However, Lu Tianchuan at this moment did not look like a college counselor at all, and looked rather immature. And a bit ugly. They say girls change a lot when they grow up, and it's true. Shiaoi looked at her and laughed. Because Lu Tianchuan said that when she was in the first year of high school, there was a very handsome boy in her class pursuing her. I don't know whether what she said was true or not. Why are you looking at me? At this moment, Lu Tianchuan suddenly shouted, and Shiaoi quickly retracted his gaze and turned his head away. Damn, you can't even look at me. Do you really think you are that beautiful? Shiaoi rolled his eyes and didn't think much about it. But I just heard from Lu Tianchuan that Su Ruoro has already returned to the classroom. That's fast enough. The team moved forward gradually, and soon it was Xin Tiancheng's turn, who was in front of Shiaoi. Xin Tiancheng, you are in class 1-1 of senior high school, and your teacher is Wang Qibei. Okay. Zuan Tiancheng named Pan Zhoudan flashed aside and waited for Shiaoi. Shiaoi took out the admission letter and handed it to a teacher. The teacher entered the barcode on the admission letter and said, "You are also in class 1-1 of senior high school. Your homeroom teacher is Wang Qibei. You need to gather in the classroom before 8 o'clock. Come on over." Fuck, that feels good. Xin Tiancheng smiled slyly and said, "I didn't expect that we were in the same class. Let me tell you, this time, how about we sit at the same table for another 3 years?" Well. Shiaoi grinned, okay. Hey, let's go back to the classroom. Genoa No. 1 Middle School is relatively large, and their classrooms are on the 3rd floor of Building F. After climbing the stairs, they quickly arrived at the door of Grade 1-1 classroom. There were not many students inside at that time, and many of them were playing Honor of Kings on their mobile phones. Shiaoi touched his pocket, but there was not even a cell phone in it. System, to increase your favorability, you have to at least give me a cell phone. With just 100 yuan, I'm afraid it's not enough for me to even eat, right? Host, this depends on your own strength. Anything in this world is not compatible with other worlds. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Just at this moment, Shiaoi set his sights on a girl. This girl is Su Ruoro. Chapter 124, Tricking Su Ruoro by saying he could tell fortunes. At this time, Su Ruoro was wearing 2 pigtails, a big black framed glasses, a green t-shirt and a pair of loose black pants. He was lying on the table, reading a novel intently. Like Lu Tianchuan, she also looks very young. Shiaoi couldn't help but be moved after seeing this, and then looked at her chest again. I have to say it's really not small. It seems that Su Ruoro had grown up when she was 15 years old. Brothery, shall we just sit in the back row as usual? After hearing Xin Tiancheng's voice, Shiaoi finally reacted. He nodded slowly and said, "Well, that's fine." Okay. The two of them quickly came to the last row, but Shiaoi kept staring at Su Ruoro in the first row. Xin Tiancheng waved his hand in front of Shiaoi, and then said, "Brothery, why do you seem uneasy? Who are you looking at?" He followed Xiaoyi's gaze and was startled when he saw Su Ruoro. Are you in love with that girl in the first row? How could that be? Shiaoi shook his head slightly and did not admit it. What if we still can't find Xin Tiancheng? What if he is a big mouth? That's right, you haven't even seen her face, and you say you like her. That's too hypocritical. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianchuan suddenly walked in from the back door. Seeing Su Ruoro in the first row, she hurried over. Dear Ruoro, here I come. Ah, you are also in class 1? Yeah, I'm in class 1 too, Shiaoi turned his head, and at this moment, he found that a stream of saliva suddenly flowed from the corner of Xin Tiancheng's mouth. Even his pupils turned into the shape of hearts. No, what's going on? Shiaoi was slightly stunned. What a special thing. Is he in heat? My saliva is flowing out. This is fucking outrageous. Brother E, I'm in love? Hearing this, he grinned. You just said that I didn't see the profile of the girl in the first row, and called me hypocritical. When he heard this, Xian Tiancheng coughed twice. What do you know, I am. Xian Tiancheng was suddenly at a loss for words, and Shiaoi interrupted. That's what you are doing, you are attracted by beauty. You aren't? Of course I'm not. TSK. The next moment, two idiots from the back row appeared in the classroom, looking at the two girls in the front row who were talking and laughing. Gradually, more and more students arrived in the class. At 7:30, all 42 students in the class were present. There are 22 boys and 20 girls in the class. Well, the male-to-female ratio is pretty even. Not long after, their class teacher, Wang Qibei, walked in with a notebook. Genoa No. 1 Middle School is a famous local institution of higher learning with a very high admission rate, so there are no spirited young men or unreasonable hooligans among the students. After seeing the head teacher come in, the students in the class became quiet. When Wang Qibei saw the students, he first hummed and then said, "Welcome everyone to Senior 11. I am the head teacher of Senior 11, Wang Qibei." No one in the audience spoke. Wang Qibei wrote down his contact information on the blackboard, and then continued, "This is my contact information. Students who have mobile phones can save it. Those who don't have mobile phones can write it in a notebook. You can call me when you have any questions." As soon as he finished speaking, many people took out their mobile phones, including Xian Tiancheng beside him. "Don't move." Just at this time, Wang Qibei suddenly said. All the students in the class were shocked. After all, they were only teenagers, and no one even realized what was happening. Wang Qibei grinned slightly, then walked down from the podium and collected the cell phones from the students, including Xian Tiancheng. Shiaoi? I have to say, Wang Qibei's method is really effective. Oh my god. Xian Tiancheng, whose cell phone was taken away, was petrified on the spot. Wang Qibei took the dozen or so cell phones that were collected and smiled. It is said in the freshman handbook that cell phones are not allowed in Genoa No. 1 Middle School. I will keep these cell phones for you. I'll give it to you after this month's exam is over. When my classmates heard this, they were all confused. Damn, their phones were confiscated right at the beginning of the school year, and then, they will be given back to them after the exams in September? I have to say, this teacher is really cruel. Shiaoi spread his hands and said it didn't matter since he didn't have a cell phone anyway. Okay, a few male students, come and get our class books under the red flag. I'm going to the teacher. At this time, Su Ruoro suddenly raised her hand. Wang Qibei was stunned when he saw this. Because the phone I just received is hers. Do you want to show yourself? Go ahead. I'm going too. Shiaoi raised his hand, and before Wang Qibei could say anything, Shiaoi flashed like Pan Zhodan and left the classroom. Then he followed Su Ruoro closely. Because Su Ruoro didn't know him yet, if she wanted to strike up a conversation with him, wouldn't her intention be a little too obvious? But she has a nice personality. Classmate, wait for me. Shiaoi said something behind her. After hearing his words, Su Ruoro did not stop and continued to walk forward. Of course, when Shiaoi saw Su Ruoro's phone was taken away, he said, I have a way to get your phone back from Wang Qibei. Really? When she heard this, Su Ruoro suddenly stopped. Shiaoi nodded slowly. At this time, Su Ruoro was looking at Shiaoi with her big eyes. Shiaoi said, My name is Shiaoi. Su Ruoro. Let's go downstairs and get the books first. The two of them went downstairs together. On the way, Su Ruoro couldn't help but ask, By the way, do you have any way to get my phone back? Shiaoi joked, Why? Do you want to watch your favorite TFBOYS? How do you know I like them? Su Ruoro was confused. How could I not know? You will be my wife in the future. Just now, you were the first one to raise your hand to move the books, wasn't it just to appear better in front of Wang Qibei? Shiaoi had seen through everything. He pretended to be a master and said, Actually, I know a little bit about fortune-telling. What did you just do? Can you tell fortunes? Su Ruoro looked Shiaoi up and down, then shook her head, I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, how about I calculate it? Sure. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, and Su Ruoro really wants to see if Shiaoi is bragging. Shiaoi pinched his fingers together and said calmly, If I'm not mistaken, your best friend should be called Lu Tianchuan, right? Ha? How did you know? Of course. Stop bragging. Su Ruoruo crossed her arms and said, Lu Tianchuang is also in our class. You must have looked at the class list in advance. I don't believe it. Then I'll continue calculating. After 2 seconds, he said again, this time I figured out your parents' names. Su Ruoruo had a lot of black question marks on her head. Shiaoi continued, your father's name is Su Linjin, your mother's name is Qin Shueping, and your grandfather's name is Su Yunhe, right? This. Su Ruoruo's pupils shrank when she heard Xiaoyi's words. This was too accurate. She couldn't help asking, how did you know? I said I could tell fortunes. So it's reasonable to know that you like TFBOIS, right? Su Ruoruo rolled her eyes, I still don't believe it. If you still don't believe me, then go ahead and ask me. There's nothing I can't calculate about you and your family. Su Ruoruo asked, what does my father do for a living? You work in the Silatan Criminal Police Team, right? You're probably not the captain yet. Well, you're probably a deputy captain. Oh my god. Su Ruoruo covered her mouth and said, where is my grandfather? I opened an antique shop. She then asked, then you know my home address, don't you? Not only do I know the address, I even know your father's cell phone number. 138. Shiaoi directly recited Su Linjin's cell phone number. When Su Ruoruo heard it, her mouth opened into an O shape. Horrible, this is too terrible. How does he know everything? Could it be that he really knows fortune-telling? At this time, the two of them had already come downstairs, but Su Ruoruo was still immersed in the topic of Xiaoyi's fortune-telling ability. She then asked, then, can you figure out who my future husband will be? Is he handsome? This question. Shiaoi grinned and said, damn, you can even ask such a question. Turns out you are also a face lover. Maybe this girl had a crush on him when she was in college. This question definitely could not be answered. He shook his head, sorry, I really can't figure this question out, but you are so beautiful, I feel like you can win over anyone, whether it's Daniel Wu or Eddie Peng. Oh, you really know how to talk. Congratulations to the host for gaining Su Ruoruo's favorability, 5 points. Currently, the favorability has reached 5%. Hearing this, Shiaoi was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the favorability level is only 5%. I heard the system's voice appear again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 pills of the heart failure special medicine. Take 1 pill every night. If you take it for 2.5 years, Qin Shueping's heart failure will be cured. The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would have to eat it for 2.5 years. Okay. At least, I have the medicine for the next 2 months. Shiaoi, Su Ruoruo, and several other classmates came under the red flag. There were many students here at this time, queuing up to receive textbooks. Shen Tiancheng also ran over panting. He was a little surprised to see that Shiaoi and Su Ruoruo had started chatting. Oh my god, brothery, you guys are actually chatting now? We are all classmates, isn't it normal for us to chat? Shen Tiancheng set his eyes on Su Ruoruo. It must be said that Su Ruoruo was really pretty. As expected of Shiaoi, he took action so quickly. What a punishment. The team moved forward slowly. Shiaoi held a bundle of Chinese textbooks and then set his eyes on Su Ruoruo. Math books are quite thick. Can you hold all 42 of them? Of course. Su Ruoruo picked up the book and said effortlessly, I'm not that weak, okay, let's go back to the classroom. Looking at Su Ruoruo's back, Shiaoi swallowed. Is this still the Su Ruoruo who couldn't even open a bottle of water before? Moreover, this was when she was 15 years old. This is outrageous. Shiaoi quickly followed. Su Ruoruo suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, you just said that there is a way to get my phone back. You must keep your word. Shiaoi, okay, but take it back. How are you going to thank me? Su Ruoruo had never expected Shiaoi to say this, because she was still young and didn't know much, so she said, I'm so pretty, after you get it for me, I'll accompany you once, okay? What the hell? When Shiaoi heard this, he felt a chill on his wrist. It's like wearing a silver bracelet. Will you accompany me once? Yeah. She nodded slightly, I can accompany you to eat, watch movies, and walk on the street, all is fine. I see. Shiaoi admitted that she had misunderstood. Su Ruoruo is only 15 years old now, and she definitely won't be as greedy for his body as before. How about this? After I get your phone back for you, you treat me to a crazy Thursday. Yeah, sure. Suruoro nodded in agreement. She listens to TF songs on her phone every day, so a crazy Thursday is nothing to her. Seeing that Suruoro agreed, Shiaoi didn't feel any emotional fluctuations. After all, she is a small wealthy woman. After returning to the classroom, they distributed the books one by one. Then, Wang Chibei said, well, now we have to choose a temporary monitor. Since everyone is a new student joining Genoa and doesn't know each other very well, please introduce yourselves. Start with the student on the far left of the first row. Come on, the student with the middle parted hair, come first. Okay. The classmate stood up, still wearing overalls. After arriving at the podium, he introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Kai Koen from Kyoto. I like singing, dancing, rap and basketball. I'm very happy to meet you all here. I hope we can make progress together in our future high school life. If anyone likes playing basketball, you can play basketball with me. Thank you everyone. Good. There was applause from below. Suruoro's deskmate, Lu Tianchuan, was staring at Kai Koen with an infatuated look on her face. She couldn't help but say to Suruoro beside her, Ruoro, look at how handsome Kai Koen is. Well. Suruoro also set her sights on Kai Koen. He had a middle-parted hairstyle and dyed his hair yellow, looking like a middle school boy. Was he handsome? Is he handsome? Very handsome. Lu Tianchuan chuckled. What do you think is my chance of catching up with him? I don't know, but I just met a new classmate named Shiaoi. He can tell fortunes. You can ask him to tell your fortune after class. Ah. When hearing this, Lu Tianchuan was confused. A classmate who can tell fortunes. Chapter 125. I didn't expect Shiaoi to really be able to tell fortunes. Yes. Suruoro turned her head and glanced at Shiaoi behind her. It's that handsome boy. He just calculated my family. I tell you, it's accurate. Ah, is this true? Lu Tianchuan turned his head and glanced at Shiaoi, feeling very confused. At the same time, Xian Tiancheng beside Shiaoi had taken out paper and pen and was writing something. His handwriting was like that of a dung beetle. Well, to put it nicely, it was very vigorous in dancing. Anyway, Shiaoi couldn't make out what he wrote. He couldn't help but ask, you're not a beast, what are you doing? What are you writing? Can't you see? This is a love letter. Oh. Love letter? Xiaoyi's mouth curled up, and then he said, I'm not saying anything, big brother, but does your love letter look like this? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Xian Tiancheng didn't take it seriously at all. Have you forgotten what our teacher said? Girls nowadays are young and ignorant, and they are easy to fool. I send her a love letter and trick her home to be my wife. Isn't this reasonable? Shiaoi was speechless when he heard that. High school is for you to study. Why do you want to trick your female classmates into becoming your wife? And according to the timeline, Lu Tianchuan's first boyfriend should be Marshal Shen. I have never heard Lu Tianchuan mention Xian Tiancheng at all, so this guy definitely did not catch up with her. It's reasonable, very reasonable. Well, keep it up. Okay. Because they were in the last row, it took a while for them to introduce themselves. Soon, it was Suruoro's turn to introduce herself. Wang Chibei set his sights on Suruoro. Come, please invite this female student to the stage. After hearing the word female classmate, Xian Tiancheng next to him also stopped writing a love letter and raised his head, looking at Suruoro. This woman is a punishment. Xian Tiancheng suddenly spoke. Shiaoi turned his head and asked, what is that? I said she's pretty. Brothery, I remember you saw her when you first entered the classroom, and you two just went to get books together. I have to say that I feel like you and I look like a good match. You can try to pursue her. If that doesn't work, I can write you a love letter. How about that? No. Shiaoi quickly shook his head. After reading your love letter, the other party may not consider you anymore. How do you talk? Okay, they are going to introduce themselves. Why don't you listen quickly? When Suruoro walked to the podium, she suddenly became a little nervous. Her fair little fists were clenched tightly, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Then, she stammered, hello, everyone. My name is Suruoro. I'm 15 years old. I like TFBOIS and I also like singing. I hope you can give me some advice. After saying that, she returned to her seat dejectedly. Everyone just listened to the shy little girl. Soon it was Lu Tianchuang's turn. After Lu Tianchuang came on stage, Xian Tiancheng drooled. She's so beautiful, brother-y, do you think I can catch up with her? Yes, of course I can. Don't talk, I want to hear my girl introduce herself. On the stage, Lu Tianchuang was also quite nervous, but much better than Su Ruoruo. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Tianchuang. Oh my god, her name is Lu Tianchuang. I didn't expect her name to be so nice. Shiaoi on the side. Damn, isn't this pure dog licking? After the students in the class finished introducing themselves, Wang Qibei said, as everyone knows, freshmen need to undergo a 7-day military training after entering school. Are there any students who would like to volunteer to be temporary monitors and sports committee members? I. At this moment, Xian Tiancheng beside Shiaoi raised his hand without hesitation. Wang Qibei fixed his eyes on Xian Tiancheng and then asked, Xian Tiancheng, right? Do you want to be the monitor? No. Xian Tiancheng shook his head. Teacher, I want to be the sports committee member. When the students heard his words, they were all stunned. My goodness, you weigh more than 200 pounds and you are the physical education committee member, are you sure? Wang Qibei grinned and nodded slowly. Okay, then you go. Okay. Since the head teacher has said so, what else can the classmates say? We are still short of a temporary monitor. Is there any student who wants to be the monitor? The students below were talking about it, but no one stood up at this time. Wang Qibei was a little disappointed. Since no students are willing to volunteer, I will call the roll myself. He looked around at his classmates and then set his sights on a handsome guy. That's right, this handsome guy is Shiaoi. When he introduced himself just now, he had a mature temperament, so Wang Qibei remembered him quickly. Shiaoi, it's you. Ah? Shiaoi pointed at himself. Me? Yes, now you count the sizes of students' clothes and send them to me later. In the afternoon, we will distribute military training uniforms. Okay. Soon, Wang Qibei left the classroom, and Shiaoi walked to the podium and said, Everyone stay in your seats and don't move. I will count the sizes of your clothes. The classmates all cooperated with Shiaoi's work. He counted the seats and came to Su Ruoruo. Su Ruoruo couldn't help asking, Huh? Didn't you say you can tell fortunes? Why don't you calculate the sizes of your classmates? After hearing his words, Shiaoi was speechless. I have to say this girl is really a bit silly. Shiaoi explained, I am trying to spy on the secrets of heaven. I can't just do random calculations, you know. So that's how it is. Su Ruoruo nodded ignorantly, and then wrote an S on Su Ruoruo's name. Huh? How do you know I'm a size S? Of course. She was confused. Didn't you just say that we can't just calculate it casually? Because you are an exception. Su Ruoruo said oh. Then, he set his sights on Lu Tianchuang, instructor, Ba. Lu Tianchuang, what are you talking about? Lu Tianchuang was stunned when she heard Shiaoi's words, you count too, calling me a counselor. I want to be a college counselor in the future. Yes. Shiaoi continued, besides, you are also our Kyoto University's counselor, so work hard on your studies. By the way, what's your number? Me too. Oh. After writing S, Shiaoi left directly. Lu Tianchuang scratched his head, looked at Su Ruoruo and said, I didn't expect, he can really tell fortunes. Chapter 126 Su Ruoruo is in love with you. Yeah, I didn't lie to you. Su Ruoruo chuckled, not only can he tell fortunes, he's also quite handsome. Lu Tianchuang uttered an hem and didn't say anything else. After counting the location information of the classmates in the class, Shiaoi went directly to the office and gave the classmates' sizes to Wang Qibei. After seeing Shiaoi's neat handwriting, Wang Qibei nodded with satisfaction. Well, you are worthy of being my choice, you did a good job. Well, after hearing the bell, let the students move freely. Then, after hearing the announcement at 9:30, arrange for the students to go to the auditorium for a meeting. Okay, Mr. Wang. Shiaoi nodded slightly and quickly left the office. The classroom was in chaos. As soon as Shiaoi entered the classroom, Su Ruoruo said, Class monitor, don't forget to get my phone back for me. You better be Mr. Wang's lackey. Go away, what are you talking about? Shiaoi rolled his eyes. He became Su Ruoruo's lackey out of nowhere? But Su Ruoruo is usually shy, why has she become so open now? They all started joking with him. Shiaoi shook his head slightly without thinking much about it. Anyway, this is a good thing. However, if you want to raise the favorability to 100%, it may take a very long time. Take your time. After returning to his seat, Xian Tiancheng sighed, What's wrong? All the cell phones have been taken away. It's so boring in the classroom. I can't even play King of Glory. Oh, you haven't given Lu Tianchuan your love letter yet, what's wrong? Don't you plan to give it to her? Hearing this, Xian Tiancheng raised his head and said, Yes, I haven't given her the love letter yet. Brothery, what do you think, should I give it to her after school today, or should I secretly put it in her drawer after class? Why do you have to do it secretly? Can't you do it openly? Shiaoi glanced out the window and said, Look, the classmates in the class are all so noisy now that they don't notice you at all, right? Xian Tiancheng nodded. Shiaoi continued, So, you have to hurry up. Pretty girls nowadays may not be single anytime soon, and you have to take advantage of their ignorance to trick them into becoming your wife. No problem. Xian Tiancheng picked up the written love letter, stood up, and walked towards Lu Tianchuan. At this time, Lu Tianchuan was gossiping with Su Ruoro, talking about the interesting things that happened during the summer vacation. After the 200-pound behemoth appeared, Lu Tianchuan felt that his vision was blocked. Xian Tiancheng showed a smug smile and took out the love letter in his hand. For you. Lu Tianchuan? What? I have a boyfriend. Hearing Lu Tianchuan's words, Xian Tiancheng was stunned. He quickly said, Well, this is something I gave to Shiaoi, to your deskmate. Okay, it's delivered. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Xuantian Shangpan Zhoudan flashed and left here. At the same time, Su Ruoro asked Lu Tianchuan with a puzzled look on her face, Xuanchuan, when did you have a boyfriend? It's so strange. And why did you tell him this? He's too ugly. I'm afraid he'll confess his love to me. Look at me, I'm so pretty. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when I see them. He. Su Ruoro rolled her eyes. I have to say, Lu Tianchuan is really narcissistic. In the back row, after seeing Xian Tiancheng coming back dejectedly, Shiaoi asked, How's it going? Did you give it to her? Yes, I have. Xian Tiancheng did not tell Shiaoi the truth. He adheres to the idea of being a good person to the end, and sacrifices himself to help Shiaoi if he can. That's fine. Shiaoi smiled. Meanwhile, the front row. Xuanchuan, what did Shiaoi write? After opening the love letter and seeing the handwriting on it that was the same as that of a dung beetle, Su Ruoro couldn't help but ask Lu Tianchuan. Lu Tianchuan looked at the love letter and shook her head after seeing the flourishes on it. Oh my god, this doesn't look like Xiaoyi's handwriting. Was his handwriting that ugly when he was calculating our clothing sizes just now? No. Su Ruoro turned her head in confusion. She kept pondering, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't understand a single word. It's really strange. Yeah, so, what does he mean? Why don't you go and ask? Su Ruoro felt that it was feasible after hearing this. She is very interested in Xiao Yiman. Didn't TTFBOYS have a 10-year agreement? She even wanted to know where the concert would be held. After thinking for a moment, Su Ruoro stood up and walked towards Shiaoi with the love letter. Shiaoi was distracted at this time. When he saw Su Ruoro, he asked, What's wrong, wife, Ruoro? There's no way. I can't change my mouth for the time being. Su Ruoro asked, Didn't you write me a letter? Why can't I understand it? When he heard this, Shiaoi suddenly turned his gaze to Xian Tiancheng. Xian Tiancheng chuckled, I can understand it, how about I read it for you? Su Ruoro? Before she could react, Xian Tiancheng snatched the love letter from her hand, coughed twice, and read it out passionately. Ruoro, I don't want mountains or seas. I just want to steal the moon quietly in the dark night, bring my love letter, and walk towards you. I will walk with you till dawn, morning and evening, and the years will pass by together. After meeting you. When Su Ruoro heard what he read, her eyes widened and then she fixed her gaze on Shiaoi. Shiaoi kicked Xian Tiancheng aside and said, Ruoro, listen to my explanation. Damn, this thing was not written by me. He wrote it to Lu Tianchuan. Ah. Xian Tiancheng ran over quickly, No, don't listen to her nonsense. Su Ruoro, let me tell you, Shiaoi likes you, but he is shy and dare not tell you. Fuck Xian Tiancheng, if you keep talking nonsense, you're done for. I don't have a baby. Su Ruoro's pretty face turned red, and she left with her hands covering her face. What the hell, you beast, what do you want to do? Shiaoi pinched Xian Tianqing's neck. His physical fitness was not affected after entering this world, so it was no problem for him to control a 200-pound fat man. Xian Tianqing felt pain. Brothery, please let me go quickly, it hurts so much. When I went over just now, Lu Tianchuan said she has a boyfriend. Don't you like Su Ruoro? That's why I wanted to help you. Shiaoi, damn, you still have the nerve to say that. The main thing is that the name you wrote in the love letter was Xuanshuang, not Ruoro. I know. She didn't understand what I wrote. And she blushed just now. She must have fallen in love with you. Chapter 127 Su Ruoro's self-attack strategy. After hearing Xian Tianqing's words, Shiaoi didn't know what to say for a moment. Doesn't he know that Su Ruoroxi doesn't like him? I'm not the kind of person who falls in love with someone easily. On the contrary, this is likely to lower his good image in Su Ruoro's mind. Shiaoi rolled his eyes and said, Alright, I beg you, beast, just shut up. Seeing Xiaoyi's expression, Xian Tianqing muttered softly, I didn't do anything. Su Ruoro blushed just now, which means she likes you. Shut up. Front row. After seeing Su Ruoro coming back, the gossip king Lu Tianchuan stretched his head curiously and asked Su Ruoro, How is it, Ruoro, what did the little brother named Shiaoi write to you? After noticing that Su Ruoro's face was a little red, Lu Tianchuan became even more curious. No. Nothing. Su Ruoro shook her head and didn't intend to say anything. Lu Tianchuan directly used the most unstoppable tactic, which was to act coquettishly. She grabbed Su Ruoro's arm and shook it left and right. Hey, Ruoro, just tell me, okay? Please. Please. Su Ruoro looked at Lu Tianchuan helplessly. After thinking back to what Xian Tianqing had just said, her pretty face turned red again. That. She stammered, It seems that Shiaoi wrote me a love letter. What? After hearing these words, Lu Tianchuan was shocked. Suddenly, she understood. I understand, Ruoro. She suddenly said. Looking at Lu Tianchuan's expression, Su Ruoro was indeed confused. She couldn't help but ask, What do you understand? Come on, let's analyze it. Lu Tianchuan lowered his head and whispered, You should remember that Xiaoyi's handwriting is very beautiful, right? Su Ruoro nodded. Lu Tianchuan asked Su Ruoro, Then do you know why his handwriting suddenly became so ugly? Seeing Lu Tianchuan still keeping her in suspense, Su Ruoro couldn't help but punch her chest with her little fist. Go Xuanshuang, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Lu Tianchuan did not continue to keep the secret, she said, It's very simple, she just likes you. Su Ruoro had a black question mark on her face, His shoes are ugly, what does that have to do with liking me? He did it on purpose. Boys are embarrassed to express themselves, so he wrote it ugly on purpose. And, he just wanted to get your attention, didn't he? After hearing what Lu Tianchuan said, Su Ruoro felt that it made some sense for some reason. Su Ruoro continued, But Xuanshuang, this is a bit unreasonable, right? What's unreasonable about that? Look, today is only the first day of school, and Shiaoi and I just met, and we're already talking about liking each other. Oh, haven't you heard that Shiaoi fell in love with you at first sight? Lu Tianchuan gave an example. For example, I fell in love with Kai Koan at first sight after I saw him just now, because you are beautiful and Shiaoi is greedy for your body. Su Ruoro took a deep breath and fantasized that if a boy who looked like Yang Qianqi appeared, she might fall in love with him right away. I think I understand. Su Ruoro blushed slightly, and she continued to ask, What should I do, Xuanshuan? I'm only 15 years old, it seems that I can't fall in love yet? Lu Tianchuan said with a smile, Why can't we talk? Because my dad said that if I fell in love in high school, he would break my legs, and didn't the teacher say that if I fell in love, it would also affect my grades? I don't think so. Lu Tianchuan shook her head and continued, First, I think you can date Shiaoi secretly without letting your father know. Secondly, who said that being in a relationship would affect grades? Let me tell you, I heard that Xiaoyi's grades are very good. You two can supervise each other's studies during the weekdays, and you can go to the library on weekends, right? Aha! Su Ruoro nodded heavily. There is indeed nothing wrong with what Lu Tianchuan said. Seeing Su Ruoro's expression, Lu Tianchuan said curiously, But, there is a prerequisite. Su Ruoro, what's the premise? The premise is whether you like him or not. If you do, I think you can be together naturally. Of course, if you don't like him. I think you can just tell him directly and let him give up on this idea. After all, we can't keep people hanging like in novels, you know. Aha! Su Ruoro nodded stupidly again. Lu Tianchuan showed a wicked smile, then. Ruoro, tell me, are you in love with Shiaoi? Su Ruoro was about to say the word like, but felt a little shy. After all, she is only 15 years old and not very worldly wise. Maybe she doesn't even know what love is. I can't say I like it, but at least I don't hate it either. Lu Tianchuan, that means I like you. No. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't hate it, then you must like it. No, Zundu, no. Ding, Su Ruoro's favorability +5, current mission completion rate 10%. You have received 50 tablets of heart failure specific medicine. After hearing the system's voice, Shiaoi was confused. Oh shit, what is going on? He looked up at Su Ruoro and Lu Tianchuan, who were whispering, wondering what they were talking about. How come the favorability increased inexplicably? He turned his head and looked at Xian Tiancheng, who was reading a beauty magazine. A question arose in my mind. Could it be that the love letter written by Xian Tiancheng is really useful? Or is it Su Ruoro's self-strategy? Time flies by. The bell for the end of get out of class rang from the classroom speakers. Ding 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 ding, dong dong dong, students, the get out of class is over. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Oh yeah, get out of class is over. The students cheered, and at the same time, a voice was announced, all first-year students, please go to the school auditorium to attend the opening ceremony. Please all students in the first year of high school go to the school auditorium to attend the opening ceremony. Shiaoi looked at the time. He really hadn't noticed it. He didn't expect that it was already 9:30. As the class monitor, he must be conscientious and responsible, so Shiaoi said, classmates, if you want to go to the toilet quickly. After going to the toilet, everyone will go to the auditorium to attend the opening ceremony. Chapter 128 Lu Tianchuan, Su Ruoro is interested in you. As soon as Shiaoi finished speaking, Lu Tianchuan suddenly came over happily. Xian Tiancheng, who was standing by, drooled when he saw her graceful figure. Too bad, she already has a boyfriend. When he thought of this, Xian Tiancheng slammed the table hard. Shiaoi saw Lu Tianchuan stopped in front of him and couldn't help asking, Director. Bah! Lu Tianchuan, what do you want to talk to me about? Wei. Lu Tianchuan smiled playfully and said, well, monitor, there are many people in the classroom. Can we go outside to talk? Shiaoi had a question mark on his face, and he couldn't help asking, can we just talk about it here if you have anything to say? Lu Tianchuan, it's mainly because it's inconvenient here. Shiaoi, it's not inconvenient, just tell me what you want to say. Could it be that you like me and want to confess to me? I'm telling you, I already have someone I like. Because the people in front of him were all 15 or 16-year-old kids, Shiaoi was a little narcissistic. After entering this world, he also looked at his appearance. It was no different from when he was 15 or 16 years old. He was still very handsome. Of course, no matter how handsome he is not as handsome as Tomato's readers. Lu Tianchuan looked at Shiaoi's narcissistic look and couldn't help but rolling her eyes. How come you are even more narcissistic than me? Come on. Anyway, it's hard to explain in the classroom. Come with me to the bathroom. I'll tell you on the way. Having said that, Lu Tianchuan pulled Shiaoi out of the classroom. Fuck, there are differences between men and women, let me go. I don't want to. Soon, Shiaoi was dragged out by Lu Tianchuan. There were still quite a few students in the corridor at this time. There was a toilet in the teaching building, but Lu Tianchuan insisted on going to the toilet outside. After going downstairs, there were fewer people around. Shiaoi looked at the immature Lu Tianchuan, rolled his eyes, and then asked, okay, there's no one around now, so just tell me what you want to say. Wei. Lu Tianchuan smiled again, and then continued, don't be surprised when I tell you, I'm telling you, Su Ruoro is interested in you. Shiaoi's eyes widened, what the hell? Hey, can you stop pretending? Lu Tianchuan crossed her arms and said, I know everything about the two of you. You wrote love letters to Ruoro that we couldn't understand. Wasn't it just to attract her attention? Shiaoi grinned. Why did the plot develop so strangely? Damn it! At this time, Lu Tianchuan patted his shoulder and said, I have already found out for you during class. Su Ruoro said that she is not against you. She said that if you promise to get her phone back from teacher Wang, she will agree to be your girlfriend. Shiaoi still had a head full of black question marks. No, aren't young people nowadays so casual? If he wants his phone back, do you agree to be his girlfriend? He is indeed a little kid of 15 or 16 years old. However, can this method quickly increase the favorability to the maximum? Seeing that she had finished speaking, Lu Tianchuang said, "Okay, I've told you everything. I'm going to the auditorium first. You go to the toilet. Don't you want to go to the bathroom?" What a straight man. I'm not going. I'm just here to pass on a message to you. I'm leaving now. Bye, squad leader. Lu Tianchuang waved at him, then left in shame. Shiaoi looked at Lu Tianchuang's back and took a deep breath. I have to say that today's high school students really don't know anything. When Su Ruoro comes back, I will definitely laugh at her, hee hee. Shaking his head, he didn't think much about it and ran quickly towards the auditorium. The opening ceremony for freshmen at Jinhua No. 1 Middle School was actually just a meeting, with no performances at all. At this time, the school grade director Pan Yuansheng was holding the microphone and speaking passionately. Students, our Genoa's enrollment rate ranks first every year. So, there is a rule in Genoa that no one can break. That is, no premature love. Any of you who wants to fall in love prematurely is slapping our Genoa in the face, and slapping me in the face. Did you hear everything? The expressions of the students below were uglier than if they had eaten bitter melon. As the school with the highest admission rate in Kyoto, who the hell would fall in love here? It's impossible. There's no way that there's any possibility of love. Lu Tianchuang, who was sitting next to Su Ruoro, chuckled. She covered her mouth and whispered to Su Ruoro, "Ruoro, why do I feel like Director Pan is going to be slapped in the face?" Su Ruoro didn't know that Lu Tianchuang had looked for Shiaoi. What she didn't know was, she said Shiaoi helped her find her phone and she promised to be Shiaoi's girlfriend. That's right, Lu Tianchuang was talking nonsense. Go Shuangshuang, I won't fall in love. I definitely won't do that in these 3 years. Never. Hearing this, Lu Tianchuang asked, what if Shiaoi helps you get your phone back, and then suddenly confesses his love to you? Hearing this, Su Ruoro widened her eyes. If something like this really happened, maybe she would agree. However, since it was in front of Lu Tianchuang, he definitely couldn't say it. I definitely won't agree to it. I believe it. Lu Tianchuang has been Su Ruoro's best friend for more than 10 years and knows her very well. She could guess what Su Ruoro was thinking just by looking at her eyes. Snort! Su Ruoro pouted angrily. Then, she couldn't help but turn her head and glance at the sleepy Shiaoi in the back row. He muttered, I wonder when she will be able to get my phone back for me. I really want to listen to the songs of Little Three. The whole day passed quickly. In the afternoon, Shiaoi and others met the instructor, made some simple arrangements, and then left school early. Tomorrow is the day of formal military training. Of course, the military training for high school students will not be as strict as that for college students. Just simply stand at attention and march in step. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shiaoi came to the school gate carrying his school bag. He spent 5 yuan on lunch and now has 95 yuan in change. The system told him that it had rented an apartment for him near the school, but only paid 1 month's rent. That is to say, in the next period of time he not only has to attend classes and study, but also has to find a way to make money for food, and then consider the rent 1 month later. Depend on. I have to say this is really difficult. But for her, making money is not that difficult. Never mind, let us buy some food and go back to sleep. He didn't think much about it, as there happened to be a vendor selling moon-shaped buns at the school gate. After walking over, Shiaoi shouted, Auntie, give me a moon bun. Okay. Chapter 129, the knee-high socks given by Xian Tianxing's mother. The auntie who sells moon-shaped buns first brushes various seasonings on them, and then stuffs them with bean curd skin and chicken fillets. Do you like spicy food, kid? Less please. Eating spicy food can easily cause hemorrhoids, and it will be troublesome if you get hemorrhoids. Okay. Soon, the aunt made a moon-shaped bun. After paying 8 yuan, he walked towards the apartment while biting the moon-shaped bun. About 15 minutes later, he arrived downstairs of the apartment. This is a building with more than 30 floors. Fortunately, his apartment is on the ground floor, which is the 6th floor. He took the elevator to the 6th floor, and after entering the apartment, Shiaoi was a little surprised. Because this is a double-story loft, the toilet is right at the entrance, and there is an open kitchen and even natural gas. Further in is a sofa and a 65-inch TV. There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, one on the left and one on the right, each with 2 beds. The whole room is spotless and looks particularly clean and tidy. He threw his school bag casually on the sofa, and suddenly he felt sleepy. In just a few seconds, I fell asleep. Damn, he came back just by opening his eyes and closing his eyes? Shiaoi looked at the familiar bedroom and took a deep breath. Host, you can take out the heart failure specific medicine from the system warehouse. Okay. He stretched, yawned, then washed up quickly and went to the living room. What Shiaoi didn't expect was that Qin Shueping was sitting on the sofa feeding the babies at this time. After seeing this scene, Shiaoi couldn't help but say, "Mom, are you okay?" Qin Shueping knew about her condition, but this morning the babies came to her and said they were hungry. She also has to prepare formula for the baby. Qin Shueping held her bow in her arms, smiled faintly, and then shook her head slightly. "What can happen to me? Just don't worry." Shiaoi saw that she looked a little strange, so he said, "Mom, I used my connections to help you contact some people yesterday, and I have found a special medicine. I will go downstairs to get it now." After saying that, Shiaoi went downstairs with a serious expression. Of course, saying he was going downstairs to get medicine was just a cover, otherwise how could Qin Shueping believe what he said? Oh, okay. To be honest, Qin Shueping didn't want to have surgery either. She even became indifferent to life and death. What I care about now are the babies. She knew she had this disease, she just kept it a secret. Shiaoi went out quickly, bought some fried dough sticks downstairs, drank a cup of soy milk, and then went upstairs. Of course, he had taken out all the medicines given to him by the system on the way. After arriving in the living room, Shiaoi took out the big medicine bottle. Then he said, "Mom, this medicine was brought back by my friend from abroad overnight. He said it can improve your condition, but you need to take it for a long time, probably for 2-3 years. Then, we can just go for regular checkups, once a month." Oh, okay. Qin Shueping looked at the medicine in her hand. There were 100 tablets, which would be enough for about 3 months. Shiaoi continued, "Just take 1 pill every night before going to bed. Pay more attention to rest. Also, there is nothing to do in the company now, so I can cook." Yeah, okay. Qin Shueping still nodded slightly. Because the company's current business is still in the growth stage and the company's headquarters has not been built, and Qin Shueping happened to be sick again, so his plan is to wait until the head office is built before fully launching the car and mobile phone business. Now we can let the R&D department make corresponding designs, ship small quantities, and maintain the normal operations of the company. Lately I have been trying to spend more time with my parents, children, and wife. At the same time, he was also particularly interested in 15-year-old Suruwaro. It seemed that as soon as he fell asleep, he could enter another world, and the 2 worlds were not affected by each other, just like a dream. After waking up, I didn't feel tired. The criminal police team had a lot of things to do, so Su Lingjin had to go there. Shiaoi also told Lin Ringier that he was out of town recently and she would handle any matters in the company. Lin Ringier and Shiaoi can still be trusted. The day passed quickly. In the evening, after Shiaoi told Qin Shueping to take medicine, he ran to the baby's room. The 3 babies were wearing pajamas, lying quietly on the bed with a storybook beside them. "Dad, you're here." After seeing Shiaoi, Erbao said with a smile. Then Sanbao picked up the storybook on the bed and said, "Dad, tell me a story." Okay. Shiaoi turned to the first page and began to tell them a story. Once upon a time there was a mountain, on the mountain there was a temple, in the temple there was an old monk telling a story to a young monk. What was he telling? It was about a long time ago. ZZZ. Damn, you were telling a story to the babies, and you fell asleep while telling it? Shiaoi looked at the alarm clock on the table next to him. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. At this point he already understood the rules of time travel. It's probably like this: after he falls asleep, he will enter another world, and then he will still be sleeping in the other world. And once you wake up, no matter how long you sleep, you should wake up at 6 o'clock. This is very humane. Genoa No. 1 Middle School required military training today, so Shiaoi directly put on the military training uniform distributed yesterday. After washing up, he ran out with his school bag on his back, went downstairs, bought a few fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk, and walked towards the school gate while eating. At the same time, at the railing next to the entrance of Genoa No. 1 Middle School, Xian Tiancheng was talking to his mother. Because Xian Tiancheng lived in the school dormitory, his mother sent him something specially. Xian Tiancheng stared at his school bag in surprise. "No, Mom, I can understand if you prepare bread and water for me, but why are there stockings and sanitary napkins in it?" Xian Tiancheng's mother said, "What do you know? If you don't use sanitary napkins on your stinky feet, you can probably send everyone in the dormitory away." Xian Tiancheng felt that what his mother said was correct, so he asked, "Then, what the hell is black silk?" Standing at attention can easily cause varicose veins. If you wear stockings while standing at attention, you won't be prone to it, you know. Okay, fine. Xian Tiancheng nodded. After putting away his bag, he went to a small wooded area in the school and put on his black stockings over the knee. Of course, to avoid being discovered by his classmates, he also put on a layer of red socks on the outside. I put the sanitary napkin in my shoes before putting them on. After standing up, he stretched his legs. I have to say, it's quite comfortable, hee. Chapter 130 Instructor, he is having his period. At 7:30, the homeroom teacher, Wang Qibei, entered the grade 1-1 classroom. The classroom was still as chaotic as usual, and many students had not yet recovered from the holidays. Moreover, we don't have to study recently and we have to have military training, so the students are particularly excited. After seeing the messy classroom, Wang Qibei was furious and said, "Be quiet. What else can you do besides talking? How long has the bell been ringing? Our class is the most messy in the entire corridor. Go out and listen to see which class is the same as ours." After hearing Wang Qibei's words, Shiaoi was stunned. Why does this sentence feel so familiar? Damn, this sentence seems to be the same across the country. The students in the class shut their mouths. Wang Qibei saw that no one in the class was talking, so he spoke up, "Okay, now all the students, follow me to the playground. When you see your instructor later, you must be alert for me, okay? No. Okay, all students, let's go to the playground." The classmates left the classroom one after another. Shiaoi and Xian Tiancheng quickly caught up with Su Ruoruo and Lu Tianchuang and followed behind them. The students in the class were all wearing blue military training uniforms with belts tied around their waists. Su Ruoruo and Lu Tianchuang both have very thin waists. After seeing how they were dressed, Xian Tiancheng took a deep breath and said, "I have to say, Lu Tianchuang has a really good figure." Shiaoi asked, "I remember she also lives on campus, right? Did anything happen between you two last night?" "What a bullshit story." Xian Tiancheng's face darkened. "She didn't say it, she has a boyfriend, I don't want to steal her away." "What if she lied to you?" Hearing this, Xian Tiancheng looked at Shiaoi curiously, "Is it true or not? How do you know?" Shiaoi said, "I asked Su Ruoruo, she said that she has a boyfriend but doesn't want to be in a relationship, why don't you try harder?" Fuck, that's how it is. As soon as Xian Tiancheng finished saying this, his face drooped again, but she said she doesn't want to be in a relationship anymore, so I can't catch up with her even if I pursue her. Shiaoi could only ask him, "Do you think you are ugly?" "It's not ugly." Xian Tiancheng shook his head heavily. "Damn it, if anyone says he is ugly, he'll sit on that person to death. Isn't it just a little fat? Can fat and ugly be compared? Obviously not. That's it. If you weren't ugly, you could chase him, right? Yeah, nothing wrong." Xiaoyi's words have rekindled Xian Tiancheng's hope. Soon, everyone arrived at the school playground. At this time, a bus had stopped in the center of the playground. Instructors in military uniforms were getting off the car one by one. There are about 20 people in total. Of course, there are only 17 classes of new students at Genoa No. 1 Middle School this year. Not a lot. After Wang Qibei brought everyone to the designated area, he arranged everyone to line up. Come on, class monitor, step out of the line and have the students line up according to their size. Hurry up. Boys in 3 rows, girls in 3 rows, speed up." After hearing the word class monitor, even Shiaoi was a little confused. Shouldn't the sports committee be the one to step out at this time? Why let me? Helpless, he had to step out. Xian Tiancheng is only 165 centimeters tall, about the same height as Su Ruoruo and Lu Tianchuang. After queuing up, it happened that Xian Tiancheng and Lu Tianchuang were standing in the same row. The two are still in love. Xian Tiancheng glanced at Lu Tianchuang's chest with his peripheral vision and took a deep breath. It's so big. Not long after we finished lining up, an instructor came jogging here. He has dark skin, sharp eyes, and is about 185 centimeters tall. Although he is wearing a military uniform, one can still see his strong muscles. He is like a human-shaped behemoth. Seeing that the students were standing in a fairly standard position, he said, "Okay, everyone, look to the right. Look forward. At ease. Stand at attention. At ease. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yang Wu. I will lead you in military training for the next 7 days." At this time, he set his sights on Shiaoi and asked, "Are you the sports committee member?" After seeing Shiaoi, he felt that this boy was extraordinary and had a mature temperament. Just like people in their mid-20s. The standing position is very standard. No. Shiaoi shook his head. "I am the squad leader." Oh. Yang Wu nodded slightly, and continued, "Now let me introduce to you our arrangements for the next 7 days. Because you are high school students, the military training won't be as tiring as that of college students, but the military training items are essential. Our military training includes standing at attention, giving commands, marching, standing at attention, crawling, etc. Does everyone understand? Able. Okay. Yang Wu once again focused his gaze on Shiaoi. "Squad leader, listen up, stand at attention." Shiaoi also stood at attention instinctively. At the same time, Yang Wu gave the order, "Stand at attention. At ease. Run around the playground twice." After hearing Yang Wu's instructions, Shiaoi was confused. "Damn it, did I provoke you? Why did you just let me run around the playground twice?" Su Ruoruo was staring at Shiaoi at this time, and she had to say that Shiaoi was really handsome. Omega? Yes. He didn't dare disobey the instructor's orders at all. Good. Yang Wu showed an admiring look. "Squad leader, listen to my order, turn right and run. 1, 2, 1. After Shiaoi ran away, Yang Wu turned his attention to the class again. He asked, "There is a monitor in the class, but is there a sports committee member?" "Have." Xian Tiansheng stood up directly. After seeing Xian Tiansheng, Yang Wu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Is the current sports committee member so fat? However, don't judge a book by its cover. He won't look down on the sports committee member. Yang Wu asked, "Can you crawl?" Xian Tiansheng shook his head. Yang Wu just lay down on the ground and crawled forward. "That's it. Come with me, Zuantiansheng. Imitate my movements and give it a try." Xian Tiansheng grinned. The main reason was that he had just put on this set of clothes today, and if he lay on the ground, it would get very dirty. "Instructor, can you please not lie on the ground? My real clothes are new, and..." As he was talking, he noticed Yang Wu's sharp eyes. It's definitely the type that would scare even kids into tears. His eyes are full of majesty. All right. Xian Tiansheng had no choice but to imitate Yang Wu's actions. At this time, Xian Tiansheng's movements were like a turtle crawling on the ground. Moreover, while climbing, one of my shoes fell off. The sanitary napkin fell out just like that. At this time, a student in the team shouted, "Instructor, he has his period." Chapter 131, She deserves praise for coming to military training during her menstrual period. Yang Wu? Xian Tiansheng? After hearing his words, Xian Tiansheng suddenly stopped moving and even wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. After hearing what the classmates said, the whole class burst into laughter. Yang Wu didn't know what was going on. He shouted angrily at his classmates, "What are you laughing at? Well, what is this?" Yang Wu's eyes were on the sanitary napkin on the ground. "The main thing is that it's really red." Then he turned his attention to Xian Tiansheng's shoes. Being knowledgeable, he quickly helped Xian Tiansheng pick up his shoes. When he came to Xian Tiansheng's side, he noticed that Xian Tiansheng was wearing stockings inside his red socks? Or black silk? Oh, it's still black silk. Almost all the students saw this scene, and then there was laughter all around. Ha 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 ha. Xian Tiansheng's face darkened. He seems to have lost the right to choose his spouse in Genoa. And his goddess, Lu Tianchuan, is still watching here. It's so embarrassing. Teacher, I suddenly have a stomachache. I have something to do. After saying that, Xian Tiansheng put on his shoes in a panic and ran away. Just at this time, Shiaoi had finished running a circle and walked back. He saw a sanitary napkin on the ground and was confused. Oh my god, whose sanitary napkin is this? Why is there blood on it? Of course, there was no blood on it. It's because Xin Tiancheng's socks are of poor quality and the color faded and was stained. Ha 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 ha. The classmates in the class suddenly laughed again. Yang Wu stared at the sanitary napkin on the ground with disgust. Come on, classmate, throw this sanitary napkin into the trash can. At this moment, a few flies flew up. Shiaoi looked at the sanitary napkin and vomited. Just at this moment, Director Pan suddenly walked over with his hands behind his back. As the director of training, he would definitely make a special check on the new military training days. Mainly, the freshmen this year performed quite well. After arriving at the seat of grade 1-1 class, he first looked at his classmates who were standing upright with admiration. At this moment, his foot suddenly stepped on something soft. He lowered his head and was stunned when he saw a sanitary napkin on the ground. Then he focused his attention on a group of classmates. Do any of you girls have menstrual periods? Okay. Director Pan gave a thumbs up to the students in grade 1-1 and said, you insist on military training even during your menstrual period. You deserve praise, but health is more important. As he said that, he bent down, picked up the sanitary napkin, and threw it into a nearby trash can. Yang Wu grinned. This thing was so disgusting, but he didn't expect Director Pan could pick it up. After Director Pan walked away, she picked her nose with the fingers that had just touched the sanitary napkin. Why do my hands smell a bit? What's going on? How strange. He shook his head and didn't think much about it. After walking away, he licked his fingers. On the other side, Xian Tiancheng had already sneaked under a big tree. Because he had just crawled, his body and face were covered in mud. Especially inside the shoes, it's so uncomfortable. Wearing black stockings and a sanitary pad, I have to say that standing at attention is really comfortable and refreshing. The instructor asked him to do some crawling movements. It was such a shame. Depend on. He looked around, made sure there was no one around, and took off his shoes. After throwing out the sanitary napkin on the other shoe, she took off the black stockings on her legs, threw them directly on the ground, and walked away. The morning's military training ended quickly. Because Shiaoi performed well, he directly became the leader of the class. He has been assisting Yang Wu and helping his classmates with military training. Of course, he couldn't give up the opportunity to contact Su Ruoro. Yang Wu was more fierce, so during the military training in the morning, it was Shiaoi who corrected Su Ruoro's movements. I am so tired. Before the group dispersed, Shiaoi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He sat down on the ground. Xian Tiancheng was sweating profusely. The sun was particularly strong today and the temperature reached 37 or 38 degrees. Not to mention a week of military training, even 2 days of training would probably make you tan into a black coal ball. You beast, are you okay? Shiaoi didn't know about Xian Tiancheng's embarrassing experience today. As a friend, it's better to ask. As long as this guy's face turns red from the heat, he looks like he has heatstroke and may collapse at any time. Xian Tiancheng shook his head when he heard this, and then punched the ground with his fist. Damn it, I don't want to do military training anymore. There are still 6.5 days left. Hang in there. Shiaoi patted his shoulder. At this moment, Yang Wu suddenly blew the whistle and shouted, all students, assemble. Everyone stood up and lined up. The students reacted quickly. After seeing everyone's performance, Yang Wu first looked at the watch on his wrist, and then said, okay, students, it's almost time. Let's go eat. Everyone should have a good rest at noon, okay? Okay, instructor. The students said in unison. Okay, dismiss. After saying that, Shiaoi dragged Xian Tiancheng to the school cafeteria. They were dismissed 10 minutes earlier than the second and third year students because the playground was a bit far from the cafeteria and there were many students doing military training. If they arrived late, they might not be able to get food. So Shiaoi ran so fast. Brothery, wait for me, you know my body shape, I'm so tired from the military training today, damn. Don't blame me if you can't eat. Shiaoi ignored him and ran towards the cafeteria. After dinner, he returned to the classroom and planned to take a nap. Just then, Xian Tiancheng suddenly walked in with 2 unfamiliar classmates. Hey, brothery, let me introduce you to 2 new buddies I just met while smoking in the bathroom. Xian Tiancheng sat next to Shiaoi, and then the other 2 classmates also moved their chairs to their side. When I was a student, there were always situations like this where people would go back and forth between classes to chat. Shiaoi didn't take it seriously. The most important thing was that he met Xian Tiancheng while smoking in the toilet. It can be said that this is the youth of a generation. After class every day, they would sneak into the toilet to smoke. Everyone smokes it while wearing it, it's interesting. Although he doesn't smoke. After sitting down, Xian Tiancheng introduced with a smile, "Brothery, this thin guy is called Huang Xiaoming." Shiaoi set his eyes on Huang Xiaoming. This guy was very thin, only 1.75 meters tall and weighed probably less than 100 kilograms. To use the words of the future, it is a thin dog. He also had dark circles under his eyes, dark skin, and looked like he often dated the five-finger girl at night. "Hello, hello?" Huang Xiaoming greeted him. Shiaoi responded with a smile. Xian Tiancheng continued to introduce another person. "This is Wu Dingshu. By the way, they are all from class 2. "Hello, hello." Shiaoi shook hands with Wu Dingshu again. At this time, Wu Dingshu suddenly said, "By the way, today I heard that a boy in your class seemed to have his period, right?" Shiaoi? When hearing this, Shiaoi's eyes widened. Because there was indeed a sanitary pad in the area where they were having military training today. But boys have their periods? Shiaoi asked, "Who told you that?" "Many people have seen it. I also heard it from a classmate of yours." At this time, Huang Xiaoming suddenly said, "No, how can a boy have his period? It must be a girl." The girl had her period, and then her sanitary napkin fell out of her pants. That must be it. Is that right, Brother Xian? Xian Tiancheng. At this time, his face had become as black as a coal ball. At the same time, Shiaoi also expressed his own opinion. What if she is a transsexual? She just had a sex change operation in Thailand, right? Huang Xiaoming, yes, ha ha ha. Wu Dingshu, damn, this is a bit too much. I didn't expect there is such a talent in your class. Ha 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 ha. Of course, Shiaoi was joking. Wu Dingshu looked at Huang Wenshu, who had been silent and had a gloomy face, and asked, "Brother Xian, why are you suddenly silent? This topic is quite interesting. I feel extremely bored." Xian Tiancheng would not say that it was him who was responsible for this incident, and these two people didn't know about it anyway. Besides, there are not many people in the class now, so no one should expose him. After all, it's only the second day of school, so we must maintain good relationships with our classmates. Just as he thought, other students in the class did not expose Xian Tiancheng after hearing about this. Seeing that Xian Tiancheng was still unhappy, Wu Dingshu said, "Hey, Brother Xian, don't be sad. I'll give you something good. You will definitely be happy." Seeing that Wu Dingshu had changed the subject, Xian Tiancheng curiously focused his eyes on him and asked, "What good stuff?" Dang dang. Wu Dingshu suddenly took out a piece of black silk from his pocket. "Hey hey." He smiled slyly and said, "I picked up this black stocking from the grove near the playground. Maybe it was dropped by a senior. How about it? This is a treasure. Since it's a pair, I'll give it to you reluctantly." Shiaoi and Huang Xiaoming both widened their eyes when they heard this. Damn, are you that perverted? At first, Xian Tiancheng was quite interested when he heard it, but after seeing the pair of black stockings, he felt sick. Damn, isn't this the black silk stockings he threw? How come it was picked up by students from the next class? Wu Dingshu looked at Xian Tiancheng with a smile and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like it, or are you embarrassed?" "Oh, don't be embarrassed, just take it, we can each have one, and smell the fragrance of senior sister's thighs at night." After saying that, he stuffed the black silk into Xian Tiancheng's hand. Then he patted Huang Xiaoming's shoulder and said, "Okay, there are more students in the classroom now, so we'll leave first. I'll call you guys to smoke together another day." After saying that, Wu Dingshu and Huang Xiaoming left. Shiaoi looked at Xian Tiancheng, who was dumbfounded, and said, "Brother, you seem a little abnormal right now, what's wrong?" No. Xian Tiancheng shook his head heavily and quickly stuffed the black stockings into his pocket. Damn, it's so embarrassing. Looking at Xian Tiancheng's strange movements, Shiaoi didn't think much about it. Just as I was about to lie down on the table and take a nap, the voices of Su Ruoro and Lu Tianchuang suddenly rang out in the classroom. "Hehe, Ruoro, your idol Shiaoi is sleeping on his stomach. Didn't you buy him some water? Hurry up and give it to him. Oh, please keep your voice down. What if he hears you?" After hearing Su Ruoro's voice, Shiaoi was a little puzzled. Are you sure? Su Ruoro bought him some water? Just then, his sixth sense sensed someone approaching and placing a bottle on the table. That's right, under the instigation of Lu Tianxuan, Su Ruoro secretly placed the Nongtian spring water she bought on Xiaoyi's desk while Shiaoi was asleep. Just at this moment, Shiaoi suddenly opened his eyes. Su Ruoro was startled when she saw Shiaoi suddenly open his eyes. She said tremblingly, why did you wake up? Well, I wasn't asleep. Shiaoi chuckled, how come you suddenly bought me some water? Looking at Su Ruoro's shy face, Shiaoi chuckled. With Lu Tianxuan as my wingman, I am not afraid of not being able to catch up with Su Ruoro. Facing Xiaoyi's question, Su Ruoro also thought of an excuse, you kept correcting my movements during the military training today. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, she left here in dejection. Ding, Su Ruoro's favorability plus 10, current mission completion rate 20%. You have received 100 tablets of heart failure specific medicine. The voice of the system suddenly came, and Shiaoi was also confused when he heard it. I didn't expect that I could gain favorability for free. This is too outrageous. Looking at the Nongtian spring on the table, Shiaoi didn't hesitate and drank it down in one gulp. Then, she looked at Su Ruoro and became distracted. The problem he faces now is that he can hardly afford to eat. We have to find a way to make money. In another world, he is a billionaire. At this time, I didn't even have 80 yuan left on me. This gap is really huge. After sighing, Shiaoi turned his gaze to Su Ruoro. Now that the golden eyes can't be used, how can I make money? If I want to start a business, I don't have any capital. It's really a bit annoying. Shiaoi shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. I didn't feel sleepy at all, so I took out my math textbook and wanted to review my high school knowledge. Before he traveled through time, he was a top student and scored over 700 points in the college entrance examination. It was ranked first in Kyoto at that time. Therefore, even if he were to learn high school knowledge now, it would not be a problem at all. Just at this moment, Shiaoi suddenly remembered that he seemed to be tutoring other students to make money. Shit, why didn't I think of that before? Chapter 132. Is Shiaoi a genius? Shiaoi took out the exercise book and took a quick look at it. The knowledge for the first year of high school was particularly simple, and he could solve it without thinking. We just have to find those people in the class who are not studying well. But since everyone can get into Genoa, who has poor academic performance? Shiaoi looked around and this time his eyes fell on Su Ruoro. Just as Shiaoi thought, this girl had no intention of sleeping at noon. Instead, she took out her math textbook and started looking at the formulas on it. Military training is of little use, but the knowledge you gain in the future is real. Her dream is similar to Lu Tianxuan's, which is to become a professor. So you must study hard. Seeing Su Ruoro studying attentively, Shiaoi had an idea in his mind. He smiled slightly, took the math exercise book, and walked quietly to the front. Lu Tianxuan was holding a powder puff and applying powder on her face desperately. Now is the time when girls love beauty, and it is quite normal to wear makeup in high school. Hey, Ruoro, Shiaoi is here to see you. Lu Tianxuan suddenly saw Xiaoyi's figure in the mirror and said. Su Ruoro, who was reading a book, suddenly had a black question mark on her head. She turned her head and met Xiaoyi's eyes. Are you okay? Shiaoi is a shameless person, I just saw you flipping through the book. Since I have mastered the knowledge of the entire 3 years of high school, do you need me to tutor you? After hearing what Shiaoi said, Lu Tianxuan quickly put away her cosmetics, then looked at Shiaoi and said, then I won't bother you guys, I'll go sit in the back row, hee. After saying that, Lu Tianxuan left here in a flash. I have to say, Shiaoi likes this kind of person. Lu Tianxuan really has a keen eye. Seeing Lu Tianxuan leave, Su Ruoro's pretty face suddenly blushed. She looked at Shiaoi shyly and couldn't help but said, since Lu Tianxuan has left, you can just sit here. Okay. He ignored the gazes of other students in the classroom, opened the book and said, if you have any questions in the future, just ask me. Zundu, is it fake? At this time, Su Ruoro still didn't quite believe what Shiaoi said, we are both freshmen, and you were admitted to Genoa, which means our grades are similar. If you know all of them, you should be able to read the first experiment. Su Ruoro tilted her head and spoke in a soft voice. Shiaoi heard this and said, if that's the case, then I won't be able to meet you. Su Ruoro's face suddenly turned red. In fact, it is dangerous to say this. Of course, if the other person is interested in you, you can say so. There might even be unexpected gains. Suruoro didn't say anything else, but Shiaoi had already opened the exercise book and asked, during the summer vacation, you should have attended a tutoring class, right? Suruoro nodded. Indeed, during the summer vacation, her father sent him to a tutoring class for 2 months. After confirming that she went to the tutoring class, Shiaoi said calmly, then you should have prepared for the lessons. I will give you a slightly difficult question to see if you can solve it. After that, he opened his notebook and made up a question. This is a collection of questions. The difficulty is not very high, but certainly not low either. If you haven't attended a tutoring class, you may not be able to do it. Suruoro frowned slightly after taking the paper handed over by Shiaoi. This question is so difficult. Shiaoi looked at Suruoro's frowning face and asked, is this question difficult? She nodded without hesitation. It's not a little difficult, I feel it's particularly difficult. I didn't encounter such questions when I was in the tutoring class before. Shiaoi nodded slightly when he heard this. This question is not very difficult. Of course, the school year has just started and the tutoring I received in the remedial class was really not that good. He continued, in that case, you can choose to beg me, how about I teach you reluctantly? Suruoro looked at Shiaoi in confusion. Please? Still reluctantly? This. She had never suffered such humiliation when she was in junior high school. Because she had good grades in junior high school, before the high school entrance examination, her classmates begged her to help them with their homework. Seeing Suruoro's hesitation, Shiaoi continued, of course, if you really don't want to, I can also be your tutor. If I have nothing to do, I can help you with your homework. Suruoro stared at Shiaoi in confusion. No, damn, is this even possible? The tutoring is all done? It's just outrageous. She asked hesitantly, are you going to take my money? Yes, let me tell you, isn't our teacher Wang Chibei a math teacher? His grades may not even be as good as mine. Ah? Zundu is fake? Suruoro looked unconvinced. Just at this moment, Wang Chibei's voice suddenly came from behind Shiaoi. Student Shiaoi, what did you say? After hearing Wang Chibei's cold voice behind him, Shiaoi turned his head quickly. At this time, Wang Chibei was staring at him intently. Damn it! Shiaoi was stunned. Is this Wang Chibei a ghost? Why does he walk without making any sound? When did he come behind him? Wang Chibei adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then asked, you said my grades are not as good as yours? Wait a moment. After saying that, Wang Chibei turned on his cell phone. Because he can see the high school entrance examination results of his classmates. He really wanted to know how good Shiaoi's grades were to be able to say such a thing. Soon, he found the grades of his classmates. Results are ranked by score. After searching the first 20, I couldn't find his results. Finally, I found it in the 5th to last place in the class. Wang Chibei's face turned dark. He was the 5th from the bottom in the class and only scored over 80 points in math. How dare someone say that his grades were not as good as his? This is too bold. Looking at Shiaoi's handsome face, Wang Chibei couldn't help but said, okay, Shiaoi, stop making trouble. You only scored 83 points in math in the high school entrance examination, while Suruoro scored 110 points. You just took a tutoring class during the summer vacation, so stop showing off. But you did a great job studying during breaks, you deserve praise. Wang Chibei gave him a thumbs up. Shiaoi shook his head slightly and then came up with a good idea. Teacher Wang, how about we have a PK? Wang Chibei was completely confused. Wow, Shiaoi was so brave that he actually dared to PK with him. He graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Although he did not pursue a master's degree, his grades in the Department of Mathematics were among the top 200 in the school. This ranking is quite good. What do you mean, Mr. Wang, you are not going to be scared, are you? To be honest, no classmate dared to speak to him in this tone. Shiaoi was the first. Wang Chibei would not hate this kind of classmate. On the contrary, he even had some admiration for him. Okay, what do you want to PK? It's just a math competition. We give each other questions, and whoever can answer the question the fastest wins. Of course, the premise is that the answer is correct. Are you sure? To Wang Chibei, what Shiaoi said was clearly seeking death. A 15 or 16-year-old high school student actually dared to compete with him in math problems? He is also a mathematics teacher. If I lose to a student, it will be embarrassing if the news gets out. Shiaoi nodded confidently. Of course, I am sure, but I have a request. Wang Qibei asked, what is the request? If I win, you will return all the cell phones you collected yesterday to your classmates. When the classmates heard what Shiaoi said, they were all shocked. Even Wang Qibei was a little shocked. The main thing is that Shiaoi's cell phone was not confiscated at all. Why make such a request? He glanced at Su Ruoro beside Shiaoi and immediately understood something. He is a smart man. He is by Su Ruoro's side at this time. He is definitely doing this for Su Ruoro. I have to say, this guy is really good. He found the most beautiful girl in the class. Wang Qibei did not intend to refuse, but nodded and said, okay, I promise you, but I also have a request. If you lose, you have to do double the math homework in the future. Become. Shiaoi agreed without thinking. Xian Tianqing in the back row was stunned. Damn, Shiaoi is so good to him. That's right. At this time Xian Tianqing had misunderstood Shiaoi's meaning. He thought Shiaoi made this request because he wanted Wang Qibei to return his phone to him. Woo woo woo, I must treat Shiaoi to some spicy noodles this afternoon, otherwise I would be sorry for him. Wang Qibei took off his coat and threw it casually on the table, then asked Shiaoi, are there any requirements for the difficulty of the questions? No. Shiaoi shook his head. Even if you give me a Stanford University exam question, it will be no problem. He. Wang Qibei laughed. Shiaoi is such a good braggart. In order to prevent him from losing too badly, Wang Qibei did not give him a very difficult question, but instead a variation of the final question of this year's college entrance examination. Of course, it is impossible for it to be 100% the final question in the college entrance examination mathematics. If this kid has seen the college entrance examination questions, then that's it. He slightly modified some of the formulas in it. If you do it, it will be more difficult than the real college entrance examination questions. However, Shiaoi did not give Wang Qi any face and directly picked a question that was recognized as the most difficult in the world. In the previous life, there was a question on the TV show Brainstorm that could cause a super robot to burn out its CPU. Teacher, I'm ready. Shiaoi showed the question, and Wang Qibei was slightly stunned when he saw it. Because his major is mathematics, holy shit, is this a problem that a human can do? Shiaoi asked, what's wrong, Teacher Wang? Is there any problem? You don't know how to do it, do you? No way, no way. Wang Qibei's face darkened, and at the same time, the classmates in the class followed Shiaoi and echoed, no way, our head teacher, Teacher Wang, can't do it? He can't even answer a single question Shiaoi casually gave him. This is too outrageous. Yes, Mr. Wang, you really can't do it, right? The classmates in the class were talking about it, and Wang Qibei's face had become extremely dark. The question Shiaoi asked was indeed a bit difficult, but it was not to the point where it was impossible to do. What if it is made? Everyone has a mysterious self-confidence, and Wang Qibei is no exception. Soon, two people came to the blackboard. Lu Tianchuan returned to the first row with a swish. He looked at Shiaoi's back and asked, Ruoro, do you think Shiaoi made a bet with Teacher Wang because of you? Ah. Su Ruoro was startled when she heard this. She asked, you mean, the cell phone? Yeah, didn't you tell me that Shiaoi would find a way to get your phone back for you? He's doing this for your phone alone, and he's also trying to get back the phones of everyone in the class. This way, Teacher Wang won't be suspicious, and all the classmates will like him. After hearing what Lu Tianchuan said, Su Ruoro nodded. I feel like there's nothing wrong with what she said. Su Ruoro's beautiful eyes reflected Shiaoi's figure, but can he solve this problem? Anyway, after she saw the question, she had no idea what to do. You have to trust your future boyfriend, Ruoro. Don't talk nonsense, he is not my boyfriend. Yes, my future boyfriend. At this time, all the students in the class were staring at Shiaoi. I hope he doesn't get this question wrong. After all, they feel particularly uncomfortable if they can't get their mobile phones for a month. Do you think Shiaoi can answer this question correctly since he wrote so fast? Don't rush to throw it, but I feel it's okay. Look at the monitor, he's full of confidence. Besides, our teacher Wang hasn't even started writing yet. Yes, we will see the results soon, so please wait a little longer. At this time, you could hear a pin drop in the classroom, and everyone held their breath. On the podium, Shiaoi's hands were writing quickly. This question was not difficult for him. It's just that there are more steps. As for Wang Qibei, he was almost on the verge of collapse. This question almost wore out his CPU. Why is it so difficult? Wipe. The main thing is that this question has gone beyond the advanced mathematics taught in university and is extremely complicated. Up to now, he hasn't written a single word. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Logically speaking, a high school student who has just entered the first year of high school would definitely not be able to think of such a question. This guy must have found this on the internet. But he took 2 steps back and was stunned when he saw the questions Shiaoi was doing and the steps of the questions above. He did it so quickly, and there didn't seem to be any problems with the steps. At this time, the corners of Xiaoyi's mouth were also slightly crooked, just like the Dragon King's crooked mouth. A look of full confidence. How is this possible? Could it be that he is really a genius? Then why did I only score over 80 points in mathematics during the high school entrance examination? The more Wang Qibei thought about it, the more confused he became. At this time, Shiaoi had already finished the problem. He stopped what he was doing and said, "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'm done." Chapter 133, Trick the Future Wife into Giving Him Money. When the classmates saw that Shiaoi stopped writing and Wang Qibei hadn't written a single word, the winner had actually been decided. Suddenly, the classmates cheered loudly, "The class monitor is awesome. The squad leader is awesome." Swish, swish, swish. Thunderous applause rang out in the grade 1-1 classroom. Wang Qibei smiled helplessly, then took a few steps back and looked at the questions Shiaoi had done. Just as he thought, there was nothing wrong with this question. I have to say that Shiaoi is really a talented person. He first said, "Shiaoi, you go back first." Good. Shiaoi returned to the last row, and then Wang Qibei said, "Okay, everyone be quiet. You all heard me and Shiaoi talking about the PK just now. If I lose, I will distribute the phones I confiscated from everyone yesterday. I will fulfill my promise right away, please wait a moment." After saying that, Wang Qibei opened the classroom door and left. Even dogs know what Wang Qibei is doing. Fuck, brothery, I love you so much, come on, give me a kiss. Xian Tiancheng wanted to kiss Shiaoi as he spoke. Seeing Xian Tiancheng like this, Shiaoi quickly pushed him away. "Fuck you, beast, are you sick? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or do you want to fencing?" "No." Xian Tiancheng's face turned red. "Brothery, you made this bet with teacher Wang just for my phone, right?" Upon hearing this, Shiaoi was stunned. He had to admit, Xian Tiancheng was really good at using his imagination. Whatever it is, it's all for him. "We are doing this for Su Ruoro, okay?" Shiaoi shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't do this for you. Have you forgotten that Su Ruoro's phone was also taken away by teacher Wang? I did this for her." Hearing this, Xian Tiancheng's face darkened. "Damn, you value women over friendship." "Yes, I value women over friendship." Xian Tiancheng was speechless. However, he didn't think much about it. After all, if the phone was found, it must be his. Hey hey. Not long after, Wang Qibei entered the classroom with the mobile phone he had collected yesterday. He said, "Students, come up and take your cell phones back, but I'm going to give you a heads up first. If I find you using cell phones in school again, I won't give you cell phones so easily like this, understand?" No. The students took their phones away one after another. Xian Tiancheng sat on the chair happily and said, "Hey, I can play with the golden shovel again tonight." Wang Qibei on the stage said, "One more thing. I heard from instructor Yang that Shiaoi performed well this morning. Now Shiaoi is the temporary monitor. What do you think, should we make him the official monitor?" Okay. None of the classmates had any objection. Wang Qibei nodded in satisfaction, and then continued, "That's not enough, Shiaoi, I found that you have good grades in mathematics. You will be the representative of the mathematics class in the future. You can come to the office more often and we can discuss it together." Hearing this, Shiaoi grinned. Damn, is he serious about this discussion? He shook his head and didn't care. Wang Qibei had no intention of staying here for long. "Okay, classmates, if you want a rest, take a rest. If you don't want to rest, you can read a book. I will accompany you for military training in the afternoon." After saying that, Wang Qibei left the classroom. Just at this time, Shiaoi came to the first row with a gradual smile on his face. He patted Lu Tianxuang's shoulder gently, then gestured to her to go to the back row. Of course, this did not cause Lu Tianxuang to be disgusted. She ran to the back row dejectedly and sat in Lu Tianchuang's seat. Shiaoi smiled and said, "Well, I didn't lie to you, did I?" At this moment, Su Ruoruo didn't dare to look at him. Even she was stunned. She didn't expect Shiaoi to be such a top student. She hummed in a text-like voice, and Shiaoi continued, "Do you want to be as strong as me?" Su Ruoruo looked at Shiaoi in surprise. "What do you mean by this?" "Literally, how about I help you with your homework and be your private teacher?" Su Ruoruo was speechless. However, after thinking about Xiaoyi's smooth way of doing the test just now, he nodded slowly. "What do you need me to do?" Xiaoi stretched out the number 1. First semester of freshman year, 1,000 yuan. Su Ruoruo's eyes widened when she heard this. Why are they charging more? This 1,000 yuan is already very cheap. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. I promise to teach you. I can also supervise your studies, not just in math, but in other subjects as well. Physics, chemistry, biology, and other difficult science subjects are no problem at all. At this time, Su Ruoruo was already a little moved. After all, in high school, what matters is grades. Really? For 1,000 yuan, you will teach me for a semester? Yes. Shiaoi smiled and nodded. Su Ruoruo did not hesitate this time. She opened her school bag and took out a thick stack of red banknotes. Shiaoi was totally confused. There were at least $2,000 or $3,000 in Su Ruoruo's wallet. Damn, she is indeed a rich woman. She had so much money when she was only 15 years old. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. She took out 10 bills and handed them to Shiaoi. "Okay, let's start with one semester." Okay. When Shiaoi saw the money, he saw stars in his eyes, and then said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility to the end." "Can you also help me with my homework on weekends?" Su Ruoruo opened her eyes wide. Shiaoi heard this and said without hesitation, "Of course, but not this week." "Why?" "Because I have things to do this week. You should also have a good rest on the weekend, right? You don't have to think about studying all the time, hee. Su Ruoruo suddenly felt like she was being cheated. She then said, "By the way, you helped me get my phone back, so why don't I treat you to a meal this weekend?" No, let's talk about it later." After Shiaoi made sure that the money was not missing, he stuffed it into his pocket and said, "Well, you go ahead and do your work. I'll be back first. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Su Ruoruo never expected Shiaoi to say this. Shiaoi went straight back to his seat, and at this time, Xian Tiancheng was already fast asleep. Shiaoi didn't care about him. With the 1,000 yuan, at least he had money for food. But what should I do if I want to make money? He turned his head to look at Xian Tiancheng, gently pushed him, and then asked, "Hey, beast, do you want to make money?" Xian Tiancheng opened his eyes in his sleep and stared at Shiaoi in confusion. "Brothery, how do you make money?" Looking at Xian Tiancheng's dazed look, Shiaoi smiled and said, "You'll know over the weekend." Xian Tiancheng was confused. The next few days passed quickly. For Shiaoi, he would enter another world after falling asleep, and he had become accustomed to it. Nothing happened in the world with the baby. Qin Shueping's health improved significantly after taking the medicine given by the system. Then he accompanied her to the hospital for a checkup. The doctors were very surprised when they saw that her heart showed signs of recovery. As for the world of 15-year-old Su Ruoruo, nothing happened because she was always in military training. During this period, Shiaoi would occasionally give Su Ruoruo some tutoring so that she would not feel that the 1,000 yuan was wasted. After these few days, Su Ruoruo's favorability towards him reached 30%. On Friday afternoon, after school, the first weekend arrived. Shiaoi was carrying his school bag and was about to leave when Xian Tiancheng suddenly called him. "Brothery, I heard there's a new internet cafe opened on Mishi Street. Tomorrow is Saturday, why don't we go play some games there?" Xian Tiancheng said with a simple smile. Shiaoi stopped walking after hearing this. "I won't go today, but I can go tomorrow." After a pause, he continued, "But we're not going to play games." Xian Tiancheng asked in confusion, "Why don't you play games? Don't you have any money, brothery?" "It's okay. I asked for leave to go home. I stole 30 yuan from my father last night. I'll treat you to the internet." Shiaoi was speechless. What a guy, you actually stole your dad's money to go online. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten if you're discovered? He patted Xian Tianqing on the shoulder and whispered, "You beast, just tell me whether you want to make money or not." Make money? Xian Tianqing said without thinking, "Of course I want to, but we are high school students, how can we make money?" "Don't worry about that." Shiaoi said with a sly smile, "Just wait for your brother-y to take you to show off and fly. See you tomorrow." Shiaoi waved his hand, and Pan Zhoudan flashed and left the classroom. Soon, Shiaoi arrived outside a grocery store. When he came outside, he first took a look inside, then walked straight in. "Auntie, do you have any disposable foam packaging boxes?" "Yes, how many do you want?" "Let's start with 50. 20 for $10, 50 is 25. After handing 25 yuan to the shop owner, Shiaoi said, "By the way, Auntie, give me another 50 pairs of disposable chopsticks, and then give me 2 foam cartons." Auntie rolled her eyes when she heard this. Shiaoi smiled and said, "Auntie, I'm going to do business. I'll come here often in the future." Okay. The shop owner took out 50 pairs of disposable chopsticks and 2 foam insulation boxes, 5 yuan. Okay. Soon Shiaoi put 50 takeout boxes and 50 pairs of disposable chopsticks into a foam box, and went to the nearby farmer's market with the box. That's right, Shiaoi plans to make some fast food tomorrow and then sell it in the internet cafe. The main reason is that he doesn't have much capital now, so he can't start a business. Besides cooking delicious meals, he doesn't seem to be able to do anything else. He studied computer science in college, but as the internet was just becoming popular, he couldn't become a programmer. It would be better to sell some fast food in an internet cafe, accumulate some capital first, and then consider starting a business. After buying various vegetables and some pork at the market, he returned to his apartment. Fortunately, the apartment has natural gas. Although there is no system in this world, my cooking skills are still very good. If you want to make money, there is definitely no problem. What's more, the food he cooks tastes really good. I believe it will only take a few minutes to sell fast food tomorrow. The next morning, Shiaoi started busying himself in the kitchen. He steamed rice in the rice cooker and fried vegetables in the wok. It is relatively simple to make fast food, you can just make a few dishes. What I cook nowadays are all home-cooked dishes, such as shredded pork with fish flavor, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and barbecue rice, which are all very simple and were also very popular in my previous life. At 10 o'clock, Shiaoi had neatly opened 50 lunchboxes on the table and put rice in them. Just put various side dishes on top and you're done. At this moment, there was a knock on the apartment door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Shiaoi rushed to the door and opened it. Xian Tianqing stood at the door with a smile on his face. When he saw Shiaoi, he sniffed his nose and couldn't help but said, "What the hell is that smell, brothery? It smells so good. Are you cooking in there?" "Clever." Shiaoi nodded, "Come in quickly, I need your help, go to the bathroom and wash your hands first." After entering the room, Xian Tianqing fixed his eyes on the lunchbox on the dining table. "Brothery, don't tell me, you are going to take me to make money today just to sell lunchboxes. What's wrong with selling lunchboxes?" Shiaoi was immediately unhappy. "You beast, let me tell you, don't look down on selling lunchboxes. After all, I earned the fruits of my labor with my own hands. It's better than stealing your father's money to go online." Xian Tianqing's face darkened. "You know how to talk. Also, I don't look down on selling lunchboxes. I'm just curious, can you cook?" "That's right, don't you see who your brothery is? Cooking is so simple." "Is it easy?" Xian Tianqing scratched his head. He didn't know how to do it anyway. After he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, he began to help Shiaoi. While covering the dishes on the rice board, he asked, "Brothery, I smell that your food tastes good, but I wonder if a place like an internet cafe can sell lunchboxes? Also, what if the network administrator doesn't allow us to sell it?" "You don't have to worry about having a child." Shiaoi was very confident in himself. "We have to be flexible in everything. If the network administrator doesn't allow us to sell, we can bribe him. Besides, those people are playing games at noon and have no time to eat. Also, the internet cafe you mentioned is newly opened. I've already inquired about it. The internet cafe now has a chef. As long as we shout, we will definitely be able to sell it. Don't worry." Okay, I have to say brothery, you are really awesome." Xian Tianqing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Chapter 134 Panda Burning Incense Virus. Xian Tianqing didn't say much. After packing the lunchboxes, they all put them in foam boxes. The weather is not very cold today, with a temperature of around 25 or 26 degrees, so there is no need to worry about the lunchbox getting cold or anything. By noon, there should be some residual heat. By the way, brothery, how much are these lunchboxes? Shen Tiancheng looked at the lunchboxes and asked. Shiaoi heard, a portion of tomato scrambled eggs is 8 yuan, fish-flavored pork shreds is 12 yuan, and barbecued meat rice is 15 yuan. The 50 meals include 20 portions of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 15 portions of shredded pork with fish flavor and 15 portions of barbecue rice, with a total value of less than 600 yuan. They have no labor costs, and after deducting the costs of packaging chopsticks and raw materials, their net profit is more than 400 yuan. If you can earn more than 400 yuan a day, it is already very impressive. Nowadays, the average daily salary of ordinary people is less than 400 yuan. Become. Shen Tiancheng picked up the box and prepared to go downstairs to the internet cafe to sell it. At this time, Shiaoi said, "Wait a minute, you beast." He trotted into the second floor and took out a box of cigarettes. This box of Huazi is worth 40 yuan. There is no way, he has to understand the ways of the world. After putting the boxes in their pockets, the two men went downstairs, each carrying a box. They used a rope to secure the foam boxes to the back seat of Shen Tiancheng's bicycle, and then they rode together towards Mishur Street. 20 minutes later, Shiaoi and Shen Tiancheng rode their bicycles to Mishur Street. The first internet cafe on Mishur Street is a newly opened one, named Shiaoi Internet Cafe. There are no schools nearby, but there are many residential areas. It is also connected to a main road of the city, so there is a lot of traffic. At this time, there were many electric vehicles parked in front of the internet cafe, almost blocking the entrance. After seeing this scene, Shen Tiancheng couldn't help but said in surprise, "Damn, there are too many people. It's normal. It's the weekend now." Shiaoi remained calm. He winked at Shen Tiancheng and said, "Go in. Don't be shy. It's dinner time now. Just call us later." Become. Two people entered the internet cafe one after another. The inside was full of smoke. The environment of this internet cafe was good and it was very clean. The cost of internet access was 4 yuan per hour. At 4 yuan an hour, it's okay and not expensive. What are you doing? The network administrator scolded the two young men when they came in. Shiaoi quickly took out the cigarette from his pocket and said, "Come and have a cigarette. You haven't eaten yet, right? Here's a meal for you," Shiaoi said with a smile. In fact, when he saw Shiaoi handing them cigarettes and food, he already knew what the two guys were here for. Since the new internet cafe had just opened, there wasn't even any instant noodles in the store, so he didn't make things difficult for them. "Come in." The network administrator opened the lunchbox and showed off his food without thinking twice. The main thing is that he is just a working man, but he got a box of Chinese food and a meal for free, which is really nice. Go, beast. After entering, Shiaoi found that this internet cafe was quite large, with more than 100 computers in total. At this moment, there was not a single empty machine, all of them were full. Most of them are playing games, and the games they play are pretty similar, such as League of Legends, CS:GO, Naraka, Bladepoint, etc. What confused Shiaoi was that there were actually a few people outside playing Meteor Butterfly Sword in Grand Theft Auto, Vice City. These games can be said to be the youth of those born in the 80s and 90s. Oh my god, what kind of game is this? It's so fucking awesome. As soon as he entered, Shen Tiancheng's attention was attracted by a person. He stared at the screen. Shiaoi took a look and was surprised to find that he was playing Naraka, Bladepoint. But he didn't want to watch others play games. He went over and kicked Shen Tiancheng, rolling his eyes at him. "You beast, are you here to do business or to watch others play games?" "Hey, I'm just curious." "Okay, sell it now. Follow your brother E and I guarantee you'll make more than your parents in a month." Good boy, brother E, you really dreamed of a big pie. His father now earns more than 5,000 yuan a month, but he doesn't believe that he can earn 5,000 yuan a month. "If I can earn 500, I feel that going to college is pointless. It is better to work hard, get married and start a family soon. How does the saying go? You are responsible for beauty. I am responsible for, flower arrangement. Stop nagging. It's dinner time now. Hurry up and sell the food." Shen Tiancheng nodded and said directly to the buddy who was playing Naraka, "Brother, are you hungry in the middle of the day? I have a delicious lunchbox here. Do you want one?" It's economical, delicious, and not expensive. Is it really delicious? The guy turned his head curiously. Xian Tianqing said, of course. If it's not delicious, I'll give it away for free. Okay, give me one. Okay, how about yakiniku rice bowl? Okay. 15. Here's 20. No need to change. Hearing this, Xian Tianqing was shocked. Good fellow, thank you brother, I wish you good luck in the game, and kill as many people as you can. Xian Tianqing came to Shiaoi with a 20 yuan note and boasted, Brothery, look, I just got here and I met a little rich guy, and he didn't even ask me for change. Not bad, not bad. Shiaoi nodded with satisfaction, then the 5 yuan is yours, as long as you can sell more, it's all yours. Come on, beast, I'm rooting for you. Okay. Soon, 2 people started wandering around the internet cafe. They asked around, and just as he thought, most people were so engrossed in playing games at this time that they would not go out to eat at noon. In less than 20 minutes, all 50 lunchboxes were sold out. Brothery, I'm sold out here. Same here. Xian Tianqing came over and handed him the money, although it's not as generous as the first big brother, it's not bad either. You beast, it's good enough that it can be sold. To be honest, I didn't expect it to sell so well. I should have prepared more. Xian Tianqing smiled innocently, then we can come again tomorrow. Let's talk about it later. Shiaoi patted his shoulder lightly. After deducting the cost, we made 400 yuan today, so. He found 100 yuan from a pile of change and stuffed it directly into Xian Tianqing's pocket. This 100 yuan is my thank you fee. Thank you for your hard work. Damn it, this won't work, brothery. Xian Tianqing shook his head. You worked hard to earn this money. We are brothers. The main thing is that I didn't help you. How can this be possible? Just take it. Oh my god. Why did a red panda appear on my computer? At this moment, a young man who was having fun suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Shiaoi turned his head and looked. This computer seems to be infected with a virus. Damn, this virus has been around for more than 10 years, it seems like. Panda burning incense? Chapter 135. This little brother's suggestion is good. Damn, a red panda appeared on my computer too. What does it show when I open HAL 123? Why does a little panda appear, and he's holding 3 incense sticks in his hand? Me too, what's going on with the network administrator? For a moment, the entire internet cafe was in an uproar. More than half of the computers were infected, and many people walked towards the network administrator. The network administrator was also confused seeing this situation. He knew nothing about computers and was just a lousy worker. The boss only taught him how to turn on the computer a few days ago. He really didn't understand anything about the blue screen. Shiaoi folded his hands, a smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying a meal. Xian Tianqing, who was standing by, looked around with wide eyes and said, Brothery, what's going on? It's just a virus, it's normal, probably because someone browsed unhealthy websites. Unhealthy website? Xian Tianqing scratched his head, then showed a sly smile, and continued, since we have sold all the lunchboxes, let's go. I'm starving. Wait a minute. Shiaoi looked at the network administrator, who was currently using his cell phone to notify his boss. I feel like we can still make a killing. Xian Tianqing looked at Shiaoi's ant-like smile and scratched his head. A moment later, outside the internet cafe, a Honda Accord stopped at the door. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked to be in his 40s, got out of the car in a hurry and rushed straight into the internet cafe. What's going on? The middle-aged man asked the people gathered around the counter. The network manager stammered, Boss, there seems to be something wrong with the computers in our internet cafe. Some computers keep restarting, and some computers have red pandas appearing when they are turned on. I suspect that all the computers in our internet cafe are infected with a virus. What the hell? The middle-aged man said in confusion, how could it be a virus? We have our own server here. The network administrator said with a wronged look on his face, I don't know either, boss. Why don't you take a look? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. At this time, some people who couldn't wait spoke up, I'm not asking if your internet cafe is okay or not. Can it be fixed? If not, return the money. Yes, give me back my money. My time is precious and I don't have time to waste with you. Everyone, please wait patiently. I am the owner of Shiaoi Internet Cafe. Let me see what's wrong with the computer, the middle-aged man said patiently. Then he came to a computer and turned it on. The computer powered on and started normally. After entering the desktop, he was surprised to find that all the icons on the desktop had turned into a panda head. Even the desktop wallpaper has turned into a panda holding 3 incense sticks. The network administrator has seen this icon. Isn't this the famous virus, panda burning incense, from more than 10 years ago? How could this appear at this time? How weird. He tried to open it using the mouse, but the moment he moved the mouse, the computer screen turned blue. There appeared complicated codes on it, which he couldn't understand at all. What's going on? The middle-aged man looked confused. Although he was the owner of the internet cafe, he didn't know much about computers. He and a partner each invested $1 million to open the business. We have only been open for 5 days, how could this happen? The most important thing is that the server should have a reset function, and it is also connected to the Vientiane network management system. Even if it is infected with a virus, a restart should be able to solve the problem. What is going on? The middle-aged man's face was not very good. He could not solve this problem at all. He glanced at everyone inside. Sorry everyone, the internet cafe should have been attacked by some powerful virus. I will contact the staff to come and repair it. If you don't want to wait, you can get a refund. At this time, the network administrator hurried back to the computer at the bar and shook the mouse. Damn it, the computer at the bar was also infected. There is no way to see how much internet money others have left. Boss, the computer at the bar is also infected. We can't use it anymore. What? The middle-aged man looked shocked. At the same time, the people around started shouting again. I don't care, you have to refund my internet fee, I still have 3 hours. I still have 6 hours. I still have 20 hours. I have 48 hours left. For a while, people were talking about all sorts of things. The network administrator was panicking. With 100 people, how could he possibly remember how long each of them had used their computers? At this time, all the computers below were infected. The middle-aged man sighed, alas. No, brother E, when are we leaving? I'm so hungry. Xian Tiansheng said while holding his stomach. He has been eating melons here for a long time and it is really boring. Wait a little longer, you can make a lot of money later. Shiaoi walked over and said, isn't it easy? Just take out your phones and check the amount you paid. Yes. The network administrator then realized that it would be enough to just check how much money they had paid. At this time, many people wanted to get the money from the network administrator for free. I paid in cash. Me too, Shu. The world that Shiaoi traveled to has just entered the 4G era, which is quite different from his previous life. It is true that many people are used to carrying cash. After hearing what everyone said, the middle-aged man's face looked even uglier. Boss, how about this? You record all the people who come today and give them 24 hours of internet access as a gift, so that they can come back another day to continue surfing the internet. No, who are you? A young man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks looked at Shiaoi. Hey, isn't this the one who just sold food? The boss hasn't said anything yet, why is a stinky waiter trying to smooth things over? Shiaoi said calmly, who do you care who I am? Just tell me what I just said, okay? There was a murmur among the people. In fact, most of them only paid for a few hours of internet. If they could get 24 hours of free internet, it would be a sure win. There is a saying that goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. They don't want to be that bastard. No, you keep your word, right? This question depends on whether the boss agrees or not, right? Shiaoi turned his head and looked at the boss. Boss, what do you think of my proposal? Very good. He was a businessman, so he naturally understood what Shiaoi meant. By doing this, he can not only retain a large number of customers, but also prevent himself from losing a lot of money. After all, if everyone lied about how much time they spent online, he'd be losing a ton of cash. The free 24-hour internet access fee only requires you to pay some electricity bills, which can indeed minimize the losses. At this time, someone questioned, this solution is fine, but when can the computer be repaired? The shop owner said, give me a day, I'm sure it can be fixed. What if it can't be fixed? Shiaoi, everyone knows that this internet cafe has just opened. If it closes now, the owner will lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. He will definitely not run away just because of everyone's internet fees. If the problem can't be fixed, everyone can come back in a day and get a refund. This. After hearing Shiaoi's words, the boss nodded. Yes, there is nothing wrong with what this little brother said. These computers can definitely be repaired in a day. Chapter 136. I went to Su Ruoroa's house to play with her for a while. In that case, I will trust you, the shop owner, for once. If I come here tomorrow and can't fix it, you must return my money. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, okay, I promise that everyone can come to the internet tomorrow. If the computer is not repaired, I will refund you the full amount of the 24-hour internet fee. Shiaoi, hurry up and prepare, and record the guest's name and phone number. Okay. The network administrator named Shiaoi quickly took out his mobile phone and started recording information at the bar. The shop owner ignored Shiaoi at first, but picked up his mobile phone and made a call. What? The panda burning incense virus has reappeared and destroyed the servers of 90% of internet cafes? It will take half a month to repair it? Are you kidding me? After hearing the voice on the phone, the shop owner suddenly became angry. This internet cafe has only been open for a few days and this happened? And it will take 15 days to repair it, which is outrageous. At this time, Shiaoi on the side said, Boss, I have a way to fix the computer in the internet cafe. The shop owner noticed Shiaoi. Hello, little brother. He took the initiative to extend his hand, his tone somewhat respectful. Hello, boss. Shaking hands, the shop owner took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Huang Daozhong, the owner of Shiaoi Internet Cafe. You can call me Uncle Huang. What's your name, little brother? Hello, Uncle Huang. My name is Shiaoi. I'm from Genoa No. 1 Middle School. This is my classmate, Xian Tiansheng. Genoa No. 1 High School? Huang Daozhong was a little surprised, because Genoa No. 1 High School is a key high school in the city. Quite a few people can be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University in 1 year. At the same time, after learning that he was still a student, he also had some doubts about whether Shiaoi could repair the computer. Shiaoi said with a smile, yes, from Genoa No. 1 Middle School. I am usually interested in computers. Let me make it short. Actually, the computers in your internet cafe are infected with a virus called panda burning incense. Panda burning incense. Huang Daozhong murmured, I remember this virus appeared before, why is it appearing again now? I don't know about that. Shiaoi shook his head, but this is still the original worm virus. Maybe one of your peers is messing with you. This. Huang Daozhong took a deep breath. It was becoming increasingly difficult to run an internet cafe now. The configuration of his store was very high, and the price was not expensive. He might really be able to take advantage of other people's business. So Huang Daozhong frowned and asked, can you really fix the computer in the store? No problem. This virus is just a small kiss to Shiaoi now. After all, this is the major he studied in college. Every profession has its own specialization, and it's not in vain. Seeing Shiaoi's confident look, Huang Daozhong said, then little brother, if you can fix these computers, I will definitely give you corresponding rewards. Don't worry, just leave it to me. He studied computer science in college and learned various programming software such as Easy Language, C++, Python, etc. He also learned the management and research of virus libraries. Huang Daozhong patted him on the shoulder and said, you are really young and promising. How about this? I will give you 200 yuan for each computer you repair. However, if the computer has this kind of problem again next time, you have to provide me with warranty. After hearing the price of 200 yuan, Shiaoi felt very excited. Just now he was wondering how much money should be charged for repairing a computer, but he didn't expect that he would be given 200 yuan for repairing a computer. One machine costs 200 yuan, so 100 machines would be 20,000 yuan. As expected of a big boss, he is very generous. Shiaoi thought about it carefully and felt that 20,000 was not a lot. After all, according to the server maintenance personnel, it would take 15 days. If the store is closed for 15 days, it will lose a lot of money. Ahem. Shiaoi suppressed his inner emotions and nodded slowly, no problem, boss. After the repair, I will add a firewall to your server, so that even if there is a virus in the future, it will be blocked for you. Okay, ha 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 ha, good. Huang Daozhong looked around and said, how about we start now? We haven't eaten yet. I'm going to have dinner with my good brother first. We'll be back right after dinner. Don't worry, it won't take long. Hearing this, Huang Daozhong quickly said, why don't I take you guys to eat? There are many restaurants nearby, that. No. Shiaoi knew that he was just being polite and there was no need to take it seriously. After all, he is a big boss, and being polite to him is already a big respect. Seeing that he was rejected, Huang Daozhong didn't say anything more. Okay, you guys go eat, I'll be back around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and I'll come back to check the results then, okay? No problem. Shiaoi made an okay gesture. Soon, Huang Daozhong was the first to leave the store. Xin Tiansheng, who had been silent, came over with a shocked expression. Oh my god, brother-y, you were making a fuss. It's okay that you can cook, but can you repair computers? Why, don't I look like one? Xin Tiansheng nodded. He looked at Shiaoi's back. Why did he feel that he had suddenly become much more mature? Especially when he was speaking in front of so many people just now, he was not at all nervous, and even felt very confident. Could it be that he was possessed by another spirit? When he thought of this, Xin Tiansheng shook his head, feeling that he was overthinking. No, brother-y, how do you fix it? Can you tell me? Just tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. Xin Tiansheng kept chattering in his ear. Shiaoi rolled his eyes and said, okay, you beast, stop yelling, just wait for your brother-y to take you to show off and fly. If you follow your brother-y in the future, I guarantee you will have good food and good drinks. Can we go to Mad Thursday at noon? Crazy Thursday? What is Crazy Thursday? You don't know? Shiaoi was stunned, then explained, it's KFC. Ah, is this true? He shook his head. Brother-y, why don't we just forget it? Eating KFC is too extravagant. I think a bowl of ramen or something will be fine. Didn't I tell you that I would take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future? Let's go to KFC today. That is fine. Seeing that Shiaoi insisted on eating KFC, Xin Tiansheng didn't say much. He had heard of KFC's reputation a long time ago and wanted to try it today. There happened to be a KFC near Mishur Street. Shiaoi took Xin Tiansheng in and ordered 4 hamburgers, 2 servings of popcorn chicken and 2 cups of Coke. Xin Tiansheng bit into the burger with a rich expression. It's worthy of being KFC, the taste is different, brother-y, have you eaten it before? Of course I have, but eating too much fried food can make you fat, so you should eat less of it in the future. Xin Tiansheng looked at his big belly and said, I'm already so fat, I'm not afraid of getting fatter. Also, I normally can't bear to eat this, but you are so kind to me, brother-y, that you treat me to such an expensive meal. Thank you, brother-y. Shiaoi looked at Xin Tiansheng's honest appearance and said, why are you thanking me? I've already said that it's a good thing to hang out with your brother-y. Hey, okay. After lunch, Shiaoi and Xin Tiansheng went straight back to the internet cafe. At this time, the internet cafe was empty except for the network administrator. When the network administrator surnamed Wang saw them coming back, he said, 2 brothers, you are back. Huang Daozhong had just instructed that when Shiaoi and Xin Tiansheng came back, they should cooperate with them unconditionally. I'm back. Shiaoi looked around and said, the computers in the internet cafe are all out of service now. I need a computer to repair the server. Go outside and borrow a laptop for me. Shiaoi walked towards the network pipe. The network administrator was stunned. Where can I get this? There are many computer repair shops out there. They just lend us computers. Please go there. That is fine. The network administrator nodded helplessly. Walked out quickly. After a while, he came in holding an old, state-of-the-art laptop. After taking the computer, Shiaoi connected to the internet, then connected an external keyboard, opened the command window, and started typing on the keyboard. The network administrator and Xin Tiansheng stood aside in confusion, unable to see what Shiaoi was doing at all. 2.5 hours later. Shiaoi wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. Finally done. At this moment, the internet cafe's server has been repaired through his technical means. Then, he went to the bar, turned on the computer, connected the computer to the Vientiane network management server, wrote a simple firewall program, and used remote control to install the firewall on the computers one by one. In this way, the computer is generally not afraid of viruses. Nailed it. Shiaoi stood up from his chair and said to the network pipe, brother, I have already fixed the server, you can check it out. Fuck, so fast? The network administrator was surprised when he heard his words. I made 20,000 yuan in just 2.5 hours. He now works as a network administrator in an internet cafe, and his monthly salary is only 2,000 yuan. He earned in 2 hours what he would have earned in 10 months. Depend on. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Okay. The network administrator nodded slightly, then turned on the computer and started testing. Some files in the computer are damaged and need to be downloaded and then imported into the server. Since the broadband in the internet cafe is very fast, there is no need to worry about downloading games. No problem. The network administrator admired Shiaoi very much. He said, "Wait a moment, I'll call the boss and ask him to come over." Okay. Shiaoi and Xian Tianshan waited in the internet cafe for about 20 minutes before Huang Daozhong came back. When he saw that all 100 computers were turned on, he looked a little surprised. "I didn't expect you guys to actually fix it. You've really worked hard." As he spoke, he took out 2 stacks of banknotes from his pocket, 10,000 in each stack. Yes, 20,000 yuan. When Xian Tiancheng saw the money, his eyes widened. He had never seen so much money before. After handing 20,000 yuan to Shiaoi, Huang Daozhong said, "From now on, the internet access is free for both of you to come here, so you can come and play more often." "That's not necessary." Shiaoi shook his head. "Boss, we are here to sell food today, and we are only 15 years old. It is illegal for minors to surf the internet in an internet cafe." This. Huang Daozhong suddenly felt embarrassed and forgot that they were students of Genoa No. 1 Middle School. Huang Daozhong continued, "Brother, can you please leave me your phone number so I can find you if I have any questions in the future?" Okay. Shiaoi nodded and wrote a number on the paper. "This is my buddy's phone number. I don't have a cell phone. Just call me if you have anything. But usually you have to call after school. Then ask him to notify me." Okay. To be honest, Huang Daozhong was a little surprised that such an outstanding child didn't even have a phone. He continued, "Then I won't waste your time. I have a dinner party later. Do you want to go with me to eat something?" No, it will be dark soon, we need to go home early." Okay, you can come and play more often in the future. See you later, little brother." "See you later." Huang Daozhong left here very quickly. Shiaoi looked at Xian Tiancheng, who was in a daze, and said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go too." Xian Tiancheng scratched his head. "Brothery, why don't we play games in the internet cafe?" "What the hell, do you want the police to arrest you?" Yeah. After the two left the internet cafe, Shiaoi took out a stack of banknotes, pulled out 20 from it, and handed them to Xian Tiancheng. "You beast, today you not only helped me sell food, but also worked with me in the internet cafe for a long time, so these are your rewards." Xian Tiancheng was stunned when he saw the 2,000 yuan that Shiaoi handed over to him. What the hell? Why should I give him 2,000 yuan for no reason? Mainly, 2,000 yuan was too much money for a 15-year-old high school student like him, and he was a little hesitant to accept it. "Brothery, I can't take this money. It's too much, and I can't help you much. Just accept it." In fact, Xian Tiancheng's family situation is not good. This guy even stole his father's money to go online. Damn, he is such a filial son. This money can be used to supplement the family expenses. Listen to me and don't steal your father's money again. Listen to me, Xian Tiancheng, use this money to buy some supplements for your parents, okay? That. Okay, thank you, brothery. Xian Tiancheng slowly took the 2,000 yuan, and Shiaoi directly hugged his shoulders. "What are you thanking me for? In the future, whenever there is an opportunity to make money, your brothery will definitely help you." "Okay, then I'll hang out with you from now on." "No problem." They rode on their bicycles, and Xian Tiancheng asked, "By the way, brothery, are we still here to sell food tomorrow?" "What the hell are you selling?" "No need. You've been in military training for a week. You should have a good rest tomorrow." "Okay. So what are you going to do now?" "As for me," Shiaoi said with a naughty smile, "I'm going to Su Ruoro's house to play with her for a while, hee. Xian Tiancheng widened his eyes. "What the hell?" Chapter 137. Why didn't you tell me that it was a boy? You want to go to her house? Yes. Shiaoi said calmly, "I have already made arrangements with her in advance. I can contact her anytime to help her with her homework or something." Wipe. When Xian Tiancheng heard this, he was so envious. Koanur was so envious that his face turned purple. Shiaoi waved at him. Okay, no more words, I'm leaving first, see you on Monday. See you on Monday. After Shiaoi left, he went to a nearby mobile phone store and bought an Icon brand mobile phone. After all, if I want to contact Su Ruoro in the future, I must have a mobile phone. Then after applying for a data card, I bought a fruit basket and some milk as a gift. I can't go to Su Ruoro's house empty-handed for the first time. After all, he understands the ways of the world. After returning to the apartment and putting on his school bag, he rode his bicycle towards the community where Su Ruoro lived. The speed of the bicycle is relatively slow, but fortunately, Su Ruoro's home is not far from Genoa No. 1 Middle School. After riding for nearly 40 minutes, Shiaoi arrived at the Jingdu Kailan community where Su Ruoro lived. This is exactly the same as the community in the other world, but the facilities look much newer. It was still a 6-story building. Shiaoi came to the first floor, which was Su Ruoro's door, and knocked gently. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, Shin Shueping's voice was heard from inside. Come upstairs. Crunch. Shin Shueping pushed open the door. When she saw Shiaoi's unfamiliar face, she was startled at first, then she asked, Hey, you, who are you? At the same time, when Shiaoi saw the young Shin Shueping, he couldn't help but say, What you, so young? She has been taking care of the child since he was born, working day and night, and sometimes not getting enough sleep, so her skin has deteriorated and she has many more wrinkles on her face. At this time, Shin Shueping had no wrinkles on her face and looked particularly young. After hearing Shiaoi's praise, Shin Shueping felt her face flushed immediately. She said, Oh, whose child is this? He is so good at talking. Mom. Ba. Auntie, I'm here to look for Su Ruoro. I'm her classmate. Ah. After hearing Shiaoi suddenly call her mom, Shin Shueping was startled. This. She didn't take it seriously and continued to ask, So you came to see Ruoro, why are you holding something in your hand? Yes, I came to do homework with Ruoro. She should have told you that a classmate has been tutoring her, right? So you are Shiaoi. Shin Shueping said enthusiastically, Ruoro told me that she had a classmate tutoring her, and it turned out to be you. Yes, it's me, Auntie. Come in quickly, Su Ruoro is watching TV and hasn't done her homework all day. As she said that, she invited Shiaoi in. At this time, the decoration of Su Ruoro's house was similar to the first time he went there. There were many antiques on the walls. It seemed that Su Yuna had opened an antique shop. At this time, Su Ruoro was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, barefoot, lying casually on the sofa watching TV. And he was holding a bag of Lay's potato chips in his hand. An idol drama is playing on TV. Ruoro, look who's here. After hearing what her mother said, Su Ruoro quickly raised her head. When she saw that the person coming was Shiaoi, she was completely stunned. I couldn't help but say, Ah. Squad leader, why are you here? I'm here to tutor you. The class starts the day after tomorrow. I won't hesitate to do my best to help you win at the starting line. This. Su Ruoro was confused. Mainly, she didn't seem to tell Shiaoi her home address? How did he find it? That's right. At this time, Su Ruoro slapped her thigh. He can tell fortunes, so he must have figured out her home address. I have to say he is really amazing. Shin Shueping came over and said, Ruoro, go wash some fruits for your classmates. No need, Auntie. Shiaoi said with a smile, just go and cook. I'll have dinner at your house tonight. After hearing Shiaoi's words, Su Ruoro and Shin Shueping were both confused. This kid is really not shy. Of course, Shiaoi came to Su Ruoro specifically to learn, so she was too embarrassed to say anything. Shin Shueping laughed dryly and nodded. Okay, you guys go study first. I'll go cook. Okay, Auntie. After finishing speaking, Shiaoi set his sights on Su Ruoro, and then said, Why are you still standing there? Go study. I'm going to test you this time. Where are you going? It's your room. Ah, this. Su Ruoro couldn't help but look at Shiaoi twice. This guy went straight into the girl's room. He was really shameless. But she didn't refuse. Her room was clean, unlike some boys' rooms, which smelled of stinky feet as soon as you entered. Let's go, I have some questions. Su Ruoro lied in front of Shiaoi. What kind of question was that? She didn't even look at it. Just showing off in front of Shiaoi. Walk. Because I often come to Su Ruoro's house, I am familiar with her home. After entering the bedroom, just as Shiaoi thought, there was a faint fragrance. It was not the smell of cosmetics, but Su Ruoro's body odor. Although he was used to this smell in another world, in this world, this smell was particularly familiar and conspicuous. After entering the bedroom, he took a deep breath. Ruoro, what kind of perfume are you using? It smells so good. Su Ruoro was startled when she heard this, then shook her head. Does it smell good? I never use perfume. So what shampoo do you use? It's the Bee Flower brand. No wonder. Shiaoi smiled and said, then what I smelled should be your body fragrance? Body odor? Su Ruoro scratched her head, then smelled her arms and shoulders. Is there a smell? Why can't I smell it? It's normal that you can't smell yourself. Yeah. Su Ruoro focused her eyes on Shiaoi, then why can you smell it? Because when a man and a woman are together, the woman will release a hormone to attract the man, and this hormone can secrete fragrance. Su Ruoro was confused after hearing Shiaoi's nonsense. What does it mean, girls do this to attract boys? Isn't what he meant by this that he was trying to attract Shiaoi? Mainly because she didn't have it. Because he had spent so much time with Su Ruoro, Shiaoi could almost understand what she was thinking just by looking at her eyes. Shiaoi continued, so, you are attracting me. This is not something you can control, but it's your body's instinctive reaction when you see a handsome guy. 3 black question marks appeared above Su Ruoro's head again. Isn't Shiaoi too narcissistic? At this time, there were many dolls on Su Ruoro's bed, many TFBOS posters on the wall, and many books on the table. What are you looking at? Sit down first. I'll go outside and get a chair. Okay. Shiaoi sat down on the chair, and then looked at the photo of Su Ruoro with 2 pigtails on the table. This photo should be of Su Ruoro when she was 8 or 9 years old. She was very young and especially cute at that time. She doesn't look like a queen at all. Soon, Su Ruoro came over with a chair and noticed that Shiaoi was looking at her photo. Su Ruoro quickly reached out and took it, then pouted, what are you looking at? Is it that beautiful? You look pretty. I didn't expect you to be such a cute girl when you were little. How come you became a queen now? You figured it out again? Su Ruoro stared at Shiaoi with curiosity. Shiaoi heard it and nodded without hiding anything. Yes, I tell you, I have calculated a lot of things about you. The route of the royal sister is just a little bit. When it came to this, Su Ruoro asked, then is my future boyfriend handsome? A handsome guy, 185 centimeters tall, and very rich. Ah, is this true? Su Ruoro looked at him eagerly. Shiaoi touched his nose. To be honest, he didn't know if he could enter this world again after completing his mission. The main thing is that Su Ruoro was his college counselor before, and now the two of them suddenly became the same age, which really made Shiaoi a little confused. Moreover, this world has no system, and some technological products cannot be broken through at all. Whether it can be as successful as before is still an unknown. He said, of course it's true. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do some homework first. By the way, have you finished the homework assigned by the teacher this week? This. Su Ruoro grinned. Needless to say, this girl definitely didn't do her homework. No. She didn't lie and said it decisively. Shiaoi didn't feel surprised when she heard it. It just so happens that I haven't written it either, let's do it together. The homework was not very difficult. After Shiaoi opened the test paper, he said directly, didn't I teach you math problems these days? See if you can do the last problem. Okay. Su Ruoro also turned to the end, read the questions carefully, and shook her head slightly. This question seems to be quite difficult. You haven't even tried it yet, but you say it's difficult. Try it first. If you can't do it, I'll teach you. Oh. Meanwhile, outside. Honey, I'm back. Su Lingjun pushed open the door and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At that time, he was not the captain of the criminal police team, but an ordinary squadron leader. There have been a lot of cases recently, and working overtime is the norm. Today he finally came back early, so he was in a good mood. Shin Shueping must cook bone soup for him. Su Lingjun was a little surprised to see something still placed at the door of the house. Hey? Wife, is there another gift for us? Because of his special status, he often receives gifts. This is perfectly normal. However, Su Linjin has never abused his power. Qin Shueping poked her head out of the kitchen. No, it was Ruoro's classmate who came to her to do homework, and brought some things with her. Oh, so you're Ruoro's classmate? Su Linjin didn't take it seriously. Lu Tianchuan usually came to see Su Ruoro often, but why did she bring something today? It was really strange. Of course he didn't take it seriously. Since Su Ruoro was doing homework in the room, he didn't disturb her. Wife. Qin Shueping entered the kitchen and hugged her waist from behind. Qin Shueping, who was cooking, rolled her eyes and said, "Okay, Lao Su, aren't you tired after a day's work? I'm busy cooking for the two children, so don't make trouble for me." Oh. Facing Qin Shueping's contempt, Su Linjin said oh and went back to the living room, then took off his shoes, touched his feet, and watched TV. In the room, Shiaoi was studying the questions with Su Ruoro. This time, Shiaoi did not teach Su Ruoro the whole process, but asked her to do it herself based on what he had taught her before. So, the final result should be this, right? Su Ruoro was a little confident and couldn't help but write down a result at the end of the draft paper. Shiaoi heard it and nodded slightly. Yes, isn't this quite smart? It makes sense right away. He. Su Ruoro chuckled and continued, well, let's finish the test first. If there are any questions you don't understand, I'll ask you again. Okay, but there's no way I'll let you copy it. Humph. You think I care? Half an hour later. Qin Shueping in the living room had already prepared 4 or 5 dishes, and it was almost time to eat. She wiped her hands with her apron and said, okay, Lao Su is ready to eat. Go and call Ruoro and her classmates to eat. Okay. Su Linjin didn't think much about it. He threw down the remote control in his hand and walked towards Su Ruoro's bedroom. Because there were 2 girls inside, he didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. Ruoro, Shuang, dinner is ready, can you finish your meal and then do your homework? Just at this moment, Su Lin was stunned, then his eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. Damn, wasn't he Su Ruoro doing homework with Lu Tianchuan? How come it's a boy? At the same time, Su Ruoro also responded, I know, Dad, but the one who came today is not Lu Tianchuan, but my squad leader, Shiaoi. Shiaoi also turned his head. At this time, Su Linjin looked much younger than before. Seeing his shocked expression, Shiaoi waved at him, hello, uncle. Ahem. Su Linjin suddenly started coughing violently. After seeing him, he felt as if his little cotton padded jacket had been taken away by someone. Especially since the 2 of them were so close just now, so close that their faces were almost touching. Suddenly, he had the illusion that his little cotton padded jacket had been taken away by someone. Well. Su Linjin laughed dryly and then said, it's time for dinner, kids. Do your homework after dinner. Hurry up. Having said that, Su Linjin closed the door and walked to the living room. Looking at Qin Shueping who was still busy, he said, no, wife, why didn't you tell me that it was a boy who came? Qin Shueping, you didn't ask. Chapter 138 Ruoro is back from traveling. This. Su Linjin felt extremely speechless after hearing Qin Shueping's words. But there is indeed nothing wrong with what he said, and he didn't ask who was coming. Okay. In the room, Su Ruoro reminded, Monitor, dinner is already served, why don't we go eat first and then come back to do our homework? Yeah, that's fine. Shiaoi readily agreed, and the 2 left the room and came to the restaurant. After washing his hands, Shiaoi didn't feel embarrassed at all, as if he had returned home. Qin Shueping and Su Linjin both grinned in surprise when they saw Shiaoi was so unreserved. Oh, I'm starving. He picked up a chicken leg with chopsticks and put it in the bowl. Today Qin Shueping made a total of 4 dishes and a soup, which were a combination of meat and vegetables and looked particularly appetizing. He took a bite of the chicken leg, and then seeing that Su Ruoro hadn't moved, he asked, what's wrong, Ruoro, uncle and aunt, why aren't you eating? It's delicious. As he said that, Shiaoi took 2 mouthfuls of rice. Seeing Shiaoi eating so happily, Su Ruoro chuckled and said, don't eat so hastily. No one is going to snatch the food from you. It's mainly because Auntie's cooking is so delicious. Eat, Lao Su, why are you still standing there? Eat. Oh, okay. Qin Shueping and Su Linjin finally started, and at the same time Shiaoi asked, Uncle, is the police station busy now? Su Linjin was stunned when he heard this, and he looked at Su Ruoro. Because he had told Su Ruoro not to tell other classmates about his identity. After noticing her father's eyes, Su Ruoro hurriedly shook her head. Dad, I didn't tell him that you are a policeman. He can tell fortunes, and he is very accurate. These are all calculated by him. After hearing Su Ruoro's words, Su Linjin was completely confused. Has my precious daughter been led astray by Shiaoi? Isn't fortune telling just old superstition? Even Shiaoi burst out laughing after hearing this. Su Ruoro was too naive. Simple and cute. Shiaoi coughed twice, then continued, Ahem, uncle is indeed like this, I can usually figure out some simple problems. Is this true or false? Xin Shueping and Su Linjin looked at him curiously. Shiaoi nodded and said, Of course it's true. Why don't you ask me some questions? Okay. Su Linjin thought about it and asked the first question. What year was I born? October 12, 1976. Hearing this, Su Linjin was confused. Damn, is this even possible? Shiaoi continued, Auntie was born on February 10, 1973, 3 years older than uncle. It can be said that a woman 3 years older than her husband holds a golden brick. Uncle, you really held a golden brick. Although what Shiaoi said was right, Su Linjin still didn't believe what he said. These things might have been told to him by Su Ruoro. That alone doesn't mean you can tell fortunes. Then does the mole on your left but count? Su Ruoro? Su Linjin? Xin Shueping? Damn, what the hell is going on? After hearing Shiaoi's words, Su Lin was stunned. Does Shiaoi know all this? Is this fake? You. And more. Shiaoi continued, You were shot by a bullet outside the country 2 years ago, right? This. Shiaoi's words immediately stumped Su Linjin, mainly because there was nothing wrong with what Shiaoi said. Could it be that he really can tell fortunes? Shiaoi then asked, By the way, is Grandpa Su Yunha still in the antique shop? Hasn't he come back yet? Or did you go drinking with Lin Daoqi? Xin Shueping and Su Linjin looked at Shiaoi in surprise. He even knew about Su Yunha's good friend, Lin Daoqi. Oh my god. Yes, him. I went drinking with him. Su Linjin touched his nose. Because he was a criminal policeman, he had an impulse. He really wanted to handcuff Shiaoi with the silver bracelet and then take him to the police station for interrogation. I'm afraid he's a spy. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He is Su Ruoro's classmate and cannot do this. Xin Shueping asked, Shiaoi, you really opened my eyes. Who did you learn fortune telling from? Upon hearing this, Shiaoi boasted, My deceased grandfather. This, okay, sorry kid. Fine. Shiaoi waved his hand and continued to eat. Because his words frightened Xin Shueping and Su Linjin a little, they didn't say much during the whole meal. After dinner, Shiaoi and Su Ruoro returned to her bedroom immediately. Come on, Su Ruoro, let's continue studying. After sitting on the chair, Shiaoi pulled her to continue studying. Su Ruoro felt a little embarrassed when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, Why do you care so much about my grades? That's too responsible. Shiaoi's answer was also very simple, You spent money, and the food auntie cooks is very delicious. I will come here every week from now on. Su Ruoro was confused when she heard this. What? Come every week? This. Looking at her expression, Shiaoi chuckled, What's wrong? Is it not okay? You see, without my supervision, you can't do your homework well. It's okay, but... Su Ruoro always felt something was strange. Could it be that Shiaoi fell in love with her? No, he already liked her. But Shiaoi was too bold. He came directly to her house after only knowing her for a week. That's really cool. In the following time, Shiaoi stayed with Su Ruoro to do homework, and he left reluctantly until 9:30 in the evening. After leaving, at this time, the voice of the system came. Ding, Su Ruoro's favorability plus 10, current mission completion rate 40%. You have received 100 tablets of heart failure specific medicine. Awesome. In just 1 week, the favorability level has reached 40. I have to say that this efficiency is indeed good. However, after spending these few days together, Shiaoi was really worried about some things. For example, after he has increased Su Ruoro's favorability towards him to the maximum, he doesn't know if he will still be able to come in. If he can't come in, will his body disappear out of thin air? Depend on. When Shiaoi thought of this, he immediately wanted to ask the system. Normally, the system should have responded by now. But at this time, the system did not respond. He sighed and didn't let himself think too much. After returning home, he fell into bed and fell asleep. After waking up, just as Shiaoi thought, he returned to his original world. It's really hard to adapt to a life that's almost like living without sleep, but at least I don't feel sleepy. After checking the time, he put on his clothes and went outside. Xin Shueping's health has recovered well recently and she has no problems with medication. And now he has had the medicine for more than a year, so he just needs to let her take it on time. At this time, Xin Shueping and the babies had not gotten up yet. After washing up, he looked at the time, then went out and drove to Kyoto Daxing Airport. That's right, today is the day Su Ruoro returns from her trip. Jumping back and forth between these two worlds made him particularly uncomfortable. Especially later, after playing poker with Su Ruoro that night, when I opened my eyes, I saw Su Ruoro in the classroom. The contrast was too great. Without thinking too much, he drove the company's G-Class to the airport. An hour later, Shiaoi was already waiting for Su Ruoro at the airport exit. The big screen above showed that Su Ruoro's flight would land in 5 minutes. Shiaoi waited quietly. After the plane landed, she would have to take a shuttle bus over, so it would probably take more than 10 minutes, or even half an hour, to get here. While he was waiting, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oh, damn, brothery?" After hearing Chen Hao's voice, Shiaoi turned around suddenly. Sure enough, Chen Hao was standing here at this time. She was wearing long pants that covered her ankles and the prosthesis was not visible. "Why did you return to Kyoto?" "I'm here on a business trip to pick up a boss who just came back from a trip to Nanyun." "Is that a coincidence?" Shiaoi chuckled. Su Ruoro too, they should be on the same plane. "Good boy, what a coincidence." Shiaoi was in a good mood as he met Chen Hao here by chance. The two chatted while waiting. After about 20.5 minutes, they saw Su Ruoro and Lu Tianchuang, each pulling a suitcase, walking towards this side, talking and laughing. After seeing her, Shiaoi raised his arm and waved, "Wife, here. Here I come." After seeing Shiaoi, Su Ruoro was in a very good mood. She must feel very comfortable if her boyfriend picks her up in person. The two people came to the exit, and at this moment, Su Ruoro and Lu Tianchuang both set their eyes on Chen Hao, who was beside Shiaoi. Shiaoi has already told Su Ruoro that he has made him a realistic prosthetic limb. Since Lu Tianchuang is still here, she naturally won't mention this matter. "Oh, this. Seeing Lu Tianchuang's trembling tone, Chen Hao chuckled. "What's wrong, instructor? You can't speak when you see your former student?" "That's not the case." Lu Tianchuang shook her head. "I'm just a little surprised. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" "Yes." Chen Hao nodded slightly. "If I remember correctly, the last time we met was at Xiaoyi's wedding." "Yes." Both of them sighed that time passed too quickly. "Why are you here? Are you here with Shiaoi?" No. Chen Hao shook his head. "I'm here to pick up the leader, brothery. The leader is here, I'm going to pick him up. I'll treat you to dinner later." "Okay." Soon, Chen Hao walked forward respectfully and went towards the leader. At the same time, Shiaoi gently rubbed Su Ruoro's face and asked, "How is it? Are you having fun in Nanyun?" Not bad." Su Ruoro smiled slightly. "We went to Yulong Snow Mountain, Zishuang Bana, and Shangri-La, and ate." Su Ruoro took the initiative to share her itinerary, and Shiaoi could only nod. Because damn, he has never been to Nanyun. "I have never been to Jade Dragon Snow Mountain." "If you have the chance, you must go there once." Shiaoi and Su Ruoro held hands lovingly and headed towards the airport exit, while Lu Tianchuan was silently eating dog food behind them. There's no way. Her current boyfriend is still busy with his career and has no time to pick her up. His boyfriend is not a wealthy man like Shiaoi, so he must work hard for his future life. Su Ruoro took a deep breath of PM 2.5 in the air, and then asked, "By the way, how is the progress of our company in Linjiang now?" "Well enough." Shiaoi replied casually, "We have already obtained the land over there. I have already contacted the designer to design our company. Once the design drawings are finalized, construction will begin over there." Oh. Su Ruoro nodded obediently, and then asked, "What about the car production line?" "Silly girl, it's not that fast. If the car is to be launched on the market at the earliest, it will probably be next year." So slow? Su Ruoro scratched her head. She really had no idea what this thing was. Yes. Soon, they arrived at the airport parking lot. After seeing Shiaoi opening a white G-Class, Suruoro asked, "Did our company buy a new car again?" Because Shiaoi is also a car enthusiast, he always likes to buy a lot of cars. Although I am going to build my own car, my love for other cars will not diminish. Lu Tianchuang sat in the back row very consciously. They first sent Lu Tianchuang back home, and then Shiaoi returned to his home. After opening the door, Shiaoi called softly, "Babies, look who's back." At this time, the babies were sitting on the ground playing with toys as usual. After hearing Xiaoyi's voice, the three babies looked over. These days, the babies kept crying and saying they missed their mothers. It took me a long time just to coax them. "Mom is back." The babies stood up quickly and ran over happily. Erbo was the first to jump into Suruoro's arms, yelling, "Mommy, hug me. Mommy, hug me. Oh, I miss my mother so much." Suruoro picked up the second baby, and Shiaoi said, "Okay, babies, play with mommy. Today is the first day that mommy is back. I'll make whatever you want to eat." "Dad, I want to eat durian." "Dad, I want to eat Ultraman." "Dad, I want to eat rabbit." "Ruoro, it looks like you need to take the babies to the supermarket and buy Ultraman gummy candies for Erbao." "Mom, you should go out with them." "Okay." Suruoro and Qin Shueping quickly left here with their three babies. Shiaoi gave a dry laugh, and his brother Pan Jodan flashed and entered the kitchen. Then, start cooking. Chapter 139, Take Ruoro to the public kitchen. We're back. More than an hour later, Suruoro brought the babies back home. This time they spent quite some time strolling, and Shiaoi had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. Suruoro didn't know that Qin Shueping was sick. Of course, Shiaoi had also specifically told the babies not to tell their mother about this. Although babies may not be reliable, they are your own children after all, so you still have to trust them. "I'm back. Let's eat the things we bought later." "Let's eat first." "No, no." Erbao came over carrying a heavy bag. Shiaoi took a look and found a big durian inside. "And it has 6 pieces of meat." Erbao looked at Shiaoi eagerly and said, "Dad, I want to eat durian pizza." "Durian pizza?" Hearing this, Shiaoi stroked Erbao's bouncy little face and said, "Okay, then Daddy will make you a durian pizza, okay?" "Okay." After getting Xiaoyi's consent, Erbao ran away excitedly. Shiaoi smiled helplessly. Babies nowadays are so easy to deal with. Soon, Suruoro also entered the kitchen. "Let me help you." "Yeah, okay." Xiaoidu glanced at Suruoro. He looked quite different from when he was in high school. After noticing Xiaoyi's eyes, Suruoro couldn't help but ask, "Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me?" "No, nothing." Xiaoi shook his head. "I've been dreaming recently that I was your classmate when you were in high school." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "Is this true? Am I really beautiful?" "Yes." Xiaoi did not hide it. She was a little green, but pretty. "However, your best friend Lu Tianchuan loved gossip, right? How do you know that?" Suruoro scratched her head and thought about it carefully. She realized that Lu Tianchuan was indeed very fond of gossip at that time. She also said that so and so liked her and even wrote a love letter for her. When it was delivered to the boy, he had no idea what was happening. "I like him, but I don't like him at all. I guess." Shiaoi shook his head slightly. "After all, we can't say that he has returned to Suruoro's childhood world, right? Even if I tell it to her, Suruoro won't believe it. Some even considered him a mental patient. But he certainly won't be sent to a mental hospital." "You guessed it right, haha." As she spoke, Suruoro started to attack Shiaoi. The two of them happily cooked lunch. At this time, the door outside was also opened. "Let me see, is Ruoro back?" Su Lingjin said with a smile. After all, Shiaoi told him that Suruoro would come. "So I came back at noon today. I haven't seen my baby daughter for 7 or 8 days. I must spend more time with her." "Dad, why are you back?" Suruoro poked her head out of the kitchen, and Su Lingjin laughed and said, "Why, you're back from your trip, I miss you, can't I come home to visit you?" "Definitely not, Dad." Suruoro shook her head repeatedly. Su Lingjin took a deep breath and said, "Then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go and accompany the babies first." "Yeah, okay, Dad." Suruoro returned to the kitchen with a smile on her face. As for Shiaoi, he started making Erbo's favorite durian pizza. After cooking, the family ate happily together. At the same time, Suruoro shared the itinerary and photos of the trip with everyone. Half a year later. Ding, congratulations to the host, Suruoro's favorability towards you has reached 100%. Today is the last time you can enter this world. You will not be able to enter again after you wake up. At the same time, you in this world will not disappear. You can understand that your second consciousness will continue to live here in your place. However, the memory of the other world will be completely deleted. At this time, Shiaoi and Suruoro were walking by the river. It's winter now. The city of Kyoto was covered with universities, and the water in the river was frozen into ice. There were many people walking on the ice at this time. Some are couples or college students. For the past 6 months, he has been accompanying Suruoro and protecting her silently. Of course, the two of them inexplicably, or with the help of Lu Tianchuan, developed into a couple. Call. Suruoro blew on her palms and then shrank her neck. It looks a bit cold. Seeing this, Shiaoi asked, is it cold? It's okay. Suruoro smiled slightly. Hearing that, Shiaoi quickly held her hand and put it in his pocket. For Suruoro, the future between the two of them is still very long. But for him, today was the last time he would see 15-year-old Suruoro. I've been studying so much, and I promised to take you to Sunak Land, but we haven't been there yet. Why don't we go somewhere for a stroll? The next semester will start soon. I would be sad if you got frozen. Yeah, that's fine. Suruoro smiled faintly. Sunak Land has been established for such a long time, I haven't been there yet, but I heard that the things inside seem to be quite expensive. It's okay. It shouldn't be that expensive. The main thing is that I'm quite rich now, and we made a lot of money when we started our business during the National Day holiday. That's right, a few months ago, during the National Day holiday, Shiaoi used the 20,000 yuan given to him by the internet cafe owner to start a small business with Suruoro. Sold large intestine wrapped in small intestine and battered lemon iced tea. Both business ventures were extremely successful, so now both of them have quite a bit of savings. Shiaoi also founded a website to earn some advertising fees. That's right. Suruoro smiled innocently, then took Shiaoi's hand, and the two walked towards the nearby subway station together. Soon, the two arrived at Sunak Park. However, Sunak Park is not an amusement park, but a large shopping mall similar to the World Trade Center. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when they arrived at Sunak Park. The two of them walked into the mall together. Because it was still a holiday, there were quite a few people in the mall. Although it wasn't crowded, it was almost there. What do you want to play? There are many things to play with here, including many so-called internet celebrity rides. For example, the Upside Down Museum, escape room, shooting experience hall, etc. Of course, there are also arcades and claw machines that cater to people of all ages. Suruoro thought for a moment, well, I'm not in a hurry to throw it away. Why don't we go grab a few dolls first? Like all little girls, Suruoro particularly likes all kinds of stuffed toys. Especially Strawberry Bear and Pink Panther. After hearing Shiaoi's opinion, she did not hesitate, but nodded, okay. Let's go. Holding Suruoro's smooth little hand, they soon arrived at an arcade called Everyone Play. The first thing that catches your eye is the many claw machines. Ruoro, go to the claw machine first. I'll buy some game coins. Okay. Suruoro smiled and nodded. Coming to the coin vending machine, Shiaoi scanned the QR code above and spent 200 yuan to buy 250 game coins. In a big city like Kyoto, this price is okay and not particularly expensive. Then, Shiaoi found Suruoro. At this moment, she was standing in front of a pink claw machine, and all the dolls inside were Pink Panther. Do you want to catch the pink leopard? Shiaoi asked. Because the music in the arcade was quite loud, Suruoro couldn't hear what he said at all. What did you say? Shiaoi had no choice but to put his mouth close to her ear. I said, do you want to catch the pink naughty leopard? Yeah. Suruoro nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I think the dolls inside are all very pretty, but my skills are not very good. I don't know if I can catch them. It's okay. I have good skills. If you catch him, just call me dear and I will help you catch him. What? Suruoro was stunned. You have to call in dear before he catches you? I have to say that Shiaoi is really a ripoff. Snort. She smiled and said, I don't want to. In fact, I have good skills. You will know it when you see me. As he said that, he took 2 game coins from the basket. After throwing it in, Suruoro accidentally pressed the button before she had time to shake the lever. Beep. The claws inside reached straight down and caught nothing. Puff. Seeing this scene, Shiaoi chuckled. Ha 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 ha, my dear Ruoro, the lever hasn't even moved, how come you pressed it? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Shiaoi smiling like that, Suruoro rolled her eyes at him. I just pressed the wrong button, is there any need to laugh like that? Really? Snort. Seeing that Suruoro looked a little angry, Shiaoi continued, okay, let me show you. As he spoke, Shiaoi also put 2 game coins into the coin slot. Then, Suruoro secretly pressed the button while Shiaoi was not paying attention. Beep. The claws fell, and Shiaoi was confused after seeing this scene. Hey? What the hell is going on? Boxes, boxes, boxes. Suruoro's laughter came from behind. Shiaoi turned his head and looked at the laughing Suruoro. Ruoro, is this you who did this? No. Suruoro shook her head heavily, I didn't do anything. Don't brag, I just saw it all. Shiaoi rolled his eyes, I have wasted 4 yuan now. I only bought 200 yuan worth of game coins. I was wrong. At this time, Suruoro suddenly started to act coquettishly, and Shiaoi certainly did not embarrass her. Okay, watch me perform for you. Shiaoi threw in 2 more coins, and with a hook, a naughty pink leopard came up. Frog fun. Suruoro was stunned when she saw Shiaoi's performance. No way, this is too amazing, it's coming up right away. Shiaoi squatted down and even brought up the pink panther, then said with a smile, how is it powerful? Amazing. Suruoro clapped her hands excitedly, and Shiaoi continued, see if you like anything else, let's pick something else. Good. Suruoro led the way happily in front, and then came to a claw machine with many strawberry bears on display. Why don't we add this one? Sure. Just as Shiaoi thought, Suruoro chose strawberry bear. However, this time Shiaoi did not pick it up himself, but asked Suruoro to pick it up. You can do it this time, but don't press the button like you did just now. Definitely not. Suruoro chuckled and then threw 2 more game coins into it. Shiaoi looked at her and said, it's actually very simple. Strawberry bear's head is too big to be clamped, so you can clamp its body. I see. Suruoro nodded, then pressed the button according to what Shiaoi told her. She stared at the clip inside the claw machine, and then found that the clip was really clamped. But the moment it was lifted up, the clamp loosened. Suruoro pouted, how can this be? It's normal. The strength of the clamp is different every time. If it can be clamped every time, how can the arcade make money? That's right. So, I'll do it. After Shiaoi's operation, Shiaoi helped Suruoro pick up a lot of dolls. Then, the 2 of them played games such as King of Fighters, Plains Wars, and Racing. It would take a long time for them to spend all the game coins. Of course, I didn't spend it all in the end. You can play again with the game coins later. It's almost time for dinner, so Shiaoi asked, Ruoro, what do you want to eat? Suruoro scratched her head when she heard this, I feel like the food outside isn't that tasty. I don't know what to eat. Because she cares more about her health, she rarely eats out in restaurants. How about I cook you a meal? Since coming into this world, Shiaoi has never cooked for her. When I started my business, I sold things like large intestines wrapped in small intestines, but they didn't really count. You can cook? Suruoro looked at Shiaoi in astonishment. Shiaoi nodded and said, yes, of course I can cook. But? Suruoro looked around and said, but, there is no place to cook here. Do you want to go to my house? My house is fine too. Shiaoi raised his eyebrows with a wicked smile, and Suruoro was stunned when she heard it. Go to Shiaoi's house? In the middle of the night, between a man and a woman alone, what would happen? Something unspeakable. When she thought of this, she suddenly felt a little scared. Seeing Suruoro looking frightened, Shiaoi chuckled and continued, I was joking. There is an open kitchen on the 7th floor. They provide ingredients and can cook for you. Let's go. Well, is there such a thing? Suruoro didn't even know there was an open kitchen. Shiaoi nodded and said, yes, it's time to show you my cooking skills. Chapter 140 The Finale in Xiaoming's Thoughts. Host, there are still 2.5 hours before you wake up. Please cherish the last time you spend with Suruoro. Just at this moment, the system suddenly transmitted the final countdown. Shiaoi was completely stunned. The last 2.5 hours. Suruoro was holding her hand and walking forward. After noticing that Shiaoi was moving slowly, Suruoro turned her head and looked into his eyes. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, no. Shiaoi shook his head and continued walking upstairs with Suruoro. After entering the open kitchen, Shiaoi said calmly, "Sit here first, I will cook some of your favorite dishes." Suruoro asked back, "Do you know what I like to eat?" Of course, don't forget, I can tell fortunes. After saying that, he looked at Suruoro one more time, and then went to work. About an hour passed. Shiaoi made a total of 5 dishes and placed them on the dining table. Suruoro looked at the mutong fish and braised chicken wings and other dishes made by Shiaoi, and couldn't help but walk forward to smell the fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. When she said this, a stream of saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Shiaoi couldn't help but smile when he saw it. No one is competing with you for it, eat it quickly. This mutangiu is not a dish from this world. Suruoro looked at this ordinary grilled fish curiously. So, which world does this dish come from? When she asked this, she took a deep breath. This dish comes from Shiaoi from another world. His wife is Mu Xiaoxi, his parents are Xiao Ming and Sui Tian, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law are Mukan and Su Tang. By the way, his wife has an older brother named Mu Xiaoma. My sister-in-law is Mu Baining. As for the origin of this dish, it can be traced back to the Mukan period, right? It's been a long, long time. He smiled slightly. Well, this dish comes from another universe. TSK, I don't believe it. Suruoro shook her head, her eyes full of sneer. You're right if you don't believe it. Eat it while it's hot. My dear, please sit down quickly. After saying the word dear, Suruoro's voice became noticeably softer. Because she is still a high school student. Still in the first year of high school. At home, her parents strictly forbade her to have a romantic relationship. Now I have secretly confirmed my relationship with Shiaoi, and my parents don't know about it. Of course, Suruoro just thought that her parents didn't know. Okay. After Shiaoi sat down, he did not pick up his chopsticks immediately. Instead, he looked at Suruoro's clear eyes. I have to say that the eyes of students are different from those of social animals. Suruoro's eyes were unusually clear and bright. Hey, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Suruoro was very confused by Shiaoi's abnormal behavior. Hearing this, he shook his head again. I just think you are very beautiful, hee. Oh, you're really good at talking. No girl doesn't like to be praised, and she is the same. Okay, let's eat quickly. After dinner, let's go shopping. It took a full hour for the two of them to finish their meal. Of course, Suruoro couldn't finish all these dishes, so they chose to pack up the leftovers. She held the packing bag in her hand. Shall we go? Okay. Where should we go shopping next? She looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. There is still an hour and a half left before the 9:30 curfew. This means that I can still accompany Shiaoi for another hour. After all, it takes about half an hour to get back. Why don't I take you home? Suruoro was a little surprised after hearing Shiaoi's words. After all, she didn't expect that Shiaoi would refuse to accompany her. It's quite cold outside and it's snowing, so go back early, take a hot bath and go to bed. Well, okay then. Suruoro pouted and nodded. Shiaoi rubbed her head gently, then held her hand and left Sunak Park together. There is a subway station right at the entrance of the park. After entering the subway station, Suruoro said, You don't have to take me back. I'll take line 3 and you take line 1. The subway station is right at the entrance of the community. You don't have to worry about my safety. Okay. He had to be back in the house within half an hour. Then bye. Suruoro waved at him and skipped into the subway station. Shiaoi didn't react until Suruoro's figure disappeared from his sight. Although part of his consciousness will continue to remain in this world, for him, it is indeed the last time he will see 15-year-old Suruoro. There will definitely be some reluctance. Goodbye, 15-year-old Ruoro. He murmured something, then entered the Kyoto subway line 1. After returning to his original world, Shiaoi once again focused on his work. Because Qin Shueping's illness has been cured, his family also needs him to continue to work hard. 1 year later, Linjiang, Future Technology Company, Limited, in the lobby. Shiaoi is preparing for a new product launch conference. There were a lot of people attending this time. The 3 children, Xiaoming, Xiaomingrua, and Xiaoqinxue, will all attend this press conference. Now the babies are over 3.5 years old, almost 4 years old. Going to kindergarten in Kyoto. However, their IQ has far exceeded that of children of the same age, and they have even learned the 4th grade curriculum. Not as perverted as imagined, but it's okay. Boss Xiao, today is the day when our company launches its new cars and mobile phones. There are more than 100 media outlets broadcasting live. Lin Rinjie said to Shiaoi, and Shiaoi nodded slightly. Well, simultaneous live broadcast will do. Okay. Lin Rinjie looked at the watch on her wrist. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The new product launch can begin now, President Xiao. Lin Rinjie didn't know the attendees of the press conference because Shiaoi didn't tell anyone. She even thought that the protagonist of this press conference was Shiaoi himself. But at this time, Shiaoi squatted down, looked at Erbo, who was wearing a small dress, and said, "Baby, have you remembered everything Dad told you?" "Remember, Dad." Erbo nodded confidently, "Then go." Seeing Erbo heading to the press conference, Lin Rinjie was bewildered. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss Xiao, are you asking your son to introduce new products to everyone?" "Yes." Shiaoi smiled and said, "The child must be brought up from a young age. In the future, he will inherit my company." This. Lin Rinjie was confused when she heard this, mainly because Xiaoming is only 3.5 years old this year. Can a child introduce products at the age of 3.5? At the same time, in the press conference hall. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the press conference of Future Technology Company officially begins. Many media outlets have set up their cameras and are ready to film. But at this moment, a little kid suddenly took small steps and came over happily. He also held a mini microphone in his hand. This. There were several hundred spectators and more than 100 media outlets present at the time. When they saw a little kid suddenly coming over, they were all confused. But everyone quickly recognized the identity of this little guy. "Isn't this Xiaoi's son, Xiaoming?" "Hello everyone." Erba Xiaoming stretched out his voice and greeted everyone. "I am my father's son, Xiaoming, and I am 3.5 years old." Erba gave a very strange self-introduction. The people below laughed. Erba Xiaoming continued, "Let me introduce the company's first new product to you today." "Good job." The people below were stunned again. "Are you kidding me? Let a 3.5-year-old baby, whose fur hasn't even fully grown yet, introduce a new product? So awesome." They felt it was becoming more and more interesting. They all looked curiously at the 3.5-year-old baby on the stage. Erbo was not at all nervous. "My father asked me to bring 2 products to you today. I want to ask everyone, what do you think the transportation of the future will look like?" They didn't expect Xiaoming to ask back. At the same time, someone answered, "In the future, transportation will not need to consider energy. It can last indefinitely. I think it's very fast. Completely free of manual driving, just set a destination and it will take you there directly." The people below expressed their opinions one after another. Erbo laughed and said, "My dad said the same thing." "Then I won't keep you in suspense. The aircraft we are launching today is called Future Galaxy." Just at this moment, a wheelless flying vehicle shaped like a car gradually floated from the side to the center of the stage. That's right, there are no wheels. A flying machine floating in the air. But he has the appearance of a car. Know that a car is not a car. This was the first time that everyone at the scene had seen such a thing. Many people opened their mouths wide. "This. Erbo, my father said that he wants to lead the world in the 4th Industrial Revolution. This car is a means of transportation from the future. The energy used is the 3rd-generation palladium-controlled nuclear energy. It can release 1 million joules of energy per second, and its theoretical flight range can reach 10 million kilometers. It can circle the blue planet 250 times. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Xiaoyi's company had been manufacturing cars. But no one said that they were making aircraft. And he made it. They just don't know whether it can be mass-produced. But this aircraft did appear in front of them. This is so sci-fi that some people even feel like they are watching a sci-fi movie. After saying that, Erbo looked at the position on the left with a smile. Because Shiaoi was looking at him at this moment. Dad just asked him to give a brief introduction because it involved a lot of professional knowledge which he didn't know. Therefore, the important thing is to let Shiaoi come. My father will introduce you to the next step. After saying that, Erbo left happily again. After Shiaoi came to the stage, he briefly introduced, this car can fly at low altitude like an ordinary car. At the same time, it can also fly at high altitudes like an airplane. But the energy consumption ratios of both sides are different. The high-altitude flight function has not yet been enabled. We are working with the government to solve a series of problems. After all, there are many uncertainties when flying in the air. There must be strict requirements on the flight altitude, speed, and route. These things must be connected with the government. However, the fact that Shiaoi was able to develop a car without wheels is enough to prove his innovation in this area. And how advanced the company's technological level is. After a brief introduction, Shiaoi then introduced the mobile phone. It took a full 2 hours to finish introducing all the products. However, the price of the aircraft has not been announced at this time. Everyone was also guessing. Shiaoi looked at the people below. I guess you are all very anxious right now. Why? Because I haven't announced the price of today's products yet. Future Galaxy, aircraft price 1,999,999 yuan. Personalized options are expected to cost around 200,000 yuan. Future second generation mobile phone, price 9,999 yuan. Good. Wah 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 wah. Awesome. At this time, suddenly there were cheers and applause from the audience. Because Shiaoi's pricing is not expensive. It's much more affordable than Nyo Muluan. The main thing is that he can fly. And the rest no need to consider fuel costs. It's so affordable. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to get one, Shiaoi said that within 10 years, the price of this kind of aircraft will be reduced to around 200,000. A car that costs 200,000 yuan is considered a mid-range car in today's market. Only cars with a price in the single digits are considered economical cars. Therefore, most people can afford the price of 200,000. Shiaoi, okay, today's press conference is over. The aircraft can be reserved through the Future app official website. The aircraft will be officially launched in a month. Deliveries will begin in half a year. Thank you everyone. As the surrounding lights dimmed, Shiaoi also retreated behind the scenes. At this time, Su Ruoro, Xin Shueping, Su Linjin, and their 3 babies were waiting for him here. After seeing them, Shiaoi chuckled, they are all here, the press conference is over, let's go back to Kyoto. Yeah. Erbo excitedly made a scissors gesture. Dad, how was my performance just now? Well, that's great. You are worthy of being my beloved son. Shiaoi picked up Erbo and touched his head. Well, Dad, when we return to Kyoto, can you make me some durian lasagna? Good. Then let's go. Lin Ringier came over and said, Boss Xiao, your private plane is ready, and the car is waiting for you downstairs in the company. Okay. Shiaoi nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. This is what I should do. Soon, under the guidance of everyone, Shiaoi got into the car downstairs. Of course, one could also argue that this isn't a car. Because this is the aircraft his company manufactures. After getting in the car, the system's voice suddenly came. Host, your main mission has been completed, your baby is growing up healthily, your company has reached the maximum level, you are about to become the richest man in the world, and the passage back to your original world has been opened for you. You can return to that world at any time and see your parents, your wife, and your children. In the car, Shiaoi looked at the subtitles that popped up from the system without any expression on his face. But I made the choice silently. END.